This is a strange mist that even the gods can be polluted by. Yet I have wandered within it for 2,000 years. But when I finally walked out of the mist, I saw a woman covered in eyes. A man who could turn flesh and blood into weapons. And even a person made of lava. Even more bizarrely, they prided themselves on being normal and regarded me, who had just emerged from the mist, as a monster. Because no one can survive in the mist. Not even artificial intelligence can remain stable due to pollution. Yet I, a human who just walked out of the mist, strangely maintained a 0% level of mental pollution. It should be noted that even a newborn baby cannot have a pollution level of 0%. In a metallic room, a woman in a black trench coat rolled her eyes. I say, he must be a monster disguised as a human. And he might even be a servant of an evil god. A cold glint flashed in Li Mu's eyes, and his smile turned somewhat sinister. Team leader Lin, why don't we kill him while he's still unconscious? Lin Xiao slowly shook his head. Even if he is a servant of an evil god, there has never been a precedent for a mental pollution level of 0%. Perhaps we can find a way to eliminate spiritual pollution from him. Just then, I, who was tied to the hospital bed, finally woke up and saw the three people in the room. The corners of my mouth gradually lifted. Ha ha ha, it's humans. I finally see humans. I'm back. I'm really back. The mad smile startled the three. As if facing a great enemy, Lin Zhao's right hand twisted in flesh and blood, transforming into a pale bone knife made of coagulated flesh and bones. With a thought, Colin sent steel needles flying out of his pocket. Swirling in mid-air, Li Mu's brow twisted in flesh and blood, transforming into a cold and emotionless eye, with white light flowing within. Seeing the changes in the three of them, my smile froze and then gradually disappeared. Are you humans? Lin Xiao slowly squinted his eyes. That question should be asked by us. Are you human? Of course, I am human. As far as I know, humans shouldn't have the ability to turn their hands into knives, nor should they have eyes growing on their foreheads. I stared straight at Li Mu. In my line of sight, a mass of white mist was entwined within Li Mu's body, and within the mist were countless eyes, as if his body was made entirely of eyes with no flesh or blood. My long dormant brain slowly began to function. Is the human body made up of eyes? These eyes were scanning their surroundings. Seemingly aware of the gaze, they paused. Then all turned to look at me, their expressions cold and merciless. I locked eyes with these eyes for a moment, tilting my head slightly. What are you looking at? As soon as the words left my mouth, the white mist within Li Mu erupted, and all the eyes projected a twisted, ferocious look. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhao's pupils constricted, and he suddenly pulled Colin beside him. A white light shot from his eyes, piercing through the position where Colin had been. Colin widened his eyes in shock. Mutation. He lifted off the ground, soaring into the air. Li Mu let out a low roar like a trapped beast. In the next moment, he coughed up a round object, which was an eyeball. As the first eyeball appeared, more and more eyeballs were coughed out. His vision in chaos, shooting out beams of white laser. Is this really human? I lay on the hospital bed, blankly watching this scene, and just as this thought surfaced in my numb mind, the next moment I was pierced straight through by a white laser. Colin, who was dodging, was accidentally hit in the arm by an increasing number of lasers, letting out a muffled groan. Lin Xiao saw this and no longer hesitated. He let out a low roar, and his whole body swelled up again, instantly appearing in front of Li Mu. The fist, which was twice the size of before, heavily struck Li Mu's abdomen. With a loud bang, Li Mu's body was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily against the metal wall, and then slowly sliding down to the ground, fainting. As Li Mu fainted, the eyeballs on the ground seemed to have lost their life, rotting away within a few breaths. Colin looked at the unconscious Li Mu, somewhat unable to accept it. How could this happen? Although Muumu's mental pollution level has reached the warning line, it shouldn't have reached the point of direct mutation. Lin Xiao silently looked at Li Mu, then thought of something, his gaze flickering slightly. That person before, he was staring at Muumu and even said something. Colin was taken aback and also thought of this matter. Yes, he asked Muumu, what are you looking at? Hey. Colin quickly turned his head, and then his voice caught in his throat. The person on the hospital bed had more than 10 blood holes in his body, his eyes dull, seemingly unable to close even in death. Oh my god, he's dead. Colin was a bit stunned. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. What a pity. He was the only individual with a 0% level of mental pollution to date. Just then, a faint sound came from behind them. They suddenly turned their heads, eyes wide open, and then they saw an unbelievable scene. The blood holes on my body on the hospital bed were healing at an incredible speed. When all the wounds heal, my dull eyes gradually regain their sparkle. I glanced at Li Mu, who was lying on the ground, and asked with some confusion, so humans can grow this many eyeballs? The atmosphere was dead silent, and Lin Xiao's body swelled again. His voice was hoarse and deep. What exactly are you? I blinked and repeated, I am human. Nonsense. Colin, who looked very refined, turned red in the face and roared, If you are human, how could you possibly come back to life after dying? I frowned in confusion and said, since you can change your body structure and create so many eyeballs, why can't I come back to life? This question left Lin Xiao and Colin momentarily speechless. Lin Xiao took a deep breath repeatedly, then turned to Colin and said, Colin, call someone to take care of Mumu, and then I'll take him to see the director. Soon, a team of soldiers in silver-gray metallic protective suits brought me to another room. The room was dimly lit, and behind a long table sat an old man in a black uniform. To his left was a red-haired young man playing with flames, and to his right was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. After a moment of silence, the old man in the middle spoke first. Hello, I am the director Wang Anmin here. Which base city are you from? There is no information about you in base city number 116, I said, somewhat confused. Your organization is really strange. Why do you call it base city and give it a number? My name is Lu Ning, and I am from Hangzhou. Well, according to what you said, it is base city number 1 in Zhejiang province. The red-haired young man beside him slammed the table and stood up. He leaned on the table with both hands and slowly said, don't play tricks on us. We've seen many suspects like you. What is Hangzhou? What is the province? Did you invent them? Compared to the red-haired young man's anger, Wang Anmin's expression was calm. As far as I know, Hangzhou in Zhejiang province is a civilized city from over 2,000 years ago, and now it is the year 2014 in the Misty Era. Upon hearing this, my body trembled violently. My hands pressed on the long table, and I stared intently at Wang Anmin. What did you say? 2,000 years ago? Impossible. You made it up. The red-haired youth had flames burning on his body, and a fireball the size of a soccer ball appeared in his hand. Lin Zhao's body swelled again, as if he were a small giant, with his palm transforming into a long knife tinged with crimson. The middle-aged man, expressionless, had skin that glimmered with a metallic sheen, and his body was also tense. There were bloodshot veins appearing in my eyes. If this is true, then have I been in that white mist for over 2,000 years? I want to go outside and take a look. Wang Anmin smiled and said, of course, no problem, but your background is mysterious, and we need to investigate thoroughly to ensure you are not a danger. So, Mr. Liu, how did you enter the mist? How long did you stay in the mist? I was walking along the road when I noticed that everything around me had turned into white fog. As for the time, it was 2025, about 2,000 years ago. If you are not lying to me. Wang Anmin's breathing quickened a bit. We have seen the report. You seem to be just an ordinary person. Can an ordinary person live for over 2,000 years? I said seriously. So I thought of a possibility. Wang Anmin sat up straight, waiting for my answer, and Lin Xiao and the others were also listening intently. I glanced over a few people, my eyes carrying a hint of sympathy. Actually, you are crazy. There hasn't been a past of over 2,000 years. This place can't be a mental hospital, right? The air was quiet for a long time, and Wang Anmin's eyes twitched slightly. This possibility is not zero. So, why did you not come out of the fog for more than 2,000 years before? And suddenly you did? Because I saw a golden spot of light in the mist. I was gesturing while introducing it, and then I saw the solar system inside the spot of light. The solar system? Do you think we're easy to fool? The red-haired youth slammed the table again, glaring at me angrily. The eyes of Wang Anmin and the others were also filled with distrust, but Wang Anmin still took a deep breath and continued. And then? My expression showed more confusion as I said, I saw the solar system, and it seemed a bit strange. There were many long. Before I could finish my sentence, my whole body suddenly split apart. In a physical sense, Wang Anmin and the others were all stunned, their eyes wide open, completely not expecting it to turn out like this. In the next moment, the red-haired youth's right hand suddenly transformed into lava, dripping from his body. Wang Anmin's eyes became even darker, the whites disappearing. The expressionless middle-aged man had his legs turn into metal, connecting to the chair. Lin Zhao's trench coat was torn from the back, and two thick muscular tentacles grew out, waving freely. Wang Anmin suddenly slapped a white jade token on his chest, which emitted a cold white light, enveloping all four of them. Gradually, the mutations on the four people began to retract, ultimately returning to their original state, including Wang Anmin, who looked terrified and was gasping for breath. What was that just now? The red-haired youth growled, looking at the severed limbs on the ground, his eyes filled with fear. Wang Anmin slowly shook his head. I don't know. It seems like some kind of power from an existence tore him apart, almost causing us to mutate. What kind of power could be so strong? The four of them exchanged glances, and the air fell silent for a moment. Then, Wang Anmin looked at the severed limbs on the ground and frowned, saying, Lin Xiao, you said before that Lu Ning could be resurrected. Can he still be resurrected like this? Lin Xiao shook his head in confusion. I don't know. Before his body was still intact, just had a few holes. Now, the red-haired youth retorted, if he can be resurrected like this, Then he would really be a monster. How could that be possible? Before he could finish his sentence, the four of them widened their eyes in unison. They found that the severed limbs and broken arms scattered on the ground began to wriggle, connecting together, and eventually gradually transformed from individual pieces into a whole. I lay on the ground, looking around in a daze. The air had been quiet for a long time, and only then did a few people come to their senses. The red-haired youth was even more shocked, exclaiming, "What kind of monster are you? You can come back to life even after being shattered like that?" Lu Ning frowned and looked at the red-haired youth, saying in dissatisfaction, "I'm a human, a normal human. If you can play with fire, why can't I revive? It can be the same?" The red-haired youth exclaimed. Just as he was about to say something else, Wang Anming droned, "Yan Feng, that's enough." Yan Feng silently closed his mouth and stopped talking. Wang Anming looked at Lu Ning, having regained his previous calmness. He smiled. "Let's talk more before the meal is ready? You just said you saw." When Wang Anming said this, he suddenly drifted off for a split second, then continued, "You saw the solar system, and then what?" Lu Ning spoke up. "Then I tore through the patch of light and tore out a path, and then I stepped out, and then after that I came out of the mist." Lu Ning's tone was calm as if he was saying what to eat today. On the other hand, the four Wang Anming's eyes grew wider and wider. They glanced at each other, and even Wang Anming, who had always been calm, was a bit confused at this moment. The corner of Lin Zhao's mouth twitched violently, and he finally couldn't help but ask, "Lu Ning, are you serious?" "Of course it's true." Lu Ning nodded. Yan Feng muttered, "Crazy." Chapter 6 Decisions. "I'm not crazy," Lu Ning defended. Yan Feng rolled his eyes and didn't bother to answer. Wang Anming laughed. "So, Mr. Lu Ning, you are a human from over 2,000 years ago?" At that time, the mists didn't seem to have appeared yet? Lu Ning nodded repeatedly. "Yes, and then you were on your way, and you went into the mists, and stayed in them for over 2,000 years, and after that you saw spots of light that could observe the solar system?" "That's right." Wang Anming's tone became more and more complicated. "In the end, you tore through the only fist-sized patch of light that could observe the solar system and came out of the mist? It seems you understand me, this lord. You are completely right." Lu Ning smiled sincerely, feeling as if he had met a confidant. Wang Anming's smile was a bit forced and he didn't respond. He thought of something and asked again. "Right, there is one more thing. What did you mean by the words you said to Li Mu before? Why did Li Mu suddenly become ill? Who is Li Mu?" Lu Ning had a confused expression. Lin Zhao's clenched fists and yelled lowly, "Then the woman from before." Lu Ning drifted off. Then he spoke. "I saw so many eyeballs in her body, and those eyeballs looked at me, so I asked them what they were looking at. Then I don't know why those eyeballs seemed angry." Lu Ning's words caused the four Wang Anming men to widen their eyes. Wang Anming spoke in an inexplicable tone. "You said that you saw many eyes in Li Mu's body?" Lu Ning nodded, then thought of something. "There's also some white mist. That woman's body seems to be made up of white mist and eyeballs. Just like that it's all still normal. Why can't I be normal?" Lu Ning silently glanced at Yan Feng and then turned his head to look at Lin Xiao. The corners of the two men's mouths twitched and they didn't speak. "White mist, eyes," Wang Anming muttered. The other three were also thoughtful. The room was once again quiet. At this point, Lu Ning inquired, "I've finished, can I leave here now?" Wang Anming returned to his senses and smiled. "We still need to ascertain the veracity of what you said, and once we are certain that you are not in danger, we will let you go." "All right then." Lu Ning nodded. He spoke again. "I'm hungry. Can I eat? Do you have any red meat?" "Oh, no problem. It's edible." "Shaolin, you prepare a resting room and food for Mr. Lu Ning." Lin Xiao nodded in silence and looked at Lu Ning. "Let's go." Lu Ning got up and left the metal room. When the room door closed again, Wang Anming's expression became very serious. He looked to the two beside him. "What do you think of what he said?" Yan Feng immediately said, "That guy must be a lunatic. The mental pollution must have been very serious, but the report card from before, which you've also read, his spiritual pollution level is 0%. Honestly, I can't imagine that there are really humans with 0% spiritual pollution in our era." The middle-aged man calmly said, "Bureau Wang, do you believe that he is a human before the mist era of more than 2,000 years ago, and has been in the mists for more than 2,000 years? Wang Anming shook his head with a bitter smile. "Rationally, I don't believe it. But," he glanced at the bronze-colored ring he wore in his hand, the material of which seemed to be some kind of special bone. On it was set a blue gemstone, which floated with a strange light from time to time. The lack of reaction from the Ring of Lies means that the Ring of Lies thinks that he is telling the truth. The atmosphere in the room, once again, fell into silence. The middle-aged man suddenly got up and came to where Lu Ning was sitting before, checking the desktop. "Old Li, What are you looking at? Yanfeng was a bit curious. Li Roa's expression was calm. Slowly said, before Lu Ning's mood swings, he hammered the table with force, and his hands bled. But the desktop was very flat. So what? Yanfeng was somewhat unimpressed. Normally, in that kind of mental state, it's hard for humans to fully control their power. And if he really wasn't an ordinary person, that one time, the desktop would have left some marks at the very least. Hearing this, Yanfeng and Wang Anming were both stunned. They looked to the tabletop. Indeed, the tabletop is very flat. The three men looked at each other. Could it be that he's really a regular guy? But he was able to resurrect even though his body was shattered like that just now. And he was able to see the source of spiritual contamination in Li Mu's body. So how does he not look like an ordinary person? The three discussed it for a long time and could not come to a conclusion. Lu Ning himself is too conflicted. In the end, Wang Anming spoke. I'll pass the message on first and wait for orders from above before acting. The other two didn't have anything better to do and both nodded. Yes. Lin Xiao led Lu Ning to a room. Stay here for the next few days. I'll be keeping watch outside and you can tell me if you need anything. The room has a separate bathroom, so you can go to the toilet and take a shower. You can't leave here until the orders come down from above. Lu Ning nodded, then said, can I eat now? The corners of Lin Xiao's eyes twitched. He took a deep breath, and his voice came out from between his teeth. Already had someone prepare it for you. Is there any red meat? Yes. Lin Xiao's voice was trembling. Thanks. Lu Ning hurriedly sat down at the table and waited for the meal to start. In no time at all, someone brought 3 dishes and a soup, and a big bowl of rice, which also has red meat. Lu Ning's mouth was watering and he started eating straight away. He glanced at Lin Xiao who was standing to the side, hesitated for a moment, and asked with a wooden face, want some? No. Lin Xiao shook his head. A bright smile appeared on Lu Ning's face. Really? That's a shame. It tastes pretty good. Lin Xiao's breath shortened a few times and veins throbbed on his forehead. Looking at the way Lu Ning was smiling, Lin Xiao didn't feel any pity for him at all. He grunted and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. 3 days later, Wang Anming came to the room where Lu Ning was. Lin Xiao went up to greet him. Bureau Wang. Wang Anming nodded and glanced at the door of the room behind Lin Xiao. Has there been anything unusual in the past few days? Lin Xiao shook his head. No, other than eating and sleeping, the rest of the time, he's in a daze. Been geeking out? Yanfeng on the side was a bit shocked. Won't he get bored? I'm not sure what he thinks. Lin Xiao looked at Wang Anming and inquired. Bureau Wang, is the investigation clear? In the other base cities, we haven't found this person, Lu Ning, either. It's as if this person came out of nowhere. Lin Xiao instantly frowned. Then what do we do with him next? The orders from above are to absorb him into the bureau. Absorbed into the bureau? Lin Xiao stared wide-eyed, somewhat unable to comprehend. But his origins are unknown. Of course we know that. But there are so many anomalies about him that it would be unsettling to leave him alone. And since he hasn't shown any danger himself, we can't keep holding him all the time. Most importantly, he's been here for so many days, and his spiritual pollution level has always been 0%. You know what that means. Lin Xiao was silent and nodded slightly. I understand. So, absorbing him into the bureau and observing him up close might yield some answers. Maybe he really is a human from more than 2,000 years ago, a time when the mists had not yet appeared? Speaking of this, Wang Anming was also amused by his own naive thoughts. But will he agree? Oh, so I came to talk to him myself. Open the door. Chapter 7 Freedom. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and turned to open the door. Inside the room, Lu Ning was lying on the bed, staring at the white ceiling in a daze. He had been in the mists for so long that he had long since gotten used to this state. Having hot, delicious meals every day has been much better than before. Several people, Wang Anming, entered the room and looked at each other when they saw Lu Ning fuming. Lin Xiao coughed lightly and spoke. Lu Ning, Bureau Wang is here. Lu Ning turned his head to look over. Wang Anming smiled. Mr. Lu, the results are out. Lu Ning sat up and calmly asked, can I leave now? Yes, of course you can. Our various tests show that you, Mr. Lu Ning, are not at risk of lesions and are able to leave this place. However, considering that Mr. Lu Ning's identity is unknown, we will monitor your life after you leave to ensure that you are not a danger to society. I hope that you, Mr. Lu Ning, will understand. Lu Ning nodded slightly and said, good, I can leave now? Of course it is. But, Wang Anming looked at Lu Ning and smiled. What does Mr. Lu Ning plan to do after he leaves here? Go home. Lu Ning replied without hesitation. Wang Anming calmly said, but according to you, you come from more than 2,000 years ago, and I'm afraid that all your family members have already passed away. Lu Ning sniffed and fell into silence. The three Lin Xiao on the side immediately tensed up, fearing that Lu Ning would become agitated and appear abnormal. However, Lu Ning's expression was calm as he looked at the several people and opened his mouth to ask, I still want to go back. Don't you guys have special abilities? Is there any special ability to travel through time? Send me back more than 2,000 years ago? How is it possible to have this kind of ability? Yin Feng spat out with a head full of black lines. Why no? People like Flash Bulma have them. Lu Ning seriously retorted. The four Wang Anming people looked at each other with some shock. Wang Anming asked seriously, what kind of existence are these people? How could they change time? Oh, characters from movies and anime. Lu Ning explained. Crowd. The corner of Wang Anming's mouth twitched as he smiled. As of now, there are no abilities involving time in the Federation. Not waiting for Lu Ning to be disappointed, he continued. I'm sure you've discovered, Mr. Lu Ning, that you yourself possess special abilities. Perhaps in the future you will be able to find your way back home? Lu Ning looked straight at Wang Anming. How do you find your way home? You said you've been walking through the mists for over 2,000 years, so maybe the secret to your time traveling lies within the mists. And the Federation has a mist exploration team. You can learn some of the secrets of the mists by joining it, and when the time comes, maybe there's a way for you to go back. Isn't there? The secret of the mists? I've been walking through the mists for a long time, and there doesn't seem to be anything in there. Lu Ning spoke. Perhaps, Mr. Lu Ning, you are rather special. Wang Anming looked deeply at Lu Ning. As far as our investigation seems to go, the mists are very dangerous and harbor great secrets. Perhaps you can find in it the reason why you entered the mists and why you stayed in it for more than 2,000 years. Lu Ning's numb brain slowly operated, and he felt that Wang Anming's words were quite reasonable. He looked up at Wang Anming and inquired, I'm joining the Misty Exploration team to find my way home. Wang Anming smiled gently. As I said before, the mists are extremely dangerous, and you need to have a certain level of strength if you want to join the Mist Exploration team. Although you seem to be special, Mr. Lu Ning, your strength does not meet the criteria. However, before Lu Ning could speak, Wang Anming continued. However, you can first join our Misty Affairs Handling Bureau, and there will be people in the bureau who will teach you about the affairs of this era, as well as help you improve your strength. When your strength is sufficient, you can join the Misty Exploration team. Wang Anming smiled. This choice has another benefit for you, Mr. Lu Ning. Lu Ning inquired doubtfully. What benefits? Even if you are free, how do you plan to live if you are alone? Do you have the ability to earn money? Have a place to live? Wang Anming seemed like an elder, inquiring about his juniors with a kind smile. Lu Ning sniffed but his entire body shook, as if he had encountered a great terror. He's only a sophomore and doesn't even have a diploma. Can he get a job? And, if it's really 2,000 years from now, then a diploma from 2,000 years ago shouldn't be useful, right? Wang Anming smiled gently. And by joining the Misty Matters Handling Bureau, you can get a decent salary, and food and shelter are also included. Lu Ning nodded with a serious face. Deal. Wang Anming revealed a smile. You made the right choice. He then thought for a moment and said, I think Mr. Lu Ning, you still have some doubts about our words. Let's do it this way. Let Lin Xiao take you out for a stroll. It just so happens that it's Lin Xiao's team you'll be joining next, so you guys can familiarize yourselves with it first. Lin Xiao's face changed slightly and he looked at Wang Anming with some shock. Bureau Wang? He joined my team? Lin Xiao's face reddened and he turned his head to look at Lu Ning, his face full of disbelief. Lu Ning, on the contrary, had a calm expression and even smiled at Lin Xiao. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. I'm afraid we had some conflicts before. Bureau Wang. Wang Anming spoke. It was a work conflict before. I don't think Lu Ning should take it to heart, right? Wang Anming looked at Lu Ning, who nodded slightly. Aha. Wang Anming continued. The last case caused your team to suffer heavy losses, and now that team member Li Mu is also on the verge of complete lesion. The only combatants left in your entire action team are you and Colin, and there is an urgent need to replenish the team. As you know, the number of awakened people isn't that high right now. Lu Ning doesn't have the risk of lesions and has also been awakened, making him suitable to join your team. The corners of Lin Xiao's eyes twitched, and after a long period of silence, he seemed like a deflated ball of leather. Yes. Yan Feng and Li Xinglin on the side looked at Lin Xiao with a little more sympathy in their eyes. Alright, it's settled. Wang Anming looked at Lu Ning and smiled. Lu Ning, now you're free. Lin Xiao collapsed. Bureau Wang, then I'll take him away first. Wang Anming nodded. Go. Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Ning. Keep up. He turned to leave, and Lu Ning followed silently. After leaving the room, there were empty corridors. After walking down the corridor and through another door, Lu Ning saw a number of staff members coming and going within several intersecting corridors. There were soldiers in metal uniforms with loaded guns, men and women in trench coats similar to Lin Xiao, and so on. A few of the passing staff members greeted Lin Xiao, who responded one by one with a forced smile. Lu Ning realized that a number of staff members' gazes had fallen on him, and there were a few moments of curiosity and vigilance in their eyes, but he didn't care. After walking through several corridors, Lin Xiao led Lu Ning into an elevator. The elevator went down and soon came to the first floor. The first floor is a very grand hall with even more people coming and going. Arriving at the gate, Lin Xiao, who had been stinking up the place, spoke to Lu Ning for the first time. "Where are you planning to go?" Lu Ning replied without hesitation. "Hangzhou." Lin Xiao's face instantly turned red as he gritted his teeth and said, "There is no such place here." Lu Ning was a bit disappointed and reluctantly said, "Then where Hangzhou was originally located? What is it now?" "Now go and take a look. We're not leaving base city. Just hang out in the base city." Lin Xiao's expression was a little twisted. "Whatever then. Just show me." Lu Ning instantly became expressionless. "Ugh. Let's go." Chapter 8 The New World. Lu Ning followed Lin Xiao out the door. The hot sunlight spilled onto his face, causing Lu Ning to squint slightly. When he adjusted to the sunlight, he looked around. Outside the main gate was a large plaza flanked by parking lots with a number of cars parked in them. Beyond the square was a street with traffic and a building further down the street. The buildings weren't too tall. None of them had more than 10 stories. As far as what Lu Ning had seen so far, it was completely different from what he had imagined. He looked at Lin Xiao. "This is after 2,000 years? Seeing Lu Ning's face full of skepticism, Lin Xiao grinned. "What? Not like that? What do you think it's like after 2,000 years? There are so many intelligent robots that people can lie flat and not have to work," Lu Ning said without hesitation. He. Lin Xiao's smile was a bit bitter. "Yes. There used to be a lot of intelligent robots. So how come it's not there now?" "Because of the lesions." Lin Xiao felt out a cigarette and slowly smoked it. "Lesions? Same as that Li Mu before? Machines can be diseased too?" Lin Xiao sighed. That was a cyber lesion where the AIs had the ability to think and were similarly affected by mental radiation. That lesion caused the robots to rebel en masse, and the entire Earth's population at the time was reduced by a third in a single day, and technology regressed by several hundred years. Saying this, Lin Xiao paused and continued. "For the specifics, when you join the team, there will be training, and there will be this lesson in the lesion hazards in there. So let someone teach you at that time. Let's go." Lin Xiao led Lu Ning towards the parking lot on one side. Lu Ning silently followed. The two came to a cool black sports car. Lin Xiao gently wiped off a bit of dust at the car door as if he were a lover, and then looked at Lu Ning with some complacency. "How about it? Handsome, isn't it?" Lu Ning nodded and honestly said, "It's quite handsome. It should be expensive, right?" Lin Xiao's smile stiffened. Then he pretended to be unimpressed and said, "It's not bad. In 3 more years, my car loan will be paid off. Go, get in the car and take you for a stroll." The two of them got into the car, and Lin Xiao started it up and led Lu Ning around the base city. The situation within the entire base city was not too different from the city before Lu Ning entered the white mist. To put the difference into perspective, there were some homeless people on the road and there was a lot of violence, and he often saw people fighting in the streets. Although ordinary people now have mental radiation antibodies, the mental pressure is still high, so people are relatively more violent and aggressive. But these kinds of fights and brawls are out of our hands. There are people from the security bureau who manage these. The ones we deal with are the big ones. This was Lin Xiao's explanation. Soon, Lu Ning saw the difference between the base city and the city before the Misty Age. That's the wall at the edge of base city. Towering walls of over 100 meters, made entirely of metal, encased the base city. This wall is to protect the general public in the base city, and the mental radiation inside the base city is a bit lower because of the special means of interference. But it's different outside. Many of the original beasts have also sickened and become plague beasts, plus some of the diseased mutants that roam outside, as well as other evil things. All of these are great dangers to ordinary people if they enter the city. Lin Xiao parked the sports car under the city wall. He leaned against the car and smoked a cigarette to introduce himself to Lu Ning. The dangers outside the walls are fended off by the base guards, and all we have to do is keep the ordinary people away from the dangers within the base city. Saying that, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning and said, "Actually, joining an action team is very risky. In the last case, we encountered a nest of mutants, and only 3 of the entire team, me, Colin, and Li Mu, survived, while everyone else died. However, we didn't regret it. After all, we are awakened. We are Mist Bureau Action Team members. We are guardians standing in front of ordinary people, and our families are also among these ordinary people. I'm saying this to you because I hope that you can prepare yourself mentally in advance. Lu Ning nodded, then said, it's fine. I can revive and won't die. These words caused Lin Xiao to open his mouth and his face instantly turned red. He held his tongue for half a day and stifled a single word, asterisk 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 asterisk. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sports car arrived in front of a small 4-story building. This is the branch of our 7th operation team. As I told you before, the base city is divided into 9 districts, and we are in charge of the 7th district. Because the danger of the lesion incident is very high, so we need to be there at the scene at the first time, and it's too time consuming if we leave from the headquarters. So each district has a corresponding branch. This is where we'll be working from now on. Lin Xiao led Lu Ning through the door. There was a young woman with dark hair draped over her shoulders doing the reception in the lobby. The woman has a round face, big eyes, and is very cute looking. She was playing a game on her cell phone, so engrossed that she didn't notice anyone coming in at all. Lin Xiao's head was filled with black lines and he coughed twice with force. The woman's body trembled as if she were a student caught by a teacher for desertion, and her movements were very skillful as she tucked her cell phone at the bottom of the book in front of her. Looking up while smiling, hello, this is Misty. Upon seeing Lin Xiao's face, her smile froze. Team, Captain, why are you back? Lin Xiao glared at the woman without any good humor. Xiao Ran, how many times have I said that you can't play games during work hours? Yu Ran was immediately embarrassed and said with a red face, I'm sorry Captain. I was wrong. You won't change even if you know it's wrong. It's been several times. Next time you do that you'll have your pay docked ha. Don't Captain. Mainly because it's so boring. Not a lot of people usually come over. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly, then introduced, this is Lu Ning, who just joined our team and currently belongs to the reserve team and needs to be trained. This is our receptionist Yu Ran, an ordinary person. Yu Ran's eyes dimmed for a split second, but she quickly extended her hand to Lu Ning and revealed a smile. Hello, I'm so envious that you've awakened. I also want to become a full-fledged team member, but unfortunately, I've never awakened. Lu Ning reached out and shook her hand. Hello. Lin Xiao glared at her. What's so good about awakening? Once awakened, the growth rate of spiritual pollution is much higher than that of an ordinary person, and the chance of lesions is higher. So what's wrong with being an ordinary person? But my parents used to be awakened. Yu Ran looked straight at Lin Xiao with a somewhat stubborn expression. Lin Xiao was silent and changed the topic. Have the other few backup members arrived yet? Well, it's already here. The vice captain is waiting for you. Captain, on the 3rd floor with them. Yu Ran also answered with a smile as if she hadn't said what she had said before. Lin Xiao nodded. Let's go. Lu Ning silently followed. Yu Ran pursed her red lips as she watched the two walk up one side of the stairs. When the two disappeared out of sight, she sat down on her butt and continued to play the game. 3rd floor. Out of the stairs was a hallway with several rooms on either side of it. Lin Xiao introduced separately. This is the activity room. We are usually not busy with work. If we are bored, we can play in there. There are some computers, game consoles, cards and other toys. Don't be too tense. Relaxing your spirit is conducive to slowing down mental pollution. Lu Ning glanced at the various devices inside and spoke carelessly. But it seems that my mental pollution level has always been 0. So I shouldn't have to worry about mental pollution, right? Lin Xiao. He took several deep breaths. Then as if he hadn't heard Lu Ning's words, he continued his introduction. This is the finance room, and the salary is usually received here. Lu Ning stuck his head out to look at it more. This is the captain's office. And this is. Soon they were in the conference room. The conference room door opened and there were already 4 people inside. One of them was the seemingly gentle blonde-haired youth Colin, whom Lu Ning had met before, and the other 3 Lu Ning did not recognize. Seeing Lin Xiao and Lu Ning enter, all 4 of them turned their heads to look over. Chapter 9 Lesson 1. Colin's gaze fell on Lu Ning with very complicated eyes. After taking a deep look at Lu Ning, he then looked at Lin Xiao and smiled. Captain, you guys are finally here. I've been waiting for you guys for a while. Lin Xiao smiled. Took this kid for a stroll to see the outside world. These 3 are the newcomers? Colin nodded. Well, let me introduce. This is Wei Xian. This is Wang Qiwen. And this is Qiu Yulin. This is our captain Lin Xiao. And on the side is Lu Ning. Lu Ning looked at the 3 as Colin introduced them. Wei Xian, a young man with an inch hair and a robust, but not very tall body, smiled at Lu Ning in a friendly manner. Wang Qiwen, on the other hand, was a tall young man who was a bit cold and just nodded slightly at Lu Ning. Akazuki Lin was a black-haired girl with a double ponytail. Her age should be just 17 or 18, with a melon face and beautiful eyebrows, but she seemed to be a bit shy and stood there in a formal manner. Lu Ning also smiled at them and nodded in greeting. Lin Xiao felt out a cigarette and lit it, but when he saw Qiu Yulin quietly move a few steps away, He paused and pressed the cigarette out. Then said, "You guys have now joined the 7th action team, but since you haven't passed the training yet, you can't be counted as official members yet. In the next period of time, you will follow Old Chin's training, and only after you pass the training will you be considered official members. Got it?" "Yes, Team Lin," Wei Xian exclaimed. Wang Qiwen and Xiao Yulin on the side were startled. Lin Xiao glanced at him and laughed cheerfully. "Used to be a soldier? Reporting for Team Lin. I was previously from the security bureau." Wei Xian stood up straight and said. Lin Xiao nodded. "Not bad. Colin, take them to Old Chin." "Well, go." Colin greeted several people and left the conference room. Colin walked at the front, and the 4 Lu Ning followed behind as if they were chicks following an old hen. The group headed down the stairs, Colin introducing them as they went. Newcomer training is handled by Old Chin. Although Old Chin is not young, but he is a retired veteran member. I just told you guys, the accident rate of the action team is not low, and the team members who can live peacefully until they retire. All of them have excellent qualities. You guys have to follow him and learn carefully. Maybe the survival rate can be higher in the missions afterward. Wei Xian shouted. "Yes, Lieutenant." Wang Qiwen nodded noncommittally with a flat face. Autumn Moonlighting cowered in the corner as if she were a quail and gave an oh-so-quiet cry. Lu Ning is fuming. Colin smiled at Wei Xian. "There aren't so many rules here. Just relax. We'll all be teammates and friends from now on. There's no superior and subordinate except during the mission." Wei Xian scratched his head and smiled coyly. "Sorry, I'm used to it." "It's okay, take your time getting used to it." As they spoke, several people arrived at the negative floor. The negative floor likewise had a corridor with floors and walls made of black metal. Unlike the upper floors, the corridor was much longer than the 3rd floor, flanked by room doors. Colin led the 4 into the first room on the left. The room was huge, almost a couple hundred square feet, and the interior was pretty empty, with some gym equipment and stuff sitting in the corner. An old man with gray hair and a thin frame was sitting in a rocking chair by the door reading a magazine. Lu Ning saw that on the cover of the magazine were 2 beautiful women in cool swimsuits. Colin coughed lightly. "Old Chin, I've brought a newcomer." Chin Feng put down the magazine in his hand and sized up a few people. When he saw Xiao Yulin, his eyes lit up. "There's even a little beauty." "Ha, hey, Colin, the quality of this batch is high." "Ha." Colin's head was full of black lines as he said, "Don't scare people." Chin Feng saw Xiao Yulin take a silent step backward and let out a dry laugh. "Just kidding." He then got up from the recliner and stretched. "All right, you can go. I'll just take them." Colin nodded and turned his head to look at a few of the newcomers. When his eyes made contact with Lu Ning, he fell silent. Then he looked at Chin Feng and said, "About Lu Ning, the captain has spoken to you, right?" Chin Feng raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lu Ning. "Well, said so. Then take care of yourself." Chin Feng grinned. "Okay." The 3 of them, Wang Qiwen, looked curiously at Lu Ning. What was so special about Lu Ning that he let Colin and Chin Feng communicate alone? Lu Ning was still fuming. After Colin left, Chin Feng looked at a few people and stood with his hands folded. His thin body was a bit hunched over, and his smile carried a bit of lewdness as he said, "All right, in the next period of time, I'll teach you all about various things such as action teams, mist, mutations, and awakenings, as well as teaching you the ability to fight. I hope you all listen well to the lectures, lest if you die in the future, the old man will still have to burn incense for you all." Wang Qiwen skimmed his mouth and muttered in a low voice, "Curse who? The next arrangement is like this. In the morning we'll study the cultural content, in the afternoon we'll study the combat content, and in the evening we'll go back to our respective homes after work. Okay? Now that it's already afternoon, let's learn the combat content first." Chin Feng said this and paused slightly before speaking. "From now on, everyone will be teammates of the 7th team. In battle, understanding your companions and your own abilities will allow you to formulate a clearer battle plan based on the situation. So our first lesson is to introduce ourselves and get to know the team members." He swept his gaze over a few people and smiled. "Let's come one by one and introduce ourselves, including our awakened abilities. Little sister, you go first." He. Xiao Yulin took a few steps back as Chin Feng laughed at her. However, she took a deep breath and then said, "My name is Akizuki Lin. I'm 17 years old. I originally attended Luna High School, and I was recruited to the bureau 4 days ago when I awakened my mega power ability." Chin Feng nodded his head repeatedly, and when he saw Xiao Yulin stop, he was a bit undeterred and said, "What else?" And Akizuki Rin blinked with a puzzled expression, her eyes with the characteristic clarity of a high school student. "That's like personality, hobbies, triangles, that sort of thing?" Autumn Moon Lin lost her color. Her eyes reddened, and she almost cried out. The trio of Wei Xian on the side looked at Chin Feng as if they were looking at an animal. Lu Ning was surprised. Is this workplace sexual harassment? It's the first time I've seen it. Qin Feng's smile stiffened and he coughed dryly. Just kidding. Older people are more curious. Let's understand. Okay, next. It's you. Qin Feng pointed at Wei Xian. My name is Wei Xian. I'm 24 years old. I was originally a mid-level magistrate in the security bureau, and I was recruited into the bureau 4 days ago when I awakened my petrification ability. What about you, young man? Qin Feng looked at Wang Qiwen. Wang Qiwen on the side heard the two introduce their abilities and instantly revealed an expression of complacency and pride. Wang Qiwen, 22 years old, just graduated from university, awakened the water control ability yesterday ago. Water control. Ha, quite a good elemental system ability. Qin Feng nodded. He then looked toward Lu Ning, a complex color flashing in his eyes. You introduced them too? Wang Qiwen and the three of them all looked toward Lu Ning, their eyes filled with curiosity. Earlier, Colin and Qin Feng had mentioned Lu Ning alone, and it was clear that he was different from the others. My name is Lu Ning, and I am over 2,000 years old. Is the awakened ability a superpower? Then I'm probably resurrected or undead? The three Wang Qiwen. The atmosphere was silent, and Wang Qiwen said with an ugly face, You're playing us? Wei Xian scratched his head and said, Yeah man, over 2,000 years old is too funny, right? Akazuki Lin also nodded. And, moreover, the awakening ability is immortality? It means it won't die? How can you have such an ability? Just then, Qin Feng's calm voice silenced the three. What he said is true. The three of them stared wide-eyed at Qin Feng, who had a serious expression, and then at Lu Ning, who was expressionless and seemed to be wandering around. The air was suddenly quiet. Chapter 10 Awakening of Powers. Hey, 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 are you kidding me? How can anyone live for more than 2,000 years? That's too fake, isn't it? And the awakened ability is immortality? Wang Qiwen looked at Qin Feng with a skeptical expression. You guys have joined forces to fool us newbies, right? Although Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin didn't say anything, there was also disbelief in their eyes. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Little to see and much to wonder. The stronger the awakened person is, the stronger the spirit and the physical body will become, and the life force and life expectancy will also be increased. Theoretically, not to mention 2,000 years old, 20,000 years old can live. That's also a very strong awakened. Isn't he a newcomer? Wang Qiwen interrupted Qin Feng and pointed at Lu Ning. Lu Ning's situation is not quite the same. He came out of the mist. As soon as those words came out, all three of them seemed to have encountered something unclean. Backing away from Lu Ning as far away as possible. I haven't finished yet. Qin Feng saw the horrified look of Wang Qiwen's trio and said in a bad mood. You guys don't have to worry about him getting sick. His spiritual pollution level is 0, lower than all of you. It was as if the three of them had heard something heavenly, and their expressions became even more disbelieving. Looking at them, Qin Feng sighed with a tired heart and then didn't bother to explain. Anyway, that's how the situation is. The headquarters has already confirmed that Lu Ning is not at risk of lesions, so you guys don't need to worry. Just treat him as an ordinary person who is just awakened. The three of them looked at Lu Ning, whose expression was calm as if he didn't care, and then at Qin Feng, falling into hesitation. After a few breaths, Wei Xian took a deep breath and spoke. Since it's already been confirmed from above, then of course I trust the headquarters unconditionally. With that, he walked over and extended his hand to Lu Ning, smiling somewhat apologetically. I'm sorry, as teammates, we shouldn't have doubted you. Lu Ning snapped back from his delirium. Oh, it's fine. He reached out and shook Wei Xian's hand, and he could clearly hear Qiao Yulin and Wang Qiwen sucking in cold air. The warrior. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that the commotion was over, he laughed. Now that we all know each other a bit better, we can play better matches with each other in combat training, based on each other's abilities. Let's continue the lesson. The strength of the awakened ability can be made stronger by boosting the spiritual power, and developing the ability in depth. Just like Wei Xian, you use the ability to see. Perhaps seeing Wei Xian's military nature, Qin Feng let Wei Xian do the demonstration. Wei Xian nodded and let out a low gulp, and in the next moment, his hands transformed into grayish-white rocks. Qin Feng made Wei Xian touch his hands with a thumping sound. He explained from the side. Everyone look at Wei Xian's ability. Because of his lack of spiritual power, Wei Xian can only petrify his hands right now. If his spiritual power is strong enough, then he can cover his petrification ability with his entire arm, or even his entire body, so that there are no defense loopholes. And if he continued to develop it, right now his petrification ability turned into marble. After that it could be turned into a harder rock, such as corundum. Or even diamond? Wouldn't that make it stronger as well? Seeing Wei Xian's few people nodding slightly thoughtfully, Qin Feng smiled and said, "It takes time to develop your abilities. You need to know enough about your own abilities, as well as have enough imagination and creativity, coupled with constant practice in order to improve." Speaking here, Qin Feng's expression became a few points more serious, however. "I would like to remind you that ability usage requires the consumption of spiritual energy, and once an awakened person's spiritual energy is overconsumed, it can easily lead to increased spiritual contamination, which can in turn lead to lesions. So when practicing your abilities, you must be careful and never allow yourselves to fall into a state of mental weakness. Do you understand this point?" "Understood," Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin called out. Wang Chuan said breathlessly, "Got it." And Lu Ning opened his mouth and asked, "My spiritual pollution level has always been 0. Is it possible to keep practicing to improve my abilities?" Qin Feng 4, underscore? They stared wide-eyed at Lu Ning, who had spoken, and fell into silence, as if the door to a new world had been opened. Qin Feng muttered, asterisk 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 asterisk? It can still be like this? No, like it can really be like this? With envy in his eyes, Wang Chuan said sourly, "The fact that your current spiritual pollution isn't elevated doesn't mean that it won't be elevated when your spiritual power becomes weaker." Qin Feng thought about it and spoke. What Wang Chuan said is also somewhat reasonable. Lu Ning, you can try to consume your spiritual power. When it is consumed to a certain extent, then see if your spiritual pollution will be elevated. Once it is elevated, you won't be able to drain yourself of your spiritual power to exercise. No, it won't. I've died twice before at HQ when I was tired, but the mental pollution didn't elevate. As soon as those words came out, everyone, including Qin Feng, looked at Lu Ning with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Lu Ning, on the other hand, continued to ask, "Then how am I supposed to exercise my abilities? Keep killing myself and then resurrecting?" Lu Ning said suicide and resurrection without expression, as if he was saying that he was going to eat red meat today. This calm look made the four men's scalps tingle. Xiao Yulin's body was trembling slightly as she silently moved away from Lu Ning. Wei Xian couldn't help but grin. "Dude, you're normal. I'm a little flustered." Wang Chuan muttered. "You are crazy, right?" Lu Ning calmly explained. "I'm normal. I just won't die." After saying this he paused and added, "You have nothing to fear." 4. The air fell into an awkward silence. Qin Feng then coughed dryly and spoke. "Have you ever tried slightly injuring yourself to see if you can recover? Maybe not only can you be resurrected from death, but injuries will also be restored." "Ah." Before Qin Feng could finish his words, Lu Ning had already stretched out his right hand to break his left hand with force. With a crunching sound, Lu Ning's arm twisted into a strange shape. The four of them looked at the expressionless Lu Ning with open mouths and blank faces. They then saw Lu Ning suddenly laugh. "It really hurts. Ha 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 ha. It's so good." Perhaps it was because he had been in the mist for too long. Every time he could clearly feel that he was still alive. Lu Ning felt unusually happy and smiled very happily. The other four were creeped out when they saw that Lu Ning was actually smiling so happily. Wang Chuan silently moved to Qin Feng's side and whispered through gritted teeth, "Are you guys sure he's okay? Really sure?" Qin Feng opened his mouth and just wanted to speak. Xiao Yulin, however, thought of something and inquired, Lu Ning, you injured yourself so badly. What if you can't recover yourself?" Lu Ning glanced at Xiao Yulin, seemingly not understanding why she would inquire about such a strange question. "Wouldn't it be better to commit suicide once? When I'm resurrected, my injuries will be restored." The air was quiet again. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched, and facing Wang Chuan's forced gaze, he lowered his voice and laughed dryly. "Ha ha ha, headquarters is sure. I don't know." Chapter 11, Spirit Quenching Method. As soon as Qin Feng's words were finished, Lu Ning's twisted arm returned to its original state. Lu Ning clenched his own fist, then looked at Qin Feng and said, "It looks like I'll be able to recover from my injuries as well." Wang Chuan and Qin Feng immediately stopped whispering. Qin Feng coughed dryly and said, "So it seems that as long as you heal yourself after you've been injured, you can also enhance your abilities." Speaking of this, Qin Feng said with some envy, "Since your spiritual pollution won't worsen, you can be free from worrying about lesion hazards, and your ability development to become stronger should be faster." Lu Ning nodded slightly and stopped speaking. Qin Feng continued to teach. The ability enhancement I mentioned before was depth development, and the next thing I'm going to talk about is spiritual power enhancement. This involves the strength and weakness of the awakened person. So let's talk about that first. After awakening your abilities, you should be able to feel your own spiritual power, right? Lu Ning's four men all nodded their heads. Lu Ning could see a cloud of white gas flowing in his mind when he closed his eyes these days. He had asked Lin Xiao, who had told him that this was his spiritual power after his awakening. Scientists have been studying the spiritual radiation emanating from the mist since the early mist era, and have discovered that awakened people likewise absorb spiritual radiation to become awakened, and can consciously absorb spiritual radiation. After years of research, our Federation has created a spiritual quenching method suitable for awakened people to use. This quenching method quenches one's spiritual power by absorbing the power of spiritual radiation, and then we categorize the awakened into the 1st to the 9th rank based on the strength of their spiritual power, with the 1st to the 4th rank being the lower rank, the 5th to the 7th rank being the middle rank, and the 8th and the 9th rank being the higher rank, in addition to the saintly and demigodly ranks above the 9th rank. Speaking here, Qin Feng paused, a look of awe surfacing in his eyes. According to the deduction of the powerful and scientific research teams, above the demigods, there should be an even higher level, and that's the level where the evil gods that some cults believe in are located. Hearing this, Wang Qiwen asked with some curiosity, is there this level in the Federation now? Qin Feng glanced at Wang Qiwen and shook his head. No. Wang Qiwen skimmed his lips and didn't say anything. Xiao Yulin then inquired, so all we have to do is learn this spirit tempering method and we can raise our strength? That's right. However, each level has a corresponding bottleneck. When you reach the bottleneck, your spiritual power cannot continue to rise. Only by breaking this obstacle can you continue to rise. Then how should it be broken? Wei Xian asked curiously. Everyone's situation is different. Some people break their bottlenecks due to huge spiritual fluctuations. Some break their bottlenecks by using the quenching method persistently. And some break their bottlenecks by going with the flow after relaxing their spirit. However, it is certain that the lower the level of spiritual contamination is, the lower the difficulty of breaking the bottleneck is. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Wei Xian and the three of them looked at Lu Ning at the same time. Wang Qiwen whispered, asterisk. How can he take advantage of everything? Xiao Yulin said with some envy, brother Lu Ning is so nice. The bottleneck is probably easily broken. Wei Xian also nodded. Qin Feng sighed and said, you guys don't have to envy Lu Ning. As I said before, he's very special. In fact, there is only one human in the entire Federation. Lu Ning, who has a spiritual pollution level of 0%. Note that I'm talking about all humans from the beginning of the Misty Era until now. Seeing that Wang Qiwen and the three of them were still a bit upset, Qin Feng continued, alright, next I'll teach you the spiritual quenching method. It's actually very simple. Use your own spiritual power to perceive the spiritual radiation from the outside world, and after you perceive it, use your own spiritual power to absorb the spiritual radiation from the outside world into your body. Pay attention next. Speaking here, Qin Feng gave the four a serious look. All spiritual radiation from the outside world carries spiritual pollution, so absorbing spiritual radiation will cause the phenomenon of deepening spiritual pollution, and the spirit will feel the pressure, and may even experience visions as well as inexplicable whispers. Wei Xian's three faces changed instantly, as if he didn't see it. Qin Feng continued, don't panic at this time, because this deepening of spiritual pollution is temporary. When you feel a pressure on your spirit, don't continue to absorb the external spiritual radiations. Instead, start quenching the spiritual radiations that have already been absorbed. And when these spiritual radiations are completely quenched, the spiritual pollution will be gradually reduced. And when it is reduced to a sufficient degree, you will be able to continue to absorb it. This process needs to be slowly ground. You can't be in a hurry and don't think of shortcuts. Wang Qiwen inquired. Then what if too much spiritual radiation is absorbed? Qin Feng glanced at him and revealed a lewd smile. Lesions, and then before you can do any damage, we'll kill you and collect your corpse in the process. Xiao Yulin's face turned even paler, and Wei Xian frowned. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat silent, Qin Feng comforted. You guys don't think so much. As long as you're careful, there's basically no danger. Anyway, so many years down the line, because of the quenching of the spirit of the lesion of the awakened, I remember no more than 5. Hearing this, the three of them looked a little better. As for Lu Ning, his mood did not fluctuate in the slightest, because it wouldn't really matter to him. After teaching the methods and points of quenching spiritual radiation to the 4, Qin Feng said with a lewd smile, the first spiritual quenching. Let's start here. I'll watch from the sidelines so that you guys don't make accidents yourselves when the time comes. The rest of the day will be used for you to perceive the spiritual radiation in the outside world. Wang Qiwen was a bit dissatisfied. It's only 4 o'clock now. Where does it take 2 hours? Qin Feng heckled. 2 hours? Just for you little rookies who have just awakened. The first time you perceive spiritual radiation from the outside world, it's simply impossible without a day. Some of you with poorer qualifications took days to perceive successfully. Hearing this, Wang Qiwen sneered and said with his hands clasped over his chest, that's someone else. I'm an awakened water control ability. The talent must be very high. at most 2 hours. I definitely perceived it. Whatever you think of yourself, get started. You'll need quiet for the sensing. Sit away from each other and all of you stay quiet. Qin Feng waved his hand, and Lu Ning's 4 men instantly went to the corners of the room and sat down individually. There is no specific sitting position for sensing spiritual radiation. You can sit however you want. Lu Ning leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. The next moment, he sensed that there were very thin fluctuations outside of his body, and as he looked closely, he realized that these fluctuations were likewise white mist, only so thin that they could almost be ignored. This is spiritual radiation? Lu Ning followed what Qin Feng had taught him earlier, using his spiritual power to seduce and try to absorb these white mists. In the next moment, these white mists were as if they were iron shavings that had been sucked over by an iron suction stone, and without any resistance at all, they quickly entered Lu Ning's brain. As for what Qin Feng had said before, that after absorbing spiritual radiation, it would lead to greater spiritual pressure and even hallucinations and whispers, Lu Ning did not appear. He followed the way of the quenching method and began to use his own spiritual power to quench the spiritual radiation he had just absorbed little by little as if it were a grinding wheel. Soon, he felt his spiritual power rising at a slow but determined pace. Chapter 12. Well, it's almost quitting time, so that's it for today. Qin Feng's voice was illusory, as if it came from a distant region, waking Lu Ning up. It seemed as if only a few seconds had passed in Lu Ning's perception, not realizing that 2 hours had already passed so quickly. The process of quenching his spiritual power seemed to make him forget about the passage of time. Qin Feng put his hands behind his back, hunched over, and smiled. Well, sense the spiritual radiation yet? Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin shook their heads with a lost face. Qin Feng looked at Wang Qiwen, who had previously blurted out a bit of embarrassment, and said, I'm so close. If I'm given a bit more time, I'm sure I'll be able to perceive success. Qin Feng laughed. Young man, don't be too proud. Qin Feng then looked at Lu Ning. How are you? Lu Ning nodded and calmly said, I've already perceived success. What? Seriously? How did you do it so quickly? Wang Qiwen had originally felt a bit humiliated by Qin Feng's words, and when he heard Lu Ning's words, his eyes widened in disbelief. Even Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin looked at Lu Ning in amazement. Qin Feng was also a little surprised, but only a little, as he glanced at Wang Qiwen and said, It's just a small scene. What a fuss. He then looked at Lu Ning and said, With your special characteristics, it's normal. Since perception was successful, then next you'll need to start trying to absorb the spiritual radiation and finally quench it. These 2 steps are more difficult than perception, and may take a bit of time. After you go back, you can trying them out yourself first. Lu Ning replied, I've already started quenching my spiritual power. The air was quiet for a moment, including Qin Feng. The 4 of them looked at Lu Ning with eyes as if they were looking at some kind of monster. Qin Feng was shocked. You said you've started quenching your spiritual power? Damn it, how could it be so fast? How is it possible? Lu Ning was puzzled. Is this difficult? Wei Xian trio. Their mouths were open and they didn't even know how to retort. Especially Wang Qiwen. His face flushed red, and his breathing felt a little unsteady. Qin Feng likewise had his old face redden and growled in a low voice. Isn't it difficult? You've only just come into contact with the spirit tempering method. How many people need to spend weeks or even a month or 2 to reach the step of quenching spiritual radiation? It's still not hard? Wang Qiwen's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy as he said, Lu Ning, how did you do it? How did you succeed in sensing so quickly? Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin also looked at Lu Ning with curious faces. Lu Ning thought for a moment, then said, After I listened to Elder Qin's words, I followed his introduction and then it worked. The 4 Qin Fengs were silent. That's it? There's no special way or anything like that? Wang Qiwen was a little less than dead-hearted. Lu Ning thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, I think what Elder Qin said is quite simple. Just follow it yourself. The atmosphere was awkward for a brief moment. Then Qin Feng coughed dryly and said, Perhaps this has something to do with Lu Ning's own specialness. He then looked towards the 3 Wang Qiwen who were a bit skeptical and comforted them. Still, Lu Ning is special. You don't have to think about being like him. The 3 Wang Qiwen returned to their senses, then nodded helplessly. Alright, you guys have worked hard today, so the lesson will end here and continue tomorrow morning. You guys can go to the 3rd floor and look for that Lin Xiao kid. Qin Feng waved his hand and started to drive people away. Lu Ning's trio nodded and left the room after bidding farewell to Qin Feng. Looking at the backs of the few people leaving, Qin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Surprisingly, there is such a genius who doesn't have to worry about spiritual pollution. And with the quenching method cultivation going so smoothly, the ability development shouldn't be too difficult either. Hiss. This is afraid that it is not the posture of a demigod? It's just that the origin is a bit too unreliable. Feng then shook his head and continued to recline on the rocking chair, picking up a beauty magazine and reading it. What do you care? Since the higher-ups all agree that he's not in danger, there's no need to think about it anymore. When they went upstairs, Wang Qiwen and the three of them looked at Lu Ning as if they were looking at pandas. Lu Ning, on the other hand, completely ignored their stares and fumed to himself. They came to the third floor in front of the captain's office and saw that the office door was open and Lin Xiao was sitting inside watching TV. The scene is being played out in the life and death of an obsessed man. Lin Xiao's eyes were red and she silently wiped her tears with a tissue, completely not noticing Lu Ning's four people coming over. Wei Xian knocked on the door, and Lin Xiao's whole body trembled in shock. He tossed the paper towel into the trash can and as if he had changed his face, his expression returned to seriousness. Class is over for today? Report captain. It's over. Wei Xian stood straight. No need to be so polite. Lin Xiao waved his hand as he silently took out a cigarette, but after seeing Qiu Yulin, he put it back. He then smacked his lips and said, the usual working hours of our branch is 10 in the morning and 6 at night. However, considering the special nature of our work, there should be 2 action team members on duty every night to prevent accidents at night, and other resting team members also need to keep their cell phones on to avoid special circumstances and not being able to contact anyone. Although you are not official team members now, you have joined the action team. You also need to be on duty to keep watch at night. Wei Xian and I will be on duty tonight, so the others should go back. Speaking here, Lin Xiao paused and looked at Lu Ning. Right, Lu Ning, you don't have the money to rent a room right now, do you? During this period of time, you'll be living in the staff lounge on the 4th floor, and when your paycheck is paid, you'll be able to go outside and rent a room. Lu Ning nodded. Then he asked, how much is the salary? Wang Qiwen and the three of them looked at Lu Ning with strange expressions. Wang Qiwen couldn't help but ask, you joined without asking you before? Well, I just came out of the mists and had nowhere to go. The three of them thought about Lu Ning's origins, and were suddenly enlightened. Lin Xiao said, because of the special and dangerous nature of our job, the salary is not low. Even if you are just a reserve member, you will have a base salary of 30,000 a month, which is considered a high salary in the base city. Once you have completed the training, after the transfer, the base salary is 100,000, of which there will be a bonus for completing the mission. The exact amount of the bonus will be determined according to the mission, once you sacrifice during the mission. Speaking here, Lin Xiao paused and rolled his eyes a bit impatiently. You don't have to think about this. Damn, not dying is cool. The three Wei Xian people nodded heavily at the same time. Lu Ning, oh. Lin Xiao looked at Wang Qiwen and Qiu Yulin. You guys get off work first. The two said goodbye and left. Lin Xiao added to Wei Xian. You can play in the activity room when you're on night duty. Colin is in there. You can go find him. Wei Xian nodded. Good. After Wei Xian left, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning. Let's go. I'll take you to the staff lounge. After saying that, he took out a few very large shopping bags from behind the office door. Inside here is toothpaste, toothbrush and a change of clothes, and there is also a cell phone. I've already done a good job of helping you with the card, so you can use it directly. Oh, the use of your identity card. Your certificate has come down. The same is also in there. I also bought you a wallet. Remember to put the certificate. Do not lose it. Later you can go outside and get a payroll card. There's a federal bank right outside the door. He pushed something towards Lu Ning's chest. Lu Ning subconsciously caught it. He was silent for a moment and then said to Lin Xiao, thank you. Lin Xiao took out a cigarette and lit it up, took a beautiful drag, waved his hand in an unimpressed manner, and said, I advanced the money spent, so you'll have to return it to me when you get paid. I haven't finished my mortgage and car loan yet. Good. Chapter 13, Soul Revitalization. The staff lounge is a 1-bedroom, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom suite that is nicely decorated and quiet. This made Lu Ning feel the grandeur of the Misty Affairs Bureau. After washing up, Lu Ning first went downstairs to the federal bank to get a payroll card. The account balance is 0 right now, but it will be 5 figures next month. Lu Ning's dinner was on the 3rd floor with Colin, Lin Xiao and Wei Xian. After dinner, the 4 of them played cards together for a while. Lu Ning because too long do not use the brain. Playing cards are also lazy to use the brain. Although it is just entertainment, playing very small, Lu Ning still lost more than 500. The other 3 people each win 1 or 200. The 3 Lin Xiaos revealed heartfelt smiles, and even Colin's eyes looked at Lu Ning in a friendly manner. As for the money, naturally, it would be given when Lu Ning was paid. By the time it was after 9 p.m., Colin went back to rest. His house is close to the branch. In fact, the houses of the regular members of the divisional action team are located very close to the division. In this way, it is convenient to be the first to arrive at the branch when a special situation arises. After Colin left, the card game couldn't come together. Lu Ning and Wei Xian went to play video games, while Lin Xiao hid in the captain's office to watch idol dramas. Only when it was almost 12 o'clock at night did Lu Ning return to the fourth floor to rest. He had a great day. Walking in the mists for so many years is like walking dead, not to mention. After leaving the mists and entering the headquarters, he could see many humans, but he himself was special and in the observation stage. Now it's different. He's been recognized as a non-threat and has joined the Misty Matters Bureau. The pay is good, with communicative, friendly co-workers, and the job is going well so far. Everything is slowly getting better. After that, he just had to keep getting stronger and stronger, and when he could join the Misty Quest team, he'd explore the mists and find a way home. Lying in bed, Lu Ning unprecedentedly did not daze, thinking about the future. He fell into a deep sleep holding a vision of the future. Day 2. Negative floor of Division 7. Qin Feng looked at the four and spoke. In the morning, let's study the cultural lessons. Everyone take a look at this book, The Great Events of Misty Age History. Understand a bit about our history. There are some introductions about the mists in it, as well as various cataclysms. If there's anything you don't quite understand, just ask me. Qin Feng handed out a book to each of the four people, and then lay down on the rocking chair to read a magazine by himself. Lu Ning realized that the beautiful woman on the cover of the magazine had changed. Lu Ning took a thick book of the great events of Misty Age history and flipped through it. It includes the changes in the amount of mist during the Age of Mists, from the first mist to appear in South Africa to the 100 or so that later spread across all corners of the planet. Another example is Li Yang, the first awakened person, representing the dawn of the Age of Awakening. It is worth mentioning that Li Yang was awakened in the 35th year of the Misty calendar, and he is still alive to this day, one of the demigods of the Human Federation, and the oldest guardian of the Human Federation, the Pin of the Sea. Another example is the formation of the Earth Federation in the midst of various upheavals, in which it underwent two major divisions and was eventually reunited again. Lu Ning also saw the robot rebellion caused by the AI sickness that he had talked to Lin Xiao about yesterday. It was one of the worst losses to humanity in over 2,000 years of Misty history, and the end result was that all AIs were banned from development, and even cell phones weren't that smart. Lu Ning played with his cell phone yesterday, and it felt about the same as it did before he crossed over, with features that might not even be as good as an advanced smartphone. While Lu Ning was reading, Wang Qiwen used the thick history books as pillows and lay there to sleep. Wei Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, the book turned over and resting on his thighs, but it had been half an hour since he had turned a page. Autumn Moonlighting's head nodded down as she read. As for Qin Feng, he was looking at the magazine with his eyes straight up, and every now and then he would heave a smile. The morning passed quickly. Qin Feng looked at the time, got up and smiled. Alright, culture class is over. Let's eat. Wang Qiwen directly got up from the ground with a carp flip and brightly stretched out. Sleeping well. Wei Xian turned a page with a clatter, then closed the book and nodded contentedly, as if he had learned from the book. Xiao Yulin glanced at Qin Feng somewhat sheepishly, and when she saw that Qin Feng wasn't even looking at her, she wiped away the drool at the corner of her mouth and stood up after her. Lu Ning closed the books and rose after him. Lin Xiao had already said that the Misty Affairs Bureau was inclusive of food, and the action members usually ate together. Each team member orders a dish they want to eat, and later asks Yuran to go buy it. This little girl sometimes moonlights as an errand girl. When Lu Ning and the others had just arrived on the first floor, Yuran was already waiting for them to order. Lu Ning's chosen dish, rightfully so, was still braised pork. Wang Qiwen chose fried pork with green peppers. Wei Xian chose steak, and Xiao Yulin chose sushi. They then went to the third floor to wait for dinner to start. The only person on the third floor was Colin playing a video game in the activity room. Lin Xiao wasn't here or in the captain's office. Where's the captain? Wei Xian inquired. Colin glanced at Lu Ning and spoke. Gone to see another player. Besides you and the captain, there are other team members? Wang Qiwen was a bit surprised. Xiao Yulin and Wei Xian were also a bit surprised. Colin nodded. Well, there's one more. So how come we haven't seen it? Is it on vacation? Akazuki Lin inquired curiously. Colin took a deep breath and spoke. No, she's on the verge of complete sickness and is under supervision at headquarters. The three of them, Autumn Moon Lin, opened their mouths and fell into silence. Lu Ning knew that Colin was talking about the woman named Li Mu. He inquired, are her eyes still intact? You recognize? Wang Qiwen looked at Lu Ning with a bit of surprise. Lu Ning nodded. Well, I was killed by her once before at the headquarters. Wei Xian Trio, _? Colin grunted coldly and looked at Lu Ning. Although Li Mu was originally on the verge of lesion, according to the situation at the time, her lesion was partly due to you. Wei Xian Trio, Sigma. Lu Ning nodded. That's why I'm asking. Colin's face slowed down, a look of concern appearing on his face as he said, the situation is still stable. but we still need to see if she can stabilize the mental contamination. Lu Ning nodded and stopped talking. Eventually Lin Xiao didn't make it back for lunch. After lunch and a break, they once again made their way to the negative floor. The afternoon lesson was a change from the morning's casualness as Qin Feng stood in front of the four with his hands behind his back and smiled. Yesterday, we learned about the development of awakened abilities and the spirit tempering method. Today, let's learn something else. As we all know, the human spirit and physical body echo each other. The lesions of a diseased person all start from the spirit, and after the spirit is diseased, it will lead to the physical body being diseased. The same was true for awakened people. After their spiritual power became strong, their physical power would also become stronger. When awakened people use their abilities, they must take into account the total amount of their spiritual power in spiritual pollution, and it is not unlimited. So the physical body's ability to fight is also quite important to awakened people. Today I'm going to teach you fighting techniques. These include exercising your reflexes, efficiently utilizing your physical strength, and most importantly, and unique to us awakened ones, a special attack method that resonates spiritual power with physical power, thus multiplying your own attack power by several times. This tactic is known as the Soul Vibrating Fist. Chapter 14, Soul Weapon. Seeing that Lu Ning's four were listening intently, Qin Feng was very satisfied. He loosened his back arm and stretched his body while saying, "There are two things you need to do in order to master the Soul Vibrating Fist. The first is to have enough control over one's own spiritual power and body, and the second is to, at the moment of the attack, keep one's own spiritual power and physical power at the same frequency." Just like this, Qin Feng swung a punch at the air, which seemed soft and powerless, but as the fist landed in the air, a faint white light flashed across it. The next moment, a muffled thunderous boom rang through the air. Lu Ning's four men felt a violent fist wind coming at them, making it somewhat difficult for them to breathe. Qin Feng slowly closed his fist and smiled in satisfaction when he saw the four Lu Ning. "I haven't reached perfect resonance yet, and the power is much weaker compared to perfect resonance. Theoretically, as long as your body can withstand it, the increase that perfect resonance can bring can be more than 100 times, and that punch I just threw can only increase the power by 3 times. Hiss. Wei Xian sucked in a breath of cool air. So strong? Excitement surfaced in Wang Chuan's eyes. Even Autumn Moon Lin had a look of anticipation on her face. Only Lu Ning was as expressionless as ever. Qin Feng laughed and once again carried his hands behind his back. "However, if you guys want to do this, I'm afraid you still have a long way to go. After all, you've only just awakened. It's not very realistic for you to want to control your own spiritual power perfectly, and the difficulty of controlling physical power is a bit higher than spiritual power, not to mention the resonance behind it." Lu Ning, what are you doing?" Qin Feng inquired when he saw Lu Ning suddenly stretch his arm. The three Wang Chuan people similarly looked over, a bit puzzled. Lu Ning returned. "I just listened to Qin Lao you said, and it seems like it's not very difficult. I want to try." When Wang Chuan heard this, he immediately clasped his hands on his chest and looked at Lu Ning with an excited face. "Dude, you're a bit bloated, You give it a try. If you can do it." Lousy pulls. Upside down. Boom. A faint white light flashed from Lu Ning's punched fist, interrupting Wang Chuan's words. Wang Chuan's entire body seemed to be petrified. His mouth was wide open as if he had forgotten how to close it. Just like Wang Chuan, who seemed to be petrified, there were also Qin Feng, Wei Xian and Qiu Yulin. A skeptical expression surfaced on Qin Feng's aged face, as if asking himself, "It's a done deal? It's a done deal? How come it's a done deal?" He jerked his head up and looked at Lu Ning, blood emerging from his eyes, his face reddening. "Do you kid know that old man has been practicing for 5 years to be able to throw the soul vibrating fist, swinging his fist 10,000 times a day? Why did you make it with your first punch?" His voice grew louder and his body began to tremble slightly. This caused all three of them, Autumn Moon Lin, to look at the mad-like Qin Feng with a bit of fear. Qin Lao?" Qiu Yulin called out in a small voice. Only then did Qin Feng jolt awake. He took deep breaths in succession, then smiled bitterly. "You guys can practice on your own. I'm having a bit of a mental fluctuation right now and I need to be alone." After saying that, Qin Feng seemed to have become even older in an instant. Alone. He went to the corner and slowly crouched down, took out a cigarette and smoked it in silence. Lu Ning was a bit puzzled. What happened to Elder Qin? Wei Xian's three people looked at each other in dismay. Then Wei Xian patted Lu Ning's shoulder. "You don't say anything. We also want to be quiet." Wang Chuan grinned and muttered, "It's a good thing we don't have a lot of mental pollution." Qiu Yulin glanced at Wang Chuan with a smile and spoke. "Brother Wang, if your mental pollution was high just now, aren't you going to be directly diseased?" Wang Chuan's face flushed red, and then he stammered something like, "How is the awakened person thing considered a lesion," or something like that. Wei Xian and Qiu Yulin both laughed. Wei Xian also joked in a rare moment. Wang Qiwen, what did you just say upside down for? Lu Ning also thought of Wang Qiwen's words just now and looked at him. Seeing Lu Ning look over, Wang Qiwen hurriedly said, I'm talking about washing my hair upside down. I'll go back today and wash my hair upside down. Autumn Moonlighting laughed evilly. Is that so? Why do I think I heard another word pull? You must have heard wrong, Wang Qiwen said with a serious face. Wei Xian then looked at Lu Ning with a pleading face and rubbed his hands together. Lu Ning, we're good teammates, right? Lu Ning nodded. Aha. Well, why don't you teach me? How do you do it? Hearing this, Xiao Yulin also blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ning pitifully. Brother Lu Ning, teach us. Wang Qiwen dryly coughed and blushed. Cough. That what? I also have to fit in right. Lu Ning blinked and spoke. I did what Elder Qin said just now. After he finished, I didn't think it was very difficult, and it seemed like I could do it, so I tried it and did it. Wang Qiwen's face was full of questions. You thought you could do it and then tried and did it? If it's really that simple, then old Qin would still have to practice hard for 5 years? Lu Ning thought for a moment, then spoke. Maybe Elder Qin is dumber? Qin Feng, who was hiding in the corner, suddenly stopped smoking for a split second, then exhaled more smoke. After a full 2 hours, Qin Feng was able to slow down. He told Lu Ning to play aside, then began to teach the three Wang Qiwen how to control their power. He also didn't know where to bring some eggs, and asked Wang Qiwen to peel the eggs with 3 hands, but not to break the inner membrane of the eggshell. Lu Ning, on the other hand, was practicing his soul vibrating fist on the side. According to Elder Qin's explanation, even many senior awakened did not achieve a resonance effect with every punch. It requires entering a state of absolute concentration and having absolute control over one's mental and physical bodies. But at this moment, Lu Ning was able to strike white flashes with every punch. Moreover, this white flash was faint at first, and gradually, the white light became thicker, and as Lu Ning swung his fist, the thunderous sound emitted grew louder and louder. In the midst of a loud thunderous roar, the hearts of Qin Feng's 4 men trembled. When it was time to leave work, there was an extra pile of egg liquid on the floor, and the 3 Wang Qiwen looked at Lu Ning with a ghostly look in their eyes. Lu Ning was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Is nothing. The next few days were spent reading historical events on their own in the mornings, and in the afternoons either practicing power control or ability use. Lu Ning had been practicing the soul vibrating fist. Now every time Lu Ning swung his fist, the white light was thick and dense. Qin Feng's few people were already numb. When Lin Xiao and Colin heard that Lu Ning had learned the soul vibrating fist, they even ran to the basement to see it. They then begin to doubt life and then go numb. After a few days, Qin Feng was probably thinking that he might need to teach something else in the morning's culture class to keep the 3 Wang Qiwens from going to sleep. So he opened his mouth in the morning and said, let's learn something else today. Wang Qiwen, who had already laid down and was ready to sleep, looked over curiously. What else? Lu Ning was also a bit curious. He had pretty much read the book on historical events over the past few days, and felt that he already had a general understanding of the Misty Age. He also wanted to learn something new. Originally, he was thinking about borrowing a few books to read himself. Qin Feng smiled. Today, we will talk about some special artifacts. These artifacts are known as soul artifacts. Chapter 15, The Final Examination. Soul weapon? Lu Ning and several others looked at Qin Feng curiously. Qin Feng smiled and said, soul artifacts are special artifacts that possess spiritual radiation, some of which are artificially crafted, while others are found within the mists. And soul artifacts serve a variety of purposes, some of which can enhance one's own strength, some of which can change one's own face, and some of which can detect whether or not the other party is lying and so on. Isn't this the equipment in the game? Wang Qiwen was a bit surprised. There are such things? Then won't we become strong if we equip these soul tools? Qin Feng cheerfully laughed. According to you, it is indeed somewhat similar to the equipment in the game. However, not only are soul tools rare, but they are also not something that can be used without limit. We categorize soul weapons into 4 grades based on their power and function: low risk, medium risk, high risk, and extra risk. As I mentioned earlier, soul weapons possess spiritual radiation, so naturally they also contaminate the spirit. Low-risk level spirit weapons don't have strong spiritual radiation and can be used in a limited way. As long as the number of times is controlled, there won't be too much danger. But it's different from medium-risk level spirit weapons onwards. The spiritual radiation of a medium critical level soul weapon is already not low, and there are some side effects in using it, which may not be very big, but during a battle, slight side effects may cause you to lose your life. The spiritual radiation of a high-risk level soul weapon is even a bit higher than being in the mist. A low-level awakened person may be directly diseased if they use it. Not only that, the side effects of using these soul weapons are already great. Of course, relatively, The power of high-risk level soul weapons is also very huge, and can even destroy a base city. As for the extra dangerous grade soul weapon, I don't know much about it, and I don't know if there are any soul weapons of this level in the entire Federation. What is certain is that with the use of an extra dangerous grade soul weapon, I'm afraid that even a high-level awakened may die directly, and relatively speaking, I'm afraid that its power is enough to extinguish the world. Qin Feng smiled and said, our Misty Matters Handling Bureau likewise possesses soul weapons, but they are all of them medium to low risk level. Under normal circumstances, these soul weapons are kept in safekeeping and are only used when encountering tricky tasks. Wang Chuan looked disappointed. I thought it was the same as the equipment. I didn't expect the side effects to be so great. Zhou Yulin, however, thought of something and looked at Lu Ning. If it's just a low risk level soul weapon, then can brother Lu Ning use it all the time? After all, it's not like he has to worry about spiritual radiation. Qin Feng and Wang Chuan, as well as Wei Xian, were all stunned, and then stared at Lu Ning with wide eyes. Qin Feng muttered, seems really possible? Wang Chuan's eyes went green. How is Lu Ning so cool? Is it really so good to have a mental pollution level of 0? Wei Xian's expression was a bit surprised. Lu Ning can already use the soul vibrating fist quite skillfully now, right? If we add in a low-risk level soul weapon and combine it with his ability to be undead. Hiss, how strong must this be? Lu Ning also looked at Qin Feng curiously. Can I use it then? Qin Feng frowned and thought for a moment, then spoke. I'll report back to that Lin Xiao kid later, and when we take a break this afternoon, why don't you go and talk to him? Lu Ning nodded. Good. The three of them, Wang Chuan, looked envious. In the next few moments, Qin Feng introduced several interesting low-risk grade soul tools. After the introduction, Qin Feng said some more lesion characteristics and a morning passed. During the lunch break, Lu Ning and his group returned to the activity room on the third floor. Lin Xiao and Colin are both inside. Seeing the four of them come in, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning and spoke. Old Qin just called and told me that your spiritual pollution level has always been 0, so perhaps you can use some low-risk level soul tools. Hearing this, the three Wang Chuan people pricked up their ears. Lu Ning nodded. Well, that's what Elder Qin said, so can I use it? Lin Xiao laughed. Actually, I've already discussed this point with Bureau Wang and the others when we were at the headquarters. Although you are special, the soul tool is an asset owned by the Misty Affairs Handling Bureau, and it's impossible to give it directly to someone to use. If you can perform well in your missions and accumulate merits, we can open up exchange privileges for you, and you can exchange low-risk grade soul weapons from the Bureau. Hearing this, Lu Ning revealed a hint of a smile. I see. Over the next few days, Lu Ning and Wang Chuan continued to attend the training at the same pace. The morning's cultural lessons became much richer, such as an introduction to awakening abilities, an introduction to cults and some of the evil gods they had learned about so far. There are also presentations of cases caused by lesions and such. In the afternoon, in addition to quenching the spirit and exercising strength control, Qin Feng also invited a veteran soldier to teach them how to use firearms. In response, Wang Chuan was a bit disdainful at first. I'm a water control ability. Why do I need to use firearms? Qin Feng glanced at him and grinned in derision. Can your water shield resist bullets now? Even if it does, how many shots can it block? Heavy thermal weapons can even threaten a mid-stage awakened. And you, a little rookie of only the first stage, dare to look down on firearms? Wang Chuan's face reddened with anger, but he didn't retort. There's a special range in the basement that's just for shooting practice. Veterans teach them the use, disassembly, assembly, and maintenance of various firearms, regardless of which one it was. Lu Ning was always able to do his best at once, just as he had done when learning the spirit tempering method and soul vibrating fist. When that veteran saw Lu Ning touching a gun for the first time and continuously shooting 10 rings from 100 meters away, the look in his eyes was like he was looking at a monster. And when he saw Lu Ning finish assembling the gun in 3 seconds with his eyes closed, the veteran's eyes were already looking at Lu Ning as if he was looking at a god. As for the four Wang Chuan, they were already not surprised by Lu Ning's behavior. Qin Feng often comforted the three Wang Chuan that Lu Ning was special and that there was no need to compare with him. As for Lu Ning himself, he actually felt that none of these things were difficult to learn. The entire training lasted for 20 days or so, except on the soul vibrating fist. The three of them, Wang Chuan, hadn't had any results yet. The spirit hardening method they had all been able to quench normally, and their fighting ability had also been improved in the training afterward. As for the use of firearms, the Awakened's mental power was relatively strong, and they were actually not slow to learn. Although not as good as Lu Ning, they also mastered it completely in a few days' time. This morning, Lu Ning and his group were arriving at the basement when Qin Feng spoke up. Normal reserve team member training is almost done by now. What I should teach you? I've already taught you almost as much as I can. Next is the final training assessment. As long as you pass the assessment, you'll be able to become an official team member. Chapter 16, Gang Leaders. Hearing this, Wang Qiwen immediately rubbed his fists and said with some impatience, "What is the test?" Xiao Yulin was a bit worried. "Elder Qin, will it be difficult?" Qin Feng smiled and said, "Oh, don't worry, it's not difficult at all. Considering that you're all just little rookies right now, this time the test is for you to help the security bureau deal with a gang leader." As soon as Wei Xian heard about the mission, his entire body became serious. He inquired, "Is this gang leader an awakened, or has he become diseased?" Qin Feng shook his head. "None of them. According to the intelligence, it's an ordinary person." "Ha? A commoner? You want us to do that? What does the security bureau do?" Wang Qiwen bristled with some disappointment. Wei Xian immediately glared at Wang Qiwen and said angrily, "Wang Qiwen, how do you talk?" Seeing Wei Xian angry, Wang Qiwen skimmed his mouth and didn't continue to say more. Qin Feng laughed. Although this gang leader is just an ordinary person, he has quite a few good men under his hands, and he also has some arms in his private stash. So in a head-on conflict, you four First Order awakened, you won't necessarily be able to beat him. Upon hearing that there were surprisingly a lot of arms, this instantly made Wang Qiwen stop complaining. After a few days of shooting training, Wang Qiwen was able to understand the power of firearms. But if you guys are careful and utilize your awakened abilities, assassinating a gang leader shouldn't be too hard. How about it? Are you confident? If you can't, either you guys should just go home and forget about it. Just don't do this business. After all, the dangers you'll encounter in the future can be much greater than now. How can it not work? Wang Qiwen immediately said. Autumn Moonlin took a deep breath and also said firmly, "I want to participate in the mission." Wei Xian also said, "Me too." Lu Ning just nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Good. In that case the mission is finalized and Colin will take you to communicate with the sheriff's department when the evening rolls around. For now, you guys do your own mental construction. After all, guns have no eyes, and although you are all awakened, you are still weak and could still die. With his hands behind his back, Qin Feng returned to his rocking chair and continued to start reading a magazine. Lu Ning stepped to the side to continue his workout, and before long, the roar of the soul-vibrating fist rang out rhythmically. The remaining three Wei Xian looked at each other, then each began to exercise. Even Wang Qiwen was no exception. Time passed and soon it was 6 o'clock in the evening. Lu Ning's four followed Colin as well as Lin Xiao for dinner, and after dinner, Colin got up, rested his eyes, and smiled. "Alright, let's go." Before leaving, Lin Xiao seriously looked at a few people. "Do the task, must pay attention to safety, do not venture into, once there is a danger to life, to retreat in time, after all, life is only once." "Oh, Lu Ning, you accept, when it really can not you temple back, can it?" Lu Ning nodded. "Okay." Lin Xiao grinned. "I knew you kid was dependable. When the time comes, if you get more credit, you'll get a bigger bonus. Understand?" None of the three Wang Qiwen said anything. They were all feeling the pressure as they approached the start of the mission. Colin led the four out of the branch and into the parking lot. His ride was an off-road vehicle that was as wild as a beast compared to Lin Xiao's sports car. There was a lot of space in the car, with Xiao Yulin sitting in the passenger seat and Lu Ning's three big men squeezed into the back seat. Colin started the vehicle and, seeing the subdued atmosphere, smiled and spoke. "Lin's still the first girl to get in my passenger seat." Autumn Moonlighting sniffed and instantly tensed up, somewhat at a loss for words. Then I'll take a taxi?" Colin was quick to reassure. "It's fine. I'm not complaining. I was just mentioning it off the top of my head. You guys all seem nervous? In fact, there is no need to be too nervous. Your shooting training I also went to see. Are good, plus you are awakened. Not to mention the awakening ability, even on the physical quality is more than ordinary people. This time is not for you to clash with the other side head-on. As an awakened person, want to assassinate a commoner, is not difficult, as long as to play their original strength. Be careful and will not have what's the problem." Wei Xian was originally a bit better. After all, he was originally a magistrate, and nodded. "We understand. Thank you, Lieutenant." Colin's words relaxed a few people's emotions. Soon they arrived at their destination this time. It was an ordinary-looking residential house in a residential neighborhood. After Colin knocked on the door, Lu Ning soon heard footsteps ringing inside. The footsteps stopped at the door. After waiting for a few seconds, the door to the room opened and a middle-aged man with a country face revealed his face. He smiled and greeted, "Lieutenant Colin, there you are." Wei Xian was a bit surprised. "Officer Bowen? I didn't realize it was you." Bowen looked at Wei Xian and laughed. "Wei Xian, you are now a celebrity in our security bureau, and you even joined the Misty Bureau's action team. It's considered to give us a hard face. Do well. Wei Xian quickly stood up straight and saluted. Yes, Wei Xian will definitely live up to his instructions. Colin smiled. Catch up if you want. Go inside. Berwin nodded his head in a hurry. Come in, all of you. Several people entered the room in a line. After Lu Ning entered the room, he swept his gaze around and realized that the room was very slightly dim. The living room had only a small, very faint light on, and a bearded youth stood by the window. The windows were drawn with curtains, and he peered out through the cracks in the curtains. On the couch in the living room, there were 2 other men and 2 women sitting. Uneaten fast food containers lay on the coffee table in the living room. The few magistrates on the couch rose when they saw Colin and the others enter and looked at them with curious faces. The young man at the window merely glanced at it before withdrawing his gaze and continuing to stare. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and introductions, Berwin motioned for a few people to take their seats. Colin rested his eyes, a svelte smile on his face. Senior Sheriff Berwin, you and my team will introduce the mission. No problem. Berwin nodded, his expression serious. The target this time is Gao Tianlin, the top leader of the Peach Heart Gang, a major gang in Base City. The Peach Heart Gang's underground industry involves various areas such as drug trafficking, human trafficking, organ trafficking, and loan sharking. Because Gao Tianlin is cautious, the Peach Heart Gang's industry has been developing in the shadows for a short period of time, causing a great deal of negative impact within the Base City. It also took us a lot of time and effort, and even quite a few sacrifices, to find the evidence and discover the residence of the leader, Gao Tianlin, as well as roughly confirm his whereabouts. Berman drank a mouthful of water, moistened his throat, and continued, according to our investigation, Gao Tianlin attaches great importance to his own safety. He usually goes out and takes 6 or even more subordinates with him, and we can be sure that all of these subordinates have firearms on their bodies, and they may not even just be basic handguns, but may have more advanced firearms. And his residence, security is even tighter. In order to prevent beating the bushes, we do not dare to investigate in depth. Not quite sure of the specifics, but a preliminary estimate. There should be a minimum of 15 subordinates. Firearms may have sniper rifles present. A sniper rifle? Are you kidding me? How are we going to do this kind of mission? Wang Chuan's face changed. Wang Chuan's hasty interruption caused Berman and the others to look over. Colin smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, my crew is on their first mission and are still a bit immature. Wang Chuan also realized his abruptness. He closed his mouth and stopped talking. Berwin smiled. Understandable. Understandable. Colin smiled. What I need to confirm is that there are no awakened or diseased people present among them, right? This we can confirm. There really isn't. Colin nodded. So tell us about your plans. Chapter 17 The Plan. Berman coughed lightly and spoke. Gao Tianlin's residence is located in the deepest part of this villa area across the street, and behind the villa he's in is a small hill. We suspect that there's an escape route within his villa that can lead directly to the hill. Berwin took out a map and spread it out on the coffee table. On it was a topographical map of the entire villa area, with one of the deepest villas circled in red. He pointed his finger at the villa, and then at the hill marking the back of the villa. Our plan is like this. The operation time is 3 a.m. At this time, Gao Tianlin should have already rested, and all of you operatives will act as the pointmen to sneak into the villa from all directions and carry out the decapitation plan. Considering that both the exterior and interior of the villa are protected by Gao Tianlin's men, infiltration is very difficult, and in the event that the infiltration fails, our men will support you with firepower and can also act as a decoy to distract the other side. Ensure that you guys can enter the residence for decapitation. Also, considering the possible escape routes, my opinion is to place 2 people in the direction of the hill to watch, so that we can form a dragnet and surround Gao Tianlin. When Wei Xian heard this, he immediately said, But Officer Bowen, if they have so many men and strong firepower, once one of us is exposed, the danger of you acting as bait is too high. Otherwise, let us do it. We're a bit stronger. You guys are much more precious as awakened than we are. It's better to let us do this kind of dangerous job. And decapitation requires sharp strength. You guys are also more suitable than us. A strong brown-haired youth on the side who hadn't said anything spoke up. Berwin nodded. Nick's words are what I meant too. Wei Xian sniffed, still a bit unhappy, as he turned his head to look at Colin. Colin smiled slightly. I just brought you here. I'm not in charge of this mission. This is your training test, so naturally the 4 of you will make your own decisions. You guys can discuss it. Hearing this, Wei Xian turned his head to look at the 3 Lu Ning. What do you guys think? Wang Chuan glanced at a few magistrates before speaking. Decapitation operations, if you're doing them, usually do require pointy strength, right? I think their plan is alright. Wei Xian frowned. but once our actions are exposed, then they are in too much danger. Wang Qiwen was instantly dissatisfied. Wei Xian, you don't think we're not in danger, do you? No one knows the situation inside that Gao Tianlin's residence right now. We're the ones infiltrating. Our danger can be greater than theirs. Wei Xian opened his mouth and fell into silence. Zhou Yulin glanced at Wei Xian, who was still a bit hesitant, and said in a low voice, I think Brother Wang has a point. Berwin nodded and said, these two team members are right. Wei Xian, your task is heavier than ours. Just then, Lu Ning spoke up. Otherwise, you guys can just stand guard around the villa. Let the four of us do this mission. Berwin and several other magistrates were stunned. Nick frowned. What do you mean? I mean, you guys just keep anyone from escaping. It's enough for us to go in. Team member Lu Ning. What I just said might not have been clear enough. The other side's firepower is fierce. If there's no one to distract you, once you fail to infiltrate, you might be surrounded and die 10 deaths. Lu Ning nodded. Well, I hear you. The other side has a lot of firepower, so you guys just wait outside to avoid sacrifices. Nick instantly rose in dissatisfaction. You look down on us? Although we're not awakened and don't have your special abilities, we're still willing to make our own contribution for the safety of the base city. A few other magistrates didn't look too good when they looked at Lu Ning. Berwin frowned and was about to speak when Colin smiled to stop him as he looked at Lunin. Lunin, what are your thoughts? If anyone is spotted, I'll just draw fire while the others continue to sneak in. Wang Qiwen was a bit reluctant. Lu Ning, your strength is the strongest among us, and if you don't dive in, we'll be a lot weaker. Wei Xian spoke up instead. I think it's fine. In the end, that Gao Tianlin is just an ordinary person. Are we awakened ones still afraid of an ordinary person? Wang Qiwen, you won't be such a wimp, right? It occurred to Wang Qiwen that Gao Tianlin was just an ordinary person. He stopped being nervous and laughed. What's so wimpy about it? That's fine then. Autumn Moon Lin also agreed. I don't have a problem with it either. Then it's decided. Lu Ning spoke. Hey, is this how you guys are going to act? Nick looked at Lu Ning with an incredulous expression. Are you crazy? The firepower outside Gao Tianlin's residence is very strong. Aren't you afraid of dying if you draw fire alone? Not afraid. Lu Ning said back. Nick several? Another young woman also spoke up. Team member Lu Ning, you don't have to worry about us. Although we are ordinary people, we are not goons. Berwin looked to Colin. What do you say, Lieutenant Colin? Colin spoke up. Lunin's situation is unique. It's their mission. Let's follow their plan. Several of Nick's men stared at Colin with wide eyes and some disbelief, as if they thought Colin was sending his team to their deaths. Just then, the youth who had been standing by the window watching spoke up. Sir, Gao Tianlin's car is back. Berwin was silent for a moment, then glanced deeply at Colin and Lu Ning and spoke. Sure you want to follow this plan? Lu Ning nodded. Aha. Berwin and a few other magistrates looked at each other and lapsed into silence. Their mission was to assist and cooperate with the action team members to complete this mission. Naturally, Lu Ning's plan for them was the main focus. It's still some time before we start the operation, so let's discuss the details again so that we don't miss anything, Berwin said somewhat helplessly. In the hours that followed, the four Lu Ning and the magistrates, including Berman, began to discuss the details of the previous plan. The end result was that Lu Ning's four men sneaked in from the four directions of the villa, and the route had already been planned. Once someone was exposed, a warning shot was fired, and Lu Ning immediately rushed to support them and acted as a decoy to draw the other men in. The rest of the infiltration team continued to operate in the shadows. Considering the situation inside the villa was unknown to all of them, the team members operating in the dark had a heavy task ahead of them. As for the magistrates, they were laying down a defense line on the periphery of the villa, and once Gao Tianlin took advantage of the chaos to escape, he would be directly shot. Time passed and soon it was 3 in the morning. There were dark clouds drifting in the sky today, and the villa area across the street from the residential building was dim and quiet. The young magistrate who had been watching from behind the curtains only saw 2 women enter the villa area during this time, and Gao Tianlin did not leave. Time's up. Good luck with your mission. Colin propped up his glasses and looked at a few people with a smile. Lu Ning nodded slightly and stood up, followed by the 3 Wang Qiwen and Nick and a few other magistrates. The crowd's expressions became serious. Go. Several people left the housing and closed the door. All that remained in the whole dimly lit room was Berwin, Colin and the young magistrate who was still watching. Berwin glanced at the closed door of the room with some concern. Isn't this mission too hard for them? So many criminals with loaded guns are not that easy to deal with. Colin smiled civilly. These years there have been more and more incidents of lesions, and the mists have appeared more frequently. The members of the action team must be more elite and powerful to be able to do so. And if you can't accomplish such a mission, how will you survive in the ones that come after it? Berwin looked at Colin and smiled helplessly. I heard that this month, you and Captain Lin are the only two people holding up the 7th district. Hard work to you guys. Colin smiled slightly. It's our responsibility. We, the Mist Bureau Operations, are supposed to be the guardians of Base City in the face of the disease, aren't we? Chapter 18, The Siege. The group quickly arrived at the entrance of the villa area across the road. There were 8 men in all, 4 from Lu Ning and 4 from the sheriff. The security of the villa area was quite strict, but Lu Ning and his group had already gotten permission to visit one of the families in the villa area, so they entered it without any problems. The whole villa area covers a large area with low residential density and high greening rate, and the roads between the woods are curved and extended, as if located in a forest park. This caused Wang Qiwen to skim his lips. Those rich people are really cool. The base city is not worth an inch of land. They even got such a big piece of land to build a villa area. How many people can live in this? There's still no telling how many people outside don't even have a place to live. The sheriff and others were silent. They were different from the Misty Bureau action team. The Misty Bureau were all awakened and had a high status. The Security Bureau were all ordinary people. If they accidentally said the wrong thing, they might have to be laid off. Those who can live in such a place are naturally either rich or noble. Wei Xian said, "Alright, let's talk. The mission is important, and it's not a good influence if people hear it." Wang Qiwen skimmed his mouth, unimpressed. At this point in time, where else can anyone listen to? Before he could finish, there was silence. 2 figures came face to face in front of the road. As he approached, Lu Ning saw that it was 2 women. Both women were exquisitely made up and beautiful to look at. When they saw Lu Ning and his group, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes, and they looked at them a few more times before carefully walking past Lu Ning's group. Nick's eyes were still chasing the 2 beauties, and only when they turned the corner out of sight did he turn around and say with a look of certainty, "If you ask me, these 2 must be the lovers of some rich guy here." The youth on the side who had been silent and didn't say anything was also showing envy. "It's good to be rich." The woman on the side didn't have the good sense to say, "Are you guys still from the sheriff's department or not? Can you have some noble ideals? What's wrong with the sheriff's department? It's not like the sheriff's department people are saints. Can't they think like normal people? Who doesn't want to have a good life?" Wang Qiwen retorted. Nick and the other youth nodded in agreement. Wei Xian once again rounded up. "Let's go. Don't make trouble." They finally stopped talking. When they were almost close to the target location, Nick's 4 separated from Lu Ning's 4. They will be lurking around the villa via forest trails to prevent anyone from escaping. The 4 remaining Lu Ning walked quietly, their footsteps clearly audible in the darkness of the night. As they rounded a corner, they soon saw the target villa. This villa was at the king of the building level in the villa area, with 4 floors, covering a large area, with a small garden, surrounded by a fence. Lu Ning could see silhouettes walking around the small garden in the dimness through the gaps in the fence. They crouched down at once and looked at each other. Wei Xian took a deep breath and spoke. "Act according to the plan?" Wang Qiwen nodded. "You guys don't drag your feet, don't get caught." Autumn Moon Lin's body trembled slightly with nervousness, and she was somewhat speechless. Seeing Xiao Yu Lin's appearance, Wei Xian spoke. "Xiao Lin, why don't you wait for us outside? Think of it as the same task as the people from the Security Bureau." Wang Qiwen frowned slightly, but didn't refute it, and said stiffly, "I don't have a problem with it. After all, Xiao Lin is only 17 and still so young." Autumn Moonlight shook her head firmly and took a deep breath. "No, I'm going on a mission. I'm also an action team member." Seeing Xiao Yulin say this, Wei Xian didn't continue to persuade him. Action! The 4 separated and approached the villa estate from the forest. Lu Ning's footsteps were light and swift, and he soon arrived under the fence. He crouched his body slightly and swept through the gap in the fence to make sure there was no one around. Then with a brace of his hand, he smoothly flipped over the 2-meter-high fence and silently landed on the grass in the garden. He then ducked behind a rocky wigwam at the first opportunity. Just as he ducked behind a rock, 2 men in suits came around the corner and walked along the trail, both joking and laughing as they patrolled. "I heard the boss got another good one recently." "What's good?" "I don't know. It's said to be the kind of stuff that makes you feel good, better than any of the previous ones." "Seriously? Holy, can I try?" "What are you thinking about fart eating?" "It's said that this kind of goods is very expensive and hard to get. The boss still wants to just get a little bit of it. Surely he intends to sell it for a good price. Let's not think about it." "Ugh, what a shame." They quickly disappeared from Lu Ning's sight. Lu Ning's gaze swept across and eventually landed on a balcony on the 2nd floor. He ran out from behind the rocky wigwam, jogged 2 steps and jumped up, directly jumped up more than 3 meters high, braced his hands on the balcony fence handrail with a force, and directly flipped over. The whole process was smooth and silent. Just as he was about to open the balcony door and walk in, he suddenly heard a gunshot from across the street. This was followed by a cacophony of hooting and hollering. That's the signal. Someone's been spotted. Lu Ning was stunned, then directly took out 2 pistols from his holster, made a backward leap, and retraced his steps from the second-floor balcony back to the first floor. With his twin guns in hand, he ran with great strides in the direction from which the shots had been fired. At the moment there was already an intense gunfire coming from that direction, which seemed to be interspersed with screams. Lu Ning's strutting movements quickly attracted the attention of the other guards who rushed over. When the guard in the suit saw Lu Ning, who was wearing a trench coat, he paused for a moment and instantly raised the gun in his hand at Lu Ning while shouting, "Who are you?" They were answered by 2 gunshots. The 2 guards had 2 more bloody holes in their eyebrows. The 2 stared at each other and fell straight back. Lu Ning didn't even look back at them as he continued to move. Just then, Lu Ning suddenly braked sharply and lunged to the left. The next moment, gunshots rang out, and the sound of a bullet entering the ground came from where Lu Ning had been before. Inside one of the windows on the 3rd floor, a bald man with an assault rifle stared in disbelief. How is it possible? This can also be dodged? The next moment, a gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole was added to the bald man's brow. With shock and bewilderment still in his eyes, he slowly collapsed. At this time, Lu Ning realized that several suited guards had run out of the villa and the small garden. Some of these guards were armed with pistols, others with submachine guns. Lu Ning's location was an open lawn with no cover at all. With a sardonic smile, the group of guards started shooting the first moment they saw Lu Ning. However, Lu Ning suddenly exploded from his original stillness, his body instantly leaping over several meters, the sparks of bullets flashing continuously behind him. Every now and then he changed direction and adjusted his alignment while his twin guns fired in quick succession as he moved. Bang! 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 With every shot, a guard fell to the ground, all of them shot in the center of their eyebrows. This terrifying hit rate and that evasive stance made the crowd of guards stare with wide eyes and faces filled with horror. Is this a human or a ghost? Why is he so fast? A tall, cross-faced man roared loudly. A tall, thin man on the side roared into his headset, requesting backup. Backup is urgently needed here. But the tall, thin man's roar soon stopped. He had an extra bloody hole in his eyebrow. His wide eyes filled with resignation and fear, and his body swayed as he fell to the ground. The cross-fleshed man on the side gave a strange cry and backed away. Even his hand holding the gun was shaking. The other 4 or 5 guards that were still alive also backed away at the same time, looking at Lu Ning as if he were looking at a monster. Just then, a dull gunshot rang out. Lu Ning sidestepped in time to avoid the key position, but his left arm was still splattered with blood. His bones were broken, and a bloody hole appeared in his small arm, running back and forth. It's a sniper rifle. Chapter 19, they're too weak. He's wounded. Fire suppression. The guards around them were ecstatic, and then fired instantly. Lu Ning dodged the shots and swept his gaze across the top floor of the villa. That sniper shot came from here earlier. However, the sniper was an expert and hid directly after the shot. Lu Ning did not find the opportunity to counterattack. He then raised his twin guns and continued firing. A gunshot carries a life. The guard who had been shot and fallen to the ground stared with bewilderment in his eyes. The guards who were still alive stared. Someone's voice trembled as they exclaimed, "What's going on? Wasn't he injured just now? Odd. Monsters." Some of the guards turned their heads and ran. However, he had barely taken a step before he was shot dead. Lu Ning was using the very left hand that was injured. The wounds on his arm had long since healed. His skin was smooth, and only the blood on his clothes could tell that it had been injured here. Just then, without looking up, Lu Ning directly raised his arm and pulled the trigger at a balcony on the 4th floor. Bang! A muffled sound came from the balcony, and the sniper who had just changed his position had a bloody hole in his eyebrow. With some confusion in his eyes, he couldn't fathom how Lu Ning had found him. "Care is dead." A shriek came out from the guards, and the other guards fired repeatedly at Lu Ning in horror while starting to back away. In no time, where Lu Ning had been, only a body was left behind. He glanced at the bodies and realized that there were surprisingly about 10 of them, a bit more than in the intelligence. However, Lu Ning didn't have any mood swings in response to this. Even the first time he shot a human, he had no ill effects. It had been a month since he had come out of the mists, and Lu Ning's thoughts were a lot more active than they had been before, but his insides remained numb. Without a block, he continued to run in the direction of the distant gunfire. In no time, Lu Ning turned the corner and saw a group of guards shooting at a wigwam in the distance. The bullet landed on the rock of the wigwam, splattering a trail of sparks that stood out in the dimness. Just then, a water shield appeared, followed by a series of shots from behind the water shield from Wang Qiwen's probe. Wang Qiwen's shooting was not as good as Lu Ning's, and several consecutive shots only hit one of the guards, and the water shield had started to fluctuate violently as it had been shot back to back. Seeing this, Wang Qiwen hurriedly retreated back into the wigwam. Lu Ning acutely noticed that Wang Qiwen's face was much paler than before. He raised his hand straight up, holding the submachine gun he had just picked up from the body with both hands, and fired a burst of point-blank shots. With each shot, a guard fell. The sudden turn of events left the guards, who were suppressing the wigwam with fire, dumbfounded. They exclaimed in shock and turned their heads to look at Lu Ning. There are reinforcements? Where are the other guards? Damn! Where did all the guards over there die? Asterisk 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 him for me. A tall black burly man growled repeatedly, holding an assault rifle that was about to be swept at Lu Ning. In the next moment, there was an additional bloody pit on his brow. This area is much better than the lawn with no cover that was there earlier. There are quite a few trees and wigwams on the side. Lu Ning, with the help of his cover, counterattacked from time to time, and in just a few breaths of exchange, all of the dozen or so guards present fell to the ground. During this time, some guards tried to escape, but they were killed by Lu Ning's gunshot before they could run a few steps. The air quieted down, and Lu Ning stepped out from behind a large tree and walked towards the wigwam where Wang Qiwen was hiding. At this time, Wang Qiwen's voice came, "Watch out for snipers." Lu Ning was unresponsive, still walking with a big grin. In no time, he arrived behind the wigwam where Wang Qiwen was hiding. Lu Ning found Wang Qiwen leaning against a rock, with a gunshot wound in his left shoulder, blood flowing from it, and his face a little pale. Wang Qiwen said angrily, "I've told you to be careful of snipers. Why are you still so inattentive?" Lu Ning spoke. "He's dead." "Dead?" Wang Qiwen was stunned, then sighed in relief. He cursed, "That son of a was too insidious. Luckily I used my water shield in time to block the bullets. Otherwise I might have died." Lu Ning glanced over his shoulder and asked, "How was it discovered?" Wang Qiwen's face was ugly as he angrily cursed, "Damn! A guard pissed on the bush I was hiding in. I didn't hold back and killed him." Lu Ning nodded. "Oh, Wang Qiwen, that's your reaction? It's really not my fault. I didn't expect such bad luck. I don't blame you." Wang Qiwen opened his mouth, and his originally pale face became a little flushed because of the shame. He stopped talking about this topic, then looked towards the ground full of corpses not far away with a hint of shock in his eyes. "I didn't expect your shooting ability to be so powerful. In such a short period of time, you've been ed to death by all these guards." Lu Ning calmly shook his head. "It's that they're too weak. They can't even dodge bullets. If we had known that they were so weak, we should have just forced our way through." Wang Qiwen, surprised face? He silently changed the topic. "Let's not talk about that. The guards on the periphery seem to be dead now. Shall we go in? I wonder how the two of them are doing." Lu Ning glanced at Wang Qiwen's wound. "Are you alright like this? Why don't you wait outside?" Wang Qiwen immediately said in dissatisfaction, "Don't underestimate me. What's this little injury? I used the water shield just now and it didn't hurt my bones." Lu Ning saw that Wang Qiwen insisted on going along and nodded. "Alright." He led the way forward. Wang Qiwen got up, holding a pistol in one hand, and followed behind Lu Ning, vigilantly looking around, especially upstairs in the villa, for fear of a sniper popping up. But soon, Wang Qiwen realized that something was wrong. He had a strange expression on his face as he said, "Wait, you're going to go through the gate?" Lu Ning turned her head to look at him. "Or what?" Wang Qiwen opened his mouth. "Dude, we're here to assassinate, right? But we killed all the guards outside, so everyone inside should know about the two of us, right? It's not as bad as waltzing over there and attracting attention." Wang Qiwen fell into silence and said quietly, "Can I wait outside now?" Yes." Wang Qiwen gave a dry laugh. Just kidding." Lu Ning led Wang Qiwen to the front door of the villa, and he kicked out hard on the metal security door. Knock. The security door vibrated, but it wasn't kicked open. Wang Qiwen said, "It should be the few guards who escaped just now who locked the door." Lu Ning nodded, then once again kicked out. White light was carried on this kick, and with a stronger crash than before, the metal gate dented directly inward, then swung open. Just then, the two men saw a dozen or so guards at the door pointing guns at them. As the door was kicked open, a roar rang out. "Fire!" Wang Qiwen's face went white. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He hurriedly used the water shield with all his might, blocking both him and Lu Ning at the same time. The bullet landed on top of the water shield, and in just an instant, the water shield shook violently. "Retreat!" Wang Qiwen roared, then ducked to one side. Lu Ning had likewise already dodged to the side. The water shield shattered open just as the two dodged it, and the bullet landed on the steps in front of the villa's front door with a large splash of sparks. In the moment when the other party's bullets had just stopped, Lu Ning poked out his body and fired his two-handed submachine gun point blank, and in just an instant, 4 guards fell to the ground, all of them shot in the center of their eyebrows. The rest of the guards stared in shock, pulling their triggers again as the fire pressed in once more. However, Lu Ning had already ducked back to the side of the gate long ago. The bullets were unproductive. This time, though, the guards didn't even dare stop firing, fearing another attack from Lu Ning. However, bullets are limited, and it didn't take a while for the firepower to become much weaker after continuous declarations of bullets. The moment the fire became weaker, Lu Ning had already probed his body again. In addition to Lu Ning, Wang Chuan similarly probed his body. However, unlike Lu Ning, he used a water shield to block his body. Both of them fired at the same time, and in no time, the guards at the entrance were all reduced to corpses. Chapter 20, The Dead on the Fourth Floor. Wang Chuan looked at the corpses all over the ground with a shocked expression. He looked at Lu Ning and roared, "Lu Ning, you almost got us all killed just now. I told you not to use the front door." Lu Ning gave him a somewhat puzzled look. "It's not like I'm going to die, and I've already told you to wait outside." Wang Chuan's originally pale face turned red with indignation. "The next time I follow you, I'll be a dog." Lu Ning, oh. Wang Chuan was so angry that he took deep breaths and stopped talking. Lu Ning had already begun to survey the interior of the villa. Inside the main door was a huge living room. There are 2 staircases on either side going to the second floor and a hallway off the stairs. Lu Ning walked over and looked around, noticing that there were room doors on both sides of the corridor. He opened the doors of one room after another and found them empty. Lu Ning followed the stairs to the second floor, and Wang Chuan followed Lu Ning silently. Lu Ning turned his head to look at Wang Chuan, who also looked at him. The two of them stared at each other, wide-eyed. And after the atmosphere was silent, Wang Chuan stiffened a bit and said, "I'm injured now, so it doesn't count." Oh. Lu Ning nodded and continued to lead Wang Chuan to search the corridors on the second floor. After looking through a few rooms, Lu Ning realized that most of them were empty, but they soon saw a woman on the floor in one of the rooms, and by the costume it must have been a maid. There were no wounds on her body, and Lu Ning checked and found that she was still alive. Wang Chuan spoke. "It should have been Wei Xian or Shaolin who did it and knocked her out." Lu Ning nodded. "Aha." Then Wang Chuan thought of something and spoke. "Since she's the maid in the villa, she should know Gao Tianlin's room, right?" Lu Ning nodded, then patted the maid's face. His slapping movements gradually became harder and harder, and the maid's originally beautiful face began to redden and swell, and as a result, she still hadn't woken up. Wang Chuan couldn't even look at him anymore. He said with a dark face, "I'll do it." He summoned a water balloon, which landed directly on the maid's face. The maid's eyelids fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lu Ning and Wang Chuan, the maid's eyes widened in horror, and as she was about to cry out in alarm, Wang Chuan opened his mouth fiercely. "If you dare to scream, we'll kill you." The maid's voice caught in her throat, her eyes red as if she was about to cry. Wang Chuan asked, "Who knocked you out?" The maid's voice trembled as she said, It's a strange male wearing a trench coat just like yours." Wang Chuan said to Lu Ning, "It seems to be Wei Xian. Did he ask you any questions?" The maid's face changed and she said with a bit of fear, He asked me, where Gao Tianlin is. So did you answer?" No, I really didn't answer." As if she had encountered something horrible, the maid screamed and crouched with her head in her hands. Her mouth kept chanting no. Lu Ning was a bit puzzled. "Why are you so scared? We're not bad people. I don't know anything. I really don't know anything." The maid's spirit seemed to be somewhat deranged, and instead of answering Lu Ning's question, she just repeated this sentence. When Wang Chuan saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. This is the spirit being drastically stimulated. "I'm afraid that it will be easy to become sick if it continues like this." Lu Ning slashed at the maid's neck, and the maid immediately rolled her white eyes and fainted. Wang Chuan was stunned. Then he revealed a dazed look. "I'm afraid Wei Xian knocked her out because of this reason." Lu Ning nodded and stood up. Wang Chuan said with some curiosity, "What exactly did this Gao Tianlin do? How could he make this maid so scared? Just by talking about his room. She's so scared that she's on the verge of a lesion." "I don't know. You can ask when you find him." Lu Ning stepped out of the room. They then proceeded to search the rooms on the second floor. They soon found several more maids, all unconscious. After Wang Chuan woke them up with water, both of them inquired about the location of Gao Tianlin's room, but none of them were willing to talk, and even their spirits became very unstable. After re-slapping the maid in the last room unconscious, Lu Ning got up. "Let's go to the third floor." Wang Chuan glanced at the fallen maids and smacked his lips. This Gao Tianlin really knows how to enjoy himself. These maids are all better looking than one another. Lu Ning had already walked out of the room while Wang Chuan was speaking. Just then, violent gunshots suddenly rang out upstairs. Wang Chuan's face changed. Was Gao Tianlin discovered? Or were they discovered sneaking in? Lu Ning's body had already rushed out and ran towards the third floor stairs. Wang Chuan followed closely behind. After running up to the third floor, 2 stray bullets flew over Lu Ning's head, and Lu Ning glanced at the side of the corridor, where 4 guards were holding submachine guns and strafing in the direction of a room. The next moment, a guard in the room was thrown out, and the inertia directly knocked down the 2 guards at the door. Several shots then rang out in the room, and one of the guards, splattered with blood, fell to the floor as several others rushed for cover. Just then, several gunshots rang out, and several guards simultaneously had their bodies shaken, with an extra bloody hole in their eyebrows. With a blank look still on their faces, they slowly fell to the ground. Lu Ning put away his twin guns and walked over in stride. He had just reached the door of the room when he heard the sound of gunfire, and he hastily sidestepped and dodged the shot. "It's me! Yikes!" A startled cry came from the room from Autumn Moonlin. She hurriedly said, "Brother Lu Ning? Sorry, I thought it was those guards. It's okay, come on out." Akazuki Lin stepped out in a hurry, pistol still in hand. She was uninjured, but her expression was a little pale and scared, and between walks, her steps were still a little weak. She glanced at the body on the floor and sighed in relief, patting her chest. "Scared the hell out of me. I thought I was going to die. I was already planning to write my will on my cell phone." Lu Ning said, "Have you seen Wei Xian?" Xiao Yulin shook her head. "No, but brother Wei Xian should have sneaked in faster than me, and may have already reached the 4th floor. Lu Ning nodded slightly. The 4th floor is the top floor of the villa. They hadn't found Gao Tianlin's room all the way here, so his room should be on the 4th floor. Have you checked all 3 floors? Akazuki Lin nodded. "There's nothing to find. Let's go up then." Lu Ning took the first step toward the stairs. Xiao Yulin and Wang Qiwen followed behind. When Xiao Yulin saw the injury on Wang Qiwen's shoulder, her face changed slightly and she said with a bit of concern, "Brother Wang, you're injured? Were you the one who was discovered just now? Are you alright?" Wang Qiwen was pointed out by Autumn Moonlight Lin that he was discovered. His expression was a bit mortified and his face flushed slightly as he said, "I'm fine." "Oh, wait brother Wang, I'll stand in front to protect you." Xiao Yulin laughed. Saying that, she bent her arm with some excitement. "I realized that I'm pretty awesome now. Just now. Such a big guard. I was able to throw him so far with one hand. No need. I'm not an invalid." Wang Qiwen said in a hard voice, "I still have the water control ability." Oh. The 3 soon arrived on the 4th floor. Just after walking down the corridor, Lu Ning saw Wei Xian standing at the door of an open room, his expression very ugly. Chapter 21, Beastification. Seeing Wei Xian's appearance, Wang Qiwen shouted lowly in a bit of shock, "Hey, Wei Xian, are you alright?" Wei Xian returned to his senses and looked at the Lu Ning trio. "You guys come over and take a look." Wang Qiwen and Xiao Yulin looked at each other with some confusion, while Lu Ning walked straight over. When Wang Qiwen and Autumn Moonling saw Lu Ning walk over, they hurriedly followed him as well. Upon seeing the scene in the room, Wang Qiwen instantly stared in disbelief. Asterisk. Autumn Moonlight revealed a look of disgust and horror. Lu Ning couldn't help but frown even if he was already numb in his heart, only to see that there were more than 10 beautiful-looking women in the room, who were naked and lying in various locations in the room. At the moment they wore twisted expressions on their faces, expressions that looked like pain and pleasure at the same time, and their wide eyes had lost their sparkle. On top of that, the room had a strong and unmistakable odor of lewdness. They are dead? How did they die? Wang Qiwen looked a few more times at the bodies of several women. Wei Xian shook his head. "I don't know. I just came over and found this scene. That's disgusting. That Gao Tianlin is really a pervert." Autumn Moon Lin shouted with incomparable indignation. Lu Ning's expression was calm as he swept his gaze across the entire room, and he saw a wisp of white mist within the room. Although the white mist was thinning, there was still some residue. "The spiritual radiation is high here," he spoke calmly. Hearing this, Wang Qiwen's 3 faces changed slightly. Wang Qiwen then thought of something and looked at Lu Ning with some doubt. "How did you know?" The other 2 reacted. "Yes brother Lu Ning. Under normal circumstances, spiritual radiation should only be checked with instruments, right?" Lu Ning glanced at the 3 and spoke. "I can see it." The 3 men looked at each other. Wei Xian was a bit stunned. "How does? See? Can you see spiritual radiation with your eyes?" Lu Ning nodded. "Well, during this period of time listening to Elder Qin's explanations, I realized that I can see relatively dense spiritual radiation, and I can also detect signs of impending human sickness, but there are still a few more in here that need to be verified." All 3 had expressions of confusion on their faces. "Lu Ning, can you be normal? Sometimes you're so scary." The corner of Wang Qiwen's mouth twitched. Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin also couldn't help but nod their heads straight. "Sometimes I even wonder if you're some kind of evil god dependent or something," Wei Xian said honestly. Lu Ning instantly retorted, "I'm just an ordinary person." The trio's heads were full of black lines. Wang Qiwen spat. Come on you. What ordinary person is like you? Wei Xian shook his head. Let's not talk about this. Lu Ning. You can see that the spiritual radiation is higher here. So what exactly is causing this? Is it a mutant? Or is it some item that emits spiritual radiation? Lu Ning looked at Wei Xian with some confusion. I'm an ordinary person, not an immortal. I can only see that the spiritual radiation here is a bit over the top. How could I possibly know the exact source? Wei Xian's face suddenly flushed red, and his breathing quickened a few points. He silently changed the subject. Let's leave this place as it is for now. We'll wrap it up when the sheriff's department arrives. And let's not forget our mission. Wang Qiwen also nodded. I'm afraid this isn't where Gao Tianlin lives, but the villa is Gao Tianlin's. So the situation here must have something to do with him. He should be living nearby. The four looked to several other room doors in the hallway. The doors to these rooms were closed. Lu Ning stepped forward and directly kicked the door of the nearest room open. The room was empty, and the four of them checked every direction in the room and found no secret passage. So they proceeded to kick the other rooms open and search them. Upon kicking open one of the rooms, Wei Xian immediately said, "This should be the place." Wang Qiwen and Xiao Yulin both nodded their heads, because the decoration and size of this room was of 2 grades from the other rooms, and at first glance it was the room where the owner lived. But the room was equally empty at the moment. He ran away? Wang Qiwen frowned. Lu Ning looked thoughtfully at one of the bookshelves. Here it is. How did you know? Wang Qiwen was a bit confused. There's the same spiritual radiation in here as in that room before. Wei Xian immediately stepped forward, turned his hands into rocks, and heavily punched the bookshelf. The solid wood bookshelf shattered, revealing a passageway inside. Sure enough, there's a secret passage. Wei Xian's 3 eyes lit up. Go after them. Wei Xian rushed at the front of the pack, followed by Lu Ning, and then Xiao Yulin. Wang Qiwen stayed at the end because of his injury. The passageway is narrow and single occupancy only, with stairs all the way down. After taking a flight of stairs, they came to a small tunnel that was only 1.5 meters high. Wei Xian glanced at the height of the stairs and then at the tunnel walls and spoke. This should be underground. He then bent down and advanced along the tunnel, with Lu Ning's trio following close behind. When they had gone about a few hundred meters, they saw the end of the tunnel. They were just approaching the end when they heard gunshots. Shouts and roars of anger followed. Wei Xian's face changed slightly. It's people from the security bureau. They're blocking Gao Tianlin. Let's go over quickly. He stepped up quickly and climbed the stairs at the end of the tunnel. The staircase is a camouflaged rock. The group had just stepped out of the rocks when they saw the glow of gunfire flashing within the forest, behind a few trees only a few dozen meters from them. 4 men were exchanging fire with the vigilantes on the other side of the forest. One of these 4 men had a machine gun and was strafing the opposite side, forcing the other side to not dare to venture out at all. The other 3 were also standing by with submachine guns. One of them was shielded by the 3, he wore a deep black velvet nightgown. His temples were a little gray, and his looks were very circumspect, his temperament mild and refined. It was Gao Tianlin. Just then, a muffled grunt sounded from across the room. The tall, burly man with the machine gun let out a sardonic laugh. Dare to stop your grandfather? Seek death. And that Gao Tianlin who was escorted in the center was always observing the rear passageway exit, and the moment he saw the rocky movement, he calmly opened his mouth and said, "Someone is coming out of the secret passageway. Shoot." Hearing this, the man with the machine gun immediately turned his gun around, intending to come and fire indiscriminately. However, a gunshot rang out and a bloody hole was added to the man's brow. The man fell to the ground on his back, and the bullets from the machine gun were declared toward the sky. The other 3 were wide-eyed, not expecting their opponent's attack to be so precise. Just as Lu Ning shot at the other 3, one of the men with the submachine gun let out a low gulp, and long black hair sprouted from his body, transforming into a black ape with a body size of more than 2.5 meters. The black ape blocked his vitals with both hands and used his body to block Gao Tianlin's body. A flower of blood splattered from the black ape's arm, but it did not cause a serious injury. The black ape roared, his left arm blocking his eyes as he flung himself away, burying his head and charging towards Lu Ning's 4 men. Beastly awakened? Good timing? Wei Xian shouted and used his petrification ability to move forward to meet the attack. Akazuki Lin similarly turned on her mega power ability and looked around, then picked up a basketball-sized rock from the side and threw it towards the black ape. The black ape let out a low roar and flung his right hand, sending the rock flying. While at this moment Wei Xian was already close to the black ape, his rocky fist punched hard towards the black ape's abdomen. But because Wei Xian had not yet mastered the soul vibrating fist, there was no white light above his fist. The black ape poked out his left hand and grabbed Wei Xian's fist. Just as he put his arm down, a gunshot rang out and a cloud of blood exploded from the black ape's left eye. He wailed in agony, his hands covering his eyes in disbelief. Wei Xian's fist also landed unhindered on the black ape's abdomen. With a muffled thud, the black ape took a few steps back, its pained voice a few more steps louder. Chapter 22, Praise Our God. Seeing that the black ape was heavily injured in the first instance, a look of panic finally appeared on Gao Tianlin's face. You guys aren't from the sheriff's department? You're the Misty Handling Bureau's operations team? The other guard was already showing signs of mental breakdown. He roared and raised the submachine gun in his hand to attack again. However, with the sound of a gunshot, there was an additional bloody hole in his eyebrow. Lu Ning's expression was unchanged as he spoke calmly. Gao Tianlin, you're out of your depth. Bind your hands and wait for the verdict. Gao Tianlin sneered and didn't hesitate at all, directly raising the gun in his hand. Bang! Gao Tianlin's eyes widened, and with an additional bloody hole in his brow, he directly fell to the ground. The remaining black apes roared angrily, but they were already dazed after being smashed twice on the head with a boulder by Qiu Yulin. His body was also struck by Wei Xian's stone fists in succession, and blood continued to spill from the corners of his mouth. Wang Shiwen also dragged his injured body to shoot a few water arrows, leaving a wound on the black ape's huge body. In just a moment, the black ape collapsed to the ground, losing its life. With his death, Black Ape's ability to animalize disappeared, and he once again regained his human form, only with tattered and torn clothes. Wang Shiwen glanced at the several corpses on the ground, skimmed his lips, and spoke. This mission isn't that difficult, is it? Wei Xian glanced at Wang Shiwen and said without a trace of anger, You still have the face to say that? If it wasn't for Lu Ning, I'm afraid you'd have been in a bad way when you were discovered. Wang Shiwen's face was a shade of green and white, but he couldn't refute it. Qiu Yulin looked at Lu Ning, her big eyes full of admiration. Brother Lu Ning is so powerful, he dealt with so many people just by using firearms. Wei Xian also nodded, looking at Lu Ning with more admiration in his eyes as he spoke. Buddy, without further ado, thanks to you this time, I'll remember this favor. Lu Ning, however, did not answer their questions, his eyes still looking at Gao Tianlin, who had fallen to the ground. In Lu Ning's line of sight, the dead Gao Tianlin's body unexpectedly had a white mist spreading within a short period of time, and an ever-changing human face subsequently appeared in the white mist. The human face was very beautiful, sometimes pouting, sometimes smiling, sometimes seductive, with constantly changing expressions. Noticing Lu Ning's line of sight, the three of them were a bit puzzled. Brother Lu Ning, what are you doing looking at Gao Tianlin's corpse? Qiu Yulin inquired. He has a human face in his body. Lu Ning said truthfully. The three of them were stunned, then stared wide-eyed and somewhat creepily turned away from Gao Tianlin. In the next moment, the flesh and blood of Gao Tianlin's corpse gradually melted as if it were a wax statue. This melted wax statue was again as if it had been resculpted by a sculptor, and in just a few breaths of time, it was transformed into a slender, evil-looking and beautiful human being. It was sheer beauty, and one couldn't even tell if it was male or female. Gao Tianlin slowly opened his eyes, a red stream of light flashing in his eyes. He pressed his hands to the ground and straightened up, a wicked smile on his face. When the three of them, Qiu Yulin, saw Gao Tianlin's stunningly beautiful looks, their expressions all went into a trance for a moment. Both men and women seemed to be attracted to his charms. Only Lu Ning had no fluctuations within himself, and he coughed lightly, waking up the three autumn Munlilins. The three of them immediately looked at Gao Tianlin in horror, their eyes filled with scorn. This is Gao Tianlin? Wei Xian's face was grave. Lu Ning nodded. It should be a lesion. A lesion? You call that a lesion? Doesn't a lesion turn you into a monster? This is plastic surgery, isn't it? Wang Shiwen looked at Gao Tianlin's deathless face, his tone filled with sourness. Qiu Yulin glanced at Gao Tianlin from time to time, and a shyness even appeared on her face. Gao Tianlin didn't care about the expressions of the four, as if he had gained a new life. He took a deep breath and an intoxicated expression appeared on his face. Then his expression took on a bit more fervor. Praise be to my God, praise be to the divine messenger. He clenched his fists, a grim smile on that handsome and stunning face, but even with his grim smile, he was still beautiful. In the next moment, he looked at Lu Ning and smiled. By the way, I have to thank you. I've been unable to make up my mind to start a new life. I also have to thank you for pushing me. As a token of appreciation, would you like to try the feeling of extreme happiness? There was seduction in Gao Tianlin's smile, as if a lover was whispering in his ear. I can let you die in ultimate bliss. It's a special gift for you. I don't like misogynists. Thanks, Lu Ning said without hesitation. Gao Tianlin's expression stiffened, and his expression became more than a little puzzled, as if he didn't understand why Lu Ning wasn't attracted to his charms. But soon, he didn't care and smiled. You simply don't understand the beauty of this body. But never mind, since you are not blessed. Speaking of this, Gao Tianlin smiled faintly. and in the next moment, his body transformed into a stump, rushing towards Lu Ning at an extremely high speed. Lu Ning's face was expressionless as he fired both guns. Bang! 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 Lu Ning's shots were extremely accurate, but Gao Tianlin's body after the lesion was so fast that he actually dodged all the bullets through his speed. Only, in order to dodge the bullets, he had to keep vacillating and changing his direction, unable to continue to approach Lu Ning. As he ran around Lu Ning, he laughed. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Useless. I'll admit that you're a horrible shot, but how many bullets do you have in your pistol? Once you run out of bullets, that's when you'll be torn apart by me. Just then, a gunshot rang out, and a blood splattered on Gao Tianlin's shoulder. The smile on his face disappeared and he backed up. He glanced at the gunshot wound on his shoulder and looked at Lu Ning in some disbelief. How is it possible? I clearly should have dodged it. How could I be hit? Lu Ning explained. I thought that the bullet's trajectory would be too simple and easy to see through, so I made the bullet turn. Gao Tianlin? Wei Xian's 3? Gao Tianlin had a look on his face like you're teasing me. Bullets can turn? Are you kidding? Or are you saying that you possess the ability to think? Wei Xian's trio looked at Lu Ning with eyes full of confusion. They knew that Lu Ning's ability was immortality, not nihility. Lu Ning calmly explained. In fact, the principle is very simple. As long as the spiritual power is attached to the bullet, and when it matters, just slightly control the spiritual power. It's very easy to do. Gao Tianlin's expression twisted. You're playing with me? By the looks of you, you're only a first order awakened. How could you possibly be able to attach your spiritual power to an object, and a bullet moving at high speed? Lu Ning raised his eyebrows and looked at Gao Tianlin. You can't do it? Gao Tianlin's expression twisted. His face reddened, and he breathed a few times faster. Lu Ning looked at the Wei Xian trio again. You guys can't do it either? The three were full of questions. Autumn Moonlin looked skeptical. Should we be able to do something like this? Lu Ning was a bit confused and muttered. This is obviously very simple. Why would you guys fail to do it? Wang Chuan gritted his teeth and said, Damn, do you know that you are a monster? Do you think everyone is a monster like you? Lu Ning immediately retorted. I'm a normal human. Get lost. This time even Wei Xian didn't hold back and cursed. Gao Tianlin saw that the four had actually started chatting, and this disregard made him even angrier. You guys are looking for death. You don't think you can deal with me just like that, do you? Today is the day you die. He let out a strange whisper that didn't sound like human speech to the four. Charm. As Gao Tianlin's words just fell, the three of them, Autumn Yulin, were stunned, and then they looked at Gao Tianlin with a bit more fervor in their eyes. Right at this moment, Lu Ning gave one person a shot, directly slapping the three people into unconsciousness. Seeing this scene, Gao Tianlin's smile froze once again. Chapter 23 Sacrifice. You're actually unaffected by the charm? Gao Tianlin stared intently at Lu Ning. Lu Ning looked at Gao Tianlin's face and said again, I'm not interested in misogynists. Gao Tianlin's expression grew livid. Then he slowly said, I will tear you to shreds. In the next moment, the skin on his body wriggled. His body became taller, and many bone spurs grew on his body and face. Hideous and incomparable, completely unrecognizable from his previous beauty. Gao Tianlin clenched his fists, a look of disgust surfacing in his eyes. I originally didn't intend to use this ability. After all, it's too unattractive. But, you make me feel even more disgusted. After saying that, his body transformed into a stump, suddenly charging towards Lu Ning. Lu Ning raised his gun to fire, yet all the bullets that landed on Gao Tianlin's skin surprisingly only made a very shallow bloody crater. Lu Ning tries to shoot Gao Tianlin in the eye, but he avoids it easily. Gao Tianlin's speed was nearly twice as fast as before, and he rushed in front of Lu Ning in mere moments. His enormous palm clawed toward Lu Ning's head. Lu Ning sidestepped to avoid it, and blood spilled out as sharp nails scratched the skin on his face. Gao Tianlin missed a blow and swung his palm downward in a smooth motion. Lu Ning's left shoulder tore apart instantly, and a huge force came from it as his bones made clicking noises. Gao Tianlin was much stronger in terms of power than Lu Ning. However, even with his left shoulder broken, Lu Ning's expression remained unchanged. As Gao Tianlin attacked, Lu Ning had already raised his pistol to aim it at Gao Tianlin's eyes. Shooting at such a close range forced Gao Tianlin to give up on giving Lu Ning his final fatal blow, reaching out to block in front of his eyes. Bang! The bullet landed on Gao Tianlin's palm and a bloody crater appeared on his palm. Just a flesh wound. Gao Tianlin revealed a sardonic smile. You're much less of a threat to me now that you only have one hand to hold a gun. However, in the next moment, in Gao Tianlin's unbelieving eyes, Lu Ning's left hand had lifted, and bullets sprayed out. Bang! Gao Tianlin's left eye immediately exploded with a stream of blood. He screamed in pain, covered his eyes, and backed away. As Gao Tianlin stepped back, Lu Ning's double guns had already been aimed at Gao Tianlin once again. Gao Tianlin ignored the sharp pain in his eyes and ran again, dodging Lu Ning's bullets. He glanced at Lu Ning's left shoulder and realized that his left shoulder, which had originally been broken even down to the shoulder blade, had completely recovered at this moment. How is that possible? I had clearly broken your shoulder just now. Gao Tianlin's only remaining right eye roared out with incomprehension. Lu Ning's twin guns fired repeatedly as he calmly said, I can recover. Gao Tianlin's face changed slightly. Recovery is your ability, and not a shooting type ability? Your shooting skills are so precise, but it's not even brought about by an ability? Isn't shooting easy? Gao Tianlin's hideous face twitched twice, and in the next moment, his legs, which had become thick, stomped on the ground, and his entire body once again lunged towards Lu Ning. However, just as Lu Ning fired, he backed up and blocked the bullets. After 2 consecutive times, Lu Ning pulled the trigger and realized that there was no more gunshot. He looked over and ran out of bullets. He had just loaded his bullets before coming out of the tunnel, and he hadn't expected to use them so quickly. When Gao Tianlin saw this, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, not enough bullets, right? Give me death. Just as Gao Tianlin was planning to rush towards Lu Ning, a gunshot rang out from behind a tree not far away. The bullets landed on Gao Tianlin's body. One splattered with blood, but they failed to enter his body. Still a flesh wound. Gao Tianlin turned his head angrily, and Lu Ning looked over as well. It's 3 sheriffs. All 3 except Nick were there, and one of the female sheriff's deputies had her left hand covered in blood, and she was firing her pistol in her right hand repeatedly at Gauthierin. Gao Tianlin coldly said, You seek death. There was a red light flashing in his eyes, and once again he made a voice that didn't sound like human speech. Charm. Before he could finish his seductive words, he suddenly felt a powerful wave of air coming from his side. He hurriedly turned his head, and saw Lu Ning with a calm expression, his fist already approaching Gao Tianlin. A rich white light flashed above his fist, and the wind of his fist surged, blowing Gao Tianlin's hair. A look of horror appeared on Gao Tianlin's face. It was too late for him to dodge, so he could only reach out and grab Lu Ning's fist with both hands, trying to parry the punch. However, the moment both of his palms made contact with Lu Ning's fists, they made the sound of bones breaking. The huge force caused the bones in Gao Tianlin's arms to be shattered, and he roared in pain as he was directly sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Before Gao Tianlin had time to get up, Lu Ning had already rushed in front of him, his left foot carrying a white light as it heavily stomped down on Gao Tianlin's chest. Knock! The ground let out a muffled sound. Gao Tianlin's sternum dented. He opened his mouth and sprayed out a stream of bloody swords. His eyes widened, full of unwillingness and incomprehension as he looked at Lu Ning. You! His eyes lost their sparkle before he could finish his words. Lu Ning calmly looked at Gao Tianlin's body, which had once again returned to that handsome appearance. However, there was no more white mist in his body. Only then did Lu Ning look up. He looked over to the 3 sheriffs not far away, who still had a hint of panic on their faces. Just now, when Gao Tianlin looked at them, intending to use the word of charm, he had only said one word, and they already felt as if their consciousness was not their own. Luckily, Lu Ning had killed Gao Tianlin in time. Lu Ning inquired, Are you guys okay? The 3 sheriffs looked back. They glanced at the handsome Gao Tianlin on the ground, and then at Lu Ning, their eyes filled with awe. We're fine, thanks to team member Lu Ning. Otherwise we were afraid we would have died. The male magistrate among them, Lin Fei, said with some trepidation. Lu Ning shook his head. You guys are already very courageous for attacking under these circumstances. We're sheriffs. This is what we should do. The female magistrate who had spoken in the room earlier, Pang Qianqian, spoke solemnly. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Pang Qianqian looked at the handsome corpse on the ground, and the body of the beastly awakened one from before. I didn't think that Gao Tianlin would still have an awakened cohort, and that he himself had become diseased. Lu Ning calmly said, I'm afraid that Gao Tianlin's words before he became ill involved members of a cult, which is no longer under the jurisdiction of your security bureau, and the Misty Matters Handling Bureau will take over. Pang Qianqian opened her mouth, then nodded in silence. Aha! Lu Ning glanced at the 3, then asked, Where's Nick? The 3 men's faces changed slightly. Pang Qianqian said solemnly, Magistrate Nick, while blocking Gao Tianlin's group from escaping just now, was unfortunately shot in the abdomen by a machine gun and has been sacrificed. Lu Ning sniffed and was silent. He's quite nice. Lin Fei on the side grinned. Although it's not as dangerous as your Misty Bureau, the Security Bureau also has sacrifices. Since we've already become a magistrate, we've already prepared ourselves mentally. I'm sure Nick he won't regret it. Lu Ning asked, What about his family? Pang Qianqian said softly, We will be responsible for notifying his family. and his pension will be enough to clothe and feed his parents, wife and children. The Lu Ning team members don't need to worry. Lu Ning stopped asking. Just then, there were muffled grunts. Lin Fei's trio instantly tensed their bodies and raised their pistols in the direction of the sound. It was only when they saw that it was Wei Xian and the three of them gradually coming to their senses that the three of them sighed in relief and lowered their pistols. Chapter 24 Joy to Heaven. Wei Xian opened his eyes and saw the corpse on the ground with a blank expression. It's over? Lu Ning nodded. Aha. The corners of Wang Qiwen's mouth twitched as he touched his neck, which was still in some pain. Lu Ning, you're also too ruthless. I wouldn't have hit you if you weren't charmed. Wang Qiwen's face flushed red and he didn't say anything. Xiao Yulin glanced at Gao Tianlin with some palpitations. This guy is really scary. He shouldn't be at the first rank after the lesion, right? I don't know. Lu Ning shook his head. He then suddenly frowned, gazing at Gao Tianlin's corpse. Seeing Lu Ning's expression, the crowd's hearts thumped. Hey, don't you tell me that he is not dead yet. Wang Qiwen's face was ugly. Lu Ning shook his head. It's dead. But, Lu Ning thought for a moment and went up to Gao Tianlin and flipped open the pocket of his pajamas, pulling something out of it. It was a few broken pieces of pink smudge. The incense gave off a hint of a tantalizing odor. The smell was faint, but the three Wang Qiwen and Lin Fei in the distance could smell it. They looked at Kaoru with scorn in their eyes. What is it? I always feel that after smelling it, I suddenly have some not so good thoughts in my heart. Wang Qiwen frowned. Wei Xian nodded. It's a bit like that charm ability that Gao Tianlin had just used, but it seems a bit different. Lu Ning looked at the incense, and in his line of sight, it was emitting a hint of white mist, even more concentrated than before in the villa. The concentration of spiritual radiation on these incense is quite high. It should be a special item similar to a soul weapon. Lu Ning spoke. Wei Xian suddenly thought of something and spoke. Could it be the source of the spiritual radiation that Gao Tianlin left behind in the villa earlier? It's possible. Listening to Gao Tianlin just now, it seems like his lesions are connected to a cult. I wonder if this thing is related to that cult. Wang Qiwen also spoke up. Lu Ning put the incense away and said, give it to Lieutenant Colin later. Aha. Wei Xian and the three of them were fine with it. Just then, three figures stepped out of the forest, and Colin's voice rang out. What is it that you want to give me? Several of Lu Ning's people turned their heads to look, and then they saw Colin, Berwin, and the young magistrate who had been standing guard walking over. Captain Colin, why did you come over? Akazuki Lin's eyes lit up as she said. Colin rested his glasses and spoke gently. We came in behind you, and if you can't handle it, we'll take care of the aftermath. Colin looked at Lu Ning with complex eyes. Your performance was much better than I expected. Not the slightest bit fearful in such a dangerous situation. Decisive in your actions, and clear-headed. Berman on the side also marveled. Yes, team member Lu Ning. Your performance was really surprising, especially when the other three players were being charmed. You made the first judgment and knocked them out. It was just too decisive. Wei Xian's trio looked embarrassed. Lu Ning looked at Colin and inquired. When Nick was hit by the machine gun just now, were you able to save him? Hearing this, Wei Xian's three faces changed slightly. Wang Qiwen froze in place and said with some disbelief, Nick was shot by a machine gun? No wonder he's not here. Wei Xian had a good impression of Nick, and he hurriedly asked, how is he? Lu Ning spoke. It's dead. Autumn Moonlin covered her mouth in some disbelief. Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian's faces were very ugly. Damn, wasn't he fine just now? Wang Qiwen couldn't help but say angrily, the person who was alive and kicking just now, this is dead? He thought of something and looked at Colin. Lieutenant, didn't you say you guys came over just now? Why didn't you save him? Colin's expression was calm as he said, can't be saved. We were just in the direction of the villa and heard the gunfire here before we rushed over, about the same speed as you guys. Nick was already shot by the time we got here. Berwin also explained, yeah, Nick's sacrifice was a tragedy, and it's not like Lieutenant Colin didn't want to save it. Colin looked at Lu Ning's four and calmly said, the captain has already said that the mortality rate of our Misty Bureau's operation team is not low. The one who died in this operation was Nick. Perhaps the one who will die in the next operation will be Wang Qifeng. Or it could be me. If you lose your minds because of death, then perhaps you can choose to leave now. Lu Ning shook his head. I just wanted to know if you could be saved. The three Wang Qiwen people were also silent. Berwin was also serious. I think as Lin Fei said before, Nick he shouldn't regret it. As for his family, we will take good care of them. The atmosphere was silent, and Colin looked at Lu Ning and asked, what did you say you had for me just now? Lu Ning took out a couple of broken pink smudges and handed them to Colin. The first thing Colin noticed was the abnormal mental radiation from above, and also the anomaly of the incense. He took the incense and observed it with a frown before putting it away. When this goes back, Hand it over to the people from the headquarters inspection section for inspection. Wang Chuan opened his mouth and reminded. What Gao Tianlin said before when he became ill seemed to be connected to a certain evil god in cult organization. Colin nodded slightly. I hear you. He thought for a moment. Then spoke. Cults that involve charm abilities and similar lesions are, as far as I know, only joyful heaven. Wei Xian's few faces changed slightly. That joyous heavenly kingdom that old Qin was talking about? Colin nodded. Then he glanced at Berwin and the others and spoke. These are classified information. So let's go back and discuss them. Lu Ning's few nodded and did not continue the topic. Wei Xian continued. Lieutenant, there are still a few women's corpses in the villa that died in a strange manner, which might have something to do with the smoky incense that was left behind. Colin nodded. I'll arrange for someone from the inspection section to come over. Berwin said. We take care of the aftermath. Colin looked at the four Lu Ning and smiled. You guys did a good job on this mission. Although there were some shortcomings, it was better than I expected. And even only Wang Chuan was injured. Wang Chuan's expression stiffened and he skimmed his mouth in some depression. Well, you're all tired today, so I'll send you back and get some rest. Wei Xian was silent for a moment. I want to check on Nick first. Let's go take a look as well. Wang Chuan hurriedly said. Naturally, Berwin and Colin had no problem with this. They walked in the direction the sheriffs had come out and it didn't take them long to see Nick on the ground. His body had been laid flat, with a hideous wound in his abdomen, and his eyes were closed with a peaceful expression. Lu Ning's four men calmly watched Nick for a while. The youth, who had been alive and laughing just a moment ago, had now lost his life. After a while, Colin took Lu Ning and the four of them away, leaving behind only a few people from Berwin. Lin Fei asked with some curiosity. Sir, what kind of cult is the joyful kingdom of heaven they were talking about just now? The two of them, Peng Qianqian, also looked at Bowen curiously. Berwin sniffed and immediately said seriously. What did you learn during your induction training? Seeing Bowen's anger, Peng Qianqian hurriedly stood up straight and said. All things regarding evil cults and evil gods, do not hear about, do not wonder about, do not pursue, and directly hand over to the Misty Affairs Handling Bureau. Berwin's face slowed down a bit as he looked at the three of them and said in a warm voice. It's not that I'm not willing to talk about it. The spiritual corrosion of cults and evil gods for humans is too strong. Once an ordinary person understands them, they can easily be dragged into the bottomless abyss. Just now, Colin's reluctance to say more in front of us was actually to protect us. Hearing this, Lin Fei was a bit ashamed. I'm sorry, sir, it was me who violated discipline. Berwin shook his head. Human nature. He then said seriously, if you want to live a long time, don't pry more into things related to the mists. That's not something we ordinary people should consider. He looked over to Nick on the floor, sighed softly, and said slowly, come on, take Nick home. The expressions of the other three also surfaced with a tinge of sadness. Chapter 25, Flesh Body Tempering Method. Colin's SUV. Colin made a few phone calls to notify the Aftermath Department of the Mist Disposal Authority and the inspection section to go ahead and make amends. The car then went quiet. After a moment of silence, Wang Chuan said with some dissatisfaction, what is the intelligence department of the Security Bureau for? Gao Tianlin's men are more than 20, and there's also a beast awakened, and they even have a relationship with the cult. Surprisingly, they didn't even investigate it. Colin smiled slightly and said calmly, it seems that old Qin didn't teach you guys not to trust the intelligence completely. Intelligence isn't 100% correct. When doing a mission, even if you have enough intelligence, you need to be cautious yourself. Only then can you live long. Speaking here, Colin paused and glanced at Lu Ning through the rearview mirror. Lu Ning doesn't count. Wei Xian, who had been silent since a while ago, spoke up. The Security Bureau is full of ordinary people. It's hard for them to find out if awakened people want to hide. Wang Chuan didn't continue to complain and stopped talking. Colin laughed. Let's talk about something happy. This time the mission was a bit more difficult than in the intelligence, and the four of you accomplished it quite well, so the credit should be higher. Our Misty Bureau always rewards on merit. When we go back, I will report the course of action this time, and the headquarters will give you rewards based on your merits. Hearing this, Wang Chuan's eyes lit up. What kind of rewards will there be? For what little credit you have? It's probably soul crystals, or maybe a cash reward, or a vacation or something. Soul crystal before when Qin Feng lectured about it. That is a kind of energy crystal containing spiritual radiation, but and from the outside world directly absorbed spiritual radiation is different. Soul crystal in the spiritual radiation pollution degree is relatively light. By absorbing the spiritual radiation from the soul crystals, it would be easier to quench the spiritual power, and the spiritual power would improve a bit faster. For the awakened, it was a precious resource used to enhance their strength. Wang Chuan looked disappointed. No soul weapon? Colin didn't have the heart to say. Are you dreaming? How precious is a soul weapon? With just this much merit, you still want a soul weapon reward? But you can also choose to save your merits first, and when you accumulate more afterward, you can directly apply for a soul weapon reward. Oh, Colin said, but my suggestion is that you guys apply for the soul crystal reward first. After all, this way, the efficiency of your spirit power quenching will increase a lot, and your strength can increase a bit faster. I'm not afraid to tell you that there have been an increasing number of lesions in the base city over the last few years. Our ops team lost several members on our last mission, and strength is a guarantee of survival rate. Xiao Yulin immediately said. Then I want to exchange my soul crystals. Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian also nodded. Wei Xian looked at Lu Ning. What about you, Lu Ning? Colin glanced at Lu Ning and spoke. Lu Ning got the most credit this time, shooting a large number of gun-wielding gang members, and killing the diseased Gao Tianlin, as well as discovering that special smoldering incense. The credit for applying for a soul weapon this time might not be enough, but if you do it once or twice more, you should be able to hopefully apply for a low-risk level soul weapon, but it's up to you to choose exactly. Lu Ning thought for a moment. I'll take the soul crystals first. Colin nodded. Yes, I'll report it. Afterward, Colin sent the 3 Wang Qiwen home first, and finally sent Lu Ning back to Division 7. Lin Xiao was waiting for the two at the entrance of the branch. Seeing the two come over, he smiled and stepped forward, patting Lu Ning on the shoulder. Hard work. Just now Colin has already reported the situation to me. You've done a good job. Lu Ning nodded. Aha. You should be tired today too. Go rest. Colin and I are on night duty today. Lu Ning gave the two a puzzled look. Aren't you two the ones who lead people separately every time you're on night duty? Colin rested his glasses and calmly said. We are stronger and more energetic than you guys. A few nights without sleep won't be a problem. You are all newcomers. You still need to rest properly. Once you don't rest well, the mental pollution will worsen. Speaking of which, Colin thought of the fact that Lu Ning's spiritual pollution had always been 0%. Even after a month. I just tested it 2 days ago and it's still 0%. He rolled his eyes and said. Forget I said it, but you guys are tired from your first mission after all. Go rest. Lu Ning nodded and didn't refuse. Just then, Lin Xiao thought of something and spoke. Right. Tomorrow is payday. You can find a house to live in the neighborhood. Lu Ning revealed a smile. Good. Lin Xiao seriously patted Lu Ning's shoulder and said. Don't forget the money you owe me, haha. Colin smiled back. And mine. Lu Ning's smile faded. Got it. Lu Ning owes a lot of money this time. I'm afraid that the weight is to hand at least half. Back in the staff lounge on the 4th floor, Lu Ning washed up and then lay on the bed. He closed his eyes and tossed and turned without falling asleep, his mind recalling what had happened earlier. Lots of gangs, all kinds of gunfire exchanges, those women who died in strange ways, a sickly Gothiaran, and a dead Nick. This kind of scene flashed in his mind, and he once again truly felt that he had come to the misty age 2,000 years later. Over the course of this month, Lu Ning's thoughts had gradually recovered from the mode in which he had given up on thinking when he had first walked in the mists. His brain had gradually become capable of thinking again. He thought back to his previous fight. The undead ability was strong, but it didn't help much in combat. Good thing he's an okay shot, but his shortcomings come into play when the gun is rendered ineffective against the enemy. He wasn't really physically strong, and facing Gao Tianlin's close quarters attack, his shoulder was torn apart in just one round. It was good that he had also mastered the soul vibrating fist. Otherwise, I'm afraid the previous battle wasn't good. If only my own body was stronger. Just then, Lu Ning thought of something. His body could constantly recover. So if he exercised his body beyond its limits, could he strengthen it? Like, for example, a principle similar to the soul vibrating fist, which utilizes spiritual resonance to exercise the body? Lu Ning sat up from the bed, and then began to utilize his spiritual power to vibrate his body. Unlike the soul vibrating fist, this was not a resonance of spiritual power and physical power, but a resonance with the body itself. Lu Ning's body then became sore and numb from the shock, and after a few minutes it became tingling. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. When 10 minutes had passed, cracks began to appear in Lu Ning's internal organs and muscles. Blood spilled from his pores and 7 orifices, coloring him into a bloody man. It was only at this time that Lu Ning stopped his mental power shaking. His body began to recover. After recovering, Lu Ning clenched his fists as his eyes gradually brightened. He could feel his own power getting a little stronger. It's not much, but it's good to get a boost. As long as he kept shocking his body with his spiritual power, when his body couldn't take it anymore, then he would start recovering. In this way week after week, his physical strength will become strong. This way, it seems, is not suitable for other awakened people. After all, Other awakened could not recover from their injuries like Lu Ning could, and once the mental shock became problematic, their bodies would be directly damaged, and the loss would outweigh the gain. But there was no such concern for Lu Ning. After thinking about it, he called this method of quenching the body by spiritual vibrations, the flesh-quenching method. Chapter 26 Traditional Cuisine. 9 a.m. The next day, Lu Ning arrived at the third-floor activity room and found that Qiu Yulin, Wang Qiwen, and Wei Xian were all there. Colin and Lin Shaw never seemed to go back and remained in the activity room. Despite a night's worth of duty, the two men were still glowing. Seeing Lu Ning coming over, Wei Xian greeted him with a smile. Lu Ning, why are you so late? Lu Ning spoke. I didn't sleep well last night. Wang Qiwen hemmed and hawed. You don't have nightmares, do you? Seeing as you seem to be fearless, I didn't expect you to be quite timid? Lu Ning opened his mouth and was about to speak when suddenly 2 streams of blood spurted out of his ears, staining the floor red. This also caused Lin Xiao and the others to widen their eyes. Lin Xiao frowned and said worriedly, Lu Ning, what's wrong with you? Injured? Lu Ning expressionlessly wiped away the blood on his ear and shook his head. No, I did it myself. There's nothing wrong, I can recover. Colin drifted off and looked at the 3 Wang Qiwen. Look at Lu Ning, exercising himself at all times. It's been so long since you guys came over from the morning, and I don't see you exercising a bit. Wang Qiwen glanced at Lu Ning with some grudges, then complained. No, we worked so hard last night. What's wrong with taking a day off? Autumn Moonlighting echoed with a series of nods. Lin Xiao rounded off. Alright, Colin. Lu Ning is special after all and doesn't have the problem of mental contamination. Others will definitely go up in the risk of lesions if they are tightened up like this. Colin nodded at the thought and said no more. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning, then smiled. Lu Ning, your salary has been credited to your card. See? Lu Ning nodded, and then he saw several people. Lin Xiao, looking straight at him, give me the account number and I'll transfer the money back to you. Wei Xian hemmed and hawed. Today's payday, want to play a few games? Wang Qiwen nodded. I can. Autumn Moonlighting nodded her head as well. They all looked at Lu Ning. Although they were only playing cards for fun, and the amount of money each time was very small, but they couldn't help that Lu Ning didn't need to use his brain to play poker. And when they played consecutively, they accumulated a small amount of money, and each of them won at least thousands of dollars from Lu Ning's hands. In the eyes of Wei Xian and the others, Lu Ning could be described as a money scatterer. Lin Xiao glanced at a few people without any good humor, then said, Lu Ning, now that you've been paid, do you have any plans to go out and rent a room? Lu Ning nodded. Well, I'm going to check it out. Lin Xiao grinned. I guess that you might have this intention. So when I was on night duty yesterday, I was bored so I looked at all the listings in the neighborhood and screened 4 relatively good ones that I thought you might like. How about it? Do you want to take a look? Lu Ning was stunned, then turned to Lin Xiao and said, Okay, thank you Captain. Wang Qiwen said breathlessly, Captain, sometimes you're really like an old mom. Colin rested his glasses and smiled slightly. That's not what you said the last time the captain helped you with night duty. Ha ha ha, we are all part of the action team and are each other's closest combat partners, and as the captain of the team, if you guys have something to do, of course I'm obligated to do so, Lin Xiao said with a smile. With that, he sent a few listings to Lu Ning's cell phone. Lu Ning clicked to check it out and then took a fancy to one of the single apartments. 1 bedroom, 1 bath floor plan, finely decorated, unoccupied, less than a mile from Division 7, bordered by malls and food courts. For the price, perhaps because of the better location, plus the better decoration, the rent needs to be 4,000 per month. This rent is more expensive than the other 2-bedroom apartment that Lin Xiao posted. But Lu Ning didn't hesitate. I'm going to rent this one. Lin Xiao came over to take a look and then laughed. I guessed you must like this one. The environment of this one is the best out of all the nearby properties. If I had to live alone, I'd choose this one too. Autumn Moonling came over to take a curious look. When she saw the rent, she looked fleshed out. Crazy? 4,000 a month rent? Is this house made of gold? 4,000 would be enough to rent a 3-room apartment anywhere else. Can't you rent a similar one? Wang Qiwen didn't care and said, We're all official team members now. 100,000 basic salary a month, and 4,000 in rent isn't much. Wei Xian also smiled and nodded his head. I do agree with Wang Qiwen this time. Colin rested his glasses and smiled. It's not bad to enjoy it once in a while. After all, ops missions are high risk, and in case of an accident, at least you won't regret not enjoying it. The atmosphere went a little cold at those words. The 3 Wang Qiwen gave Colin a sly look. Lin Xiao laughed. Colin was joking. But everyone's concepts are different. Xiao Lin's idea is right. Lu Ning's is also right. Having fun is the most important thing. Speaking here, Lin Xiao paused and smiled. There's no mission today anyway. Why don't we accompany Lu Ning to rent a room together? By the way, I'll treat everyone to a meal later to celebrate the fact that we have 4 more new members in the 7th action team. It's also a sort of welcoming ceremony. Autumn Moon Lin instantly cheered. Long live the captain. Ha ha ha, captain. That's what you said. I want to eat well and have a big meal. Wang Chuan rubbed his fists. Even Wei Xian revealed a smile. Colin smiled back. Then his expression darkened. It's a pity Mu Mu couldn't come. Lin Zhao's smile also froze, then dimmed a few points. Lu Ning inquired. How is she now? Lin Xiao sighed, although the lesion situation has been stabilized now. The spiritual pollution has not dropped to a safe range now, and even now the pollution will not drop. Once there is a violent mental fluctuation, I'm afraid that it will become completely diseased and irreparable. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Autumn Moonlight Lin spoke up. Why don't we find some time to visit this senior? Lin Xiao and Colin were stunned and looked at Zhou Yulin. Autumn Yulin was a bit nervous. How? What happened? Can't we go visit? Colin smiled. Sure, let's wait for some more time. When Mu Mu's situation becomes more stable, we'll go see him together. Lin Xiao nodded. I think it's okay, but, by the time you go, Lu Ning, you won't make Mu Mu sick again, right? Lu Ning calmly said. I didn't know what was going on last time either. Lin Xiao and Colin looked at each other without continuing the topic. Alright, let's head out and check out the room Lu Ning chose. The group left the branch and walked to the location of the rental. The neighborhood where that house was located was right by the division, and after walking across a street, a few steps further on was the main entrance to the neighborhood. Lin Xiao has already called to notify the agent. A young male agent was waiting for them at the front door. After following the agent into the neighborhood and looking at the rooms, even Autumn Moon Lin, who had always felt it was too expensive before, didn't pick out any faults. All the furniture was brand new, the decor was nice, it looked like the rooms were pretty well maintained, and the environment was really nice. In the end, Lu Ning directly chose to rent it, paying a month's deposit and a month's rent. The paycheck that just came in is now less than 5,000. It was a good thing that Lu Ning's basic salary for the next month was $100,000, which was enough for him to use alone in this era. After that, Lin Xiao mobilized another group of people to move Lu Ning's things over. After moving his personal belongings, Lin Xiao rolled up his sleeves again and helped Lu Ning clean up. After a busy morning, it's finally over. Lu Ning looked at the room where he had placed his personal belongings, and unconsciously felt somewhat settled in his heart. From now on, he truly stood his ground in this era. After moving, Lin Xiao waved his hand. Let's go. There's a fairly famous hot pot restaurant downstairs. This is traditional Chinese food from before the Misty Age. That's high-end cuisine. I'll take you guys to enjoy it today. Lu Ning looked confused. Hot pot? High-end cuisine? Hearing this, several people were stunned and looked at Lu Ning. Then Zhou Yulin thought of something and opened her mouth to ask. Right, didn't brother Lu Ning say that he was a human before the Misty Age? Have you ever eaten hot pot? Eat about once a week. Hiss. Several people were shocked beyond belief. Lin Xiao said enviously, that's a hot pot. How dare you eat it once a week? Could you have been rich before? Lu Ning calmly said, hot pot is a commoner's food that used to be eaten by basically every household in China. Commoner food? Wang Chuan was a bit unconvinced. Then what is high-end food? I'm not rich. How would I know? But it should be Buddha jumping wall, open water cabbage, full house or something like that, right? Lu Ning's eyes were distant. Life before entering the mist seems like a lifetime ago. Lin Zhao's few people listened in awe. They looked at each other in dismay. And finally Wei Xian spoke. How come I haven't heard of any of these things? Zhou Yulin looked at Lu Ning with an adoring face and said, my favorite thing is to eat delicious food. I've purposely looked up pre-Misty era cuisine before, and I've heard of the legendary Buddha's jumping walls, but I haven't heard of the other two kinds. I now believe that brother Lu Ning is from before the Misty Age. Lin Xiao coughed dryly, feeling a bit embarrassed on his face. Then we're not going to eat hot pot? Go on. It's been over 2,000 years since I've eaten. Lu Ning's eyes were firm as could be. The few people on the side, Colin, were taken aback by Lu Ning's firmness. They looked at each other and finally decided to go for hot pot. Chapter 27, Incense of the Fallen. A hot pot meal satisfied Lin Xiao and the others. It's so delicious. So delicious. Wei Xian rubbed his bulging stomach and leaned back in his chair. Zhou Yulin nodded repeatedly, having braced herself so much that she didn't want to talk. Even Wang Chuan didn't refute it. Not bad indeed. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning and asked this authority figure. How is it? Not bad, right? Lu Ning was expressionless. The base is not very good, and the variety of seasonings is too small. If it was before I entered the mists, this store would have definitely gone out of business. Colin was a little disbelieving. It's so good it wouldn't have worked in your day? Not really tasty. Zhou Yulin was envious. It seems that brother Lu Ning must have eaten a very delicious hot pot at that time. I've never even eaten it. I'm envious. Lin Xiao was open-minded and smiled. Just about. He then got up and said, I'll go pack one for Xiao Ran and old Qin and the others. I saw one packed. After saying that, Lin Xiao walked out of the box. Wei Xian looked towards the closed door of the room and smiled. Captain is so nice. Lu Ning nodded as well. Colin rested his glasses and smiled gently. He's always said that Division 7 is a big family, holding together in this chaotic world, and that he, as division commander, is our older brother. Wang Chuan muttered softly, I think it's more like an old mom. Several people burst out laughing. After Lin Xiao finished packing, the crowd returned to the branch. When Lin Xiao placed the packed hot pot on Yuran's table, Yuran all but jumped up, her cute little round face filled with a pleasing smile. Captain is the best. Go find old Qin and the others to eat together. Lin Xiao smiled. Yuran nodded repeatedly and happily ran off to find the others. Not a moment later, Qin Feng and the others also came over. On the second floor of the basement of the branch, there were other retired team members who were responsible for guarding the soul weapons and other spiritually radiated items, but they couldn't leave, so the retired team members only came to Qin Feng. In addition to Qin Feng, there was also Anne, who was in charge of finances and payroll, and that was a sassy blonde. Adan, who was in charge of the odd jobs, was a very honest-looking middle-aged man. In addition to this, there was an armed party of 6 men. This was the soldier Lu Ning had seen before at the headquarters, wearing a silver-gray metal protective suit. These soldiers are responsible for operating in conjunction with the ops team. Division 7 has 2 teams that take turns patrolling the division. This time it came from the group that didn't patrol. Lu Ning and the others didn't leave either, but chatted with the crowd in the hall. The whole branch was very happy with the aroma of hot pot. It wasn't until everyone had finished eating that Lu Ning and his group returned to the activity room. Just after returning to the activity room, Lin Xiao received a phone call and left the activity room. His expression got serious when he went back to the activity room. Colin was playing Fighting Electric with Wei Xian, and when he saw Lin Xiao's serious expression, he inquired, What's wrong? Lin Xiao spoke. The preliminary test results for that incense you sent back to headquarters yesterday have already come out. Hearing this, not only Colin, but Lu Ning and the others also looked over. How? Colin inquired, resting his glasses. Lin Xiao frowned. The situation is not good. The aroma emitted by this incense after it is lit will evoke the most instinctive desires in humans, and without strong willpower, one will become a slave to desire. Hearing this, Wang Chuan thought of something and said with a strange expression on his face, Those women, that's how they died? Lin Xiao nodded. According to the autopsy report, those women all overindulged and died of dehydration. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and Xiao Yulin's face flushed with shame. Colin gave a few people a calm look, then said, Lust can include more than just lust. Lin Xiao nodded and said with a serious expression, Colin is right. The desire to kill, the desire to eat. These are the most instinctive desires of human beings as creatures. The inspection section did experiments using death row inmates. Under this incense, each person shows different desires, but lust goes without saying. Once they indulge in the desire to kill, they will attack others indiscriminately, and once there's no one nearby, they'll show self-injurious behaviors. And appetite. Speaking here, Lin Xiao paused, his expression somewhat sullen. Death row inmates who show appetite will even eat their own flesh when they realize that there is no food around. Wei Xian's few faces changed. Wang Chuan exclaimed, Asterisk. This thing is so scary? Lin Xiao nodded. It is indeed terrifying, but this incense has a drawback. That is, it will have a much lower effect on awakened people. After all, the spiritual power of awakened people is strong enough to resist such temptation. At those words, the faces of Lu Ning's few people relaxed slightly. Autumn Moonlin patted her chest. That's good. I don't want to eat myself. Colin's expression, however, became more and more serious as he spoke. Don't be so optimistic. The current check is that it doesn't have much effect on the awakened. But what if the amount of incense used is elevated up? Moreover, even if it has no effect on awakened people, once this incense is used on a large scale, Lin Xiao nodded. After all, there are only a lot of ordinary people in the base city. How many awakened people are there? Once this incense is used on a large scale, the entire base city will be thrown into chaos. Wei Xian's faces gradually paled as the several people listened to Colin and Lin Xiao's conversation. All 3 of them have families, and their families are ordinary people. Exactly. Headquarters has named the incense Fallen Incense and rated it as a medium-risk hazardous item. Medium critical dangerous goods. Several people sucked in their breath. Dangerous items are likewise classed as mental radiation items that seem to be psionic, and when they reach the medium danger level, They even have the potential to destroy an entire base city if left unchecked. Once it reaches the high-risk level, then this dangerous item can destroy a base city in a very short period of time, and may even radiate to other base cities around it. Once it reaches the extra dangerous level, then this is a special dangerous item that is enough to trigger the end of days and cause the extinction of the human race. These were all things that Qin Feng had taught them. This incense is made in the land of joyful heaven? Colin inquired. Lin Xiao nodded. Well, after all, the ability displayed by Kaoru is very similar to the ability displayed by Joyous Heaven in the records. Colin sneered. Yesterday I guessed it must have something to do with joyful heaven. It's that joyful kingdom of heaven that worships fallen angels? Wei Xian recalled what Qin Feng had told them about the cult. Well, it's that cult organization. The evil god they worship, fallen angel, is an evil god who holds the power to fall, and the main theme of the kingdom of joyful heaven is to break free from the chains and indulge human nature. Lin Xiao nodded and said. Wang Chuan asked curiously, so what's a fallen angel really like? Colin frowned and said, didn't old Qin tell you guys? The image and specific information of the evil god belongs to the top secret, and cannot be explored under a saint. Wei Xian said, Elder Qin did say that, but why can't we know? Colin looked at Lin Xiao with questioning eyes. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and slowly explained, once you explore, you will easily be noticed by the evil god and thus be compelled. Hearing this, Wei Xian's few people were dumbfounded. Wang Qiwen was a bit bewildered. I just want to understand. And the evil god will pay attention to me? Fake, right? Lin Xiao looked at Wang Qiwen seriously. This is corroborated by quite a few tragedies. It's absolutely true. Unless you guys reach the level of saints, it's better to try not to learn about evil gods. Even saints will avoid learning about evil gods as much as possible. Lu Ning nodded and said, I can testify to this. Every time I wanted to talk about the evil god situation, I would die once. Originally I didn't know why. After listening to Elder Qin's lesson, I guessed it. Lin Xiao was stunned. There's still this? Lu Ning nodded and spoke. The moon has many big eyes. Before he could finish his words, his eyes directly exploded open, followed by blood spurting out from the pores of his entire body, which splattered several people's faces. Lu Ning himself fell straight to the ground. Lin Xiao several people. Sigma. Chapter 28 Second Order Awakening. Lin Xiao and the others moved away from Lu Ning, their expressions horrified. Asterisk 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 asterisk? What happened? Wang Qiwen exclaimed in horror. Just then, Lu Ning's eyes had recovered, and he rubbed his eyes as if nothing had happened and got back up. See? Hearing Lu Ning's voice, several people nodded their heads straight. Wang Qiwen's mouth twitched and his face paled. I'm not curious anymore. I'm not Lu Ning. I can still be resurrected after death. Lin Xiao was a bit speechless. Lu Ning, next time don't do something like this. It's really a bit scary. I feel like my mental pollution level is going up. Oh, as for Lu Ning's words before he died, Lin Xiao's few people wisely did not pursue them. After all, it might be dead to know. Colin said, down to business. Captain, what does HQ want us to do now? Headquarters means to ask all regions to investigate the traces of joyful Heavenly Kingdom members, and once discovered, arrest them immediately, or shoot them on the spot if they can't be apprehended. Because this fallen incense was obtained from Gao Tianlin's body, it's a clue, and the headquarters will arrange for magistrates and people from the logistics department to come and assist us in investigating Gao Tianlin's situation. Lin Xiao spoke of the instructions from the headquarters. Colin nodded slightly. In that case, it would be better to leave the preliminary investigation to the sheriff, right? After all, they have more manpower. We just need to verify the clues. That's what I thought. Lin Xiao nodded. Wang Qiwen spoke. In that case, nothing is needed from us for the time being? Lin Xiao smiled. You guys can rest and take a break today. After all, you just went through a big battle yesterday. So starting tomorrow, 2 team members will remain in the branch, while the others will go out and stroll around to see if there's anything to be found. Although the preliminary investigation is mainly left to the magistrates and professionals, we always have to do something. Several of Lu Ning's people nodded. Afterward, several people started playing cards in the activity room. Lu Ning played a few games and managed to lose a few $100. Then he simply went to the negative floor to quench his body. That night, Lu Ning didn't stay in the branch's staff lounge to sleep, but returned to the room he had rented. Perhaps because this was the room he had rented, Lu Ning slept a little more peacefully. Early the next morning, when Lu Ning arrived at the activity room, he found that Wang Qiwen, Wei Xian, and Xiao Yulin were all full of smiles. Seeing Lu Ning coming over, Lin Xiao on the side greeted. Lu Ning, coming. The merit rewards for this time have already been distributed, and this one is yours. Lin Xiao handed Lu Ning a black metal box. There are 20 soul crystals inside. Hearing this, The smile on the face of the originally happy Wang Qiwen trio immediately disappeared. Wang Qiwen looked at Lin Xiao with wide eyes and shouted, "How many? 20? Wei Xian was also surprised. Why is the difference so much? Xiao Yulin and I only have 5. And Wang Qiwen only has just 4. Colin didn't have the heart to say, can it be the same? Lu Ning can take most of the credit than you guys. Lin Xiao explained. The reward mechanism of the headquarters is perfect. Rewarding on merit. Not to mention anything else. Just Lu Ning discovering the fallen incense alone is a big credit. Hearing the fallen incense, Wang Qiwen fell silent and said no more. Seeing Lu Ning put the box away, Lin Xiao spoke. This is the first time you've obtained soul crystals, and old Qin should have said something before the usage, right? Xiao Yulin nodded. Well, what Elder Qin said, just contact the soul crystal with your own body. It's most convenient to hold it in your hand, and then it's the same as quenching your spiritual power normally, just absorbing spiritual radiation from the soul crystal. Since you know that's fine, there's no risk in absorbing soul crystals. This is something you guys can just bring back and use yourselves when the time comes. Today, Lu Ning and I will stay behind, so you guys just go out and wander around and see if you can find some clues. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Colin nodded and led the 3 Wang Qiwen away. Only Lu Ning and Lin Xiao were left in the activity room. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning and said, how was it? Did you have a good stay yesterday? Lu Ning nodded. Very well. Lin Xiao laughed. If you stay here, there's nothing to do. Just move around on your own. I'm going to catch up on the drama. Good. Lu Ning watched Lin Xiao leave and thought to himself as he sat down on the sofa in the activity room, then opened the metal box. Soul crystals are clear crystals that are cubes the size of a baby's fist. Lu Ning took out a piece, then closed his eyes and began to sense the spiritual radiation on the soul crystal. Soon Lu Ning felt the dense spiritual radiation, which was stronger and purer than that of the outside world. Lu Ning absorbed it smoothly, and his spiritual power rapidly increased. Over the course of this month, Lu Ning's spiritual power had improved a lot, but he still hadn't felt the bottleneck that Qin Feng had mentioned. It seems to be early for the second order. 2 hours later, the spiritual radiation emanating from the soul crystal in Lu Ning's hand was completely absorbed by Lu Ning, and his spiritual power boost was comparable to that of a week of previous quenching. He opened his eyes as the soul crystal in his hand dissolved into dust and dissipated, and he picked up another soul crystal to quench it. After another hour or so, Lin Xiao walked into the activity room. Lu Ning, it's time to eat. I ordered takeout. Lu Ning slowly opened his eyes. Good. Lin Xiao glanced at the soul crystal in Lu Ning's hand and laughed. This is already cultivation? The soul crystal has turned gray. It seems that the spiritual radiation of the soul crystal is almost finished being absorbed by you, almost absorbing a whole soul crystal's spiritual radiation in a few hours. Quenching is very efficient. Lu Ning glanced at Lin Xiao and spoke. This is the second piece. Ha! Lin Xiao was a bit unresponsive. Then he snapped back to his senses and widened his eyes with an unbelievable expression. The second piece? The first piece of soul crystal has already been absorbed? Lu Ning nodded. Aha! Lin Xiao's expression was shocked. You started absorbing it when I just left? Yes. It's only been more than 3 hours. And you're actually fast absorbing 2 soul crystals? Aha! Lin Xiao had a skeptical look on his face. Your quenching efficiency. It's unbelievable. Third order awakened people aren't necessarily able to quench this fast. Saying that, he looked at Lu Ning with a few more points of worry in his eyes. Are you sure it's okay to absorb and quench like this? There won't be any problems with your spiritual power, right? Why don't you go check the spiritual pollution level? Didn't just take a test 2 days ago, and I didn't feel abnormal. Alright then, forget it. Lin Xiao said sourly. If only I had a quenching speed like yours, maybe I'd be at the 6th rank by now. Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao. Your 5th rank? Lin Xiao laughed. Yeah, barely a middle-ranked awakened person. Our base city isn't big, and the lesions we encountered weren't very serious, so the Misty Bureau's action team isn't too strong. But at your speed, it probably won't take long to catch up with me if there aren't many bottlenecks. Lu Ning nodded and said no more. Come on, let's go eat. For the rest of the day, the ops team went to each area to investigate each day. Lu Ning was also out investigating for 3 of the 4 days, sometimes following Lin Xiao, sometimes following Colin. Considering that Gao Tianlin was originally a gang leader, his source of depraved incense could be an underground industry. As a result, most of the places they go to investigate are areas like bars, casinos, and other areas where there is a mix of people. Although the place was hiding dirt, they hadn't found the slightest clue. Whenever he was on duty, as well as when he was off duty and resting, Lu Ning would utilize the soul crystals to quench his spiritual power. Finally, after more than 10 days, Lu Ning felt the bottleneck. However, this bottleneck was very fragile. and Lu Ning absorbed the spiritual radiation from the last piece of soul crystal, breaking the bottleneck after only half a day of quenching. When Lu Ning ascended to the second rank, his spiritual power directly skyrocketed several times. Originally, Lu Ning's spiritual power was only the size of a bowl of water, but now it was the size of a bucket. On top of that, these days Lu Ning would use the flesh tempering method to exercise his body whenever he had the time. 10 days down the line, it has also paid off. Lu Ning felt that his strength, speed, and other aspects had increased by close to 2 times compared to when he had fought Gao Tianlin earlier. Chapter 29. Late that night, Division 7 Activity Room. Lu Ning, Colin and Lin Xiao were playing Fight the Landlord. Today was originally Lu Ning and Colin on duty, and Lin Xiao stayed here to play together because he had nothing to do at home. Should we rob the landlord? Rob? No robbing. I don't want to be on the same side as Lu Ning. Lu Ning said expressionlessly. Maybe I'll win this time? Ha! Colin and Lin Xiao laughed at the same time, smiling meaningfully. Just then, the door to the room was knocked on, and Yu Ran, who was also on the night shift, appeared at the door. She was gasping for breath and had sweat on her forehead, obviously from running up. Captain, something's wrong. Lin Xiao and the 3 of them looked over at the same time. Lin Xiao inquired. Xiao Ran, what is it? The sheriff's department called over, saying that a woman had gone to the sheriff's department to report that many people had gone crazy in Villa 13 at Golden Orchid Park, and based on her description, it seemed to involve a lesion incident, so the sheriff's department notified our side. Lin Xiao and the 3 of them glanced at each other. Colin rested his glasses and inquired, going crazy? How did you go crazy? Yu Ran still had a trace of incomprehension on her face. According to that woman, at first they were attending a birthday party, then more and more people were playing with no bottom line, and then gradually, some people started attacking other people, and others stabbed people to death in order to grab food. The woman didn't join the group activity because she was near the door at the beginning, and then when she saw that things were getting worse, she ran out on her own. Listening to Yu Ran's words, the 3 people's faces kept changing. Lin Xiao rose violently and spoke. It's the fallen incense. Yu Ran was stunned and looked at Lin Xiao with some confusion. Captain, what is the fallen incense? Lin Xiao returned to his senses and looked at Yu Ran and said sternly. Xiao Ran, this is a secret of the action team. You can't pry into it. Yu Ran frowned, then grunted coldly. Isn't it just about whether or not you're an awakened? I'm a pretty good shot. Why don't you let me join the action team? Ran, you're violating Mist Bureau regulations. Colin's usual gentle smile chilled even as he droned. Yu Ran stubbornly glared at the 2 of them, then turned around and left. The atmosphere was a bit subdued. Colin rested his eyes and smiled helplessly at Lu Ning. Xiao Ran's parents were our previous team members, and during the last mission, her mother was killed during the mission. Lin Xiao sighed. Does she think that being awakened is really a good thing? After awakening, having active spiritual energy means that the spiritual pollution will be more severe and the possibility of lesions will be higher and higher. Even if you don't get sick and join an ops team, it's still very dangerous. Lu Ning nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. Colin said with a serious expression, listening to Rant's introduction just now, that should be the effect of the fallen incense. And I'm afraid that someone in that birthday party lit the incense. I just don't know if they lit it on purpose or if they didn't know about the incense's abnormality. Anyway, let's go to the sheriff's office to find out what's going on, and then go to the location of the incident to deal with this lesion. We'll have to speed things up. According to the research done by the examination section, the fallen incense will cause violent fluctuations in the human's mental power, which will drastically aggravate the mental contamination, and will ultimately lead to a lesion. Colin rested his glasses and said, according to the effects of the fallen incense, even if those ordinary people present don't become sick, I'm afraid that not many of them will survive. Lin Xiao nodded, then took out his cell phone and said, call Wei Xian and the others and tell them to come over as well. Colin glanced at his watch and said, let Wei Xian and Xiao Lin come to the branch. The branch still needs someone to man it. And let Wang Qiwen go directly to the sheriff's department so that it's a bit tighter on time. Lin Xiao nodded. Yes. The 2 of them started to make phone calls while Lin Xiao said to Lu Ning, you inform Xiaolin. Lu Ning nodded and similarly dialed Xiao Yulin's number. Lu Ning had added the phone numbers of all the members of Division 7, not just the action team, but including Yu Ran, Xin Feng, and the others. The phone was answered after 2 rings, and Xiao Yulin's sleepy voice rang out. Hello? Who is it? It's me, Lu Ning. There's a case, we need to deal with it, and the branch needs someone on duty, so come to the branch. Autumn Moonlight's voice sobered. Now, yes, I'll be right there. Aha. Lu Ning hung up the phone. He looked to Lin Xiao and Colin and saw that both had hung up as well. Let's go. Lin Xiao removed the black trench coat hanging on the wall and draped it over his body. Colin was a close second. Lu Ning inquired, With all three of us gone, isn't there no one left in the division? Lin Xiao said. It's fine. Later let Xiaoran notify Old Ji who was on duty to come and take care of it first. Old Ye's name was Yinan, and like Qin Feng, he was an old member who had retired from the action team. Lu Ning nodded and asked no more questions. He followed and grabbed the black trench coat hanging on the wall and draped it over him, following Lin Xiao and Colin. After a few people arrived on the first floor, Lin Xiao said to Colin and Lu Ning, "Wait for me here." Colin nodded. Good. Lin Xiao turned around and continued walking downstairs. Lu Ning was a bit puzzled. Didn't you tell you ran to inform Elder Yi? The captain isn't going to the -1. He's going to the -2. The negative second floor? Lu Ning was a bit puzzled. A place to place soul weapons and dangerous items? Colin nodded. Well, the captain has the right to request the use of a Horcrux when dealing with a lesion incident, but only low-risk Horcruxes can be requested directly, and medium-risk Horcruxes need to be used on a case-by-case basis. Lu Ning nodded. Oh, in no time, Lin Xiao walked up, carrying a black wooden box on his back, which was almost as tall as Lin Xiao's person. Go! Lu Ning could clearly see that the wooden box was emitting a trace of white mist, and these were spiritual radiations. Seeing Lu Ning placing his gaze on the wooden box, Lin Xiao grinned and patted the box. You're now an official member of the team, and you also have the permission to know about this low-risk level soul weapon. It's called the Coiled Snake Stick. It's a close combat type of soul weapon, suitable for awakened people with more strength. With this thing, I'm invincible at the 5th rank. Lin Xiao had a smug look on his face. Colin rested his eyes and calmly said, your mental pollution level is already relatively high, so it's better to use it sparingly. Lin Xiao's smug expression stiffened and he gave a dry laugh. I don't necessarily need to use it this time, so I'll bring it just in case. Let's go. They walked toward the hall. At the front desk, Yuran was sitting tautly playing a game. Hearing footsteps, she looked up. When she saw the wooden box that Lin Xiao was carrying, her gaze fluctuated before she lowered her head. Lin Xiao smiled. Xiaoran, we're leaving. Later let Olji come up and take first watch. Soon Xiaolin and Wei Xian will come over. Good. Lin Xiao's trio walked out of the hall and headed towards the late night. It wasn't until the footsteps disappeared that Yuran lifted her eyes from her cell phone screen. She looked at the three already blurred backs in the night, opened her mouth, and whispered, safe journey. When she finished speaking, she busied herself with getting up and heading for the basement. Parking lot. Lin Xiao pressed his sports car key. Not far from the sports car lights flashing, he smoked a cigarette beautifully. No matter how you look at it, my car is just handsome. When he saw the small note on the back of the car, he raised an eyebrow and proudly picked it up and waved it. Ooh, a little girl even left her contact information. Old man still has charisma. Colin said relentlessly. It's not that you're attractive, it's that this car of yours is attractive. That said, Captain, you should change your car. Your broken car can only seat 2 people. In the future, if there are more people in our team and we move together, I can't fit so many people in one car. Lin Xiao looked at Colin with a shocked expression. Want me to change my car? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I haven't even finished my car loan yet and you want me to change my car? If you can't fit in it, why don't you let Lu Ning buy a car? Right? Lu Ning? Lu Ning said expressionlessly. I don't know how to drive. Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. You didn't learn it before the misty age? I just got out of college and never learned to drive. Colin laughed. That won't do. Why don't we enroll you in a driving school afterward? The Mist Bureau's action team may need to hurry, and not knowing how to drive won't do. Lin Xiao nodded. It's not just you. I don't think Xiaolin should be able to drive either. Enroll her in one as well. Between exchanges, Lu Ning entered Colin's car, and the 2 vehicles left the parking lot one after the other, heading quickly toward the sheriff's department. Chapter 30, Meetings. The sheriff's office in the 7th district isn't far from the Misty division. A few minutes later, 2 cars pulled up in front of the sheriff's office. When Lu Ning's trio arrived at the gate, they found Wang Qiwen already waiting. Seeing the 3 of them coming over, Wang Qiwen greeted them and complained a bit. Why are you guys so slow? This is still slow? We came straight here. You're the one who's too fast, aren't you? How did you get here so quickly? Lin Xiao was surprised. I live right next to the edge. Wang Qiwen brushed his hair, which was a little frizzy from sleep, and complained, if I had known that you guys would take so long, I would have done my hair first. Well, let's not talk about that. Let's go inside and find out what's going on first. The 4 entered the sheriff's office, which was equally sparsely populated because it was late at night, with a receptionist on night duty in the lobby. Seeing the 4 of them come in, this little girl stood up in a hurry. Is it the officer of the Misty Bureau? Lin Xiao nodded. Aha, please follow me. Deputy Director Berman is already waiting for a few of you. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and laughed lightly. Ooh, All promoted to deputy director? With an awkward but nonchalant smile, the little girl didn't answer and busied herself with walking ahead. Lin Zhao's four followed behind and went up the stairs to a reception room on the second floor. The reception room was small, with a large table in the center, and 4 people were sitting in front of the table. 3 of them were old acquaintances, namely Bo Wen, Lin Fei and Peng Chanqian. The other was a woman sitting across from the 3 of them. The woman had long black hair draped over her shoulders, a melon face, and beautiful eyebrows. However, her face was pale at the moment, her hands clenched tightly, and she was a bit fidgety, with a look of fear in her eyes. Lu Ning looked straight at the woman, and Wang Qiwen on the side was somewhat speechless. Lu Ning, this girl is good looking, but you don't have to stare like this, do you? Lin Xiao and Colin looked at Lu Ning somewhat strangely. Lin Xiao revealed a bad smile and winked at Lu Ning. Even the 3 Bowen people and the woman herself looked over. Lu Ning returned to his senses and calmly said, Wang Qiwen, we've seen her before. Hearing this, Wang Qiwen was stunned and somewhat puzzled. Seen it before? Well, she was one of those 2 women we met on the road last time we went to deal with Gao Tianlin. Wang Qiwen took a closer look and widened his eyes. It's true, I forgot about it. Lin Fei smiled. We didn't recognize it at first either. It was this lady herself who said she had seen us last time. Peng Chanqian nodded. Team member Lu Ning has a good memory. When this woman saw Lu Ning's 4, she hurriedly got up, her voice a little hoarse and trembling. Yes, it's me. Last time my friend and I went there for something. Lin Xiao inquired. What is it? The woman's words stuttered, and a somewhat embarrassed rising redness surfaced on her pale face. I've already explained it to Officer Berwin and the others. That doesn't seem to be a matter of concern right now, does it? If this officer you want to understand, why don't you go ask Officer Berwin? Berwin nodded at Lin Xiao and smiled. She did say that. Lin Xiao nodded indistinctly. It's fine if you guys understand. Then let's talk about this time. You're saying that you guys went to a birthday party and then everyone inside changed? Yes. The woman nodded repeatedly, her face pale. Did you smell anything from inside? Colin inquired, resting his glasses. Scents? The woman was stunned and thought carefully, then said, lots of scents. The girls who go to this party wear perfume. Lin Xiao said, it's not that kind of flavor of perfume. That kind of scent is very light. After smelling it, you may have some thoughts that you originally never had. Oh, what you said seems like I've smelled it before. The woman's eyes widened, as if she had thought of something, and she hurriedly said, I did smell it. A particularly faint scent. Did you feel anything after smelling that flavor? Lin Xiao calmly asked. The woman blushed slightly, then said, just felt a bit hot in my body. Then I thought I might have drunk too much, so I went outside to walk around. When I came back, I saw how scary it had gotten inside, so I escaped when no one noticed me. The woman's wide eyes were filled with fear. Colin spoke up. When did you go to the birthday party? And when did you escape? The woman recalled. This birthday party started at 8 p.m. I didn't look at the time when I escaped, but I came straight to the sheriff's office after I escaped. Berwin spoke up. This lady came to the sheriff's office at 3:22 a.m. It would have taken the average woman about 20 minutes or so to get from Golden Orchid out to the sheriff's office if she ran all the way here, and she would have escaped around 3 a.m. Colin glanced at the time. It's 3:40 in the morning. Let's go deal with the situation over there first. Lin Xiao nodded and said, please wait in the sheriff's office for a while. We might get some more information from you after we've dealt with the situation over there. The woman nodded her head in a hurry. Okay. To be honest, I don't dare to go home now. Berwin spoke. Team Lin, I'll have Lin Fei and Shanxian bring someone to assist you. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and then nodded. Yes, but you guys can't get close to that villa. The situation in the villa isn't too good. Perhaps the spiritual radiation is already very high. I'm afraid that you guys will be in danger of losing control of your spirit if you get close. Berwin nodded repeatedly. They'll be watching. Bowen looked at Lin Fei and Peng Chanqian, who nodded and stood up to salute Lin Xiao and the others. Lin Xiao said, a few of us will go over first. Alright Team Lin, we'll follow soon. Lin Fei opened his mouth. Lin Xiao's 4 people turned around and left, returning to the first floor. Seeing that no one was around, Lin Xiao asked Lu Ning in a low voice, that girl just now, is there any lesion? Lu Ning recalled and shook his head. I didn't see any abnormalities in her body. There should be no lesions. Colin nodded slightly. So it seems the girl was just plain lucky. No longer in doubt, several people got into the car and headed for the Golden Orchid. Although Golden Orchid Garden was not as good as the previous neighborhood where Gao Tianlin lived, it was also a high-end neighborhood, with 2 areas within the neighborhood, the villa area and the residential area. Villa 13 is located just around the corner from the villa area. The guards of the neighborhood were strict, but when Lin Xiao took out his Misty Bureau ID, he was decisively released. There's a lesion incident in Villa 13. Go inform your security personnel and have them notify the owners of the villa area to evacuate so that no lesions rush into the other villas to hurt people. The security guard nodded his head repeatedly with a pale face. Yes, sir. He hastily took out the communicator in his hand and started yelling. Captain, something's wrong. There's a lesion. Lu Ning and his group, on the other hand, didn't stop and directly drove the car to the villa area. It was only when they came to the impassable path that the four of them got out of the car and proceeded along the path, following the direction pointed out by the security guard. Soon, they arrived at the 13th villa area. The villa area was brightly lit, but the interior was very quiet. Not at all like having a birthday party. Lin Xiao inhaled his nose and said, "There's a bloody odor." Colin nodded as several steel needles appeared in his hand. Lu Ning calmly looked at the villa, and in his eyes, the entire villa was shrouded in a faint white mist. This white fog is still spreading outward. The spiritual radiation here is very strong, much stronger than at Gao Tianlin's place. Hearing this, all three of Lin Zhao's expressions became serious. Is it such strong spiritual radiation? So it seems that the possibility of a lesion being born inside is high. You two be careful. I'll take the lead. Colin, pay attention to the surroundings. Lin Zhao's body swelled a few points as he spoke and slowly exhaled a trace of white gas. Colin, for his part, followed the trio, his eyes sweeping the surroundings, a steel needle flying up, ever vigilant. With that, the four of them headed towards the villa. Chapter 31 Lesionists. The smell of blood grew stronger as the few approached the villa's gate. The gate was left open and you could see the scene inside from the outside. As Lu Ning looked around, the scene inside could be described as hell on earth. Furniture shattered and spilled into the living room, and there was blood all over the furniture, the walls, and the floor. Several skinless monsters with blood-red muscles exposed were creeping over the bodies of several shirtless men and women to feast on them. Guts, intestines and other organs spilled out all over the place. When Wang Chuan saw this scene, his face instantly paled and he opened his mouth to dry heave. The sound caught the attention of the monsters and they looked up. These monsters no longer had eyes, noses or ears, only a large mouth that spanned the entire face. This large mouth had layers of sharp teeth with strands of blood-colored flesh hanging from them. A few of the monsters abandoned a couple of bodies that had been pretty much gnawed on, and on all fours, they slowly encircled towards a few people. Food. Hungry. The monsters made grunting, hissing noises that were barely audible. The corners of their mouths had grayish-brown saliva dripping from them, landing on the marble floor and corroding it into small pits. Eat. In the next moment, a monster could not hold back that hungry desire and exerted all its limbs, turning into a stray arrow and rushing towards Lin Xiao who was at the very front. Just as the monster rushed in front of Lin Xiao, a blade light flashed through the air. The monster was split in half from head to toe, spilling blood and guts all over the place. Lin Xiao's right hand had somehow transformed into a bone knife with blood dripping from it. He craned his neck and looked at the few monsters in front of him that still hadn't retreated, revealing a disdainful sneer. Just a few low-level diseased mutants. Still want to eat your grandfather? In your next life. Lin Xiao stomped on the ground with his paws and the floor he was standing on directly sunk in. In the next moment, it was as if his entire body had disappeared, his speed exceeding the limit of the ordinary human eyes capture. Only a few flashes of blade light were seen, and those few monsters that were on all fours were directly split into pieces, their flesh and blood spilling out onto the ground, and their blood staining the ground red. As if nothing was wrong, Lin Xiao shook off the blood from the bone knife in his hand and pulled out a cigarette and slowly lit it. Wang Chuan's eyes widened in shock as he saw Lin Xiao strike for the first time. Captain, you're so strong? Lin Xiao seemed to be waiting for Wang Chuan to inquire about it as he turned around and grinned, exhaling a mouthful of smoke. How's that? Handsome? Wang Chuan didn't taunt as usual and nodded. Damn handsome, he said with some envy. It doesn't make sense. I'm a water control ability. Elemental system. How come I'm not this handsome? Colin, his gaze still observing his surroundings, rested his eyes and laughed softly. Because the captain is a fifth orderer, and you're only a few orders? Wang Chuan sighed. This spiritual power quenching is also quite difficult. I feel like I'm estimating that it'll take me another half a year or even longer to reach the second stage, right? Lu Ning should be a bit faster than me, right? After all, he has more soul crystals. Lu Ning was looking at the ceiling, and when he heard this, he replied, I'm already at the second rank. Wang Chuan? Lin Xiao? Colin? The air seemed to be quiet for a moment. Snap. The cigarette Lin Xiao was holding in his mouth fell to the ground. His mouth was open and he was full of questions. What the hell? You're at the second level? Lu Ning glanced at Lin Xiao and nodded. Yes. What's the problem? Colin had a dumbfounded look on his face and his glasses weren't resting. That's a big problem, alright? you're quenching your mental powers so fast? It's not bad. After all, there are soul crystals, so I'll absorb a little bit if I'm free. Lu Ning's expression was very calm as he shared his own cultivation experience. Soul crystals are better to absorb. I basically absorb a piece every day, and 2 or 3 when I'm on guard duty. And without realizing it, I've broken through. All 3 had twisted expressions. No, even if you absorb soul crystals fast, aren't you afraid of spiritual pollution? Lin Xiao had a look of incomprehension. Then he thought of something, asterisk 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 asterisk. You kid is really not afraid. This world is so unfair. Wang Chuan looked skeptical and cried, damn, I'm still far from the second rank. Colin, on the other hand, inquired, Lu Ning, after the second rank, have your abilities improved? Lu Ning thought for a moment. The recovery speed is a bit faster. I killed myself a few times before as an experiment, and found that I was able to resurrect faster than at the first rank. 3. Lin Xiao was filled with shock. Suicide as an experiment at the drop of a hat? I admit that you kid is a ruthless person. Lu Ning revealed a bright smile. Because dying hurts and makes me feel alive. It's quite good. 3. Colin said with a serious face. After you go back, Lu Ning, you can do another check on the level of spiritual pollution. Wang Chuan nodded repeatedly. I suspect that you have actually gone mad, Lu Ning said in a serious manner. I'm a normal person. The 3 rolled their eyes at the same time. Lin Xiao looked around and said seriously, alright, that's enough of the small talk. Go inside and investigate to see if there are any other lesions. Speaking here, Lin Xiao paused and said in a low voice, by the way, look for any survivors. Well, in addition to finding the fallen incense here, Colin said. He then brought Lu Ning and Wang Chuan to follow him into the hall as well. Just as he entered the hall, Lu Ning smelled a very faint fragrance. Ong Ki Moon and Colin apparently smelled it too. Wang Chuan frowned, his expression a little grumpy. This scent is so annoying. Every time I smell it, it gives me not so good thoughts. Colin glanced at Wang Chuan. Your spiritual power is still too low. When your spiritual power is higher, such pollution won't have any effect on you. He then looked at Lin Xiao. This villa isn't small. Let's split up. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, Wang Chuan, you follow me. Lu Ning, you follow Colin. Yes. Colin looked around. Let's investigate the first floor first. Captain, you guys check out the second floor? Good. I'll follow. Lin Xiao greeted Wang Chuan and headed for the stairs. Wang Chuan stood behind and opened his mouth, muttering, no, I didn't agree to it either. Still, he followed quickly. Colin looked at Lu Ning and said, let's look on the first floor now. We might be able to find the location of the incense. Lu Ning nodded. The 2 rummaged through the living room, but unfortunately the hall was a mess and there was no sign of incense. Check the kitchen and the other rooms. Good. The 2 headed toward the kitchen. And just then, Colin inquired, by the way, Lu Ning, can your ability revive others? Lu Ning sniffed and shook his head. No, really. Colin was a little disappointed. It would have been nice to resurrect someone else. Lu Ning glanced at Colin. Do you have someone you want to resurrect? Colin rested his eyes and laughed. That's a lot. The team members who died before. If they could be resurrected, their families would surely be happy, right? Ren wouldn't be clamoring to be a full team member all day. And my mom and dad and my wife. Colin paused. A little more pain in his smile. When I awakened, the Nimbus riot caused the objects in the room to fly about, driven by the Nimbus, and they were all killed by me. Chapter 32. Save me. Lu Ning looked at Colin and after a moment of silence, he spoke. If I can resurrect someone else in the future, I'll help you do it. Colin was stunned, then looked at Lu Ning with surprise on his face. Really? Lu Ning nodded. Aha. Colin had a complicated expression as he spoke. Lu Ning, to be honest, I actually had a grudge against you before. After all, Mumu's lesion was partly due to you. Lu Ning had a calm expression as he looked at Colin. Colin continued, but I actually know in my heart that I can't blame you for this. I'm afraid that even if it wasn't you, with Mumu's mental state at the time, she would still end up becoming ill. It's just that I couldn't get past that hurdle in my heart. But now, after spending this month or so together, I know you're still a good person. That's why my grudges against you have long since disappeared as well. If there's anything in the future, just look for me. Lu Ning nodded. Good. While the 2 were talking, they suddenly heard a loud noise from not far away. They turned their heads to look and realized it was in the direction of the kitchen. The 2 looked at each other and Colin whispered, stay behind me. Steel needles floated around him as he carefully made his way toward the kitchen. There is a small door to the side of the kitchen that is supposed to be a storage room. The little door was closed at the moment, and a low sob came from within. Colin raised an eyebrow and probed at the handle of the small door with a false grip, turning his wrist slightly. only 2 meters away. The small doorknob turned following Colin's wrist. As the small door clicked open, Lu Ning saw that a woman in a red dress inside was sobbing with her head buried in her hands, her shoulders shaking slightly. Colin was about to speak when he saw Lu Ning raise his pistol at the woman. Bang! A gunshot rang out and the red dress on the woman's body suddenly danced up in front of her head. The bullet landed on top of the red skirt and embedded itself within it, blood spilling from it. The woman let out a scream and raised her head. She looked very strange, as if 2 different faces had been fused together. The left side and the right side of her face were very disjointed. The face on the left is softer. The face on the right is more rigid. The woman screamed as if a male and female overlapped to make a sound, and she looked at Colin and Lu Ning with hunger in her eyes. She shrilled, "Two brothers are so handsome. Come and play with us. Be happy with us." In the next moment, ear-piercing cracking sounds rang out, and several steel needles pierced through the woman's red dress, penetrating the woman's brow, heart, and other various key areas. The woman still had a seductive smile on her face, though her eyes had lost their sparkle. Colin rested his glasses and gracefully bent slightly to the fallen woman, smiling softly. "No, thank you for the invitation." Lu Ning glanced at the pistol and spoke. "The pistol's power is too small. Can I apply for a stronger firearm?" Colin laughed. The power of an ordinary pistol is indeed limited. The body of a mutant is generally strong, and for those above the second rank, it's hard to cause effective damage anymore unless you hit a weak spot with a pistol, just like Gao Tianlin before. Saying that, he paused and said, "Normally, the combat power of an awakened person still relies mainly on his or her awakened ability, but you're different, so let me go back and apply for some firearms from the headquarters, and you can tell me what you need?" Lu Ning thought for a moment and spoke. "Red Sky Pistol. I heard Elder Qin say that this is the most powerful pistol, right?" Colin thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, for a second-order lesion. It can't be defended against unless it has specialized defensive abilities, and third-order lesions can be killed as long as they don't have strong defenses, but the recoil of this thing is relatively strong, and it's specifically designed for power-enhanced awakened people. Can you handle it?" Lu Ning nodded. "My power is fine now." "That'll do." Colin nodded. Lu Ning continued. "And sniper rifles. I want the clairvoyant type 3 ones, and heavy machine guns. I want the hive type 6 ones." Stop. Before Lu Ning could finish, Colin called for a halt with a black line all over his head. He looked at Lu Ning somewhat speechlessly. "Are you planning to fight a 4th or 5th order diseased mutant? And a heavy machine gun?" Heavy machine guns were controlled firearms, and such firearms would only be used when facing a wave of misty calamity beasts. It's impossible to apply for them in the base city unless the situation is particularly dangerous. "Sniper rifles I can think of a way for you, though." Lu Ning was a bit regretful. "Is that man-portable missile out of the question? Colin, underscore?" He looked on breathlessly. "Why didn't you say you wanted a soul crystal cannon? May I?" Lu Ning looked at Colin expectantly. "Forget I said it. Just check the kitchen." Colin was a little tired and started checking out the kitchen. Lu Ning was even more disappointed. He followed and checked on the other side. Then he thought of something and spoke. "Why is the level of thermal weapons so low in this era? In our era, ICBMs could hit tens of thousands of kilometers." Colin spoke up. "Because the mist psychic radiation affects the rules of the universe to some degree. Didn't the original nukes explode through that whatchamacallit? Nuclear fission and fusion? Oh yeah, that's the thing. And then it turned out that I don't know if nuclear fission and fusion failed or what, but the nukes stopped blowing up anyway. At the time, in your time, it was the most powerful weapon mankind had, right?" Lu Ning nodded, but his mind thought of the tentacle-laden sun. "And then haven't you read the great events of Misty Age history? You should know about the robot rebellion, right? The advanced heat weapons of the time were interfaced with intelligent systems. You know?" Lu Ning nodded at once. "Got it. That's why. Don't think about always relying on hot weapons, and according to history, even in the intelligent era, it's hard for hot weapons to kill saint-level mutants and plague beasts." Lu Ning frowned when he heard this. "Is the saint level that strong?" Colin had a wistful face. "Of course it's strong. A saint can be called a natural disaster. It's easy to want to destroy a base city. You can search the internet when you have time. You should be able to find an introduction to saints." Lu Ning nodded. Then he asked, "What about demigods? Doesn't the Human Federation have demigods?" Colin shook his head. "I don't know. I've never heard of what happens when a demigod strikes anyway." "Okay, enough about that. Let's check the other rooms after the kitchen." The two men left the kitchen and then went to check out a couple other rooms and came up empty. Not to mention the fallen smokers. Not even a single lesionist has been spotted. "Go upstairs and take a look." Colin headed upstairs first. Just then, there was a violent roar from upstairs. The entire small building seemed to vibrate. Colin blushed and left I'll go check it out first. With that, he took to the air and flew upstairs. Lu Ning followed suit and quickly followed. The entire villa is on 3 floors. After Lu Ning arrived at the 2nd floor, he found that the floorboards of the 3rd floor had collapsed, and a giant with exposed muscles and hideous barbs all over his body, as tall as 4 meters, was throwing a punch that sent Lin Xiao flying. Lin Xiao's entire body collapsed the wall and shot into a room. The next moment, the wall on the intact side also shattered and Lin Xiao rushed out. The trench coat on his body ruptured, and his entire body transformed into a nearly 3-meter-tall little giant, his hands transforming into bone blades at the same time. He rushed at the muscular giant, his bone blades swinging, and the muscular giant met him with both hands clenched into fists. Clank! Thumbs up! Wounds deep enough to be seen on the muscle giant's fists appeared, but it was as if he was oblivious as his fists continued to fall, striking Lin Xiao's body. Lin Xiao took a few steps backward before charging up again. On the other side, Wang Qiwen was rushing out with a pale face. He was followed by a group of monsters. Some of these monsters were largemouth monsters on all 4s. Some were monsters of both sexes, and there was also a humanoid monster covered in blood-colored armor, with bloodshot eyes and incredibly sharp claws. The 3rd type of monster is smaller in number, only 2. Upon seeing Colin, Wang Qiwen took a deep breath and yelled, "Lieutenant, help me!" Chapter 33, A Little Knowledge of Fist and Kick. Shoo shoo shoo. An ear-piercing cracking sound rang out. Several steel needles passed through Wang Qiwen's side at a very fast speed. The muffled sound of entering flesh came. The big mouth monster and the co-ed monster behind Wang Qiwen were penetrated at the same time. However, the humanoid monster with the blood-colored armor was so fast that it dodged the steel needles' attack. Colin's expression was calm, and he rested his glasses, a stream of light flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, the steel needles changed direction and shot towards the 2 armored monsters once again. The armored monster roared angrily and kept dodging and retreating. Wang Qiwen ran to Lu Ning and Colin's side. He was pale and gasping for air. Damn! Almost died. Colin nodded. You stand back. These 2 lesions are pretty strong. Wang Qiwen walked to the end without saying a word. Just then, low roars rang out from all directions. Lu Ning turned his head to look, and saw the various rooms on the 2nd floor, and a single lesion walking out. Both largemouth lesionists and syncytial lesionists are present. There were also sounds coming from the roof, and Lu Ning looked up to find a single mutant poking its head out to look over the edge of the previously collapsed 3rd floor. There were also 2 crustacean lesions among them. Colin glanced around at the monsters and frowned. This place is turning into a nest of diseased mutants. As he spoke, the other 2 crustacean lesions laughed heartily. Jia jia jia, kill you all. They swooped down from the 3rd floor and charged at Colin. Combined with the 2 armored lesions from before, they fended off the steel needles as they closed in. Colin's expression sank for a few moments as he probed and grabbed, spilling boulders that he grabbed in the air as if they were cannonballs and slammed towards the 4 armored diseased mutants. The 4 mutants hurriedly fended off the boulder, and took advantage of the opportunity to shoot steel needles into the head of one of the armored mutants. Right at this moment, the lesionist raised his hand and slapped it out, surprisingly skewing the steel needle by a few points, and the needle missed. The other 2 armored lesions had hissed and approached, and with a push of his palm, Colin's powerful nimbus directly shook the 2 armored lesions out of the room. But the armored mutant's defense was so strong that it collapsed a wall but did little damage. While Colin was fighting the 4 armored mutants, the other mutants had surrounded them. Wang Qiwen had an ugly expression, holding his gun in both hands as he whispered, Lu Ning. The captain and vice-captain seemed to have been stalled. Lu Ning nodded. Aha! Wang Qiwen glanced at the encircling ones, a full 6 largemouth mutants and 3 ensouled mutants, and gulped. What do we do? Lu Ning gave him a somewhat puzzled look. What to do? What else? That's a lot of lesions. Just the 2 of us to deal with, ah? Wang Qiwen gritted his teeth. Lu Ning nodded. Then we'll deal with it. He raised his hand as he spoke, and a precise shot landed on the brain of one of the largemouth mutants, blood spattering out as the bullet was deflected by the largemouth mutant's skull, failing to kill it outright. The gunshot sounded as if it was some kind of signal, and the slowly encircling lesions rushed quickly towards them at the same time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Qiwen roared, and his twin guns fired in quick succession. One by one, wounds appeared on the bodies of the largemouth mutants, but they were not fatal. But the merged lesion blocked the bullets with its own flesh and blood coat, closing in fast. Wang Qiwen's face changed slightly as he condensed water arrows about to shoot. Right at that moment, a residual shadow quickly arrived in front of one of the combined pathological changers. White light flashed. Boom! A roaring sound rang out, and that conjugate pathological mutant blocked with both hands. His arms were directly shattered, and his body was sent flying out. He let out a mixed male and female scream of agony. but Lu Ning had already rushed to the front of this combined pathological mutant and landed a punch on his head. The white light flashed and directly shattered his head, splattering red and white objects in all directions. With a calm expression, Lu Ning wiped away a splash of blood from his face and clenched his fists, saying, "If guns aren't good enough, I'm also slightly proficient in fists and kicks." After saying that, he once again rushed towards the other two ensouled legions. He, you're so strong. I love it. Come, be happy together. Be one with me. The chimeric legionist seems to have no fear, only hunger. When they saw Lu Ning rushing towards them, their eyes flashed with a blazing light as they similarly greeted him, as if they wanted to become one with him. The flesh and blood tunic of one of the ensouled legions morphed and transformed into a red cloth that wrapped toward Lu Ning. However, under Lu Ning's soul vibrating fist, the red cloth was directly shattered and turned into blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Lu Ning rushed towards the combined pathogenic mutant whose flesh and blood coat had been shattered, about to swing his fist. Right at this moment, the other conjugate pathogenic mutant transformed his palm into a claw and swept it toward Lu Ning's left arm. Lu Ning glanced at it and directly ignored it. Boom! Lu Ning broke the combined pathfinder's arm that was resisting, and a large chunk of bloody flesh was torn off his own left arm. The combined pathological mutant whose arm had been shattered had a twisted expression and more than a little bit of confusion in his eyes as he backed up. The hoplite pathogenic mutant who had torn off Lu Ning's flesh and blood glanced at the flesh and blood in his hand, and his palm wriggled as he devoured the flesh and blood. He then showed an expression of enjoyment and let out a low growl of pleasure. That's so cozy. This time Lu Ning also revealed a blazing smile. Yeah, it really hurts. It's so good. The expression on the face of the ensouled legion that had originally revealed an expression of enjoyment stiffened, and he looked at Lu Ning with some confusion. The next moment, he realized that the flesh and blood on Lu Ning's arm had actually grown back. You can recover wounds? Mixed male and female screams rang out. No wonder you didn't dodge just now. Lu Ning ignored it and once again rushed toward the hoplite pathfinder with the broken arm. This hoplite pathogenic mutant backed up and kept dodging, screaming, "Why are you chasing me?" Lu Ning smiled brightly. Had. Didn't you want to merge with me? Run for what? You go after him. This ensouled mutant screamed and pointed at the ensouled mutant chasing after Lu Ning. The ensouled diseased mutant had already arrived behind Lu Ning, his claws grasping towards Lu Ning's back heart with a cruel smile on his face. Just then, Lu Ning violently turned around, blocking the combined mutant's claws, and the soul vibrating fist struck towards the combined mutant. The combined mutant didn't expect Lu Ning to attack in reverse, and his face changed slightly as he hastily retreated. His cheek was grazed by Lu Ning's fist, and the powerful force of the soul vibrating fist directly caused the male face cheek of the combined pathological mutant to be torn apart, and blood spurted out. He screamed in rage, yet Lu Ning had already bullied his way up and attacked again. An extremely fast right straight punch struck the combined mutant's head directly, and he bobbed his head, dodging it sideways as he clawed at Lu Ning's arm. Lu Ning closed his fist into an elbow strike and met the diseased man's claws. There was a white light flashing from his elbow, and the moment it collided with the mutant's claws, a clicking and snapping sound rang out, and all of the mutant's fingers broke under the soul vibrating fist. The merged legion let out a scream of agony as he tried to back away. Lu Ning's left hand had already probed out and grabbed the legionist's arm. The legionist's face changed dramatically. A pink stream of light flashed in his eyes, and a seductive smile was on his face. Do you see me as beautiful? What answered him was Lu Ning's fist. The flashing white fist landed on the legion's face, shattering his head. After Lu Ning let go of his hand, the body of the combined pathogen swayed and fell heavily backward. He spoke calmly. Not beautiful. The original hoplite legion with the broken arm was just now reacting, looking at the ensouled mutant whose head had been shattered and collapsed on the ground. A look of panic finally appeared on the face of the broken-armed ensouled mutant. Chapter 34 Using Soul Weapons. Lu Ning didn't give the remaining combined pathfinder a chance to react, and charged straight up. Lu Ning's fighting ability, like all his other abilities, had been mastered to an extremely strong degree as soon as he had learned it, even defeating the veterans in Qin Feng who had taught him. The hoplite mutant who had lost his arm had no room to fight back at all, and was directly smashed in the head by Lu Ningbong's 2 punches. With all 3 hoplite pathfinders killed, Lu Ning looked in Wang Qiwen's direction. Wang Qiwen was currently facing a siege from the big-mouthed diseased mutant. The speed of the big-mouthed mutant was so fast that Wang Qiwen couldn't dodge all of the attacks and could only use his water control ability to condense a water shield. He parried the attack while using his twin guns to shoot. At close range, even Wang Qiwen was able to score consecutive hits to the head. The skull of a largemouth legionist is too hard to penetrate in one shot, but if you can't do it once, you can do it twice, 3 times. After 3 shots, even a big-mouthed legion would have its head blown off. By the time Lu Ning had killed the 3 conjugate mutants, Wang Qiwen had already cracked the skulls of 2 largemouth mutants. However, the water shield around Wang Qiwen's body was already vibrating under the continuous attacks of the big-mouthed mutant, and his face grew pale. Wang Qiwen's mental power wasn't enough to support him in using his water control ability for a long period of time. Otherwise he would be at risk of becoming sick. Seeing this, Lu Ning took out his own twin guns and fired them repeatedly. 2 consecutive rounds from his left and right double guns landed in the same spot on the big-mouthed mutant's head, killing a big-mouthed mutant with just 2 shots. Wang Qiwen, who was struggling to shoot, had his spirits lifted, and his intention to hide in the room first and use the terrain to maneuver around disappeared. He roared, asterisk 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 asterisk, you sons of ES, die for me. His pistol fired into the mouth of a wide-mouthed mutant with an open mouth, killing the loud-mouthed mutant with 2 shots. With Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen's successive shots, the remaining 2 large-mouthed mutants were all killed. Wang Qiwen's water shield shattered around him, and he sat down on the ground, gasping for breath and covered in sweat. Lu Ning walked over and said with some confusion, "Can your water control ability only coalesce water shield defense?" Wang Qiwen was stunned. "Why do you ask? Why else would you not attack with your water control ability?" Facing Lu Ning's question, Wang Qiwen's head was filled with black lines. "You think I don't want to? These dogbays are too fast and have strong defenses. My water arrows are now about as powerful as a pistol and can't kill them in one hit. The mental power consumption of the water arrows is also high. I might as well use the water shield for defense and attack with the pistol." "Oh." Lu Ning nodded. The corner of Wang Qiwen's mouth twitched. "Hey, Lu Ning, what do you mean? It can't be that you're looking down on my water control ability, right?" Lu Ning shook his head. "I didn't." Wang Qiwen revealed a disbelieving look. "I'm telling you, it's only because I'm only at the 1st rank now. When I'm mentally strong, I'll be able to control water very well. Don't think that I'm a waste. Elemental system ability is a very advanced awakened ability." Wang Qiwen's head was filled with black lines when he saw Lu Ning turn his head to look at the battle between Colin and Lin Xiao not far away. "Hey, Lu Ning, are you even listening?" "Huh?" Lu Ning looked at Wang Qiwen with some bewilderment. "What?" "Qi Van Wang." Just as Wang Qiwen was about to lash out, Lu Ning spoke up. "I'll go help Vice Captain Colin." Wang Qiwen looked at Lu Ning's back, and then at the 3 hoplite pathologists whose heads he had blown off. He opened his mouth, and then slowly closed it again, falling into silence. The battle between Colin and the 4 armored legions has reached a fever pitch. The armored mutant was clearly a mutant type with reinforced defenses, and resisted for a long time against Colin's attack. However, even so, the bodies of the 4 armored legions were covered in wounds, large and small, and Colin's expression was calm and collected, as if everything was under his control. 4 armored legions couldn't seem to pose much of a threat to him. At this moment, the 4 armored pathologists rushed towards Colin from several directions, trying to get close to him at an extremely fast speed. However, Colin just smiled slightly. "You guys don't know anything about nihilism." With a grab of his right hand, the boulders that had been spilled everywhere because of the battle between Lin Xiao and that muscle giant rose up in the air and shot towards each of the 4 armored pathological changers. The 4 armored diseased mutants were unable to dodge and were knocked away, blood spilling from their cracked armor. Lu Ning walked over. "Do you need help?" Colin glanced at Lu Ning and then at the dead mutants behind him, his gaze lingering for a split second on the 3 ensouled mutants. He was a bit surprised. "Solved so quickly? It's faster than both me and the captain. Those 3 misogynistic guys are second-order disease changers. How did you beat them like that? The heads are almost smashed." "Use the soul vibrating fist." Colin was a bit stunned. "You're keeping up with those 3 legions?" Lu Ning nodded. "I've been exercising my body well for a while now, and I'm not too bad in terms of speed." Colin looked at Lu Ning, a little surprised, but didn't say much. He then suddenly probed his hand and several more boulders flew out and crashed into the 4 armored legions. He rested his glasses and smiled slightly. "No need to help. I'm at least the vice captain and your senior. If I still need help from a player who just joined the team, then I'm too bad as a senior." As he spoke, a steel needle flew out and shot through the cracks in the armor of a fallen armored legionist, penetrating his body. This armor-diseased mutant screamed miserably. His body twitched a few times, and then lost its life. The eyes of the 3 remaining crustacean legions remained red. "Kill!" They hissed and growled and attacked Colin again. However, at the moment the wounds on their bodies slowed them down a lot. Colin's steel needles were pervasive, and soon found the opportunity to follow the cracks in their armor and pierce their bodies, killing them. Colin beckoned and the steel needles flew back and landed in his hand. Colin slightly rested his eyes and explained to Lu Ning with a light smile. "These are just third-order legions, but they should be the type with defense specialization, so they are more resistant." Lu Ning nodded slightly, then looked in Lin Xiao's direction. Colin looked over as well. The battle between Lin Xiao and the muscle giant was so destructive that the entire second floor had been pretty much destroyed, and the floors of some areas had even shattered, revealing the space on the first floor. Colin frowned slightly and spoke. I'm afraid that this diseased changeling has reached the 5th rank, and if it's caused by the fallen incense, then I'm afraid that the incense's danger is even greater than imagined. Wang Qiwen sniffed and immediately looked at Colin. By the way, Lieutenant, have you found the incense? Colin shook his head. What about you guys? Neither did we. We had only just gotten up to the 3rd floor when we saw a large gathering of legions, and this muscle legion was surrounded by them. Legions gathering together? Why? Colin was a little puzzled. I don't know. Wang Qiwen shrugged. Anyway, we just went up and these legions rushed us. Just as they were talking, that muscle-diseased mutant suddenly let out a roar, and in the next moment, the muscles on his body wriggled violently, and his originally gigantic body unexpectedly grew about half a meter larger once again. He instantly rushed to Lin Zhao's body and swung down with a forceful punch. Lin Zhao's face was grave as he blocked with both arms. In the next moment, his entire body was knocked into the floor and fell to the 1st floor, and with a roar, cracks in the floor spread and the entire 2nd floor collapsed with it. Several of Lu Ning's people followed suit and dropped to the 1st floor. Captain, Wang Qiwen called out a bit nervously. Colin propped up his glasses and said, at this level, the captain won't die. As if to seal that statement, a deep black light flashed. In the next moment, a figure rushed out from amongst the boulder ruins, charging straight towards the muscle giant. The muscle giant was immediately sent flying, directly flying about 10 meters away. At this moment, Lin Zhao's clothes were shredded and his body reached more than 3 meters tall, and his entire body's skin became reddish red, and there seemed to be a trace of steam floating out from the surface of his skin. He also had a long black stick in his hand. There was a hideous silver snake hovering on the surface of this long stick, which seemed to be alive as if it was swimming around the long stick, and would even wrap around Lin Zhao's wrist. As Lin Zhao picked up the coiled snake stick, his aura caused Lu Ning to feel great pressure. Wang Qiwen on the side was shocked. What is this? Why does that stick make me feel uncomfortable? Chapter 35, The Smiley Mask. That's a Horcrux. Colin explained. A soul weapon? That's a soul weapon? It looks like it's a bit. How can I say it? Wang Qiwen opened his mouth, wanting to describe the feeling, but didn't know how. A little evil? Colin spoke up. Well, it is a bit. Wang Qiwen nodded repeatedly. Because soul weapons themselves contain powerful spiritual radiation that can contaminate the spirit. Ordinary people who spend time around them will be left with permanent spiritual trauma. Although awakened people are a bit better, they will likewise be at risk of lesions if they are overused. Colin explained. Right at this moment, Lin Zhao let out a low gulp. His body transformed into a residual shadow and instantly appeared in front of the muscle-diseased mutant, and the coiled snake stick struck towards the muscle-diseased mutant who had just climbed to his feet. Before this muscle-diseased mutant even had time to react, he was struck in the abdomen, and his huge body flew backwards once again, with blood still spewing out in the air. Lin Zhao seemed to intend to make quick work of it and disappeared once again, only to see that muscle giant as if it was a leather ball, being hit by Lin Zhao from one position to another, constantly flying around in the air. But this muscle giant's flesh was strong, and even after being hit like this, he didn't die. He growled an angry and frantic roar that also contained pain. Lin Zhao had a hideous evil smile on his face and paid no attention to the muscle giant's struggles as he continuously swung the coiled snake stick. 1 strike, 5 strikes, 10 strikes. It wasn't until Lin Zhao pounded the muscle giant dozens of times that his body fell limply to the ground, losing his breath. As soon as the muscle giant died, Lin Zhao threw the coiled snake stick on the ground and his entire body paralyzed with it. At this moment, Lin Zhao's hair was already soaked with sweat, a trace of blood oozed out from the surface of his skin, and he was panting like a cow. Colin saw this and hurriedly walked up and put the coiled snake stick into the black wooden box from before. Only then did he look at Lin Zhao and said, Captain, how is it? Lin Zhao's expression was twisted, and from time to time, a hideous color surfaced. He grinned and forced a smile. It's okay, a bit of mental turmoil, but it's acceptable. This pile of meat is too resistant to beatings. Lin Zhao glanced at the muscle legionist who was softening into a puddle of mud in the distance and grumbled a bit. Colin nodded. Then he spoke. Then you rest here while we continue to look for the smudge. Okay. Lin Zhao smiled. Snap. Just then, there was applause, and both Colin and Lin Zhao's expressions changed slightly as they frowned and looked in the direction from which the applause came. Lu Ning also turned his head to look over, only to see that on the lawn beyond the ruins, a figure cloaked in black robes had appeared at an unknown time. The man wore a white smiley mask on his face and had a slender figure, so it was impossible to tell if he was a man or a woman. He applauded with both hands and looked at the wooden box in Colin's hand, laughing lightly. I didn't expect to come across a soul weapon after just one experiment. What luck! The masked man's voice sounded like a man and a woman. and was somewhat similar to the ensorcelled lesions. Colin narrowed his eyes as the steel needles surfaced once more. Joy to the heavens? The masked man slightly owed. This officer of the Misty Bureau. You guessed correctly. Seeing as your captain doesn't seem to be doing too well right now, why don't we make peace? As long as you give me the soul weapon in your hand, I will leave immediately. Answering the masked man was Colin's steel needle. More than a dozen steel needles pierced through the air, shooting straight at the masked man's various vitals. However, these steel needles just came close. The masked man reached out his hand to point, and these steel needles slightly trembled, and unexpectedly fell directly to the ground. Colin frowned, his face a little more intense. You can dissipate my thoughts? Hee, the masked man smiled softly and spoke as if whispering in his lover's ear. It seems that you don't know much about us. I'm merely making your thoughts negative. And after the thoughts are negative, they naturally dissipate. Just like this. He looked straight at Colin. Negative. With the masked man's words, Colin's body swayed slightly, and he actually almost fell to the ground. He let out a low gulp as his spiritual power surged, forcing his way out of the negative state. And at this moment the masked man took out a pistol in his hand at some point and pulled the trigger on Colin. Just then, another gunshot rang out, and a flash of fire flashed through the air as two bullets collided in the air, both breaking off their original trajectories and landing on the ground. The masked man turned to look at Lu Ning, who had raised his gun, with a look of interest in his eyes. Very good marksmanship. What answered him was Lu Ning's bullet. However, the bullet had just gotten close to the masked man and likewise, as if caught up in negativity, lost its power and fell to the ground. The masked man laughed softly. Your partner won't be happy if you're so pushy in bed. Oh, bang bang. Two more shots were fired, but unfortunately the bullets still landed on the ground. Really? Charmed. The masked man opened his hand slightly at Lu Ning. I don't like people who are too rough. Kill yourself. However, Lu Ning was unresponsive and continued to shoot at the masked man. A continuous stream of bullets poured out, but unfortunately all of them seemed to be unable to get close to the masked man. He surveyed Lu Ning in surprise. The charm ability failed? Your mental power is far inferior to mine because your willpower is very strong? I'm interested in you again. Would you like to join our joyous heavenly kingdom? Right at this moment, the masked man suddenly moved his body and jumped out several meters, and from behind him, a huge boulder ruthlessly smashed into the position where the masked man originally stood. Colin rested his glasses, a cold stern look on his originally svelte and gentle face. Digging up my team members in front of me, that's something I won't agree to. As he spoke, veins appeared on his forehead, his hands spread out, and a piece of debris floated up around him. He coldly looked at the masked man and said, there is a limit to how negative you can make your thoughts, isn't there? Then let me see where your limit is. With a wave of his hands, dozens of pieces of rubble shot out as if they were cannonballs, all of them heading towards the masked man. The masked man stood still, his hands open, and let out a low, hoarse voice, negative. Along with his voice, an invisible force spread in all directions, and all of the rubble all lost their strength directly and fell to the ground. The masked man said softly, unfortunately, you can't see my limits. Just as he said this, he turned his head to look in the other direction. Lin Xiao, who was originally sitting there resting, had gotten up at this moment as he slowly walked over to Colin's side and took the wooden box in Colin's hand. He grinned, his eyes taking on a cold edge. Colin can't. What about me? The masked man spread his hands, his voice still relaxed. Hey, your consumption just now wasn't small, was it? Using your soul weapon at a high frequency, don't get directly sick. Lin Xiao's expression was cold. Then you don't have to care. I can kill you before the disease changes. Looks like I'm still being underestimated. Although you're very strong, but I'm not brainless like that test subject. My ability is very suitable for maneuvering. The masked man spoke softly. Yeah, try it then. As he spoke, Lin Xiao opened the wooden box and picked up the coiled snake stick once again. Chapter 36, The Fall. Lin Xiao let out a low gulp and his originally contracted body expanded once again as he stepped on the ground and disappeared in place, instantly appearing in front of the masked man. Lin Xiao gripped the coiled snake stick with both hands and struck towards the masked man's head, and on top of the coiled snake stick, there was even a faint white light flashing. This was Lin Xiao using the power of the soul vibrating fist, using his abilities at full power, coupled with the power of his soul weapon and soul vibrating fist. The storm raised by this strike caused the black robes around the masked man to hunt and dance. Are you crazy? The masked man's voice was no longer as calm as before. Negative. He probed at Lin Xiao, using his own ability. With the negative use, the white light of the soul vibrating fist on the coil snake stick dissipated, and even Lin Xiao's own speed was weakened. However, even so, the power of that coiled snake stick was still powerful. The masked man didn't dare to take it hard and retreated in a hurry. The coiled snake stick landed on the ground where the masked man had previously stood, immediately creating a large pit several meters in circumference on the ground, and even the ground trembled slightly. When the blow missed, Lin Zhao's figure disappeared again and appeared behind the masked man, sweeping his long stick across the room. The masked man was about to dodge again. Just then, a boulder flew as if it were a cannonball from every direction and crashed into the masked man. Although the masked man defended himself in time, he was still knocked back and forth, unable to stabilize his stance. When the boulder disappeared, Lin Zhao's long stick landed heavily on the masked man's back. Boom! The masked man was smashed dozens of meters and crashed heavily into the wall of another villa on the side, collapsing the wall of the villa. Lin Zhao rushed straight into the wall that the masked man had collapsed, and another roar sounded. The masked man was knocked out of the villa, and while in the air, he was hit by another boulder, and blood spurted from his body. Lin Zhao followed suit and rushed into the air as the coiled snake stick slammed down hard. Boom! The masked man shot straight to the ground and smashed into the rubble. Lin Zhao landed on the ground, leaning on the coiled snake stick and gasping for breath. His expression was twisted and seemed to contain pain. Just then, the masked man who had fallen into the rubble stirred and slowly got up. His voice was hoarse and shrill with anger. Damn you for ignoring the risk of lesions? Lin Zhao's expression was hideous as he laughed and charged up again. The masked man screamed, then stretched out his hand once again at Lin Zhao, his voice hoarse as he let out a filthy whisper. Fallen. With this sound, the masked man's whole body trembled, and blood spurted out from the corner of the mask's smiling mouth. Lin Zhao, on the other hand, stopped straight in place. The tattered trench coat behind him seemed to bulge with something, and something seemed to be writhing on his back. He stifled a hoarse, low growl. Colin's face changed dramatically when he saw this, and he shouted, "Captain!" Quickly dropped the coiled snake stick. There was blood in Lin Zhao's eyes that surfaced with a hideous madness, but his remaining sanity made him let go of his hand. The coiled snake stick fell to the ground from Lin Zhao's hand, and the twisting silver snake slowly calmed down, seemingly losing its life. Lin Zhao collapsed beside the coiled snake stick. The windbreaker that bulged and twisted behind him gradually calmed down, but his hands gripped the two stone slabs tightly, the tremendous force gripping them to pieces, as if he was enduring great pain. Seeing this, Colin hurriedly used his mind power to pull the coiled snake stick to his body and put it into the wooden box. Until the coiled snake stick left, Lin Zhao's struggling body slowly calmed down. Seeing this, Colin sighed in relief, while controlling the boulder to shoot out again, shooting at the masked man who was vomiting blood continuously. The masked man was suppressed and retreated back and forth, but without Lin Zhao's strong attack. Although he was suppressed, he didn't continue to be injured as he was before. Lu Ning, bring the captain back. Colin's expression was grave as he continued to attack the masked man while calling out. Lu Ning nodded and rushed to Lin Zhao's side, where he realized that there were still two remaining tentacles of flesh and blood writhing on Lin Zhao's cheeks. This writhing tentacle of flesh and blood slowly merged into his skin and gradually disappeared, and Lin Zhao's face was very pale, as if he was very sick and looked very weak. Lu Ning picked Lin Zhao up horizontally and quickly returned behind Colin. Wang Chuan came up and said with some concern, "Captain, are you alright?" Lin Zhao's expression twisted as he took a deep breath, then grinned and said somewhat weakly, "Fortunately, I almost had a lesion just now. Damn, this guy's ability just now was terrifying. However, he shouldn't have developed full control over this ability yet and suffered a very serious backlash. I'm afraid it's not easy to bear." Colin looked to Lu Ning. "How's the captain?" In Lu Ning's eyes, a faint white mist emerged from Lin Zhao's body, but this white mist was slowly dissipating. He spoke, "It should be fine." Colin's expression eased a few moments. "I'm glad it's okay." Lin Zhao, however, didn't care. He looked towards the masked man who was being suppressed by Colin. His face was a bit ugly. "This guy is very difficult to deal with. Colin, you may not be able to keep him. Can you block him for a while? I'll ask for help." Colin nodded. "No problem." Just then, Lu Ning looked at Lin Zhao and said, "Captain, can you give me the coiled snake stick to use?" When these words came out, Lin Zhao, Colin and Wang Chuan were all stunned and stared. Wang Chuan whispered, "Lu Ning, are you crazy?" Lin Zhao was also a bit confused. "You use it? Your strength, and so on. Your spiritual pollution level won't increase." Lin Zhao reacted with a somewhat strange expression. He then took a deep breath and said seriously, "Lu Ning, although this joyous heavenly kingdom's evilist is currently injured and being suppressed, when he recovers a little bit of his state, I'm afraid that Colin won't be able to suppress him, and you're still too weak. Even if you use your soul weapon, you'll still die." Lu Ning looked at Lin Zhao and asked rhetorically, "Will I die?" Lin Zhao, Chi Van Wang. Colin rested his glasses and looked at the masked man who was gradually stabilizing himself in his attack, and could even use his negative ability to eliminate his thoughts, and spoke, "I think Lu Ning's method will work, and in a little while, if he wants to leave, I won't be able to stop him. Lin Xiao grinned. Try it then. Colin tossed the wooden box to Lu Ning. Lu Ning opened the wooden box and reached out to grip it over the coiled snake stick. As his hand touched the coiled snake stick, the silver snake pattern on it instantly came to life, and the snake's body wrapped around Lu Ning's wrist, and an incomparably powerful force traveled from the coiled snake stick into Lu Ning's body. He put the wooden box down and swung the coiled snake stick, and the wind whistled. Is this a soul weapon? Very powerful indeed. In the next moment, he stomped his paws on the ground, and the stone slabs under his feet cracked as he turned into a stump and rushed towards the masked man. The masked man was using his negative ability to defuse another of Colin's attacks as he gasped for air and sneered. This officer of the Mist Bureau. You can't stop me. I'll be gone in a minute. Just then, he saw a figure rushing up with a coiled snake stick in hand, which caused the masked man's body to tremble slightly. When he saw that the person holding the coiled snake stick was not Lin Xiao, but the team member with the great marksmanship, the masked man laughed out loud. A mere second-order awakened person. How dare you use a soul weapon? You guys are really crazy. I'm afraid he's going to be sick right away? However, no one answered his words, and Lu Ning was already close to him. Along with Lu Ning, there were various boulders that Colin manipulated. The masked man bellowed again. Negative. With his words, all the boulders fell to the ground in unison, while Lu Ning's speed did not slow down in the slightest. He blinked and rushed to the masked man, his coiled snake stick striking down on his head, the white light on it thick. Chapter 37, Killing. What? Negative abilities seemed to have no effect on Lu Ning, which was completely out of the masked man's expectations. The intense power of the soul vibrating fist on the coiled snake stick even caused the masked man's eyes to widen and his breath to freeze. Caught off guard, he dodged hastily. However, Lin Xiao's previous attack had caused the masked man to be injured quite heavily, and this, coupled with the backlash from using his fallen ability, had caused him to be far less agile than before. He only had time to duck his head before he was struck in the left shoulder with a coiled snake stick. The power of the soul vibrating fist with high resonance was extremely powerful, and Lu Ning's own strength was substantially augmented by the coiled snake stick. The strike caused the bones in the masked man's left shoulder to shatter and bloody with just a touch. He let out a scream, his eyes wide with disbelief beneath his mask. The masked man seemed to be completely surprised that a mere second stage awakened had caused him to suffer such a serious injury. With one strike, Lu Ning did not give the masked man a chance to catch his breath. He twisted his waist and swung his arm, and the coiled snake stick swept out horizontally with a whistling wind sound, once again drawing towards the masked man's waist. The masked man gritted his teeth, swallowed the blood in his mouth, and yelled at Lu Ning. Negative. This time, the white light on Lu Ning's coiled snake stick dimmed by a few points, and the power and speed of the coiled snake stick weakened a bit. However, the masked man was even more incredulous. He had used his negative ability with all his might against Lu Ning alone, but he could only weaken the power by such a small amount? Luckily, this time the masked man was prepared, and quickly backed away while using his ability, narrowly dodging the weakened coiled snake stick attack. Before the masked man could breathe a sigh of relief, a boulder whistled behind him. He hastily dodged, but he was still hit in the back by a boulder, and sprayed blood from his open mouth. The masked man let out an enraged scream as he hissed at Lu Ning, who was once again swinging his coiled snake stick to strike. Fallen. However, Lu Ning did not stop for a moment, and in the eyes of the masked man who did not dare to believe, the coiled snake stick landed heavily on the masked man's head. Boom! The masked man's head was knocked askew and his mask shattered, revealing a handsome face. There were hideous wounds on the forehead of this handsome face, and blood continued to flow down. The masked man staggered a step, opened his mouth, and was about to speak again when the coiled snake stick had landed on his head once more. This blow directly knocked the masked man to the ground. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and before he had time to react in any way, the coiled snake stick struck once again. Boom boom boom. Lu Ning lifted his stick and dropped it, lifted his stick and dropped it again, striking the masked man's head over and over again, embedding his head into the stone floor and leaving only his limbs and torso twitching outside. And as the coiled snake stick fell again and again, the twitching limbs gradually lost their movement. Even though the masked man's limbs had already gone completely limp, Lu Ning continued to beat the coiled snake stick on his head one by one with no expression on his face. It made the three Colin scalps numb not far away. Wang Chuan looked at Lu Ning with a horrified face. Team, Captain, Lu Ning won't be diseased, right? It feels like it's gone crazy. Colin was also looking at Lu Ning with a somewhat startled and wary expression. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched and he tentatively called out, Lu Ning? Lu Ning? Are you okay? Lu Ning stopped his stick and glanced at Lin Xiao, revealing a confused look. What's wrong, Captain? Lin Xiao's expression was relieved. Then he coughed dryly and said, Lu Ning, although I know that you don't like cultists either, Flogging corpses is wrong. It doesn't conform to the values of our Misty Bureau. You know? Lu Ning opened his mouth to explain. I just didn't know if he was dead or not, so I hit him a few more times just in case. Lin Xiao 3? They looked at the red and white stuff splattered around the edges of the pit where the head had been set, and fell into deep thought. Colin rested his glasses and the corner of his mouth twitched. Lu Ning, do you want to see if his head is still molded? Lu Ning sniffed and glanced at the pit, then realized that the masked man's originally handsome head seemed to be a blur. Lu Ning looked inside him and didn't see any white mist or anything like that. He then looked at Colin with a wide smile. Should be dead, even if he is as calm as Colin. His smile at this moment is awkward and unobtrusive. Dead? Ah, it's good to be dead. It's good to be dead. At the very least, I don't have to be tortured by Lu Ning anymore. Lin Xiao and the three of them looked at each other and saw this idea in each other's eyes at the same time. Lin Xiao's face turned pale as he held Colin's shoulders and said, Go over and take a look. Colin nodded and the three of them made their way over to the dead masked man. Colin turned to Wang Qiwen. You hold the captain. Oh, good. Wang Qiwen hurriedly went forward to help Lin Xiao. Colin, for his part, crouched down and fumbled with the masked man's black robe. Soon, he fumbled for a couple of fallen incense from within his black robe. This incense should have been caught by the fluctuations of the battle, and was now broken into several pieces. In addition to the incense, there was also a ring with an angel carved into it, as well as a few soul crystals. Colin examined the carving of the angel on the ring, on which she spread her wings and arms as if to embrace the believer, looking both holy and seductive in her white yet revealing gown. But the face carved by the fallen angel was a blur, so you couldn't tell what it looked like. It's the mark of a fallen angel, and this guy is indeed a member of the kingdom of joyful heaven. But there are no useful clues on him other than the incense. Colin was a bit regretful. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and spoke. This cultist just mentioned experiments. So this gathering could be a place for experiments. It's just that I don't know if it's a personal action on his part or if there were originally joyful heavenly kingdom members at the gathering. This can be investigated. Colin nodded back. Well, we can investigate from the birthday party organizer and we should be able to find a list of party members. Go back and ask that lady from before. Lin Xiao nodded and said softly. He then looked at Lu Ning with a look of surprise in his eyes. Lu Ning, why was the cultist's ability so weak against you before? Do you have any special ways of resisting it? Colin also came back to his senses and looked at Lu Ning curiously. He said seriously, Lu Ning, if you have such a method, you can share it with the Misty Bureau. This will allow the Bureau's action team members to reduce their losses by a great deal when facing the members of the joyous celestial kingdom. And this credit should be enough to apply for a very strong Horcrux for you. And perhaps a medium critical Horcrux will hopefully even be applied for you. Wang Qiwen also looked at Lu Ning curiously. Lu Ning's expression was calm as he said, I don't have any special ways to resist. Lin Xiao was stunned and a bit startled. Then how come you're not affected? That fallen ability. But it almost made me sick. Lu Ning thought for a moment and said, maybe it's because my spiritual pollution level has always been 0% and I don't suffer from spiritual pollution? I don't feel any spiritual depravity. 3 people, degree. Wang Qiwen's eyes are green. Spiritual pollution degree is 0% and this benefit? This is too good, right? Then aren't the members of the joyous heavenly kingdom completely helpless against you? Colin also looked envious inside. Maybe it's really possible, but that negative ability doesn't seem to do much for you either? Lu Ning nodded and truthfully said, this bit of negativity is too little. I've been walking through the mists for a long time and have experienced negativity much greater than this, so it doesn't have much of an effect. Hearing this, all 3 fell silent. Lin Xiao looked a bit puzzled. That negative ability I tried before was as if my whole body was powerless and everything in the world was meaningless. I didn't expect it to be nothing to you? It's hard to imagine what kind of journey you went through in the mist. Colin also nodded slightly and gently patted Lu Ning's shoulder. At the very least, now you've returned to civilization, to the human race. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Alright, notify Lin Fei and the others and the Misty Bureau's logistics department to come and make amends. Lin Xiao silently changed the topic. Chapter 38 For the Sake of Humanity. Colin called to notify the Misty Bureau's logistics department, then led Lu Ning and the others toward the outside of the villa area. In the outer area, Lin Fei and Peng Qianqian led a few magistrates to blockade the area. Behind them were a number of residents. Most of these residents were wearing pajamas, some even just underwear, and were currently shivering in the night wind. Their faces were pale as they looked in the direction of the villa area, their eyes terrified. One of them, a middle-aged man with a big belly, said to Lin Fei, Magistrate Lin, what's the situation now? What exactly is causing the lesions in there? You have to make it clear to us residents, right? Another middle-aged woman with a stern temperament also nodded her head and said, yes, with so much commotion inside, we as parties involved, have the right to know the specifics, Lin Fei said with a serious expression. This matter involves the Misty Bureau. You all can inquire with the Misty Bureau if you have connections in the Misty Bureau. And as a magistrate, I am similarly unclear about the specifics of the lesion incident. The other residents weren't going to let Lin Fei go just yet, but at that moment, there were footsteps in the night, and everyone was shaken. Lin Fei and Peng Chanxian and the other magistrates had their guns, aiming at the path in the darkness with serious expressions. The residents, who were still very strong, are now backing away and hiding behind the sheriff. Shadows appeared on the path, and gradually, Lin Fei's few people got a good look at the visitor. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and the others, Lin Fei and Peng Chanxian and a few other magistrates were overjoyed. However, when they saw the broken clothes of Lin Xiao's several people, as well as the somewhat pale faces of Lin Xiao and Colin, the faces of several people changed slightly. Lin Fei hurriedly greeted him. Captain Lin, you're back. How's the situation? Do you need a higher level of alert? Lin Xiao waved his hand and said somewhat weakly. No need. The lesions have already been dealt with. We've already notified the Misty Mist Bureau's logistics department, so you guys can just cooperate with the logistics department later. Hearing these words, Lin Fei's expression was clearly relieved. Then he revealed a smile and saluted a few people. Thanks for your hard work. Lin Xiao grinned. For the sake of humanity. Lin Fei nodded heavily. For the sake of humanity. Colin said. I'll leave this place to you next. The residents can't go in for the time being. The spiritual radiation inside is still very high, and it's very easy to develop mental problems after going in. He glanced at the residents standing behind Lin Fei and the others. Hearing this, the residents' faces changed. The stern middle-aged woman who had spoken earlier was now somewhat in awe as she turned to Colin. This, sir, may I ask when we can go home? Will the spiritual radiation inside still lower? Will there be any after effects in the future? Colin propped up his glasses and smiled svelte. Don't worry, this lady, the mental radiation inside isn't long-lasting, 2 days at the most, and you'll be able to go back without leaving any after effects. The residents were relieved to hear this. The stern middle-aged woman nodded her head busily and said, Thank you, sir. Colin nodded slightly, then turned to Wang Qiwen. What? Can you drive? Wang Qiwen was stunned. Yes. Why? The captain can't drive in this state, so you'll take his car back? What? When the originally weak Lin Xiao heard this, he almost jumped up from Wang Qiwen's shoulders. He shook his head like a rattle. No way. I don't want to. What if this Arvin kid crashes my car? I haven't paid off my car loan yet. Shi Van Wang. Colin was helpless. So you can't drive now either? Lin Xiao stubbornly said. Anyway, no. When the logistics department comes, let them help me tow the car back to the branch. Alright then. Then you all get in my car. Several people got into the car together. Lu Ning sat in the co-pilot and Wang Qiwen helped Lin Xiao into the back seat. The SUV started and quickly headed out of the villa area. By the time they got back to the branch, it was almost 5 in the morning. Inside the lobby, Yuran was sitting at the front desk, her hands propped up on her head nodding down from time to time. When she heard the sound of the gate opening, she was jolted awake and looked in the direction of the gate. When she saw Lin Xiao, tattered, covered in blood, and pale, leaning against Wang Qiwen as he came in, Yuran's face turned white and she hurriedly got up and ran over. Captain, are you alright? Yuran's voice was a little shaky and her eyes were slightly red. Lin Xiao grinned and laughed. It's fine. It's all minor injuries. Colin and Lu Ning followed and also walked in. Colin smiled and said, Ran, the captain is indeed fine. But don't be so furtive as to aggravate his injuries. Yuran sniffed and glared at Colin. Vice Captain really? I'm not that hairy. Yuran's mood was also a little better after being spoken to by Colin, and she hurriedly said, I'll go get the medicine. Lin Xiao nodded. Let's go to the 3rd floor first. Colin spoke up. Let's take the elevator today. The captain is a bit of a pain in the ass to take the stairs in his condition. There is also an elevator by the stairs, which is usually used by everyone and rarely used by anyone. Wang Qiwen said somewhat indistinctly. I told you how the elevator was installed, so it's for this time? Colin smiled softly and nodded. Well, taking the stairs would be even more of a hassle with a stretcher. Wang Qiwen was full of questions. All the stretchers are being used, and they're still not going to the hospital. Colin smiled. We have special medication here for emergency treatment that works better than the hospital. Wang Qiwen nodded indistinctly. A few people got on the elevator and soon arrived at the 3rd floor. The elevator doors opened, a few people stepped out and saw an old dark-haired man walk out of the event room. The old man was tall and robust, and if he didn't look at his face, he couldn't tell that he was an old man at all. He was none other than Yanan, one of the retired team members. Behind him, Zhou Yulin and Wei Xian also walked out. Seeing Lin Zhao's miserable state, Zhou Yulin's face turned white and exclaimed, How did the captain get like this? Wei Xin busily walked up and supported Lin Xiao with Wang Chuan. What's going on? Wang Chuan grinned, his face full of fear. Damn. I met a very powerful guy this time. Yinan frowned and looked at Lin Xiao. You brought the coiled snake stick and got it all like this? What's the other party's origin? Lin Xiao smiled weakly. A fifth-ranked member of the joyous heavenly kingdom. Fifth order? Yinan's face changed slightly. Middle order awakened people aren't rare amongst the joyous heavenly kingdom. Usually when a fifth order appears, there must be some brats behind it. Or is it because of that fallen incense? Colin nodded and explained. Well, from what the cultist said, it would have been a test for fallen incense. Speaking of this, Colin's expression sank. The test results weren't too good for us. This time there was actually a fifth-ranked diseased changeling that was very strong. Yinan's face changed slightly as he looked at Lin Zhao's people with a bit of surprise. A fifth-order diseased mutant plus a fifth-order cultist. And you guys didn't even attrition? Colin's trio returned to their senses and Lin Xiao grinned, pointing at Lu Ning who was standing quietly to the side, thanks to Lu Ning this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I'm at risk of having a lesion. When Yinan and the three of them heard this, they immediately looked at Lu Ning, their expressions all puzzled and surprised. Yinan looked confused. Lu Ning is only at the first rank. What can he do to help? First order? This kid is already second order. Colin's mouth twitched. Helpless. Yi South Trio? Chapter 39, The Party Promoter. What? Second rank so soon? Didn't he just learn the spirit tempering method not long ago? Yinan looked at Lu Ning with wide eyes and exclaimed in shock. Yeah, this kid doesn't have to worry about the spiritual pollution level. Quenching the spirit isn't like we need to be careful. And his quenching efficiency is also very high. Lin Xiao grinned, his eyes full of envy. Xiao Yulin looked at Lu Ning, her eyes filled with admiration. Brother Lu Ning is too powerful, isn't he? This is the second rank. I'm still far from the second rank. Wei Xian also nodded in admiration. I'm still far from it as well. But, the second rank is still a low-rank awakened person. How can it be possible to deal with a fifth-rank awakened person? Yinan was still a bit confused. Colin laughed. He can use a soul weapon, and that awaken one's ability just doesn't have much effect on him. So let's just say that cultist was pretty unlucky as well. Hearing this, Yinan instead became even more surprised. The ability of a fifth order awakened has no effect on him? How is this possible? Well, because most of that cultist's abilities involve the spirit. Old Ji, you also know that Lu Ning's mental state is very stable. Only then did it dawn on Yinan. Then he looked at Lu Ning and laughed. I didn't expect to be able to make such a contribution at only the second rank. It's true that young people are still more powerful. Lin Xiao also thought of something and looked at Lu Ning. By the way, you deserve a lot of credit this time. After all, a middle-ranked awakened one-level cultist is quite dangerous. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that the best outcome this time would be for us to hold out until backup arrives, and for him to know what's going on and retreat. It was all thanks to you that we were able to kill that cultist. You should be able to get quite a few rewards this time. Lu Kong sniffed and looked at Lin Xiao. Can there be a soul tool reward? Hearing this, Lin Xiao thought for a moment and spoke. I'll apply for you. I'm not sure if it will work or not, but don't hold too much hope. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Aha. Just then, footsteps sounded quickly, and Yuran ran over from behind. There was also a silver-colored metal box in her hand. Captain, your medicine. Yinan also came back to his senses and said, let's help Lin Xiao to the activity room first. Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian nodded their heads in succession, and the two of them helped Lin Xiao into the activity room and made him lie down on the sofa. And then, Colin took the metal box in Yuran's hand and opened it. Inside was a blue potion. Seeing that Lu Ning and the others were a bit curious, Colin explained. This potion was made by the awakened who possessed healing abilities in the Misty Bureau, but unfortunately, this potion can't be stored for a very long time, and the process of making it is quite troublesome, so there aren't a lot of stockpiles of this potion in the entire Misty Bureau. With that, he loaded the needle and injected the medicine into Lin Zhao's body. Lin Zhao's expression instantly soothed a lot, and his originally pale face gradually regained its redness. He exhaled a cloudy breath and grinned. Finally, I'm comfortable. You can lie down and rest again. Colin glanced at Lin Xiao, who was planning to sit up, and spoke. Lin Xiao shrugged and lay down again. Colin then looked at Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen and spoke. You two go rest. You've been quite tired this night. Wang Qiwen's expression was a bit embarrassed. I didn't do anything either. Colin smiled. Didn't you kill a few first-order diseased mutants? This is also a credit. When the time comes, I will apply for a reward for you. Wang Qiwen's eyes lit up. That's fine. Lu Ning nodded and said. Then I'll go back to bed. After Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen left, Yi Nan also returned to the basement. Colin looked at Lin Xiao and said, are you going to question the lady later? Lin Xiao laughed. Nonsense. I'm definitely going to go. Let's go a little later. I'll rest for a while too. Colin nodded. Lu Ning went back and had a beautiful sleep. When he arrived at the Misty Bureau, it was already evening. The receptionist was another little girl named Annie. Yuran was on night duty yesterday and transferred during the day, and greeted Lu Ning, who nodded, and then came to the third floor. Inside the activity room on the third floor, neither Colin nor Lin Xiao were there, and there were only Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin. Wei Xian was playing a single-player game while Xiao Yulin was watching an idol drama on the side. Seeing Lu Ning coming over, Xiao Yulin's eyes lit up as she greeted him with a smile. Brother Lu Ning, have you rested yet? Wei Xian laughed. Why don't you rest a bit more? One hasn't even come yet. He shouldn't be as tired as you were yesterday, right? Lu Ning spoke. I'm pretty much rested. Where are the captain and co-captain? The two of them went to the sheriff's office, supposedly to have another chat with the young lady who reported the crime yesterday. Akazuki Lin explained. Lu Ning nodded slightly and came to Wei Xian's side to play the game with him. It was only when it was about 6 p.m. that Lindsay and Colin returned to the activity room. Lin Zhao's clothes had been changed into a new set. His face was rosy, and he couldn't see the previous misery at all. He and Colin hung their trench coats on the wall and sat down on the couch with tired faces. Wei Xian inquired. How is it? Colin said. That lady has already told us everything she knows. This birthday party is a private party hosted by Han Yu, the young master of the Heavenly Star Entertainment Group, and some of the guests attending this party are the children of the entertainment group's executives, and some of them are small celebrities and models. We had the sheriff's department investigate that Han Yu, and found that the kid has been playing with flowers lately, taking in both men and women, and often hosting various parties. As for whether that's his nature or if he's been exposed to depraved incense, that's something we're not sure of yet. As for the list of guests attending the party, that lady doesn't know either, but I think with Han Yu's status, he should have had a butler to help him draw up the list and invite him, so it won't be hard to find clues. That's why we're planning to go to the Sky Star Entertainment Group tomorrow to find out what's going on. After Lu Ning and the three of them quietly listened to Colin's words, Xiao Yulin was a bit surprised. Tianqing Entertainment Group is a big group in our base city. I didn't expect that the young master of their group would die in the Legion incident. Lin Xiao shrugged and said, it's still uncertain if this Han Yu is dead or not, but he did go missing. This must be big news, right? Xiao Yulin smiled a bit as she jumped up and down. Can I come with you guys tomorrow? Wei Xian was also looking forward to it a bit. The last mission. It was Wen and Lu Ning who went to do it together. So let me and Xiao Lin go this time? Lin Xiao laughed. This mission is nothing more than going to investigate. It's not that difficult. Just have Colin take you too when the time comes. The three of us will stay at the branch to rest. Autumn Moonlight waved her fist in a bit of excitement. So are we going to get to see the stars? Colin propped up his glasses and said, a little breathlessly, we're not there to chase stars. Autumn Moonlin heatedly laughed. I know la. I'll just take a look from afar. Colin then looked at Lu Ning and said, I've reported your weapon application along with the merit application, and I should have news tomorrow. Lu Ning nodded and said, thank you, Lieutenant. Colin patted Lu Ning's shoulder and laughed. We're all companions. What's there to be thankful for? Lin Xiao heatedly laughed. If you really want to thank me, let's have a few games. Wei Xian and Colin both revealed meaningful smiles as they looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning said with a wooden face, I'm not thankful. Cut. Forget it. Let's eat dinner. I'm starving. Lin Xiao skimmed his mouth. Chapter 40, The Red Rose and the White Rose. It was Lu Ning and Lin Zhao's turn to be on night duty that night. Lin Xiao went to watch soap operas as usual, and Lu Ning could only quench his spiritual power a little bit because the soul crystals had been used up. A night passes quickly. Early the next morning, Lu Ning had just finished his spiritual quenching and was planning to go to the captain's office to find Lin Xiao to order breakfast when he heard footsteps rapidly approaching. Lin Xiao pushed the door in with a look of surprise on his face. Lu Ning, there's good news for you. Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao suspiciously. What good news? Didn't Colin apply for firearms equipment for you yesterday as well as exchanging merits for soul artifacts? There's already a result. Lu Ning sniffed and immediately inquired. How is it? Bureau Wang personally approved the application and intends to give you a firearms-type soul weapon. It just so happens that you don't need firearms equipment, so you can just use the soul weapon directly. The person escorting the soul weapon should arrive soon. Lu Ning revealed a smile. That's pretty good. Lin Xiao patted Lu Ning's shoulder and said, good luck. To be honest, I didn't even expect the application for a soul weapon to pass. It should be because Bureau Wang thought that your spiritual pollution level wouldn't be elevated and that it would be very suitable for using a soul weapon. Plus Colin also mentioned in his application that your marksmanship was very accurate, so that's why it passed. Lu Ning nodded slightly and spoke. With a soul weapon, I should be able to increase my strength a bit, so I should be able to help out a bit if there are any powerful opponents at that time. Lin Xiao was stunned, then laughed. You were a big help last time. If it wasn't for you, I might have gotten sick. Lu Ning didn't say much about the topic and spoke. I'm hungry. Order takeout. Okay, what do you want to eat? Tofu brain. Salty. Heresy. Tofu brain needs to be sweet to taste good. Lin Xiao instantly glared angrily. Lu Ning said with a calm expression, I only eat salty. Lin Xiao. He huffed and walked out of the room and went to order takeout. After a while, Colin, Wang Qiwen and a few others came to the activity room one after another. After hearing that Lu Ning's application for a Horcrux had passed, the three Wang Qiwen looked at Lu Ning with envious faces. Lu Ning's original marksmanship was very accurate, and now that he has a new soul weapon firearm, wouldn't he be invincible? Wang Qiwen tried to act less envious, but the twisted expression was unmistakable. Colin smiled and spoke. With Lu Ning's marksmanship, combined with the soul weapon firearms, he can at the very least deal with third-ranked mutants and awakened ones, and might have hopes of dealing with fourth-ranked mutants and awakened ones. Autumn Moonlighting was a bit shocked. Is it that powerful? Lin Xiao on the side stuffed the bun into his mouth and spoke. Normal. Low-level awakened person's own body is actually still quite weak. Maybe normal firearms they can withstand, but the power of soul weapon firearms is very strong. With the low-level awakened person's body defense, they simply can't block it, unless the ability is special. But it's not the same at the level of a middle-order awakened. After the 5th rank, the abilities become very strong, and their own bodies are much more powerful, so they aren't so easy to kill. Didn't you see Lu Ning use the soul vibrating fist before? And hit that cultist's head so many times with the coiled snake stick? Wang Qiwen was filled with envy. That's pretty impressive too. Okay? Wei Xian also sighed. We obviously entered the Misty Bureau at the same time. I didn't expect Lu Ning to be so powerful now. And the three of us are still rookies. Autumn Moonlighting also hung her head. Wang Qiwen opened his mouth to retort that he wasn't a rookie, but thinking of Lu Ning's performance the night before, he silently closed his mouth. Colin smiled. You guys don't have to compare yourselves to Lu Ning. He's special. After all, his mental pollution has always been 0%, which is incredible for all humans, not to mention his own talent. Those words caused all three to nod their heads. Xiao Yulin said with starry eyes, Brother Lu Ning's talent is indeed amazing. No matter what it is, he can learn it all at once, and he learns it better than Elder Qin and the others. Lu Ning calmly said, I just think those things are quite simple. I should be able to master them. The corner of Wei Xian's mouth twitched and he smiled bitterly. Geniuses probably think differently from others. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the activity room. Autumn Moonlighting, who was sitting by the door, hurriedly got up and went to open the door. Outside the door was Yuran, and she was accompanied by a few members of the Misty Bureau in trench coats. Lu Ning realized that the one at the head was an acquaintance. It was Yan Feng. Yan Feng was holding a black metal box in his hands, his expression as dangling as ever. Yuran spoke up. Captain, they said they came here for something. Lin Xiao laughed. Yan Feng, you guys came here with something? Yan Feng nodded slightly and said, well, the goods you requested have arrived. As he said that, he glanced at Lu Ning, a flash of gravity and scorn appearing in his eyes. Lu Ning's performance at the headquarters was still fresh in his mind even now. Come in. Yan Feng nodded and then entered the room himself. Lin Xiao then said to Ran, Xiao Ran, take these brothers to the parlor and make them some tea. Yu Ran nodded. Good. Yu Ran left with a few people. Yan Feng threw the black box towards the coffee table, collapsed his entire body onto the sofa and laughed. Your goods. Check. Lin Xiao's few people looked at the black metal box at the same time. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning. Your stuff. You're going to drive it? Lu Ning nodded and stepped forward to open the latch of the metal case. Inside were two pistols. The pistols are red and white. The red pistol has a rose pattern and the white pistol has a rosebud pattern. Twin guns, red rose and white rose. Low critical grade soul artifacts. These twin guns are a pair, and their normal power is much stronger than a sniper rifle, but the recoil is also very strong. A normal second-order body-enhanced awakened may not be able to withstand the recoil of continuous firing. In addition to normal bullets, you can consume mental energy to make the twin guns attach ability attacks to the bullets. The red rose can attach a flame attack, and the white rose can attach a frost attack, but attaching ability attacks requires consuming a certain amount of mental energy, which you'll have to watch and use. Yan Feng slowly introduced the soul tools. After listening, Lu Ning nodded and said, it suits me. He reached out and grabbed the twin guns, which gave him a different touch. While the red rose's gun was mild, the white rose's gun was cold. Lu Ning clearly felt that when he took the double guns, his body seemed to become a few points sharper. His eyesight was a little better than before, and he could even see the mosquitoes vibrating in the distance. and the red rose as well as the white rose pattern on the body of the gun seemed to come alive, as if two flowers were blooming. Lu Ning looked left and right lovingly, a smile appearing on his face. The three Wang Qiwen on the side had an envious look on their faces. Yan Feng spoke, "Your spiritual pollution has always been 0%. The restriction on the use of low-risk level soul weapons is of little significance to you. Just use it as you see fit. It's just that the spirit power still has to consume your own. Don't play it off." Lu Ning nodded. "I know. Oh yeah, there's one more thing." Duro Wang said that with Lu Ning's merits, he's actually still a bit away from applying for these twin guns. However, considering Lu Ning's special situation, the application was agreed to ahead of time, and a portion of Lu Ning's future merits will be deducted next to pay back for this pair of guns. Yan Feng thought of something and continued. Lin Xiao drifted off. "No wonder. I told you that normally, Lu Ning shouldn't have gotten enough credit." Yan Feng got up and said, "I've finished notifying things so I'll go back to resume my duties first." With that he nonchalantly took away a bun, held it in his mouth, and hung back to head out the door. "Colin, you go see off Yan Wind." Colin nodded and followed Yan Feng out. Chapter 41 Clues. After Yan Feng and Colin left, Wang Qiwen and the three of them instantly came over to Lu Ning's side. "Wow, is this a soul weapon? It's so pretty." Autumn Moon Lin's eyes sparkled as she looked at the patterns on the twin guns. Gorgeous and elegant. It was a perfect poke at her aesthetic. Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian had different concerns. Wei Xian asked curiously, "How powerful is this bullet? If it's stronger than a sniper rifle, it won't be as strong as a small artillery shell, right?" Wang Qiwen, on the other hand, was envious beyond measure. "It's even possible to attach elemental attacks? Then in the future, wouldn't Lu Ning still be considered to have the awakened ability of the elemental system?" Seeing the way the three of them came over, Lin Xiao reminded, "Hey, you guys be careful. Although the mental radiation of the low-risk level soul tool is not particularly strong, but your level is too low and your mental power is too weak, so if you are close for a long period of time, it will still affect the stabilization of your mental power. When the time comes, the lesions might not be so bad, but it will definitely have an effect on your quenching of your spiritual energy." Hearing this, the three people's faces changed and they hurriedly pulled away. "In that case, wouldn't we all be unable to use our soul weapons now?" Wang Qiwen looked disappointed. Lin Xiao lightly laughed. "That's not so bad. If you use it for a short period of time, even you guys can use it for a bit, but the side effects are rather large. It might take a while to not be able to use your spiritual power, while the spiritual pollution level will be elevated a bit." Xiao Yulin spat out her tongue. "Then I'd rather not use a soul weapon." Lin Xiao smiled. "Don't worry, there's me, Colin, and now Lu Ning in the team. It's not your three's turn to use your soul weapons." His expression then turned serious. "It's a big deal if it's really your turn." Not a moment later, Colin returned. After a few people finished their breakfast, Colin left the branch with Xiao Yulin and Wei Xian and went to investigate Han Yu's situation and the list of birthday party members at Tianxing Entertainment Group. Lin Xiao, Wang Qiwen and Lu Ning stayed behind at the branch and naturally had nothing to do. Eventually the three of them agreed to go to the underground training room to see the power of the red rose and the white rose. The bullets used in a double gun are regular pistol bullets that hold 20 rounds in a magazine, and a double gun is 40 rounds. The normal power was quite huge. Lin Xiao took out a 5 cm alloy steel plate to test it and it was easily penetrated by a single shot. Normal pistols are toys compared to this, and after Lu Ning used the ability attachment, the power was still increased. Flame bullets could be made to explode if enough mental power was fed into them, almost qualifying as small artillery shells. Frost bullets, on the other hand, can freeze an area. When Lu Ning finished testing his power, Wang Qiwen had completely shut himself down. "This elemental ability is stronger than even I am." Even Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. The power of this soul weapon is a bit stronger than the coiled snake stick, and it is also a special soul weapon of the firearm class. In your hands, this soul weapon is simply a great killer. Lu Ning, this time you owe Wang Bureaus a big favor. Lu Ning nodded. Aha. It wasn't until 5 o'clock in the evening that the three Collins returned to the activity room with tired faces. Lin Xiao immediately inquired, "How is it? Is there any progress?" Xiao Yulin complained. "There is. It's that Han Yu's parents are simply too much. They even think that it's because we didn't discover it in advance that caused his son's lesions. Do you think it's infuriating?" Even Wei Xian, who always had a good temper, revealed a mocking look. "Why don't they think about whether they have controlled their own sons?" Lin Xiao looked at Colin, who calmly said, "Although the process was a bit convoluted, all in all, there were some gains. We paid a visit to Han Lin, the president of Tianxing Group, and he said that Han Yu was originally working at Tianxing Group, but during this time he has often taken time off, and is said to have gone to play with his friends. And Hanyu's temper has been a little weird lately. He gets cranky and angry from time to time. And he wouldn't have been like this before. Also, Colin paused and said, we investigated that recently Hanyu has suborned quite a few stars, both male and female. According to our understanding, he wasn't interested in males before. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. This matches what we investigated at the sheriff's department. This is a recent occurrence? Colin nodded. Well, we've questioned quite a few employees of the Celestial Star Entertainment Group, and we've gotten multiple people's statements that Hanyu's words and demeanor have been a bit strange lately. In that case, it seems that Hanyu should have recently come into contact with the joyous heavenly kingdom, and even if he hasn't come into contact with the joyous heavenly kingdom, he must have already used the fallen incense. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. He then spoke. Has Hanyu gotten closer to anyone else recently, or seen any suspicious characters? Colin smiled. I was also thinking that perhaps there were members of the joyful heavenly kingdom amongst the people Hanyu had been seeing during this time, so I investigated Hanyu's whereabouts again recently, and found that there were 3 more suspicious characters. One was Samantha, a starlet of the Celestial Star Group, and rumors were spreading around in the shadows of their group that the 2 of them were in a romantic relationship. One was a middle-aged man named Li Yang, who had a few casinos and bars in his hands, possibly involving mob forces, and Li Yang had been seen coming to the Heavenly Star Group several times to look for him. The last one was Zhu Jianyi, the butler of the Han family. According to Han Lin, Zhu Jianyi had done a lot of things for Hanyu, and this birthday party was also organized by him. But after the birthday party, Zhu Jianyi disappeared. Disappeared into thin air? Lin Xiao frowned slightly and sat up straight. Could it be that he's absconding? Colin nodded. There is this possibility. So I think he is the most suspicious. The second is that Li Yang. After all, back then, Gao Tianlin's Peach Heart Gang was doing very well in the base city underworld. So if Li Yang's industry is involved in this area, he might have crossed paths with Gao Tianlin. Gao Tianlin's line hadn't found out anything useful until now. So maybe this was also a breakthrough. As for that Samantha, she had joined the Tianqing group for a while now, and there were quite a few secret rumors after all. She was a star, so who could tell if it was true or not? I don't know if she and Hanyu are really lovers. Even if it's true, with Hanyu's late performance, he's had so many subterfuges that even being lovers doesn't mean much. Lin Xiao nodded slightly in silence, then said, since that's the case, let's focus mainly on Zhu Jianyi first and find his location. Even if Zhu Jianyi isn't a member of the joyful heavenly kingdom behind the scenes, with his close relationship with Hanyu, he should know something. Then it was time to investigate Li Yang to see if he had been in contact with Gao Tianlin. If so, then he was more suspicious. If Samantha, likewise send someone to keep an eye on her. Fear not, we can't let any chance slip by. Colin nodded. In that case, we may not have quite enough men. That's a problem. Get some people from headquarters to work with us, and then we can go to the black market and post a bounty. Colin nodded slightly. That's fine. That's all for now then. Colin, you draw up a detailed plan later and we'll get started tomorrow. Tonight I'll go to the black market. Lu Ning, you come with me. Chapter 42, The One Tree Bar. Good. Lu Ning didn't inquire about anything and simply nodded. After dinner, Wei Xian and Wang Chuan went home from work, and today it was Colin and Autumn Moon Lin's turn to be on night duty. Lu Ning, on the other hand, followed Lin Xiao to his sports car to leave the branch. Along the way, Lu Ning looked out the window at the scenery passing by without speaking. Lin Xiao opened his mouth and held his tongue for a long time before he finally couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, aren't you curious about where we're going? Lu Ning snapped back from his daze as he glanced at Lin Xiao. Not curious. Lin Xiao's head was filled with black lines. No, can you at least be curious? How else can I explain to you? Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao in confusion and said, but I'm really not curious. Lin Xiao fell into silence as he took a few deep breaths before speaking. We're going to a place called One Tree Bar. Lu Ning nodded. Oh. Seeing Lu Ning's bland reaction, Lin Xiao once again took a deep breath and then spoke. Don't look at this bar. It doesn't sound very famous and it's not very big, but underneath the bar is a black market, which is different from the general black market. It's a black market that is exclusively for awakened people to trade, and if you're lucky, it's possible that you might even come across a soul artifact. Hearing this, Lu Ning was a bit surprised. Even a soul weapon? Seeing that Lu Ning was finally interested, Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, that's for sure. Some awakened people won't join our Misty Bureau because of their abilities or whatever, but in the end, they're still awakened people, right? They always have to find a way to improve themselves, so there will be places like the black market where they can share what they have. Those awakened are not under official control? That's not so bad. Except for the awakened and cult members who deliberately conceal their awakening. Normal awakened people will register with the Mist Bureau. After registering, you can receive a federal subsidy, and if your ability is suitable, you will be invited to join the Mist Bureau. Of course, you can choose to refuse. After refusing, you will live under the supervision of the Mist Bureau, and your normal life will not be affected in general. Lu Ning nodded slightly. So Wang Chuan and the others just accepted the invitation? Well, in fact, not all awakened people are willing to join the Mist Bureau. After all, joining the Mist Bureau has both advantages and disadvantages. The resources in the Mist Bureau are definitely the most, but the Mist Bureau needs to carry out missions, which makes it more dangerous, whereas if they don't join, they don't need to carry out missions, which makes the danger comparatively a little bit less. But likewise, the growth of spiritual power is very slow if there aren't enough resources. Eventually, you may not be able to suppress the spiritual pollution because your spiritual power isn't strong enough, which will eventually lead to lesions occurring. Lu Ning listened quietly and frowned. Then why don't you let all awakened people use soul crystals to boost their spiritual power? Wouldn't that reduce the lesions? Lin Xiao laughed bitterly. Of course the Federation would like to, but the number of soul crystals is limited. Even members in the Misty Bureau need to have the appropriate merits to redeem them, so how can there be any extra to give to freely awakened people? Saying that, Lin Xiao sighed. Awakening abilities may seem like a lucky person to ordinary people, but after awakening, they are already on the path of lesions and are just poor people who are constantly struggling on the path of lesions. Lu Ning didn't speak, his face expressionless. Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Ning. Don't you have any feelings? My spirit will not be tainted with such feelings. Lin Xiao? He blacked out. Can't you think differently and empathize? Lu Ning was silent for a moment. Oh, you guys are pretty miserable. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's face was suffocatingly red and he took deep breaths in succession for a long time before he spoke. Generally speaking, when the Misty Mist Bureau is short of manpower, they will go to the black market to release missions, and the free awakened in the black market will choose whether to take the mission or not depending on the difficulty of the mission, and it's a way for free awakened to obtain resources. So that's where we're going now to release missions. Lu Ning nodded. I understand. Between the two exchanges, the sports car winded up in a rundown living area on the outskirts of the base city, eventually stopping in front of a small three-story bar with a LED-lighted sign in front of it that read One Tree Bar. Lin Xiao led Lu Ning into the bar. The bar wasn't a large space, with tables and chairs surrounding a central dance floor where a band was singing at the moment. The members of the band had their hair permed in strange shapes and styled in colorful ways. Since it was still early in the day, there weren't many customers in the bar, and the bartender was wiping down glasses behind the bar. Lin Xiao led Lu Ning to the bar and knocked on the countertop. The bartender looked up at him and instantly smiled. So it's Mr. Lin. Welcome. Where's your boss? It's back there. Want me to go get him? Get him over here. Okay, Mr. Lin. The bartender put down the glass in his hand and headed for the back door. Within a few moments, the bartender approached with a burly blonde man. The burly man had several scars of varying depths on his face and walked with a limp. Lu Ning glanced down and realized that his left foot was made of metal. The burly man had a cigarette in his mouth and grinned when he saw Lin Xiao. Old Lin. It's been a long time. Ha ha, I'm here, aren't I? Lin Xiao greeted him, and both of them landed a punch on each other's chest at the same time with a muffled thud. Go inside and talk. The burly man took Lin Xiao by the shoulders and headed for the back door, and Lu Ning followed. Upon entering the back door is a hallway with several rooms on either side of it. The burly man closed the door after leading the two to an unoccupied room on the left. Lin Xiao smiled. How's business these days? Just like that. The burly man waved his hand, then whispered, but it seems like there are more awakenings lately? Lin Xiao's smile tightened and he nodded slightly. Well, there are more and more lesion incidents now as well. Saying that, he thought of something and pulled Lu Ning over. Come, let me introduce. This is our team's newcomer, Lu Ning. This is Tyrone, who used to be a co-worker with me. Tyrone raised an eyebrow and looked Lu Ning up and down. Such a youngster, just awakened little munchkin? Lin Xiao heatedly smiled. Then you're looking at it wrong. This kid is not ordinary. He just killed a 5th rank 2 days ago. Tyrone was inhaling a cigarette when he heard this and choked, coughing so hard his face turned red. Tyrone looked at Lin Xiao with an odd expression. Old Lin, I haven't seen you in a few days. You like to joke around even more, haha. Hey, I'm not kidding. I told you this kid is special, but I'm not at liberty to go into details about the specifics. You know the bureau rules. When Tyrone saw that Lin Xiao did not look like he was joking, he then looked at Lu Ning in shock and uncertainty. With a few more points of gravity in his eyes, he smiled and extended his hand to Lu Ning. Lu Ning, right? I'm kind of your senior. Come play here sometime in the future. I'll give you a free bill. Lu Ning also reached out and shook Tyrone's hand. Hello, senior. Speaking here, Lu Ning paused and said in a serious manner. Senior, You seem to be on the verge of a lesion. Chapter 43, Soul Apparatus Embryo. Lu Ning's words caused the atmosphere in the room to instantly quiet down. Tyrone looked at Lu Ning and then Lin Xiao in some astonishment. Old Lin, what's going on? Lin Xiao shrugged. Told you he's special. He's the one who saw Muumu's quick lesion before. Tyrone's eyes kept changing and he grinned. If you hadn't brought this ing thing, I'd have thought some kind of monster had infiltrated Base City. Lu Ning calmly retorted. I'm a normal human. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes as he listened. Then he looked at Tyrone with some concern. The pollution level hasn't decreased? Tyrone took a drag on his cigarette and smiled with a somewhat complicated expression. I guess it can't come down. It's already pretty good to be able to maintain it at this current state. Lin Xiao fell silent and looked at Tyrone without saying anything. Tyrone exhaled smoke at Lin Xiao, punched him in the chest, and laughed. Don't look at old me like that. Don't worry about it. I've already prepared a gun, and won't give you any trouble when it comes to the real quick lesion. The corners of Lin Xiao's eyes twitched violently as he took a deep breath and also revealed a smile. You old thing. Okay, enough about that. What are you guys doing here? Showing the newbies around? Or are you here to issue quests? Tyrone changed the subject. Both of them. Bring Lu Ning here to see the black market and send a few quests along the way. Tyrone raised an eyebrow. More quests have been issued lately. Not enough manpower? Well, we lost a lot of money on the last mission, as you know, and there's been a lot more going on lately. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Tyrone nodded and didn't say much. Let me know the mission and I'll send it to you then. 3 missions. One is to find a man named Zhu Jianyi. This is his information. The second one is to investigate a man named Li Yang, mainly checking to see if he has any connection with Gao Tianlin of the previous Spade Gang, and the third one is to look into a little starlet named Samantha. When he heard the first 2 missions, Tyrone just nodded his head. When he heard the third mission, Tyrone hemmed and hawed and looked at Lin Xiao with a bad smile. How did you change your career to be a paparazzo? That's Samantha, I know. Quite a hot star recently. She does look good. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. You think I'm you? This star and Elysian incident might be somewhat related. Hey, just kidding. Tyrone grinned and didn't continue to flirt with Lin Xiao. I received the quest. I'll send it up to you then. And for the reward, the usual? Well, the usual. Soul Crystal Settlement. Some. Then you go to the black market. Do you want me to show you around? No, you're busy. Lin Xiao waved his hand. Okay, I'll leave you alone then. When the 3 of them left the room, Lin Xiao led Lu Ning deeper into the corridor. At the end of the corridor, there was a wooden door, and within it was a small room with only a single staircase going down. Lin Xiao led Lu Ning downwards and soon arrived at a new room. The room likewise had a small wooden door. Lin Xiao opened the small wooden door and led Lu Ning out. The door opened up to a huge underground space that was thousands of meters in circumference. The space is lined with rock at the top and bottom, with incandescent lights glowing from the ceiling, and the whole underground space is very bright. There were already dozens of people in this underground space. Some wore masks and cloaks, while others wore regular clothes like Lu Ning and Lin Xiao. Some people had set up ground stalls with various goods on them, while others were strolling through the stalls. Lin Xiao glanced around and said to Lu Ning, "It's a bit early to come. There aren't many people. Are these all free awakenings?" Lu Ning asked. Mostly. There are quite a few awakened in that base city. Not many. The number of awakened people is too small compared to ordinary people. But there are advantages to being few. If there were more awakened people, there would only be more incidents of sickness, and it wouldn't be easy to manage. Lu Ning nodded slightly. That's true. Let's go. Go to the ground stalls and see if there's anything you want. Lin Xiao led Lu Ning and started shopping. They soon came to a floor stand surrounded by 7 or 8 people. The stall owner was a young blonde-haired man who had about a dozen items on his floor stand, some of which were watches, some were pocket knives, and even a toy water pistol. However, in Lu Ning's eyes, there was a faint white mist emanating from most of these items, a certain amount of spiritual radiation. It was because the fog was so light that the radiation wasn't considered serious, and it was basically of little consequence to the awakened. These are all antiques collected by our team from a ruined ancient city. Up to now these antiques have not been corroded by time. It means that it is already a soul weapon embryo. If you bring it back, bring it with you on your future expedition out of the base city, so that these things can absorb more spiritual radiation, and maybe they can be metamorphosed into a soul weapon. Those who need it can take a look at it. Customers on the sidelines surveyed the antiques, some of them mingling and jumping at the chance to try them out. Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao with a bit of surprise. Soul weapons can still be artificially made? Lin Xiao laughed. Soul weapons come from a variety of sources, but a lot of low danger level soul weapons are metamorphosed from ordinary items that have absorbed spiritual radiation, and the higher the level of danger, the more mysterious the source of the soul weapon, and the soul weapons above the high danger level are all found in the mists. This young man is also right. If these things are really antiques that can already absorb spiritual radiation, then they are indeed considered soul weapon embryos. And after buying them and bringing them outside of the base city to absorb the spiritual radiation, there might really be a chance that they can metamorphose into a low danger level soul weapon. Lu Ning nodded slightly. How long does this process take? Who can say for sure about this? Some may just take a few days. Some may take a few years, or even decades. Lin Xiao shrugged. Then he spoke. Let's not think about this. Don't you have a soul tool now? Lu Ning was a bit confused. A person can only use one soul weapon? That's not true. But even if the spiritual radiation of a low-risk level soul weapon isn't very high, the spiritual radiation added up by using multiple soul weapons will cause one spirit to be contaminated, said Lin Xiao, who suddenly stalled. He stared at Lu Ning with wide eyes, held his tongue for half a day, and stifled a word, asterisk. He opened his mouth to speak, then looked around and realized that several people off to the side were listening to them with intent. Seeing Lin Xiao look over, the several awakened ones immediately revealed a pleasing smile at Lin Xiao. Captain Lin, you're here? Lin Xiao nodded at a few people. Aha. He then pulled Lu Ning to the side and looked at him with eyes that were a bit green. It suddenly occurred to me. If you damned well equip many low-risk level soul weapons, wouldn't the increase brought about be comparable to that of a medium-risk level soul weapon? And there are no side effects? Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao suspiciously. Otherwise why would I buy other soul tools? Lin Xiao had a skeptical look on his face. Damn. I'm envious. It's so damn cool that the spiritual pollution level won't increase. Chapter 44. Lin Xiao exhaled deeply a few times before venting the depression in his heart. He spoke. If that's the case, it's best if you don't buy these soul weapon embryos. After all, it's like gambling. No one knows when these embryos will be able to metamorphose, and it's not even clear if they're true embryos. If you really want a soul weapon, wait until you complete a few more missions and accumulate credits. Then you can apply to the bureau. We definitely have the most soul weapons in the bureau, and the quality is also good. Lu Ning nodded as he listened to Lin Xiao's words. That's fine. What Lu Ning saw afterward caused him to give up on purchasing soul tool embryos even more completely, because it takes millions to buy just the embryos. Lin Xiao on the side said that this was the normal price, and Lu Ning fell into silence. Can't afford it at all. After leaving the soul tool embryo stall, Lu Ning and Lin Xiao continued to stroll. There were all sorts of items on the floor stalls, some of which were disposable charms, which were special items made by the awakened themselves using their spiritual power to exert some special abilities. There are herbs and ores with psychic radiation brought back from the wilderness, or highly radiated parts of the bodies of plague beasts and mutants. Some of these could be used to refine potions, while others could be used to craft soul weapons and talismans. Overall, a wide variety of things. Unfortunately, Lu Ning didn't have much money in his hand right now, and although Lin Xiao said that he could get in advance, Lu Ning didn't have anything he really wanted after looking at it for half a day, so he didn't buy it. Lin Xiao likewise didn't buy anything. It had to be said that the Misty Bureau, as an official organization, had an unparalleled abundance of resources, and most of what could be bought from the black market could be applied for redemption by the Bureau, as long as there was merit in it. After wandering around for a while, the two left the black market. On the road, the atmosphere in the car was quiet. At this time Lin Xiao suddenly said, "This time, you see that Tyrone is fast becoming sick, and he doesn't seem to be experiencing any abnormalities? This is different from last time Mu." Lu Ning spoke. Tyrone's situation is a bit milder than Li Mu's. There is quite a bit of blood and flesh writhing on its own in his body, but he seems to be unconscious. I see. So the reason why Mu became ill was because her mental pollution level was too high? Maybe? I'm not sure exactly why. Lin Xiao nodded and fell silent again. After a moment, he sighed and said, Tyrone and I entered the action team at about the same time. His talent was better than mine. When I was still 4th rank, he was already 5th rank. The previous captain was killed in battle due to an incident, and he became the captain. At that time, Tyrone was originally considered to have hopes of reaching the 6th rank and becoming the most powerful awakened in our base city. Unfortunately, the base city encountered a calamity beast tide before. In order to fend off the calamity beast tide, he used one of the Bureau's medium-risk level soul weapons, and since then, he lost a leg and his spiritual pollution level remained high. He then retired from the team and opened this bar. Even after opening this bar, he still does what he can to help the Bureau. Lu Ninggan listened quietly to Lin Xiao's words without responding. Lin Xiao didn't expect Lu Ning to respond, and just talked about some of the things he had done when he and Tyrone had fought side by side earlier. Saying that, Lin Xiao's eyes reddened slightly as he took a drag and said, that old kid even said before that he wanted to become a high-level awakened person to join the Mist exploration team. and he also said that he wanted to find out the source of the mists. Damn. It's that time of night and you're saying you don't want to get me in trouble. The sports car winds down. The air in the car quiets for a moment. And Lu Ning says, Tyrone is highly polluted, but it's not necessarily diseased. Lin Xiao exhaled a cloudy breath and grinned. That's true. What if he's lucky and lives to die of old age? The next few days were busy for the entire divisional action team. Aside from the team members on duty at the branch, the others either go to the sheriff's office to investigate the cultist's identity or continue to dig deeper for clues about Hanyu and Gao Tianlin. Luckily, Lin Xiao had already gone to the black market and released a mission, so finding Zhu Jianyi and investigating Li Yang and Samantha didn't require them to act on their own. Otherwise they are simply too busy. Unfortunately, after a few days, Lu Ning's group of people had not been able to find the identity of the cultist. Before Lu Ning killed that cultist, Lin Xiao's few people had seen his face, but the face wasn't in the sheriff's department's registration system. Maybe that cultist's face was changed later, just like the previously diseased Gao Tianlin. Didn't Gao Tianlin become very handsome after his lesion at first? Wei Xian spoke. Lin Xiao rubbed his forehead. This possibility is not small. In that case, the identity of this cultist cannot be found out at all. I'm afraid it's unrealistic to want to use this line to find Joyful Heavenly Kingdom's lair in our base city. Since that's the case, we can only look through the two lines of Gao Tianlin and Hanyu. Colin was also helpless. Didn't the captain go and issue a mission a few days ago? How come those free awakened are so inefficient? No clues after all this time? It's wild in the end. Wang Chuan bristled, very dissatisfied with those inefficient free awakened ones. Right at this moment, Lin Zhao's cell phone rang. He raised his eyebrows and picked up the phone to take a look at it, then immediately revealed a smile. It's Tyrone calling. A few of Colin's eyes lit up. Is there a clue? I don't know. I'll ask. Lin Xiao picked up the phone. Hey, Tyrone, why are you calling me? Lin Xiao listened to the voice on the other end of the phone and soon, his eyes lit up and he revealed a smile. Really? Okay, trouble you. I got it. Yeah, we'll be right over. Well, see you later. Lin Xiao hung up the phone and looked at Colin's people, revealing a smile. Tyrone said that someone has found Zhu Jianyi's whereabouts and asked us to go over. Lu Ning, Xiao Lin, the three of us will go over. Colin, you three will stay at the branch. Wang Chuan looked disappointed and said, we're not going? Wei Xian was also a bit reluctant. Colin propped up his glasses and laughed softly. There's always someone in the division to watch. Wang Chuan and Wei Xian both had no choice but to nod their heads. The three of them came to the parking lot, and when Lin Xiao saw his two-seater sports car, he lapsed into silence for a few moments, and then asked Lu Ning and Xiu Yulin to wait here for a while, and then he ran back to borrow Colin's car. The trio drove to the One Tree Bar again, because the time was still afternoon. The bar was cold. Tyrone sat alone on a chair drinking a beer, and when he saw Lin Xiao's trio come in, he got up to welcome them. Lin Xiao briefly introduced Tyrone to Qiu Yulin before getting straight to the point. Where is the person? People are inside. Follow me. He led the trio through the back door into the same hallway as before, and then opened the door to a closed room on one side. There was a middle-aged man sitting in the room. The man was wearing ordinary casual clothes, and when he saw Lin Xiao and the others come in, he stood up in a hurry. Hello, Captain Lin. Tyrone introduced himself. This is Jeff. He's the one who found out about Zhu Jianyi's trail. Lin Xiao nodded. Hello Jeff. As long as the information is accurate, the mission reward will be given to you directly. Jeff's eyes lit up and he smiled. Guaranteed to be accurate. We're leaving now? It's not too late. Let's go. Chapter 45. Jeff led the way in his own pickup truck, while Lin Xiao drove behind with Lu Ning and Xiu Yulin. As for Tyrone, he didn't follow. You can't have a disabled person running around after you guys. And I'm not a member of the ops team right now. I'd much rather be here having a little drink and waiting for your good news. Here's Tyrone in his own words. Following Jeff's car for a while, Autumn Moon Lin looked around a bit puzzled. This is already District 6, right? Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Well, it's the 6th district. Then should we notify the Misty Bureau's action team in this area? Akazuki Lin inquired. No, just let them know when you really need their help with something. Okay then. However, Jeff hadn't stopped yet, as he led Lin Xiao's group through almost the entire base city to the other side of the base city. Eventually the pickup truck stopped outside an old residential neighborhood in the middle of nowhere, and then Jeff stepped out of the vehicle. Lin Xiao took Lu Ning and Xiu Yulin and followed them out of the car. The residential area is not very well governed, with all kinds of garbage everywhere, and some homeless people in tattered clothes lying on the ground and sleeping. Not far from these bums were some foul-smelling gutters. Autumn Moon Lin frowned and said, the environment here is so bad. Jeff walked over and grinned. Little girl, this is the ghetto. I don't think you've seen it before. There are always some poor people in the base city. Look at those guys lying on the ground. They all ended up homeless for a variety of reasons. Not to mention whether or not they'll make it through this winter. Just one random incident of sickness will be their end. Xiao Yulin glanced at the homeless man with a hint of sympathy in her eyes and looked at Lin Xiao. Captain, why isn't the Federation rescuing these people? Lin Xiao shrugged and said, the reasons for this are complicated, but some of the vagabonds don't deserve any sympathy, and a lot of them may have committed crimes. Jeff grinned. Captain Lin is right. A little girl like you, if you come here at night. Hey. Autumn Moonlighting frowned when she heard Jeff's laughter. Lin Xiao looked at Jeff and said, alright, tell us the news you know. Where is Zhu Jianyi? Jeff sniffed and rubbed his hands together. As you know, Captain Lin, people like us have more or less people under our hands. A few of my men came here to do some work, and they happened to see Zhu Jianyi. Coincidental or not, wouldn't you say? When was that? Just last night. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Is he passing through or living here? Hey, a few of my men are resourceful lads. They notified me the first time they found Zhu Jianyi, then followed him and found his residence. Don't worry, Captain Lin. I personally came to confirm it. It's definitely right. Then lead the way. Okay. This way please. Jeff rushed forward, arching his back to lead the way. They entered the residential area, where the interior streets were narrow and there was more garbage than it looked like on the outside, with all sorts of trash piled together and emitting a foul odor. There were few pedestrians on the streets, and the ones that were occasionally encountered had numb expressions, were shabbily dressed, and smelled funny. Akazuki Lin looked on and frowned again. They live here? Aren't they worried about becoming sick from the mental stress brought on by the environmental problems? Jeff snorted. Little girl, it's hard enough for them to stay alive, and lesions don't get any worse than what they're in now. Just then, Lu Ning, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. 3 of those 5 pedestrians we saw should not be far from the lesion. Jeff's smile came to an abrupt end. He looked at Lu Ning, who had been silent, with a bewildered expression and gave a dry laugh. This officer really knows how to joke. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Ning. Which ones? The woman in the revealing dress, the kid who was very skinny and had a lot of bruises, and the guy with only one arm. Autumn Moon Lin sniffed and was shocked. 3 out of 5? That's too much, isn't it? Jeff looked at the serious Lin Xiao with a dumbfounded face, and then looked at Autumn Moon Lin, and widened his eyes. No, are you guys joking so seriously? Lin Xiao smiled at Jeff. Man, you don't need to care about these details, keep leading the way. Jeff gulped and nodded silently. Oh, okay. As he walked ahead to lead the way, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning and said, how serious is the situation of those 3? Lu Ning thought for a moment and spoke. It's slightly better than Tyrone's situation. Jeff, who was walking in front of him, stumbled a bit and held onto the dirty wall before he could stand still. Autumn Moonlighting glanced at him and spoke. Then it shouldn't be enough to be sick right away, right? Aha. Lu Ning nodded. I guess they don't always have the chance to be diseased. Autumn Moonlighting was a bit puzzled. Why? Lin Xiao was stunned, then smiled bitterly. That's true. As far as the living situation here is concerned, I'm afraid that they might die from their illnesses even before the lesions occur, and as long as one of them develops a lesion, there's no telling how many of the residents around them will die. Autumn Moonlight lapsed into silence and said no more. Lin Xiao paused and spoke. However, I'll mention this to this district's branch so that they can come here to do a cleanup, in case multiple lesions appear at the same time. That wouldn't be a good situation. After that, a few people didn't continue talking. Jeff led the trio through an alleyway and eventually came to a very ordinary-looking flat. He turned his head to look at Lin Xiao and the 3 of them. Captain Lin, Zhu Jianyi lives here. Lin Xiao glanced at the residential building and said, you found his trail yesterday and made sure he didn't escape? Jeff grinned. Don't worry. A few of my men are here to keep an eye on it. If Zhu Jianyi really left, they would have notified me the first time. And they haven't notified me now. So they must still be hiding here. Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded. Jeff then proceeded to lead the way and pushed open the hidden iron door of the flat. The space inside the iron gate was dimly lit, with only a rather worn-looking staircase, and the space underneath was similarly littered with trash. Jeff whispered, he's on the 4th floor. He led the way up the stairs and headed for the upper floors. There are 2 homes on each floor. The doors are rusted and the rooms are closed. Soon they were on the 4th floor. Jeff pointed to the door of the room on the left and said, Zhu Jianyi is in here. Autumn Moonlin glanced around and said with some confusion, Jeff, didn't you say your men were watching? Where are your men? Hearing this, Jeff was stunned and a moment of bewilderment appeared on his face. My men? What men? I don't have any henchmen? Chapter 46, Unless the Corpse Can Talk. Jeff's words caused all 3 of Lu Ning to be stunned. In the next moment, Lin Zhao's body swelled a few points and he looked at Jeff warily. Lu Ning, he's diseased? Lu Ning paid attention to Jeff's physical condition the first time after he appeared abnormal, but he didn't see the dense white mist inside his body. Lu Ning shook his head. I don't think so. Jeff, after his bewilderment, quickly came back to his senses. When he saw that he was surrounded by the three Lin Xiao people, his expression immediately became a little tense. Jeff's eyes widened in shock. Lin, Captain Lin? Why are you here? Where is this place? Lin Xiao's trio frowned once again. Lin Xiao looked at Jeff and said, have you forgotten what you did before? What is it? You came to take us to Zhu Jiani. Autumn Moon Lin opened her mouth. Zhu Jiani? Jeff's eyes were blank. Then he seemed to have thought of something and stared wide-eyed, a look of horror appearing in his eyes. Yes, I've been found. He found me. Xiao Yulin frowned and asked, who found you? The corner of Jeff's mouth twitched. It was Zhu Jiani. He found me first. Then I forgot what happened after that. And when I came to my senses again, I saw you three, Captain Lin. Jeff's face continued to change as he opened his mouth to Lu Ning and the others. Seeing that all three of Lin Xiao were a little less convinced, he hurriedly said, Captain Lin, you must believe me. I am telling the truth. Lin Xiao frowned. Whether it's the truth or not, we'll verify it ourselves. Lu Ning then inquired, since you don't remember what happened to you, why did you bring us here? Jeff was stunned, then shook his head with a confused expression. I don't know. I haven't been here either. The three of them looked at each other and Lin Xiao turned his head to the gate behind Jeff and drank. Get out of the way. Jeff hastened to get out of the way. Lu Ning, watch him, and as long as he makes any movement, directly strike him down. Lu Ning calmly nodded, and two exquisite pistols appeared in his hands, none other than the red rose and the white rose. Seeing the pistol in Lu Ning's hand, Jeff hastily raised his hands and smiled bitterly. This officer, I'm a good citizen. Lu Ning was expressionless and didn't answer. Cold sweat was coming down on Jeff's forehead and his hands were raised above his head, completely afraid to move. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, told Xiao Yulin to stand back and stepped forward himself, landing a heavy foot on the gate. Boom! With a loud bang, the gate dented and the connection with the wall was torn, and the whole gate turned into a wasteboard and flew into the room. The gate had just been sent flying when Lu Ning's men smelled a disgusting putrid odor. Lu Ning looked up into the room. The main door opens into a very small living room. The living room had a small couch and coffee table set up and was almost only 5 or 6 square feet. At the moment, the coffee table and couch were littered with blood and bone. There was a mutilated body lying quietly on the ground. The face of the corpse was none other than Zhu Jiani. Zhu Jiani was an old man with gray hair. At the moment his expression was pained and his eyes were wide open, as if he had suffered great torment before his death. Autumn Yulin on the side saw this tragic scene. Her face turned pale and she vomited twice, almost vomiting. Lin Xiao, Lu Ning and Jeff didn't have much abnormality about such a situation. Lin Xiao glanced at Zhu Jiani's corpse and couldn't help but frown. Dead. Looks like he should have been dead for quite some time. Lin Xiao took a step inside, vigilantly checking his surroundings. Autumn Moonlin took a deep breath and hurriedly followed. Lunin aimed his pistol at Jeff and gestured down at him. Jeff instantly showed a pleasing smile. Sir, I really don't know anything. Why don't you just let me go? Lu Ning calmly said. Get in, or I'll shoot. Seeing Lu Ning's calm expression, cold sweat broke out behind Jeff's back and he nodded his head in a hurry. Okay, whatever you say, sir. After a few people entered the room, Lu Ning realized that in addition to Zhu Jiani's body, there were 2 other bodies in the room. The 2 corpses were humanoid in shape, though their skin had fallen off and they were covered in blood-colored muscle, clearly lesions. The entire room had been through a grueling battle. The couch had a number of potholes and the wooden coffee table was pitted. The walls even had deep claw marks in some areas. Lin Xiao frowned and said, there was a battle experienced here. These 2 diseased mutants won't be higher than the 2nd rank at the highest, but they're not something an average person can deal with. If they were killed by Zhu Jiani, then I'm afraid Zhu Jiani is an unregistered awakened. Jeff nodded his head in a hurry. He must be an awakened. Otherwise, it's impossible for me to lose my memory after meeting him. It must be him who messed up. He should have mind control or something like that. Lin Xiao glanced at Jeff and said, we will investigate what exactly is going on. You need to follow us in the investigation. Jeff blushed miserably and smiled bitterly. Can I not go? No. Lin Xiao and Xiao Yulin went to check out the bedroom, kitchen, and other rooms again, and soon they walked out. Akazuki Lin spoke up. There are no signs of battle in the kitchen or bathroom, but it seems to have been rummaged through. The bedroom has been rummaged through as well. It seems that the ones who killed Zhu Jiani weren't just those 2 diseased changelings. There should be someone else. They were looking for something. Lin Xiao spoke thoughtfully. What could it be? Autumn Moonlin was a bit puzzled. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and spoke. Zhu Jianyi was originally the butler of the Han family. He fled on his own after Han Yu's accident. And now he died in such a remote slum. And his room was turned over. I'm afraid that the person who struck down Zhu Jianyi had something to do with Han Yu's death. Lu Ning spoke up. Captain, are you talking about the people of the joyous heavenly kingdom? Well, that's what I thought. I just don't know what they're looking for. Lin Xiao said with some regret. It's a pity. We were thinking of seeing if we could get a list of the members of that party through Zhu Jianyi. Lin Xiao was stunned and muttered. Member list? Autumn Moonlight said with wide eyes. Could it be that those people also killed Zhu Jianyi because of the member list? Lin Xiao's expression instantly became serious as he spoke. It's possible. In that case, I'm afraid there's a very important clue in that list of members. Lu Ning glanced at the corpse on the ground and spoke. But Zhu Jianyi is already dead. And we don't have any other clues for the list, unless this corpse can talk. Xiao Yulin Winston said. Brother Lu Ning, what you said is too scary. How can a corpse talk? Lin Xiao smiled back and was about to speak. Just then, Zhu Jianyi's head, which was covered in blood on the ground, suddenly moved. This startled Jeff, who happened to see it. Ah! He directly jumped up, and it was good that Lu Ning's mind was stable enough, or else he would have directly shot past him. What's wrong? Lin Xiao said in a hurry. Just at this time, the Zhu Jianyi, who smelled like a corpse, suddenly opened his mouth, and his voice was hollow and hoarse. No. 12, Nanning Road. Small, be careful of Han. Before he could finish his words, he lost his voice again. The air became incredibly quiet for a moment as Lin Xiao, Xiao Yulin, Jeff and Lu Ning all looked straight at Zhu Jianyi, who couldn't be more dead on the ground. It seemed to be afraid that Zhu Jianyi would open his mouth again. After waiting for a while, Zhu Jianyi didn't move either. Lin Xiao went up and flipped Zhu Jianyi's body with a foot. He still didn't move. Lin Xiao took a deep breath. It seems to be dead through. Lin Xiao, Xiao Yulin and Jeff then looked at Lu Ning in unison. Lu Ning was a bit confused. Why are you looking at me like that? Jeff had a crumple in his eyes. Isn't it true, sir, that you said that corpses can talk just fine? Could you even make a corpse talk? Lin Xiao was also a bit stunned. Lu Ning, does your kid still have any hidden skills? Lu Ning retorted. I'm a normal person. How can I make a corpse talk? Lin Xiao and Xiao Yulin rolled their eyes at the same time. Lin Xiao couldn't help but spit out. If you're a normal person, then there are no deviants in the entire world. Chapter 47 Simultaneous Lesions. Xiao Yulin looked at the corpse with some disbelief. If it wasn't you, brother Lu Ning, then how did his corpse open its mouth? Lin Xiao also frowned, and after thinking about it, he spoke. There might be some special ability that caused him to leave behind a certain amount of backstabbing after his death. Awakened people's abilities are so strange that this possibility is not unheard of. But what he just said, was it to us? Is it trying to tell us something? Xiao Yulin was puzzled. Lin Xiao also pondered. I don't know. Maybe. Lu Ning glanced at the somewhat frightened Jeff and said, Jeff didn't know about this place before. And after meeting Zhu Jianyi, he was controlled to call the police and let us here. Could this be Zhu Jianyi's idea? Lin Xiao and Xiao Yulin were stunned at the same time. Lin Xiao stared wide-eyed and said, Lu Ning, are you saying that it turned out to be Zhu Jianyi who wanted to find us? That's why you arranged for Jeff to bring us here? Lu Ning nodded. That's just my guess. Lin Xiao pondered. Then his eyes grew brighter. Lu Ning, your idea is really possible. Zhu Jianyi was originally the butler of the Han family, and after Han Yu's birthday party mutated. I'm afraid that he noticed Han Yu's abnormality and that's why he fled. Perhaps he planned to lure us here and tell us some of the things he knew, which is why he asked Jeff to bring us here. Xiao Yulin frowned. But why didn't Zhu Jianyi come directly to the Misty Bureau to look for us? Lin Xiao spoke. Maybe it was because he was worried that someone was looking for him and wanted to silence him. In fact, wasn't he killed after he found Jeff? Autumn Moonlighting thought for a moment. That seems to be true. Lu Ning spoke. Perhaps Zhu Jianyi was considering the fact that he was being hunted, so he didn't dare to go directly to the Misty Bureau to look for us, which would have been too risky. So he took the risk of going to Jeff and utilizing his own abilities to allow Jeff to draw us in. But perhaps he didn't do it cautiously enough, and ended up getting caught on the trail, and was eventually found by Joy Heaven's people, and eventually silenced? The traces of rummaging in the room could be the clues that the people from Joyful Heavenly Kingdom wanted to find in Zhu Jianyi's possession. For example, that party list? Lin Xiao nodded. If that's the case, then it's right. Jeff on the side laughed dryly and spoke up. Sirs, these are your guesses. There should be no proof, right? Lu Ning spoke up. Maybe we can check out that Nanning Road 12. There might be evidence there. Lin Xiao nodded. It's not too late. Let's set off now. By the way, before Zhu Jianyi's corpse also said for us to be careful of Han or something. What was it careful of? Could it be Han Yu? Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure. Maybe Han Yu isn't dead. and he himself and the joyous celestial kingdom might have already cooperated. Lu Ning said, "Perhaps. We'll think about this afterward. Let's go to No. 12, Nanning Road first, so we don't get the short end of the stick. Here, I'll make a call and have someone come and take care of it." Just then, there was a sudden rattling and hissing from outside the door. Lin Zhao's few people were stunned and looked toward the doorway. Outside the front door, a half-dozen diseased monsters with peeling skin and full of muscle came up from downstairs. Lesions? So many of them? Lin Zhao's face changed slightly. Lin Zhao was about to make a move to clean it up when a scream suddenly rang out of the window. Autumn Moon Lin's face changed slightly as she came to the window and glanced downstairs. Downstairs in the alley, two ragged vagabonds suddenly twisted all over their bodies, one with bone spikes growing out of his body and the other with tentacles growing out of his back. Not far from these two diseased vagabonds were two men who fell to the ground and kept crawling backward with horrified expressions. "There's someone down there who's diseased," Autumn Moon Lin exclaimed. "It's two bums." "What? Two vagabonds diseased at the same time?" Lin Xiao was a bit stunned. However, at that moment, Lu Ning suddenly came to the window and leapt out of it, leaping into the alley. He landed just to the side of the two diseased hobos. The two lesions had just completed their lesions when one of them hissed, "Flesh and blood." In the next moment, the tentacles behind him stabbed directly towards Lu Ning. He was answered by a gunshot. Bang! The instant the gunshot rang out, the diseased mutant's head directly exploded open, splattering red and white colors. The red rose in Lu Ning's hand was still emitting smoke. He grimaced as White Rose had aimed at another lesion and pulled the trigger. The mutant had no room to resist and was directly shot in the head. Upstairs, Jeff sucked in a breath of cold air at the sight, and just felt his head go a little cold. Xiao Yulin on the side said, "Captain, the lesions down there have been taken care of by Brother Lu Ning." Lin Xiao drank lowly. "Very well. Wait until I've dealt with these lesions." "Wait, Brother Lu Ning, where are you going?" Before Lin Xiao could finish, Xiao Yulin called out. Lin Xiao was confused. "What's wrong again?" Lu Ning's voice came from downstairs. "There are traces of excessive spiritual radiation here. It was just left behind. I'll go track it down." "Lin Xiao?" Xiao Yulin's voice followed. "Captain, Brother Lu Ning has run away." Lin Zhao's head was filled with black lines. This kid rushed out alone? Damn it! He took a deep breath. His paws stepped on the ground, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. In the next moment, several slashes of light flashed past the bodies of several lesions. Lin Zhao's body suddenly appeared behind a few lesions, and several of the lesions stopped at the same time, their heads falling from their bodies at the same time, blood spraying out as if they were fountains. "Jeff." He touched his neck and felt it cool in addition to his head. "Go! Let's catch up." Lin Zhao's hand resumed its palm-like appearance from the handblade and turned to look at Xiao Yulin. After seeing Jeff, who was frozen in place, he paused and narrowed his eyes. "You follow, and if you run away, I'll shoot you straight." Jeff's body trembled and he laughed dryly. "Captain Lin, see what you're saying, how could I run away? I'm innocent and I'm not afraid." "It's good that you won't run away. Keep up." Lin Xiao walked quickly toward the stairs, and Xiao Yulin and Jeff hurried to follow. After Lu Ning had jumped off the building, he saw a faint white mist flowing within the alleyway, extending into the distance. The concentration of spiritual radiation in this white mist was actually not too high, but the two vagabonds who had been diseased before already had not low spiritual radiation themselves, and this white mist was like a catalyst that directly led to their lesions. During this period of time, Lu Ning's body tempering method had not fallen behind, and his speed was faster than that of an average second-order body strengthening awakened, and he soon passed through a few alleys, chasing after the white mist. Before long, Lu Ning saw a figure running in an alley in front of him. It was a brunette in a gaudy red dress and red high heels. Her snow-white skin and brightly colored clothing were out of place in this squalid environment. This woman, even if she is wearing high heels, still runs fast. Her footsteps are silent, as if she is a nimble red kitten. In her hand she also held a pink incense, which was lit and gave off a light smoke. In Lu Ning's line of sight, the white mist was precisely what emanated from the incense. The white mist was especially thicker in the drifting smoke. On the side of the road where the woman had passed, there was a homeless man sleeping on the ground, perhaps absorbing the smell of smoke, and his body twitched a few times and lost motion. The woman was humming as she ran, and noticing the movement behind her, she stopped and turned to look. Lu Ning also saw the woman at this time. She has a beautiful look, with just the right blend of innocence and voluptuousness, and is a woman who is also very conspicuous when walking down the street. Lu Ning's face was expressionless as he raised the twin guns in his hands at the woman. The woman's face changed slightly at the sight of the twin guns, and with a sideways lunge, she crashed through one of the side windows and rushed into the residential building. Chapter 48, Fallen Angels. Lu Ning frowned and quickly ran towards the window that the woman in red had rushed into. Before Lu Ning could get close to the window, A peculiar scream came from within it. The originally convulsing homeless man suddenly shed his skin and let out a hiss as he got up and lunged towards Lu Ning. The vagrant mutant was just 2 steps away from Lu Ning. His movements were extremely swift, and in just the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lu Ning. The sharp claws that had mutated out of the disease clawed towards Lu Ning's neck. Lu Ning's face was expressionless as he slightly sidestepped, easily dodging the mutant's sharp claws. He raised his right foot, a rich white light flashed on it, and kicked the diseased man hard. Boom! The lesionist's bones exploded all over his body and he flew backwards, hitting the wall of the alley heavily and losing his life on the spot. The bones in his entire body were shattered by a kick, and he slid down the wall as if he were soft meat. Just then, low roars and running sounds came from behind Lu Ning. Lu Ning turned his head and saw 2 more lesions quickly pouncing behind him. One was on all fours and extremely fast, and one was covered in white bone spikes. Bang bang! 2 gunshots rang out as the heads of the 2 mutants exploded and fell to the ground. Lu Ning ran a few quick steps to the window and jumped right in. There were no lights on in the room, and it was a rainy day at the moment, so the environment was a bit dim. Lu Ning had just entered the room when an ear-piercing cracking sound rang out, coming towards Lu Ning's head. Lu Ning slightly sidestepped his head, and saw the cold light cut against his cheek. The gorgeous red-clothed woman closed in close, her hands gripping the dagger tightly, her moves stabbing Lu Ning's vitals. The neck, the temple, the heart, and so on were all in the woman's range of attack. The woman has a high level of fighting mastery, is fast and agile, and has tremendous strength. She seemed to have seen the immense power of the twin guns in Lu Ning's hands, and didn't give Lu Ning a chance to shoot at all. Lu Ning's fighting ability is equally not weak. Even in such a small space, he was still able to dodge the dagger's attack in the face of the woman's stormy attack. Lu Ning attempted to use his twin spears to attack, but before they could be aimed at the woman in red, they would be blocked away with her dagger or her arm, and she herself was avoiding being hit by the attacks, constantly sidestepping and dodging, because the distance between the two was too close. The bullets from Red Rose and White Rose were so powerful that Lu Ning was unable to make the bullets turn in such a close distance. The 2 sides collided in this small room, and some of the few wooden frames and other furniture in the room were broken into pieces. There were traces of daggers on the walls and holes in the gun where Lu Ning had fired. Just then, Lu Ning waved his left hand with the gun as if he were swinging a fist toward the woman's head. The woman in red, like before, thought that Lu Ning was planning to shoot at her and raised her hand to stab Lu Ning's wrist with her dagger. This could both block and hurt Lu Ning's wrist. However, Lu Ning did not dodge in the slightest, and there was a flash of white light on both his fist and the pistol in his hand. When the woman in red saw that Lu Ning had not dodged, and that there was even a flash of white light, her face immediately changed. She wanted to close her hand and dodge, yet it was too late. Pust! The dagger dug deep into Lu Ning's wrist, but the power of the soul-vibrating fist similarly exploded out. The woman's palm holding the dagger was shaken apart with the sound of bone cracking. The woman in red was shaken back by the tremendous force and smashed into the wall. She had just steadied herself and tried to duck when a gunshot rang out. The woman's right leg blew a bloody crater directly at the knee. She cried out in misery. Her lunge to her side lurched, and her whole body fell to the ground. Lu Ning looked at the woman's beautiful face covered in pain, without the slightest change in expression on his face, and shot again. The woman's left leg was likewise broken. This prevented the woman from walking upright and escaping. Only then did Lu Ning put away the pistol in his right hand, and with an expressionless face, he pulled out the dagger that was deeply embedded in his left wrist. Just then, the woman in red seemed to have found her chance. With a wave of her slender white arm, the only dagger in her hand shot toward Lu Ning's facade as if it were lightning. Lu Ning was in the middle of drawing his dagger and didn't even look up. Pust! The dagger that the woman had shot out stuck straight into Lu Ning's head, and the blade dug deep into Lu Ning's head. When the woman saw this, a surprised smile appeared on her pained face. Ha ha ha, stupid bastard. How dare you make such a gullible mistake at the last moment? You didn't die unjustly. However, the woman's smile ended abruptly the next moment. She stared wide-eyed at Lu Ning staring at the dagger on her head, still slowly drawing the dagger at her wrist. After the dagger was pulled out, the wound on Lu Ning's wrist had recovered in the blink of an eye. Lu Ning casually dropped the dagger on the ground, then pulled out the dagger on his head. As the dagger was pulled out, the wound on Lu Ning's head likewise recovered at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, not even the scar could be seen. Lu Ning casually threw the dagger away, looked up at the red-clothed woman who was frozen in place, and inquired, "What death is not unjust?" The woman in red had a look of incredulous horror in her eyes. "What are you?" "You." Lu Ning frowned. "I'm human." At this point, he paused, and as if for emphasis, said, "Normal humans." With a twisted expression, the woman in red braced her hands on the ground and dragged her body against the wall. "What normal human is like you? Are you a mutant? Or a dependent of any evil god? How did you join the Mist Bureau? The woman in red seemed to be greatly shaken, looking at Lu Ning in a godly manner and saying inexplicable things like impossible and God's favorite. Lu Ning said expressionlessly, "Alright, you're a member of the joyful kingdom of heaven, aren't you? Now you're under arrest." The woman in red reacted. She also stopped obsessing about Lu Ning's identity, and an erotic smile appeared on her face, a maniacal smile that terrorized her otherwise beautiful face. "Arrested? Me? Ha ha ha, ah ha." In the next moment, the woman's smile turned into a shrill scream. The pistol in Lu Ning's hand was still smoking. He raised his hand and broke both of the woman's arms. At this moment, the woman's limbs were broken, and she stared at Lu Ning with wide eyes in some disbelief. "Why did you break my hand?" Lu Ning calmly explained. "I saw that you were smiling a bit pervertedly and didn't want to give you a chance to fight back." Woman. Her expression twisted for a split second. Then she smiled once again. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, my mission has been accomplished. And next, my Lord will surely access me to the kingdom of heaven, so that I can enjoy the joys of eternity." In the next moment, her expression suddenly twisted and the skin and blood on her body squirmed. In Lu Ning's line of sight, a dense white mist suddenly surfaced within her body. Amidst the white mist, there was a vague figure with open white wings. This was the angelic form that Lu Ning had seen on the ring before. Fallen angel. The angel in the white mist became even more blurry, and he seemed to have sensed the gaze, slowly opening his eyes and locking eyes with Lu Ning. After staring at each other for a moment, Lu Ning cocked his head and opened his mouth to inquire, "What are you looking at?" The angel in the white mist seemed to have heard Lu Ning's words, and the wings behind his back stirred slightly, a strange light flickering in his eyes as if it were substance. Lu Ning's mind seemed to go blank for a split second, and in the next moment, his entire body began to melt as if he were a wax statue, and the woman's entire body, which had already begun to become diseased, rioted madly with blood and flesh, and the proliferating blood and flesh tore the red dress. The original slender woman was transformed into an unknown mass of flesh. The fleshy mass was dripping with disgusting slime, with a wandering eye and a wildly dancing tentacle. Chapter 49, Gas Explosion. The eyes that were darting around on the fleshy mass quickly locked onto Lu Ning, and the long tentacles with mucus were like long whips flinging themselves at Lu Ning. Shoo shoo shoo. The tentacle landed heavily on Lu Ning as if he were a melted wax statue with a huge force. Lu Ning was sent flying backwards, hitting the wall hard. Boom! The wall was collapsed, and Lu Ning flew backwards out of the room and landed in the muddy and dirty alley. Lin Xiao, Xiao Yulin and Jeff, who had just rushed over, happened to see this scene and stopped in their tracks. Jeff looked at Lu Ning's melted body. His eyes widened, and his expression screamed out in horror. "Ha! This, dead?" However, in the next moment, Lu Ning, who was like a melted wax statue, slowly rose from the ground, and Jeff's scream stuck in his throat. He looked at Lu Ning, who seemed like a melted wax statue, and his face brushed pale as his entire body shivered. "Long, sir, mutations, your teammate has a lesion." Lin Xiao glared at Jeff. "Shut up." In the next moment, buds of flesh wriggled on Lu Ning's melted body and face, and little by little they began to recover. While he was recovering, a tentacle quickly shot out from within the broken wall, sweeping toward Lu Ning. Although Lu Ning hadn't fully recovered, it didn't affect his mobility. His figure flickered and turned, dodging the attacks while his mental energy was fed towards the red rose in it. The rose pattern on top of the red rose seemed to burn with flames as the spiritual energy was fed into it. Even Lu Ning became fiery around him. As Lu Ning dodged the tentacles, he raised the red rose in his hand and shot it toward the interior of the wall. Boom! As if a cannon had roared, the bullet was fired and then transformed into a fireball that shot into the room. Fire rushed out, and a large explosion seemed to have occurred throughout the room, cracking the walls around it. The tentacles that had been poking out of the room were ablaze with flames, constantly waving, and there was even a piercing screech from within. In the next moment, the walls shattered with a crash, and the tentacles beneath the huge mass of flesh wriggled, carrying it out of the burning room. Seeing this disgusting mass of flesh, Xiao Yulin turned pale and exclaimed, "What is this thing?" Lin Xiao also had a stony expression and frowned. "This level of lesion is rare." Lu Ning. What was this damn thing originally? Lu Ning had almost recovered by now. He dodged the tentacle attacks while calmly recovering. "It's a joyous heavenly kingdom devotee. I saw fallen angels in her body when she was diseased." Lin Xiao Trio, _. Jeff had even forgotten about Lu Ning's recovery from just now until now, and he felt as if he was hallucinating, his mouth open and his entire body confused. Lin Xiao's expression was incredibly serious. "What did you say you saw?" "Fallen angel." Lin Xiao took a deep breath and turned his hands into hand knives. Then he spoke. "Let me help you." Lu Ning's attack just now had caused that meatball to suffer damage though, but the mass of flesh was several meters square, And the damage wasn't that serious. He nodded. Good. Lin Xiao exhaled a turbid breath and his body slightly lowered. In the next moment, his breathing became incredibly deep as he fiercely took a step out. White light flashed from his hand blade as a white blade light cut out, directly splitting the meatball in two. Blood and mucus spurted from the wounds of the meatballs, splattering all areas of the alley. The mass of flesh let out a strange scream, as if countless people were screaming together. Although it was split in two, the two pieces of the meatball's body remained undead. Lin Xiao continued to chop out a white blade light at one of the bigger chunks of meat mass. Lu Ning, on the other hand, was inputting spiritual energy towards the white rose and red rose once again. With the mental power input, white rose and red rose shot two bullets. White rose's bullet froze one of the smaller pieces of the meatballs directly, followed by an explosion as the fireball shot by red rose landed on top of the frozen meatball. With a roar, the meat mass was torn apart and turned into pieces. As Lu Ning and Lin Xiao made their move, the meatball quickly lost its vitality. Lin Xiao's hand blade reverted to an arm and came to Lu Ning and said seriously, "What was that all about just now?" "I just tracked over through spiritual radiation, and I saw a woman using fallen incense to release spiritual radiation. I defeated her, and originally planned to capture her alive, but I didn't realize that she had turned ill," Lu Ning briefly explained. Lin Xiao sniffed. "She used the fallen incense? So it looks like the mutants that attacked us before were made by her?" Speaking here, Lin Xiao suddenly changed his face. "How does she know we're here? Not good. I'm afraid they were paying attention to Zhu Jianyi's room before. They might have heard what Zhu Jianyi said before." Xiao Yulin's face changed. "Captain, in that case, will the people from Joyful Heavenly Kingdom go to know 12 Nanning Road that Zhu Jianyi just said?" Lin Xiao hurriedly took out his cell phone. "I'll call for backup. Have people go to know 12 Nanning Road first and block off that side. No matter what's there. This is a clue for us." Lin Xiao dialed the phone and eagerly said to the person on the other side of the phone, "Old Lu, we've gotten word that Joyful Heavenly Kingdom's people are targeting No. 12 Nanning Road. You guys need to hurry up and go for support." Right. Good. Go over as soon as possible." Lin Xiao hung up his cell phone after talking for a while and spoke. "We'll go over there too." Lu Ning glanced around and spoke. "Captain, the radiation from the fallen incense is spreading, and although it's not as strong as before, the people in this area are mentally unstable, and there's a possibility of new diseased individuals appearing." Lin Xiao slapped his forehead and said, "I'll make another call." Lin Xiao then called and notified the Misty Bureau in this area to come over and deal with the aftermath. After making the call, Lin Xiao then greeted the crowd and left, running towards the outskirts of the slum area. Along the way, Jeff, who had been silent, glanced at Lu Ning from time to time with a strange expression, wanting to speak. Lu Ning looked at Jeff with some confusion. "Why do you keep looking at me?" Jeff held his tongue for half a day and asked somewhat cautiously, This officer, how come you are still alive in that situation just now? This shouldn't be Lu Ning drifted off and was about to speak when Xiao Yulin on the side said smugly, "Brother Lu Ning is immortal. Awesome, right?" Jeff's eyes widened. "Undead?" He seemed to want to say something else, but Lin Xiao said impatiently, "You're not free from suspicion yet. Pay attention to your identity. Don't ask anything indiscriminately." Jeff's whole body shook at once and he nodded his head in a hurry. "Okay, Captain Lin. I'll shut up now." In no time at all, the group arrived outside the ghetto and once again got into Colin's SUV. Lin Xiao drove much faster than when he got up, but before they could get to No. 12 Nanning Road, Lin Xiao received a call. "Hey, what?" Lin Xiao's face changed slightly when he heard the voice on the other end of the phone. He was silent enough to listen to the message on the other end of the phone and slowly spoke. Okay, I know. We'll be right over." Lin Xiao hung up the phone and Xiao Yulin, who was sitting in the co-pilot, hurriedly inquired, "Captain, what's wrong?" Lin Xiao frowned and said, "The situation isn't too good." Before the second action team arrived, there was a big explosion there. No. 12 Nanning Road and a few stores on the side caught fire, and a lot of injured people appeared. What? It was the people from Joy Heaven who did this? Autumn Moon Lin was instantly indignant. Didn't they hurt other ordinary people here? Lu Ning then inquired, "What about the situation at 12 Nanning Road?" Lin Xiao said in a sullen tone, "No. 12 is a small restaurant. It is said that the restaurant's kitchen gas explosion suffered the most serious damage. The owner of the restaurant is nowhere to be found, and may have died in the explosion." After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the atmosphere inside the SUV suddenly quieted down. Chapter 50, He's Dead. 2. After a long silence, Xiao Yulin said with some reluctance, "Then won't our clues be broken again?" Lin Xiao also had an ugly face. "For now, I'm afraid that Zhu Jianyi's line is broken." Lu Ning spoke. "Just now, that Joy Heavenly Kingdom congregation said that her mission had been completed before she became ill. It's possible that they originally stayed in whichever room on the side and eavesdropped on our conversation through their awakening abilities or some sort of soul weapon. Lin Xiao sighed. It's very likely that the cultist was then responsible for interfering with us through the lesions and also notified the other cultists so that they could make a time difference and go directly to No. 12, Nanning Road. Hearing this, Autumn Moon Lin thought of something and looked at Jeff, who was sitting in the back seat, with a suspicious expression. You wouldn't be someone from the joyful kingdom of heaven as well, would you? Did you stay here to listen in on us? Jeff's face went white and he shook his head repeatedly, saying with a sobbing voice, this officer knows what he's talking about. I'm really an innocent mass. I didn't even know I was hypnotized by Zhu Jianyi. Jeff's eyes were red, and tears almost fell from his eyes, making Autumn Moonling feel a little guilty for looking at him. Lin Xiao calmly said, whether you are innocent or not, we will investigate clearly. Right now you have to follow us back to the bureau. Jeff sobbed and nodded. Yes, Captain Lin. Lu Ning inquired. Captain, do we still have to go to No. 12, Nanning Road? Go over there. Good. The middle section of Nanning Road was blocked off by sheriff's deputies, and the fire at the business had been extinguished by firefighters. There were still some ordinary people around who were looking out of the cordon, curious as to what was going on inside. Lin Xiao drove the SUV and parked on the side of the road, and a few people got out and walked towards the blockade line. The magistrates outside the blockade line saw Lin Xiao and his men coming over and rushed forward to stop them. You can't go in here. Lin Xiao took out his ID and handed it over. We're from the Misty Bureau. Several magistrates were stunned, and one of them hastened to take a look at the ID. Upon confirming Lin Xiao's identity, they saluted the few Lin Xiao people. Greetings, sir. Lin Xiao nodded, took back his ID and opened his mouth to ask, is Lu Chang here? Officer Lu is inside. You can go in and find him. Good. A few magistrates let them go, and Lin Xiao's few people stepped over the blockade line and entered the blockade area. Lu Ning looked openly at the interior. The stores on one side of the street were littered with debris, one of the worst areas almost completely destroyed. Scorch marks left on the walls and signs of having burned. Several sheriff's deputies and trench-coated members of the Misty Bureau's operations team were going in and out of several stores. When one of the tall and thin middle-aged men saw Lin Xiao's men, his eyes lit up and he walked up. Old Lin, you guys are here? Lin Xiao nodded. Well, how was it? Lu Chang frowned and said, there are traces left by the battle on the walls of No. 12, the awakened ones moved, but they were cautious and didn't leave any clues behind, or maybe the clues were destroyed by the explosion. Lin Xiao's face didn't look too good as he spoke. Who originally owned this restaurant at number 12? Have you checked? Checked. It turned out to be a hotel opened by a person called Zhu Yunxiao, opened for more than 5 years. According to our investigation, this hotel has always been very normal. There is nothing wrong with the expenses, taxes and so on. As for the owner, originally it was also a very ordinary hotel owner. Lin Xiao and Lu Ning glanced at each other. Surname Zhu? What? What's wrong with this last name? Lu Chang asked suspiciously. One of the clues we're investigating now is broken, and the witness of the clue is also surnamed Zhu. Lin Xiao opened his mouth. Lu Chang instantly frowned and realized. So those people from the joyous heavenly kingdom are planning to destroy the clues? Very likely. Lin Xiao nodded. Then he asked, have you found Zhu Yunxiao's body? Lu Chang shook his head. Nothing found. Normally, the power of a gas explosion is not enough to even find pieces of a body. We didn't find any pieces of Zhu Yunxiao's body. He shouldn't have died here. There are two possibilities. One of them ran away. The other one was captured by Joy Heaven's people. Lin Xiao frowned and thought, then sighed. I hope it's the first one. You guys help out and investigate the neighborhood to see if there are any signs of Zhu Yunxiao leaving. Okay. After the two exchanged a few moments, Lu Ning and a few others followed into the scene to check it out. The tables and chairs in the restaurant were almost all shattered, and there were marks on the walls that looked as if they were paw prints, not as if they had been caused by an explosion. This was the reason why Lu Chang thought that there were awakened people involved in the fight. Other than that, there really isn't much else to go on. After carefully examining the situation and finding nothing, Lin Xiao's few people could only leave helplessly. Returning to the SUV, Lin Xiao headed towards the Misty Bureau branch in their 7th district. When he got out of the car, Jeff craned his neck as if he were a quail and looked from side to side with a scared look on his face. Lin Xiao glanced at him and said to Chiu Yulin and Lu Ning, I'll take him for interrogation. You guys go upstairs first. Lu Ning glanced at Jeff and nodded. Aha. Lu Ning and Autumn Moonlight returned to the 3rd floor. Colin, Wang Qiwen, and Wei Xian were playing games in the activity room. And when they saw Lu Ning and Chiu Yulin come in, they all turned their heads to look over. Colin rested his glasses and asked, well, any progress? Chiu Yulin sat on her but on the sofa and said angrily, don't mention it. We found Zhu Jianyi's residence, but he's already been killed. It was done by Joyful Heaven's people. When they heard Autumn Moon Lin's words, the three of them stopped playing games and walked over. What's the situation? Colin said with a serious expression. Autumn Moon Lin told everything that had happened before, and Colin's three expressions kept changing. After a few moments of silence, Colin said, "So it seems that the joyous heavenly kingdom is afraid to have quite a lot of manpower in our base city." Wang Chuan frowned and slapped the coffee table with force. What the hell do they want to do? Wei Xian's expression was a bit worried as he spoke. Usually when cultists gather for activities, it's not good for the base city. Colin also sighed and said, "Yeah, there are quite a few base cities in history that have suffered huge losses due to cultist activity, and there are even base cities that have been wiped out because of it." The air in the activity room suddenly became quiet. The members of the joyful kingdom of heaven were becoming more and more active within the base city, which worried everyone. Zhu Yunxiao should know some clues that Zhu Jianyi might have. I just don't know what his current situation is. I'm afraid I can't count on this line for the time being. Colin shook his head. Lu Ning inquired, "Did you guys have any other news in the bureau today? What about Li Yang and that Samantha? And are there any clues on Gao Tianlin's side?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three Colin men instantly became serious. Colin's expression sank. Li Yang is dead. What? He's dead too? Autumn Moon Lin's face changed drastically and her eyes widened. Chapter 51 Missing Awakened. How did you die? Lu Ning asked suspiciously. Hanged himself. Colin shook his head. Slowly. Suicide? Autumn Moonlighting was a bit confused. Why would he kill himself? Who knows? Maybe because of that birthday party sickness? Li Yang had something to do with it and committed suicide to avoid the crime? Wang Chuan skimmed his lips. Wei Xian said, "It doesn't necessarily have to be a suicide. After all, with so many abilities of awakened people, it's not impossible for someone to disguise themselves as a suicide." Originally I didn't have a clue about this, but now that I've heard what you guys are saying, Li Yang might have been killed by the joyful kingdom of heaven as well, and perhaps the purpose was to eliminate clues as well. Autumn Moonlight said with some distress. Then, aren't the two lines of Zhu Jianyi and Li Yang all cut off? It should be hard to get anything on that Miss Samantha's side, right? After all, given Han Yu's previous behavior, that young lady is probably just being suborned, right? No matter what, as long as there is a little hope, we shouldn't give up on the investigation. Joyful Heaven's actions are becoming more and more frequent, giving me a bad feeling. Colin sighed. The crowd didn't say much after that. Lu Ning and Autumn Moon Lin ran for a day, and Colin had gone to the scene of Li Yang's suicide earlier. The group was all a bit tired and rested in the activity room. After more than 2 hours, the sky was already dark before Lin Xiao returned to the activity room. Xiao Yulin glanced behind Lin Xiao and inquired, "Captain, where's that Jeff?" We've interrogated him carefully. That Jeff really doesn't know anything, and his mind has shown signs of being controlled by someone. Zhu Jianyi's matter shouldn't have anything to do with him. Okay. Colin stood up and clapped his hands. That's it for today. Order a meal. I'll get it. It's been a hard day for all of us. My treat. Everyone have a good meal. Lu Ning's eyes lit up. Braised pork. The others cheered. Long live Captain Colin. After a few people ordered, Colin left the room to get food. Over the next few days, Lu Ning and the others continued to investigate the clues in cooperation with the sheriff's department and other departments, as they always did. Unfortunately, it didn't go anywhere. Zhu Yunxiao's whereabouts are still unknown. Li Yang's autopsy report came out. All kinds of data indicate that it should be a suicide, and naturally there are no clues. As for Samantha, she was likewise being watched, but there was nothing to be found. Gauthieron's estate had been penetrated by the sheriff, and so far there had been no discovery of the source of the depraved incense he carried. As for Lu Ning himself, when he had gone looking for Zhu Jianyi earlier, he had killed a few diseased mutants and played a crucial role in killing the joyous celestial kingdom cultists, so his credit was not small. This credit was naturally used to pay off the debt owed to White Rose and Red Rose for their credit. Unfortunately, there had been no new soul crystals recently, and Lu Ning's rate of quenching his spiritual power had decreased, and his spiritual power had improved much more slowly than before, but the flesh hardening was as strong as ever. This was due to Lu Ning's recovery ability that had become stronger after reaching the second stage. This allowed Lu Ning to more recklessly utilize spiritual resonance to quench his physical body. Although the process was somewhat painful, this was instead very reassuring to Lu Ning himself, because it showed Lu Ning that he was still alive. Of course, in addition to this mission in Joyful Heaven, there are other occasional incidents of lesions in Sector 7. However, these lesion events are relatively simple and deal with basically first-order lesions. There wasn't even a need for Lin Xiao and Colin to make a move. Even a few people from Qiu Yulin could deal with it. 10 days or so passed like this. On this day, the two of them, Lu Ning and Wang Chuan, were on duty at the branch, while Lin Xiao, Colin, Qiu Yulin, and Wei Xian had gone forward to deal with a lesion incident. Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen were in full swing playing in front of the electric game console. Just then, the sound of footsteps quickly approached, and in no time, the door to the activity room was pushed open, and Yuran stood panting at the doorway and said, "Lu Ning, someone came to report a case, saying that her lover had lost news in the past 2 days." Wang Qiwen was being pressured by Lu Ning, and this Lu Ning guy, no matter what it was, seemed to get on with it all at once, and it was the kind of thing that became a master straight away. Wang Qiwen had never beaten Lu Ning at a game. He was a bit depressed right now, and when he heard Yuran's words, he frowned and said, "Missing persons shouldn't be under the control of our Misty Bureau, right?" Yuran said, "Normal missing persons are definitely not under the control of the Misty Bureau, but the missing person is a registered second-order awakened, and the one who came to report the case is also an awakened." Hearing this, both Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen stopped playing. Lu Ning got up and said, "Where are the people? I've got her waiting in the reception room. Come on, go check it out." Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen followed Yuran out of the activity room, and they arrived at a reception room on the second floor. Inside the reception room, a blonde middle-aged woman was holding a cup of hot tea in her hand. Her expression was a little nervous and she was looking around. When she saw Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen come in, she hurriedly got up, even spilling the hot tea in the paper cup in her hand on the desktop. Yuran said, "Ms. Fräulein, you don't have to be nervous, these two are members of our Misty Bureau's action team. Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen, if you have any problems, you can reflect with them." Fräulein nodded her head quickly and said, "Sirs, my beloved lost contact with me yesterday, and I was hoping you could help me find him." Lu Ning calmly looked at Fräulein and said, "You can tell us what you know first." Fräulein quickly nodded her head and said, "I know, my lover is called Yuan. He is a second-ranked shape-shifting awakened person, and because the shape-shifting ability has a very good effect in certain fields, his occupation is a private detective. Earlier, my lover said that he had taken up a task of investigating people at the One Tree Bar, which happens to be his strong point, but yesterday, when he went to do his usual task, he lost the message. Under normal circumstances, he would have messaged me back at 10 p.m. to say goodnight. I called him this morning, and again, no one answered." Wang Qiwen's expression was slightly stunned as he spoke. "Picked up at the One Tree Bar?" "Yes, this officer. As you know, a lot of us free awakening people take assignments at the bar to make ends meet." "Do you know who the target of your lover's mission is?" Lu Ning inquired. Fräulein fought back and spoke. "I've heard my lover talk about it. It seems to be a star. What's her name?" "Let's see. Samantha?" Fräulein's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. Right, that's the name." "Sir, how did you know?" Fräulein looked at Lu Ning with some confusion. Wang Qiwen said with some impatience, "Our action team will also pay attention to the bar's mission." Fräulein nodded indistinctly. Wang Qiwen spoke again. "Tell me specifically about your lover's investigation. When did you leave? Where do you usually go to investigate this star? When did you realize he was missing? Do you know where he disappeared?" Chapter 52, Samantha's Private Residence. One by one, Wang Qiwen's questions gradually calmed Fräulein down and began to continue the story. "My lover usually goes to follow and investigate that Samantha at irregular hours. Sometimes during the day, sometimes at night, and sometimes even throughout the day. He has been following and investigating for almost a month. And 2 days ago he complained to me that he hadn't found anything of value, and that if it wasn't for the fact that there were certain rewards for every time he sent the information back, he would have long since quit. Yesterday he left his house at 4 p.m. to follow up on Samantha. My lover and I had an agreement that he would tell me where he went when he went on a mission, so I know that this time he went to one of Samantha's private houses in the fringe area of Bay City. At 7 o'clock he also sent me a message. Normally, he would message me again at 10 o'clock at night. But I didn't wait for his message. Originally I thought it was because he was busy with his work, but when he still didn't send me a message until the morning, I got a little uneasy, and I started contacting him, but I didn't get in touch, which is why I came to you guys for help." Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen quietly listened to Fräulein's words. Lu Ning inquired, "Do you know the exact location of Samantha's private residence?" "I know. My lover told me before she left. It's located at 503, Building 4, Anna's neighborhood, Dark Cloud Road, in the 7th district." Fräulein spoke up. Wang Qiwen instantly got up with a surprised look on his face and said, "Lu Ning, let's go. Let old Qin and the others do the night watch, and the two of us will set off." Lu Ning looked at the same excited Wang Qiwen and spoke, "Contact the captain first." Wang Qiwen frowned and said, "Captain, they're on a mission. Will this affect them?" Lu Ning shook his head and said, "The captain and vice captain are both there, so there shouldn't be any major problems. It involves Samantha. The captain should know." Wang Qiwen was a bit depressed. Then won't we be delayed for a long time? Will this be a lost opportunity? Lu Ning calmly said. According to those previous clues, there might be danger this time as well. I am indifferent. I won't die anyway. Chi Van Wang. He fell silent and said with a serious face. Lu Ning, I think you're right. We do have to contact the captain. Faline on the side looked at the two with a puzzled expression. Sirs, do you know what this Samantha is? Why is she in danger? Nothing is going to happen to my lover, right? Her expression was very tense. Lu Ning looked at her, thought for a moment, and comforted. Don't worry too much. If he dies, we'll try to bring back his whole body. Faline sniffed and her eyes reddened. Wang Chuan glared at Lu Ning with his head full of black lines and whispered, Don't say anything if you don't know how to speak. Lu Ning glanced at Wang Chuan suspiciously, but he didn't open his mouth again. Wang Chuan smiled at Faline. Don't worry, this lady, as long as your lover is not dead, we will find a way to bring him back. Thanks. Thank you so much. Faline bowed repeatedly. Lu Ning, on the other hand, had already dialed Lin Zhao's number. The phone dialed once and didn't connect, and Lu Ning raised an eyebrow. Wang Chuan, who was on the side, spoke up. Could there be a problem over there? I don't know. Lu Ning was about to continue dialing. Just then the phone rang. It's Lin Zhao calling. Lu Ning picked up the phone and Lin Zhao's pleasant voice came over. Hello? Lu Ning. What's up? This side just finished. Lu Ning could hear Colin and Autumn Moonlin still talking and laughing on the other end of the phone. It's like this. Someone came to report the disappearance of a second order awakened who went to investigate Samantha. What? Samantha? Lin Zhao's voice became serious. Is the information accurate? Well, we already know exactly where it is. Captain, do you guys want to go check it out? Lin Zhao immediately said. Of course we have to go and take a look. He was silent for a moment and spoke. In this case, you have Wang Chuan stand guard at the branch, and you go over and wait for us first. I'll have Xiao Lin go back as well, and then bring Colin and Wei Xian over with me. By the way, where is that location? It's in Sector 7, Building 4, 503, Anna's subdivision, Dark Cloud Road. That's not far from our place. We should get there faster than you. You need to hurry. Okay, I'll take a cab. I forgot all about it. I said before that I'd let you get a driver's license, so go back and take it this time. Good. Lu Ning hung up the phone and turned his head to Wang Chuan on the side. Wang Chuan had already stood up and intended to depart. His expression wooden at the moment. Lu Ning spoke. You heard it too. Wang Chuan's expression twisted. Not it? This won't let me go? On what grounds? Lu Ning thought for a moment and said seriously. Maybe your strength is lower? Wang Chuan? He looked unconvinced. My strength is low? How am I low? Wang Chuan thought of Lin Zhao and Colin, then looked at Lu Ning, and finally held his tongue for half a day and spoke. How can I be better than Wei Xian? Then I don't know. Wang Chuan angrily sat back on his butt and stopped talking. Lu Ning said, then I'll leave first. Seeing that Wang Chuan was depressed and didn't say anything, Lu Ning turned around and left. After leaving the branch, Lu Ning took a taxi and headed towards his destination. District 7 is not small in scope, and it's good to know that the division is centrally located in District 7. This is also to facilitate that support can be provided as soon as possible in the event of a lesion incident. So the trip to Anna's neighborhood on Yuyun Road wasn't far. Just a little over 10 minutes to get there. It was a new neighborhood that looked like it hadn't been built for long. Not as good as those villa areas, but the environment was good. Lu Ning got out of the car, and the first thing he saw was the SUV and sports car not far away. Outside the car, Lin Zhao was waving at Lu Ning with a bright smile. On Lin Zhao's side were Colin and Wei Xian. Lu Ning walked over to the confluence and asked, going in? Lin Zhao shook his head and said, no way. Although I'm not sure if that missing awakened person is related to Samantha. Once I go up directly to find someone, the other party will definitely hide. Let's observe in secret first. Colin said, I've found a room where I can see the location of the target. I can go there now. Lu Ning nodded. That's fine. The residential buildings in Anna's neighborhood are not far apart. And Colin said he was looking for 604 on the 6th floor of the 5th building, and on the opposite side of the street was 503 in the 4th building. When Lu Ning came to the window, he saw the 503 windows diagonally below. At the moment the time was afternoon and no one seemed to be inside. Wei Xian walked over and laughed. Just let me do the stakeout. I've been doing this kind of work a lot in the sheriff's department and have experience. And since several of you are so strong in combat, this is all I can do to assist. Lu Ning nodded. Good. Wei Xian then leaned against the window and stared at his target through the curtains. The three of them, Lu Ning, sat down on the sofa in the living room and waited for the news. Time passed, and soon the sky grew darker and darker, eventually turning pitch black. When the time came to more than 9 o'clock in the evening, Wei Xian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. The lights in the target's room are on. Someone should be back. Hearing this, the three people who were fighting the landlord immediately came into the spirit. Lin Xiao carefully put down the cards in his hand and said uneasily, "Don't move the cards, anyone, haha." Continue later. Colin also looked at Lu Ning uneasily. Lu Ning had a wooden face and turned his head to look at Wei Xian. How was it? Chapter 53, The Prey. Wei Xian hid behind the curtains, looking out through the curtain slit, without turning back. At present, I don't see anyone. Wait, someone is coming over. Ha, how is it a man? The next moment, Wei Xian frowned and said, "The curtains are drawn." Both Lin Xiao and Colin frowned. "Can't you see it?" Lin Xiao asked. "The curtains are drawn but there are shadows. They are not as professional as we are. The room is well lit. And another figure has appeared." Wei Xian whispered, "This figure is rather slender. It should be a female. It could be Samantha." Colin said, "A man and a woman? Who's the guy? Is it a star?" Wei Xian thought for a moment and spoke. "Not the stars of Samantha's social circle that I've seen before, or the famous ones that I know of. Isn't it a star? Then who could it be?" Lin Xiao pondered. Lu Ning spoke. "Is it related to the joyful heavenly kingdom? Did Yu Yin, who came to investigate earlier, lose his connection because he discovered this? Not sure, but it's a possibility. Captain, so what do we do now?" Wei Xian looked at Lin Xiao. "They shouldn't be in the living room, or they're some distance away from the window. I can't see any silhouettes." Lin Xiao thought for a long time, then spoke. "Lu Ning and I will go to the opposite side to keep an eye on it. You guys keep an eye on it here, and when it's late at night, we'll sneak in and take a look at the situation, and maybe we'll be able to find some clues." Colin thought for a moment and said, "So what do we do if the guy leaves early?" Lin Xiao spoke. "Then Lu Ning and I will go track it down and you two will keep an eye on Samantha here." Wei Xian, what are the characteristics of that man? Wei Xian thought for a moment and said, "Black curly hair, bushy beard, hawkish nose, dark skin, relatively tall, wearing a black sweater." Lin Xiao nodded. "Got it. Lu Ning, let's go." The two left the room and went downstairs, pretending to be ordinary people who had just gotten off work, and headed to the 4 residential buildings. Just as they arrived at the 4 residential buildings, they saw a man in a black sweater, almost close to 1 meter 9 tall, walk out. The man was robust and handsome, and when he passed by Lu Ning and Lin Xiao, he glanced at the two of them with cold eyes before withdrawing his gaze. Lin Xiao and Lu Ning brushed past the man, and the two of them looked at each other without moving, continuing into the residential building and taking 2 steps up the stairs. As the man entered the night where the streetlights couldn't illuminate him, Lu Ning calmly said, "There's spiritual radiation on him." Lin Xiao's eyes lit up and he revealed a smile. "It's probably fallen incense. Finally caught the horse's foot. Wait and follow it." Lu Ning nodded. Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Ning and asked, "Does this radiation leave traces on the road?" "It will leave a little trace," Lu Ning said truthfully. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Then he revealed a smile. "This way, we can avoid following them too closely for fear of being discovered. It's best to follow the trail and find their lair." Lin Xiao then thought of something and spoke. "I'll contact Colin and ask them to continue to keep an eye on Samantha. This man and Samantha obviously know each other, and since this man is carrying a dangerous item, Samantha should also have a problem." After saying that, Lin Xiao took out his cell phone and contacted Colin. After briefly explaining the matter, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning. "Let's go. Follow them." Lu Ning nodded and left the residential building. A faint spiritual radiation remained in the air, stretching into the distance in Lu Ning's line of sight. The pale white mist of these spiritual radiations would also pass through an illusory and twisted eerie figure from time to time. Of course, that didn't seem to have much of an effect on these creepy vapors. Lu Ning had been able to see these bizarre shadows ever since he left the mists, but these bizarre shadows didn't seem to have any effect right now. The two of them followed along the white mist without slowing down. Soon they arrived at the entrance to the neighborhood. The man didn't appear to be driving and took off down the sidewalk to the side. Lu Ning and Lin Xiao followed along the mist. There were fewer people in Base City at night. The streetlights were spaced far apart, and the entire street seemed dim and quiet. The footsteps of both Lu Ning and Lin Xiao seemed to be audible. After walking for a while, Lu Ning suddenly frowned. Seeing Lu Ning frown, Lin Xiao was a bit puzzled. "What's wrong?" Lu Ning looked toward a dark alley at the side and spoke. "He went in this direction." Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Follow them." Lu Ning nodded, and the two entered the alley. Just after walking in the alley for not a moment, Lu Ning frowned again. "His speed is a bit faster than before. We seem to have been thrown off by him a little bit, and the spiritual radiation in the air is lighter than before." Lin Xiao's face changed slightly. "Could it be that they've discovered us? I don't know. Damn. Then let's pick up the pace too." Lu Ning nodded and took a step to run. Lin Xiao followed behind Lu Ning. Just after running a few steps, Lin Xiao realized that something was wrong. With a puzzled look on his face, he looked at Lu Ning's back in front of him and opened his mouth to ask, "That's not right. Lu Ning, how can you be so fast? Haven't you only been at the second rank for a short while? And you're not a speed-enhanced awakened ah?" Lu Ning said as he ran. "Because I've been working out lately." Lin Xiao was filled with curiosity. "I felt before that your physical qualities don't seem to be any worse than a flesh-enhanced awakened person of the same rank. How did you exercise? I might be able to learn from it, and by then my strength might break through the 6th rank. It's very simple. It's the principle of the soul vibrating fist, utilizing spiritual energy to shock the body's internal organs, bones, flesh and blood and all of these, and becoming stronger through this shock." Lu Ning calmly stated the principle of his quenching of the physical body. Lin Xiao behind him listened with a head full of question marks. He looked at Lu Ning's back with a dumbfounded expression. "Not. Soul vibrating fist can still be used like this? How do you shock the body with spiritual power? And what if the control is not good? Won't the body get hurt?" Lu Ning was alright with it. "Of course I'll get hurt. I've even died twice because of overexertion." Lin Xiao. His face went black as he looked at Lu Ning incredulously. "No, Lu Ning. What deep hatred do we have that makes you want to put me to death?" Puzzled, Lu Ning asked. "Wasn't it you who told me to say how to exercise? That's how I work out." Lin Xiao's person was numb. "You kid can resurrect. But I can't. Who else but you can use this method?" "I don't know." Lin Xiao's face flushed red and he didn't want to speak. Just then, Lu Ning spoke again. "The spiritual radiation has gotten thicker." Lin Xiao no longer thought much and his spirit lifted. "Then we can slow down for a while." Before he could finish his words, a cold light flashed around the corner of the alley. Extremely fast and incomparable. Lu Ning, who was in the front, had just reacted, and before he had time to dodge, the cold light sliced through Lu Ning's neck. Blood spurted out of Lu Ning's neck, his head landing directly on the ground, and Lu Ning's entire body swayed as he slowly fell to the ground. Lin Xiao was splattered by Lu Ning's blood and stopped in his tracks, his expression sullen as he looked at the corner of the alley. The sweatered man from before slowly walked out from the corner with a long knife. He licked the blood on his long knife, revealing a look of enjoyment. "It tastes really good." He looked at Lin Xiao, a red light flashing in his eyes and said, "I told you that I smelled prey. Surprisingly, there is still someone who dares to come and track me down? I wonder if your meat will be as good as that little mouse before." Chapter 54, The Big Fish. Lin Xiao didn't say anything and turned his hands into bone knives as he was about to attack. Just then, there was movement at his feet. The headless Lu Ning climbed up and fumbled to pick up the head on the side and put it on his head. "Sweater man?" His original grim and cruel expression stalled, and his brain seemed to go down for a split second. Then a frenzied look appeared in his eyes. "Not dead? Recovered? Great! The perfect ingredient," he muttered. "If we only cut one thigh at a time, we should be able to recover, right? In that case, wouldn't you be able to eat fresh thighs every day?" As he spoke, the sweatered man gulped, and his eyes became nakedly greedy as he looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning had already put his head back together and said with a wooden expression, "Your eyes are too disgusting. Jia jia jia. Ingredients don't deserve to talk." The sweatered man laughed, already treating Lu Ning as meat on a chopping board. Just then, a cracking sound rang out, and the sweatered man's face changed drastically as he sidestepped and raised his sword to block. "Madaka!" The sound of gold and iron clashing rang out, and the man in the sweater retreated back and forth, slamming into the wall on the side of the alley. He looked at Lin Xiao whose expression was ice cold, and a few more scorns were added to his sardonic smile. "5th rank?" When he finished, he turned and ran. "Want to run?" Lin Xiao laughed coldly. His figure disappeared from his original spot and instantly appeared in front of the man. The bone knives that his hands had transformed into chopped down repeatedly, the light of the knives flashing in the dark alley. The sweater man had amazing intuition, and even though he was not as good as Lin Xiao in all aspects of his body, he surprisingly barely managed to resist Lin Xiao's attack. However, Lin Xiao's attacks were so powerful that the man took a step back with every block and was dead weighted down. Just then, the sweatered man let out a low growl. Autophagy. In the next moment, his originally robust body unexpectedly gradually thinned out, and the flesh and blood beneath his skin seemed to have been devoured by some unknown existence. As the blood and flesh disappeared, the sweater man exchanged his powerful physical qualities and surprisingly resisted Lin Xiao's attacks continuously. Lin Xiao's expression didn't change in the slightest, sneering as he attacked. "How long can the ability to damage oneself last?" The sweater man did not reply. After he had a hideous expression and Lin Xiao sparred a hard blow, he followed the recoil of Lin Xiao's raging power and surprisingly changed his direction and ran towards Lu Ning who was watching the show not far away. A crazy red light flashed in his eyes, and his mouth opened wide, the corners of his mouth gradually tearing open. revealing blood-colored buds of flesh. Just then, Lu Ning raised the twin guns in his hands. The red and white light on the red roses and white roses flickered at the moment, the red rose pattern burning with flames and the white rose pattern emitting ice mist. Lu Ning had been pouring his own spiritual energy into the two soul weapons as he watched the show. Although the sweater man was not as strong as Lin Xiao, I'm afraid that his rank was also at the 4th stage. Lu Ning didn't leave anything to chance and infused as much spiritual power as he could, ready to help Lin Xiao at the critical moment. He just didn't expect the sweatered man to charge towards him. Seeing the light emanating from the twin spears in Lu Ning's hands, the sweatered man's face went from hideous to shocked. Soul artifacts? He sidestepped and tried to duck. Bang bang! However, the soul weapon twin guns that had been infused with a large amount of spiritual energy shot bullets that were comparable in power to small artillery shells, and their speed was also extremely fast. If the man had been slightly farther away from Lu Ning, with his speed, he might have had hope of dodging, but this sweater man was rushing towards Lu Ning, only a few steps away from him. White Rose's frost bullet shot out first, and although the man tried his best to dodge it, he was still hit by the bullet in his left thigh. Frost bullets burst open, and the bullets infused with a large amount of spiritual energy turned into frost, instantly freezing the location where they were shot, and then spreading out to the surroundings. The man lost consciousness in his left leg immediately. Before he could react, the flaming bullets shot by the red rose landed in the frozen spot. Boom! The man's left leg containing half of his crotch was blown apart, and his entire body was blown backwards and flew out, hitting the wall hard and coughing out a large mouthful of blood. The man was still planning to struggle. Lin Xiao came in front of the man. A few knife lights flashed. The man's still intact arms and thighs were chopped open with a bloody scar and were wasted on the spot. Lin Xiao's bone knife landed on the man's neck with a cold expression. Move again and you die. The sweatered man's face changed, his expression twisting as he stopped moving. He looked over at Lu Ning, shock and disbelief still on his face. You're only at the 2nd rank. How can you utilize such a spirit weapon? Aren't you afraid of spiritual contamination leading to lesions? Lu Ning put away his twin guns. Fear not. The sweater man was still going to say something when Lin Xiao directly threw a slap on his face and his face instantly swelled up. You're under arrest now. Be honest and don't ask questions. However, when this slap went down, the sweatered man's head went down and he directly lost his movement. Lin Xiao's face changed slightly and probed his hand to wipe it, then sighed in relief. Fainted. Scared me. I thought I had killed him with a slap. Lu Ning was a bit puzzled. So unbeatable? Lin Xiao glanced down at the sweatered man and spoke. It's probably a backlash from the ability he just used. What he just used should have been an evil technique, a power gifted by an evil god. The backlash must have been very severe, and with such a serious injury, it's only reasonable that he would pass out. Lu Ning nodded and asked no more questions. Lin Xiao gave Lu Ning a thumbs up and grinned. You can. I didn't expect that we would catch a live one this time. This kind of cultist who has mastered evil art should not be in a low position. Let's see if we can pry something out of his mouth when we get back. Maybe we're making progress. If we really pry out something valuable, the two of us will have made a great achievement this time. Lu Ning's eyes lit up and he also revealed a smile. Can I still change my soul artifact? Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. How can it be that simple? You already have a soul tool yourself, so in principle you shouldn't be able to change it again, right? If you really want to change it, I guess it would require even more merits. Speaking here, Lin Xiao paused and said, but I can go and apply with you. After all, you're rather special. Maybe you can pass the application? But don't get your hopes up, huh? Lu Ning nodded. Aha. Lin Xiao said, I'll make a call to have someone come over and bring this kid to the headquarters. There are more specialized interrogators at the headquarters. It's better to go there. Lu Ning was fine with it. After Lin Xiao made a call to the headquarters, he made another call to inform Wei Xian and Colin. The two of them were still keeping an eye on Samantha, and the two of them were likewise a bit surprised to hear that the two of them, Lu Ning and Lin Xiao, had captured a joyous Heavenly Kingdom devotee alive. Although the main credit goes to Lu Ning and Lin Xiao, but they also acted together, so naturally they could share some of the credit. Most importantly, having captured a cultist mastering evil arts alive, then there might be a great deal of progress regarding the whereabouts of the members of the joyful kingdom of heaven. This is undoubtedly good news for the safety of their base city. Lin Xiao instructed Colin and Wei Xian to continue to keep an eye on Samantha to see if she had any movements. Instead, they watched the sweatered man here and waited for someone to come from headquarters. A little more than half an hour later, there was the sound of heavy footsteps in the alley. Lu Ning turned his head to look over and saw the familiar red hair. Yin Feng and 3 members of the action team in trench coats walked over from the distance. Those 3 members Lu Ning didn't recognize. Not the members of the action team that followed Yin Feng to deliver the red rose and white rose last time. Yin Feng, dangling as always, stuck his hands in his pockets, glanced at the unconscious sweater man, and grinned. Yo, not bad. Actually caught a big fish? Chapter 55, Death is always sudden. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. Stop chirping. Quickly bring him back for interrogation so as not to have a long night. Yin Feng waved his hand. Got it, got it, got it. He glanced at a woman behind him, who nodded and probed, and the sweatered man rose into the air, flying in mid-air. Lu Ning glanced at her. It was the same chanting ability as Colin's. Yin Feng looked at Lin Xiao and Lu Ning. Do you want to go back with us? Lin Xiao thought for a moment and looked at Lu Ning. I'll follow over there in case there's an accident. You go find Colin and the others. Lu Ning nodded. Aha. Yin Feng glanced at Lu Ning with a complicated look in his eyes, and didn't say much. Lu Ning walked past Yin Feng's few people and headed towards the alleyway beyond. It wasn't until Lu Ning left that Yin Feng looked at Lin Xiao and said, How is this kid? Did anything go wrong? Lin Xiao glanced at Yin Feng and could see the scorn in Yin Feng's eyes as he grinned. Big problem. Yin Feng's face changed slightly as he frowned at Lin Xiao. Then why didn't you report it? It's already been reported. Ha! This kid's problem is just too damn strong. This has only been here for how long? And he has made so many merits. This time as well. This cultist is estimated to have received a certain amount of divine favor. And his evil arts are good. If this kid wasn't here, I might not be able to keep him. Even if I could keep him, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to capture him alive. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Yin Feng's expression stiffened a little. He said with a black face, You know what I mean by that. I mean, is there anything out of the ordinary about this kid? We were all present at the headquarters at that time. Lin Xiao shrugged. What else can happen? It's still the same. Should die. Should live. Here. See this blood on the wall? Just now that kid sprayed it out from his neck. Good guy. Sprayed old high. The three operatives on the side glanced at the blood on the wall and were filled with questions. Yin Feng glanced at the blood and the corner of his mouth twitched. Are there any other questions? Nope. Oh, that kid is a genius. This promotion speed is too fast. Now it's all the second rank. And learn what will be what. This I know. Yin Feng said with some impatience. Is there nothing else? Nope. Yin Feng exhaled a cloudy breath and asked no more questions. Let's go. He took 2 steps and said with some uneasiness. If anything goes wrong when the time comes, you have to report it up at the first time. This kid's origins are unknown. And he's too weird. I know. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes in disbelief. I do think that this kid is actually quite nice, though a bit exasperating. Meh. Lu Ning returned to his room in the 5th building of Anna's neighborhood. Wei Xian was still staring at Samantha's room when Colin inquired. Well, it's been taken. Colin broke into a smile. Not a bad haul this time. Wei Xian didn't turn around, but also smiled and spoke. This is big progress. I hope we can interrogate something out. Lu Ning nodded, then asked, No movement from Samantha? Wei Xian shook his head. No, her room is lit up, and shadows can be seen from time to time, so there shouldn't be anything unusual. Lu Ning asked no more questions and sat down on the sofa. Colin, on the other hand, spoke. Since Lu Ning is here, I'll go to the 4th building to keep an eye on it, and you two will guard here. With Lu Ning here, even if something happens, I'll feel a little more at ease. Wei Xian sniffed in silence, then spoke. Good. Colin looked over at Lu Ning and smiled. If there's any problems, make the first noise and I'll come over. Lu Ning nodded and didn't say anything. After Colin left the room, only Lu Ning and Wei Xian were left in the room. Lu Ning leaned back on the sofa, looking at the dim ceiling in a daze. The only light in the entire room was the dim candlelight from the coffee table. After a long period of silence, Wei Xian spoke with some envy. Lu Ning, sometimes I really envy you. The spiritual pollution degree will never be raised. It's too good to be true. And you're so talented. You're quick to learn everything. Lu Ning glanced at Wei Xian and calmly said, If you were to walk in the mists for 2,000 years and not see or feel anything, you wouldn't be envious. Wei Xian was silent at his words, then smiled. You're right. I can't even think of an experience like yours. The two stopped talking and continued to stare at Samantha's room. By the time it was late at night, the lights in Samantha's room had dimmed, and there was no word from Colin. It wasn't until the next morning, when the residents of the neighborhood woke up for work and a new day began, that Colin called Lu Ning and Wei Xian. Samantha went out. The two of them, Lu Ning and Wei Xian, had their spirits lifted and left the room. They covertly followed Samantha out of the neighborhood and later followed Samantha's car and Colin's SUV all the way to the Skystar Entertainment Group before stopping. Watching Samantha enter the company, Colin rested his glasses and said, Looks like she shouldn't have much to gain here. Go back. Wei Xian and Lu Ning nodded slightly. Wei Xian spoke. I wonder how things are going on the captain's side. Colin shook his head. I don't know, but it shouldn't be that soon. The three returned to the branch. Yu Ran, who was sitting at the reception desk, saw this and quickly looked up as she smiled. Lu Ning, you're back? That MS. Fräulein is still in the reception room. How is the situation? Did you find her lover? Lu Ning was silent and spoke. Not sure yet. I'll go over and take a look. I'll go with you. Colin and Wei Xian returned to the third floor first, while Lu Ning and Yu Ran headed to the reception room. Fräulein was sitting in the reception room, her hands on her cell phone, her expression anxious. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head in a hurry. Upon seeing Lu Ning, Fräulein's eyes lit up as she stood up and asked, "This officer, have you found my lover?" Lu Ning looked at her and asked, "You said that your lover is a shapeshifter? What would he turn into?" Fräulein was stunned and a little embarrassed. Turn into a mouse." She smiled a little embarrassed, then hastened to say, "Did you find him, sir?" Lu Ning nodded. "If I'm not wrong, he should have been eaten." The air in the reception room became quiet for a moment. Yu Ran on the side looked at Lu Ning with a shocked face, a bit confused. Fräulein's eyes widened and her expression froze. "What did you say?" "Last night we caught a criminal who said he had eaten a rat," Lu Ning calmly explained. Before he could finish, Fräulein swayed and her whole body fell backwards. Lu Ning stepped forward and grabbed the woman's shoulders, realizing that she had fainted. Lu Ning looked at Yu Ran somewhat helplessly. "Yu Ran, let her rest here." Yu Ran nodded silently, then looked at Lu Ning and said, "Lu Ning, are you telling the truth? Her lover was really eaten?" Lu Ning looked at Yu Ran in confusion. "Why would I lie to her?" With that, he paused and spoke. "Of course it might not be. Let me make a call and ask the captain. He should be interrogating the cultist and ask one of these questions by the way." Yu Ran nodded, somewhat sympathetically looking at the unconscious Fräulein. "Just now I chatted with Ms. Fräulein. She and her lover still have a son, and in 2 days it will be their son's birthday. Originally her lover said to take his son to the zoo to play. I did not expect that death came so suddenly." Lu Ning calmly said, "Death is always sudden." He called Lin Xiao and after explaining the matter, Lin Xiao said it was no problem. Chapter 56, The Hidden Gathering. 10 minutes later, Lu Ning received a call from Lin Xiao. The one he ate was a shapeshifter who turns into a rat. Somewhat skinny, dark hair and eyes, probably under 50. Lu Ning hung up the phone and told Yu Ran the news. Yu Ran's expression was more than a little sad. "That would be Mr. Yin, when I was chatting with Ms. Fräulein just now." Ms. Fräulein said the characteristics of her lover. Lu Ning nodded slightly, glanced at the unconscious Ms. Fräulein, and spoke, "You can tell her the situation later." Yu Ran nodded silently. Lu Ning left the reception room and returned to the third floor activity room. Wei Xian and Colin were telling Xiao Yulin as well as Wang Chuan about what happened yesterday. Seeing Lu Ning enter, Xiao Yulin looked up and revealed a smile. "Brother Lu Ning is back?" Lu Ning nodded slightly. Colin looked at Lu Ning and said, "How's the lady who reported it?" Fainted after hearing the news of her lover's death. Colin sighed softly. It is indeed heartbreaking to have loved ones separated by life and death, and it seems that they had a strong bond. Lu Ning looked over to Wang Chuan on the side and realized that Wang Chuan was a bit lifeless and inquired, "What's wrong with him?" Autumn Moonlin laughed badly, a little depressed. Depressed? Because yesterday he thought he could follow along on the mission, but he was depressed when he didn't realize that the captain had told him to stay in the branch. Xiao Yulin said with a bad smile. Wang even said that he was very strong and that the captain looked down on him. Colin let out a soft chuckle. There's always a need for someone to keep an eye on the house. Wang Chuan rolled over in a salty fish and said in dissatisfaction, "Then why me? Wei Xian is still not as strong as me?" Wei Xian had an innocent face and wasn't angry. Colin smiled and said, "Wei Xian, this kid is out of the security bureau. He was on a stakeout all night yesterday. This is more professional than you." Chi Van Wang. Wei Xianlo laughed. "I think it's because I didn't bring you along for this meritocracy, right?" Wang Chuan looked at Wei Xian with green eyes. "Your kid is still not dipping into Lu Ning and the captain's light? Oh, it's not bad to dip your toe in the water. Ha, it's better than nothing. You." Wang Chuan was furious. "Are you trying to fight?" "All right," Colin rounded up. "According to the tradition of our Mist Bureau, we will give you guys credit when the time comes. After all, being on duty is part of the job. And it's important too." Autumn Moonlin's eyes lit up and she laughed. "Really? That's great." Wang Chuan grunted lightly and stopped arguing with Wei Xian. 3 hours later, Lin Xiao walked in with a smile on his face. "Brothers, your captain is back." When Colin saw Lin Xiao, he immediately asked, "How is it? Did you ask anything?" Lin Xiao's smile became even brighter. "Caught the big fish. Asked out very important information." Lu Ning and the few others all looked over. Colin inquired, "What intelligence?" "The joyful heavenly kingdom is preparing to do something in our base city, and is currently operating in secret. Every other month, they will hold a hidden gathering that only members above the deacon level can attend, and that kid is a deacon level member. and knows the location of the gathering and the specific news. Listening to Lin Zhao's words, the eyes of Colin's few people grew brighter and brighter. Colin rested his eyes, folded his arms, and laughed. In that case, won't we be able to just wipe out their top brass through this hidden gathering? Lin Zhao smiled and nodded. We're of the same mind. Wang Qiwen got up violently and said, then what are we waiting for? When do we set out? Lin Zhao waved his hand and said, don't be in a hurry. The last hidden gathering was only 2 days ago and there is still a long time until the next gathering. We need to prepare properly during this time. Just then, Lu Ning inquired, what does the joyous heavenly kingdom intend to do here with us? Colin's few people also reacted and looked at Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao frowned and shook his head. We have also asked this question. But this joyful heavenly kingdom's deacon himself is not clear about it. According to him, his rank is not enough. And only the regional bishop who is in charge of this is clear about it. Surprisingly hidden so deeply? It seems like it's not a small thing. Colin frowned. Yeah, we think so too. So we need to wipe out the joyful heavenly kingdom cultists in the base city as soon as possible. Otherwise they're in the shadows and we're in the open. The danger is too great. Lin Zhao also nodded. Wei Xian asked with some curiosity. So this cultist doesn't know the identities of the other cultists? If we knew the identities, we could just go ahead and arrest them now. Lin Zhao frowned and shook his head. No, the joyful heavenly kingdom is a hidden cult. The identities of their members to each other are also secret. The cultist we captured only knows the identities of those few cultist members under him. Even the identities of the other joyful heavenly kingdom deacons he's not sure about, let alone the identities of the regional bishops. And if a few of the cultists under him if we move now, we'll just spook them and make them hide even deeper. Hearing this, several people fell silent. Lu Ning curiously asked, so, that Samantha is also from the joyous heavenly kingdom? Well, indeed. I also got the news from the mouth of that Joy Heavenly Kingdom's deacon that Hanyu, the initiator of this birthday party, had contacted the Joy Heavenly Kingdom through Samantha, and then they conducted an experiment through the birthday party to understand the effects of the fallen incense. As soon as he heard about the effects of the fallen incense, Colin frowned. So, they're testing the ability of the fallen incense? I'm afraid that what they intend to do this time is somehow related to the fallen incense. Lin Zhao nodded. At that time when we asked, we thought the same thing. But the specifics, this deacon is not clear. It's handled by another deacon. That is, the masked man we killed earlier. Lu Ning inquired. What about Hanyu? Is it dead? This deacon doesn't know either. After all, he's not the one in charge. Lin Zhao shook his head. So what do we do now? Colin spoke up. Wang Bureau's side has already said that we will secretly prepare during this period of time. And when the hidden assembly begins, all the Misty Bureau action members in the entire base city will act together to make sure that the entire joyous celestial kingdom's top brass is eliminated in one fell swoop. At the same time, those few members of the joyful heavenly kingdom under this deacon, we must also keep an eye on them to prevent any accidents. After Lin Zhao finished speaking, Colin suddenly thought of something and inquired, then will there be any repercussions if this deacon is now arrested by us? Lin Zhao smiled. Don't worry about this. Wang Bureau's side has already made arrangements. All the information about that kid has been dug out by us. Although it's not possible to hide it all the time, there shouldn't be any problem to hide it for a while. Colin nodded. That's good. Lin Zhao smiled broadly and spoke. Alright, the harvest this time is great. A few of us get credit for it. Say what you want to apply for and I'll report it. Chapter 57. Wei Xian laughed. I should only have a little credit, right? Give me some soul crystals. I want to raise my strength quickly. Otherwise I always feel insecure. No problem. Colin rested his glasses and spoke. I should have almost all my credit saved up. I'm going to apply for that Horcrux. Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow, glanced at Colin, and spoke. You can usually apply to use it when you want to. Why do you need to apply for that thing? Colin rolled his eyes and said helplessly. Lu Ning, this kid has only been in the bureau for such a short period of time, and now his strength is so strong. Although that thing can be applied for when doing a mission, but it's always not his own. And if he doesn't engage in a soul weapon to enhance the enhancement, I feel that it won't be long before he'll be surpassed by Lu Ning, this kid. Lu Ning was a bit puzzled. What's it got to do with me? Colin rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. Lin Zhao hesitated. What you said makes sense. It looks like I'll have to apply for an exclusive soul tool as well. He then looked at Wang Qiwen and Xiu Yulin. You two are on night duty. Although you didn't join the mission, according to our rules, you can also apply for a bit of soul crystals. Is that okay? Autumn Moon Lin smiled and said, it's already good enough to have a reward. I have no problem with it. Wang Qiwen also grunted. I don't have a problem with that either. Lin Zhao nodded and looked at Lu Ning. What about you, Lu Ning? This time the credit is great. Wang Bureau said that the credit owed by the previous double guns can be paid off. and there are still quite a few left to be used. But this credit to apply for a new soul weapon is definitely not possible. Do you want to save it or apply for something else? Lu Ning thought for a moment. I'll have some soul crystals as well. Without soul crystals for a while now, my spiritual power has been improving a bit slowly. No, you're still slow here? Wang Qiwen's head was filled with black lines. Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin also looked at Lu Ning with grudging faces. Xiao Yulin said, Brother Lu Ning, we've only just been at the first rank for a short while. You're already at the second rank. Do you still think it's too slow? Leave us some room to live. Alright, you guys, don't be sour. Things aren't going too well right now. It's good for our entire team if Lu Ning can improve quickly. After all, with more strong people in the team, you guys will be a bit safer. Colin smiled. Hearing this, the three of them, Wang Qiwen, felt that Colin had a point, and they stopped yelling. Alright, since everyone has decided what they want to apply for, I'll go ahead and report it. Lin Xiao hurriedly left the activity room. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao smiled brightly and handed over the requested supplies to everyone. Among them, Wang Qiwen and Xiao Yulin were the least, with only 10 soul crystals a person. Wei Xian had a little more, with a full 30, which made Wang Qiwen look envious. Colin didn't take a soul crystal. He had an extra soul weapon. It was a silver ring, and when Autumn Munlilin asked about the function with some curiosity, Colin just smiled and didn't say anything. Lin Xiao himself exchanged a bit of soul crystals and saved the rest of his credits with the intention of exchanging them for a soul artifact when the time came, just like Colin. Lastly, there was Lu Ning, who had all of his credits this time exchanged for soul crystals, applying for a full 300 soul crystals. Seeing that Lu Ning had gotten so many soul crystals, the three of them, Wang Qiwen, were a bit shocked, but they weren't much envious. After all, Lu Ning did get a lot of credit this time. Taking these soul crystals, Lu Ning himself was quite happy. After all, soul crystals could increase the efficiency of cultivation by a lot. So many soul crystals would allow him to quickly ascend to the third rank. After having these soul crystals, Lu Ning focused even more on quenching his spiritual power. On weekdays, apart from dealing with the Legion incident and spying on Samantha, as well as investigating the underground industry left behind by Gao Tianlin, Lu Ning spent his spare time quenching his spirit. He wanted to raise his strength quickly. Only when his strength increased would he be able to join the Misty Exploration team, so that he could enter the mists again and find his way back to the past. This was never his time, and he wanted to go home. Lu Ning didn't have to worry about the spiritual pollution brought about by spiritual power quenching, and would only stop when his spiritual power was depleted. Tempering like this day and night brought about a naturally extremely fast improvement. In nearly a month's time, Lu Ning had consumed close to 150 soul crystals, an average of 5 per day. Although his spiritual power hadn't yet reached the third rank, it had improved several times from when he had just reached the second rank. The enhancement of his spiritual power allowed Lu Ning to have a considerable enhancement whether he was using his soul weapon or his awakened abilities, coupled with the fact that Lu Ning had tempered his physical body from time to time, and had exercised his recovery ability by treating physical body damage. His recovery ability and physical body strength had also greatly improved compared to a month ago. Lu Ning's strength at this moment could be said to have taken a qualitative leap compared to a month ago. On this day, all of Lu Ning's few people were concentrated in the activity room. Lin Xiao glanced at a few people and spoke. Tonight is the time for the joyful Heavenly Kingdom rally. The order from the headquarters is that all active members of the action team are to take part in this siege. Our team is naturally not an exception, so I'm sure that everyone should be ready. Wang Qiwen said. Then what about the division when we're all gone? Old Qin and the others will come over and watch. Colin rested his glasses and smiled. I don't have any problems then. Wang Qiwen shrugged. Lin Xiao nodded and looked at Lu Ning. Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin, do you have any more questions? Lu Ning shook his head. I don't have a problem. Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin similarly shook their heads. Alright, in order to prevent spooking the snakes, the headquarters ordered that we can't move together. We need to spread out to our destination. We'll leave in another half hour. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao left the branch with a few people and got into a car to head to his destination. Because the headquarters was worried about intelligence leaks, the news of this hidden gathering of the joyful kingdom of heaven was only known to the top brass. The reason why Lu Ning and the others knew about it was because they were the ones who captured the person. As for the location of the rally, even Lu Ning and the others didn't know, and Lin Xiao was the only one in their squad who knew. Colin drove behind Lin Xiao's sports car, with Lin Xiao leading the way. The time at the moment was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was not yet time for work and the streets were not crowded. The two vehicles drove one behind the other, toward the walls of Sector 7. When they arrived near a busy mall, Lin Xiao called to inform Colin to park in the parking lot. Hearing Lin Xiao's instructions, Xiao Yulin, who was sitting in the passenger side, looked around with a puzzled expression. The hidden assembly of the joyful kingdom of heaven is here? It can't be, can it? There are so many people here. Wang Qiwen was also confused. This is a big shopping mall. So many cultists are gathering here. Can't others find out? Colin rested his glasses and smiled. I don't know where the rally is, but there are times when it's not the more remote the safer it is. Instead, sometimes it's the darkness under the lights that makes it hard to see. Hearing these words, Autumn Moonlighting nodded in a somewhat dazed manner. Okay, get out of the car. Colin had parked the car while several people were talking. Lin Zhao's sports car, on the other hand, was parked on the side of Colin's, and the two of them, Lin Xiao and Wei Xian, got down from his sports car. Lin Xiao waved his hand and grinned. Let's go into the mall and have a meal. Wei Xian on the side looked confused. We still have business, right? With that, he glanced around, not getting the main event out of the way. Colin laughed at this and said, Wei Xian deserves to be a professional magistrate. His vigilance is still very strong. You guys also learn from this. Be careful of walls with ears. Don't say some things outside. Wang Qiwen, who was planning to speak, closed his mouth when he heard this. Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao and asked, Where are we going now? Lin Xiao glanced at his watch and said, It's still early. Let's go for a stroll first, then have a meal, and we'll go to the upstairs clubhouse at 6 in the evening for a song, said Lin Xiao as he hemmed and hawed, his smile a bit obscene. But the captain. Autumn Moon Lin opened her mouth, still wanting to speak. The sight of Colin has interrupted Autumn Moon Lin words. Just listen to the captain. Autumn Moon Lin sniffed and said no more. Chapter 58 Action. The group entered the mall and casually strolled around, considering what was to come. Not to mention Xiu Yulin. Even Wei Xian and Wang Qiwen didn't have the heart to shop. Only Lin Xiao, Colin and Lu Ning were acting like nothing. After strolling around for a while, Lin Xiao saw a hot pot restaurant and proposed the crowd to go eat hot pot again. This point was unanimously agreed upon by the three of them. Autumn Moon Lin, Lin Xiao and Colin ate slowly as the sky outside the window grew darker. When the sky outside completely darkened, Lin Xiao wiped his mouth with a paper towel, touched his stomach, and said with some satisfaction, I'm full. Wei Xian was about to say something when Lin Xiao got up and said, Alright, let's go. Let's go upstairs to the clubhouse and sing. Lin Xiao didn't wait for a few people to react and got up to check out. The group came to the 6th floor, which was an entire floor that was a clubhouse. And just as they arrived on the 6th floor, they saw a lighted sign that flashed the three big words Holler Valley. On top of that, they saw another group of people standing in the doorway. 3 men were squatting on the ground smoking, and 2 were jostling on the side. One of the 3 squatting and smoking redheads made Lu Ning look twice more. It was Yin Feng. Several other Lu Ning had met before. Yin Feng's few people also noticed Lin Zhao's few people coming over. They just looked up and withdrew their gaze, continuing to chat amongst themselves. By now, Wei Xian and the 3 of them instantly realized that they were afraid that this was the area where the joyous heavenly kingdom gathered. As for Lu Ning, he didn't think much about it at all. Anyway, just follow Lin Xiao. Why bother with this brain? Though unlike when he first came out of the mists, his brain was now able to think, and he no longer gave up on thinking every now and then. But the habits he had developed continued to keep him from thinking too much about unnecessary things. Lin Xiao and Colin also acted as if they didn't see Yanfeng's several people. Lin Xiao cheerfully laughed. I heard that it's a lot of fun in here. In addition to the singing place, there are also baths and saunas and all of this. A one-stop service. The company is responsible for today's consumption. Everyone play to your heart's content. Wang Qiwen's smile was a bit forced, and if he looked closely, he realized that his footsteps were a bit stiff. After all, the front was the location of the joyful Heavenly Kingdom's secret gathering, which meant that there might be a large number of joyful Heavenly Kingdom members inside right now. Entering it now was like stepping into a dragon's den, so how could it be easy? Xiu Yulin was likewise a bit nervous, no different from Wang Qiwen. On the contrary, Wei Xian's mental quality was quite a bit higher, and he laughed and agreed. Then I'll be polite. Once inside the front door, several people made their way to the front desk. There were 2 gorgeous-looking female attendants at the front desk. They revealed gentle smiles when they saw Lin Zhao's few people coming over. Welcome. Lu Ning swept his gaze across, and in his line of sight, there was a white mist surging through the 2 women's bodies, and the flesh and blood within their bodies twisted as if a worm was writhing within them. Lu Ning withdrew his gaze and looked elsewhere. There were also a few uniformed attendants in the lobby and along the walkways leading to the various areas. These waitresses, both male and female, were good-looking with affable smiles. However, inside their bodies, blood and flesh were twisted and white mist flowed, all of which seemed to be made of twisted worms. A male waiter at one of the passageways noticed Lu Ning's glare, and he gave him a slight, gentle smile. However, in Lu Ning's line of sight, the back of his face seemed like a wax statue. Blurred. Lu Ning calmly nodded slightly at the male waiter and withdrew his gaze. Colin on the side glanced at Lu Ning and patted his shoulder. Lin Xiao leaned on the service counter and said with a smile, "We'll take a deluxe box." "No problem. You wait a moment." The receptionist smiled gently and operated on the computer. Not a moment later, she pulled a card out of one side and waved at a male waiter on the side. The male waiter walked over and the receptionist smiled. "Take them to box 108. The male waiter nodded and bent slightly at Lu Ning's men, saying very politely, "Please follow me, several of you." Lin Xiao waved his hand at Lu Ning and the others. "Let's go." A few people followed the waiter into a corridor toward the private rooms. Along the way, Lu Ning swept his gaze. On both sides of this corridor were KTV boxes, and business seemed to be pretty good, with people singing in most of them. Lu Ning did not see the white mist in the box. All of the attendants he saw, however, were present in a white mist and had twisted blood and flesh inside them. Box 108 seemed to be in a very deep area, and after walking for a while, the waiter stopped. He opened the side compartment door and smiled. "Here it is." Lu Ning walked in to take a look and realized that the box was huge, a bit too big for someone as small as Lu Ning. However, Lin Xiao seemed to think there was no problem as he smiled. "Trouble you." The waiter smiled and said, "Please wait a moment. The deluxe box will also present a fruit plate and tea, which will be sent over soon." Not long after he had finished speaking, another waiter walked in with several large fruit trays and a pot of tea. The two waiters set it up before bowing and leaving. As the door to the box closed, it was as if all the noise outside was cut off. Lu Ning's few people seemed to have entered an isolated region. Lin Xiao got up, went to the door, and looked outside through the glass window. Just then, a face suddenly appeared. It was the same male waiter from before. His smile was gentle as he pushed his way in and said, "This guest, may I help you?" Lin Xiao grinned. "I want to go to the restroom." The waitress drifted off, then smiled. "Just go out the door and turn left and go to the end. Then turn right and go to the end." Lin Xiao laughed. Okay, I'll go then." Upon exiting the door, the waiter smiled slightly at Colin's group and spoke. "I'll be waiting right outside the door, so if you all have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact me." Colin rested his glasses and smiled. "Good." The waitress closed the door again and Colin shrugged and spoke. "Order the song." Xiao Yulin and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Lu Ning got up and smiled. "I used to like to sing. It's been a long time since I did." He went to the jukebox and ended up looking at it for a while. He came back with a wooden face. Colin was a little confused. "What's wrong? Haven't even heard of it." Colin chuckled softly. "I'll order it then." He went over and ordered 2 random songs. Soon he was singing as if nothing had happened. Listening to Colin sing, Xiao Yulin, Wang Qi-wen and Wei Xian's original nervous expressions gradually disappeared, and their faces became strange. Lu Ning said expressionlessly, "So hard to hear." Colin's voice ended abruptly. He noticed that the three of them, Autumn Moon Lin, also had expressions of desire. He blacked out. "I do have a pentatonic voice. Why don't you guys do it?" Autumn Moon Lin recovered quickly and jumped up all of a sudden. "Let's show you guys this girl's singing voice." She rushed off to order a song. I have to say that Autumn Moon Lin's singing voice is soulful and much better than Colin's. Right after Xiao Yulin sang 2 songs, the door to the room opened and Lin Xiao walked in. Lin Xiao glanced at a few people and closed the door. He then smiled and blurted out, "I'll order 2 songs too." With that said, he ordered 2 songs as well, and turned on the originals when he was done. He laughed cheerfully. "I don't sing very well. It's better to follow the original song." He came and sat down in the center of several people. When Xiao Yulin's song ended, it was Lin Xiao's turn. As the song started, Lin Xiao signaled to a few people to lean over. He then lowered his voice and spoke. "Action at 11:20, box 010. Not far from us. The others are already in position." Chapter 59, Questions from the Soul. A few people looked at each other and it was all over. As a few people went back, Lin Xiao began to sing. Don't look at Lin Xiao, who looked big-headed, but he sang very well, even better than Xiao Yulin. This surprised a few people so much that they applauded. Only Colin was calm as he spat out in a rare moment. "I just don't like coming to sing with Lin Xiao. The old boy sings too well." Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows proudly. "Brother has charmed little girls with this hand." The time now was just under 7 o'clock, a long way from mission time. There was a waiter standing at the door, so they simply let loose and played so as not to be seen through. Singing for singing, drinking for drinking, playing games for playing games. It was good that several people were awakened and a little drink wouldn't affect the mission. Time passed, the original joyful atmosphere gradually disappeared, and the expression of the three of them, Xiao Yulin, gradually became more and more heavy, and they no longer ordered songs, but just listened to Lin Xiao sing. Colin stopped singing after he was spit on, and Lunin can't do it at all. The time on the screen gradually came to 11 o'clock, and Lin Xiao and Colin's expressions gradually became serious. Lin Xiao glanced at his cell phone every now and then. After another 20 minutes, the time came to 11:20. A message suddenly appeared on Lin Xiao's cell phone. Lu Ning sat next to Lin Xiao and saw 2 words. Action. Lin Xiao got up, put the microphone down, and calmly said, "It's starting." Colin and Lu Ning got up right after him, and Wang Qiwen and the 3 of them hurriedly followed. Colin rested his glasses and said with a calm expression, "What? Xian and Shaolin, you 3 are on the weak side. Follow us and be careful." At this moment, even Wang Qiwen didn't retort and just nodded. As for Lu Ning, just watch yourself. Colin looked toward Lu Ning and spoke. Lu Ning had already taken out his twin guns, his expression calm. Good. The next moment, he looked in the direction of the room's door. Outside the window on the door, a face was pressed against it at some point. It was the male waiter. His gaze landed on Lu Ning's twin spears, his expression somewhat grim, and blood gradually surfaced in his eyes. Bang! Gunshots rang out and the window was shattered, and with it the male attendant's head. Red and white things were splattered in all directions. Seeing how decisive Lu Ning was, Colin was stunned. Colin seemed to understand something. These waiters too? Aha! Lin Xiao was not surprised and spoke. The headquarters has already found out, and the waiters are in the cleanup. Colin frowned at once. Are these lesions? Or what? It's amazing that so many mutants showed up here so well hidden. How did they do it? Lin Xiao shook his head. The situation of the joyous heavenly kingdom seems to be a bit special. After we capture their people, we'll interrogate them slowly. Let's go and meet up with the large force first. We can't let those cultists get away. Lin Xiao turned his hands into hand knives and split the coffee table in front of him with a single slash, striding towards the outside. Colin rested his glasses and let out a soft laugh. That's true. There was a steel needle floating around him, following Lin Xiao. Wei Xian's arms were all petrified and followed him, and as soon as Wang Qiwen raised his hand, a water shield coalesced around him. Akazuki Lin looked around, casually picked up the splintered half of the coffee table, and followed. Lu Ning held his twin spears and similarly stepped out. Just as they stepped out of the door, Lu Ning and the others heard the sound of gunshots continuously ringing out in the distance. There were also all sorts of screams and shrieks going on at the same time. Lu Ning turned his head to look and saw that not far from the end of the corridor, 2 waiters had flesh and blood tentacles floating around them, rushing toward the 2 youths in the distance. The 2 youths had icy expressions and guns in their hands, shooting at the waiters. Blood continued to splatter from the waiter's body and he soon collapsed to the floor. The sound of gunshots attracted the ordinary people who were playing in the box. When some ordinary people opened the door of the box and saw the body on the floor, they screamed repeatedly and then closed the door to hide. After the 2 youths killed the waiter, they looked up at Lu Ning and the others. Lin Xiao nodded slightly at the 2 youths before speaking. Lu Ning, you take the 3 Wang Qiwen and do the same as them. Clean up the waiter pathologizers outside and protect the safety of ordinary people. Lu Ning nodded slightly and took a step toward the 2 youths. Wang Qiwen didn't retort at this time and followed along with Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin. Lin Xiao and Colin, on the other hand, ran quickly in the direction where box 010 was located. The 2 youths revealed smiles when they saw Lu Ning and the others approaching. One of the men with a killer haircut said, "Brothers, which branch are you from? Why haven't I seen you guys before?" When Wei Xian and the 3 of them heard this, they all looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning calmly said, "We are the 7th Division." Another man with a simple face revealed a dazed look. "Division 7. Ha, it's a newcomer, right? I remember a few months ago, there seemed to be a big incident in the 7th Division, and only 3 of the team members were left dead." Lu Ning nodded slightly. "Well, we're new." The 2 youths sniffed and glanced at each other. Then the naive man patted his chest and grinned. "Since you've only just joined our Misty Bureau, you shouldn't be at a high rank. Follow us, just give us 2 a hand. We can take care of you a bit more." Hearing this, Wang Qiwen was instantly displeased as he choked out. "No, what kind of strength do you 2 have? Maybe not necessarily as powerful as us." The naive youth smiled and said, "We're from the 2nd team. My name is Lin Yu. This guy is Bye. I'm a 3rd rank. He's a 2nd rank." Boy smoothed out his killer hairstyle and grinned, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. Wang Qiwen fell silent. He's only in the 1st rank. Not only him, besides Lu Ning, Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin were also at the 1st rank. Lu Ning didn't say much as he glanced around and walked towards one side of the corridor. "Let's move. The spiritual radiation is higher on this side." Seeing Lu Ning act on his own, both Lin Yu and Bye were stunned. Lin Yu rushed forward, came to Lu Ning's side, and spoke. "Brother, do you want to stand behind me and provide fire support?" Lu Ning glanced at Lin Yu and nodded slightly. "Good." Bye came to Lu Ning's side, took a look at the twin guns in Lu Ning's hands, and was a bit surprised. Dude, are these twin guns customized? Looks pretty cool. Ha? Lu Ning didn't reply as he looked toward a box door on the left side of the corridor. The next moment, the door to the box ripped open and a giant legion rushed out. The mutant was on all fours, 2 meters tall, like a prostrate monkey, with tentacles growing on its back. He was still covered in the clothes of the previous waiter, and on top of that, carried a large amount of blood, and there was a piece of intestine hanging from his grimy teeth. Upon seeing Lu Ning and the others, the diseased mutant let out a low roar and lunged towards Lin Yu, who was at the forefront. Because the distance was too close, Lin Yu couldn't retreat in time, and a sardonic look appeared on his naive face as he slammed his fist heavily into the mutant's claws. Bang! Fists and claws clashed, and Lin Yu and the legionist simultaneously fell back a few steps. Lin Yu's face changed slightly. It's a third-order legionist. You guys be careful. Bang! A dull gunshot interrupted Lin Yu's words. As the gunshot rang out, the mutant's head exploded as if it were a watermelon, splattering red and white all over the wall. The tall form of the diseased man swayed twice and fell heavily to the ground. Looking at the dead headless body, Lin Yu's voice caught in his throat and his eyes glazed over. And at Lu Ning's side, Buyout silently turned his head, looked at the red rose that Lu Ning raised, looked at the white smoke from the muzzle, opened his mouth, and let out a voice from his soul. What the hell is this? Chapter 60 Medium Critical Grade Soul Weapon. Hearing Bai's words, Lin Yu also came back to his senses. He looked behind him and saw Lu Ning putting away the red roses. Where did Lin Yu not understand that the gunshot just now was made by Lu Ning? He looked at Lu Ning with a shocked expression. How did you do that? Lu Ning looked at Lin Yu with some confusion. Wasn't it you who told me to fire support from the back? I fire support. Lin Yu people are numb. No. I'm asking you to fire support. But, he pointed at the red rose in Lu Ning's hand, his expression twisting. But I didn't expect you to be able to kill a third-order legionist with a single shot. Ha? You're fourth order? Lu Ning shook his head. I'm second rank. Rinyu and Bayuk, _? They looked at Lu Ning with an expression like you're teasing me. Wang Chuan on the side held his head high as if he himself had killed a third-order diseased changeling in seconds. What's the fuss? Our team Lu Ning can be the one who cooperated with the captain to kill the joyful Heavenly Kingdom deacon who had mastered the evil arts. That's it. Autumn Moon Lin nodded her head in agreement. Wei Xian also revealed a smile with honor. They're all from Division 7. According to Lin Xiao, they were one family, one honor and one loss. When they heard that Lu Ning was actually able to cooperate with the captain in killing the joyous Celestial Kingdom's deacon, Lin Yu and Bayuk looked at each other with shock in their eyes. The two of them then stood in awe as Lin Yu said, I didn't expect brother Lu Ning to be so strong. It's because we underestimated you. Lu Ning said expressionlessly, it's fine. He looked over to the box where the legion had come out and walked over to it. When Lin Yu and Bai saw this, they thought of something, their faces changed slightly, and they also hurriedly followed. The same was true for the three Wang Chuan. Coming to the door of the box, Lu Ning saw the inside. There were originally guests inside, but only a small fraction of those guests were left in parts at the moment. There was blood all over the box and blood-red handprints on the walls. Apparently the victim went through a violent struggle before he died. When Lin Yu's few people saw this, their faces turned blue. Damn, we're going to have to move faster. Buyer spoke up, there are more diseased mutants here than we thought. Lin Yu looked at Lu Ning. Brother Lu Ning, what do you say? Lu Ning nodded. Keep moving. The group trotted down the corridor, checking each compartment to see if there were any ordinary people still inside. Soon after, Xiao Yulin exclaimed, there are survivors here. Several people from Lu Ning ran over. Autumn Moonlin opened the door and saw two young men and women walk out from inside. Their faces were all very pale and their whole bodies were soft, especially that woman. If it wasn't for Xiao Yulin supporting her, I'm afraid she wouldn't even be able to stand. Lin Yu said, hello guys, we're from the Misty Mist Bureau. You guys follow us now and we'll be responsible for getting you out safely. The two young men and women nodded back and forth. Next, they continued to search the boxes, some with ordinary people inside, others empty. During this time, they also encountered a number of waiter legions, which varied in strength. The weak ones were even only of the first rank. Even the current Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian could easily defeat them. The strong ones would be able to reach the third rank, but the number of third-rank diseased mutants was extremely low, and only two had appeared so far. Both third-order diseased mutants were all killed by Lu Ning with a single shot. The first one had at least touched base with Rinyu, and the second one had just stepped in and died within a second. This made both Lin Yu and Bayuk a bit numb. It seemed that Lu Ning's strength had galvanized the fighting spirit of the two, and when they encountered the first-order and second-order diseased mutants, they worked especially hard. This made Wang Chuan's trio, who hadn't even grabbed a few monsters, look disgruntled. A few minutes later, there were a dozen more people in their group. All of these are ordinary people who are currently alive. Just then, a strange buzzing sound suddenly sounded in the distance. The humming sound makes one feel inexplicably serene. After the buzzing sound, a white ripple spread at a slow speed. As the ripple spread, Lu Ning suddenly felt his body and mind settle down. However, his brows were slightly furrowed, because he saw white mist on top of these ripples. Moreover, the concentration of the white mist was quite high, almost comparable to the red roses and the white roses in Lu Ning's hands. And it's just a ripple. Not only that, Lu Ning clearly felt that his body was rejecting these ripples. Autumn Moonlin on the side had a peaceful expression, and under such an environment where there was blood and death everywhere, as well as the possibility of a diseased person appearing at any time, she actually unconsciously revealed a smile. What's this? As for the ordinary people who were originally afraid, it was as if they had lost their fear at this moment. What is this? A gift from the gods? I feel as if I've been purified. It's so comforting. Is it divine light? However, Lin Yu and Buyout were very grave in their expressions. Lin Yu said seriously, "It's the bright sacred bell. We have to hurry up." Lu Ning looked at Lin Yu and asked, "What is the bright sacred bell?" Lin Yu glanced at the several ordinary people who seemed to be completely immersed in the ripples and whispered, "It's one of our bureau's medium critical grade soul weapons." What? The three people on the side, Wang Qiwen, who had originally started to think that it was a gift from the gods as well, had cold sweats on their backs and chills all over their bodies. A Horcrux means danger, and a medium critical grade soul artifact. That was something terrifying enough to destroy a Bay City. Lin Yu saw that Wang Qiwen and the others had a look of fear on their faces and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, this holy bell isn't an attacking soul weapon. The danger isn't that great. If it was really that dangerous, it wouldn't be used here at all." It was only after hearing this that Wang Qiwen's three men were relieved. Wei Xian inquired, "Looking at your expressions, are you still in danger?" Lin Yu nodded. He glanced at Ripple with some scorn and whispered with some sadness, "I participated in a mission before when I used this, which ultimately led to the sanctification of our team's previous captain." Sanctification? Lin Yu glanced at the confused Lu Ning. "That is, it has been assimilated with the holy bell. It can also be said that it has been devoured." What? This thing can devour captain-level awakened people? Wang Qiwen was shocked. Then it's still not dangerous? Lin Yu said, "As long as the contact time isn't too long, there's no danger. The longer the contact time with the holy bell, the easier it is to be sanctified, so we have to speed up." Hearing this, Lu Ning nodded. Then speed up. They continued to search the box. Right at this moment, Wei Xian glanced at the direction of box 010 with some suspicion and spoke, "Why do I feel something is wrong?" Lin Yu was puzzled. "What's wrong? You guys? This time we're here to besiege the deacon and regional bishop of the joyous heavenly kingdom, right? The strength of these people shouldn't be weak. At the very least they must be 4th or 5th rank awakened, right? And then what?" Bayer was a little puzzled. "What's wrong with that?" Lu Ning spoke up. "It's a bit off. 5th order awakened ones have a lot of destructive power when they fight. Normally, multiple 5th order awakened ones fighting should be enough to destroy the small. So why is it that right now, we can just hear a few voices, and a subtle vibration? This is not in line with the strength of a 5th order awakened." Hearing this, Wang Qiwen and Xiao Yulin also reacted. With wide eyes, they looked in the direction Lin Xiao and Colin had left earlier. Chapter 61 Giant Lesions. There's really no need to worry about this one. It's another of our bureau's mid-risk level Horcruxes that seems to be able to pull people into other dimensions, so you can't feel too much movement here. Lin Yu pacified a few people. Hearing this, Wei Xian's few people were a bit surprised. There's also this kind of mid-risk level soul artifact? This is too amazing, isn't it? There are a lot of soul tools with magical functions, but I'm not too sure about the specifics of this soul tool. Lin Yu smiled. Lu Ning looked into the depths and inquired, using 2 medium critical grade soul artifacts at the same time. This should be a lot of mental pollution, right? Bayer and Rinyu came back to their senses, so we'll have to pick up the pace. We're fine. Normal people in this environment don't know when they'll get sick. Lin Yu woke up the survivors who were still immersed in the white light patterns, and the group continued their search. Although the entire 6th floor was not small, the number of Misty Bureau members that came over this time was equally large. There were 9 divisions in all, each with several members on the periphery rescuing survivors, adding up to dozens of people. Lu Ning and his group even encountered members of other divisions' action teams from time to time. It took just under 10 minutes for them to rescue all the ordinary people in the boxes and bring them to the exit, allowing them to leave the 6th floor. There's a logistical blockade down there, and the entire mall should have been emptied. These people will be tested for mental contamination after they go down there to make sure nothing goes wrong. Lin Yu explained to Lu Ning. The newcomers. For Lin Yu and Bayer, These are processes that everyone understands, but not for newcomers. Lu Ning nodded slightly and looked deeper into the corridor. Just then, a corridor not far away suddenly heard a violent roar. There were then cries of alarm and screams, with that boom followed by several more in quick succession. Lu Ning's few people, Lin Yu and Bai Bai, as well as a few other members of the action team who had already completed their mission who were at the exit, looked over. What happened? What's going on over there? An urgent sound followed on everyone's cell phones. The sound caused everyone's faces to change slightly. This was the Misty Bureau's distress signal. Lin Yu frowned. There's probably an accident over there. Let's go over and take a look. Lu Ning nodded and ran towards the area where the roaring sound continued to resound. Not only were Lu Ning and Lin Yu a few people, but the other members of the action team were likewise the same. Soon they knew the source of the distress signal. They had just run a few steps into the corridor where the roar came from when a figure flew backwards. It was an ops member in a trench coat. At the moment, this action team member's entire body was shattered and covered in hideous wounds. His chest was sunken and he was no longer alive. Lin Yu glanced at the dead team member's face and his pupils contracted slightly. Somewhat shocked. It's Steven. He actually died. Wang Chuan asked with some curiosity. Who is he? Lin Yu's expression was incredibly grave. He's a member of the 9th team. He's of the 3rd rank like me. We've worked together before. Hearing this, several people, Wang Chuan, were shocked. A 3rd ranked awakened. Unexpectedly dead? A few of the players on the side who knew Steven were similarly wide-eyed with shock. A slender and fiery blonde woman coldly said, I'm afraid the opponent is tricky. All 1st-ranked team members go to the exit and stand by. Glancing at the blonde woman, Lin Yu said, It's Yan Cheng. She's very strong, almost 4th rank. Lin Yu looked at Wang Chuan, Wei Xian and Xiu Yulin and said, It's better if you 3 don't go over there. I'm afraid it's dangerous. The 3 of them looked at each other and looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning nodded slightly. You guys go to the exit. Don't let any of the still surviving lesions slip out. Wei Xian said with a serious expression. Then be careful. Lu Ning calmly said, I won't die. Autumn Moonlin was about to say something when there was another roar at the end of the hallway, followed by the wall exploding and a huge, hideous mutant bursting out of the side of the wall. It was a blood-colored giant covered in bone spikes, with no skin and bare blood-red muscles. The giant was more than 3 meters tall, with a head that resembled a skeleton and looked hideous. To this giant, Lu Ning and Wang Chuan looked somewhat familiar, kind of similar to the giants you met earlier at that villa at the birthday party. 2 members of the action team on one side of this giant backed up in a row. They were all wearing trench coats that were broken in multiple places and looked very distressed. Behind the 2 team members, several other members of the ops team were using their firearms to shoot at the giant. Yet all the bullets landed on the giant's body as if they had landed on steel, spattering a trail of sparks. Looking at the giant, Lin Yu's several people were all gloomy. It's the 4th order. Just then, a muffled roar rang out as another wall was torn apart and a giant rushed out. The giant had the head of an ops member cupped in his hand. This action team member's expression was horrified as the giant claw that his left hand had transformed into tried to tear at the giant's arm to make him let go. However, the giant pinched hard, and the head of the action team member was directly crushed. The giant claw he had transformed into lost its ability to add power and reverted to its original arm. The giant let out a low growl as he flung the bodies of the ops members out of the way. 2 4th order? There are 2 such strong lesions here? The expressions of everyone present became ugly. Each action team naturally had a 4th order awakened as well. But the 4th and 5th order awakened had all gone forward to besiege the Joy Heavenly Kingdom hierarchy. The highest members of the action team that stayed here were only of the 3rd rank. Facing a 4th order awakened might be acceptable, but facing 2 4th order awakened, the members of the action team here were naturally under tremendous pressure. However, as members of the action team, all of them quickly reacted. Yan Cheng, who had spoken earlier, droned. 2nd order and 1st order awakened retreat and use long-range firepower to support them. And 3rd order awakened move forward and fend them off head-on. As soon as her words fell, the 2 4th-ranked giants had already rushed towards them. The 2 legions were like tanks, cracking the walls wherever they passed, cracking the marble floor with every footfall. The other 3rd order awakened had already stepped forward at this moment. One of the 3rd order awakened ones shouted lowly, split into 2 teams, 1 team to block 1. Although there was no coordination, the 3rd order awakened had chosen their targets based on their stations in the first place. They started using their abilities in droves. Some awakened abilities were body strengthening, others awakened elemental abilities, and others awakened strange abilities like armor protection. As for that most powerful Yan Cheng, she held a long sword in her hand, and every time she swung it, she was able to cut out a sharp blade chi, which seemed to be a very powerful ability. All of the 3rd order awakens attacks landed on those 2 giants with a roar. The defense of these 2 giants, however, was very strong, and an attack merely caused damage to their muscles and blood to flow. But these injuries are not fatal. Instead, the injuries fueled their ferocity even more, and the two diseased changelings roared with fury, pushing through the attacks and quickly approaching the Third Order Awakened. Right at that moment, one by one, the Second and First Order Awakened behind the Third Order Awakened ones similarly began to attack. Some use firearms to shoot, while others use their own awakened abilities. The massive attacks hit the two mutants with a lurch, and in conjunction with the attacks from the Third Order Awakened, caused the two giant mutants to stop in their tracks and stagger back a couple steps. Just then, two loud and unmistakable gunshots rang out. The sound was so loud that many awakened people only felt their eardrums buzzing. Only a red and a white stream of light quickly cut through the air, and wherever they passed, the air became blazing hot on one side and cold on the other. Two streams of light shot into the head of one of the giant lesions. The diseased mutant seemed to have sensed the danger as he let out a low roar and dodged sideways at great speed. Just when the mutant seemed to be about to dodge the attack, those two streams of light unexpectedly made a subtle turn as well, landing heavily on the mutant's head. Chapter 62. Boom boom. The stream of light exploded as it landed on the giant mutant's head. White streams of light erupted first, freezing the giant mutant's head into frost. Then red streams of light exploded. The frost tore apart, and a hideous crack appeared in the giant mutant's head along with it. The excruciating pain caused the giant lesionist to cover his head with both hands and let out a growl of agony. All the members of the action team were stunned when they saw this. Yanqing immediately drank. Good chance. Attack. The Third Order Awakened, who were originally the opponents of this giant sickness mutant, took advantage of this opportunity to launch their most powerful attacks at the first opportunity. Yanqing's figure flickered and transformed into a stump, appearing behind the giant pathological mutant in mere moments. She leapt up and chopped down hard with her long blade, which erupted with light and landed heavily on the giant diseased mutant's neck. Pust. Blood spurted out as the long knife embedded itself deep into the flesh of the giant lesion's neck, though it stuck as it hit bone. Yanqing's face changed slightly, not realizing that the bones of this giant lesionist were so hard, taking such a heavy blow. It was surprising that this giant mutant didn't die. With a roar of rage, he violently turned around and swung his fist hard towards Yanqing. Yanqing could only force himself to draw back his long sword and block horizontally. Bang! As his fist landed on top of the long blade, Yanqing felt a huge force come upon him and instantly flew backwards, only stopping when he hit the crumbling wall. She blushed a little and her hands trembled slightly. And while this giant pathological mutant was attacking Yanqing, several other Third Order Awakened similarly launched their most powerful attacks. A pillar of crimson light shot out and landed heavily on the giant lesionist's chest. The giant mutant was knocked straight back several steps, and the blazing heat scorched the mutant's chest. Before he could counterattack, there suddenly seemed to be an invisible force that suppressed him. His huge body stumbled and almost fell to his knees, and the floor he was on directly crumbled and a huge hole appeared. The giant mutant falls through the hole, straight from the 6th floor to the 5th. The good thing was that the entire mall seemed to have been cleared of tourists and there was no one down there. As the giant mutant landed on the ground, a tall, lanky Third Order Awakened leapt down from the cave entrance and punched the mutant heavily in the head. The hideous head that had originally been torn apart now suffered another heavy blow, and he let out a roar of incomparable pain. A stream of blood even gushed out from the crack. Just then, a calm voice rang out, "Please make way." The tall and robust Third Order Awakened instantly backed away, and the violent gunfire rang out once again. The originally heavily wounded giant pathologists heard the gunshots and felt threatened, even trying to dodge despite their injuries. However, Lu Ning was currently standing at the cave entrance position, too close to the giant mutant. He merely had time to make a subtle reaction before Red Rose and White Rose's bullets had landed on his head. Lu Ning still infused a large amount of spiritual energy this time. Just like before, a large amount of spiritual energy was enough to drastically increase the power of the bullets of this soul weapon. The two bullets burst again, and when the flames dissipated, the giant mutant's head was completely cracked open and blood slowly flowed out. He didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream as the huge body swayed and fell down heavily on its back. Lu Ning put away his twin guns, and just then a sharp voice was heard. "Watch out!" Lu Ning could only feel a strong, powerful wind surging behind him. He turned his head to look and saw that the other giant pathological mutant had actually rushed in front of him. This giant mutant had a hideous expression as he clenched his huge fist and ruthlessly punched towards Lu Ning. The huge fist was comparable to the size of Lu Ning's head, and as the wind of the fist surged, Lu Ning's black hair flew. When the other awakened ones saw this, their faces changed dramatically. Yanqing had already approached the giant lesionist. Her face was ugly as she carried a blade chi on top of her long blade, ruthlessly chopping towards the lesionist's back, trying to force the lesionist to defend. However, this giant mutant seemed to have a certain amount of intelligence. or perhaps it wanted to avenge its companion. And surprisingly, it seemed to disregard the blade chi behind it, with only Lu Ning in its eyes. Lu Ning's face was calm in the face of this enormous fist. His right hand let go and the red rose in his hand slowly fell to the ground, and then his fist, toward the huge fist that was coming at him. As Lu Ning's fist struck out, dazzling white light surfaced, which appeared suddenly like a bolt of lightning, causing the eyes of the crowd of awakened to narrow slightly. Soon, Lu Ning's tiny fist collided with the giant legionist's fist. Boom! The sound of collision rang out, and the huge aftermath of power transformed into a ring-shaped wave of air, spreading in all directions. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Ning began with his fists and turned into blood mist little by little. Fists, arms, shoulders, and even half of his body, all crumbled in this collision, and blood dyed the sky red, and the giant mutant let out a similar scream. He retreated back and forth, and that huge fist was likewise crumpled by the blow, his 5 fingers twisting unnaturally, a crack covering his entire palm, and blood flowing wildly. Even his entire arm twisted unnaturally. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing that only half of Lu Ning's body remained, Yan Qing gritted his teeth, his face unsightly. Her blade energy chopped into the giant lesion's back, tearing open a huge wound deep enough to see through to the bone. After she landed on the ground, she coldly said to the other members of the action team, "Do it! What are you still watching for?" The other Third Order Awakened also came back to their senses. Kill! One by one, the Third Order Awakened made their move. There were 2 giant lesions before, and all the Third Order Awakened present had to split in 2 to fight the 2 lesions. Now there was only 1 giant mutant left, and it had already had an arm broken by Lu Ning and a deep wound on its back. This would naturally not be a problem for a Third Order Awakened. Although the giant pathological mutant's defense was extremely powerful, it faced such a large number of Third Order Awakened under siege, along with the assistance of the guns of a group of Second and First Order Awakened. In just a few rounds, this Fourth Order diseased mutant was killed by Yan Chang with a single blow from his eyes through into his head. After Yan Chang landed on the ground, he shook off the filth of his long sword and said with a somewhat ugly expression, "It's a pity." Although Yan Chang did not recognize the youth who had just used the twin spears, but to be able to harness a powerful soul weapon and inflict so much damage on the defensively powerful giant sickness mutant, and even master such a high-level soul vibrating fist, it was obvious that he was an extremely promising awakened. It's a pity that this youth died here. Yan Qing turned his head with a serious expression to look in the direction of Lu Ning's collapse. While speaking, everyone observe a moment of silence for this comrade. Yan Qing's words stopped. Not only Yan Chang, there were quite a few others on the side who looked in Lu Ning's direction after the giant legionist died. They all thought that Lu Ning was extremely gifted for being able to use a powerful soul weapon, and even more so for having mastered such a high magnification soul vibrating fist. Dying here is really a loss for the Misty Bureau. As a result, they saw that Lu Ning was standing there intact. Lu Ning looked at the jaw-dropping crowd, covered his naked body expressionlessly, and calmly said, "Is there anyone to lend me a piece of clothing?" That punch from the giant mutant just now had directly torn apart the upper half of Lu Ning's body. Chapter 63, Is it over? The air was suddenly quiet. Everyone looked straight at Lu Ning, their expressions in disbelief. Yan Cheng pointed his long knife at Lu Ning with a cold expression. "You're a mutant?" Lu Ning pointed at himself. "Me? No, I'm an ordinary person." The other awakened frowned at the same time, and many members of the action team were already ready to attack. Just then, a timid voice rang out, That, comrades, this is a member of our 7th Division action team, called Lu Ning." Yan Chang and a few other Third Order Awakened raised their eyebrows and looked towards the source of the sound. It was an innocent-looking young girl, and the young girl's expression was a bit nervous as she was being watched by many members of the action team. Seeing the crowd look over, Wei Xian also hurriedly said, "We are all members of the 7th Division's action team. My name is Wei Xian. He is Wang Qiwen, and this is Chiu Yulin." Lin Yu, who was on the side, glanced at Lu Ning with some suspicion, then spoke, "I can confirm this point. Just now they were following Captain Lin Xiao." Yan Qing glanced at Lin Yu. As the Third Order Awakened in the action team and a veteran member of the action team, they more or less knew each other. "Lin Yu, are you sure?" "I'm sure." Yan Qing's expression towards Wei Xian and the others eased for a few moments, but he still had a wary look on his face towards Lu Ning. "Even if you were a member of the action team before, you were dead just now, and after you were resurrected, I'm afraid you're no longer one, are you?" Lu Ning said with a wooden face. "It's not like I'm going to die, so why not? I've died several times before, and I'm still a member of the action team." All action team members, their expressions stiffened for a moment, then filled with questions. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth twitched, and his eyes became odd as he looked at Lu Ning. "You died before?" Seeing that Lu Ning was about to open his mouth, Wang Chuan, who was on the side, hurriedly said, "Comrades, Lu Ning's awakened ability is immortality, and he can resurrect as well as heal his own injuries, so you don't need to be too nervous." Hearing this, even if they were all awakened, even if they were all members of the Misty Bureau's action team who had seen the world, they were all in an uproar at this moment. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Can be resurrected? Really? You're kidding, right? How is it possible to have this kind of awakening ability? If it's true, then this one called Lu Ning, wouldn't he be invincible? All the members of the action team were talking to their teammates, looking at Lu Ning with unbelief in their eyes. Yan Chang also looked at Wang Chuan with a stunned expression, and then at Lu Ning. "What evidence do you have?" Yan Chang asked with some incredulity. Wei Xian was about to speak when Lu Ning's calm voice rang out. "This is very simple." Everyone then saw Lu Ning shoot himself in the head. The sound of the gunshot that was like thunder made everyone's body tremble. Lu Ning's head was directly half knocked off by White Rose's bullet, blood splattering everywhere. The few Third Order awakened who were closer to Lu Ning were wooden in place, and their faces were even splattered with spots of blood. At the moment, they all looked at Lu Ning with horror in their eyes. Is this creature that blows half its own head off at the drop of a hat really human? The others likewise stayed in place, looking at the remaining half of Lu Ning's head, all of them chilling in their hearts. However, in the next moment, they saw flesh buds emerge from the edge of the wound on Lu Ning's half of the head. The flesh buds wriggled extremely fast, and in just a few breaths, Lu Ning's head returned to its original state. He rubbed his face and calmly looked at Yan Chang. "Is this evidence enough?" Yan Chang, who originally had an icy expression, had trembling pupils at the moment, and nodded woodenly. "Enough." Lu Ning smiled. "That's good." After saying that, he put his twin guns away and walked towards Wei Xian's trio. All the action team members along the way gave way. They looked at Lu Ning with very complicated eyes, some with curiosity, some with scorn, and even some with awe. Although Lu Ning's level didn't seem to be very high, his previous battles had demonstrated a very powerful strength. This, coupled with this crazy streak of not being able to put a bullet in one's head at the drop of a hat, made everyone remember this member of the ops team from Division 7. Wei Xian, Wang Chuan, and Xiao Yulin were no longer surprised by Lu Ning's behavior. Seeing the numb and dumbfounded expressions of everyone on the side, they were instead still secretly happy in their hearts. Only a few of them had been frightened before, and now, the others were finally enjoying what they were feeling. The buyer beside the trio shivered when he saw Lu Ning approaching, and the smile on his face stiffened a bit. He gulped and silently moved away a bit, afraid that Lu Ning would go crazy and give him a shot. After Lu Ning walked over, Wei Xian immediately took off his trench coat and handed it to him. "You wear it." "Thanks." Lu Ning was not polite and took the trench coat and draped it over his naked body. Yan Qing quickly regained his mindset. She glanced at Lu Ning, then spoke. "Check again to see if there are any remaining diseased mutants on this floor, but don't let a Fourth Order diseased mutant appear again." The other Third Order awakened also nodded their heads. One by one, the members of the ops team have searched again. This time, though, they didn't find any more lesions. Everyone returned to the direction of the exit, blocking it while waiting for the results from the central area. What they did was nothing more than aftermath work. The real target of this operation was dealt with by those 4th and 5th order powerhouses. Compared to before, the booming collision sound that seemed to come from a distant region had been much lighter and less frequent than before. After less than another minute, all sounds of fighting stopped. Lin Yu whispered, "It should be over." Cold sweat broke out on Wei Xian's forehead as he spoke. "It's a good thing it's almost over, or else I feel like I won't be able to hold on." Wang Chuan also nodded repeatedly, looking with some fear at the ripples that spread from time to time. The ripples of light brought out by this light holy bell made them worship the light more and more, as if they had the urge to become one with the light. Even if they tried their best to restrain it, the urge continued to grow stronger and stronger. It was as if it came from the deepest desires of their souls. Just then, the ripples that had been slowly spreading suddenly disappeared, and many of the First Order awakened sighed in relief. Lin Yu spoke. "It seems that the bright sacred bell has been put away and they're coming over." After another moment, there were footsteps. Lu Ning then saw 20 or so people walking over. These were men and women, old and young. They were all wearing black trench coats, though some of them had torn trench coats, and others still had some injuries on their bodies. However, no one seemed to be seriously injured. Lu Ning saw among them Lin Xiao, Colin, Yan Feng and the Li Line and Lu Chang he had met before. At the moment they were all full of smiles and relaxed expressions. However, when they saw the bodies of the fallen action team members that were collected by Yin Cheng and the others, their smiles all faded away. A few of these powerhouses had red eyes and madly rushed to the corpse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Steven? How the hell did you die? Wake thee up. Damn it, dang dolly." You still owe me $23,920. If you die, who am I going to get the money from? The other powerhouses fell into silence when they saw this. The Lee line at the forefront calmly said, "The operation is over. Each operation team leader will take their team members back. Speaking here," he paused and said, "tally the losses, and report the situation of the dead members in time. The Bureau will make timely arrangements. Team 5, Team 8, you'll escort the criminals back to headquarters with me." When he finished, he stepped away. The group of people silently followed Lee's line. Lin Xiao and Colin found Lu Ning's few people and walked over. Akazuki Lin inquired with some curiosity, "Captain, is it over already?" Chapter 64. The others similarly looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao said with some frowns, "Almost there. I got lucky this time and captured all of this group of joyful Heavenly Kingdom's executives alive." Colin rested his glasses and added, "It's not over yet. Besides these executives, there are also members of their subordinate joyful Kingdom of Heaven who haven't been caught yet." Lin Xiao waved his hand and said without thinking, "With these executives, wouldn't it be easy to catch those members?" Colin didn't argue back. Wang Chuan looked around and said suspiciously, "You guys captured the top management of the joyous Heavenly Kingdom alive? Why didn't we even see anyone from the joyous Heavenly Kingdom just now?" Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "We naturally have special soul tools that can take them away." It dawned on Wang Chuan's few people. Lin Xiao then glanced at the corpses not far away, and then looked at the trench coat on Lu Ning, and asked with some doubt, "It seems that things aren't going too well in your periphery?" Lu Ning nodded slightly. 2 fourth-order disease changers have appeared, and their strength is not weak. Autumn Moonlight spoke. "Yes, if it wasn't for Brother Lu Ning, I'm afraid more people would have died." Lin Xiao and Colin were both looking at Lu Ning with a bit of surprise. Lin Xiao was surprised. Lu Ning is so powerful now? Wei Xian thought of Lu Ning's battle earlier and couldn't help but sigh. Lu Ning is indeed very strong right now. Wang Chuan didn't retort and nodded. Colin laughed. "Go back and tell us all about it. Let's leave." Lin Xiao nodded. "Well, let's go first. It's worth celebrating that all 3 of you survived your first time participating in such a dangerous mission." So a few people walked and talked as they went downstairs to leave the mall. Upon leaving the mall, Lu Ning saw that the outer perimeter of the mall had been cordoned off, and there were sheriffs and Misty Bureau logistics everywhere. Lu Ning also saw the familiar Bowen and Pang Chanqian several people. When Berman saw Lin Xiao and the others, he jogged over. He glanced in the direction of the mall and asked somewhat seriously, "How's the situation inside?" Lin Xiao spoke. "Sort of a big victory. The Joy Heavenly Kingdom's top brass has been wiped out, and the pressure on you guys will be lighter next." Berwin instantly showed a relaxed expression and breathed a sigh of relief. His smile was very bright and said, "That's fine then. Since that birthday party sickness before, I have not been able to sleep well during this period of time for fear of any accidents, and it's good that those joyous Heavenly Kingdom executives have been eliminated in one fell swoop. We can also relax a bit." Lin Xiao patted Bo Win's shoulder, then waved his hand and said, "I'll trouble you guys here. We'll go back and rest first." Berwin nodded his head with a serious face and said to a few people, "No problem. Leave the rest to us. You guys have worked hard." After saying that, Berwin gave them a military salute. Not only Berman, but also Pang Shanxian and the others. With a salute from the crowd, the group left the blockade and headed for the parking lot. Because of the evacuation by the Sheriff's Department and the Misty Department, all the ordinary people in the neighborhood had left and the parking lot no longer had many cars. Lin Xiao and Colin each got into their cars. Lu Ning and a few others followed, and the two drove off. In Colin's car, Wang Chuan complained with some dissatisfaction. "It's not that I'm saying, these people from the Security Bureau really can't do anything right. Such a big covert organization that gathers in such a busy shopping mall and has already held several covert rallies. And it's surprising that they haven't even been discovered yet." Wei Xian on the side immediately said in dissatisfaction, "What are you talking about, Wang Chuan? As awakened ones, don't you know the situation of awakened ones? How can the Security Bureau find out if awakened ones want to hide?" Wang Chuan instantly retorted, "That's not just awakened ones. There are so many more diseased mutants working as waiters. Isn't this not checked out as well?" Wei Xian immediately said, "What difference does it make? The Security Bureau isn't the Misty Bureau, so it doesn't have the conditions to investigate lesions at all. Originally, the issue of lesions is the scope of our Misty Bureau's work, and the Security Bureau deals with just ordinary people." Although Wei Xian had a point, Wang Chuan still couldn't help but skim his mouth with some dissatisfaction. Colin, who was driving the car, eyed the front and said thoughtfully, "But to be honest, it's surprising that these diseased changeling attendants have not been discovered until now. So it's indeed something. I'm afraid that the Joy Heavenly Kingdom side has some special means, and we'll know exactly what's going on when we interrogate that group of Joy Heavenly Kingdom executives. So you two don't need to argue anymore." Wei Xian nodded. Yes, Lieutenant. Lu Ning didn't join Wei Xian and Wang Chuan's argument, but quietly looked out the window. Colin asked with some confusion. Lu Ning, what are you looking at? Lu Ning spoke. Nothing? By the way, did you guys search for incense this time? Hearing this, Colin instantly laughed. A considerable amount of fallen incense was searched. This time the credit is not small. Lu Ning nodded. What about these incense? Colin thought for a moment and spoke. It should be sealed and perhaps used for special items afterward. Wei Xian and Wang Chuan were both stunned and looked at Colin with some confusion. Wang Chuan asked, Vice Captain, isn't this fallen incense something from Joyous Heaven? Are we going to use it? Colin rolled his eyes and said, You guys really don't know how expensive oil and salt are when you're not in charge. Ha! These are all special items that possess spiritual radiation, and if used properly, they can enhance combat power. How wasteful would it be if they were destroyed? We've searched and scraped a lot of stuff from all over the world, and we've ended up using it all ourselves. Other than that, there are quite a few soul weapons that were seized from Criminal Awakened. Wang Chuan and Wei Xian drifted off. Wang Chuan was a bit curious. Then our branch is the one that found this clue. Should we share a bit of it for us to use? Colin laughed softly. I'm afraid not at the moment. I'm afraid these incenses will still be studied at headquarters and shouldn't be taken out for use anytime soon. Alright then. Wang Chuan shrugged and said no more. The group soon returned to the branch. Yuran was sitting at the front desk, dazed. When she saw Lu Ning and the others come in, her eyes lit up and she got up in a hurry. Upon seeing everyone there, Yuran breathed a sigh of relief and smiled brightly. Captain, you guys are back? Lin Xiao nodded. Well, has anything happened at the bureau? Yuran shook her head. No, Old Qin and the others are watching from the third floor. That's fine. By the way, our operation was a big success, and as you can see, our team had no casualties, so it's worth celebrating. I'm going to order a barbecue and we'll celebrate together. Yuran cheerfully laughed. No problem. The group went up to the third floor and met both Qin Feng and Yinan. After speaking to both men about the situation, they said they would stay and celebrate together as well. Lu Ning, on the other hand, because there was quite a bit of blood all over his body and his clothes were torn, went upstairs to the lounge to take a shower first. As for the clothes, it was Lin Xiao who volunteered to run and buy them for him. After the celebration, it was getting light. Lin Xiao and Colin stated that the two of them were on duty, allowing Lu Ning and the others to go back and rest. Lu Ning's few people naturally followed the good advice and left. Chapter 65 Clearance. Early the next morning, Lu Ning had just arrived at the activity room when he heard Lin Xiao talking about the good news. Last night, after they brought back the joyous Heavenly Kingdom executives, they interrogated them all night long, and quickly interrogated a few of the deacon's subordinates. As for the regional bishop, nothing was interrogated, but even interrogating the deacon's subordinates was good news. After all, there were a full 20 or so members of the joyous Heavenly Kingdom among them. These members would also be a big trouble if they hid within the base city and secretly messed things up. District 7 likewise has 4 Joyful Kingdom of Heaven affiliates. This naturally went to their Sector 7 Ops team. Colin and Lin Xiao led separate groups, while Lu Ning went solo. Lu Ning's strength had already been recognized by Colin and Lin Xiao. Immortal and with a not-so-weak strength. Even if he faced a fourth-order diseased mutant, he would likewise have the power to fight. With this kind of strength, there was even hope to become a vice-captain in the action team. Watching Lu Ning take a taxi and leave, Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, I think I'll have to go and apply for a car with the headquarters. After all, Lu Ning can drive now and his strength is good. So in the future when he goes out on a mission and maybe both of us are away, won't he have to take a taxi every time? When Wang Chuan heard this, he immediately said, Then Captain, why don't you apply for a few more? Wei Xian and I can drive too. Lin Xiao squinted at Wang Chuan. You kid can go on a mission alone? If you can go on a mission alone, I'll apply with you. Wang Chuan fell into silence. Wei Xian on the side laughed cheerfully. You just don't have any self-knowledge. Wang Chuan immediately said angrily, Aren't you also unable to go on a mission alone? But I'm self-aware. It's not like I'm applying for a separate vehicle. Alright, you two don't argue anymore. Let's go. Colin smiled helplessly and spoke. Lin Xiao said, Shaolin and Wang Chuan follow me. Wei Xian you follow Colin. Move. Lu Ning took a taxi to his destination, and according to the intelligence, this member of the Joyful Kingdom of Heaven was located in a snack street not far from the One Tree Bar. He opened a noodle shop in the snack bar. As for whether or not this joyous Heavenly Kingdom member would see that the situation was not right and had already fled, Lin Xiao had already had his say long ago. Because Joyful Kingdom of Heaven is part of a hidden cult, the relationship between the top and the bottom is extremely confidential. The assembly of the joyous Heavenly Kingdom's top management was naturally unclear to the ordinary joyous Heavenly Kingdom members under them. These ordinary members of the joyful kingdom of heaven could only be considered peripheral members, and some of them even only knew that they were helping to work for a hidden organization, and they didn't even know the name of the organization. Even if they did, they wouldn't have known about the news of the rally at the top of the joyful kingdom of heaven. Coupled with the fact that the logistics departments of the Security Bureau and the Misty Bureau had long since blocked the news before, the members of the joyful heavenly kingdom at the bottom naturally didn't know that their superiors had all fallen into the net. Therefore, when Lu Ning arrived at this noodle shop called Away, the owner of this noodle shop was still busy cooking noodles. I have to say, the business of this noodle shop is not bad. The small store has a total of 5 tables, and they are all full now. The owner, a good-looking young man, smiled at Lu Ning and said, "What kind of noodles do you want?" Lu Ning calmly took out his pistol and aimed it at the youth. "Don't move. You're under arrest." The owner's face froze. Not only him, but the somewhat noisy conversations that had been going on throughout the store disappeared. All the diners froze at the moment, looking towards Lu Ning's pistol with horrified expressions. The small store was silent for an instant, and in the next moment, the owner let out a dry laugh and spoke. "This gentleman, who are you? Did you recognize the wrong person?" Lu Ning calmly took out his Mist Bureau credentials. "I'm a member of the Mist Bureau of the 7th District. Now follow me." Upon hearing that Lu Ning was a member of the Misty Bureau, the diners in the small store became even more alarmed, their faces turning white. After all, the only things related to the Bureau of Mists were cults, legions, and plague beasts, and these are things that the average person never wants to come across. Coming across something like this would mean great danger to the average person. As for the small shopkeeper, he reacted at the first opportunity after hearing Lu Ning's identity, and an icy blue stream of light surfaced in his eyes. Just as he was about to use his ability, a gunshot rang out. As the shots rang out, the diners screamed and crouched, covering their heads and not daring to look up, and the small store owner's right leg was torn directly from the knee, blood spurting out as his entire body fell to the ground, letting out a miserable scream. Lu Ning's expression was calm as he pushed the red rose against his head. "Any more movement and you'll hit your head." The small shopkeeper's expression was horrified, and he immediately shook his head. "I know." Lu Ning pulled up the back of his boss's collar and dragged his body out of the room, leaving a deep trail of blood in his wake. After Lu Ning dragged the boss out of the restaurant, the pedestrians on the road also had horrified expressions when they saw the scene. One by one, they fled, and some pedestrians took out their cell phones, as if trying to notify the sheriff's department. Lu Ning didn't care as he walked to the curb and tried to stop a cab. After the third cab without a customer whizzed past him, Lu Ning fell into deep thought. Why doesn't anyone want to pick up passengers? Lu Ning glanced at the map on his cell phone and was almost 6 miles or so from the precinct. He was going to take a cab as he walked back. Just then, a vehicle from the sheriff's department stopped in front of Lu Ning. Then a surprised voice rang out. "Officer Lu Ning? It's you?" Lu Ning took a look and it was Lin Fei. He nodded. "Well, what are you doing here?" Lin Fei glanced at the small store owner on the ground who had passed out, his expression a little strange. "I heard a report that someone here committed an assault and broke a youth's leg." Lu Ning glanced at the boss on the ground and pointed at himself. "You mean me?" The corner of Lin Fei's mouth twitched. "Right now, it seems like you should be the only one here who meets the requirements. This man is a cultist," Lu Ning explained. Lin Fei laughed. "I had a guess when I saw Officer Lu Ning." He then looked at Lu Ning with some confusion, and then at the cultist who had already passed out. "Officer Lu Ning, do you still have something to do if you stay here?" Lu Ning thought of something and spoke. "Can you give me a ride to the branch? The cab won't do my business." Lin Fei. He glanced at the unconscious cultist member and thought to himself that it's a wonder people want to do your business. He laughed. "No problem. Get in." Lu Ning nodded, lifted the unconscious cultist, opened the back seat, and stepped inside. Lu Ning then realized that there was a young man in the driver's seat of this car. Seeing Lu Ning looking at the young man, Lin Fei smiled and introduced. "This is Wang Lu. He's a newcomer to our bureau." Wang Lu nodded somewhat nervously at Lu Ning and spoke. "Greetings, sir." He then said with adoration in his eyes, "I heard from Boss Lin that you, sir, are a member of the Misty Bureau's action team." "Ha, I also want to join the action team, but I don't have any awakened abilities." Lu Ning looked at Wang Lu's somewhat youthful and yearning expression, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. "The action team isn't that good." "Ha?" Wang Lu was confused. Lu Ning didn't explain and spoke. "Let's set off." Lin Fei slapped the somewhat bewildered Wang Lu's head. "Kid, don't think too much. Drive." Ooh-hoo. Chapter 66, The Second Soul Weapon. Wang Lu drove to the 7th Division, and Lu Ning got out of the car, thanking the two men and saying goodbye before dragging the unconscious Joy Heavenly Kingdom member into the bureau. In the hall, Yuran was playing with her cell phone with her head down and didn't even see Lu Ning enter. Lu Ning walked over and looked down. What Yu Ran was playing seemed to be a competitive game, somewhat similar to the League of Legends in King's Honor or something like that he had played before. He watched for a while and realized that Yu Ran was a rookie, dying twice in just a moment. After being killed by his opponent once again, Yu Ran slapped the table. So annoying, why am I such a vegetable? Lu Ning nodded. Indeed dish. Yu Ran's whole body shook with fear, and her cell phone was thrown out. She looked at Lu Ning, her face all a bit white, then said in dissatisfaction, I say Lu Ning, do you walk without a sound? Do you know that people scaring people will scare them to death? Lu Ning nodded slightly. Oh, Yu Ran. She took a deep breath, then said, by the way, didn't you go on a mission? Well, it's done. The men were brought back to me. Are the captain and the others back yet? The captain's back, the lieutenant and the others aren't. Lu Ning nodded and pointed at the member of the joyous heavenly kingdom lying on the ground, inquiring, then where did he throw him? Yu Ran glanced at the ground, and only then did he see the unconscious members of the joyful heavenly kingdom on the ground. At the moment the broken leg of the joyful kingdom member had stopped bleeding, but he was very pale because of the loss of blood. Yu Ran's mouth twitched. He's not going to die, is he? No, the awakened's bodies are pretty strong. They won't die that quickly. Oh, Captain said this guy throw underground first floor. Old Qin will receive. When the capture is finished we will send to the headquarters. Good. Lu Ning then dragged the Joy Heavenly Kingdom members into the first basement floor again. He quickly found Qin Feng in the room where he had originally trained, and Qin Feng was reading swimsuit modeling magazines just like before. Hearing the commotion, Qin Feng looked up. Upon seeing Lu Ning and the members of the joyous heavenly kingdom on the ground, he got up and said, back, quite fast. Ha, just drop this guy here. Lu Ning nodded. I'll be going then. Go go go. Qin Feng waved his hand, his gaze glancing at the magazine every now and then. When he returned to the third floor, Lu Ning saw Lin Xiao, Qiu Yulin, and Wang Qiwen resting. Seeing Lu Ning return, all three of them greeted him and then continued playing. Not long after, Colin and Wei Xian returned as well. Of the four joyous heavenly kingdom members, two were captured by Lin Xiao's men. One was Colin and Wei Xian, and the other was captured by Lu Ning. After capturing the members of the joyous heavenly kingdom, Lu Ning's group did not get any new information about the members of the joyous heavenly kingdom, nor did they encounter any other diseased events. The next few days were pretty much a vacation for several people. When everyone came to the branch, they just rested and lounged in the activity room, either quenching their mental powers or exercising their awakening abilities. Lu Ning used the soul crystals as he always did, and his spiritual power steadily increased. As for this siege of the joyous heavenly kingdom's top brass, because the interrogation of the top brass of the joyous heavenly kingdom had not yet ended, the rewards for this time had not yet been handed out. However, according to Lin Zhao's revelation, this time, all the members of the action team worked together to capture a group of joyful heavenly kingdom deacons, and there was even a regional bishop amongst them, and the Federation's General Directorate of Mists would hand out rewards. So everyone's rewards weren't bad. Those like Lu Ning, who had played an important role in killing two fourth-order legions, naturally deserved more credit. According to Lin Zhao's speculation, Lu Ning might still have hopes of applying for a soul artifact. Lu Ning was also quite excited about this. Without realizing it, 10 or so days passed. During this period of time, the people in the 7th Division received instructions from the headquarters one after another, and the headquarters found a few more members of the joyful kingdom of heaven hidden in the 7th district through interrogation. Lu Ning's few people went to make the arrest, and the process went smoothly. During this period, Lin Xiao had applied for an ordinary minivan for Lu Ning, who finally didn't have to take a taxi, which was much more convenient than before. When the interrogation of all the joyful heavenly kingdom deacons at the headquarters was over, all the joyful heavenly kingdom cultists in the base city were all uncovered. Lin Xiao also announced that he could apply for this merit redemption. Lu Ning still had some soul crystals in his hand, so he naturally thought about applying for another soul weapon. In response, Lin Xiao and Colin's few people were not surprised. The day after reporting it, Lin Xiao brought Lu Ning good news. His application passed, and Lu Ning's credit for cooperating in killing two fourth-order awakened, along with other miscellaneous credits, were all consumed to obtain a new low-risk level soul weapon. In fact, this merit consumption was a bit on the high side, but since Lu Ning already had Red Rose and White Rose himself, it was normal for the application to consume a bit more merit. In this regard, Lin Xiao said that the headquarters has its own considerations. After another day, Yan Feng arrived at the branch with the rewards from this application. Wei Xian and several people applied for soul crystals, because last time they obtained some more soul crystals, the spiritual power quenching had accelerated a lot, and now Wang Qiwen had already felt the bottleneck. This made Wang Qiwen smug in front of Wei Xian for a long time, but Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin should be getting close. They were all still at the first rank at the moment, and after experiencing several missions, they deeply understood that their current strength was still a bit lacking. Now in the mission, Lin Xiao, Colin and even Lu Ning could still take care of them for a bit. Once Lin Xiao's 3 people couldn't take care of them, then with Wang Qiwen's and their own current strength, it was obviously very dangerous. Therefore improving their strength became the most urgent thing for them. As for Lin Xiao and Colin, the 2 of them applied for some soul crystals, as well as some disposable items, similar to potions, runes, and other things. Lastly, there was Lu Ning, whose soul weapon was chosen according to his own needs. Lu Ning now had dual guns like the Red Rose and White Rose in his hands, which were long-range weapons, and what he needed were melee weapons. Lu Ning's idea would be better with swords and such, and the headquarters gives just the right amount of knives. It was a long white blade with red flame patterns engraved on its body, and just by placing it there, the temperature around it seemed to have risen by a degree or two. Yan Feng introduced the information about this long knife. Low-risk grade soul weapon. Inflaming fire knife. The material itself is very sturdy. It is made from the spine of the calamitous beast 2-headed inflaming tiger, and it can also activate the power of the flames if it is infused with spiritual energy. Use it as you see fit. Yan Feng looked at Lu Ning with less scorn and more recognition. Previously, Lu Ning had played a crucial role in the operation to kill the 2 giant disease changers, and this matter had long since been rumored by the members of the action team who had seen it at the time. Long ago, the entire base city's ops members knew that there was an undead guy in Division 7. Moreover, this guy seemed to be a madman, giving himself a shot at the drop of a hat and directly chipping off half of his head. Definitely a tough guy. Yan Feng had long understood about Lu Ning's madness. However, Lu Ning had assisted in killing 2 giant disease changers last time, which had indirectly saved the lives of quite a few members of the action team. As a matter of fact, if there hadn't been Lu Ning that time, I'm afraid that the entire action team would have needed to die quite a few deaths in order to kill the 2 giant pathological changers. Therefore Yan Feng's attitude towards Lu Ning was also a few points better. Lu Ning grasped the hilt of the blade, and the flame patterns on the blade seemed to be activated, emitting a faint red light as if it might burst into flames at any moment. Lu Ning felt a powerful force merge into his body from this flamefire blade. His fitness level seems to have improved a bit. This enhancement is comprehensive. Unlike the Red Rose and White Rose, which enhance more of the dynamic vision and acuity aspects, Lu Ning waved his Inferno Flame Blade and nodded slightly. Not bad. I'll leave once everything is delivered. Yan Feng stretched his back and complained. I've been exhausted these past few days, interrogating and delivering rewards. Lin Xiao thought of something and called out to Yan Feng. Yan Feng, what's the result of that regional bishop's interrogation? Yan Feng raised his eyebrows and shook his head. That guy has a tough mouth and won't say anything. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and did not ask any more questions. Yan Feng looked at Lin Xiao with some doubt. What's wrong? Lin Xiao shook his head. It's nothing. After he paused, he said with some lack of confidence, I've been thinking about this for the past few days, and I don't know if it's just me, but I always feel that this isn't too simple. After all, it's not like other base cities haven't had cult invasions before. How could they be wiped out so easily? Yan Feng fell silent and scratched his head. Even the regional bishop has been captured. What else is wrong? You're not having a mental breakdown, are you? Why don't you go check the spiritual pollution level? Lin Xiao exhaled a cloudy breath. It could be. I'll go check. Yan Feng nodded and said goodbye with one hand in his pocket. Let's go. Chapter 67, The Third Order. Colin sent Yan Feng away, and Wang Qiwen asked Lin Xiao with some curiosity. Captain, you don't feel right? Lin Xiao shook his head. I just think it went too much smoother than expected. Maybe these executives of the joyous celestial kingdom are unlucky. Lin Xiao didn't say more on this topic. Lu Ning's few people didn't continue to ask more questions. Another week passed. Late night, Lu Ning leaned back and sat on the bed, holding a soul crystal in his hand. His eyes closed as he absorbed the spiritual radiation within the soul crystal. Just then, an invisible storm spread with Lu Ning at the center. Desks and chairs shook all around them, and items on them were thrown and landed on the floor. This storm came and went quickly. In just a few breaths, the storm subsided. Lu Ning slowly opened his eyes deep and dark, with a vague flash of divine light. After such a long period of refinement, his spiritual power had finally broken through to the 3rd rank. The spiritual energy that was originally like the size of a bucket had once again skyrocketed, and had now reached the size of a small pool. He could clearly feel that his spiritual energy had become even more condensed and powerful than before. After thinking about it, he gripped his left hand and yanked it with force. His left hand was directly ripped off, and the sound of bones breaking resounded continuously. However, in the next second, his left hand directly recovered. and this recovery speed was much faster than before. Not only that, he could feel that his spiritual power was also transmitted more efficiently, and that he would have better results in using his soul weapon. In the end, the metamorphosis of spiritual power also led to the metamorphosis of the physical body. Lu Ning had been using the flesh tempering method to enhance his physical strength, and after this metamorphosis, his strength doubled. Overall, not a lot of progress. Lu Ning revealed a satisfied smile. The strength increase was one step closer to joining the mist exploration team on their own, and exploring the mists and finding a way back was one step closer. It was something for him to be happy about. Early the next morning, Lu Ning washed up and came to the branch. Last night it was Colin and On Ki-moon who were on night duty and both were already in the event room. Upon seeing Lu Ning, Colin smiled. "Here, we've ordered breakfast. Come and eat." Lu Ning nodded. Not long after, Lin Xiao, Xiao Yulin and Wei Xian also came over one after another. A few people ate their breakfast, talking and laughing. The Legion events have been largely absent for the past few days and they are very relaxed. And during this process, Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Ning from time to time with a somewhat confused expression. Wang Chuan was a bit puzzled and asked, "Captain, why are you always looking at Lu Ning? Is there something wrong?" Lin Xiao frowned as he sized up Lu Ning and muttered, "I wonder if it's just me. Why do I feel as if your kid's spiritual power has gone up a lot?" Colin on the side took a sip of his sweet tofu brain and propped up his glasses. "You felt it too? I thought I felt it wrong." Lu Ning calmly took a bite of the bun and said, "Oh, I'm at the 3rd rank now, and my spiritual power is up a bit." Put. Wang Chuan, who was drinking kanji, sprayed a grain of rice out of his nose. He coughed repeatedly and looked up at Lu Ning. "What the hell? You're at the 3rd rank?" Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin also looked up at Lu Ning with shocked faces. "Really? I've only just felt the bottleneck a few days ago, and you're at the 3rd rank? Is there any justice left?" Wei Xian was usually quite composed, but at this moment, he couldn't care less about being composed and yelled. Xiao Yulin nodded her head repeatedly. "Brother Lu Ning, this is too outrageous of you, isn't it? We obviously all started off at the 1st rank. How come you're at the 3rd rank? How did you do that?" "Just quenching mental power normally. Quenching and breaking through," Lu Ning answered truthfully. The 3 men lapsed into silence. Don't they also quench their spiritual power? Why haven't they broken through to the 2nd rank by now? All 3 were a little skeptical. Not to mention the Wei Xian trio. Even Lin Xiao and Colin were at a loss when they heard Lu Ning's words. They looked at each other with expressions of shock. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. "If it wasn't for the fact that your kid's spiritual pollution level has always been 0%, I would really think that your kid is a monster." Colin slowly said, "I've been an awakened for more than 10 years until now. Lu Ning, you're the fastest breakthrough I've ever seen. It's only been more than 4 months until now, right? Surprisingly, you've gone directly from the 1st rank to the 3rd rank. It's really exaggerated." Lu Ning was confused. "Is it exaggerated?" Colin laughed bitterly. "You have no idea how outrageous it is. Has there never been a promotion as fast as mine before?" Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. "There are certainly those who improve fast, but I've never really seen one like you. To be honest, I don't even know if there has been such an exaggerated rate of ascension like yours from the birth of the mist until now." Colin then spoke. "However, Lu Ning's spiritual pollution level won't raise and will always be 0%, which seems to be the first case in human history. Perhaps it's because he's special himself that his mental power boosts so quickly?" Lin Xiao also nodded his head slightly. "Maybe so. Lu Ning, you kid is already special." Lu Ning nodded slightly. "Perhaps. Because of the shock of Lu Ning's breakthrough to the 3rd rank, Lin Xiao's few people didn't slow down for the next half a day. Until after lunch, Lin Xiao suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth. "I'm going to visit Moo today. Do you guys want to go together?" Hearing this, Xiao Yulin's eyes lit up and she spoke. "Captain, are you talking about that senior Li Mu? Can we go together?" Lin Xiao laughed. Her spirit is still quite stable during this period of time. Although it hasn't declined much, the spiritual pollution hasn't continued to deepen either. So perhaps letting her meet you guys will put her in a better mood. It might be beneficial. Speaking here, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning, thought for a moment, and spoke. "Lu Ning, why don't you go too? Maybe letting Moo know that you're not a threat will help her recover faster." Lu Ning was a bit surprised. "Can I go?" Lin Xiao smiled. "It wasn't my idea. It was suggested by the treatment section at headquarters." Colin thought for a moment and nodded. Maybe it's possible. After all, when Moo's sickness changed, Lu Ning was considered one of the triggers. If we can get to the root of the problem, there might be hope that Moo's mental contamination will drop a bit. I'm fine with that. Let's get going then. I'll have Xiaoran talk to old Qin and the others and we'll go together. After a few people went downstairs, Lin Xiao asked Yuran to call Qin Feng on duty and then led the crowd to the Misty Mist Bureau headquarters. As a member of the Misty Bureau, Li Mu's mental pollution was now at the tipping point of complete sickness, so naturally he was receiving treatment at the headquarters. Once again coming to the headquarters and looking at its buildings, Lu Ning stopped. It was the first place he woke up after coming out of the mist. Lu Ning, go, what are you waiting for? Lin Xiao turned around to see Lu Ning surveying the headquarters building and greeted him. Aha! Lu Ning followed. Chapter 68, Goodbye Li Mu. After entering the door, all three of Wang Chuan looked around curiously. They all went straight into the branch and didn't come to the headquarters. And as Lu Ning looked at the hall in front of him, he felt that it was still somewhat familiar. Lin Xiao led his group towards the elevator room. There were staff members coming and going on the side, and even some members of the ops team from the previous siege of the Joyful Heavenly Deacon operation could be seen. The few passing members of the action team all turned their gazes toward Lu Ning before nodding their heads in greeting. Lu Ning's previous actions had given them a deep impression. Whether it was the important role he played in taking on a fourth-order diseased mutant with his second-order strength, or the insanity of giving himself a headshot. Going up the stairs, Lin Xiao pressed the fifth floor button and then smiled at Lu Ning. I didn't realize that your kid is still famous in the bureau? It can be. Lu Ning glanced at Lin Xiao. Is this of any use? Lin Xiao first froze, then thought of something, bumped Lu Ning's shoulder with a bad smile on his face and whispered, why is it useless? There are still a lot of beautiful women in our bureau. Look, you're famous now. Isn't it a lot easier to find a girlfriend? Hearing this, Lu Ning hadn't reacted yet, but Wang Chuan and Wei Xian on the side were envious. Lu Ning shook his head. Forget it, I'm not looking. Lin Xiao was stunned. Why? I'm going home. Lu Ning calmly said. Lin Xiao's few people fell into silence. Colin rested his glasses and slowly said, Lu Ning, to be honest, it's a bit unrealistic to want to go back 2,000 years ago. Even the mysterious mist, I'm afraid, doesn't necessarily have such an ability. I'll find it. Seeing Lu Ning say this, Lin Xiao's few people looked at each other, and then they didn't say much on the topic. While they were exchanging words, the elevator had come to the fifth floor. The elevator doors opened and connected to a hallway. Like where Lu Ning had been before, this corridor was likewise made of metal. Go! Lin Xiao led a few people out of the elevator, through a corridor, and soon came to an iron door. The iron gate was guarded by two gun-toting squads, in addition to two members of the Misty Bureau's operations team in trench coats. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and his group, a gray-haired old man among the members of the action team stepped forward and spoke with a smile. Lin Xiao, here to visit Li Mu? Lin Xiao nodded and smiled. Yes, Elder Meng. We came together. Alright, go in, open the door. The gray-haired old man waved his hand and opened the door. There are also several instruments outside the main door. Lu Ning recognized all of them. There was the one that checked the level of mental contamination, and the one that checked if the spirit was controlled, all of which had been used when he was still at the headquarters. Apparently security is pretty tight here. Several people walked through the apparatus, which had no alarms, and the group entered the gate without incident. There were a number of doctors in white coats hurrying along the corridor inside the main entrance. Lin Xiao introduces these as doctors who treat mental pollution. Mental pollution levels are so excessive to the point of sickness that there is nothing that can be done about it at this point. However, before it becomes completely diseased, mental pollution can still be recovered little by little through medication, complementary therapies, psychotherapy, and so on. And these doctors, that's what they do. The doctors who came and went saw Lin Xiao and the others. They all just glanced at them and left in a hurry, presumably very busy. Lindsay and Colin have been here several times and know the area well. They led Lu Ning and his group to the doctor's office first and found the attending doctor in charge of Li Mu. It was a woman with gray hair. The woman's name was Phyllis. Visits to patients need to be accompanied by the attending physician. Dr. Philly, it's been a long time, and we'd like to go see Mu. Phyllis was typing something and using the computer, and she finished typing in the last few options before looking up. Her smile was kind and gentle as she smiled. It's Captain Lin and Vice Captain Colin. Are these members of your squad? Yes, doctor. Come on, let's go check it out. I'm about to give Mu a checkup. Phyllis got up and Lin Zhao's group followed her. A few people made their way deeper and soon came to the ward area. The ward area is large and divided into several corridors, each flanked by wards. Phyllis led several people to Li Mu's hospital room. The door to the ward was closed at the moment, and Philly removed a magnetic card and swiped it against the door. Phyllis then gently said into the intercom outside the door, Mu, this is Phyllis. Is it convenient for you now? I need to give you a checkup. There was silence on the intercom for a moment. Then a breathless voice rang out. Convenient. Phyllis nodded and pressed a button on the side. Then the door to the room moved away, but a glass door remained. Through the glass door, Phyllis and Lu Ning and the others could see what was going on in the hospital room. The ward was not large enough to put down tables and chairs. Li Mu was wearing his everyday casual clothes and leaning back on the bed to read a book. Compared to Lu Ning's beauty when he first saw her, at this moment, Li Mu's face was pale and full of fatigue, and she didn't look good. And as Lu Ning's eyes moved down, he could see that Li Mu's body was still shrouded in white mist, and within the white mist, the eyes were spinning madly. It doesn't seem to have changed much from last time. As the door to the room moved open, Li Mu looked up. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and Colin, she faintly revealed a smile. However, her smile didn't last long, and when she saw Lu Ning, the smile on Li Mu's face stiffened. With a cold expression, she frowned at Lu Ning and said, "Why is he here?" Lin Xiao smiled somewhat embarrassedly and was about to speak when Philly said gently, "I was the one who asked Captain Lin to bring him here." Li Mu looked at Philly with cold eyes. Phyllis seemed oblivious to Li Mu's eyes that seemed to contain killing intent. She smiled and said, "It's like this. I think your current situation is quite stable. There is no risk of continuing to deepen the contamination. However, your mental contamination has never been able to come down. Perhaps it has something to do with your own psychological problems? And your unexpected lesion at that time has some connection with Lu Ning. Perhaps he can unravel your mind after he comes over." Li Mu looked at Lu Ning and sneered. "Him? If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have gotten sick." Lin Xiao coughed dryly and spoke. "Mu, before we were looking at Lu Ning with colored glasses. We actually misjudged him. He's not in any danger. I've also told you about this, right? He's dealt with quite a few mutants and cultists in the bureau during this time." "Enough!" Li Mu let out a sharp, stern cry, interrupting Lin Xiao's words. Lin Xiao opened his mouth and his next words were stuck in his throat. Not continuing, Colin rested his glasses, also intending to say something for Lu Ning. Just then, Lu Ning's calm voice rang out, "Can I go in?" Upon hearing this, a few of Philly's people were stunned. Philly looked at Li Mu, who had an indifferent expression, and then at Lu Ning, somewhat worried. "Mumu is not in a good state right now. After you go in, she might not be able to control herself and attack you." Lu Ning glanced at Philly and calmly said, "It's fine." Phyllis looked over at Lin Xiao and Colin. Lin Xiao immediately asked, "Will Lu Ning going and stimulate Mumu's spirit?" Philly spoke, "Not sure. There is this possibility. After all, Mumu's situation is very rare. She underwent a temporary lesion before her spiritual contamination had completely exceeded the standard, and this is what allowed her to currently recover from her lesion state. Normally speaking, as long as Mumu's spiritual pollution did not completely exceed the standard, even if it stimulated her spirit to briefly lesion, it would still allow her to recover. But that's just in theory. I'm not too sure about the actual situation." Colin looked at Philly and then at Lu Ning and inquired, "What do you want to go in there for?" Lu Ning looked at Li Mu and spoke, "I seem to see something a little different." Chapter 69 Conjecture of Homology of Abilities and Spiritual Instincts. Hearing Lu Ning's words, Lin Xiao and Colin both looked at each other. Lin Xiao frowned at Lu Ning. "You're not going to mess something up again, are you? It won't make Mumu sick again, will it?" Lu Ning shook his head. "I don't think so." Li Mu inside the ward naturally heard the conversation between the several people, and a cold and hideous look surfaced on her delicate face. "You dared to come in? Aren't you afraid of death?" Lu Ning tilted his head and glanced at Li Mu. "Not afraid." Li Mu's expression stiffened. Remembering what Lin Xiao had said to her earlier about Lu Ning's specialness, she blushed hard and said, "Get out of here. I don't want you in here." "I don't," Lu Ning calmly said. Li Mu let out a sharp pop. Regarding Li Mu's agitated appearance, Phyllis hastily glanced at her spiritual pollution level, and only after determining that her spiritual pollution level hadn't risen, did Phyllis breathe a sigh of relief. Phyllis looked to Lin Xiao and Colin. "What do you two think?" Lin Xiao and Colin were silent for a while. At that moment, Colin looked at Lu Ning and asked seriously, "You won't hurt Mumu, right?" Lu Ning calmly said, "No." "Then let him go in and look around, Captain?" Lin Xiao was silent and nodded slightly. He didn't know what Lu Ning was trying to do, but Lu Ning was too special, and his performance in the division during this period of time could be considered a miracle. He felt that perhaps Lu Ning would actually do something beneficial to Li Mu. Seeing that Lin Xiao and Colin both agreed, Phyllis naturally had no problem with it. She ignored Li Mu's objections in the ward and opened the glass door outside the ward door. As the glass door opened, Lu Ning stepped inside. After Lu Ning entered the ward, the glass door closed again. Phyllis and the others looked nervously into the hospital room. "You really aren't afraid of death?" Li Mu looked at Lu Ning with a cold and hideous expression. "Not afraid." Lu Ning still had this sentence and took a step towards Li Mu. As Lu Ning approached, Li Mu's expression became increasingly ugly. Her exposed skin, such as her face, neck, and palms, gradually had blood and flesh writhing and seemed like it could twist at any moment. Seeing this scene, Phyllis's face changed slightly. "It's a precursor to the lesion. She then hastily glanced at Li Mu's spiritual pollution level, and her face slightly slowed down. The spiritual pollution level is elevated a little bit, but it's still within the controllable range. Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. This is the case again? What the hell is going on here? Colin was also filled with curiosity. Philly looked thoughtfully at Li Mu, who seemed to be about to start lesioning, her expression changing somewhat, then spoke. Lu Ning's previous statement was that he saw a large number of eyeballs in Li Mu's body. It was only after those eyeballs saw Lu Ning that they rioted and became diseased. And before I thought that this might be an accident. Now it seems that it might not be an accident. Dr. Philly, what are you talking about? Lin Xiao looked at Philly with a confused expression. Philly's expression kept changing, and she hesitated for a long time before speaking. I have a very bold idea, and even this idea can be said to be unbelievable. Colin pushed up his glasses, then spoke. You said that Muumu's condition is so rare that perhaps a different idea of treatment would be needed. Phyllis nodded slightly before speaking. My thoughts were analyzed in conjunction with Lu Ning's origins. Lu Ning himself came out of the mists, so perhaps there is some connection to the mists. As you all know, spiritual radiation comes from the mists, so regardless of whether one is an awakened or a diseased, in essence, they are of the same origin, and that source is from the mists. Muumu's lesion is essentially a process where the spiritual pollution in his body is too high for him to be able to control his awakening ability and begin the process of transforming into a lesionist. We proposed an ability homology conjecture long ago, which is that awakening abilities perhaps come from certain existences in the mists, such as the stream of evil gods, just like evil arts and the abilities of lesionists and even divine descendants. The lesioned ability, having lost control of its own body, may have deepened its connection with these existences, and Lu Ning's own peculiarities may allow the uncontrolled lesioned ability to mistake Lu Ning for some being in the mists and thus riot. Listening to Philly's explanation, Lin Zhao's several people were filled with question marks. They looked at each other, and the people were a little confused. Wang Chuan scratched his head and said with a face of uncertainty, Dr. Philly, do you mean that the ability within Senior Li Mu treats Lu Ning as an evil god or something like that? Wei Xian's few people were also thinking the same thing, and they all had strange expressions at the moment. Seeing the strange expressions of Lin Xiao and the others, Phyllis did not care. She smiled gently and said, that's why I said that my idea is very bold and incredible. As a doctor and also a scientific researcher, coming up with innovative hypotheses is a very meaningful thing. Perhaps the possibility is extremely low, but we can't miss out on any of it. That's not right. At this time Lin Xiao spoke up. Previously, Lu Ning had also encountered some awakened people, and even diseased mutants, but there didn't seem to be any such as Mu. When he said this, he suddenly stopped, and his whole body was struck by lightning, and his eyes widened. Autumn Moon Lin, who was at the side, also thought of something and let out a low gasp, even covering her mouth. Seeing the two, the three Collins were a bit confused. What's wrong? And Phyllis seemed to be aware of it, as her spirit lifted and she busily asked, is it possible that Lu Ning had encountered something similar before? Lin Xiao was a bit unsure and said, I don't know if it's something similar. It's like this. When we went to investigate Zhu Jianyi before, didn't Lu Ning meet a cultist from the joyful kingdom of heaven? Then when that cultist became sick, Lu Ning the kid said he saw fallen angels, and then that cultist became sick to an exaggerated degree. But it's not the same as Muumu's situation. In terms of that cultist's lesion, the spiritual pollution level must have exploded. It definitely can't change back. Hearing this, Phyllis's eyes flickered before she spoke. I have another bold idea. Crowd. They looked at Philly with strange eyes. This one's idea was bold indeed. Lin Xiao gave a dry smile. You said. Philly spoke up. Earlier, Captain Lin, you also said that the mutated cultist was from the joyous heavenly kingdom? Then the ability he mastered should be that of the evil god's fallen angel, while Muumu's ability is clearly not from a fallen angel. The different behavior of the two when they saw Lu Ning is perhaps related to the origin of the ability? Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other even more in disbelief. Colin propped up his glasses in a bit of disbelief and said, according to you, this ability can still be conscious? The faces of several people, Wang Chuan, went white. If that were true, wouldn't there be another consciousness in their body? Phyllis shook her head, then said seriously, this is not a consciousness, but a spiritual instinct of the spiritual radiation itself. And perhaps the spiritual instinct is the root cause of the fact that we awakened ones will have increased spiritual contamination, and ultimately become diseased. Lin Xiao's few people looked at each other. Colin then thought of something and frowned. That Lu Ning is also an awakened, but his spiritual pollution is 0%. Could it be that his awakened ability doesn't have this kind of spiritual instinct? The crowd also looked back at Philly. Philly smiled. So that's what makes Lu Ning special, isn't it? His ability to be immortal. an ability that has likewise never existed before. There are quite a few possibilities to this problem of Colin's. For example, the spiritual instincts of the immortality ability aren't violent and won't lead to spiritual contamination. It's also possible that the immortality ability can not only heal the physical body, but even the spirit, so when Lu Ning experiences spiritual contamination, he'll be healed at the first opportunity. And likewise there's also the possibility that, having spent a long number of years in the mist itself, Lu Ning himself absorbed a large amount of spiritual radiation, leading to him being completely immune to these spiritual instincts. Speaking here, Philly paused and laughed. There is also the boldest conjecture. That is, the spiritual instinct of this ability originally originated from Lu Ning himself. And if that's the case, it is something that would never allow Lu Ning to be tainted by the spiritual instinct of the awakened ability. Chapter 70 Miracles. Originating from Lu Ning himself? Several people were a bit confused. Yes, Lu Ning has spent thousands of years in the mists. Perhaps he has become similar to those existences in the mists, and by his spiritual instincts, perhaps the same awakening abilities can be born. Lin Xiao several people, Xiao Yulin blushed a little. You mean that brother Lu Ning is just like those evil gods? Wei Xian shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If Lu Ning is truly the same as the evil god, how strong must he be? Although Lu Ning's performance is beyond common knowledge, how can it be compared to the evil god? Even Wang Qiwen, who had always liked to sing against Wei Xian, nodded his head and said, I think so. If that Lu Ning guy was really an evil god, we'd probably have to die 800 times, right? Although Lin Xiao and Colin didn't retort, the expressions on their faces were clearly disbelieving as well. Philly smiled. I don't mean to say that Lu Ning possesses the same power as an evil god, but that there is a certain similarity between his nature and that of an evil god, of course. This is just an unfounded, pie-in-the-sky conjecture, and the likelihood of such a conjecture is very low. Lin Xiao was about to speak when suddenly Li Mu's scream came from the ward. Ah, what are you doing? Several people stopped their discussion and looked into the hospital room. Their expressions then became strangely familiar. Lu Ning had come to the side of the hospital bed at this moment, and several holes had appeared in the trenchcoat he was wearing, with a little bit of blood still on it. It was obviously Li Mu's handiwork, and Li Mu's forehead had 2 more eyes, and other areas of exposed skin seemed to gradually begin to take shape with eyes, only 1 step away from the lesion. But Lu Ning directly pressed down on Li Mu's body and held her down on the bed. Li Mu struggled frantically and shot out a stream of laser rays, each of which managed to penetrate Lu Ning's trenchcoat, but failed to penetrate Lu Ning's body, and could only leave behind a single blood hole that wasn't too deep, because Lu Ning was already at the 3rd stage at this moment. Coupled with the constant tempering of his physical body, his physical body strength was extremely strong, and Li Mu, who himself was not a flesh-strengthening type of awakened, was surprisingly unable to break free from Lu Ning's hands at this moment. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao's expression was shocked. What does this Lu Ning kid want? Does he still have this kind of hobby? Wang Qiwen looked in awe. No, didn't Lu Ning say before that he didn't want a girlfriend? Could it be that he likes lesions? What are you guys talking about? Shouldn't we be talking about whether or not to stop brother Lu Ning now? Xiao Yulin glared at Lin Xiao and Wang Qiwen with some exasperation. Colin also rested his glasses and looked at Lin Xiao. Captain, what do you say? Lin Xiao was about to speak when suddenly they saw an incredible scene. Lu Ning reached out and pressed his hand on the chest of the constantly struggling Li Mu, who had begun to go a little crazy due to his gradual sickness. As if he had encountered something incredible, his eyes widened as he looked at the calm and cold expression of Lu Ning with a shocked expression. After an instant of silence, Li Mu let out a sharp burst, about to go completely insane. Just then, Li Mu's body shook. Lu Ning pulled his hand outward, and gradually, strands of white mist were actually pulled out of Li Mu's body by Lu Ning. These white mists carried a series of illusory, distorted eyes. These eyes were cold with madness in them, and just by looking at them, I'm afraid they could make an ordinary person go crazy with fear. The eyes that were pulled out with the white mist at the moment became even more frantic, wanting to burrow back into Li Mu's body. Both sides were caught in a tug of war. Li Mu's bare skin, which had already reappeared with eyes, gradually returned to its original state under such a state of pulling, but her expression was extremely painful. Lu Ning glanced at Li Mu, and after a moment of silence, he unexpectedly pressed the pulled white mist towards his chest. The white mist that was trying to drill back and stalled for a moment, and then twisted even more crazily, trying to escape from Lu Ning's body. However, Lu Ning kept pulling, and gradually, more and more white mist was pulled out of Li Mu's body, and the white mist that was pulled out was gradually absorbed into Lu Ning's body. As more and more of the white mist was absorbed by Lu Ning's exposed left arm unexpectedly twisted in blood and flesh, and an eyeball emerged. This eye rotated around with coldness and madness, and after seeing Lu Ning, a white light emerged from the eye. However, in the next second, Lu Ning casually grabbed and directly reached out to snap the eyeballs off the back of his hand. Blood ran down the wound, closing it the next second. As for the gouged out eyeballs, they were casually thrown to the ground by Lu Ning and exploded with a snapping sound as he stomped on them. Lu Ning's face was expressionless as he continued to pull on the white mist. Gradually, the white mist inside Li Mu's body became less and less. After a few breaths, the white mist was completely pulled out, and all of it was stuffed into Lu Ning's body. Lu Ning silently got up, reached down and snapped his hand into his neck, once again snapping out an eyeball, throwing it on the ground and stomping on it. He wiped the blood from his neck and looked at Li Mu, who had collapsed on the ground gasping for breath, his expression pale, and his entire body drenched in sweat. Inside Li Mu's body, there was no more white mist or eyeballs, and he could feel, inside his body, more white mist and eyeballs. He controlled his spiritual power and surrounded these white mist and eyeballs, quenching and absorbing them little by little according to the spiritual quenching method. Though in the process, the white mist and eyeballs would occasionally break out of the mental envelope, leaving him with a little more eyeball on his body. But it's not a big problem. Lu Ning casually snapped off another eyeball and stomped on it, then turned his head to look at Philly and the others, who were dumbfounded outside the door, and calmly said, "Dr. Philly, please check Li Mu's level of mental contamination." "Thank you." Phyllis woke up as if from a dream, and she glanced at Lu Ning, her eyes glowing as if she was looking at something she had never seen before. She used the instruments in the ward to check the level of mental contamination, and then her breath hitched a few times. "Is down. It's really dropped. Mu's spiritual pollution degree is only 2%. This doesn't even look like the spiritual pollution level of a normal fourth-order awakened person. Unbelievable. This is too unbelievable." Lin Xiao's few people also came back to their senses when they heard this. Lin Xiao and Colin were equally breathless. They looked at each other with shock in their eyes. What is the concept of pulling an awakened person on the verge of lesion back hard? This is the greatest miracle since the birth of the Misty Age. Then Lin Xiao thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Dr. Philly, what about Lu Ning? How is Lu Ning's mental pollution level?" Phyllis didn't answer, still going over the data, her brow stretching and furrowing at times. She muttered, "This data isn't right. How can it be? It's not right. It's so wrong." "Dr. Philly," Colin called out to Philly again. Phyllis came back to her senses as she hurriedly said, "Lu Ning's data is very unstable. Sometimes it's only 0% and sometimes it reaches 32%. Although it doesn't lead to lesions yet, this is not a low level of contamination." Hearing this, Lin Xiao and Colin glanced at each other and a look of worry appeared on their faces. "What's this about?" Xiao Yulin looked at Lu Ning expressionlessly snapping out an eyeball from his face, then throwing it on the ground and stomping on it to burst it, and the corner of her mouth twitched at the sight of Lu Ning revealing a smile of contentment. "Is it because Brother Lu Ning absorbed Elder Mu's diseased spirit, and this diseased spirit has affected Brother Lu Ning?" Chapter 71. "You're welcome." Philly shook her head. "Not sure, but according to the level of spiritual pollution, Lu Ning has no risk of lesions." Wang Chuan pointed to the image of Lu Ning stomping on the burst eyeballs with a strange expression. "This is called no risk of lesions?" Phyllis was also momentarily speechless. At this time, Lin Xiao called out to Lu Ning in the hospital room. "Lu Ning, are you okay? Are you alright?" Lu Ning looked up at Lin Xiao and calmly said, "It's fine," he said as he smoothly snapped off one of the eyeballs at his arm and stomped on it. Lin Xiao several people. Colin rested his glasses and spoke. "What's with the eyes growing on you now? Can you feel anything wrong yourself?" Lu Ning spoke. "It's not a big problem. Just now I put that white mist from Li Mu's body into my own body, and my spiritual power tried to quench these white mists, which were resisting. That's why there were eyeballs. But it's not a big problem." Hearing Lu Ning's introduction, Phyllis was a bit dazed and murmured, "It's the source of the lesion in Mu's body that's rebelling?" "That's in line with the spirit instinct's conjecture," Autumn Moonlight said with some concern. "Brother Lu Ning, then you won't be like this all the time, right?" "No, it'll be fine once it quenches some of the white mist. But it's a little harder to quench this white mist than normal spiritual radiation." Hearing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, and at that moment, Li Mu gradually recovered from his original weak state. She slowly sat up. The expression on her face was no longer as cold as before, and there were a few more complex colors in her eyes as she looked at Lu Ning. Part of the reason she was sick was because of Lu Ning, but even without Lu Ning, her level of mental contamination at the time was still dangerous, and perhaps there was a not insignificant possibility that she would become diseased. And now that Lu Ning had weakened her mental pollution to a level she had never even dreamed of before, she didn't even have to worry about mental pollution afterward. This was a great favor to Li Mu. However, Lu Ning's previous behavior was more or less offensive to her, and although Li Mu could understand it, as a woman, she still felt a little less comfortable, seeing that an eyeball had grown out of Lu Ning's body and was gouged down by him, with blood dripping from the wound. Li Mu was silent and spoke. Lu Ning, thank you very much. Lu Ning glanced at Li Mu and calmly said, it's fine. Li Mu asked, is there anything I can help you with? No. Lu Ning shook his head. Li Mu was silent and didn't know what to say. Just then, Phyllis said to Li Mu, Mu, how about you feel yourself? Li Mu said bluntly, my current situation is very good, unprecedentedly good. Since becoming an awakened, I've never been this relaxed. My current spiritual pollution level should be very, very low, right? Phyllis smiled gently. It seems that the test wasn't wrong. You have to thank Lu Ning for that. Li Mu glanced at Lu Ning, who was currently holding an eyeball in his hand and was curiously observing it. Li Mu. Philly's voice sounded again. Mu, you come out now and I'll take you to do an all-round checkup to make sure there are no after effects. Li Mu returned to his senses and nodded. Then asked, what about Lu Ning? Lu Ning and Lin Xiao and the others similarly looked at Philly. Phyllis thought for a moment, then spoke. According to the test results, Lu Ning does not possess a risk of lesions per se, but his physical characteristics have lesion-like traits, so my opinion is to stay here for a day of observation and make sure there is no danger before leaving. Lin Xiao frowned. Dr. Philly, this is not in line with the rules, is it? There shouldn't be a need to observe here if the mental pollution level is normal. Phyllis smiled gently, but you can see Lu Ning's condition. He has eyes that appear on his body from time to time, which in itself should be a characteristic of the lesion. Lin Xiao opened his mouth and fell into silence. Just then, Li Mu spoke. Then I'll observe for another day as well. When Lu Ning can go out tomorrow, I'll go back to testing. Hearing this, Phyllis was stunned, then nodded slightly and smiled. That's no problem. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning, what do you think? If you think it doesn't work, I'll go talk to Bureau Chief Wang. Lu Ning waved his hand. It's fine. Seeing that Lu Ning himself had said so, Lin Xiao's few people did not say anything more. After staying here for a while, Lin Xiao's few people said their goodbyes because they still had work to do, leaving Lu Ning and Li Mu to stay in the hospital room. After Phyllis waited for Lin Xiao and the others to leave, she also checked the data in front of the ward for a period of time, and after determining that Li Mu's spiritual pollution degree was normal and had not rapidly rebounded, and Lu Ning's peak spiritual pollution degree had not continued to increase, Phyllis was also relieved. As the attending doctor, Phyllis was also very busy. She smiled gently and said, Lu Ning, I'll prepare a new ward for you. As soon as Philly's words were finished, Li Mu spoke. Just let him be here. I can watch him too. Lu Ning glanced at Li Mu and spoke. I can do both. Without further ado, Phyllis nodded and said, that's fine. Phyllis then closed the door to the hospital room. Only Li Mu and Lu Ning were left in the entire ward. Lu Ning swept the room, sat down on a chair, and began to stare. Li Mu sat on the edge of the bed and the two of them fell into silence. After a while, Li Mu seemed to be unable to stand such silence and spoke. I was worried that if you changed to a new ward, you would be studied by some of the doctors here. As you know, what you just did can be considered a miracle, and those doctors are afraid that they are very curious. Lu Ning glanced at Li Mu and calmly said, I've been studied many times. The corners of Li Mu's mouth twitched as he said with a dark face, fine then, just talk to Dr. Philly if you want to be studied. Lu Ning shook his head. This is also quite good. Li Mu skimmed his lips and leaned back to sit on the bed to continue reading. As a result, after reading for half a day, Li Mu didn't turn a single page. She looked at Lu Ning and inquired, before, the captain and Colin would mention you to me every time they came. I heard that you're very talented, you can learn everything very quickly, and now you're already a second order awakened? I'm already in the third order. Li Mu? She stared at Lu Ning with wide eyes and a shocked expression. Third rank? How is that possible? How long have you only been in the bureau? This is the third rank? How could it be so fast? Captain, they say I'm fast too. Li Mu surveyed Lu Ning in amazement, as if he were looking at a monster. By the way, how did you just do that? How come you were able to get the mental pollution out of me? Lu Ning thought for a moment and said, I don't know. After I saw the white mist in your body, I thought in my mind that I might be able to catch it out. Then I tried. And it worked. Li Mu? Her head was full of black lines. Are you telling me you haven't done this before? It's just that you thought of it at the time and did it? Right. And what if it fails? I don't think it will fail. Li Mu was breathing heavily and his face was red with anger. Then I can't thank you enough. No need to thank you. Lu Ning calmly said. Li Mu. Chapter 72, Holding a Favor Against Me. Li Mu then stopped talking to Lu Ning. After an hour or so, the door to the hospital room opened again, and this time, More than one doctor came outside. Instead, it's a large group. The way all the doctors looked at Lu Ning was like a traveler who had been thirsty for a long time in the desert seeing a bottle of water, their eyes glowing. When Li Mu saw this, his brows furrowed and he got up. What do you want? At the head of the group was an old man with white hair and a bit stooped. He smiled and said, Team member Li Mu, don't be nervous. I've heard that Lu Ning helped you weaken the spiritual pollution and also absorbed the source of the diseased spiritual pollution. You should know how important this matter is. We need to know exactly what the situation is. When Li Mu saw the old man, his face changed slightly. Then he tensed his face and said, Elder Ning, you guys have seen Lu Ning's current situation. He himself is somewhat unable to control his body's mutation. You guys wouldn't still want him to help others absorb the source of spiritual pollution, would you? How come? We, as doctors, just wish to understand the principle of it, so that we might be able to find a way to eliminate spiritual pollution through this principle. Ning Forget pacified Li Mu and spoke with a smile. Li Mu frowned and looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning calmly said, Elder Ning, long time no see. Ning Forget was the doctor who did various tests on him when he first arrived at the headquarters. Ning Forget smiled at Lu Ning. It's been a while, and I've heard that you've been having a good time in Division 7 lately? That's pretty good. Can you check it out this time? Lu Ning nodded slightly. Aha. Ning forgot to open the glass door. Some of the doctors on the sidelines changed their faces slightly. One of the middle-aged men was a bit wary. Elder Ning, wouldn't this be a bit less safe? Ning Forget waved his hand and smiled. I trust Lu Ning. After saying that, he stepped in, and some of the doctors behind him looked at each other in disbelief, and a few old men followed. Ning Forget took out a few tools from the toolbox he had with him and placed them on the table. Just then, Lu Ning's cheek cracked open a slit and an eye grew out. These eyes are cold. When the doctors on the side saw it, their faces changed dramatically and they backed away. Lu Ning casually dug out the eye with an expressionless face, and as he was planning to throw the eyeball onto the ground and stomp it out, Ning Forget hurriedly stopped him. Lu Ning, can I have this eyeball to study? Lu Ning paused in her movements and handed over her bloodshot eyes. Aha! Ning Forget carefully took out a box to put the eyeballs in. He then used the instrument to check Lu Ning's body over. After checking, Ning Oblivion was a bit surprised. Lu Ning, your current peak spiritual pollution has decreased, and it's only 28%. Lu Ning nodded. I quenched a bit of white mist just now. Ning Forget revealed a look of interest, sat up straight, and opened his mouth to ask. Lu Ning, from what Phyllis said just now, you absorbed the spiritual pollution origin of Li Mu's team member into your own body? By what means did you take out that spiritual pollution origin? After saying this, Ning Oblivion hurriedly said, if your method has generalization, it would be good for all awakened ones. After all, it might allow awakened ones to stop worrying about the problem of spiritual pollution, and the Federation will inevitably give you quite a precious reward. I saw that white mist of spiritual pollution and thought I might be able to reach out and grab it out. Then I tried, and I grabbed it out. Lu Ning's answer was exactly the same as when he had faced Li Mu before. Ning Forget and the others, underscore? The air in the hospital room was quiet for a moment. Ning Forget's pale face all stiffened for a moment, then somewhat helplessly rubbed his face. I'd forgotten how difficult it was to communicate with you. Somewhat undeterred, he added. No tricks or anything like that? Lu Ning thought hard and shook his head. No, I just thought about reaching out and grabbing it. One of the doctors on the side was a little less convinced and asked, then what makes you think you can catch the source of that mental pollution? Feelings, Lu Ning said bluntly. The crowd was silent for a moment. God ing feels. After pondering, Ning Forget asked again. Then by what technique did you wrap these sources of spiritual pollution using your own spiritual power and quench them? I thought that this spiritual pollution source is essentially spiritual radiation as well, so I should be able to quench it. So I tried it. As soon as they heard Lu Ning say, I'm thinking about it, Ning Forget's few people knew the outcome. After hearing Lu Ning's words, they had an I knew it expression on their faces. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. And then Ning Forget asked some more questions. In the end, they helplessly realized that it was simply unrealistic to try to do anything to reduce the level of spiritual pollution through this case of Lu Ning. Still, Ning Forget had come up with a surprising piece of news. That is, Lu Ning could quench the source of spiritual pollution. Once Lu Ning had finished quenching the source of the spiritual pollution, could he continue to remove the spiritual pollution from other awakened who were on the verge of becoming diseased through this method? That's a good possibility. Still, this requires further experimentation before it can be done. Only when Lu Ning had quenched all of Li Mu's sources of spiritual pollution could he try again. Right now, there isn't much for them to gain. The group stayed in the hospital room for over an hour, asking a number of questions, before excusing themselves. Before leaving, Lu Ning called out to Ning Oblivion, Elder Ning, please tell the kitchen that I want to eat braised meat today. Ning Forget smiled. No problem. Watching the ward door close, Li Mu then sat back on the bed and calmly said, your spiritual pollution level has dropped? That was quite fast. Well, it's about the same as quenching mental energy. Hearing Lu Ning's reply, Li Mu nodded slightly and said no more. After a little while longer, the staff brought the meal. Lu Ning took a bite of the braised pork and revealed a satisfied smile. Seeing Li Mu look over, Lu Ning said with a wooden face, why don't you eat some too? Li Mu nodded. Good. Lu Ning's expression froze. Then he picked the fattest piece from among them and threw it to Li Mu. Li Mu looked at the fat meat in the bowl and was filled with question marks. When she looked at Lu Ning, she realized that Lu Ning had almost finished the braised pork, eating much faster than earlier. Li Mu. After dinner, Li Mu went to wash up first. She came out before Lu Ning went to wash up. When Lu Ning walked out of the bathroom, he found a quilt spread on the floor. Seeing Lu Ning come out, Li Mu spoke. I'll sleep on the floor. You sleep on the bed. Oh. Lu Ning got into bed and lay down. Looking at Lu Ning actually really lie down like this, Li Mu breathing stagnation, then a little incredulous. Not. You do not have something else to say? Lu Ning cocked his head at Li Mu with a confused expression. To say what? Like, the floor's cool. You sleep on the floor or something? Or maybe hold me hostage or something? Delusion that I'll sleep in bed with you. As she spoke, Li Mu faced Lu Ning's calm expression, and she couldn't go on with her own embarrassment. She darkened her face and wrapped the covers around her entire body and spoke. Sleep. Oh. Li Mu. Chapter 73 Man in Ragged Clothes. Early the next morning, Phyllis once again came to do tests for Lu Ning and Li Mu. Although Li Mu's spiritual pollution level had slightly increased, this was normal for awakened people, and Lu Ning's peak spiritual pollution level dropped again, leaving only 23%. There was nothing unusual about either one. Outside of Phyllis' detection, she looked at Lu Ning, who was observing the eyes in his hands, and inquired, Lu Ning, how are you feeling right now? Will the appearance of these eyes have some effect on your spirit? Is there any discomfort in your body? Lu Ning shook his head. None of them. Phyllis nodded slightly without further questioning and smiled. If there are no abnormalities in the afternoon for the two of you, you can leave. With that, Phyllis went about her business. By noon, the two of them, Lin Xiao and Colin, once again came outside the ward. This time, the three Wang Qiwen didn't come over. Lin Xiao's first words when he saw Lu Ning were to inquire, how is it? Are you alright? Did those doctors give you a hard time? Lu Ning shook his head. No. Colin rested his glasses and spoke. We just went to see Dr. Phyllis and she said that if there are no surprises this afternoon, you'll be able to leave? Lu Ning nodded. Aha. Then we'll stay here with you. An hour or so later, Phyllis and Ning Forget once again arrived outside the hospital room. This time, both went into the hospital room and a careful examination was done for both. There's nothing wrong with either man's numbers. Everything was normal except that Lu Ning still had eyes that appeared every now and then. Ning Forget put away the instrument and smiled at Lu Ning. If you feel that something is wrong, come find me. Lu Ning nodded slightly. He then handed Ning Forget a glass on the table. The glass was filled with bloodshot eyes. Lu Ning said with a calm expression, this is the eyeball I just picked out of boredom. Do you want it? Ning Forget's eyes lit up with a delighted smile. That would be great. I was just thinking that I didn't have enough materials. Li Mu and Lin Xiao and Colin on the side had numb expressions. For an hour just now, Lin Xiao and Colin had watched Lu Ning gouge out an eyeball every now and then. As for Li Mu, he had seen it all from yesterday. When she thought of Lu Ning's eyeballs, which looked just like her awakened ability, she actually felt a vague pain in her eyes. Okay, you guys can go. Phyllis smiled as she led several people out of the hospital room. Thank you Dr. Philly, and thank you Dr. Ning Forgotten. Lin Xiao nodded his thanks to the two of them and then led a few people away. Leave the ward area and come out into the hallway. Right at this moment, Lu Ning suddenly noticed a white mist flowing down one side of the corridor. Lu Ning looked towards the corridor. There was a silver-white metal gate in that direction, and every now and then, medical staff wearing protective suits came in and out. Lu Ning inquired, what is that direction? Colin glanced over and spoke, that's where the research on hazardous materials is done, isn't it? Lin Xiao thought of something, it should be working on the fallen incense now, right? What's going on? I see spiritual radiation in this. Lin Xiao and Colin were both in a daze. It's normal to have psychic radiation where dangerous items are studied. You see these researchers are wearing protective suits. Lu Ning nodded slightly. The group then descended the stairs and left the Misty Bureau headquarters. Under the sun's illumination, Li Mu squinted his eyes slightly, and his smile was hard to suppress. Finally, I've left that hellhole. I thought I would stay in the sick room for the rest of my life. Lin Xiao laughed. Then Mumu, you have to thank Lu Ning more. Li Mu glanced at the expressionless Lu Ning. I've already thanked you and they're all teammates. Colin laughed. Since Mumu is back, our division will have to celebrate today. Lin Xiao laughed. We do need to celebrate. Go back first. It was 5 p.m. when we got back to Division 7. Just as he entered the front door, Lu Ning saw that the hall was covered with flowers and colorful stripes, and a red banner welcoming Li Mu home hung at the very top. With a few crackling sounds, colorful pieces of shredded paper fell from the sky, and Yu Ran, who was standing in the hall, grinned and exclaimed, "Welcome back, Sister Mumu. Welcome Senior Li Mu back to the team." The three-way Shin people were also full of smiles. They weren't the only ones here. Jin Feng and Yinan, the two retired members who could leave the underground a little bit, also came here to greet Li Mu. Li Mu's eyes reddened slightly and smiled with some emotion. "Thank you." Yu Ran rushed over and jumped into Li Mu's arms. Her voice choked a little. "Sister Mumu, I didn't expect you to come back. I thought I'd never see you again." Li Mu rubbed Yu Ran's head and smiled. "Thanks to Lu Ning. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd still be in the hospital room." Yu Ran looked up from Li Mu's arms and made a face at Lu Ning, then smiled and said, "Lu Ning, thank you so much." "You're welcome." Lin Xiao laughed. "Alright, Xiaoran, is the location set?" "It's long been set." Lin Xiao waved his hand. "Let's go. Today is a happy day. Brother treats you to hot pot." After eating and drinking, the time was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Li Mu had just come back, so Lin Xiao let her go home and rest, and she wouldn't officially go to work until tomorrow. Not only Li Mu, but Lu Ning as well. Early the next morning, Lu Ning was heading to the branch and was walking when a man in a tattered gray coat hurried past him. Lu Ning smelled a very unpleasant odor from his body. Lu Ning didn't care. Just then, another figure quickly walked past Lu Ning. Lu Ning glanced at it and raised an eyebrow slightly. The figure was a slender man, and there was surprisingly quite a bit of white mist flowing within his body. Lu Ning looked up, and saw another street with another man in a black overcoat walking quickly. The man's body likewise had quite a bit of white mist in it. Both men were advancing in the direction of the man in rags. The man in rags seemed to sense something. He suddenly ran, extremely fast, far beyond the boundaries of an ordinary person. As the man ran, the other two men seemed to be touched by some organ. The surface of their coats wriggled, followed by a few tentacles poking out, and their original looks, which were all of superior quality, had become somewhat distorted at the moment, as if wax statues were beginning to melt. This monster-like face made some pedestrians on the side pale, scream out, and run into the distance. One of the men hissed at the tattered clothes man. "Negative." As his voice rang out, the running man's legs suddenly weakened and he stumbled, almost falling to the ground. The two men were already close by the time he stabilized himself. They probed their sharp claws and grabbed at the tattered clothes man. Just then, a gunshot rang out. One of the men's heads directly exploded, splattering red and white objects in all directions. The other lesion man turned his head to look in the direction from which the gunshots had come, and saw Lu Ning holding a red rose and aiming it at him. Bang! Another shot rang out, and the diseased man's head similarly exploded. The original expression of the man in tattered clothes was already desperate, and when he saw the two headless corpses that had fallen to the ground, there was a light flickering in his eyes, and he hurriedly looked at Lu Ning. His voice was a little hoarse as he said, "The Misty Bureau?" Lu Ning nodded slightly. "Aha!" The man's eyes sparkled. "Great! I have something for you. Something very important." Just then, a hoarse and evil voice rang out in the distance. "Fallen." As the voice rang out, the white mist of the trapped eyes within Lu Ning's body suddenly rioted, and an eyeball emerged from his neck and cheeks. The man who had originally run over turned pale, and his entire body froze in place, his expression instantly becoming more desperate. Chapter 74 The Divine Benefactor. Just as the man in the tattered clothes was about to turn around and run away, he saw a scene that made people go crazy. Lu Ning probed his hand and gouged out the eyes on his body one by one, throwing them on the ground and stomping them out. As he picked at it, he said to the man in tattered clothes, "Wait a minute." When he finished, he turned his head to look behind him. Behind him, there was an unusually beautiful-looking woman who was looking at Lu Ning with a look of astonishment and uncertainty. She didn't seem to understand how Lu Ning could still maintain her sanity when she had clearly undergone lesions. However, when she saw Lu Ning preparing to raise his gun to shoot again, there was action. Her entire body almost transformed into a residual shadow, instantly approaching Lu Ning, and at the same time, uttering the evil words to Lu Ning. Negative. However, in response she was met with two gunshots. Bang bang. The woman fell back repeatedly, and two huge wounds appeared where her chest was, dripping with blood. Lu Ning raised his eyebrows in a bit of surprise. This woman's physical defense was so powerful, and the woman was even more surprised as she said incredulously, "Negativity doesn't affect you?" Yes. Lu Ning replied politely, while beginning to infuse his spiritual power into the twin guns. Since normal bullets couldn't cause great damage, use mental power to increase the bullets. The beautiful woman seemed to have sensed Lu Ning's thoughts as her face changed dramatically, and in the next moment, she directed her gaze at the man in tattered clothes behind Lu Ning. Just as she was about to use her ability, gunshots rang out. Lu Ning didn't wait for the infusion of spiritual energy to be sufficient, but instead interrupted the beautiful woman's intent to attack. The beautiful woman had already tried the power of the bullets from the twin guns and lunged to one side at the first opportunity. However, the bullet took the initiative to make a U-turn and landed directly on the gorgeous woman's leg. Frost covered her legs, and then the flaming bullets exploded away. The beautiful woman's left leg was directly blown apart, and the tremendous force caused her entire body to be blown backwards. Lu Ning aimed another series of shots at the woman. The fallen woman was unable to dodge. The bullets were not infused with mental power and were not powerful enough, but they could still cause damage. Several times in a row the bullets landed in the same spot, directly fracturing the woman's right leg as well. Having received such a serious injury, the woman revealed a look of horror. She opened her mouth to scream, "I surrender! Don't kill me!" Lu Ning paused. This was the first time he had ever heard a cultist surrender. However, right at this moment, Lu Ning saw that there was suddenly a dense white mist emerging from the woman's body. This white mist engulfed the woman almost instantly, and before the woman had time to react, her entire body seemed to melt like a wax statue. When the white mist disappeared, all that remained of the gorgeous woman in front of her were her clothes and a puddle of wax oil present. Lu Ning was silent as he looked at the woman who was left with only her clothes and wax oil, and looked up again. The entire street had long since run clean of pedestrians, and he saw no other awakened or diseased people. Only then did Lu Ning turn toward the man in rags behind him. The man's eyes were full of wariness and some fear as he looked at Lu Ning at the moment. Just then, an eyeball once again appeared at Lu Ning's cheek, and Lu Ning casually gouged it out and threw it on the ground to stomp it out. The man's pupils trembled at once, and he couldn't help but gulp. Lu Ning came to the man and inquired, "Who are you?" The man saw that the bloody hole in Lu Ning's cheek that had been gouged open had already healed, and took a deep breath, then hurriedly said, "My name is Zhu Yunxiao, my father is Zhu Jiani, and if you are an officer of the Mist Bureau, you should have heard of my father's name. I have something very important to report." Hearing Zhu Yunxiao's name, Lu Ning sized him up twice. The man in front of him shouldn't be too old, probably not even 30 years old, but at the moment, he was bearded and full of dirt, and the clothes on his body were tattered and many stains. "I'm afraid I don't know how long it's been since I've had a bath," Lu Ning calmly said. "I'm Lu Ning, an official member of the 7th Division Operations Team. Let me take you back to the headquarters." Zhu Yunxiao was filled with surprise and nodded. "Good." He then looked around, his expression turning fearful again, and spoke, "Sir, we have to hurry or we'll be too late." Lu Ning glanced at Zhu Yunxiao with some confusion. "What is too late?" Zhu Yunxiao's eyes were filled with fear as he spoke. "There is a divine benefactor here. It's a divine benefactor of the fallen angels. His plan is close to succeeding. If we don't hurry, the entire base city will be destroyed." Lu Ning frowned and calmly said, "Follow me." He took a step and ran. Zhu Yunxiao hurriedly followed. At the same time, Lu Ning sent an urgent request for help through his cell phone. This location is not far from the branch. In just under a minute, before Lu Ning and Zhu Yunxiao had even reached the branch, two figures quickly approached in the sky and descended from the sky. It was Colin and Lin Xiao. As soon as he landed, Colin gasped for air. He looked at Lu Ning, then looked around Lu Ning, and after making sure Lu Ning was fine, he couldn't help but complain. "Lu Ning, what are you doing? I see that you're fine as well." Suddenly turning on the emergency help, causing me to bring the captain to fly over with his mind power. "Do you have any idea how tiring it is?" Lin Xiao on the side then curiously turned his gaze toward Zhu Yunxiao. "Who is this?" Lu Ning calmly introduced. "This is Zhu Yunxiao, and these two are the captain and vice captain of our division." "Zhu Yunxiao?" Lin Xiao and Colin were a bit surprised. The two didn't look surprised, though. Lin Xiao laughed. "So you're Zhu Yunxiao? Looks like you've suffered some hardships. We were looking for you earlier, but now the top echelons of the joyous heavenly kingdom have been wiped out by us. You should be safe now." Zhu Yunxiao spoke up rather excitedly. "No, two sirs, the top echelons of the joyous celestial kingdom were not wiped out in one fell swoop. Those higher-ups, they were sacrificed. Their plan is about to succeed. I came to you guys just for this." Hearing this, Lin Xiao and Colin frowned and looked at each other. Lu Ning spoke calmly. "When I found him, he was being hunted down by two diseased mutants and an awakened one. That awakened one can use negative and degenerate abilities. He should be from the joyous heavenly kingdom." Speaking here, Lu Ning paused and spoke. "The strength should be quite strong, estimated to be of the 4th rank. Hearing what Lu Ning said, Lin Xiao and Colin's expressions became more serious. What about the awakened? I was going to capture her alive. She begged for mercy, but I don't know for what reason. She just died. Before she died, the spiritual pollution in her body skyrocketed. This situation is somewhat different from a lesion. Lin Xiao and Colin's faces became a bit ugly. Zhu Yunxiao, on the other hand, spoke with some fear. It must be that divine benefactor. Only he has such means. Divine benefactor? Lin Xiao and Colin's cheeks trembled as they heard this title and were a bit tense. You said there's a divine benefactor in our base city? Where? Lin Xiao ignored the dirt on Zhu Yunxiao's body and directly picked up his clothes. Zhu Yunxiao breathed a little difficult. He shook his head. I don't know, but my father found a bit of a clue, and he left that clue to me. I haven't been able to find a chance to send the information to the Misty Bureau. A few days ago, I heard that you guys were cleaning up the followers of the joyous heavenly kingdom, and I realized that all of this must have been that divine benefactor's plan, so I'm going to take a chance and try. Where's the clue? Colin said in a rush. Zhu Yunxiao reached into the interior of his worn-out clothes and then pulled out a dirty piece of paper. Right here. Chapter 75, The Omitted Man. Lin Xiao took the paper and unfolded it, realizing that on it was a series of names. After seeing these names, Lin Xiao quickly reacted. This is the list of that birthday party? Colin and Lu Ning sniffed and looked at the paper. The three of them glanced at each other and Lin Xiao said with a serious expression. Now go back and then compare the list of dead members from the birthday party that we investigated with the list of joyful Heavenly Kingdom members to see if there are any people that we haven't discovered. Go! Colin didn't use his nimbus this time because there were too many people. The four of them quickly ran towards the branch. On the way, Lin Xiao once again looked at Zhu Yunxiao and inquired, besides this list, did your father say anything else? Zhu Yunxiao shook his head. He didn't say anything, he just said that this list hides an important secret of the joyous Heavenly Kingdom. Lin Xiao frowned and didn't continue to ask. The four of them were fast, and in no time at all, they ran to the branch. Yuran was sitting at the front desk with a somewhat anxious expression. Upon seeing Lin Xiao come back, she was busy looking behind Lin Xiao, and after seeing Lu Ning, she revealed a smile. Lu Ning, are you alright? Just now, the captain and vice captain went out in a hurry and said that something had happened to you. Lin Xiao interrupted Yuran from continuing to speak and said seriously, Xiao Ran, there's an emergency right now. We'll talk later. Seeing that the expressions of Lin Xiao and the others were all very serious, Yuran was stunned and hastily nodded. Oh, do you need help? No need. Yuran said no more and sat back down again. Lin Xiao's four came to the third-floor activity room. Inside the activity room, Li Mu and Wang Qiwen were all three. Seeing Lin Xiao and Corin rushing in, Li Mu was about to inquire when he smelled a foul odor. She frowned, then saw a man dirtier than a hobo walk in. Who is he? Wang Qiwen frowned and looked at the man with some confusion. Qiu Yulin also frowned and inquired, Captain, where is brother Lu Ning? Soon enough, Qiu Yulin stopped asking as Lu Ning walked in at the end. Seeing Lu Ning enter, several people were about to speak. Lin Xiao directly interrupted them and spoke. Colin, contact the headquarters and ask for a list of all the members of the joyous Heavenly Kingdom this time, including the deacon hierarchy. Colin nodded. Good. Lin Xiao came to the coffee table and opened the drawer of the coffee table to rummage around. It didn't take him long to find a piece of paper. Wei Xian, who was sitting on the side, glanced at it and was slightly stunned. Captain, isn't this the list of victims from that birthday party earlier? What's going on? Lin Xiao's brows furrowed as he spoke. This thing with the joyous Heavenly Kingdom might not be over. There are still people behind it. What? Wang Qiwen was a bit surprised. Captain, how did you know? Lin Xiao took out the list of birthday party invitations that Zhu Yunxiao had just given and spoke while making a quick comparison. This is the list from that party. This is Zhu Jianyi's son, Zhu Yunxiao. Wei Xian's few people looked at Zhu Yunxiao and revealed a dazed look. Wei Xian volunteered to go forward and compare with Lin Xiao. Soon, though, both men frowned. That's not right, Wei Xian muttered. Lin Xiao also frowned and revealed a puzzled expression. It's not quite right. What's wrong? Autumn Moonlighting inquired suspiciously. Wei Xian spoke. I've compared the two lists several times, and the names on both lists are the same. Zhu Yunxiao's face changed when he heard this. This is impossible. My father said that there are clearly very important clues on it. How could it be the same? Is there a mistake somewhere? Wei Xian and Lin Xiao looked at each other. Lin Xiao spoke. Take a closer look. Wei Xian nodded, and the two of them once again compared notes. After two more comparisons, they found that there was still no problem. Just then, Colin suddenly came over and spoke. Captain, the list of joyful Heavenly Kingdom members is arriving. In addition, I've already reported the news that Zhu Yunxiao said, indicating that there might be divine benefactors present in the base city. Headquarters said they would be vigilant. Lin Xiao nodded and took the cell phone handed by Colin and checked the list on it. He then frowned. Still nothing. The members of the Joyful Kingdom of Heaven in this list didn't appear in the invitation list. Wei Xian added. The list of victims and the list of invitees are identical. Colin frowned at once and looked at Zhu Yunxiao. Li Mu and Xiao Yulin on the side also looked at Zhu Yunxiao with a skeptical expression. Zhu Yunxiao was incredulous when he saw a few people's skepticism. Impossible. It's impossible for my father to lie to me. If it really wasn't a problem, how could he even disregard his life and tell me to hide first? Just then, Lu Ning suddenly spoke up. Captain, there's one more person. Hearing this, Lin Zhao's few people were stunned and looked at Lu Ning. Wei Xian was puzzled. We carefully compared them. We didn't miss anyone. Lu Ning calmly said. Omitted one. The woman who reported the case at that time was also the same woman we saw when we went to deal with Gao Tianlin earlier. Hearing these words, it was as if a thunderbolt had flashed through the minds of Lin Zhao's few people. Lin Xiao and Colin stared back. Lin Xiao was stunned. Yeah, why didn't we think of her before? The three of them, Wang Qiwen, were also skeptical. It shouldn't be. She's the one who reported it. We should be impressed. Colin's pupils vibrated and he frowned. Unless that woman is a very powerful awakened who has some ability to make us subconsciously ignore her. Lin Xiao spoke with a serious expression. Call Bo Wen. When that woman reported the case before, Bo Wen and the others didn't investigate the woman's abnormality, which means that her information is normal and traceable in the base city. Ask Bo Wen directly for that woman's detailed information. Colin nodded back. Good. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the room. Everyone was stunned as the alarm sounded from each of their cell phones. It's a distress alert from headquarters, and it's of the highest order. Everyone's face changed. Lin Xiao said incredulously. Something happened to the headquarters. Li Mu got up and opened his cell phone, then exclaimed out. An unknown high-crisis soul weapon has appeared inside the headquarters. What? High crisis? Where did the headquarters get a high-crisis soul artifact? Lin Xiao and Colin's expressions were confused. The three Wang Qiwen were even more bewildered. In the dead silence of the atmosphere, Lu Ning calmly said, Captain, what now? Lin Xiao was silent, then made an immediate decision. The headquarters has quite a few medium-crisis soul weapons, and there's also the first branch stationed there all year round. So if we send out an alert now, the other branches will go to support them at the first opportunity. In the face of high-crisis soul weapons, it will also be able to support them for a period of time. Let's go find that woman first. I think this high-crisis soul weapon might have some relationship with that woman. Speaking here, Lin Xiao paused and said seriously, let's go underground first. Xiao Yulin was a bit puzzled. Captain, what are we going underground for? Lin Xiao glanced at Xiao Yulin and said with a stoic expression, take the soul weapon. The three Wei Xian people were shocked. We're taking it too? Yes, and now it's time for you to take it. Chapter 76 Scarlet Box. Lin Xiao led the crowd down the stairs quickly. After coming to the first floor, Lin Xiao looked at Colin and spoke. Colin, you and Zhu Yunxiao wait here. Colin already had the Horcruxes himself and didn't need to get them again. As for Lu Ning, he was able to use a variety of soul weapons, and thus didn't have too many soul weapons. Colin nodded slightly and looked at Zhu Yunxiao. Zhu Yunxiao was very sensible and silently followed Colin as he waited on the first floor. On the other hand, Lin Xiao and the others continued to descend the stairs and soon arrived at the second basement level. This was Lu Ning's first time here. The second floor was even dimmer than the first floor. A very long corridor with a large door at its deepest point. The main door was made of silver white metal, and there were two small rooms on each side of the door. Lin Xiao looked at the three of them, Wang Qiwen, and spoke. The three of you are still a bit weak. You can't enter the branch's treasure trove. Wait for us here. I'll pick out a suitable soul tool for you. The three Wang Qiwen nodded their heads. Let's go, Lin Xiao said to Li Mu and Lu Ning. The three of them walked quickly through the corridor to the large silver white door. Inside the two small rooms, there was an old man sitting in each. The old man's hair was all gray and wrinkled. Their expressions were cold as they looked toward the three Lin Xiao people. Lin Xiao said to the two old men, something big has happened at the headquarters. There are divine benefactors in the base city and we need soul tools. Lin Xiao's words caused a fluctuation to appear on the faces of the two old men who originally had indifferent expressions. They got up, went to the gate, and took out a piece of the key for each, and slipped it into the left and right sides of the gate. The two then acted in synchronization, turning the key, and as the key turned, a mechanical sound seemed to come from inside the metal gate. As the mechanical sound stopped, the doors did not open. A mechanical scanning instrument on the gate swept across at a few people, and then Lu Ning heard one of the old men open his mouth at the gate. Take the soul weapon and open the door. As the sound ended, the gate once again sounded mechanically. It didn't take long for the door to open. Inside the gate, there were likewise two old men. Lin Xiao nodded slightly at the two old men. One of the old men calmly said, "Follow me." Lu Ning's trio followed into the gate. This was Lu Ning's first time entering a divisional treasury. He found that the interior of the gate was likewise a passageway flanked by individual room doors. The doors to the rooms are currently closed. And in this place where the spiritual radiation was relatively dense, Lu Ning could even see a wisp of white mist. The old man led the three to one of the gates, which he opened. The room behind the main door was large and neatly arranged with one black box after another. The old man glanced at the three soul artifacts? Lin Xiao laughed. "I don't need one. Give one to Mumu. If Lu Ning has one, he already has a pistol and a long knife. Are there any rings, necklaces, clothes, or other soul tools? Give him a set of all of them if you have them." The old man's numb and cold expression seemed to freeze. He said calmly, "That's not in order." Lin Xiao grinned. "Rules are dead. People are alive. There's a divine benefactor in the base city, and the headquarters is in chaos right now. So if we can add a little bit of combat power, we should add a little bit of combat power, or else our base city might be gone." Hearing this, the old man fell into silence. He then nodded slowly. "Yes." Lin Xiao continued. "There are 3 other first-rank newcomers out there, each coming with a soul artifact, and their awakened abilities are one of water control, one of petrification, and one of strength enhancement." The old man nodded. "I'll look for it." The old man entered the room and started rummaging around, and soon, he took out a white bracelet and handed it to Li Mu. "This one is yours to increase energy output." Not a moment later, he took out another pair of black shoes, and a red metal undershirt and handed it to Lu Ning. "These shoes can increase speed and physical agility, and this undershirt can generate an energy shield, as well as drastically improve physical fitness." Lin Xiao was a bit disappointed. "There's nothing else? Only these 2 are suitable for Lu Ning?" The old man glanced at Lin Xiao and calmly said, "Aren't you clear about the number of divisional soul weapons? It's already good enough to find 2. Lin Xiao was a bit disappointed, then said, "All right then." After that, the old man took out a ring that increased his elemental control, a pair of gloves, and a huge battle axe. "These are for the 3 Wangchuan." While the old man was looking for suitable soul weapons for the 3 Wangchuan, Lu Ning had already changed into his metal undershirt and shoes. After replacing these 2 soul artifacts, Lu Ning clearly felt that his body had become much lighter, and his strength and other aspects had greatly improved. Originally, under Lu Ning's quenching under the flesh tempering method, his physical quality had already exceeded that of an average third-order body strengthening type awakened, and now he felt that his physical quality might be comparable to that of a fourth-order body strengthening type awakened. After taking these soul tools, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and his expression became serious. "Elder Wang, take out that soul tool as well." Elder Wang was stunned and his numb eyes looked deeply at Lin Xiao. "Are you sure?" Li Mu, who was on the side, also changed his face slightly and looked at Lin Xiao. "Captain, that soul tool is too dangerous." Lin Xiao rubbed his nose and laughed brightly. "Of course I know the danger of that soul tool. I won't use it if I don't have to." Elder Wang fell silent and silently walked out of the room. "Follow me." He closed the door to the room and walked to the door of another room. He then took a deep breath and opened the door to the room. Just after opening the door to the room, Lu Ning smelled the strong odor of blood. Along with the smell of blood came a rather thick white mist. These were rather dense spiritual radiations, more so than the spiritual radiations of all the soul weapons on Lu Ning's body combined. He looked into the room and found the interior to be quite empty, with only one item. It was a blood-red box. Elder Wang entered it, picked up the blood-colored box and handed it to Lin Xiao, calmly saying, "Don't use it if you can." Lin Xiao nodded, then slung the box on his back. "Go!" The group traveled down the hallway and soon arrived at the front door. There was another old man guarding at the gate who saw the blood-colored box on Lin Xiao's back, and after a slight silence, he nodded slightly at Lin Xiao. He then turned to open the door. After the gate opened, the 2 old guards outside the gate similarly placed their eyes on the blood-colored box on Lin Xiao's back for the first time. Neither of them spoke. Lin Xiao threw a few soul tools to the 3 Wangchuan who were waiting at the door. "All 3 of these are yours. Don't use them until it's absolutely necessary. Otherwise it will be very stressful to your spirit." Wang Chuan nodded repeatedly as he received the ring with a single rune. Wei Xian put the gloves away rather seriously. As for Autumn Moon Lin, she held that huge battle axe in her hand and was a bit at a loss for words. "Team, Captain, isn't this weapon too big? It's a bit not too ladylike." Lin Xiao didn't have the heart to say, "You're fit to use this kind of soul tool." Autumn Moonlighting was even more embarrassed. The group left at a quick pace and soon arrived on the first floor. Colin's face changed slightly when he saw the blood-red box behind Lin Xiao's back. "Captain, why did you bring this with you?" "Just in case." Colin fell silent and didn't say much. "Go!" Chapter 77, Please Fall. Several people hurried toward the gate. Yuran was playing a game in the hall, and when she heard the commotion, she looked up. Upon seeing the box carried on Lin Zhao's back, her entire body was struck by lightning and she froze in place, her face turning pale. Yuran only reacted when the few people left the hall and left the branch. She got up in a hurry and tried to run out of the hall. Just then, downstairs, Qin Feng walked out, and when he saw Yuran, he was a bit puzzled. Xiaoran, where are you going? As if Yuran had grabbed a life-saving straw, he hurriedly inquired towards Qin Feng. Old Qin, just now the captain took that medium critical grade soul artifact? Why would he take that thing? Did something big happen? Qin Feng's expression was serious as he spoke. Xiaoran, this is the Bureau's secret. You are not an awakened. You don't need to know about this. Yuran sniffed. Her eyes instantly reddened and she angrily shouted. What do you mean you don't need to understand? I am also a part of the Misty Bureau. Just because I haven't awakened, don't I even have the right to know? Qin Feng scratched his head and said somewhat helplessly. The entire base city is in danger right now. It's a big deal. Even if you know about it, it's useless. Not to mention you. Even I can't change anything. Hearing Qin Feng say that, Yuran was stunned. Her expression worried. Is it so dangerous? Yeah. All we can do now is do our jobs and not distract them. Yuran fell silent and said no more. Lin Zhao's few people left the hall and headed to the parking lot. On the way, Colin said, I just called Berwin and got the details on Lillian. Lillian is exactly the name of the woman who reported the crime. Lin Zhao nodded. The situation at the headquarters is critical. Let's go directly to Lillian and go to the headquarters after dealing with her. Colin nodded. Just then, Limu looked at Zhu Yunxiao at the side and frowned slightly. What are you following us for? Lin Zhao and Colin's few people also looked at Zhu Yunxiao. Zhu Yunxiao's expression was tinged with hatred as he spoke. My father was killed by them. I want revenge. After hearing this, a few people fell silent and Lin Xiao spoke. What is your awakened ability? Zhu Yunxiao opened his mouth. I am a stamina-enhanced awakened person. My stamina is much stronger than the same level, and I can last for a long time without eating or drinking. Wang Chuan man is numb. Isn't this a turtle ability? Zhu Yunxiao's expression was suddenly embarrassed. Then he spoke. I can use my physical strength to consume my opponent, and my recovery ability is also very strong. Speaking of this, Zhu Yunxiao thought of Lu Ning's battle just now and said somewhat glumly, but it's just a normal recovery. No better than this officer. The expressions of Lin Zhao's few people became even more strange. Compare with Lu Ning. Who can beat this? Lin Zhao thought for a moment and then spoke. You're not strong. Going there won't do much. If you really want to do something, go to the One Tree Bar and inform the bar owner, Tyrone, that there are divine benefactors in the base city and that the Misty Mist Bureau's headquarters has been attacked. The entire base city may be in danger, so that he can mobilize all the awakened he knows to go together to help the Mist Bureau HQ. The Mist Bureau will be rewarded afterwards. Hearing this, Zhu Yunxiao thought for a moment and nodded. Good. Do you know where the One Tree Pub is? Yeah, I know. I've been there. Afterwards, Zhu Yunxiao quickly ran towards a tree bar. Lu Ning and his group then got into their respective cars, and they headed towards the residence where Lillian was based on the information provided by Colin. However, they were on their way when they suddenly saw snowflakes suddenly appear on an advertising screen on an upper floor in front of them. As the snowflakes disappeared, the screen changed to a place that resembled a news report room. A very beautiful-looking woman in a long black halter dress was standing there. The appearance of this woman caused Lin Zhao's eyes to widen, and even the car almost stopped. The two of them, Lu Ning and Wei Xian, were traveling in the car assigned to Lu Ning. Wei Xian exclaimed out in shock when he saw the woman. Isn't that Lillian? How did she appear on TV? Lu Ning shook his head. I don't know. The next moment, Colin's voice came over the phone. It's possible that the TV channel was forcibly switched through the entertainment group's technicians. Hearing this, whether it was Lu Ning and Wei Xian, or the others in the cell phone, they all fell silent. Lin Xiao said with a serious expression. I'm afraid it's Tianqing Entertainment, as the leading entertainment group in the base city, has the means to do this in a short period of time. In that case, it seems that Han Yu didn't just join Joyful Heaven before because of the experiment, but there's also a relationship with the Heavenly Star Entertainment Group. What does this woman want? Autumn Moon Lin's somewhat puzzled voice rang out. Not only were they puzzled, all of the pedestrians on the street stopped in their tracks, even the vehicles on the street. At this moment, many of them also stopped. As a strong person of the joyful kingdom of heaven, Lillian's seduction ability was extremely strong. Even through the screen, it still made many ordinary people seem as if they were hooked. Lillian within the screen lifted her black skirt and bowed elegantly to the camera. Then a seductive smile appeared on her face. To introduce myself, my name is Lillian, and this time I'm meeting with all of you because I wish to ask you for a favor. Knowing that no one was going to answer, Lillian spoke directly to herself, but this time, her voice became overlapping, and although it was still seductive, it was as if there were countless strange voices ringing in her ears. Please, let's all fall. As the voice appeared, Lu Ning saw the anomaly at first glance. The entire mental radiation within the base city seemed to shake. This was followed by a variety of expressions from street pedestrians, some pleasurable, some agonizing, some grimacing. Many of them shuddered and fell to the ground in a coma. Just then, a low growl rang out, and one of the tall, robust men's skin peeled off all over his body, revealing hideous muscles. His body skyrocketed, rising to over 2 meters tall. His hands turned into sharp claws, and his feet became abnormally wide. The costume he was wearing ripped right through his hold. Seeing this hideous muscular monster appear, it was as if the ordinary people on the side who had seemed to be caught up in the depravity were doused with a wave of cold water. A scream of terror resounded through the street. However, just then, several more low roars rang out. In several other areas of the street, there were likewise ordinary people who had fallen directly, and the spiritual pollution in their bodies, which hadn't been much, directly skyrocketed, which caused them to rapidly become diseased. There were couples with their hands held together who were directly fused into one by uncontrollable forces, transforming into that unmanly monster. There are also ordinary people who have been sickened into largemouth monsters on all fours with nothing but a hideous maw on their skulls. The whole street became more chaotic as each lesion appeared. Ordinary people who hadn't yet become diseased pushed and shoved frantically, trying to escape. Some of the drivers of the vehicles on the street started their vehicles, again trying to flee. Yet there are also drivers who are either diseased or unconscious, and their cars are parked in the middle of the road, unable to start at all. That Lillian had thrown the entire street into chaos with just one word. 78. Lost headquarters. Lin Xiao's voice came from the cell phone. Get off! Lu Ning and Wei Xian immediately opened the door and got out of the car. Several people from the sports car and SUV in front of them, Lin Xiao, also walked out. Aside from a few of them, a number of the doors of the vehicles on the street were open. Apparently some of the drivers and passengers felt that the cars were already blocked in, so they might as well open the doors and escape. Staying here is just waiting to die. Colin exited the car and several steel needles surfaced around him, which disappeared instantly as stumps. In the next moment, several of the surrounding lesions were directly penetrated through their heads, dying on the spot. The screaming, fearful commoners on the sidelines were stunned at the sight. They hadn't even seen who had struck down the mutant. Lu Ning's few people approached Lin Xiao and Li Mu frowned. Captain, what now? Lin Xiao glanced at the large screen that had been turned off and frowned. Lillian isn't where she lives. I don't know where she is. Right now the entire base city is in a terrible situation. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to find her. Colin rested his glasses, looked at the chaotic surroundings, and spoke. Deal with the nearby mutants first? I'm afraid that many people will die in the base city if these mutants are allowed to kill. Let's split up and deal with the mutants first. Since this one screen is showing Lillian, I'm afraid the other screens won't be an exception. And I'm afraid the mutants aren't just in this area. Tell you what, Mu, you take Shaolin and Wei Xian. Lu Ning, you take Wang Qiwen. I'll split up with Colin, and we'll all split up and take care of the lesions first. No problem. Li Mu nodded. Lu Ning also nodded. Good. If you run into any danger, call for backup and I'll be the first to fly there. Colin said calmly. Action. The members of the action team were divided into 4 squads, and Lu Ning found a direction and started moving with Wang Qiwen. They jumped from the roof of the car and moved quickly through the streets. It wasn't long before the two heard a hissing sound in the distance. Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen turned their heads and saw a largemouth mutant tearing into a corpse, blood splattering all over the ground. The ordinary people around them were pale and full of fear, and some even directly collapsed to the ground out of fear. Wang Qiwen was busy taking out his pistol with the intention of shooting, when at this moment there was a roaring sound from the side. The big-mouthed mutant's head crumbled right into pieces. Wang Qiwen looked to his side. Lu Ning was putting away the red roses. Qi Van Wang, go! Lu Ning looked over at Wang Qiwen and saw that his expression was a bit strange and inquired. What's wrong? Nothing. The two continued to move, and as they got farther and farther away from the street they were on before, the two realized that it really wasn't just the street they were on before that had lesions, but other areas were equally as present. And, at the moment, a number of lesions have killed ordinary people. The streets were littered with bodies and blood. Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen killed the lesions when they encountered them. The strength of the lesions among them varied, with the weakest being of the first order and the strongest reaching the third order. However, a third-order diseased mutant was nothing to Lu Ning at this moment, and could be killed with a single shot. As Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen crossed an intersection, they suddenly heard the sounds of a battle not far away. Lu Ning turned his head to look, and saw that there were 2 men and a woman surrounding a fusion lesion. One of the men was not young, a middle-aged man, and his strength should have already reached the second stage. The other man and woman were both youths, and their strength should still be of the first rank. They fought back and forth against the fusion mutants. Lu Ning realized that there were even wounds on that young man's body. Just then, a figure quickly rushed out of an alley not far away. It's a loudmouth legionist. The addition of this big-mouthed diseased mutant caused the pressure on the three awakened to suddenly turn up, and it was a close call for a while. Just then, a gunshot like thunder rang out, and the fusion legion's head was directly shattered. This caused all three awakened to be stunned. Another shot followed, and the big-mouthed mutant was likewise reduced to a headless corpse. The three of them looked in the direction from which the gunshots had come, and they saw Lu Ning standing on top of a vehicle with twin guns in his hands. Lu Ning nodded at the three with a calm expression before leading Wang Qiwen away. Looking at the backs of the two men leaving, the young man was a bit astonished. Who is that man? 2 shots and 2 mutants are dead? The young woman was also shocked. Yeah, that fusion legionist is still a second-order one, and he even had his head crushed by a single shot. The power of this pistol is also too great, isn't it? The middle-aged man had withdrawn his gaze and glanced at the corpse on the ground. That pistol should be a soul weapon. I haven't seen that young man either, but by the looks of it, it should be second order, or maybe even stronger. Hiss, he's still so young, and he's so powerful? I wonder when it was awakened. What's the point of thinking so much? Keep looking for any lesions, the middle-aged man slowly said. There's a big problem in the base city this time. Although we're not powerful characters, as a part of the base city, we have to do our part. In case the base city falls, no one will survive. The young man and woman had serious expressions and nodded vigorously. Captain's right. Along the way, in addition to those 3 awakened, Lu Ning also saw quite a few awakened joining the fight against the diseased changers that were everywhere. These awakened are not part of the Misty Bureau, and are essentially not obligated to deal with these diseased people. But at the moment this mutation incident had spread too far, and more ordinary people were dying, which made more and more awakened people unable to look at it, and began to deal with the mutants. In addition to the awakened, there were also vigilantes from the sheriff's department who likewise joined the fight. Gun weapons in the hands of a sheriff might not be very effective for a second or third order legion, but the vigilante can be just as effective at killing against a first order legion. By the time Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen had cleared all of the area they were in, the time had already come to noon. When they returned to the location of the vehicle, Wang Qiwen was already pale and panting with exhaustion. Lin Zhao's few people had likewise returned to their vehicle positions. Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin were similarly exhausted. Seeing Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen return, Lin Zhao immediately said, Let's go to the headquarters. Colin propped up his glasses and said, How do I get there? I've contacted the sheriff's department and they've been clearing the road since just now. That'll do. Li Mu inquired. Captain, how is the headquarters now? Lin Zhao sniffed and his expression became serious. There hasn't been any news for a long time. At these words, the expressions of several of Colin's people likewise became serious. Chapter 79 The Mist That Shrouds Headquarters. Let's go to headquarters first and see what's going on. The group did not continue to talk much and got into separate cars, leaving through the passageway cleared by the sheriff's department and heading for headquarters. As the vehicle traveled, Lu Ning realized that it wasn't just the 7th district that had a large-scale legion event occurring, but several other districts likewise had large-scale legion events as well. Everywhere they passed, the streets were lined with corpses and people were wailing, but the diseased have been pretty much dealt with by the Mist Bureau, the sheriff's department, and the civil awakening. The logistics of the sheriff's department and the Misty department are now handling the follow-up. Although the road was cleared by the sheriff's department, they still had a hard time traveling and moved extremely slowly. As they entered the 1st district in the center of the base city, Lu Ning suddenly frowned. He could see that the white fog was becoming thicker and thicker in the central area of the 1st district. The concentration of this white fog was higher than anything he had ever seen in base city. Just then, the alarming voice of Qiao Yulin came from her cell phone. Why is there a white fog in front of us? Wang Qiwen's voice similarly sounded. Is this the white fog caused by spiritual radiation? How can it be directly visible to the naked eye? How high must this spiritual pollution be? Lu Ning was a bit confused. You guys can see the white fog too? Previously, only Lu Ning could see the spiritual radiation, and he didn't expect the others to see it as well. Wei Xian nodded with a serious expression. Can you see? Lu Ning, is this caused by spiritual pollution? The voices in the cell phones were silenced, and everyone intended to hear Lu Ning's explanation. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Yes. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Zhao's somewhat grave voice rang out. Spiritual radiation has reached this level. It's even close to rivaling the mist. Is this caused by that high crisis soul artifact within the headquarters? No wonder there's no news from the headquarters right now. with such a dense spiritual radiation. I'm afraid that it has completely isolated the news from the outside world. Colin also spoke. As they got closer and closer, Lu Ning's few people realized that there were gradually not even people on the nearby streets. Vehicles were parked randomly on the street, and the sides were littered with bodies and blood. From time to time, you can still see lesions out and about. Just as they were continuing down the street, a growl sounded. On the roof of one of the buildings they were passing, a huge 3-meter-tall figure descended from the sky and heavily smashed towards Lin Zhao's sports car at the very front. Lin Zhao's sports car suddenly accelerated and dodged the monster. The monster landed with a roar, and the ground was directly smashed and cracked, spiderweb-like cracks spreading in all directions. At this moment, all 3 cars stopped and everyone got out of them. Lin Zhao's eyes were red as he stared at the huge muscular monster with an expression of rage. Damn it! How dare you try to destroy my car! His body instantly disappeared in place, and in the next moment, a scarlet blade light flashed by. The huge muscular monster was directly separated from the center and fell to the ground as a corpse. After the death of the muscle monster, Lin Xiao was still a bit unrelieved and slashed 2 more times, dismantling the muscle monster in large pieces, which restored his arm. Colin walked over and was about to speak when growls sounded once again from both sides of the street. Everyone turned their heads to see another legion emerge from the roofs of the buildings on either side and from the alleys. The number was well over 20. These legions vary from the usual big-mouth legions, fusion legions and muscle giant legions to humanoid legions with tentacles all over their bodies. After these mutants appeared, the first thing they did was launch an attack towards Lu Ning and the others. The human heart mutants' tentacles could be retracted, and dozens of them quickly shot toward Lu Ning and the others. Lu Ning's few people immediately launched a counterattack. Lin Zhao's figure disappeared into thin air as he rushed straight ahead. Colin used his mind to control a steel needle to shoot at the legion. Eyes appeared on Li Mu's forehead and began to condense beams of energy. Lu Ning, on the other hand, used his twin guns to fire repeatedly at the many legions. These mutants were not of a high rank. The most powerful ones were instead the tentacle-laden mutants. There were 2 of these mutants, both of which were of the 4th rank in strength, and all of them were killed by Lin Xiao as if he were slicing through a melon and chopping up vegetables. The remaining legions were killed by Colin, Li Mu, and Lu Ning. As for the 3 Wang Chuan, they fell behind and did not attack. Unless they were using soul weapons, they could only deal with first-order legions, and when facing second-order legions, they were afraid that they would need to surround them. It was difficult for them to make an effective attack against so many legions. After killing all of these mutants, Lin Xiao glanced at the corpses on the ground and slowly said, "It seems that because the spiritual pollution here is too severe, I'm afraid that ordinary people are either diseased or dead." Colin looked around and estimated the area with a serious expression. "I'm afraid this range is 2 or 3 kilometers, and all the ordinary people in the entire area are dead." Lin Xiao shook his head inside. "That's how this world is. Let's continue to go deeper. If the headquarters is captured, then the entire base city is finished. When that happens, it won't just be these people that die. All the humans in the entire base city will die." "Keep driving?" Colin spoke up. Lin Xiao thought of the image just now and thought for a moment. "It's better to run in. It's estimated that there are all diseased mutants inside. If we drive in case we encounter another ambush, we may not be able to run out in time to meet it." "Speaking here," he said with some palpitations, "and I haven't finished paying the car loan yet. The car was almost scrapped just now. It would be too much of a loss if it was scrapped." Lu Ning's few people all ignored Lin Zhao's later words. "Then let's go." The group took a step in the direction of the headquarters. Just as they came to the mouth of a street close to the headquarters, they suddenly heard the sounds of battle on the other side. Lin Zhao's several people looked in that direction with grave expressions. "Go over and take a look," Lin Xiao calmly said. The group ran in the direction of the battle. Within a moment, they saw a group of people fighting the legions. One man in particular stood out. His body was tall and one of his feet was made of metal. He did not strike himself, but commanded the other awakened to attack. Under his command, the other awakened ones advanced and retreated in a measured manner, and even though the number of diseased mutants they faced was quite large, they still steadily suppressed them. This also included a man in rags who was also very active. From time to time, the man appeared in areas where others could not defend themselves, using a huge plate of steel to fend off the legion's attacks. Every time he was knocked off his feet by a legion, he was always the first to get up and just go on to help the others fend off the attack like it was nothing. Seeing these 2 people, Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. "It's Tyrone and Zhu Yunxiao? Are these awakened ones the reinforcements that Tyrone found? I didn't expect them to be here already so quickly. It looks like they came from a different path." Colin rested his glasses and spoke. "Go, let's go over and meet up," Lin Xiao said and ran towards the Tyrone few. Chapter 80 Awakening. Lin Xiao and his group ran over quickly. "Tyrone, who was commanding the awakened?" heard the footsteps and instantly looked over. When he saw Lin Xiao's people, he revealed a smile. Ha ha ha, you guys are a bit slow in getting here, aren't you? I thought you guys were already in the headquarters. Lin Xiao waved his hand. No, you saw that live broadcast earlier, right? It's all a mess out there. We dealt with the mutants outside before coming over. Tyrone nodded slightly. We also encountered some on the way and dealt with them in passing. But considering that the situation at the headquarters was even more troublesome, we didn't stop and came straight to the headquarters. You're right to be like that. How are things at headquarters now? Tyrone's expression was serious and he shook his head slightly. I can't get in touch since before. The mental radiation is too severe. Lin Xiao was not surprised. Just then, Lu Ning looked at Tyrone and calmly said, the spiritual pollution in your body has become high, and in this environment, you will be more prone to sickness. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's expression changed slightly before he spoke. Old boy, just leave it to us next. You and these guys aren't from the Misty Mist Bureau, so don't go to the headquarters and help us deal with some of the diseased mutants in the periphery. Tyrone frowned. What kind of words are these? I know my own situation in my own heart. You guys have also seen the exaggerated spiritual radiation at the headquarters. It's visible to the naked eye. Just a few of you can handle it? One more person is more power now, but your situation is unstable. Lin Xiao frowned. If you become sick, it would be bad for us instead. Tyrone grinned. Don't worry. I'll say in advance when I'm going to be sick, so don't hold back then. You, alright, cut the crap. Quickly deal with these lesions and just go to the headquarters. The situation at the headquarters looks bad. A little more time delayed is one more danger. Tyrone interrupted Lin Xiao with some impatience. Cullen rested his glasses and spoke. Captain, there's not much time. Lin Xiao nodded slightly with a sullen face. Alright, with Lin Xiao and the others joining in, the diseased mutants who had been able to hold out for a while were quickly killed. After killing the diseased mutants, the group headed to the headquarters while Tyrone introduced Lin Xiao and the others to the Free Awakenings present. But it honestly doesn't need much introduction. After all, basically all the Free Awakenings Tyrone knew went to the One Tree Bar. The three of them, Lin Xiao, Cullen and Li Mu, were also regulars at the One Tree Bar, so naturally they all knew each other. The main thing was to introduce Lu Ning, a few newcomers, to the Free Awakening. Tyrone also highlighted Lu Ning. Brothers, don't look at this kid as young as he seems, but he can cooperate with Lin Xiao to deal with fifth-order disease changers. His own strength has already reached the second rank, so don't treat him as a newcomer. And if you're in danger afterward, there's no shame in looking to him for help. The group of Free Awakenings looked at Lu Ning with some surprise. Lin Xiao on the side said smilingly, Lu Ning is already at the third rank. Tyrone's eyes widened. Even his running feet paused. Third rank now. The look he gave Lu Ning was filled with shock. Lu Ning nodded calmly. Aha. Hiss. How long has this been going on? And this is the third rank? The others were also originally just a little surprised, but at this moment, they were likewise filled with astonishment. Listening to Tyrone, Lu Ning had only just awakened a few months ago. A few months to reach the third rank? What kind of monster is this? Lu Ning swept his gaze across the crowd of Free Awakenings, and many of the lower-ranked Free Awakenings averted their gazes, not daring to meet Lu Ning's eyes. Lu Ning calmly said, You can call me if you are in danger, but of course I don't guarantee that I will be able to save. Many of the Free Awakenings were instantly relieved. Originally, looking at how cold Lu Ning was, he had thought that he would be difficult to contact, but he hadn't expected to be so nice to talk to. Surprisingly, they were willing to save them in a time of danger. The group of awakened ones spoke up. Thank you, Officer Lu Ning. The mission is important, and we won't cause you any trouble. Yeah, it doesn't matter if the officer saves us if it's in the right hands. If it will interfere with rescuing the Misty Bureau headquarters, then you don't have to save us, officer. That's right. For us to be able to follow Boss Tyrone here is to have already made up our minds. Even if we die, it doesn't matter. After all, if the headquarters of the Mist Bureau are all occupied, then our base city is also gone. Everything is for the safety of the base city. That's right. We can die. The Misty Bureau headquarters must be safe. Lu Ning listened calmly, his gaze sweeping over the many Free Awakenings as he nodded slightly. Good. He said no more. On the other hand, Wang Chuan and Xiao Yulin were a bit shocked. I didn't realize that these Free Awakenings were willing to sacrifice themselves for the Misty Bureau headquarters. Even they are still a bit scared now. Wei Xian noticed Wang Chuan and Xiao Yulin's expressions and laughed. Surprised? Wang Chuan glanced at Wei Xian and was a bit puzzled. Why aren't you surprised? Wei Xian grinned. Aren't you talking nonsense? If we humans didn't unite in the face of danger, we would have already been destroyed. Not only them, even the magistrates who are ordinary people don't mind sacrificing themselves in the midst of danger. As long as they can ensure the safety of the base city and the survival of the majority of the humans, then it's worth it. Wang Chuan saw Wei Xian's determined eyes and rarely did he mock him. Autumn Moon Lin took a deep breath, tightened the battle axe on her back, and her expression became much firmer. I don't want anything to happen to the base city either. If something happens to the base city, my mom and dad will die as well. I don't want them to die. As the crowd exchanged words, they moved quickly, running into a few more groups of legions along the way. But these legions were wiped out as if they were destroyed in the face of so many awakened ones. In no time at all, they were close to the headquarters. When they saw the huge building of the headquarters, everyone was overjoyed. However, soon their expressions froze. The high rise of the headquarters was covered with signs of breakage, and even the floor was full of scars. Seems to have been through a big battle. However, at this moment, the headquarters was very quiet, and the movement of the battle could not be felt at all. Tyrone and Lin Xiao exchanged a glance, and Lin Xiao spoke. I'll go ahead. Before he could finish his words, footsteps suddenly came from the mists not far away. Everyone tensed their bodies and looked in the direction of the footsteps. In no time, 4 figures came out of the mist. At the head of the group was an awakened that Lu Ning had met before, Lu Chang. After seeing Lu Chang, Lin Xiao was stunned. Old Lu, you guys just came now? Lu Chang and the other 3 awakened came running quickly. He nodded his head and said, yeah, what's the situation at the headquarters now? However, without waiting for Lin Xiao to speak, the red rose in Lu Ning's hand shot out a bullet. The roar made all the free awakenings in Tyrone's eyes widen in shock, while Lin Xiao, who knew something about Lu Ning, all of them tensed their bodies and looked at Lu Chang's men with vigilance. In the next moment, they saw Lu Chang being sent flying backwards, with a hideous wound on his chest. However, there was no blood flowing from the wound, but rather a cloud of white wax. Lu Ning's expression was calm as he continued to shoot at Lu Chang, who had fallen to the ground. However, right at this moment, Lu Chang's body suddenly turned into a mass of twisted white wax. These white waxes have a strong toughness, and it is surprising that the bullets fall on them without causing much damage. Chapter 81 Sacrifice. Legionist? Tyrone frowned. The others were equally shocked and angry. There are such legions that can change their looks? Seeing this, the other 3 legions similarly transformed into humanoid monsters coalesced from white wax. Lu Chang slowly got up with one hideous wound on top of the other. The wounds on his body were recovering at an extremely fast speed. His voice rang out as if it were mechanical. You will all die here. Die your mother. Lin Xiao's figure instantly disappeared from his original spot as he appeared in front of Lu Chang, and the bone knives that his hands transformed into chopped out a bloody blade light. However, what surprised people was that this diseased mutant was extremely fast, and the white wax in his hands instantly solidified and similarly transformed into dual swords, which actually blocked Lin Xiao's attack. The bone knife and the ash-cured long knife collided, making a sound of gold and iron. The figures of the two flashed across the entire square, and wherever they passed, strong winds raged, and the ground was trampled by the two to create a hideous crack. And while Lin Xiao as well as Lu Chang were fighting, Colin had already shot out the steel needles around himself and shot at one of the Ash Legions. Whereas these steel needles passed through the Ash Legioner, the Ash Legioner seemed to be unharmed. He gave Colin a grim smile, then charged at him. Colin frowned slightly and pushed with both hands, the Berserk Nimbus directly pushing the Ash Legionist out and landing heavily on the ground. He then clasped his hands and the Ash Legioner was instantly immobilized. Colin's hands were hard, and when he intended to rip the diseased man right through, he suffered an obstruction. The Nimbus didn't manage to tear the Ash Legion apart. Instead, the Ash Legion erupted with considerable power and broke free of Colin's Nimbus. Colin rested his glasses slightly and said calmly, "The body is quite sturdy." Just then, the other two Ash Legions joined the previous Ash Legions and rushed towards them. Li Mu's expression was icy cold as his eyes opened between his forehead and shot out an energy laser. The energy laser was extremely fast and hit an Ash Legionist. However, the Ash Legionist didn't seem to be too damaged even though it was blackened by the energy. The attacked pewter disease mutant immediately looked towards Li Mu and rushed towards him, and by now Tyrone was in command. "Sarah, Wang Yang, use your ability to top it. Oh, and use Zhu Yunxiao, top it off as well, and the others attack." This Ash Legionist's body should be similar to a fluid. Normal damage is probably hard to work. Seeing that the crowd was a bit worried, Tyrone turned his words around and spoke, "But there's no need to worry too much. These diseased mutants are just low-ranked. If they were really middle or high-ranked, they wouldn't have been repelled by Colin. Since they are low rank, they definitely have weaknesses. Prioritize attacking their head and heart positions and look for any weaknesses." Two gunshots rang out just as Tyrone's words trailed off. One of the Ash Legions sensed the danger and immediately ducked to the side. The bullet, which was about to be dodged, turned around as if it defied physical common sense and landed directly on the Ash Legion's head and heart. This ash-diseased mutant was not as good as the ash-diseased mutant that had changed into Liu Chang before, and his head and heart position was directly pierced through a large pit, and at the location of his heart, blood spurted out. The mutant wobbled twice and collapsed on the spot. Lu Ning spoke calmly. The weakness is in the heart. The other Free Awakenings looked at Lu Ning, their expressions all a bit confused. Previously, when they had faced the lesions, they had seen that Lu Ning's twin spears were very powerful. But what's the deal with bullets that bend? And compared to the surprise of these Free Awakenings, Colin was very calm, and with his backhand, he had already shot the steel needle into the heart of that Ash Legionist. This Ash Legionist was struck by lightning, and blood gushed out from the heart position as he fell heavily to the ground. Li Mu similarly attacked the heart of another mutant, killing him. After Colin killed an Ash Legion, he called out to Lin Xiao in the square, "Captain, the weakness is in the heart." "Roger." Lin Xiao's voice rang out from the mist. A fierce collision ensued, and not a moment later a shrill scream came out. Lin Xiao then slowly walked out. His expression was cold and he was shaking off the blood from his bone knife. Colin and Tyrone looked at Lu Ning at the same time, and when they saw that Lu Ning was not abnormal, both of them revealed smiles. "It's myself." Lin Xiao restored his hands to their original shape and grinned. "That guy is a 5th rank, but unfortunately not as good as me. Keep going in." Just then, however, there were footsteps again. Everyone frowned again. Lin Xiao muttered, "This number of lesions is so high?" Soon, 7 people came out of the mist and walked towards them. The leader was surprisingly Liu Chang again. When Liu Chang saw Lin Xiao, he immediately revealed a smile. "Old Lin, how is the situation?" However, what answered him were Lin Xiao's hands that turned into bone knives. Lin Xiao's expression was cold. "Stand there and don't move." Liu Chang and the people behind him were stunned, then alerted. Liu Chang looked straight at Lin Xiao. His afterglow looked at Colin's several people. His expression calmly said, "Old Lin, is there some misunderstanding?" Lin Xiao didn't answer, but instead looked at Lu Ning. "Lu Ning, what do you say?" Lu Ning calmly said, "Not a legionist." Lin Xiao was instantly relieved. He retrieved his bone knife and laughed. "Sorry old Lu, just now we ran into 4 shape-shifting legions. One of them even turned into your appearance." "A shape-shifting type of legion? Turning into me?" Liu Chang and his teammates' expressions became serious. "Here, the corpse on the ground is." Lin Xiao pointed to the body of the Ash Legionist on the ground. Looking at the limp Ash corpse, Liu Chang immediately frowned at Lin Xiao. "Then how do you prove that you are not legions?" The action members behind Liu Chang also had serious expressions. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. "How about I tell you where you went at the end of last year?" Liu Chang was stunned. His expression suddenly embarrassed. Then he dryly coughed. "I believe you now." The members of the action team behind Liu Chang looked at Liu Chang and then at Lin Xiao with a curious expression. Liu Chang felt the sight behind him and a cold sweat broke out behind him. He changed the subject. "We just finished dealing with the legions in the area and just got here. What about you guys? We haven't been over here long either. And we're not sure what's going on in the headquarters." Liu Chang nodded and said with a serious expression, "It might be using the illusory star realm. Or it might." Liu Chang didn't finish his sentence, but Lin Xiao's few people understood what Liu Chang meant. Lin Xiao categorically said, "Impossible. If the headquarters has already fallen, then that divine benefactor from the joyous heavenly kingdom must have already started spreading the spiritual radiation out. Most of these divine benefactors' ultimate goal is to please the evil god. That madman must be trying to sacrifice our entire base city to the fallen angels." Liu Chang also nodded. "That's right. Let's go. Let's go in. Let me see what the hell joyous heavenly kingdom is up to." The group assembled and headed for the headquarters gate. Chapter 82 Disappearing Team Members. Entering the front door, it was still the same familiar hall. There was no one in the hall at the moment, and the air was murky and still a little dim. Perhaps because of the white fog, visibility was a bit low compared to usual. The group stepped in cautiously. The people checked their cell phones and found that there was no signal at all, so naturally contacting the members of the bureau was not very practical. Liu Chang, Lin Xiao, and Tyrone discussed it, and ultimately, for safety's sake, they planned to slowly advance one layer at a time. However, right after all of them had entered the hall, the entire space of the hall suddenly distorted. In the next moment, Lu Ning realized that many people in the hall had disappeared, and the only ones left in place besides him were 3 other people. These 3 people included Akazuki Lin and the other 2 Free Awakenings. At this moment, Autumn Moon Lin and the 2 Free Awakenings were all looking around with horrified expressions. Upon seeing that Lu Ning was still there, Xiao Yulin hurriedly leaned over and said in alarm, "Brother Lu Ning, what's going on? Why are the others gone?" Lu Ning swept his gaze around and shook his head slightly. "I don't know." The other 2 Freedom Awakenings also came back to their senses at this moment, and similarly leaned towards Lu Ning. One of the old men with white hair spoke up. Officer Lu Ning, you're the strongest here. We're at your command. What should we do next? Another clean-looking woman, Wang Yan, also nodded her head repeatedly. I'm the same as Mr. Chi, Officer Lu Ning. You command us. Lu Ning didn't refuse, and only looked in the direction of the second-floor platform. He pulled out his twin guns and said calmly, there's a lesion coming. As his words fell, cluttered footsteps sounded at the second-floor platform, and they were getting closer and closer. Soon, a hideous, twisted monster rushed out of the corridor deep within the platform. The monsters seemed to be fused together from several humans, some of them with silver-white protective suits remaining on them. Apparently, these people were originally guards at the headquarters. At the moment, the guards had long since become diseased, and there were quite a few of them. A full dozen or so diseased mutants leapt down from the second-floor platform and quickly rushed toward Lu Ning and the others. The silver-haired old man Shiwu's face changed as he pressed his hands hard on the ground and a wall of earth surfaced. Awakened ability, Earth Elemental Control. As the wall of earth surfaced, it slightly blocked the path of the lesion's advance. Some of the lesions crashed directly into the earthen wall, making a roaring sound as the earthen wall shook violently, and a crack even appeared. And some of the lesions simply bypassed the earthen wall and continued to surround them. Just then, Lu Ning fired in quick succession. The red rose and white rose's gunshots, which seemed like cannons, continued to ring out in the hall. With each shot, a mutant was shot in the head. The heads of most of the mutants were shattered outright, and their bodies fell to the ground, skidding for a moment under the weight of inertia before coming to a stop. And there were two other lesions that hadn't had their heads shattered by the bullets, and although there were slight wounds on their heads, they weren't fatal. With such a strong defense, it had clearly exceeded the third rank. The two mutants were also a bit larger and faster than the others. Upon being attacked, the first thing they do is put their arms in front of their heads, and on top of their arms, the flesh and blood twisted, and an eye actually grew. These eyes rolled and then stared at Lu Ning in death. Lu Ning looked at those eyes and shot two more shots at the two lesions. Unfortunately, the two lesions had a large number of arms on them, all of which were blocking key parts of their bodies. Lu Ning's attack didn't do much damage. Lu Ning directly poured bullets into several other mutants, killing the others one by one. Just as the mutants were down to the last four, the two fourth-ranked mutants had already approached Lu Ning, their multiple arms protecting their vitals probed out at the same time, grasping towards Lu Ning. The power used was extremely powerful, and even made a whistling wind sound. However, just as they were about to grab Lu Ning stomped his foot on the ground and his figure instantly disappeared in place. Behind one of the lesions, white light appeared and a sound like thunder rang out. The mutant was struck by lightning, and his huge body of over 3 meters flew backwards as if it were a cannonball. In mid-air, the bones in his entire body made ear-piercing sounds as blood spurted out. Before the remaining fourth-ranked diseased mutant could react, Lu Ning had already disappeared in place again and arrived in front of him. The two heads on the body and neck of this fourth-order diseased mutant revealed a stunned expression, and all of the multiple eyeballs throughout his body stared at Lu Ning. Lu Ning clenched his right hand into a fist, and above his fist, dazzling white light flashed like the sun. In the next moment, his fist struck out towards this fourth-order diseased mutant. Boom! White waves of chi surged above Lu Ning's right fist. That fourth-order diseased mutant let out a strange hiss as multiple arms grabbed at Lu Ning's fist, trying to block his attack. However, the moment these arms touched Lu Ning's fists, their bones snapped. Lu Ning's fist blade was unstoppable, landing heavily on the chest of this fourth-order diseased mutant. Berserk power gushed out, and the chest of this fourth-order legionist collapsed and flew backwards, coughing up blood in his mouth. This fourth-order legionist flew over 10 meters and fell to the ground. His body trembled and he struggled to get up using the 3 arms that were still intact to support himself on the ground. However, Lu Ning stomped hard on the body of this legionist, directly stomping him to the ground once again. Lu Ning once again took out his twin guns and fired repeatedly at the collapsed chest of the diseased man at his feet. A legion with all of its bones broken would naturally be unable to resist such an attack. After 4 shots, the chest of this fourth-ranked diseased mutant was transformed into an exaggerated pit of blood, and his vitality had disappeared. Lu Ning turned his head to look at the fourth-ranked diseased changeling that he had initially sent flying. The life force of a fourth-order legionist was very tenacious, and he likewise didn't die. However, Lu Ning's previous punch had broken his spine, and he struggled to use his arms to support himself. Yet without the support of his spine, he could only crawl. The mutant had just crawled not far from Lu Ning at the moment, and when he saw Lu Ning looking over, he hissed at him. Lu Ning cocked his head and walked over. When this diseased mutant saw Lu Ning approaching, his whole body arms exerted force and leapt up, pouncing towards Lu Ning. However, Lu Ning turned around and kicked the diseased changeling with a kick that carried soul vibrating power, sending the diseased changeling flying once again. This time, he convulsed several times and failed to get up. Lu Ning walked over and added a few more shots to make sure the mutant was completely dead. Lu Ning then looked in the direction of the 3 autumn moonlilins. In addition to these 2 fourth-order diseased mutants, Lu Ning still had 2 more diseased mutants that he hadn't killed. At the moment, these 2 mutants were attacking the 3 of them. Autumn Moonlin. The 3 were at a disadvantage, but they barely resisted the attack. Chi Wu's Earth Elemental control could create Earth walls and Earth Elemental puppets that could slow down a diseased changeling, and Wang Yan's ability was a sonic attack. Under the sonic attack, the mutant didn't receive substantial damage but didn't dare to move forward. Together with Xiao Yulin harassing from time to time with her firearms on the side, she was able to resist the mutant as well. Lu Ning raised his twin guns and killed the 2 diseased mutants with 2 shots. Seeing that their opponents were killed so easily, the 3 of them, Autumn Moonlin, were all stunned. They then saw the corpses of the 2 fourth-order diseased mutants that seemed like rotten meat. Chi Wu and Wang Yan both sucked in a breath of cool air. Surprise was in the eyes of both men. Lu Ning's previous display of strength was that soul weapon pistol, which was extremely powerful. Now I didn't expect Lu Ning to be even better in close combat? Surprisingly, he had fought 2 such powerful legions to such an extent. Chi Wu said with some awe. Officer Lu is really powerful. The 2 fourth-order diseased mutants were all killed by you in such a short period of time. Yes, a strength like yours, Officer Lu, can be ranked at the top in our base city. Wang Yan also nodded her head repeatedly. Xiao Yulin listened to the 2 of them and tilted her head back, as if she was being complimented, and said very smugly, "What else do you need to say? Brother Lu Ning is super awesome." Lu Ning didn't care about the trio's conversation. His expression calm. Let's go. Continue in Chapter 83 Survivors. Lu Ning took the lead, and the 3 of them, Xiao Yulin, followed closely behind, the footsteps of the 4 of them echoing in the empty hall, instead appearing to be exceptionally quiet in the headquarters. They checked the first floor first and found a lot of blood in the office. There are even some offices with dead bodies in them. Again, there were many signs of battle. However, Lu Ning's group did not encounter any survivors. There are not many offices on the first floor. When the investigation was over, Lu Ning led the 3 into the stairwell. He wasn't going to go up the elevator. Just as he entered the stairwell, Lu Ning felt a strong wind coming his way. Lu Ning did not dodge and calmly watched as a handsome-looking man held a dagger toward his heart. However, as the dagger neared Lu Ning's heart, a light red shield opened. The shield merely wavered and the dagger stopped in midair. The handsome man's pupils shrunk slightly. Soul weapon? He was about to retreat when he looked up and saw the blackened muzzle of a gun. Bang! The handsome man's head exploded, splattering red and white all over the walls and floor of the stairwell. Wang Yan looked at the headless body that fell to the ground and revealed a hint of regret. Quite handsome. I didn't expect to be a cultist? Lu Ning shook his head. It's a legionist. Wang Yan was shocked. Are all the legions nowadays this good looking? Lu Ning didn't reply, while Autumn Moonlight Lin explained. It's possible that the diseased changelings that Joy Heaven got out would be like this. It should be from that fallen incense. Xiao Yulin remembered how handsome Gao Tianlin looked after his legion earlier. Lu Ning led the 3 up the stairs. After arriving on the second floor, Lu Ning's few people continued to search room by room. However, legions were encountered in several rooms instead, and none of the survivors. This caused Wang Yan and Chi Wu's hearts to keep sinking. Chi Wu's expression was a bit ugly as he spoke. How come there's not a single survivor? And even the teammates who came in with us before can't be found? What the hell kind of place is this? Wang Yan also kept frowning, but did not open her mouth. Lu Ning glanced at Chi Wu and calmly said, "The spiritual pollution in your body has gotten higher. Calm your mind." Chi Wu's face changed slightly. My spiritual pollution has gotten higher? Xiao Yulin looked at Chi Wu and nodded. Elder Chi, I think you're a bit more grumpy than just now. Wang Yan's face also changed slightly when she thought about it. Chi Wu gulped and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He then took a deep breath and spoke. It's fine. I'll relax next. You don't have to worry, Officer Lu. Lu Ning nodded slightly and didn't say much. Just then, a sudden roar sounded in the distance. The commotion shook everyone to their core. Is it a survivor? Akazuki Lin exclaimed. Lu Ning, on the other hand, ran directly in that direction, running through a corridor and turning a corner. Lu Ning and his group saw where the sound had come from. A man and a woman in trench coats faced a group of mutants fighting and retreating down a metal corridor. Both were members of the Misty Bureau's operations team. Lu Ning had even met them before. People who had followed Yen Feng and escorted the reward supplies. At the moment, the 2 of them were covered in blood, and they couldn't even use their awakening abilities. As Lu Ning and the others saw the 2, a diseased mutant with tentacles growing out of its back shot out its tentacles and was heavily pumping them into the woman's chest. The woman immediately flew backwards, spitting out blood from her mouth. Seeing this, the man let out a sad and angry roar. Little smoke. Yet he was incapable of fighting back, and even the hand that held the firearm had begun to tremble. Just as the tentacle shot again, the shot rang out. The legion's tentacles were instantly snapped off by the bullet. The mutant let out a low growl of pain. Yet another bullet followed. Bang! The mutant's head took a heavy blow, taking his entire body backwards. However, the bullet did not shatter the mutant's head. Being able to resist the attack of the twin guns, it was obvious that the strength of this diseased changeling should have already reached the 4th rank. The mutant's attack was interrupted, however, giving the man a chance to catch his breath as he backed up and dodged the rest of the mutant's attacks. Just as the mutant backed up, Lu Ning walked past him, firing his twin guns at the mutants in rapid succession. These lesions are strong and weak. The strong ones, similar to the tentacle lesions, are already of the 4th order, while the weak ones are below the 3rd order. Lu Ning realized that he could tell how strong or weak these lesions were by the level of spiritual pollution in their bodies. All of his attacks landed on the diseased mutants who weren't so strong that they could be killed directly with a bullet. When these mutants approached Lu Ning, there were only 3 4th-order mutants left. These include a tentacle lesion, a largemouth lesion and a muscle giant. The tentacle mutant shot out more than a dozen tentacles and surrounded Lu Ning, and the big-mouthed mutant opened his hideous mouth, saliva dripping down so that even the metal floor was corroded with pits of blue smoke. Every step the muscle giant took caused the corridor to shake a bit, while the ground under his feet sunk a few points directly into the ground. Lu Ning's expression remained calm as he faced the 3 4th order awakened, and he placed his twin guns into their holsters and clenched his fists. His body then disappeared into place, more than a dozen tentacles falling short, leaving a crater where he was. When Lu Ning reappeared, he had already arrived in front of the tentacle-diseased mutant. The tentacle lesion is humanoid, with the same tentacles growing from its head, plus those on its back, adding up to dozens of them. Upon seeing Lu Ning approaching, all of his tentacles seemed to be touched and surrounded Lu Ning. Then white light flashed and the roar of the soul-vibrating fist resounded throughout the corridor. This punch directly struck the tentacles that stood between Lu Ning and the tentacle mutant into a bloody mist. Lu Ning's fist landed heavily on the tentacled lesionist's head. With just one punch, the tentacle-diseased mutant's head was blown off. This tentacled lesionist was obviously not a particularly powerful type of flesh. The sound of the tentacle mutant's headless body falling to the ground rang out, and Lu Ning had already disappeared once again. As Lu Ning disappeared, the muscle giant had just appeared where Lu Ning had previously stood, and his huge fist landed, denting the metal floor with a large crater. Lu Ning's body appeared above the head of this muscle giant. Just as Lu Ning was planning to attack, a scarlet wind struck him, and the largemouth diseased mutant dodged past Lu Ning's side, its sharp claws slashing towards Lu Ning's neck. However, the claw was blocked by the red shield as it approached Lu Ning's neck. It was the shield activated by the Scarlet Battle Armor Soul artifact on Lu Ning's body. Lu Ning immediately changed direction, casually grabbing the claws of the largemouth mutant, and with a consistent force, directly slammed the largemouth mutant towards the muscle giant below. Boom! The two lesions collided with a deafening sound, the massive force causing both to fall to the ground at the same time. Lu Ning heavily stomped on the big-mouthed mutant's back and slammed his fist down. Boom! The big-mouthed mutant's head was immediately dented, and blood gushed out of his mouth. But even though his head was dented, the powerful vitality of the mutant still allowed the big-mouthed mutant to survive. He struggled and twisted his head to bite Lu Ning. However, Lu Ning stomped down heavily, and the kick with the soul-vibrating fist directly stomped on him, breaking his bones. And the muscle giant underneath the loudmouthed mutant, who had been trying to get up, stumbled from the stomp. However, the muscle giant stabilized his stance and punched heavily towards Lu Ning. The strong wind blew Lu Ning's hair flying, yet it was as if he was unaware of it. He clenched his fist again and punched the loudmouth mutant hard where his head was dented. The punch had knocked the big-mouthed mutant's head straight into the shape of a clay pot. Even the powerful vitality of the lesionist could not save his life, and this big-mouthed lesionist died on the spot. And at that moment the muscle giant's fist had arrived. The shield activated on Lu Ning's body resisted for a few moments before it was eventually broken, and the huge fist landed on Lu Ning's body. Boom! Lu Ning was hit and flew backwards. He flipped over in mid-air. His paws stepped on the wall. His legs exerted force, and he shot towards the muscle giant like an arrow. Chapter 84 Living Soul Weapon. The muscle giant roared angrily in the face of the shooting Lu Ning, clenching his fists with both hands and slamming them down hard at Lu Ning. In the face of the muscle giant's falling fists, a white light flashed above Lu Ning's right hand. Fists clashed and roars rang out, followed by the sound of bones breaking and agonizing cries of pain. Lu Ning's body was much smaller than the muscle giant's, and the gap between his fists was even greater. But under the collision of the two fists, the power of the soul-vibrating fist completely erupted, and the violent power directly shattered the muscle giant's bones. The muscle giant stumbled backward under the tremendous force, and Lu Ning landed on the ground in reaction. After he landed, he didn't pause for a second and charged at the muscle giant once again. Both fists clenched. Lu Ning swung his fists in succession. The muscular giant's defense was the highest among the 3/4 order diseased mutants, and it took 3 consecutive punches before Lu Ning shattered the muscular giant's chest, and the violent force shattered his internal organs. Even so, the muscle giant's strong vitality still made him swing his fists to try to counterattack. However, just as the fist came close to Lu Ning, it lost its strength, and that huge body swayed and fell to the ground. Lu Ning looked at the 3 corpses of the 4th order diseased mutants on the ground and exhaled slightly before turning his head to look behind him. Not to mention Xiu Yulin, both Wang Yan and Qi Wu already had a deep knowledge of Lu Ning's strength. The two of them were not much surprised to see Lu Ning kill 3 4th order disease changers in the raw. The Division 1 operations man, however, was currently kneeling down in front of the woman who had been jerked away earlier, not paying any attention to Lu Ning's situation at all. The man's eyes were red and his hands were trembling slightly. Smokey, hold on. Hold on. Lu Ning looked toward the woman who had fallen to the ground. At this moment, blood was continuously gushing from the corners of the woman's mouth. Her face was already as pale as paper, and her breath was also very weak. She looked at the man with red eyes and opened her mouth. As a result, just as she opened her mouth, another mouthful of blood gushed out. The woman struggled to reach out, reaching for the man's face, who hastened to grip her hand and bring his own face up. She struggled to swallow the blood and spoke hoarsely and hard. Live. On. After saying this, the woman stopped breathing completely. The man looked at the woman's face. His lips trembled continuously. Tears slowly flowed down his face. He opened his mouth but failed to make any sound. He looked straight at the woman as if he had lost his soul. The 3 of them, Autumn Moon Lin, were silent as they looked at the man. Autumn Moon Lin, who was herself young and emotional, secretly wiped her tears. As for Wang Yan and Qi Wu, the 2 of them had already been in the awakened circle for many years, and although they had some feelings, they didn't have too many feelings other than that. The whole corridor fell silent. Lu Ning walked over to the man and calmly said, "She's dead." The man did not speak. Lu Ning thought for a moment and tapped him on the shoulder. "I need information." The man's body shook at the words, and then it was as if he had returned to his senses. He sniffled hard, wiped his eyes, and slowly lowered the woman's hand, then looked up at Lu Ning and said, "Brother, I've made you laugh." Lu Ning shook his head. "It's fine. It's human nature." The man tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile that was worse than tears as he spoke. "I know you. You're Lu Ning, right? Your performance during the siege of the Joy Heavenly Kingdom's top brass last time was impressive." Lu Ning nodded. "I am Lu Ning. Are you asking me about headquarters? Well, I heard that a high-risk level soul weapon appeared in the headquarters. How did it appear?" Upon hearing Lu Ning's question, an expression of anger and hatred surfaced on the man's face. "We were all tricked. Those joyous Celestial Kingdom bastards were caught on purpose. They knew that we would collect all the fallen incense, and that incense wasn't an unusual and dangerous item, but a soul artifact embryo." Soul weapon embryo? Lu Ning frowned, thinking of the soul armament embryo he had previously seen in that black market at the One Tree Bar. Horcrux embryos are essentially one of the dangerous goods that also emit spiritual radiation, much like the fallen incense. Could it be that that high-risk level soul weapon was metamorphosed from those fallen incense? But how is that possible? How could such a high-level soul tool complete its metamorphosis so easily? Qi Wu was somewhat disbelieving. The man laughed bitterly twice and said, "Normally speaking, it is of course impossible for a high-level soul tool to metamorphose so smoothly. But, those members of the joyous heavenly kingdom sacrificed themselves. They used themselves as a cauldron and housed those smoky incense, which ultimately led to the smooth birth of that higher critical grade soul artifact." What? Sacrificing themselves? Autumn Moon Lin was a bit shocked. So many members of the joyous heavenly kingdom, all of them sacrificed themselves? They're too crazy. Wang Yan and Qi Wu were also shocked. Although we didn't know exactly how many members of the joyous heavenly kingdom there were, but listening to them, there should be quite a large number of them. And such a large number of members of the joyous heavenly kingdom sacrificed themselves at the same time just to allow the birth of a single soul artifact. This was naturally incomprehensible to normal awakened people. The man glanced at the shocked trio, and then at Lu Ning, who had a calm expression, and said, "There are some crazinesses that ordinary people can't understand, and most of these crazinesses come from the evil gods, as well as their followers. I think Lu Ning should be able to understand." Lu Ning was a bit confused. "No, I can't understand it either." The man didn't care about Lu Ning's reply as he continued. "After they sacrificed themselves, the fallen incense furnace appeared. The first moment the fallen incense furnace appeared, Powerful spiritual radiation and fallen power spread outwards. The first wave of spiritual radiation directly sickened quite a few ordinary people who were working at the headquarters, including those medical staff and defense guards. I'm sure you guys have seen the lesions as well. Lu Ning nodded slightly. What about the others? Chief Wang, your lieutenant and captain. Where are they? The man's expression was unsightly as he spoke. They went to the treasury to fetch a medium-risk level soul tool the first time the fallen incense burner was born, intending to seal this incense burner. A high-risk level soul tool without a user is dangerous. But if you don't count your life, a middle-ranked awakened person using a medium-risk level soul tool can still hope to seal it. But that fallen incense burner is alive. Wang Yan and the three of them looked at each other. Shi Wu was a bit unable to accept it and said, "Are you saying that the soul tool is alive? How is that possible? How could a soul artifact be alive? That's clearly an artifact." Lu Ning was calm as he spoke. Is it the influence of spiritual instincts? What came to his mind was the mental instinct conjecture he had heard Ning Forget and Philly and the others talk about earlier in the hospital room. I don't know what it's because of, but that Horcrux is just alive. Perhaps high-risk level soul tools are special? The man shook his head as a look of fear gradually appeared on his face. He slowly said, that fallen incense burner perhaps sensed its dangerous situation, and even fell a medium-risk soul artifact of the headquarters, illusory star boundary, and utilized the illusory star boundary to divide the space. And Bureau Wang and the rest of them were dispersed, and so were we. Lu Ning nodded slightly. So you were separated from the others and surrounded by the disease to this point? The man laughed bitterly. It's not exactly being separated from everyone. There were 7 other people who were originally with me and Little Smoke, and they're all dead. Chapter 85, Fear. Lu Ning's few people fell silent when they heard the man's words. Lu Ning then inquired, where is that fallen incense burner? The man looked at Lu Ning in surprise. That's a high-risk level soul weapon. You guys will die if you go over there. Perhaps even the spiritual radiation it emits you guys won't be able to block it. Lu Ning calmly said, I'll just go over there. They won't. Autumn Moon Lin sniffed and opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately did not. Autumn Moon Lin knew her own strength. Facing a high-risk level soul weapon, even just mental radiation was enough to make her sick. Wang Yan and Shi Wu didn't say much either. The fact that they were still alive after becoming free awakened for so long was that they had a clear perception of their own strength. The man fell silent and spoke. The fallen incense burner is in the location of the original incense study, located on the 6th floor. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Got it. He then looked around and spoke. Are there any other survivors here? The man shook his head. I don't know. We didn't find any other survivors in the first place, but we came down from the 3rd floor. We haven't been up there on the 3rd floor. And you've had quite a few people come in, haven't you? Maybe some new people will come in. And how do I get rid of the space division? This should require finding the illusory star realm in order to do so, but I don't know where the illusory star realm is right now. Lu Ning thought about it and had no further questions. He spoke. We've cleared out the diseased here, so you can rest here. We'll leave first. The man forced a smile at Lu Ning and spoke. Lu Ning, from last time I knew you were extraordinary. Maybe you can survive. Go for it. Lu Ning calmly said. I won't die. Without further ado, the man turned his attention to the woman who had fallen to the ground. Reaching out to straighten her messy hair, Lu Ning said no more and turned to leave. The 3 of them, Autumn Moon Lin, also hurriedly followed. After the group had walked along the corridor for a while, there was suddenly a gunshot from behind them. Lu Ning and the others paused in their steps. Lu Ning turned his head, and saw the man holding the woman, and the 2 of them fell to the ground in an embrace, as if they were asleep. Autumn moonlight covered her mouth, her eyes red. Wang Yan on the side sighed a little. What a surprise. Shi Wu looked at the 2. Then said, shall we go? Lu Ning nodded, and the group continued to leave. The Misty Bureau headquarters building covered an extensive area, with intricate corridors on each floor. They searched down the corridor one by one and found some more lesions, but the survivors remain undiscovered. What the man had said earlier, one of their team had died. On the other hand, the members of the action team that had come in with Lu Ning and the others had not come to their part of the space. Go to the 3rd floor. Lu Ning walked toward the interfloor. Just then, space distorted, and an illusory residual shadow appeared in front of Lu Ning's few people. It was the image of several awakened beings surrounded by a group of diseased mutants. There were a large number of diseased mutants, and a group of awakened were surrounded in the center. And although they fought hard, it was still difficult to resist. A youth is grabbed by the arm of a muscular giant and dragged through the circle of defenses into a swarm of mutants. With an expression of horror and desperation, he yelled, Ah, help me. However, the next moment, he was directly torn into pieces. The corners of Zivu's mouth twitched and he hissed, It's Reagan. Some of the others are friends who came with us earlier. Wang Yan's face was pale and her body trembled slightly. She looked at the illusory remnants and saw that in the wake of Reagan's death, there was a hole in the defense circle, and the defenses formed by the other awakened were quickly broken as all of them were devoured by the diseased. Dismembered limbs and broken arms flew about in the air, and blood spurted out. Miserable as hell. Autumn Moon Lin bent over to dry heave, and her body was also trembling slightly, a look of fear appearing in her eyes. Only Lu Ning remained calm, looking at the illusory remnant. He spoke. This should be an image projected using the power of that illusory star realm. It's probably made by that fallen incense burner. Autumn Moon Lin couldn't believe it. Then why did the soul weapon do that? Lu Ning glanced at her and spoke. In order to make people fearful. It is in fear that the spirit gradually breaks down, and the sickness becomes easier. Wang Yan and Qi Wu were struck by lightning. A look of horror appeared in their eyes. Wang Yan gulped and said with some disbelief, a soul weapon, to have such an idea? Qi Wu's body even trembled slightly. In that case, aren't we all being played by it? Lu Ning shook his head. That's not true. If it was really that powerful, it wouldn't be using these little tricks. However, in the next moment, the diseased mutant in that illusory remnant slowly turned into a solid body and appeared above the corridor. The diseased mutants who had just completed their killings were covered in blood, and all of them turned their gazes toward Lu Ning and the others with horrifyingly ferocious eyes. This sudden appearance of the lesions caused Akazuki Rin to hold her breath, and Wang Yan and Qi Wu couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Lu Ning's expression was calm as he picked up his twin guns. In the hallway, gunshots rang out, followed by a thunderous boom. In just less than a minute, the diseased mutants who had previously torn apart a group of awakened ones had been reduced to corpses and spread all over the corridor. Lu Ning calmly reloaded his twin guns, then looked at the 3 people behind him. Autumn Moon Lin. Now in this case it looks like the fallen incense burner has the ability to make diseased mutants from other space realms appear in our realm. So be careful. Autumn Moonling nodded. Just then, Qi Wu let out a low chuckle. Ha! Lu Ning looked toward Qi Wu, then frowned slightly. In his line of sight, the white mist within Qi Wu's body, which was originally still quite sparse, began to become more numerous at an extremely fast speed. His mental pollution was rising rapidly. Wang Yan and Xiao Yulin also noticed something wrong with Qi Wu. The 2 of them hurriedly took a few steps away from Qi Wu. Wang Yan tried to call out to Qi Wu. Master Qi, are you alright? Qi Wu laughed. We won't survive. We will all die. The high-risk level soul weapons are too terrifying. We'll be torn apart just like everyone else. The clothes on his back could seem to be writhing with tentacles, and his expression began to grow grim. Just then, his body suddenly trembled, and the writhing tentacles under his clothes disappeared. He looked up at Lu Ning with a pleading look in his eyes. Don't kill me. I'm still saved. I'm not completely diseased yet. Lu Ning didn't say anything and pressed the red rose against Qi Wu's head. Qi Wu's eyes became more fearful. No, don't kill me. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly became hideous. You forced me to do it. A sharp stone pillar shot out from underneath Lu Ning's feet, shooting toward the center of his legs. However, when this stone pillar approached Lu Ning, it was resisted by a red light shield. Bang! Qi Wu's head exploded. Lu Ning retrieved the red rose and calmly said, let's go. Wang Yan glanced at Qi Wu's headless body with some sadness and followed along with Xiao Yulin. Chapter 86, The Future Has Changed. The trio made their way to the 3rd floor and continued their search for survivors. But after searching the 3rd floor, only a handful of lesions were found. Wang Yan speculated, is it possible that the team of those 2 just now killed basically all the diseased mutants here? After all, they appeared on the 3rd floor to begin with. It's possible. Lu Ning led them to the 4th floor again. Just after arriving on the 4th floor, Lu Ning realized that the concentration of spiritual radiation had become higher again. This was probably due to the fact that it was getting closer and closer to the fallen incense burner. It naturally had no effect on Lu Ning, but both Xiao Yulin and Wang Yan frowned. Xiao Yulin looked around somewhat nervously, then asked Lu Ning, Brother Lu Ning, did you hear anything? Wang Yan nodded her head as she sniffed. I heard it too. It seems like someone was whispering, but I couldn't hear what he said. Lu Ning calmly looked at the 2 of them and spoke. It should be the spiritual pollution brought about by the spiritual radiation, and you are hallucinating. The 2 of them sniffed. Their faces dramatically changed, and they both fell into silence. Lu Ning thought for a moment and spoke. You guys might get sick if you stay here for a while. Go downstairs. The 3 floors below have already been cleared. There won't be any lesions. You should be safe. Wang Yan was a little nervous. But, just now you saw it. Officer Lu Ning, the fallen incense burner will get the mutants over. If there are only 2 of us, we will definitely be killed by the mutants. Xiao Yulin was also a bit worried. Brother Lu Ning, why don't we just follow you? After the previous few floors, Wang Yan and Xiao Yulin both felt that the only way to feel safe was to follow Lu Ning. Lu Ning calmly said, "It doesn't matter to me. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to hold out." "We'll definitely hold up." The two nodded solemnly. Lu Ning said no more and turned to walk out of the stairwell. Just as he stepped out of the stairwell, Lu Ning saw two lesions in the hallway. The spiritual contamination within one of the lesions was quite severe, having reached the point of the fourth order. Perhaps it was because the closer you got to the area of the fallen incense furnace, the stronger the lesions became. The first time these two mutants saw Lu Ning's trio, they rushed over. However, to Lu Ning, these two lesions were not enough. He killed one of the third order mutants with a single shot, and the rest of his punches shattered the fourth order mutant's head. Perhaps because the commotion was a little too loud. A few doors on either side of the corridor were slammed open and some more lesions appeared. There were a full 3 fourth order lesions among these lesions. However, it was still an easy kill for Lu Ning. When the sounds of battle subsided, the corridors had become pockmarked with the bodies and blood of the diseased. Go! Lu Ning led Xiao Yulin and Wang Yan to step over the corpses of the diseased people 1 foot deeper and 1 foot shallower as they continued to go deeper. Just as they walked through 2 corridors, Lu Ning's trio once again saw the illusory projection. There are 4 people in this projection. 2 of them were familiar to Lu Ning. One is Ong Ki-moon and the other is Tyrone. The other 2 were ones that Lu Ning had never seen before. Not even the Free Awakened who had come with Tyrone this time. None of the 4 were in good shape at the moment. Wang Qiwen's left arm was bent at a strange angle. It should be broken. And his face was pale, not as spirited as before. The other 2 were covered in blood and had shriveled faces, and Tyrone looked to be in the best shape of the 4, though his face was as pale as paper. And now and then a grimace surfaced. Because it was an illusory projection of space, Lu Ning was unable to see Tyrone's state of mental pollution. But by the look on Tyrone's face, I'm afraid he's on the verge of a lesion. As Lu Ning saw the 4, Wang Yan and Xiao Yulin behind him likewise saw them. The first moment she saw Wang Qiwen, Xiao Yulin exclaimed out in shock, "Brother Lu Ning, it's Brother Wang. His hand is injured." Lu Ning nodded. "Aha." Xiao Yulin's expression became even more complicated as she followed Lu Ning all the way and didn't encounter too many dangers because all the dangers were blocked by Lu Ning. For Akazuki Lin, the biggest danger was instead the ubiquitous high concentration of spiritual radiation here. It wasn't until she saw Wang Qiwen that Xiao Yulin realized how lucky she was. Wang Yin frowned. "There are false shadows again. So I guess it's another attempt to make us fearful? How come we don't see any lesions?" Lu Ning didn't say anything as footsteps sounded at the end of the corridor in the illusory projection. Lu Ning then saw a man in a suit uniform slowly walk out. The man's looks were very handsome, with an evil smile on his face if nothing else. At just the first glance, everyone knew that this guy must be a diseased mutant or a high-ranking member of the joyful kingdom of heaven, because just by seeing him, everyone present, with the exception of Lu Ning, could feel the eerie seductive aura coming from him. The 4 Tyrone people stopped in their tracks, and the 3 Wang Qiwen people took a step back, a tense look appearing on their faces, and Tyrone, with a stoic face, stood in the way. His icy voice rang out, "Higher-ups of Joy Heaven?" The man smiled slightly, his smile evil. "Oh, guessed right, but no reward." Tyrone clenched his fists and said slowly, "It seems that not all members of the joyful kingdom of heaven have sacrificed themselves." "Ha, you mean the ones that were captured at your headquarters? They are nothing more than sacrifices, and I'm the one who follows Her Highness the Holy Maiden's heart." Tyrone's expression turned cold as he slowly said, "How dare you be so bold as to want to destroy our base city? Aren't you afraid of the retaliation of the Federation's powerhouses? The number of cults that have been destroyed under our retaliation is not small." The man laughed as if he had heard some funny joke, and after laughing for a while, he said, "That was only before. The future has changed." The man's expression was filled with fervor. "My lord has already sent down an oracle. He is about to descend. At that time, other than the believers who trust in my lord, all other humans will become my lord's sustenance." Tyrone snorted. "How many times have you guys said that routine? But we haven't seen any evil gods descend until now. The past was the past. The future has changed." The man still repeated the phrase. He then looked at Tyrone dead on and spoke. "Watch. Next, there will be more and more miracles from the mists. And these are all evidence of my lord's imminent arrival." He then laughed. "Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. Because you're all going to die here." He was about to open his mouth to speak the words of the fall, when in the next moment, a lightning bolt flashed from Tyrone's body. Even if one leg was a metal prosthetic leg, Tyrone's speed was still extremely fast, and he instantly arrived in front of the man. He grabbed the man's neck with one hand and flung him hard against the wall. The next moment, the metal wall was dented. The man coughed up a mouthful of blood. Tyrone clenched his fist with one hand, lightning and white light flashing above his fist as it was about to fall. However, just then, Tyrone's face changed, and a black feather grew out of the skin on his arm. With a grim expression, he took a few steps back and let out a low roar of pain. The handsome man was loosened up and he coughed a few times before looking at Tyrone with some trepidation. Soon after, he laughed out loud. "You are very strong, but it's a pity that you're close to becoming sick. Ha ha ha, to think that you're almost diseased?" The handsome man smiled and laughed, and his expression became hideous. "In that case, let me give you a ride." Fallen, Tyrone's body shook so much that his clothes began to tear, and a feather that looked like a steel needle grew rapidly out of his side. He let out a low growl. "Run! You run down!" One of the awakened ones said unwillingly. "Captain Tyrone, we can't let you stay here alone." Roll! A thunderbolt surfaced around Tyrone. His hands actually began to transform into sharp claws. The three of them glanced at each other, and Wang Chuan's face twitched as he yelled in a low voice. "Hurry up!" The three turned and ran toward the stairway. "Want to go?" The handsome man let out an evil laugh and was about to use his ability on the three. Just then, however, a sharp claw instantly grabbed the handsome man by the neck and carried him into a room off to the side of the hallway, slamming the door shut and locking it behind him. Chapter 87. Trouble. A mournful scream accompanied by and the roar of clashing metal came from inside the unlocked room. The walls on the side of the room near the corridor bulged from time to time, as if they had been struck from the inside with tremendous force. The roar rang out for close to a minute, and blood continued to flow out of the doorway, before the mournful screams faded away. The whole room became very quiet in a somewhat unusual way. Looking at the quiet illusory remnants, Wang Yan and Xiao Yulin were both tense, their foreheads sweating coldly, their eyes staring deathly at the unlocked room. Just then, a roar rang out, and a large hole was punched through the alloy-built wall, and a hideous monster stepped out. It was a tall, almost nearly 3-meter humanoid creature. The humanoid creature was covered in black feathers and had a hideous bird-like head that could only vaguely make out the shadow of Tyrone. Lu Ning looked at the humanoid monster that Tyrone had morbidly transformed into, and a wave appeared in his eyes. Wang Yan's face even changed, sad and fearful. "It's boss Tyrone? How did he become like this?" Akazuki Lin didn't know Tyrone very well, but in the very few times she had interacted with him, she knew that the older man was a warm-hearted person. Seeing what Tyrone had become, Autumn Moonlighting's eyes were also slightly red, but equally terrified. Lu Ning brother, will Uncle Tyrone come over?" As soon as Akazuki Lin had finished speaking, Space Warped and the lesion that Tyrone had become appeared in the hallway. When Tyrone saw the sudden appearance of Lu Ning's trio, killing intent surfaced in his originally icy eyes. He let out a low roar, and purple thunderbolts gradually emerged between his black feathers. In the next moment, it was as if he had transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing on Lu Ning's side, his sharp claws sweeping toward him. The claws that flashed with lightning were blocked by the blood-red shield, but in just an instant, the shield shattered and the claws swept toward Lu Ning's face. Lu Ning raised his hands to block, white light flashing above his hands. A roar rang out, and Lu Ning and Tyrone flew backwards at the same time. The location where the two had been before was now even more sunken in a large area. Lu Ning crashed into the metal wall and glanced at his arm, which had been torn apart by the massive shock, the arm wound recovering in the blink of an eye. With a calm expression, he looked at the diseased mutant that Tyrone had transformed into and spoke calmly. "Let me give you a ride." The diseased mutant that Tyrone had transformed into seemed to have lost his consciousness, and with bloodthirsty eyes, he once again charged towards Lu Ning. However, right at that moment, his body suddenly paused, as if he was being controlled. Subsequently, Tyrone's originally hideous face twisted and struggled, and even gradually took on a few of its original appearance. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan exclaimed, "Boss Tyrone, is that you? Can you recover?" Tyrone's eyes carried sobriety as he swept his gaze over the three, then looked at Lu Ning. He barely grinned. "Kid, help me apologize to Lao Lin. I have to go first. Lousy, but I promise that I won't trouble you guys." Lu Ning's eyes wavered, and before he could speak, Tyrone's claws stabbed hard into his skull. Perhaps because Tyrone himself was powerful, the monsters he sickened were just as powerful. Even after being stabbed in the head, it still carries life. However, then, Tyrone's entire body flashed with lightning, and the violent power of thunder directly poured into his skull along the wound. Tyrone's hideous body shuddered a few times, then slowly fell to the ground. After falling to the ground, Tyrone's originally hideous body gradually regained its human form. In Lu Ning's line of sight, the originally incredibly dense white mist within his body gradually dissipated, eventually restoring clarity. Lu Ning fell silent and stepped forward, taking off his own blood-stained trench coat and covering Tyrone's body, covering the body that could not be covered by the tattered clothes that had been torn to shreds due to the lesions. He picked up Tyrone's body and placed it in an untouched room off to the side. He then walked out of the room and said to Wang Yan and Xiao Yulin, who were equally silent at the door, "Let's go." Wang Yan didn't move as she looked at Tyrone's corpse and spoke, "Officer Lu Ning, you and Sister Xiaolin should go." Lu Ning looked at Wang Yan with some confusion. Wang Yan ruffled her hair, her gaze somewhat distant, recalling, "When I first awakened, I knew nothing about the world of awakened people and didn't dare to join the Mist Bureau. I was very confused at that time. Thanks to Boss Tyrone. He helped me a lot. I can't just look at his body and leave it here like this. I'm limited, and I don't think I'll be able to help much the rest of the way. I'd like to take Boss Tyrone's body down with me." When Xiao Yulin heard this, she was silent and spoke, "I'll join you with Sister Wang Yan, Brother Lu Ning. I'll be a burden if I continue to follow you, so I won't go with you." Lu Ning glanced at the two and nodded. "Good." Wang Yan picked up Tyrone's body. Xiao Yulin carried her battle axe and followed Wang Yan, and the two of them walked back along the way they came. Lu Ning watched the two disappear down the corridor and turned to go deeper once again. Lu Ning understood in his heart that if Wang Yan and Xiao Yulin continued to follow him, even if he was able to deal with all of the mutants, just the increasing level of mental pollution was not something that the two could withstand. Although walking back was equally dangerous in terms of the possibility of running into a lesion, it was relatively safer than continuing to follow Lu Ning instead. After not needing to consider Wang Yan and Xiao Yulin, Lu Ning advanced a few points faster instead. He didn't need to think about the ambush of the lesion. Even if he was injured, or even killed, it would be nothing more than a trivial matter to Lu Ning. In no time at all, Lu Ning swept the fourth floor, making sure that there were no survivors or diseased mutants, and not finding the so-called illusory Star Realm soul artifact, he turned around and headed for the fifth floor through the stairs. After arriving on the fifth floor, Lu Ning clearly detected an abnormality. The concentration of mental pollution here is a bit higher than on the fourth floor, but the left side of it is higher than any other direction. This means that the spiritual radiation is stronger in this direction. Either there is a powerful diseased or awakened person, or there is a dangerous item or a Horcrux. Lu Ning made a snap decision and rushed in towards the left corridor. However, just after running for a short while, Lu Ning heard footsteps coming from behind him. He stopped and looked behind him. Two figures ran out from the side of the hallway. After seeing Lu Ning, both figures were stunned, then revealed a look of surprise. "Lu Ning? I didn't expect it to be you." The one who spoke was Colin. In addition to Colin, there was also a cold blonde holding a long sword, the very same Yan Cheng that he had met before. Yan Cheng nodded at Lu Ning. "Long time no see." Just then, as if he had thought of something, Colin stopped in his tracks, looked at Lu Ning warily, and spoke, "How do you prove that you are the person himself?" Lu Ning broke his own arm without a face, and then his arm recovered. "Colin, well, you are in person. Yan Cheng, underscore? What kind of proof is this?" Lu Ning spoke in confusion. "Why are you guys here?" Colin said, "The two of us met in another area. Originally we were planning to finish clearing this floor and then go to the floor above. We didn't expect to hear footsteps when we came here, so we followed." Yan Cheng nodded and looked at Lu Ning and asked, "I see that you seem to be running in a certain direction. Is there a purpose?" Lu Ning calmly said, "There's a strong spiritual radiation in this direction, and I want to go check it out." Hearing this, Colin and Yan Cheng looked at each other. "Let's go together." Chapter 88 Unreal Star Realm. Lu Ning glanced at the two and nodded. "Follow them." The two of them, Colin and Yan Cheng, followed Lu Ning and moved onward. Along the way, they encountered a few more lesions, but Colin and Yan Cheng weren't weak like the two Wang Yan and Xiao Yulin, especially Yan Cheng. The last time Lu Ning had seen her, she was still of the third rank, and now after a few months, she had been raised to the fourth rank, the same rank as Colin. Moreover, both of them were carrying soul weapons, so their strength was naturally extremely powerful. Facing the pathologists blocking their way, the three of them easily killed them as if they were slicing and dicing. Just as the three came to the end of a corridor, there was no way ahead. This made Colin frown. He looked around and didn't find any other path, then looked at Lu Ning and said, "Lu Ning? There's no road ahead of here. Are you sure this is the right direction? Is it the wrong way?" "That's the direction." Lu Ning's expression was calm as he swept his gaze across the surroundings, then directed it to the left side of the end, on a metal wall that looked intact. Without stopping, he took a step in the direction of the wall. Upon arriving at the wall, Lu Ning pondered, then probed his hand and grabbed in the direction of the wall. Just as Lu Ning's palm touched the wall suddenly appeared with watery ripples, as if Lu Ning's hand had passed through the water. It had actually probed into the inside of the wall. This turn of events caused both Colin and Yan Cheng to be stunned and a bit surprised. Then Colin thought of something and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Spatial power. It's the illusory star realm. as Colin's voice had just fallen. A furious beam of light shot straight out from the wall towards Lu Ning's head. Lu Ning's blood-colored shield around his body was shattered just as it appeared, and the beam of light directly penetrated Lu Ning's head, leaving a huge wound. Lu Ning's body was thrown and fell to the ground on the spot, and after this beam of light penetrated Lu Ning's head, the aftermath was unabated and landed on the wall behind Lu Ning, and the wall directly exploded and was torn out with a huge gash. This turn of events caused both Colin and Yanqing to be shocked beyond belief. They looked at the direction the beam was coming from with unparalleled vigilance, and Colin used his Horcruxes at the first opportunity. Beckoning with his hand as pieces of metal flew in from not far away and hovered around him. The long knife in Yanqing's hand was also flowed by the cool silver light again, and her entire person seemed to have turned into a long knife that was extremely sharp. At the same time, space fluctuated at the location of the wall from which the beam had been shot, and a door appeared. Inside the door was a void in which starlight flickered, as if it were a cosmic vacuum. There were several figures standing in the cosmic vacuum at the moment. One of them was a beautiful-looking woman in a long purple dress, and the woman held a glass ball in her white hand. Inside this glass sphere seems to be a vacuum and contains a galaxy. At the moment the galaxies within the glass sphere shimmered with starlight, flowing slowly, and on either side of the woman, there are two lesions. One of the lesions was a muscle giant with sharp barbs at its joints and covered in blood-colored muscles, and this muscle giant was even taller than 4 meters, larger than the few Lu Ning had encountered before. The other was an irregular mass of flesh and blood. The bloody mass had tons of eyes and slime-laced tentacles. This was somewhat similar to the appearance of the joyful Heavenly Kingdom members that Lu Ning had previously encountered in the slums after their deep lesions. But again, it was a mass of flesh and blood, and this one was much more mentally contaminated than the previous one. The beautiful woman laughed softly with a bit of helplessness. You were discovered even after hiding so well? I will be scolded by Her Highness the Holy Maiden. In order not to affect Her Highness the Holy Maiden's plans, the smile on the beautiful woman's face became a bit more bizarre and icy. You'll just have to be invited to die. Just then, Lu Ning, who was lying on the ground, jumped up with a jerk. The huge crater on his head had long since recovered, and the expression on his face was as calm as ever. His eyes looking at the glass ball in the beautiful woman's hand, he could feel a rather powerful spiritual radiation from the glass ball. He then looked at Colin and inquired, "Is this the unreal star realm?" Colin rested his glasses and said, "Yes." Lu Ning nodded. "Oh, then do it." Lu Ning silently took out his twin guns, and the beautiful woman looked at Lu Ning with some uncertainty. "You're not dead?" Lu Ning tilted his head and looked at her. "Didn't you see it already?" The beautiful woman narrowed her eyes, then revealed a soft smile. "Little brother is really powerful? Not even dying like this. Then can I please ask you, little brother, to die? I refuse." Lu Ning objected without the slightest hesitation. The beautiful woman's soft smile froze, then slowly retracted. "The charm ability is also ineffective? What are you?" Lu Ning thought for a moment and calmly said, "I'm an ordinary person." The air quieted down, and a touch of red color surfaced on the beautiful woman's fair face, and her breathing quickened by a few points. She then coldly said, "No matter who it is, you all must die." When she finished, she let out a weird scream. As the scream rang out, the two lesions that had been staying by her side seemed to be activated. The muscular giant let out a low roar and took huge steps, quickly charging towards the three Lu Ning. The flesh and blood monster, on the other hand, shot out its own tentacles as if it were a python, similarly pouncing on them as well. Not only that, 3 mouths opened and closed on the creature's flesh and blood, and there was white light brewing in these mouths. Afterward, 3 pillars of light shot out of the mouth and toward Lu Ning's trio. Colin's expression was stoic, and with a single hand, a piece of metal plate flew from the distance, blocking the light pillar, while the steel needles floating around his body shot out at the muscle giant's weak spot at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Yanqing held a long sword that emitted a clear and cold blade light as he quickly charged towards the flesh and blood monster. As these tentacles were approaching Yanqing drew his sword and swung it, cutting out a blade light. The blade light landed on top of the tentacles and instantly cut them off one by one, spraying green slime all over the place. However, these tentacles wriggled out of the severed mouth and continued to grow, continuing to launch themselves at Yanqing. Just then, the gorgeous woman slowly spoke. "Negative." With the beautiful woman's negative ability, Yanqing's body swayed slightly, and his chopping became much more feeble. The tentacles that had originally been constantly chopped off were now approaching rapidly, and seeing that they were about to bind her, Yanqing's figure retreated violently, dodging the attack. Colin on the side saw this and called out, "Lu Ning, you deal with that woman." In fact, even if Colin didn't say it, Lu Ning likewise thought so. While Colin and Yanqing were fighting the two mutants just now, Lu Ning had already begun to infuse his spiritual energy into the red rose and white rose. In a short time, The light on the red rose and the black rose flared. Flames burned, and frost filled the air. As the light from the twin guns surged, Lu Ning raised his gun and fired a bullet at the beautiful woman. Chapter 89, Suppression. The bullets detached from the chamber and transformed into a red and a blue ray of light shooting at the beautiful woman at a very fast speed. The gorgeous woman also sensed the threat posed by the two bullets. However, she only snorted and pointed her toes on the ground, her figure quickly dodging to the left side as if she were a fluttering butterfly. However, what the gorgeous woman didn't expect was that the two bullets turned around in midair and shot at her again. The beautiful woman's face changed slightly. The bullets shot from the soul weapon had turned a psychic? It's not like that. He didn't even die from the lethal attack he received just now. His injuries have completely recovered. He should be a recovered ability person. Two abilities? How? The beautiful woman's mind thought a lot in a split second, but her actions did not pause for a second. As she backed away, she used her ability again, using her negative ability on both bullets. With the use of negative abilities, the two bullets slowed down, but did not stop. The beautiful woman immediately frowned again and used her negative ability twice more, which completely removed the power from the two bullets altogether. And while the beautiful woman was eliminating the power of the bullet, Yansheng also stabilized his state and once again began to fight with the bloody mass. Whether it was a muscle giant or a bloody mass, they were both very powerful, and Colin and Yansheng were both fourth-ranked awakened who had used their soul weapons. And even so, they hadn't been able to take much of an advantage. The battle between the two sides was very stalemated. Lu Ning glanced at both sides of the battlefield and put his twin spears away. He then removed the inferno flame blade that he had been carrying on his back. This was Lu Ning's first time fighting with this melee soul weapon. After gripping the inferno flame blade tightly, the flame pattern on the blade lit up, and then it seemed as if a thin layer of flame was burning. With a calm expression, he stepped on the vacuum condensed by the illusory star realm and instantly disappeared in place. In the next moment, Lu Ning appeared behind the beautiful woman, and the inferno flame blade carried a blazing red arc of light toward the beautiful woman's neck. In the air, a white light flashed on the inferno blade. It's the power of the soul reviving fist. The soul vibrating fist required the resonance of physical strength and spiritual power in order to be inspired. When using the twin guns, Lu Ning was unable to make the bullets resonate with his spiritual power, and thus the bullets could not have the power of the soul vibrating fist attached to them. But using the inferno blade was different. Lu Ning gripped his longsword and extended the power of the soul vibrating fist, directly causing the inferno flame blade to similarly attach itself to this power. With the appearance of the soul vibrating power, the speed of the blade light skyrocketed. Seeing that the inferno flame blade was about to chop the beautiful woman's neck, suddenly the illusory star realm in her hand flickered with light, and the distorted space engulfed the beautiful woman. In the next moment, the space behind Lu Ning distorted, and the beautiful woman appeared. She had an extra dagger in her hand and stabbed it down hard towards the back of Lu Ning's head. The speed of the beautiful woman was extremely fast. Lu Ning sidestepped to avoid it. There were streams of light flashing in the beautiful woman's eyes, and her red lips lightly opened. Negative. Lu Ning's movement slowed down by a few moments, and when he saw that the woman's dagger was about to strike, a blood-colored shield appeared around Lu Ning. The shield resisted for a split second, which gave Lu Ning time to barely dodge the dagger attack, though his face was cut with a bloody scar. Just as soon as the bloodstain appeared, without even blood coming out, it had already healed. After dodging the attack, Lu Ning's long blade turned around and chopped horizontally towards the beautiful woman's waist. The woman's figure retreated like a ghost, and she managed to dodge the blade light of the long knife. As she backed up, a white light flickered in the woman's eyes, which carried a strange, evil quality, and her voice became hoarse and low, fallen. However, the woman's ability was unresponsive, and Lu Ning once again stepped forward, slashing out several consecutive slashes. This blade light was extremely powerful because it had the increase of the power of the vibrating soul, and wherever it passed, the strong winds formed were as sharp as knives. The beautiful woman's physical body wasn't a strong point, and she had to retreat back and forth in the face of such an attack. Luckily, she wasn't slow and dodged a few of Lu Ning's slashes. The beautiful woman's expression was ugly and suffocating. Damn it! Why is my ability useless? This is impossible. However, Lu Ning did not reply. His expression was calm as he attacked again with great speed. The beautiful woman's negative ability had minimal effect on Lu Ning, and her corrupted ability was even more useless. This allowed her to only fight Lu Ning with her own physical abilities. Lu Ning had been using the flesh tempering method for a long time, and the strength of his flesh was a bit stronger than that of the average third-order flesh strengthening class awakened. Moreover, the battle armor, boots, and even the red flame sword on his body could enhance the strength of his physical body. Lu Ning's own physical strength at the moment even exceeded that of an average fourth-order flesh-enhancing type of awakened, and even fifth-order awakened. As long as they weren't flesh-enhancing types, they were afraid that their physical strength wouldn't be as good as his. Not only that, Lu Ning had also mastered the power of soul vibrations, and the level of resonance was very high, which was enough to increase Lu Ning's attacking ability exponentially once again. Because of this, even if the beautiful woman's strength itself was very strong, she could only retreat in a series of defeats when her abilities were completely ineffective against Lu Ning. The chase between the two sides continued for a few moments, with Lu Ning repeatedly catching up to the beautiful woman, only to be interfered with by the beautiful woman's negative abilities and fall short by a step. Lu Ning felt no frustration at this, and all he did was attack, over and over again. Soon after, Lu Ning once again seized the opportunity and came to the side of the beautiful woman, his long blade once again chopping out, the blade light with flames closing in on the beautiful woman's neck almost in an instant. Her chilling hairs stood on end as she whispered, "Negative." However, this time, the blade light did not weaken in the slightest, and the beautiful woman's attempt to use her dagger to block was a beat slower. Her pupils contracted, and the illusory astral realm in her hand flickered with light once more, swallowing her into space. In the next moment, the beautiful woman appeared in the illusory star realm hundreds of meters away from Lu Ning. She gasped for air in quick succession and reached up to touch her neck. Her hand stained with blood. Her neck was cut open. A horrified look emerged in the beautiful woman's eyes. Negative abilities nullified? Seeing Lu Ning charging again, the beautiful woman's expression was icy cold with a hint of a scowl as she shouted angrily with some disbelief. Negative. However, Lu Ning acted as if he was unresponsive, his speed not slowing down in the slightest. The beautiful woman's face changed drastically as she quickly stepped back. In the exchange just now, she had long understood that the guy in front of her was extremely powerful in close combat. Although she wasn't an awakened of the physical strengthening lineage, there was also a talent for fighting ability enhancement among the divine grace. She thought that her fighting ability wasn't weak, but when facing this man, she was suppressed at every turn, and could be decapitated if she wasn't careful. At this moment, the gorgeous woman had long since lost the idea of fighting Lu Ning face to face in close combat. She swept her gaze over the other two battlefields as she retreated. She saw that the muscle giant and Colin were still having a hard time fighting, but Yen Cheng had already fallen into a disadvantage in the face of the bloody mass. This caused a glimmer of hope to flash through the gorgeous woman's mind. As long as she held on and waited until Yen Cheng died, she would be able to form a 2-against-1 situation. Lu Ning was immune to her abilities, but not necessarily immune when faced with a mass of flesh and blood. When the time comes, the advantage is mine. Chapter 90. The thoughts in the beautiful woman's mind were very beautiful, but not a moment later, she realized that the situation didn't seem to be as smooth as she had imagined. When the negative ability failed against Lu Ning, it became much tougher for her to face Lu Ning's furious attacks. After all, the beautiful woman's own speed wasn't as good as Lu Ning's, who possessed a speed-enhancing soul tool, and Lu Ning's attacks were just as powerful and threatening to her. After a few consecutive dodges, the beautiful woman had more than a few minor wounds on her body, and blood stained her black dress. Pust. Once again, the beautiful woman barely managed to dodge Lu Ning's attack, and her fair and beautiful face was cut by the blade chi, leaving a long bloodstain and her broken hair flying in the air. Lu Ning's face was unperturbed as he turned back and slashed again. The beautiful woman's face was ugly, and the dagger in her hand blocked the long blade. Madaka! The sound of gold and iron clanking together rang out, and with the berserk force of soul vibrating power surging out, the beautiful woman only felt her arms shake, and her entire body flew out backwards. Lu Ning's figure disappeared into place, arriving in front of the gorgeous woman and swinging his sword straight down. However, just at that moment, the light of the illusory star realm flickered once again, and the beautiful woman disappeared into the starry sky, appearing hundreds of meters away. She gasped continuously, sweat surfacing on her forehead. Not only that, but she had discovered a serious problem. The unreal spirit realm, as a mid-critical level soul weapon, has side effects when used, and as she had continuously used the illusory spirit realm just now, the side effects had already accelerated to appear at this moment. The side effect of this surprisingly made her spatial discrimination become worse and worse, and there was even a situation where her body and consciousness were out of sync. Her mind wanted to go forward, but her body favored left or right. If she hadn't been using her spiritual power to suppress her side effects, I'm afraid that she would have been decapitated by Lu Ning just now. However, with the continuous use of the illusory spirit realm, the side effects became more and more obvious, and she already felt that she was about to be unable to suppress it. As the beautiful woman's heart continued to sink, Lu Ning didn't give her a chance to catch her breath, and after one failure, Lu Ning continued to attack. The beautiful woman clenched her teeth, her expression somewhat grim as she continued to dodge Lu Ning's blade light. Right at this moment, Lu Ning's long blade slashed horizontally, and the beautiful woman, who had originally clearly stepped backward, did not expect to take a step forward. Her pupils shrank, and in the next moment she instantly reacted, using the illusory star realm once again, and only by virtue of spatial shuttling did she once again dodge a bullet, and by the time she appeared, Lu Ning had already rushed in again. The gorgeous woman tried to back up, only to find herself running 2 steps to the left and then starting to run to the right again. Lu Ning also sensed that something was wrong with the beautiful woman. He raised his eyebrows, and without saying much, he rushed to the front of the beautiful woman, and the long blade in his hand chopped down once again. The beautiful woman screamed angrily and once again used the illusory star realm to travel through space. Subsequently, the beautiful woman's sense of space completely collapsed and she could no longer move normally. As a last resort, she could only use the illusory astral realm as soon as Lu Ning got close. Using the star realm shuttle ability in the illusory star realm itself brought with it an immense amount of mental energy consumption, and, moreover, the mental pollution elevated extremely quickly. Although the beautiful woman sensed this, there was nothing else she could do. Soon, signs of melting appeared on the surface of her body. Noticing the condition of her body, a shocked look appeared in the eyes of the beautiful woman. No, this is impossible. Yet Lu Ning didn't stop. The beautiful woman looked at Lu Ning with a hideous expression, and this time, instead of using the illusory star realm, she raised the dagger in her other hand, intending to parry Lu Ning's attack. However, as Lu Ning's long blade fell, the beautiful woman clearly thought to raise her dagger forward to block, but it turned out to be a spread hand. The beautiful woman's face changed drastically, and she immediately sidestepped. However, she still failed to dodge the attack of the long blade. The blade light with flames and white light chopped through, and the arm of the beautiful woman holding the dagger was instantly chopped off, blood spurting out. The beautiful woman let out a cry of pain, but then she sensed the light of the blade coming again. Just as the blade light was about to cut into the beautiful woman's neck, she once again used Star Realm Shuttle. This time, the body of the beautiful woman who stepped out of the distorted space showed signs of collapse, and her flesh unexpectedly began to slowly turn into a wax statue. The right hand holding the illusory astral plane could no longer hold the illusory astral plane due to melting, which caused the glass ball to roll straight down in the astral plane. Lu Ning stepped forward and glanced at the meltingly beautiful woman, stepping forward and directly picking up the glass ball and putting it into his pocket. And as Lu Ning finished this, the beautiful woman melted and then coalesced again, turning into a woman with long white hair, even more beautiful than before, and even her hand that had just been severed was restored. The beautiful woman got up and touched her face, then looked at her delicate skin with a surprised expression. She looked at Lu Ning with a bright smile. I didn't expect that I'd be more beautiful after the lesion instead. Thanks to you ah. Lu Ning's expression was calm. You're welcome. The beautiful woman's smile froze, and then a hideous color surfaced. This time, you don't want to be thanked, but you also have to ask for it ah. In order to thank you, I intend to let you die as miserable as possible. Lu Ning calmly said, I won't die. Is that so? The beautiful woman gave a non-committal smile, then her snow-white feet stepped on the ground, her left and right feet tripping together, and her entire body lunged forward dozens of meters, paddling directly to Lu Ning's feet. Lu Ning, beautiful woman, Q. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a little silent for a moment. Lu Ning hesitated, but still spoke. I received your thanks, but there's no need for that. I thank you. The beautiful woman's expression was hideous as she propped her hands on the ground and rose up in the air, her snow-white palms transforming into claws as she grabbed at Lu Ning's neck with extreme speed. Lu Ning was busy crossing his sword to block. The snow-white palm landed on top of the long sword, surprisingly making the sound of gold and iron clashing. Lu Ning only felt a huge force hit him, and his entire body flew backwards as if he were a cannonball. Even his arms felt a bit overwhelmed, his muscles crumbling, blood spurting out, and even his bones showed signs of breaking. The beautiful woman wore a bright smile. After the lesion, the strength of my flesh has once again increased. You are not my opponent. With that, the gorgeous woman stumbled backwards. Lu Ning landed on the ground, and the injuries to his arms had already recovered. As he watched the beautiful woman's movements, he understood that it was very similar to her previous situation. Side effects of the illusory star realm? And the gorgeous woman had let out a frantic scream by now. She tried to stop, and surprisingly, she didn't even manage to do so. Lu Ning had already rushed to her at this moment, and the blade light with flames and white light chopped down towards her snow-white neck. The beautiful woman tried to raise her hands to block, but ended up making a strange gesture of a rock spreading its wings. She stared wide-eyed as she watched Lu Ning's long knife land on top of her neck. The powerful soul vibrating force, combined with the various soul weapons to increase one's physical body. This slash directly caused the beautiful woman's neck to detach from her body. After this slash, Lu Ning did not stop. With a calm expression, he slashed repeatedly, cutting the beautiful woman's head and body into several pieces, and blood and flesh fell to the ground. Lu Ning nodded in satisfaction when he saw the white mist inside the beautiful woman's corpse disappear. Only then did he turn his gaze to the other two battlefields. Chapter 91 Riotous White Mist. Colin and the Muscle Giant are still fighting. The Muscle Giant's defense was extremely strong, and Colin used his mind power to control the steel needles and metal shards to attack, which was harsh but didn't cause considerable damage. As long as the Muscle Giant blocked key areas such as his eyes, he could harden himself against many of Colin's injuries with his own physical strength. Not to mention that the Muscle Giant itself was extremely fast and could dodge many attacks. And if the Muscle Giant tried to attack Colin, Colin could easily dodge the attack by flying with his own nimbus. There was a back and forth between the two sides, and it looked like a fierce battle, but there wasn't much they could do with each other. The battle between Yen Chang and the bloody lump of flesh was much more gruesome. Yen Chang's own ability could cut out sharp slashes of light, and his offensive ability was extremely strong, and the flesh and blood clumps can control a large number of tentacles, and even the tentacles can respawn after breaking. Plus he can also shoot energy rays through several holes in his body. Both sides belonged to existences that possessed powerful attack abilities. Both sides were covered in wounds at the moment. However, because the flesh and blood clump possessed a decent recovery ability, he utilized his tentacles to fend off the long knife attack and himself attacked Yen Chang with his extra tentacles and energy rays. This resulted in Yen Chang being at a disadvantage. At this moment, Yen Chang's left hand was fractured and he was panting, gradually only able to passively defend from his original strong attack. And his defense was not Yen Chang's strong point. At the moment she was stretched to the limit and seemed to be defeated at any moment. Lu Ning made an immediate decision to rush toward Yen Chang's battlefield. Bang! Yen Chang held his sword to block the tentacles drawn by the blood and flesh mass, and his body flickered as he retreated back and forth, dodging two more energy beams. Just then, she saw a figure pass by her with great speed. The battle sword with flames and white light swung, and everywhere it passed the tentacles were sliced into several pieces as if they were tofu. Chunks of flesh and highly corrosive blood were splattered in all directions. The mass of flesh and blood let out an angry and agonized hiss, then shot out 3 beams of light. Lu Ning's figure flickered as if he were a stump, dodging the 3 beams of light as he further approached the core area of the bloody mass. Seeing this, the flesh and blood mass immediately controlled all of its tentacles to surround Lu Ning. Yen Chang was stunned when he saw Lu Ning. She turned her head to look at the area where the beautiful woman was originally located, and after seeing the beautiful woman's corpse, she revealed a shocked expression. She could naturally perceive how powerful that gorgeous woman was, and she was afraid that she was quite a bit stronger than this flesh and blood diseased mutant in front of her. I didn't expect Lu Ning to strike down in the face of such a powerful man, and Lu Ning himself was only at the 3rd rank. Yen Chang couldn't understand why Lu Ning had such a powerful fighting force. That didn't stop her from reacting quickly, though. Lu Ning had pulled all of the flesh and blood mass's attention, and Yen Chang immediately exploded into his fastest speed, closing in on the flesh and blood mass. When Yen Chang arrived in front of the flesh and blood mass's main body, his expression was cold and stern as he slashed down. A hideous and incomparable wound appeared in the region of the flesh and blood mass's main body. He let out an angry and agonized scream as his tentacles flailed wildly. The majority of these tentacles shot towards Yen Chang, wanting to strike down this culprit who had harmed him. However, the majority of the tentacles no longer blocked Lu Ning, and some of the remaining tentacles were naturally unable to hold Lu Ning back. Lu Ning's long blade swung down, cutting off these tentacles one by one, and similarly coming close to the flesh and blood mass's main body. It was too late for the lump of flesh and blood to notice that something was wrong. Lu Ning similarly chopped at the main body in succession. The flesh and blood mass itself was large, but a hideous wound surfaced in the face of the continuous chopping. Blood continued to gush out, and the clumps of flesh and blood tried to block Lu Ning, but Yen Chang seized the opportunity to attack again. Faced with the pincer attack of both Lu Ning and Yen Chang, the blood and flesh clumps lost sight of what they were doing, and were simply unable to defend against the simultaneous attacks of both of them. In the end it took just under a minute for the flesh and blood mass proper to be nearly hacked to pieces, and the body fell to the ground. Yen Chang looked at the corpses in front of her and slightly exhaled a cloudy breath. She frowned and rubbed her injured arm as she walked towards Lu Ning, a smile surfacing on her icy face. Happy cooperation. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Aha. He turned his head in Colin's direction. Colin and the Muscle Giant are still killing time with each other. However, Colin's expression was very relaxed as he saw that both Yen Chang and Lu Ning had freed their hands. Facing another attack from the Muscle Giant, he rose up in the air in style, rested his glasses, and smiled. It won't be a one-on-one fight next. Lu Ning and Yen Chang joined the battlefield. The Muscle Giant was very powerful, but not even as difficult as the flesh and blood pathological mutant, and in just less than 10 seconds after Colin had used his Nian power to imprison him, He had been chopped into several pieces by both Lu Ning and Yin Chang. Colin landed on the ground and hastily removed his silver ring, rubbing his temples somewhat wearily. I hate this kind of punch-resistant monster the most. It feels like the mental energy is running dry. Yen Qing glanced at him and spoke. Shouldn't we have switched opponents just now? Or have Lu Ning switch opponents with you? Colin glanced at the corpses of the bloody diseased mutant and the beautiful woman not far away, propped up his glasses, and said seriously, I think I'm in pretty good hands. Yen Qing glanced at Lu Ning, who still couldn't understand how he was able to deal with such a powerful joyous heavenly kingdom senior. She didn't inquire, though. It was because Lu Ning had taken out the illusory star realm from his pocket. Seeing the illusory star realm, Colin rested his glasses and his expression became serious. This is the thing. With this it should be possible to cancel the spatial superposition of the headquarters, so that we can all converge together. Yen Qing glanced at Colin. How? Colin shrugged. You know, medium critical soul weapons are only qualified to be used at the captain level, and it's not like I've ever used one. Yen Qing fell into silence. Lu Ning, on the other hand, was looking down at the glass ball in his hand, watching it very carefully, seemingly sensing Lu Ning's observation. Colin was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Lu Ning. Lu Ning spoke. There is a special kind of spiritual pollution in here. When these words came out, both Colin and Yen Chang were stunned. Special mental pollution? What's that? Colin asked suspiciously. Yen Chang also frowned in some confusion. Spiritual pollution is already present within soul weapons, and the spiritual pollution of a medium risk level soul weapon is itself severe. Lu Ning shook his head. It's not the same. He thought of what the dead man had said earlier, that the high risk level soul weapon had fallen into the illusory star realm, which was what had turned the headquarters into a spatially stacked state. This particular spiritual pollution should have come from that high-risk level soul weapon. He thought for a moment, then inputted his spiritual energy into this illusory star realm. In the next moment, the flesh and blood on the surface of Lu Ning's skin twisted, and eyeball after eyeball appeared. These eyes rolled rapidly with a very frantic look. This caused Yen Qing's face to change drastically, and he was about to chop at Lu Ning immediately. However, Colin stopped her in a hurry and spoke. Take it easy. It's not a lesion. Yen Qing's ice-cold image had crumbled. She glanced at Colin with a "you're teasing me" expression, and then backed up in a row, looking at Lu Ning and Colin warily. What are you guys? The corner of Colin's mouth twitched. I'm Colin. These eyeballs of Lu Ning's really aren't a problem. The Bureau knows that. As soon as he finished speaking, the one eye shot out a beam of energy. This scared Colin so much that he stepped back to avoid it and called out. Lu Ning, what the hell are you up to? Yen Chang retreated even further, looking at Colin with even more suspicion. Just then, the two suddenly changed their faces slightly. They clearly felt a ripple spreading in all directions with the illusory star realm and Lu Ning's hand as the center. As this ripple spread, the pale white mist inside the headquarters unexpectedly rioted. Chapter 92, The Fallen Incense Burner. What happened? Yen Qing looked at the surging pale white mist, his face constantly changing. Soon, however, the white fog calmed down. Along with the calm came the illusory ripples. Lu Ning put the glass ball into his pocket and began to pick up the eyes on his body one by one. Looking at Lu Ning gouging his eyes, Yen Chang was filled with question marks. Colin, on the other hand, was relieved as he rested his glasses and spoke. Lu Ning, what happened to you just now? I thought you were really diseased? Lu Ning threw the gouged out eyeballs onto the ground and stomped on them to burst them. Making a snapping sound, he calmly replied, I tried to use my spiritual power to isolate the spiritual pollution in the illusory astral realm, and I consumed some of my spiritual power, and the batch of eyeball white mist that I absorbed last time rioted again. Colin drifted off. Then he spoke. You should have said something ahead of time when you startled me, and you're even more scary with that eye suddenly shooting out light. Lu Ning cocked his head at Colin and said, I wasn't paying attention just now. The corners of Colin's mouth twitched, his face flushed slightly, and he breathed in sharply. Yen Cheng on the side interrupted the conversation between the two, and she looked at Lu Ning in disbelief. You really haven't changed? No. So what are you doing now? Words, can you stop stepping on these eyeballs? Yen Cheng looked at Lu Ning as he kept stepping on the eyeballs. His expression was a little twisted and goosebumps rose all over his body. Lu Ning was stunned and dug out an eyeball and handed it to her. You want it? Yen Cheng, _? No thanks. Oh. Snap. Snap. Yen Cheng took a deep breath and blushed as much as Colin. She spoke up. So what's with the eyeballs? It's just a little problem. It'll be over in a minute. Lu Ning reached into his clothes and snapped out 2 more eyeballs, throwing them on the ground and stomping on them. He then clapped his hands and said, It's gone. Before Yen Cheng could say anything, Colin nodded and said, Then what next? That ripple just now looked like it was made by the Unreal Star Realm? Lu Ning nodded. Well, I eliminated the spatial dimension, and now everyone should be able to see it in the headquarters. Yan Xing's eyes went green. She was about to say that's okay? That is a lesion. However, in the next moment, a loud and incomparable roar rang out. The entire headquarters building seemed to be shaking violently. Lu Ning's trio watched as a crack appeared in the ceiling made of that metal alloy. Colin's face changed slightly. The headquarters has an extremely high degree of fortification. And this movement should be the Wang Bureau in their hands. Let's go over as well. Lu Ning nodded and ran towards the 6th floor. Colin was a close second. When Yan Xing saw that the two even ignored her and ran off like that, she couldn't think too much about what happened just now with Lu Ning's long eyeballs and hurriedly followed them. The three of them felt the whole tall building shaking all the time just by running down the corridor. And the cracks in the ceiling were getting bigger and bigger. Even the floor seemed to be unable to withstand the force and cracks appeared. The next moment, an angry growl came down through the ceiling. Lu Ning clearly felt the temperature in the corridor skyrocket, and strands of fire sprang from the cracks in the ceiling. When the fire dissipated, the temperature did not drop. Yan Xing frowned. This is Yan Feng's ability? Colin rested his glasses with a very serious expression. Although he is not weak, he can't be this strong. He should have used a soul weapon. And it's not an ordinary soul weapon. It's most likely a mid-critical level soul weapon. Yan Feng used a medium critical level soul weapon? It looks like it was a fierce fight up there. The flames were followed by a continuous roar that never stopped. Lu Ning's trio was extremely fast, and in no time at all, they arrived at the stairwell, and then ran towards the upper floors. Just came to the 6th floor. Lu Ning then sensed that the concentration of spiritual radiation here was even higher, and the white mist in the air was even denser. The concentration of psychic radiation in one of these directions far exceeds that in several others. And that direction, Lu Ning also knew, was the direction of the research lab that was studying the fallen incense that they had passed by the last time they came to see Li Mu. All three of Lu Ning's men ran in that direction. Along the way, the floor of the corridor was covered with bodies. Some of these corpses were legions, some were members of ops teams, some were members of the defense guards, and there were even medics. Lu Ning was at the side of the corridor and saw a familiar figure collapsed in a pool of blood. None other than Ning Oblivion. The light in Lu Ning's eyes flickered. Then he withdrew his gaze, because there were no lesions to stop them. With Lu Ning's trio's speed, it didn't take long for them to approach the research lab. Just then, the alloy wall shattered and a huge figure flew out backwards. Lu Ning took a look and was also an acquaintance. It was the same Li Line he had seen when he had first awakened at the headquarters. Li Ro's entire body had turned a black iron color at the moment, reflecting a metallic luster, but there were already quite a few cracks on top of his metal body, and Li's Line held a long-handled warhammer in his hand. The warhammer emitted a black glow and looked thick and heavy. Li's Line crashed into the corridor wall, denting it. He coughed up a mouthful of rusty blood, then struggled to get up. Upon seeing Lu Ning's trio, he was stunned, then said, "Come help." After saying that, he immediately rushed over again in the direction of the backward flight, in the direction that Li's Line was advancing. The roar was unceasing. Lu Ning's trio similarly ran over. Lu Ning then saw a huge research room that was thousands of square feet in size, with pieces of instruments everywhere and blood all over the walls and corridors. On top of that, a pink mist emanated throughout the space. In the center of this space, a white incense burner floated in the air, slowly rotating. It was from the inside of the incense burner that the pink mist emanated. Upon seeing this incense burner, Lu Ning heard voices of unknown significance coming from his ears, voices that overlapped, as if many people were whispering in his ears. Yan Chang and Colin frowned at once. Colin stifled a grunt, his expression paling slightly. Yan Xing gripped the long sword in his hand tightly, his hands trembling slightly. Lu Ning looked toward the two, a bit puzzled. "What's wrong with you guys?" Yan Chang was likewise a bit puzzled. "You're fine? What is it?" Colin took a deep breath, calming himself, and asked curiously, "Didn't you feel anything after seeing that incense burner? Like some kind of evil thought was bubbling up?" Lu Ning shook his head, then said, "I just heard someone talking in my ear. It was quite noisy." The two men fell silent, and beside the incense burner, there was a handsome-looking man and a beautiful-looking woman, as well as a full 4 legions. The auras of these 4 legions were even stronger than the ones Lu Ning's trio had encountered on the 5th floor. At the moment, these top brass and legions of the joyous heavenly kingdom were facing an attack from the strongest members of the Misty Bureau. Lu Ning saw quite a few familiar figures, including Mist Bureau Chief Wang Anming, Li Xingyi, Yan Feng, Lu Chang, and even their captain Lin Xiao. There were more than a dozen Misty Bureau powerhouses here, surrounding these diseased mutants and joyous heavenly awakenings. However, even so, the scene remains bleak. The Misty Bureau's powerhouses were surprisingly at a disadvantage. Chapter 93, You've been enhanced. Because of the influence of the fallen incense and that pink mist, the expressions of the Misty Bureau's powerhouses were constantly changing, sometimes dull, sometimes grim, sometimes full of smiles, and even though they tried to control themselves, they still couldn't completely restrain themselves. This negative impact would naturally also have a great impact on their battle power. Even if they used a medium critical level soul weapon, they still couldn't gain an advantage. In Lu Ning's line of sight, they all had objects emanating a strong spiritual radiation. Such a dense spiritual radiation was naturally brought about by a medium critical grade soul artifact. Among them, the medium critical grade soul artifact in Lin Zhao's hand should be the scarlet box that he had brought out earlier. At the moment the item in that box was held in his hand. It was a big, blood-colored sword. The sword was wide and thick, with a very long hilt, and its body was blood red, while the back of the sword also carried strange purple-black runes, which flowed on the sword as if it possessed life. Lin Zhao held the greatsword with both hands, and there was a blood-red mist flowing from the sword as he waved it around. Lu Ning could tell that at this moment, Lin Zhao's speed, strength, and other aspects were much more powerful than when he hadn't used this blood-colored greatsword before. The others are thought to be in a similar situation. However, the opponents that Lin Zhao's group faced were not the kind that Lu Ning had encountered before. The concentration of spiritual pollution in the bodies of those 4 mutants was extremely high, and had far exceeded the level of a 5th-order mutant. Lu Ning guessed that he feared that they were 6th-order, or even had reached 7th-order mutants. If that was all there was to it, then the 5th-ranked awakened who was holding a medium critical grade soul weapon might not be without a fighting chance. After all, Lu Ning had already heard Qin Feng speak before that the 5th to 7th ranks belonged to the middle ranks, and although the gap between them was a bit larger than that of the lower ranks, it wasn't so large as to be unbridgeable. Even powerful heat weapons can kill some mid-ranked diseased and awakened people. However, the problem was that under the influence of the fallen incense burner and the pink mist, Lin Zhao and the others were simply unable to utilize their normal strength. In this way, it was only natural to be suppressed. The 4 legions were instead pretty good opponents. The situation was even worse for the Misty Bureau powerhouses facing the 2 Joy Heavenly Kingdom executives. One of the jade tags hanging on Wang Anming's chest emitted a clear and cold white light, which wrapped around him as he himself faced the handsome man alone. The other 3 awakened powerhouses that Lu Ning did not recognize were cooperating to face the gorgeous woman. Wang Anming is very strong and can still fight his opponents back and forth, but that gorgeous woman's opponent was in a very bad situation. One of the awakened powerhouses had a twisted and hideous expression at the moment, and the back of his trenchcoat was constantly squirming, as if something was about to break out of his body. And in Lu Ning's line of sight, the level of spiritual pollution in his body was already extremely high, even approaching the previous Li Mu. And in such a state, he had almost no combat power left, and he didn't even dare to use his awakened abilities at will. His 2 companions were naturally having an extremely hard time in this situation. This beautiful woman would likewise use negative and degenerate abilities. Perhaps using degenerate abilities was very consuming, but negative abilities were a good tool against the enemy for the higher-ups of the joyous heavenly kingdom, and that fallen incense burner hadn't had an effect on them yet. So naturally the situation became very bad under this circumstance. The first moment he saw this, Lu Ning spoke. I'll deal with the Joy Heavenly Kingdom's senior management, and you guys go deal with the diseased changers. Colin and Yanqing didn't have the slightest rebuttal to Lu Ning's proposal. They had both seen before that Lu Ning had managed to suppress the joyous celestial kingdom's higher-ups when he faced them. Lu Ning stamped his paws on the ground and instantly disappeared in place, and the next moment he appeared behind the gorgeous woman. Lu Ning's long blade chopped toward the beautiful woman's neck with extreme speed. The beautiful woman was even stronger than the one on the 5th floor. She reacted the instant Lu Ning appeared, her body twisting as if she were a spirit snake, soft and supple, bending down to avoid Lu Ning's blade. And at that moment, the cacophony of voices in Lu Ning's ears suddenly became denser. Lu Ning frowned and muttered, "It's noisy." With Lu Ning's words, the voice seemed to pause for a moment, and then got louder. Lu Ning didn't care much and slashed at the gorgeous woman with his vertical sword. The beautiful woman laughed softly, her voice soft, negative. However, Lu Ning's speed did not decrease at all. The beautiful woman's face changed slightly, and her legs stomped as she instantly retreated, once again dodging Lu Ning's attack. Just then, a huge fist came from the other side, and the beautiful woman could only block with both hands when she was caught off guard. Boom! The beautiful woman was immediately sent flying backwards, her face slightly white. A man with short blonde hair and an unbelievably robust figure revealed a hideous smile. "Damn, I finally beat you up." He smiled at Lu Ning. "A bit of strength. I recognize you." After saying that, he rushed towards the beautiful woman once again with heavy steps. However, after the beautiful woman landed on the ground, she laughed softly at the man and said, "Negative." The man who had been charging forward was so weak in his feet that he almost fell limply to the ground. The other woman with long black hair and a soft look came to the man who was almost on the verge of becoming sick. Her eyes flashed with dreamy colors as she softly said, "Wan Jing, sleep first, when you wake up, everything will be fine." After saying this, that Wan Jing's eyes rolled over and he collapsed on the spot. The soft woman breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily his spiritual defense isn't high in this current situation, or else it wouldn't be easy to deal with. When she finished she whispered to herself, "The old lady is powerful." She then picked up Wan Jing with one hand and flung him toward the door. Wan Jing was thrown out and hit the wall hard, but even then he didn't wake up, and it wasn't clear if he'd slept through it or if he'd been knocked unconscious. The soft woman smiled gently and got up to come to the battle circle again. "I'm back." Seeing this, the blonde man hurriedly said, "Yun-ro, quickly strengthen me again. How come your reinforcement time is so short?" Yun-ro smiled. "Is it possible that you are too weak?" The blonde man's expression stiffened. In the next moment, Yun-ro said, "I lied to you. The level of spiritual pollution here is too high. It has a great impact on the spiritual lineage, and the duration of my ability will be shortened for a long time." The blonde grinned. "Scared the hell out of me." Yun-ro didn't say much. A dreamy color appeared in her eyes once again, and she said to the blonde man, "You've been strengthened. Get on." The blonde man's entire body shook, and then with a high-pitched roar, his speed skyrocketed by a fraction, and he once again rushed towards the beautiful woman who was battling Lu Ning. Yun-ro looked at the battlefield, and as Lu Ning unexpectedly fought back and forth with that gorgeous woman by virtue of close combat, a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Even though the main ability of this Joy Heavenly Kingdom Senior was not fighting, but to be able to fight a 7th-ranked Joy Heavenly Kingdom Senior in a back-and-forth fight in fighting, this was indeed a very strong strength. And when she sensed with her unique ability that Lu Ning was only at the 3rd rank, Yun-ro's heart was shocked. The 3rd rank is this strong? Who is this kid? Chapter 94, Twisted Flesh and Blood. Yun-ro's shock didn't end there, because the next moment, when that gorgeous woman saw the blonde man charging again, she frowned and immediately said to Lu Ning, "Fallen." However, what Yun-ro did not expect was that Lu Ning was unaffected. In the face of the beautiful woman's corrupted power, Lu Ning's spirit seemed to fluctuate nothing. It's just not scientific. Not only did Yun-ro feel that it was unscientific, the gorgeous woman was likewise the same. Her eyes widened in a bit of shock. "No effect? What are you?" Lu Ning chopped continuously with the long blade in his hand and calmly said, "I'm an ordinary person." The corners of the beautiful woman's mouth twitched as her figure stormed back, dodging the blonde man's attack. Yun-ro was also a bit speechless. Calling herself an ordinary person like that? She took a deep breath and whispered, "Old mother can resist the power of the fall. Old mother is super fast." After saying that, Yun-ro approached Lu Ning with great speed as she said to him, "Look into my eyes." Lu Ning was stunned and turned his head to look with some confusion. He then saw a dreamy luster emerge from Yun-ro's eyes, and Yun-ro's gentle voice then sounded, "You've been strengthened. Get on." The air was a little quiet. Lu Ning and Yun-ro were wide-eyed. Lu Ning's expression was a bit confused as he said, "What does mean?" Yun-ro was filled with questions. You weren't reinforced?" "No." Yun-ro somewhat disbelievingly said again, "You've been strengthened. Get on with it." Lu Ning remained silent. The corner of Yun-ro's mouth twitched, a little shocked. "What is your spiritual pollution level?" Lu Ning, 0. Yun-ro revealed a dawning look. "I heard before that our base city had discovered a pervert with a mental pollution level of 0. So it's you?" Lu Ning was instantly displeased. "I'm an ordinary person." Yun-ro laughed and didn't pick up on that. As an awakened ability of the spiritual lineage, the study of the human spirit was the deepest. A human with a mental pollution level of 0 is theoretically impossible to exist in such a world. How can it be an ordinary person? Yun-ro spoke. "My power acts on the spirit. Your spirit power is too solid. I can't strengthen you." Lu Ning nodded. "Oh." Yun-ro, when faced with Lu Ning's bland expression, she always felt a bit out of place. It was the first time she had ever been treated like that. Just as Yun-ro was about to say something, a somewhat exasperated voice could be heard. "I said what's going on with you two? Yun-ro, does it take so long to strengthen?" Lu Ning turned his head to look at the battle circle, because without Lu Ning to hold him back, the blonde man was currently being pressed by the beautiful woman, his face pale and pale. Lu Ning immediately rushed toward the beautiful woman. Yun-ro said to the gorgeous woman, "You're feeling tired." The gorgeous woman's movements froze, and her breath hitched a few times. Soon enough, though, her condition had returned. Yun-ro frowned, but there was nothing she could do about it. The person in front of her was much more powerful mentally than her. It was already quite difficult to influence her, but this short impact is not without effect. Taking advantage of the beautiful woman's pause, Lu Ning had already rushed in front of her, and the long blade once again chopped at the beautiful woman's neck. The beautiful woman held 2 daggers and raised her hands to block the long knives. The sound of gold and iron clashing rang out, and the beautiful woman took a few steps back. At the same time, the blonde man had already appeared on the side of the beautiful woman. The huge fist once again hit, the wind of the fist surging. The beautiful woman sidestepped and wanted to dodge, but realized that it was already too late. She instantly turned to the blonde man and said, "Negative." The power of the blonde man's fist was instantly weakened, but not completely negated. The fist landed on the beautiful woman's shoulder, and the beautiful woman's face turned white as her entire body flew backwards. She flew about 10 meters before stopping with a flip, and just as she stopped, Lu Ning had already rushed over again. The beautiful woman's face was a bit ugly as she used negative again, but it was still ineffective. She could only continue to retreat. If the opponent was just Lu Ning alone, even in close combat, the beautiful woman did not think she would be outmatched. Although the guy in front of her from nowhere had strong close combat abilities, his physical strength was actually inferior to hers. Unbelievably, the man in front of him used his soul vibrating fist extremely purely, and his soul vibrating power was very powerful, which made up for the gap in strength in his physical body. But even then, the two sides would only be able to be considered to say that they were in between. But she wasn't one-on-one. The blonde man wasn't as tricky as this new one, but he could threaten her. Damn. The beautiful woman had an ice-cold color in her eyes. The most troublesome thing was that his own abilities were completely restrained by this new arrival. Whether it's negative or depraved, it's surprisingly completely ineffective. This had never happened to her in all the years she had been an awakened. It was for this reason that she fought so stiflingly. Just then, Yunro once again made the beautiful woman feel weak. The beautiful woman could only do the same as before, once again dodging Lu Ning's attacks with all her might while weakening the blonde man's attacks with her negative abilities, and subsequently eating the damage the hard way. Even after being weakened, the blonde man's attack still made the beautiful woman feel bad, and blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. The entire group had retreated to an area near the fallen incense burner. However, at that moment, the fallen incense burner suddenly shook, and as if it had consciousness, the pink mist leaned towards the beautiful woman. Noticing this situation, the beautiful woman was stunned and a look of shock appeared on her face. A hideous smile then surfaced on her gorgeous face. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I see. I believe you. My soul will surely be rewarded by my God. And when my God descends, I will surely be allowed to enter the divine kingdom. The gorgeous woman's skin then turned flushed, and she tilted her head back to let out a long, low whimper. In the next moment, a line emerged on her forehead, and her skin developed from its original snow-white color towards pink. Just as the beautiful woman's body changed, Lu Ning suddenly appeared in front of the fallen incense burner. His expression was calm as his long blade viciously chopped at the fallen incense burner floating in the air. Clank! The sound of gold and iron clashing rang out, and the fallen incense burner, which was originally quietly floating in the air, directly seemed to be like a ball that had been knocked out of the air, directly hitting the wall, and then bouncing back to the ground. As the fallen incense burner was knocked down, the pink mist around the beautiful woman who was originally being sick and rioted. The beautiful woman's face changed dramatically, revealing a look of horror. No! What's going on here? Goosebump after goosebump surfaced on her body, and her body seemed to be starting to show signs of breaking down. And in the next moment, a blade light chopped towards the beautiful woman's neck. The beautiful woman wanted to dodge. However, she realized that her body collapsed and moving had unexpectedly become extremely difficult. She only had time to turn her head before the light of the knife sliced through the gorgeous woman's neck. Lu Ning then proceeded to slash continuously, chopping the beautiful woman into several pieces. Pieces of corpses spilled to the ground, and the flesh and blood on the corpses crumbled and twisted, seemingly wanting to fuse together. And Lu Ning directly continued to chop these twisted flesh and blood into pieces. The blonde man on the side also came to the corpse's flesh and blood, smashing the twisted flesh and blood out of the pulp with a single punch. Yunro likewise ran over, holding an immense and incomparable iron pillar, which should be a laboratory instrument. She likewise struck the iron pole, striking flesh and blood one at a time. The collapsed flesh and blood of these body fragments had an extremely terrifying vitality, and even though they had been shattered into such a state, they were still thinking of coalescing. Lu Ning's trio had smashed almost all of this flesh and blood, which caused it to completely lose its vitality. Lu Ning looked at the puddle of flesh and blood on the ground, and the mental pollution on it had already disappeared. He said calmly, "Dead through and through." Only then did the blonde man and Yunro stop. The blonde man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a hint of palpitations in his eyes. "What the hell is this? If we let this thing polymerize into being, I'm afraid we'll all die here." Yunro also nodded without retorting. Just then, a miserable scream rang out, causing Lu Ning's three faces to change slightly. Chapter 95, The Old Immortal. Lu Ning turned his head to look, and realized that the one who had let out a miserable scream was not a strong person from the Misty Mist Bureau, but the man from the joyous heavenly kingdom. At the moment a large amount of pink mist was rapidly surging towards the man's body. The man seemed a little overwhelmed, with blood coming out of his mouth, eyes, nose and ears, and on his body. A pattern quickly coalesced. In Lu Ning's line of sight, the spiritual pollution within his body was rising at an extremely fast rate. It was clearly the work of that depraved incense. Lu Ning instantly disappeared in place and rushed toward the fallen incense burner that had fallen to the ground. However, just at that moment, a roaring sound rang out. Lu Ning only felt a strong wind hit him. His body was in severe pain, and his entire body flew backwards. Half of Lu Ning's body directly turned into blood mist, while the other half of his body slammed heavily into that wall, the violent force directly collapsing the metal wall, and the force of the impact caused the bones on the other half of Lu Ning's body to shatter completely. The blonde man and Yun Ro, who were originally planning to go and help, stopped in place with horrified expressions. At the location where Lu Ning had originally stood, a figure covered in tattoos, with an incredibly robust body and a hideous, twisted face appeared. The man was none other than that joyful kingdom of heaven man. At the moment this joyful kingdom of heaven man had pink mist pouring out of his mouth with every breath, with madness under his eyes. He laughed straight and turned his gaze to the blonde man and Yun Ro. Kill all of you. In the next moment, the joyful heavenly kingdom man disappeared into thin air, and the blonde man's face changed dramatically as he assumed a fighting stance. No sooner had he posed, however, than the joyful heavenly man's hand was already probing into his chest. When the joyful heavenly man's hand retracted, there was a bloody heart in his hand. The blonde man coughed out a large mouthful of blood with a look of disbelief in his eyes. His eyes grayed out, and he fell heavily to the ground. Grief surfaced on Yun Ro's soft face. Landon, the joyful kingdom of heaven man grinned and placed the heart in his hand into his mouth, swallowing it in a few gulps. She then turned her gaze to Yun Ro. However, right at that moment, a figure quickly rushed towards the joy heavenly kingdom man. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Die for me. This figure was none other than Wang Anming. At this moment, Wang Anming's entire body was churning with muscles, and through the torn clothes, one could see the clear muscle lines on that aged body. His wrinkled face carried anger, and in his hand was an additional golden lance, which was like electricity, stabbing towards the joyous heavenly kingdom man's head. The joyous heavenly kingdom man let out a fierce laugh. Old undead, do you think you're still my opponent now? His body flashed, and he dodged the shot with great speed, while he stepped forward with white light on his fists, striking towards Wang Anming. Wang Anming's face changed slightly as he retrieved his spear to block. The fist landed on top of the spear's body, and the huge force even bent it. The berserk power caused Wang Anming to retreat back and forth, each step stepping out deep pits in the floor. When Wang Anming stopped, his hands actually trembled slightly. The joyous heavenly kingdom man, however, had no thoughts of letting him go and disappeared once again. Charging up towards Wang Anming, Wang Anming gritted his teeth and met him with his gun. Just then, another figure rushed out, and the long blade with white light and flames chopped towards the joyous heavenly kingdom man. The joyous heavenly kingdom man felt the sharp blade behind him, and his body flashed, dodging to the side. Upon seeing Lu Ning in his tattered battle armor, the joyous heavenly kingdom man was stunned with surprise. Not dead? Lu Ning did not reply and attacked again. The joyous heavenly kingdom man exhaled a mouthful of pink mist, his expression grim. Big deal. Kill again. He suddenly disappeared, instantly appearing on Lu Ning's side, his thick right leg sweeping towards Lu Ning's waist. Lu Ning's expression was calm, completely ignoring the joyous heavenly kingdom man's attack, and the long sword in his hand instead added a few points of strength. A flash of hostility flashed in the eyes of the joyous celestial kingdom man, who likewise didn't dodge, as he stretched out his arm to block before the long blade. When the joyous heavenly kingdom man's right leg struck Lu Ning's waist, Lu Ning's longsword similarly chopped into his arm. In the next moment, Lu Ning flew backwards as if he had been struck by a cannonball, and in the air, Lu Ning's body folded in pairs with the sound of bones breaking endlessly, and the joyful kingdom man had a deep slash on his arm. The joyful kingdom of heaven man glanced at the knife marks on his hand and gave a sardonic smile. I don't know what I'm talking about. And at that moment, the joyous heavenly kingdom man suddenly felt a powerful aura. His face changed slightly as he looked in the direction of the scent, and then he saw an additional dark blue necklace around Wang Anming's neck. With the necklace on, Wang Anming's body drew up more than a meter taller, almost turning into a small giant. His aura skyrocketed with it, and that powerful aura almost formed a breeze that spread in all directions. Even the joyous heavenly kingdom man narrowed his eyes at this moment as he revealed a wry smile. Old undead, using 3 medium critical grade soul weapons at the same time? Really not afraid of death? How long can you support yourself with this old thing's body? Wang Anming grinned. Killing you is enough. Before the words left his mouth, Wang Anming disappeared. The joyful kingdom of heaven man sidestepped almost at the same time. A golden gunblade slashed through the joyous heavenly kingdom man's original position. And even though the joyous heavenly kingdom man had already dodged at an extremely fast speed, his face was still left with a deep mark. The joyful kingdom of heaven man touched the bloodstain on his face and his eyes deepened. In the next moment, he let out a low roar and charged up towards Wang Anming, initiating the attack. The speed of the two almost surpassed the limits of human beings, and the naked eyes of ordinary people were unable to catch such movements. They could appear in several positions in almost a second, and the sound of each collision was as if a bomb had exploded, and a deep crater would appear on the alloy floor at the same time. The cracks on the ground grew, and the entire high-rise seemed to vibrate from the collision between the two. You should know that this was the tall building of the Misty Bureau's headquarters, using the strongest alloys. If it was a tall building made of ordinary materials, I'm afraid that it would have been demolished by the two in just a few breaths. The battle between the two lasted only a few breaths. However, after another collision, the joyous heavenly kingdom man's entire body suddenly shook as he stared with wide eyes and let out an angry growl. Damn rats! He kicked Wang Anming away, and Wang Anming tried to step forward, but suddenly he stumbled and opened his mouth to cough out a large amount of blood. He hastily propped up the ground with his lance before stabilizing his body. He then also looked in the direction the joyful kingdom of heaven man was looking. Lu Ning was in that direction, using the long sword in his hand to chop at the fallen incense burner that was on the ground again and again. The fallen incense burner was hit the ground and bounced back up as if it were a basketball. The material of the fallen incense burner did not seem to be particularly sturdy, and under Lu Ning's persistent attacks over and over again, a tiny scar had even appeared at this moment. This also caused the joyous heavenly kingdom man to madly charge towards Lu Ning with red eyes as if he had died his own mother. Lu Ning looked up at him and continued to attack the fallen incense burner. Seeing that Lu Ning had completely ignored him, the joyous heavenly kingdom man became even more furious. He clenched his fist and landed a heavy punch on Lu Ning's head. Boom! Lu Ning's head turned into a bloody mist, while his headless body attacked twice more before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 96. Seeing that the fallen incense burner bounced twice more on the ground, the joyful heavenly man was furious and tried to pick up the fallen incense burner. As a result, as soon as his hand touched the fallen incense burner, the flesh and blood all over his body began to wriggle crazily. The joyful kingdom of heaven man shrieked and let go of his hand in a hurry. Just then, he felt a sharp wind coming from behind him once again and hastily dodged it. The golden lance sliced through the side of the joyous celestial kingdom man, cutting a deep bloody scar into the joyous celestial kingdom man's chest. The joyous heavenly kingdom man roared angrily, "Old undead thing! You seek death!" He rushed towards Wang Anming and threw a heavy punch towards Wang Anming's head. Wang Anming raised his gun to block and took 2 steps back. This caused the joyous heavenly kingdom man to be stunned. Then he laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, looks like you can't hold out any longer." Wang Anming waved his lance in his hand and said coldly, "Before that, I will kill you." "Ha ha ha, how to kill? With the way you look now?" Just then, the joyful kingdom of heaven man's smile came to an abrupt end. He snapped his head to look behind him, and realized that the headless corpse had recovered and once again picked up his longsword to attack the fallen incense burner. How is that possible? The joyous heavenly kingdom man was in disbelief. He had just confirmed it. He had clearly struck that kid down, even smashing his head. How was this still alive? If he hadn't shattered his skull before, letting this guy have a breath in his mouth, with his powerful healing ability, there might have been hope to recover. But the head is shattered and this can be recovered? Lu Ning didn't care about the joyous celestial man's exclamation of surprise, as he had already chopped down on the body of the fallen incense furnace once more. A roaring sound rang out, and the blade marks on the body of the fallen incense stove's furnace became a little more pronounced. This caused the fallen incense burner to constantly vibrate and emit a buzzing sound. At the same time, the various voices that had been speaking loudly in Lu Ning's ears turned into densely overlapping screams. Lu Ning merely frowned and muttered "so noisy" once again before trying to attack again. Seeing that Lu Ning still wanted to attack, the joyous heavenly kingdom man had gone completely insane. He was about to strike Lu Ning again when, just then, his movement suddenly lurched and he looked violently in Wang Anming's direction. Not only him, even Lu Ning looked over. Lu Ning clearly felt that Wang Anming's aura had become very powerful, and within that power, it also carried a chaotic spiritual pollution. This kind of mental pollution wasn't very powerful, but it felt a little weird, and at this moment, Wang Anming had a dark blue crystal on his forehead at some point. As the crystal was attached to his forehead, Wang Anming's entire body became even bigger and his muscles became even more pancaked. Seeing this scene, the joyous heavenly kingdom man's face changed dramatically. "Your spiritual pollution has reached this level, and you're even using disposable high-risk level hazards? You're dead." The dark blue crystal on Wang Anming's forehead had turned into ashes at this moment. His expression was calm, but his eyes seemed to contain shocking thunder. And he spoke. Base City 116 is my home. How can I watch my home be destroyed by you people? As I said, before I die, I will kill you first. No! The joyous heavenly kingdom man's face changed drastically. His entire body's breath surged, and his body, which was already close to collapsing, squirmed again at this moment, as if it was about to undergo a deeper level of lesions. However, right at this moment, a violent wind pressure surged, and Lu Ning didn't even see what was happening before he saw the joyous celestial kingdom man shatter into pieces of flesh and blood. Almost instantly, the mental pollution on him dissipated, and in the spot where the joyful heavenly kingdom man had originally been, there stood Wang Anming at the moment. Wang Anming stood with his fist clenched, and his fist unexpectedly began to crumble and dissipate into a mist of blood. He glanced at his fist, then looked at Lu Ning, his eyes that had originally contained a shocking thunderbolt carrying a mixture of complexity and relief. He smiled. Lu Ning, it seems that you have integrated well into this world. Lu Ning's expression was calm as he looked at Wang Anming, whose small arm had already turned into a mist of blood. You're about to die. Ha ha, yes. He laughed softly. I have lived for more than 300 years, and I have lived almost as much as I can, so let's die. He then looked toward the rest of the battlefield with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Only, after I die, there will be one less guardian in the base city. Lu Ning, I implore you, before you find your way back, help me look after this base city a little more, please. Before he could finish his words, his mouth had already turned into a mist of blood, and his eyes looked at Lu Ning with sorrow and pleading until they turned into eyes that disappeared into a mist of blood. Lu Ning watched as Wang Anming's body completely turned into blood mist and dissipated into the air, leaving behind only a white jade talisman, a golden spear, and the dark blue necklace. All three of these were medium critical grade soul weapons. It was with these three medium critical grade soul weapons that the previous Wang Anming was able to battle that diseased and transformed joyful heavenly kingdom man. Lu Ning looked at the medium critical grade soul artifact on the ground and didn't step forward to pick it up. There are side effects to medium risk level soul weapon use unlike low risk level soul weapons. Although Lu Ning could not worry about the spiritual pollution on his soul tool, the side effects were not something he was sure he could avoid. And as things stood, there shouldn't be much of a problem even without using a soul weapon. He turned his gaze to the fallen incense burner once more. The fallen incense burner was a living soul artifact, and it seemed to have sensed Lu Ning's icy gaze as it trembled crazily, and pink mist surged into the bodies of the remaining diseased mutants. However, the pink mist can sicken members of the joyful kingdom of heaven, making them substantially stronger. But the already diseased lesions didn't get much of a boost from absorbing all that pink mist. But after absorbing the pink mist, the lesions seemed to be in a complete frenzy. They would rather be injured than rush out of the battle circle fighting the Mist Bureau powerhouses. And the four diseased mutants surrounded the fallen incense burner firmly, snarling angrily at the crowd of Mist Bureau powerhouses. And that gave the powerful men of the Misty Bureau some time to rest. They saw that the mutants weren't attacking and looked around to make sure of the situation. The crowd caught their breath when they saw Landon's body on the ground. In addition to Landon, two other Misty Bureau powerhouses died. These two powerhouses were killed in battle when they fought the diseased. Lu Ning had only seen them during the previous siege of the Joy Heavenly Kingdom's top brass. Don't even know their names. The other Misty Bureau powerhouses weren't in too good of shape either, each carrying injuries on their bodies. Lin Xiao was holding a blood-colored greatsword, and his entire body seemed to have lost a lot of weight, as if he had been sucked dry. Colin's eyes were bloodshot, but he didn't dare remove the ring from his hand. Lu Chang, Li Rou, Yan Feng, Yan Sheng and the others were likewise not in too good of shape. Like them, however, the four mutants were similarly scarred and were making a last stand. Right at this moment, Li Xingliang continuously scanned the surrounding area and exclaimed, "Where's Bureau Wang? Where is Bureau Wang?" The other Misty Bureau powerhouses were also startled and searched for Wang Anming. Just now, they had all been fighting fiercely, and hadn't had the time to pay attention to the battlefield of Lu Ning's few people. And Yun Rou, who was also aware of the situation, said with a sad expression, "Bureau Chief Wang used the director's bottom and sacrificed himself." At those words, the air went silent, only the low growls of the four legions still ringing out. Chapter 97, Lillian. Li's line of eyes reddened. He looked over to the four mutants who were snarling, his body once again turning a metallic color, and let out a low growl. Asterisk 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 your mother. In the next moment, he held a huge hammer and charged towards the four diseased mutants. Yanfeng's several people also had grim expressions, and one by one, they used their own abilities, using their medium critical grade soul weapons at full strength, and launched their attacks at the four diseased mutants like mad. Even Lin Xiao and Colin were no exception. The greatsword in Lin Xiao's hand emitted an even denser blood aura, while he himself had become a few points thinner. A tear of blood escaped from Colin's eye as he controlled the various metal machines within the research room and slammed them hard into the 4 lesions. Yunro's eyes flashed with dreamy colors as she used mental hints to the strongest members of the Misty Bureau in succession. Even though her mental energy was greatly depleted, her face was incredibly pale, and sweat was pouring from her forehead. She didn't stop. Lu Ning looked at the Misty Bureau powerhouses that seemed to be going crazy and fell silent. Then he also gripped his battle sword and charged up. Perhaps because the fallen incense burner had been attacked by Lu Ning and suffered some damage, its own ability to fall had weakened quite a bit, and even the pink-colored mist had become very weak. Of course, most of that mist had been absorbed by the previous member of that joyful heavenly kingdom, while some of it had entered the bodies of the 4 legions. In this way, the negative statuses suffered by the group of Misty Bureau's powerhouses were much better, and their fighting strength was much stronger. This, coupled with the fact that Lu Ning and Yunro had joined the fight as well, had strengthened the Misty Bureau's strongest players again. The Mist Bureau powerhouses themselves were humongous. Even though his hand was bitten off by one of the mutants, Li Ro didn't say a word, and his other hand held a warhammer and ruthlessly smashed at this mutant. Yan Feng's whole body was burning with flames. His mental energy was almost exhausted, and his left hand had already begun to flame, and he didn't retreat in the slightest, condensing one huge fireball after another to attack the legionist. The same is true for others. The battle was intense, but it ended quickly. In just over a minute, the 4 diseased mutants were almost torn to pieces by the furious Mist Bureau powerhouses. After the deaths of the 4 legions, the Misty Bureau powerhouses collapsed to the ground, hastily removing their own soul weapons, not daring to use them again. A few of these powerhouses had begun to show signs of their bodies approaching lesions, but the situation hadn't reached as serious as Li Mu's before. Yunro braced her spirit and used mental cues on these powerful people, causing them to fall into slumber one after another. The next step is simply to recover and stabilize your mental strength. In addition to these Misty Bureau powerhouses who were forced to sleep, there were also those who had passed out after consuming too much during the battle. The remaining ones who were still unconscious also had 6 more, including Lin Xiao, Colin, Li Ro and 3 Misty Bureau powerhouses that Lu Ning did not recognize. Even the very strong Yin Feng seemed to be hollowed out at the moment, completely unconscious. These people were all looking at the fallen incense burner in the center of the diseased mutant's corpse at the moment, with a scornful look in their eyes. Now that the crisis had not been lifted, they pressed the grief of Wang Anming's sacrifice to the bottom of their hearts. Li Ro's expression was serious as he spoke. This is a high-risk level soul weapon with extremely high spiritual radiation. I'm afraid we can't take it in our current state. Yunro sat down on the ground with a tired, unimaginative face and spoke. Not to mention you guys right now. Just now, I saw that the already diseased Joy Heavenly Kingdom's executives almost collapsed when they touched this fallen incense burner. Several people in Li's line were stunned, and their expressions became even more scornful. Lin Xiao coughed and said somewhat weakly, "A high-risk level soul weapon is actually this terrifying? What should we do then?" Yunro suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Ning. When he fought just now, Lu Ning had likewise expended no small amount of effort, and had even died twice. With his clothes in tatters and covered in blood, he was sitting on the ground resting, bored and picking at his ever-present eyeballs. Because his mental power was too consumed, he was no longer able to completely suppress the white mist with the eyeballs. While it wasn't a problem for him personally, the constant growth of eyes made Lu Ning a bit uncomfortable. The others followed Yunro's line of sight, and when they saw Lu Ning's actions, all of them looked numb. This guy really is like a monster. However, they had all watched Lu Ning's battle just now, so they naturally understood how much Lu Ning had contributed just now, and both Lin Xiao and Colin's eyes lit up as Lin Xiao laughed. "Right, Lu Ning, you can go get that. You don't have to worry about spiritual pollution after all. Lu Ning, can you do it?" The others also showed surprise. Li Ro strongly got up and bowed to the end to Lu Ning, his voice weak but firm. "Lu Ning, if we let this fallen incense burner continue to be placed here, its spiritual pollution will surely keep spreading, and after that, all the human beings in the entire base city will be diseased. Please help." Lu Ning looked at Li Ro and calmly said, "You're welcome. I'm also a member of the Misty Mist Bureau." Li Ro was stunned, then looked up at Lu Ning with gratitude in his eyes. "Many thanks." Lu Ning got up and walked toward the fallen incense burner. Just then, there was the sound of crisp heels walking by. Everyone was stunned and turned their heads violently to look in the direction the voice came from. They then saw a stunningly beautiful and feminine-looking woman in a black dress standing at the entrance of the research lab. The woman's temperament was elegant and somewhat seductive, and the whole person seemed to be 100 times a siren, with snow-white skin and a smile on her face that seemed innocent and seductive with desire. There wasn't a single one of this woman that Lu Ning's few people didn't recognize. It was Lillian who had appeared in the screen earlier. Lillian swept her gaze around, seeing several people looking over, and lifted her skirts in a graceful curtsy. "Greetings, gentlemen. It seems I've come at just the right time." All of the crowd, all of them with angry expressions, got up and gathered their powers again, staring Lillian dead in the face. "The man in front of me is the culprit." Just now they had even forgotten that there was such a person. In the face of the anger of the crowd, Lillian smiled as not diminish. Light-hearted as if going to the field trip of the little girl. "Do not be so nervous well with your current state, if you are too excited, but if it is easy to lesions Lin Zhao's few people didn't say anything, their hearts kept sinking downward. Somewhat desperate, Lillian was a divine benefactor and was naturally extremely powerful. Even if they were all still intact, they might not be able to deal with her just by joining forces with those of them who were still awake. Now they were almost all out of the fight again. How are they going to deal with Lillian in this situation? Even their Misty Bureau's high-risk level hazards had already been used by Wang Anming, and there wasn't even a way to die with them. Li Ro clenched his fists and said angrily, "What the hell are you trying to do?" With fervor in her eyes, Lillian said in a tone full of adoration, "My purpose, naturally, is to offer this base city to my lord, so that my lord can descend as soon as possible and take us into the kingdom of God." She then smiled as she swept over the crowd and spoke, "My plan proved successful, using the fallen incense to get your attention, and then allowing you to find believers willing to dedicate their lives to my lord, fusing the powers bestowed by my lord to form this wonderful divine artifact." Just as she laid her eyes on the fallen incense burner, the smile on her face froze. Her beautiful expression then turned livid, her body trembling slightly from anger. How could there be damage? This is a divine object gifted by my lord. How could there be damage? Which one of you did this? Before Lu Ning and the others could speak, Lillian let out a shrill cry. "You all deserve to die." Fallen. Invisible fluctuations spread in all directions, and the crowd that was still awake instantly felt their spiritual energy ripple. Li Ro, Lin Xiao, Colin, Yun Ro and the others all had mutations in their bodies. Chapter 98, Receiving the Sword. Li Ro's body transformed towards metal. The direction of the metal's growth continued to twist. A strip of metal began to appear on his limbs, and his entire body seemed to be starting to become irregular. The flesh and blood on Lin Zhao's body began to twist and a tentacle emerged from every part of his body. Colin's body trembled, veins surfaced all over his body, and a wild and unorganized surge of nimbus knocked the unconscious crowd out of the room. Yun Ro's body seemed to start becoming void and dreamy, as if it was going to disappear from the real world. The other three Misty Bureau powerhouses that Lu Ning did not recognize had similarly developed lesions. In Lu Ning's line of sight, within these people's bodies, the level of spiritual pollution was climbing at an extremely fast rate. Even Lu Ning, the white mist with the eyeballs inside his body was churning, and eyeball after eyeball grew out of his body. Lu Ning frowned as his body flashed and ran towards Lin Xiao. Just then, a tentacle on Lin Xiao's body extended and pushed Lu Ning away. "Go save Colin." Lu Ning was stunned as Lin Xiao gripped the blood-colored greatsword, and in the next moment, a blood-red mist violently churned above the greatsword. The flesh and blood on Lin Xiao's body, including the tentacles that grew out, all seemed to be absorbed by an invisible force and all of them became dried up, even if the tentacles are just growing out. And as the blood and flesh dried up, the blood-red mist on top of the blood-colored greatsword became denser and denser, almost turning into substance. A change surfaced on Lu Ning's always calm face. His eyes flashed as he looked at Lin Xiao dead on. "Go!" Lin Xiao had almost turned into a human stem at the moment, with only traces of bones, and the voice from his mouth was hoarse and incomparable, with a hideous frenzy. In the next moment, Lin Xiao rushed towards Lillian with his blood-colored greatsword in hand. Lu Ning's body flashed and arrived at Colin's side. Colin no longer had any berserk Nianli surging at the moment, while the blood vessels around his body began to gradually rupture, and the surface of his body was filled with blood. His expression was pained, but he was still conscious. His eyes were wide. The capillaries in the corners of his eyes had ruptured and blood was trickling down from the corners of his eyes. He roared, "Lu Ning, you listened to the captain? I can stabilize the mental pollution. Go save him." Without speaking, Lu Ning reached out and pressed his hand against Colin's chest. Colin wanted to struggle, wanted to break away from Lu Ning's hand, but the blood vessels in his entire body were extensively broken, and it was already difficult for him to even move, let alone break away from Lu Ning. Lu Ning grabbed the struggling Colin with one hand, gazed at him calmly, and spoke, "The spiritual pollution in the captain's body is disappearing." Colin was stunned, sensing the strength in Lu Ning's hands, and opened his mouth, blood mixed with tears flowing from the corners of his eyes as another large blood vessel ruptured on his body. Lu Ning reached out and grabbed a dense mist with a twisted white light. The mist continued to struggle as it left Colin's body, and Lu Ning casually pressed it towards his own. At this moment, Lu Ning's skin surface had grown densely packed with eyeballs. As the new mist was absorbed into his body, a blood vessel surfaced on the surface of Lu Ning's body, which exploded in droves, almost coloring him into a bloody man. However, Lu Ning's expression did not change in the slightest. Colin had the same pained expression as Lu Ning absorbed the spiritual pollution in his body, but he didn't care. Instead he looked dead at Lin Xiao, who was fighting Lillian. The ever-smooth Colin growled, "Captain, Lin Xiao, you're being a hero yourself? Letting me live to feel guilty for the rest of my life?" Lin Xiao had his back to Colin, and at this moment, a blood-red mist appeared even on his body. This blood-red greatsword was obviously boosting its strength by absorbing blood and flesh, and Lin Xiao happened to be the body-strengthening type, and after the lesion, his blood and flesh grew insanely, and all of this growing flesh and blood was burned and sacrificed by Lin Xiao, becoming blood-red greatsword nutrients, having devoured a large amount of blood and flesh. At this moment, Lin Xiao's aura was extremely powerful and was even close to matching that of Wang Anming, who had used a disposable high-risk level dangerous item. Lillian was naturally extremely strong as a divine benefactor. However, facing Lin Xiao in this state, he unexpectedly fell into a disadvantage. One of her most powerful abilities was Fallen, and the Fallen ability was useless against Lin Xiao, who could almost already be considered a lesion. And although negative abilities could weaken Lin Xiao's state at the moment could be said to be extremely powerful. Even after using her negative abilities, Lillian was still suppressed by Lin Xiao. Her gorgeous face was icy and manic as she tried to pick up the fallen incense burner, wanting to see what was wrong with it. How is it that someone is trying to get in her way? Lin Xiao's body, which was like a withered bone, contained terrifying power, and the greatsword in his hand carried a blood-colored glow as it chopped at Lillian, forcing her back. His voice was hoarse and weak. "I am the captain of the 7th Division and your elder brother. Of course I have to protect you younger siblings." In the next moment, Lin Xiao's body trembled as the blood-red greatsword showed signs of trembling. Having absorbed too much flesh and blood and strengthened too much power, he was on the verge of not being able to grasp this power. Lin Xiao's attack stopped. He exhaled deeply, a blood-colored mist coming out of his mouth. His hoarse voice rang out, "Lu Ning, I don't know if I can kill her with this sword, but I'm sure you'll take the scarlet sword and defend our base city." Lu Ning's movement of absorbing the white mist gave a start. Then he nodded slightly. "Good." Lin Xiao's skull-like head revealed a hint of a smile, and then with a scarlet glow in his eyes, he stared dead at Lillian. Lillian seemed to sense the danger. Her face changed slightly, and in the next moment, she prayed, "My lord, give me strength." As Lillian finished speaking, a strange and complex rune appeared on her brow. As the runes appeared, Lillian's aura suddenly increased, and her originally snow-white skin seemed to be plated with a layer of wax, glowing with an evil luster. The moment Lillian had just finished praying for a boon, Lin Xiao disappeared in place, and it was as if there was only a blood-red sword light left in the entire research room. The sword light was only about 5 meters long, but it was extremely condensed and had arrived at Lillian's neck in almost an instant. As if with divinity in her eyes, Lillian whispered, "Negative." With Lillian's words, the sword light dissipated a bit, but it was still powerful. Lillian's figure then stormed back, and a mass of wax blocks appeared on her hands, coalescing into a thick shield that blocked the sword light. Boom! The sword's light instantly tore through the shield coalesced by the wax block, and the next moment it severed Lillian's hands. However, at this moment, Lillian had already twisted her body, and the sword light failed to cut through Lillian's neck and landed on her chest, chopping a wound deep enough to be seen on her chest. Lillian's body flew out backwards and hit the metal wall heavily. The wall was directly shattered, and Lillian's body flew to nowhere, dangling. The blood-colored greatsword landed on the ground and Lin Xiao's body that seemed like withered bones stood in place. His hand bones had been broken and the remaining flesh and blood on top of his body was burning and dissipating. The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched and hissed. "Lu Ning, Colin, burn old me sports car. To me, lousy finally doesn't have to pay back the loan. He. Lin Xiao's voice gradually weakened and then fell completely silent, and his body, which was only a skeleton, collapsed to the ground with it. Chapter 99, Anger. "Captain!" Colin roared in grief and anger, unable to stop the tears of blood in his eyes. Lu Ning deadpanned the struggling Colin, and with a calm expression, he ripped out and absorbed the remaining spiritual pollutants. The two sources of contamination intertwined within Lu Ning's body, surprisingly clashing with each other in a frantic collision. This caused Lu Ning's eyes to appear on the surface of his body from time to time, and from time to time, his eyes exploded. For Lu Ning, it was naturally covered in blood. Lu Ning didn't seem to notice the blood on his body as he got up and walked over to Lin Xiao's skeleton, bending down to pick up the scarlet sword. As the scarlet sword entered his hand, Lu Ning immediately felt an incomparably powerful force surge into his body. However, as he gripped the scarlet sword, The blood in his body began to drain, slowly flowing down his arm to be absorbed by the scarlet sword. The scarlet sword seemed like a traveler who had been starving in the desert for years, and Lu Ning's blood seemed to be sweet rain to it. But this blood loss was not fast. Lu Ning understood that it was because he hadn't completely activated the scarlet sword yet, or else the rate of loss should be about the same as Lin Xiao. As Lu Ning picked up the scarlet sword, Colin braced his injured body and rushed to Lin Xiao's skeleton. He knelt down in front of Lin Xiao's skeleton, clenching his fists, his body trembling, but he could not utter a single word. Lu Ning glanced at Colin and spoke. "That woman is still alive. Lieutenant, you take the captain's body to the back." Colin was stunned and let out a low growl. "Still alive?" He looked up, his eyes bloodshot, his eyes filled with anger and hatred. Lu Ning frowned. "Lieutenant, calm down." Colin took a series of deep breaths before calming down. He didn't say any more, just nodded. "Good." Using his Nianli, he gently picked up all of Lin Xiao's body, including the bones of his hands that had been shattered, and then left with the bones. After walking a few steps, Colin stopped and looked at Lu Ning. "Lu Ning, kill her." "Aha." Lu Ning had just nodded his head when he heard a low growl coming from his side. As he turned his head to look, he saw that a Mist Bureau powerhouse that Lu Ning did not recognize had completely sickened at the moment, transforming into a humanoid creature with a grayish-white mist on the surface of his body. The humanoid creature seemed to see Lu Ning as its target, and the grayish mist surged from its body as it lunged towards Lu Ning. Lu Ning's figure disappeared into thin air, and the grayish mist pounced. In the next moment, a scarlet swordlight flashed by, and the humanoid creature of grayish-white mist was chopped down the middle. With just a single sword strike, Lu Ning killed the diseased mutant. Lu Ning looked at the other Misty Bureau powerhouses and realized that at the moment, the lesion process of these powerhouses had stalled. Li's Line had a grim expression on his face, and was trying to shrink the iron protruding from his body. Yun Ro has already recovered. She lowered her head and must not say to herself, "Lao Miang is mentally normal. Lao Miang is mentally normal. Lao Miang is mentally normal." Several others likewise kept saving themselves. In Lu Ning's line of sight, although the spiritual pollution in the bodies of these Misty Bureau powerhouses was still high, it was still a bit short of being completely diseased. Lu Ning guessed that it might have something to do with the fact that Lin Xiao had just interrupted Lillian's persistent fallen ability. Turning to Colin, he said, "Lieutenant, help bring the others away as well." Colin nodded and used his mind power while dragging his somewhat weakened body to drag the unconscious Mist Bureau powerhouse away. At the same time, Yun Ro and Li's Line of several similarly struggled to get up on their own and began to help Colin. Just as they had stepped out the door, the sound of crisp footsteps sounded. A figure quickly rushed out of the broken hole in the wall. It was Lillian. At this moment, Lillian's broken hands had been restored, and the hideous wound at the chest position had white wax flowing from it, which was also being repaired quickly. Her expression, however, wasn't too good, and even her breath was weaker than before. It was obvious that Lin Xiao's strike just now was not without effect on her. As Lillian swept her gaze around, she saw the scarlet sword in Lu Ning's hand. She revealed a soft smile. "This sword came into your hands? It's a pity that you're only at the 3rd rank." However, as soon as her words fell, Lu Ning's entire body exploded in blood and flesh, and even half of his bones blew away, leaving only the leg bones of his 2 legs, the bones of his right hand that was holding the sword, the spine and the bones of his right side, as well as his head still standing. The exploded flesh and bones were instantly absorbed by the scarlet greatsword. The greatsword gave a hungry, freaky shudder. Lu Ning's body disappeared in place in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lillian. The scarlet sword cut down towards Lillian's neck. Lu Ning was different from Lin Xiao in that he even burned his own life and even almost more than 2/3 of his flesh, blood, and bones. His own physical strength was not as strong as Lin Xiao's, and although the enhancements he had gained were somewhat inferior as well, there was one thing that Lu Ning did not possess that Lin Xiao did. That's a high degree of soul vibrating power, and he wasn't dealing with Lillian at full strength. Lillian hadn't expected Lu Ning to burn his life away at all and not even say a word about it. Her expression was stunned, and in the face of Lu Ning's attack, she couldn't even dodge in time, and could only fend it off just as she had before. However, just like the previous attack that faced Lin Xiao, the shield coalesced from the wax block was chopped to pieces, and Lu Ning's scarlet sword that was entwined with blood and white light once again chopped at Lillian's chest position that had not yet fully recovered. Boom! Lillian was once again decapitated and flew backwards, and this time, she sprayed a large amount of blood right in the air. She then smashed through the wall again and disappeared. After the blow, Lu Ning's vitality dissipated, and only his bones stood in place, leaning on the scarlet sword without falling to the ground. And seeing this scene, Li Ro and the others had shocked expressions. This kind of fight has never been seen before. Li Ro murmured in a weak voice. The others nodded. Those present were all the top brass of the Misty Mist Bureau, and coupled with the fact that they had just fought side by side with Lu Ning, they all knew that Lu Ning could be resurrected. But this kind of direct kryptonite, the fighting method of exchanging one's own life for someone else's, was a situation completely outside of their cognizance. Even Colin had never seen Lu Ning attack like this before. He glanced at the skeleton beside him, and muttered in his heart, "Captain, Lu Ning, this kid seems to be angry or the first time to see this kid so angry at." And at this moment, in the research room, on Lu Ning's skeleton, flesh and blood were growing once again, and at an extremely fast rate. In a single breath of time, almost only a portion of Lu Ning's entire body remained unrecovered in terms of internal organs and skin. 2 breaths later, Lu Ning had completely recovered. His expression remained calm as he dragged the scarlet sword towards the wall that Lillian had crashed through. With every step, part of Lu Ning's body crumbled, and powerful blood chi surged from the scarlet sword, and with another step, Lu Ning's shattered body recovered once more, week after week until Lu Ning was near the wall. Chapter 100, Wings. Lu Ning had just approached the gap in the wall when a soft voice rang out. "Charm." As the voice rang out, Lillian rushed out at great speed. Her arm had recovered again, but the wound on her chest was worse than before. With a pink glow in her eyes, she gazed at Lu Ning and used her charm ability. However, what answered Lillian was yet another blood-colored swordlight. Boom! Lillian flew backwards again as she collapsed the wall in the hallway and landed in another room. Shock on her gorgeous face. Lillian's charm ability was a divine gift she received as a divine benefactor. Even an awakened of the 9th order would have a subtle effect. Middle-ranked awakened, unless they were more special, would inevitably be charmed by her. But now Lillian was facing nothing more than a 3rd-ranked awakened who was surprisingly unaffected by her charm ability? How is that possible? Not only that, Lillian had suffered from Lin Xiao before, and she naturally knew that the scarlet sword in Lu Ning's hand itself enhanced itself by absorbing blood and flesh. Lu Ning's flesh and blood had disappeared before his last attack, and even his bones had been reduced to half. This is surprisingly not dead? Has even the flesh and blood been restored? Lillian spat out a mouthful of blood, not bothering to utilize her ability to repair her own wounds, and rolled onto her back. After she had just gotten up, Lu Ning had already reappeared in front of her. At this moment, Lu Ning's entire body disappeared once more as the scarlet sword chopped down once more. Lillian whispered, "Negativity. Degenerate." Lu Ning's blood chi and soul vibrating power shook slightly around him, becoming weaker. But this weakening was far less severe than Lillian had thought. It was even too late for her to dodge before she was chopped once again. This time, the scarlet sword slashed through Lillian's neck. Lillian's head was directly chopped off, blood spurting wildly. Lu Ning stopped where he was and began to revive once again. Just then, all of Lillian's body, including her head, turned into a white wax statue. Above the wax figure, a winged vista seemed to emerge vaguely. The vapors quivered their wings and melted the wax statue, fusing it together once more. When the wax figure resumed, it was once again in the form of Lillian. After Lillian was revived, she touched her neck and a look of horror appeared on her face. She just died? Used a charism to be resurrected? Before she could think much about it, she saw that Lu Ning, who was standing in front of her, had similarly opened his eyes. The moment Lu Ning opened his eyes, his entire body's flesh and blood and most of his bones were directly sacrificed. Lillian's entire body went numb. Crazy, she cursed, her body flashing as she tried to retreat. However, Lu Ning's body flashed with white light around him, and with the increase in speed from the scarlet sword, he was extremely fast, catching up to Lillian in almost an instant. Lillian used her negative ability several times in a row, but she was still sent flying by Lu Ning's sword, and even her arm was chopped off again. After being chopped out, the injury on Lillian's chest expanded once again, and she coughed out blood repeatedly, her original elegant appearance no longer able to be maintained. However, after seeing Lu Ning's skeleton-covered body left in place, her eyes lit up. She then leapt up and came in front of Lu Ning, and since her hands were still recovering, she directly swept her legs across the room towards Lu Ning's waist. Boom! Lu Ning's body flew backwards, and the sound of breaking bones came from his bones. However, as Lu Ning's body flew through the air, his bones had already healed, and even his flesh and blood had grown most of the way out. Seeing this terrifying recovery speed of Lu Ning's, Lillian's face instantly changed. What kind of monster is this? Just after saying this, Lu Ning had already opened his eyes once again. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes was to burn flesh and blood. Lillian was numb. All of her awakened abilities and evil arts worked on the spirit, and these powers had almost no effect on Lu Ning. In terms of physical strength, she naturally wasn't bad, but against this kind of madman who burned his own life with every attack and boosted it with a medium critical grade soul weapon, she simply couldn't compare. It was clear that Lillian's rank was far superior to Lu Ning's, but at the moment, She felt that she couldn't even deal with this third-ranked awakener in front of her. Boom! Lillian was once again decapitated and sent flying. Her injuries had healed after her previous resurrection, but her breath was a few points weaker than before. This strike was even harder for Lillian to resist. With just one blow, Lillian's hands were once again chopped off, even almost at the waist. Lillian barely managed to seal her injuries using the wax block. She glanced at Lu Ning, who was recovering, and with a clench of her teeth, she charged directly toward the fallen incense burner. If the fallen incense burner is utilized to increase one's abilities, there may be hope to charm or corrupt this monster. It was the only thing she could think of right now. However, Lillian had just rushed into the research room when the scarlet sword awnings behind her surfaced once more. The blow nearly decimated Lillian's back, and her entire body landed heavily, making it difficult for her to even get up. And Lu Ning didn't even burn his bones this time, and his flesh and blood recovered in the space of a breath. With his scarlet greatsword in hand, he walked towards Lillian, who was struggling to get up. However, right at this moment, Lu Ning stopped in his tracks. Lillian's flesh and blood twisted behind her back, and a pair of wings slowly grew out. The wing was white all over, but it had a little black spot on it, and the spot rotted as if it was polluted. As the white wings appeared, the wounds on Lillian's body recovered at an extremely fast speed. Her expression seemed to have become calm as well, her pupils transforming into deep black as she surveyed Lu Ning with interest. She was about to speak when a scarlet swordlight had arrived in front of Lillian. Lillian probed and grabbed, and there was a roar between the scarlet swordlight and Lillian's arm. Red and white light enveloped the entire research room. When the light dissipated, Lu Ning's figure flew backwards, and in midair, the flesh and blood grew again. Lillian, on the other hand, glanced at her palm. A crack appeared on the snow-white palm as if it was porcelain. Then it turned into pieces and fell to the ground. Lillian whispered, "Interesting." She probed at Lu Ning. "Human, I'm interested in you, Faith." Before she could finish her words, Lu Ning had already reappeared in front of her. This time around, Lu Ning did not use the scarlet sword chopper. His hand pressed directly into Lillian's chest. Lillian seemed to be stunned as well, and in the next moment, her face changed dramatically, for a white mist was pulled from Lillian's body. As the white mist was pulled out, the wings behind Lillian's back seemed to lose their source of power, and surprisingly began to crumble. Liveliness returned to Lillian's otherwise calm, but seemingly lifeless face. Yet this vividness is full of fear. She frantically tried to struggle while screaming at the top of her lungs. "Who the hell are you? How is it that my lord's power can be ripped out of you?" Chapter 101, The Space Rift. Lu Ning didn't reply, and the scarlet sword in his hand plunged directly into Lillian's abdomen, pinning her to the floor without stopping the movement in his hand. Once he pulled the white mist out, he pressed it into himself, and as it continued to be pulled out, the wings on Lillian's back completely collapsed. At the same time, inside Lu Ning's body, the white mist seemed to transform into a blurry figure with wings. The figure let out an ear-piercing shrill whistle once it had coalesced. The white mist of the eyes and the white mist of the thoughts that were originally also inside Lu Ning's body trembled at the sound of the shrill whistling, almost on the verge of collapsing. Lu Ning's hair grew rapidly, dragging to the ground almost instantly, becoming black and shiny, and the lines of his face grew softer. His lips flushed, and he seemed to begin to feminize. At the same time his body began to gradually melt as if he were a wax statue. In response, Lu Ning didn't care and continued to absorb the white mist. As the white mist absorbed more and more, the white mist that contained the power of the fallen angels raged within Lu Ning's body. The eyeball white mist and thought white mist that were also inside Lu Ning's body seemed to be in a frenzy, trying to flee, only to be targeted by the fallen white mist, which surged wildly and began to devour them. Although the other two white mists were struggling frantically, in just a moment, the fallen white mist completely engulfed both, and Lu Ning's body had almost completely melted at the moment, with only his long black hair spilling out onto the ground without turning into a wax statue. During the process of Lu Ning's body melting, Lillian's breath was rapidly slipping because of the absorption of the white mist that contained the power of the fallen angels within her body. It's almost to the point where it's only a sixth order. Her eyes were wide with despair. No, this can't be. Lillian, who had lost her fallen angel power, couldn't even be called a divine benefactor, for the gifts of the gods are no more. Lillian tried to struggle, yet none of the injuries she had received herself had fully healed, and now that she had lost her divine grace, her strength had slipped drastically, not to mention that her body was still pinned by the scarlet sword. The blade of the scarlet sword dug into Lillian's body, constantly drawing on her flesh and blood. Soon Lillian sensed something was wrong. Her face was pale, and a scowl surfaced on her stunning face. "Damn it! Let go of me!" However, Lu Ning was simply unable to respond to her at the moment. As the scarlet sword continued to draw, Lillian's originally full body gradually dried up, and her originally luscious face began to dry out. She struggled frantically, but only managed to have her wounds and the spot where the scarlet sword had been rooted kept getting torn apart. As the wound was torn apart, more and more blood gushed out and was absorbed by the scarlet sword. The speed at which Lillian was absorbed into the flesh and blood also increased. It took just under a minute for Lillian's struggles to stop. Her originally stunningly beautiful face was transformed into a skeleton, and her body was likewise reduced to nothing but white bones. And at the moment, Lu Ning was still a lump of melted wax. Whenever Lu Ning started to return to his humanoid form from the wax block, he soon caved in again. The many powerful people outside the research room heard the movement inside the research room disappear. They glanced at each other and both saw a look of gravity in the other's eyes. Yunro took a deep breath and spoke. "I'll go take a look." Colin shook his head, determined as ever. "I'll go." Yunro frowned and said, "I've suppressed my spiritual pollution, and the situation is the best we've had here." Colin firmly looked at Yunro and said, "Lu Ning is on our team, and as our captain said, we're all family. I want to see how he's doing." Yunro glanced at the white bones beside Colin and lapsed into silence. At this time, Li Ro's somewhat weak voice rang out. "Yunro, you guys go together." Hearing this, Yunro nodded. "All right." The two men got up and cautiously made their way toward the door to the study. When they saw the situation inside the research room, they were all stunned. Colin quickly saw the wax mass and his face changed dramatically. "Lu Ning?" He wanted to rush over, but Yunzwa pulled him back. Yunro said seriously, "You're not even sure what Lu Ning's situation is now. What are you going over there for? Let go of me." His current condition should be affected by mental pollution, but he'll be fine for sure. Even if he's going to be fine, you can see that he's trying to recover on his own right now. Aren't you disturbing him by going over there? With a dreamy glow in her eyes, Yunro communicated with Colin by way of mental suggestion. It also calmed Colin down. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and nodded. "I'll watch from here." Yunro sighed in relief. She looked toward the wax mass that was constantly twisting and changing, wanting to try and use her mental perception to see how Lu Ning was doing. But before she could do so, she received a violent mental suggestion of her own. "Can't do that. Doing this will kill you. It will kill you." This caused a cold sweat to break out behind Yunro's back, and she hurriedly stopped the thoughts of what she was planning to do just now. For her hints, Yunro was convinced. After all, Yunro herself belonged to the ability of mental suggestion, which could only occur when she was under a deadly threat. Yunro looked at the twisted mass of wax that Lu Ning had transformed into with some trepidation. She couldn't understand what Lu Ning was going through right now, but what she understood was that no matter what the situation was, she couldn't interfere or it would definitely be dangerous. Just like that, the wax mass that Lu Ning had transformed into changed from an irregular shape to a human shape, and collapsed back into an irregular shape. This process cycle lasted over 10 minutes. Gradually, the wax mass that Lu Ning had transformed into began to take on a regular shape. Lu Ning's head began to manifest, but the lines of his face seemed a little softer than before. The head alone exudes amazing charm. The moment they saw the head, both Colin and Yunro were in a trance for a moment. However, it was fortunate that Colin and Yunro, one of whom had a Nianli ability and the other a mental suggestion ability, were both rather powerful types in terms of mental power. Soon they reacted. Both of them were in a cold sweat. "What kind of ability is this?" Yunro whispered. Colin shook his head. Then he thought for a moment and said, looking at the way Lu Ning just transformed into a melted wax statue, "It could be the kind of lesion that involves the members of the joyous heavenly kingdom." Lu Ning had absorbed Mumu's lesion source before and had many eyes growing out of his body. And after absorbing my lesion source, the blood vessels all over his body began to rupture. So it looks like Lu Ning might have absorbed the lesion source of a member of the joyful heavens kingdom, and therefore have special charm abilities. As Yunro listened, she looked at Lu Ning with even more curiosity. What exactly is this guy's origin? It's incredible. Colin was silent, not saying much. He didn't have much heart to chat about it. Seeing Lu Ning's head appear, Colin's heart was set on Lu Ning's body, expecting Lu Ning to recover quickly. Just then, space suddenly shook, and both Colin and Yunro detected the tremor. Their pupils dilated and they looked at the source of the tremor with some consternation. In the next moment, they saw that a spatial rift had actually torn open where the fallen incense burner had been left, lost in motion. A hand reached out from the spatial rift and grabbed this fallen incense burner. The fallen incense burner hummed continuously, but it didn't struggle, allowing this large hand to grab hold of it and drag it into the spatial rift. As the fallen incense burner entered the spatial rift closed with it. All of this, it seems, never happened. Chapter 102 Recovery. Colin and Yunro looked at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. Tearing up space, either he was a spatial ability person, or his own strength had reached an extremely exaggerated level. If it was the former, with spatial abilities, one could imagine how powerful it was, and if it was the latter, then I'm afraid that it would have to be at least at the saint level. Either way it was possible. It left Colin and Yoonzwa in a cold sweat. The loss of the fallen incense burner is a great loss. After all, this was a high-risk level soul weapon. Even if some of it had been damaged by Lu Ning just now, it was still powerful. If you can stay in the bureau, then you are bound to become the bottom of the bureau. But that existence that ripped through space was too terrifying, and it was already a blessing in misfortune that it didn't make a move against them. As for whether or not the loss of the fallen incense burner would cause any disasters in the future, it really wasn't something they should consider. The two men exchanged glances with each other and didn't bring up the subject. They all feared that the being was hiding in the shadows and did not leave. And at that moment, Lu Ning's body had gradually begun to recover. And at this moment, the upper half of his body had already managed to recover. He looked in the direction where the spatial rift had disappeared, then at Colin and Yunro at the gate. And just as he was about to open his mouth, Colin spoke up ahead of time. He said with some urgency, "Lu Ning, how is your situation now? Feeling alright?" Lu Ning replied, "I absorbed something just now and felt a bit stressed, but I've recovered quite a bit, so it's nothing." This caused Colin to frown, wondering, "You absorbed the source of Mu Mu and I's spiritual pollution before, and that was fine. What exactly did you absorb just now? Surprisingly, it took you so long to recover." "Oh, it seems to be a source of spiritual pollution that contains the power of fallen angels." Colin and Unru, Lu Ning spoke plainly, but Colin and Yunro seemed to have heard something horrible, and the two of them even forgot about the spatial rift just now, only feeling their scalps numb and their heads buzzing. Yunro hurriedly whispered, "Old mother's mind is stable. Old mother's mind is stable. Old mother's mind is stable." She recovered and looked at Lu Ning. "Are you sure you're okay? No lesions?" Lu Ning carefully felt his situation and shook his head. "No." Yunru gulped. "Not contaminated by fallen angels?" Lu Ning shook his head. "No." Yunro was a bit incredulous. "How is it possible? The contaminating nature of the evil god is so strong that even saints have to be careful in dealing with it. And you, a third order, absorbed the power of the evil god, and you weren't even contaminated?" She then looked scornfully at Lu Ning and said, "Lu Ning, after you recover next, can you just stay there and not come over? When the reinforcements come afterward, I'll check your spiritual pollution level first." Colin only came back to his senses at this moment, and when he heard Yunro's words, he immediately frowned and said with an angry face, "Yunro, what do you mean? If it wasn't Lu Ning this time, we'd all be dead. You don't trust him?" Yunro helplessly said, "Colin, I understand how you feel, and I also know that if we didn't have Lu Ning, we would all be finished this time. To be honest, I wouldn't even care if it was me alone, but behind us is the entire base city. You're a member of the Mist Bureau's action team. You should understand." Colin opened his mouth and was about to say something when Lu Ning calmly said, "It's fine. I'll just wait here, just in time to absorb that source of contamination. Otherwise I feel like I'm going to turn into a woman." These words caused Yunro's expression to turn odd as she looked Lu Ning up and down. "Lu Ning, the look in your eyes makes me feel a little sick." Yunro gave a dry cough and withdrew her gaze. Nothing. Colin gave Yunro a somewhat puzzled look and didn't say much. After a few more minutes, Lu Ning's body finally coalesced completely. His skin was more snow-white than it had been before, and the lines of his face were a little softer, though the man hadn't changed. Lu Ning lowered his head and pulled back his pants, silently glancing at them, his heart completely settled. He glanced at Lillian's skeleton on the ground, withdrew his gaze, and began to quench that white mist he had just absorbed. The white mist absorbed from Lillian's body had now transformed into a blurry shadow with wings. The shadow continued to emit shrill whistles within Lu Ning's body, and each time it did so, the internal organs within Lu Ning's body would be torn apart. The torn internal organs were then restored by Lu Ning. As for the white mist of the eyes and the white mist of the thoughts that Lu Ning had absorbed earlier, they had already been swallowed up by this blurry shadow. Lu Ning tried to utilize his spiritual power to wear out this white mist, but realized that his spiritual power was a bit weak. This continuous great battle had caused Lu Ning's mental energy to be consumed quite a bit, and it was on the verge of being exhausted. He intended to recover his spiritual power first before quenching this white mist transformed into a vague shadow. Colin and Yunro were relieved to see that Lu Ning had recovered. After seeing Lu Ning sit down on the ground, they did likewise. Both of them were very tired, only because they were worried about Lu Ning. They held their bodies together and waited for Lu Ning to recover. At the moment, Lu Ning didn't seem to have any problems, so their hearts settled down quite a bit. After a few more moments, there was the sound of dense footsteps. Colin and Yunzwa looked down the hallway and saw a large group of people rushing in. These people were all awakened, mostly members of the action team. and some were free awakened who had come to help. Colin saw Li Mu, who was covered in blood and had a very tired face. Wang Chuan and Xiao Yulin were also seen. Wang Chuan's arm was simply bandaged, and his face looked much better than before. Xiao Yulin, on the other hand, looked unharmed. Only her breath was a bit weak. However, Colin didn't see Wei Xian. It made his heart sink. When Li Mu and the others saw Colin, their eyes lit up and they hurriedly ran over. Li Mu looked Colin up and down and inquired, "Is everything alright?" Colin shook his head. "Can't die." Li Mu looked around again. "Where's the captain and Lu Ning?" Colin lapsed into silence. This caused all three of them to be stunned, and their expressions became ugly. Autumn Moonlighting worriedly said, "Lieutenant, what about them?" Colin was silent and pointed to the bones on the side. "The captain is here." The three were struck by lightning. Li Mu's eyes turned red and she hastily bit her lower lip. Autumn Moonlin covered her mouth, tears directly flowing down her face as she looked at Bones in disbelief. "He's the captain? How is it possible? The captain is so powerful. How could he die?" Wang Chuan stared blankly at the Bones and was silent. He hadn't spoken since he first came over and was very quiet. Colin's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes and he lowered his head slightly. "The captain died trying to save me. He could have survived." To be honest, if Lu Ning had gone to absorb Lin Zhao's spiritual pollution before, Lin Xiao would have had hope of surviving, but he had no choice but to fend off Lillian, leaving the hope of surviving to him and to the others. At the thought, Colin glanced at the white bones on the side and his eyes dimmed a bit more. Chapter 103, The Coming of the Holy One. Li Mu's few people were silent, and the atmosphere was stoic. Colin took a deep breath and pointed inside the research room again. "Lu Ning is there." Hearing this, the crowd snapped back from the news of Lin Zhao's death and looked in the direction of Colin's finger. They then saw that Lu Ning was sitting on the cracked floor of the research room. "Lu Ning." Li Mu tried to enter, but was stopped by Colin reaching out. "Colin, what are you doing?" Li Mu frowned at Colin. The others also looked puzzled. Colin explained, "You can't go over there right now. Lu Ning's situation is a bit unique." The three men's faces changed slightly. Xiao Yulin said worriedly, "What happened to brother Lu Ning? Did something happen to him too?" Yun Ro, who was on the side, explained, "He just absorbed a very powerful pollutant, so he needs to do a spiritual pollution level check later to determine the situation before he can do so." Hearing this, all three of them relaxed their expressions slightly. Li Mu glanced at Lu Ning, who had his eyes closed, and spoke, "That shouldn't be a problem. After all, he absorbed my spiritual pollutant before, and wasn't he fine?" Colin opened his mouth to say that this time he had absorbed a spiritual pollutant that contained divine power. He didn't say anything in the end, though, and lapsed into silence. Colin then changed the subject and looked at the three, inquiring, "Where's Wei Xian? Have you guys seen him?" The three of them sniffed and likewise fell silent. Wang Chuan spoke somewhat lowly, "Wei Xian is dead." Colin's eyes lowered as he opened his mouth and asked, "Killed by those lesions?" Aha! The atmosphere between a few people was once again quiet. While they were being quiet, in other areas of the corridor, Li's Line and the others were likewise communicating with the action team members and Free Awakening members who had just come over. Low roars of anger and cries of sorrow rang out from time to time. A heavy sadness seemed to settle over the entire corridor. Colin laughed softly to himself. On the bright side, our squad seems to be doing quite well, with only 2 members sacrificed. Other squads might have sacrificed more. Li Mu and the others, however, couldn't laugh. Xiao Yulin wiped her tears, her eyes reddening as she said, "I don't know how to explain to you Ran and Elder Qin and the others when I go back." The words made Colin feel as if something had clogged his throat, and his heart seemed to have been written on so hard that it hurt. In such a sad atmosphere, the state of Li's Line and the others gradually stabilized, and the other unconscious Misty Bureau powerhouses began to wake up one after another. Just then, the roof of the building was suddenly torn open, and a figure descended from the sky. It was a man with short green hair, a tall and slender figure, and a rather handsome look. Surrounded by the breeze, he fell slowly through the opening torn in the roof of the building. This person's appearance caused everyone to look over, wary and alarmed. The materials used in the construction of the headquarters were extremely strong, and it could be torn apart so easily. What kind of strength was this? However, Li Ro quickly thought of something and got up with some awe. You are the sage of Qinlan?" When the others heard this, their faces also changed slightly, and more awe grew in their eyes. "The Holy One. This is an existence above the Ninth Order awakened person. Moreover, the gap between a saint and a Ninth Order awakened was simply greater than Ninth Order to First Order. Mortals are called saints, so imagine how terrifying it is. That was an existence that was strong enough to destroy a base city by itself. I didn't expect the person in front of me to be the legendary saint. In a small base city like 116 base city, there weren't even any high-level awakened ones, and suddenly a saint descended. which naturally caused people to be in awe. Sage Qinglan looked at Li's line and nodded slightly. Well, I'm Qinglan. I received a distress message from your base city, and I happened to be in the neighborhood, so I came over. His attitude wasn't arrogant. Only the powerful aura itself still made everyone instinctively bow their heads slightly. Qinglan didn't care about the crowd's reaction. His gaze swept over the surroundings, and there were strands of green light flowing in his eyes. Soon he landed his eyes on the location where the fallen incense had been before and frowned slightly, his expression becoming quite grave. Space power? Upon hearing the Green Lawn Sage's mutterings, Colin and Yun-Ro glanced at each other, and Yun-Ro hurriedly said, Green Lawn Sage, we just saw it. Space tore in that place and someone took the fallen incense burner away. Saint Qinglan's frown tightened, and his entire body turned into a wisp of breeze and disappeared. At the same time, his figure appeared at the location where the fallen incense burner was before. He took a closer look and raised an eyebrow. Quick escape. He looked at Yun-Ro and said, what are the characteristics of that person? He didn't appear in person. He just stretched out a hand from the spatial rift. The hand looked ordinary, but it should be a man's hand. Yun-Ro recalled and said her opinion. Saint Qinglan nodded slightly and did not continue to say more. He turned his gaze back to Lu Ning, who was sitting on the ground. Lu Ning also opened his eyes at this moment and looked towards Sage Qinglan. Saint Qinglan looked at Lu Ning thoughtfully and spoke. In your body, there is a strand of divinity? Lu Ning blinked and spoke. Maybe it's because I just absorbed the white mist that contained the divine power of the fallen angels? Before Saint Qinglan could react, Li Mu, Zhou Yulin, and Wang Qiwen, who were at the entrance of the research room, jerked their heads up and looked at Lu Ning. Their expressions all kind of fell apart. Li Mu turned his head somewhat dumbfounded and looked at Colin. You guys just said that Lu Ning absorbed a very powerful source of contamination that was carrying divine power? The corners of Colin's mouth twitched and he nodded slightly. Aha! All three of Li Mu's people were numb. Autumn Moonlin looked at Lu Ning in a dull manner. Brother Lu Ning is sure it's alright? Wang Qiwen was also shocked. I thought Lu Ning was already perverted enough. I still underestimated him. Sage Qinglan was also stunned. Then he sized up Lu Ning and smiled. Your name is Lu Ning? I know you. Did Elder Wang and the others report my information up? Sage Qinglan smiled. It seems that you have recovered well. The previous intelligence said that you seem to have lost most of your ability to think. Lu Ning nodded. Not bad. Saint Qinglan looked at Lu Ning with some curiosity. To be honest, we originally had a lot of disagreements about how to handle you, but Lord Li Yang said to let you develop freely. Lu Ning looked at Saint Qinglan with some confusion. Who is Lord Li Yang? Saint Qinglan laughed softly. The first awakened of our human race is also the first demigod. Lu Ning thought of something he had learned in history class before. So it was him. Lu Ning was a bit curious. Why did he do that? Saint Qinglan shook his head. None of us can understand what Lord Li Yang is trying to do, but what he said is alright. If it wasn't for him, we humans would have been swallowed up by the mists long ago. Lu Ning was silent, then spoke. Can I meet him? Saint Qinglan was stunned and laughed. Why? I've read in the book that he was awakened not long after the appearance of the mists, and having lived for many years, he must have seen a lot of things. So I want to ask him if he has a way to be able to go back to the past. Saint Qinglan smiled. Lord Li Yang said that it's not the right time to see you yet. Chapter 104, The Best Brother. Lu Ning frowned and was about to speak when Saint Qinglan calmly said, Don't ask me. I'm not really sure, and I don't even know where Lord Li Yang is right now. Lu Ning sniffed and fell into silence. Saint Qinglan then transformed into a wisp of breeze and arrived in front of Lu Ning, reaching out and pressing his hand on Lu Ning's shoulder. Lu Ning only felt as if there was a breeze flowing from his body that was icy cold. When the breeze disappeared, Sage Qinglan withdrew his hand and spoke. You seem to be in pretty good shape. He couldn't help but marvel a little. The third order absorbed divinity can still be alive. It's really incredible. I kind of understand Lord Li Yang's thoughts. Lu Ning was puzzled. Is divinity hard to absorb? The smile on Saint Qinglan's face froze as the corners of his mouth twitched. Ha! He then glanced at the others and spoke. You guys have worked hard. The diseased mutants in the other areas, I just cleaned them up in passing. The mental contamination here has also basically disappeared. Let the still alive logistics come over, clean up a bit, and then send you guys for treatment. Hearing this, Yun-Ro hurriedly took out her cell phone. After a few moments of fiddling, she frowned. My cell phone is broken. Colin spoke up. Mine broke just now. Zhou Yulin hurriedly took out her phone, which still had a pink cat charm on it. My phone is still intact. She handed the phone to Yun-Ro, who said thank you to Zhou Yulin before dialing the number. It didn't take long for members of the logistics and medical departments who were still alive to arrive. Lu Ning saw Philly, the amiable doctor who had survived Li Mu's previous attending physician. With the help of a host of logistics and medical personnel, The injured and unconscious awakened were taken to the nearest hospital for treatment. Because the headquarters had been almost completely destroyed during the battle, the medical facilities had naturally been decimated, and it was no longer possible to treat the awakened. As for the less injured or uninjured awakened, they were given a room in a nearby hotel to rest. Even the freely awakened people who came here to help had the same treatment. Of course, if the freely awakened wanted to leave, they wouldn't stand in the way, and everyone was free to come and go as they pleased. And because the headquarters was now destroyed, it was not possible to give the appropriate rewards to the free awakening people in the first place, so they could only register them and then deal with them after the situation had stabilized. Because of this disaster, the Misty Mist Bureau had suffered huge losses, and in order to stabilize the situation, Saint Xinglan stayed here as well. Lu Ning and his group left the headquarters and turned their heads to look around. The headquarters, which was found to be huge in size, was at the moment riddled with cracks, and could almost be said to be in a state of disrepair. But because the building material was a strong alloy, it didn't collapse completely. Colin, Wang Qiwen and Li Mu all went to the hospital. Both Lu Ning and Xiu Yulin were doing fine, and they were placed in a hotel near the hospital. As for Lin Xiao and Wei Xian's corpses, they were laid to rest, and the burial needed to wait for Colin and the others to recover. Not only the corpses of Lin Xiao and Wei Xian, but also the corpses of the other awakened who had sacrificed their lives in this battle, all received such treatment. The Misty Bureau moves at breakneck speed. 2 days later, the headquarters of the Federal Mist Bureau dispatched members of the Mist Bureau from nearby base cities to this place. A high-ranking awakened who has mastered the ability to control metal is responsible for rebuilding the headquarters. As for the damage caused by the mutant unrest in the base city, the same awakened and logistics departments were responsible for tallying the damage. After counting, a full 120,000 people died in the entire base city just because of the damage caused by the fallen ability that Lillian used with the screen. The buildings that were destroyed and the various infrastructures are even more numerous. It can be said that the losses were extremely huge. Hooray! Though, that base city is saved. Even Saint Xinglan could not help but sigh a bit after hearing the various reports. It's incredible that the 116th base city can still be preserved. This might be able to be written into the history books. A high-ranked divine benefactor, a high-risk level soul weapon, a large number of low and mid-ranked cultist members, and a large-scale sickness anomaly. I'm afraid this kind of disaster would be devastating when put into any small base city. Lu Ning, who was on the side, had a calm expression and did not comment. Saint Chenglan glanced at Lu Ning and laughed softly. You don't seem too happy that this base city was saved thanks to you. Lu Ning glanced at Sage Chenglan and calmly said, there have been quite a few deaths. Chenglan Sade was stunned, then laughed lightly. I had forgotten that you came from before the Misty Age. He looked at the distant sky as if sighing and spoke. Such a loss can even be considered small for this era. The destruction of the base city, or even the entire human gathering area is possible. This is the age of mists. The evil god watches over us, and we humans can only languish under his watchful eye. Lu Ning followed Saint Chenglan's gaze and also looked at the sky. In his vision, there were several distorted and huge phantoms in the sky. All of these phantoms seemed to turn their eyes to the earth with greed and longing. Lu Ning averted his eyes as such phantoms roamed the sky. He also noticed that the phantoms seemed to become a little clearer than they seemed to be when he first came out of the mists. Another 4 days passed. The Mist Agency headquarters in Base City has been completely restored. Colin, Li Mu, and the others had also recovered more or less, and only some members of the Mist Bureau with even more severe mental pollution needed to recuperate over a period of time to allow their mental pollution to decrease. Lu Ning and the others returned to the 7th Division. Going back with them were Lin Xiao and Wei Xian's ashes. Because of the spiritual radiation, sometimes bodies even become diseased and pop out of their graves. This has led to the long-standing federal rule that cremation is required only after death. When they returned to the branch, Yu Ran, Qin Feng, Yi Nan, and everyone else from the branch who could come out were already standing at the entrance waiting. They were dressed in white with solemn expressions. Yu Ran, who was standing in front, had red and swollen eyes and seemed to have been crying for a long time. When Colin and Lu Ning each got out of the car holding an urn, Yu Ran didn't hold back her tears. She bit her bottom lip hard enough to keep from letting out a cry. Qin Feng, Yi Nan and the guards of the branch performed the highest etiquette of the Misty Bureau. Lu Ning and Colin held the urn, followed by Li Mu and the others, and walked through Yu Ran and the others to enter the branch. It was also the first time Lu Ning knew that the original dead teammate could choose to rest in peace within the division. The 3rd underground floor. This was a place Lu Ning had not been to before. When the group arrived at the 3rd floor, they immediately felt that the air on the 3rd floor was particularly cold. On either side of the huge, empty corridor was tombstone after tombstone, made of metal and engraved with epitaphs. The pride of the Faline family, the people's shield, the guardian of the nameless. Lu Ning and Colin walked along the corridor until they reached the depths and came to the resting place that had already been prepared for Lin Xiao and Wei Xian. The two men placed the urn in the small crypt and covered the headstone. The epitaph above the headstone has 2 rows of words. Best Captain, Best Brother, the Sheriff's Pride and Truest Friend. Chapter 105 Rewards for Merit. Early the next morning, Li's line followed St. Cheng Lan to the 7th Division, with the headquarters rebuilt, and the deaths of a large number of the Misty Bureau's strongest men. The Bureau's positions have been reappointed. Li Ro was appointed as the director of the 116 Base City Mist Bureau yesterday, replacing Wang Anming. And today, when Li Xing and Cheng Lan Sage came to the 7th Division, they were obviously here to make appointments as well. The atmosphere was very silent as the crowd made their way to the event room and sat down. Colin and the others hadn't even recovered from the deaths of Lin Xiao and Wei Xian. Li Xingline glanced at the crowd, then spoke. You should all know the purpose of my coming here today, right? Colin nodded. Aha. Li Ro said. The federal headquarters sent a message. The appointment of the 7th Division is, Colin, you will be the captain. Lu Ning will be the vice captain. The positions of the others will remain unchanged. And as for the personnel that your action team lacks, you need to recruit them yourselves. Colin was stunned and a bit surprised. My strength is now inferior to Lu Ning's. So why isn't Lu Ning the captain? Li Ro shook his head. I'm not sure. Perhaps it's because of Lu Ning's seniority? After all, Lu Ning has only joined the Mist Bureau for more than half a year. After saying that, Li Ro looked at Lu Ning, who had a calm expression. Lu Ning, do you have any thoughts? To be honest, if it wasn't for you this time, I'm afraid that our base city would have been lost. Even if Sage Qing Lan could have arrived, our Mist Bureau and the Free Awakened would have been killed by Lillian with no more than a few people left. Personally, I actually feel that you are fully qualified to be the division's action team leader. If you don't think it's fair, I'll report it up and fight for you again. Lu Ning shook his head. I don't care. At this time, Saint Cheng Lan, who hadn't said anything, smiled and said, actually, there is another option, and that is to join the Federation headquarters. A genius like you will definitely be able to receive good training if you join the headquarters. Hearing these words, the faces of the several people in Li's line changed. Li's line was of the opinion that their base city had just gone through a disaster of such magnitude that the awakened in the base city had suffered a huge loss, and the number of strong people was even more severely insufficient. Lu Ning was definitely one of the strongest in the base city. If Lu Ning left, then they were afraid that their base city would be even more difficult. Colin and Li Mu, on the other hand, were a few people who had some mixed emotions. After spending so much time together, they and Lu Ning had all been friends for life and were extremely close. Suddenly hearing that Lu Ning might be leaving, their hearts were naturally unwilling to let go. But once he thought that, as Saint Cheng Lan had said, Lu Ning could have a better development by heading to the Federation headquarters, none of their retentions could be uttered. The atmosphere was silent before Li Mu spoke. Lu Ning, don't you want to become stronger? Lord Saint is right. You'll definitely be able to obtain better resources when you join the headquarters. Lu Ning was silent for a moment, then looked at Saint Cheng Lan and said, I promised Elder Wang that I would help him take care of the base city before returning to my time, so I won't be going. Li's line was instantly relieved. Xiao Yulin looked at Lu Ning with some concern. Brother Lu Ning, are you really not going? Lu Ning shook his head. No go. Colin gave a rare smile. If you don't want to go, then stay here. Seeing Lu Ning say so, Saint Cheng Lan shrugged his shoulders and stopped forcing himself. Sage Qing Lan then continued. This time, the base city still exists and the Mist Bureau still retains a living force thanks to you. And you also killed a divine benefactor and thwarted Joyous Heaven's sacrificial ceremony. To be honest, if that divine benefactor had really sacrificed the entire base city, then I'm afraid that it would be very close to the fallen angels descending. So you've gotten a lot of credit. And the Federation headquarters mentioned your reward to me yesterday. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and Li Ro was a bit surprised. Lu Ning's reward was mentioned separately? After all, he hadn't received any news about the reward as the new director of the Misty Bureau. Sage Qing Lan glanced at Li Xing and nodded slightly. Well, he has a lot of credit this time. Unlike you guys, several people in Li's line didn't retort. After all, they were all present at the time, and they all knew what would have become of the entire base city if there was no Lu Ning. Lu Ning asked with some curiosity, what is the reward? Saint Cheng Lan smiled. The Scarlet Sword is yours, and in addition, you will be given a disposable high-risk level dangerous item, as well as 10,000 soul crystals. Hiss. Saint Cheng Lan's words caused Colin and the others to suck in a breath of cold air. Even the Li line revealed a look of envy. Wang Chuan's eyes went green as he looked at Lu Ning and said, the Scarlet Sword is that medium danger level soul artifact from that day, right? A medium critical grade soul artifact, and a disposable high critical grade dangerous item. And 10,000 soul crystals. That's too good to be true, right? Colin rested his glasses and slapped Wang Chuan's head, saying breathlessly, cool is cool, but you have to have the life to take it. Besides Lu Ning, who else can do it? Saint Changlan smiled. Lu Ning's merits are indeed worth these rewards. He then paused and spoke. Unfortunately, that fallen incense burner was lost, or else the reward would have been even higher. As soon as the fallen incense burner was mentioned, the expressions of the crowd became serious once again. Li Ro inquired, Lord Changlan, who got that fallen incense burner and did you find it? Saint Changlan shook his head slightly. No. He then removed a bronze-colored metal box from his pocket. He opened the metal box, which held a tattered piece of bronze-colored metal armor with strange patterns on it. In Lu Ning's line of sight, the armor emitted an extremely dense spiritual radiation. The other few people frowned even more slightly, and Autumn Moon Lin silently moved farther away. Saint Changlan spoke. Inside this is a rewarded disposable dangerous item. Activate it with your spiritual power. After activating it, it will allow your spiritual power to skyrocket in a short period of time. At the same time, your physical body will be metallized and extremely strong. Of course, there are side effects as well. When the effect is over, you will be transformed into a metal statue and die outright. Li's line. Colin and Li Mu were not surprised. After all, the natural side effects of a high-risk class of hazardous materials are enormous. Autumn Moonlighting, however, was very surprised. I didn't realize the side effects were so horrible. Lu Ning nodded slightly. I know. Saint Changlan closed the metal box, with the spiritual radiation locked inside, and handed it to Lu Ning. Lu Ning took the metal box and put it into his own pocket. Then Saint Changlan said, the bloody sword is in your branch, right? You can pick it up anytime. Good. As for the soul crystals, since 10,000 pieces is a relatively large number, you can always apply with your base city's headquarters and use them as you wish. I know. Saint Changlan nodded. There's not much else going on. After saying that, Sage Changlan looked at Li Xing. Li Ro also spoke. There's nothing more for me to do. It's just that your action team is now missing 2 more people. It's best to recruit members earlier. Our base city is in great need of manpower right now. Colin, as the new captain, nodded slightly and said, no problem. I'll set it up right away. Then it's okay. Just as the two were planning to leave, Lu Ning suddenly spoke up. Lord Changlan, I want to ask you something. Changlan gave a start and looked at Lu Ning. What is it? I've heard that there's a mist exploration team in the Mist Bureau. Can I join? Sage Changlan was stunned, then laughed. When you reach a high rank, you can apply to join, but the Misty exploration team doesn't have an exploration program at all times. Lu Ning nodded slightly, then spoke. Then when will there be an exploration program for that mist I came out of? Saint Changlan thought for a moment and spoke. I'm not concerned about this, but I can check it out for you, and notify you afterward if there are any exploration plans. Thanks a lot. Chapter 106, The New Owner of One Tree Bar. After sending Sage Changlan and Li's line away, the crowd returned to the activity room. Colin looked at Lu Ning and asked, Lu Ning, is it really okay for you to stay here? Lu Ning looked at Colin and inquired, what do you mean? If you go to the headquarters, your strength should increase faster, right? At that time, maybe you'll be able to join the Misty exploration team faster. Lu Ning fell silent and calmly said, no problem. Xiao Yulin smiled and clapped her hands. Of course it's better if brother Lu Ning can stay, or else our team will be missing 3 people all of a sudden. Speaking of this, Autumn Moon Lin's eyes dimmed again. A few others were likewise somewhat silent. Colin laughed softly. All be happy, the captain and the others don't want us to mope around all the time. Moo moo, we're all old men. We've been through a lot. Don't be bitter. I'm the captain today. My treat. How about it? Li Mu revealed a hint of a smile. That's what you said. Don't blame us for beating you up. No problem. Eat whatever you want. Lu Ning calmly said. I want braised pork. Colin sputtered a little breathlessly. Can't you change the dish? Lu Ning looked at Colin with some confusion. The braised pork is so good. Why change to another dish? Wang Xuan was also a bit speechless. Every time someone treats you to this dish, and you usually eat it often, aren't you tired of it? Lu Ning shook his head. Not mushy. Xiao Yulin on the side covered her mouth and laughed softly. He. Brother Lu Ning is definitely a very dedicated man. A few people joked and ordered what they wanted to eat. Several people went downstairs again, allowing Yuran and Qin Feng to follow suit and order food. Yuran was sitting at the front desk, rarely playing a game, in a daze, but with Colin's enlightenment, she reluctantly ordered a tomato brisket. Qin Feng was a bit more open-minded and was already reading those swimsuit magazines at the moment. According to Qin Feng's words, I've lived for so long, and I've sent away more teammates than you guys. They died. but I'm still alive, so how can I enjoy their share as well? Otherwise, wouldn't it be too much of a loss for me to live? Hearing that Colin was going to treat him, Chin Fong cheerfully ordered several dishes and specialized in picking up the expensive ones, causing Colin's smile to collapse a bit. Over the next few days, the crowd gradually came out of their grief over the deaths of Lin Xiao and Wei Xian. The reconstruction of various areas within the base city was well organized because of the previous disaster. The streets are plain white everywhere, and funerals honoring the dead are everywhere. However, the dead are gone and the living have to live on. Soon, the base city gradually came back to life from the dead silence, and in the process, Li's line took people to investigate the Sky Star Entertainment Group. After investigation, it was discovered that the previous large-screen broadcast that Lillian had forcefully cut into the base city was the work of the Celestial Star Entertainment Group. However, the person in charge did so because of Charmed, and was killed by Lillian after being used up. This time, although the behavior had little to do with the Sky Star Entertainment Group, but coupled with the previous collusion between Han Yu of the Sky Star Entertainment Group and the Joyful Kingdom of Heaven was evidence. As a result, Sky Star Entertainment Group was still carried out a very heavy punishment, and both of Han Yu's parents were imprisoned. This was also what Lu Ning had heard when he was listening to Li Mu and Autumn Moonlighting's gossip in the activity room. As for what happened to Han Yu's parents afterward, Lu Ning wasn't sure. Colin, on the other hand, was very busy these days, as the number of members of their Division 7 action team was too low. After Lin Xiao and Wei Xian's deaths, the only 5 members of the team up to now were Colin, Li Mu, Lu Ning, Wang Qiwen, and Xiao Yulin. Among them, Wang Qiwen had only just reached the 2nd rank, and Xiao Yulin was still a bit away from the 2nd rank. For the first 2 days, because the Sage of Qinglan was still there was not a single case of sickness in the base city. But the Sage of Qinglan had left yesterday, and the normal lesion incident processing of the base city would surely still be next. With the amount of manpower they have, they may be a bit understaffed if there are 2 lesion incidents at the same time. So Colin was busy contacting some free awakenings these days, hoping that someone would join the Mist Bureau action team. At the same time he was communicating with the Sheriff's Department and actively contacting the newly awakened newcomers. It's safe to say it's been busy. He did ask Lu Ning to follow along and make contact. After all, Lu Ning was also a vice captain and needed to be in charge of these in his own right. But after having been there twice, Lu Ning had been glowering at the side, practically following the pendant. This makes Colin look helpless, so he lets Lu Ning take his chances at the One Tree Bar. Lu Ning hadn't realized that the One Tree Bar was still there. After all, Tyrone is dead. When Lu Ning arrived at the One Tree Bar and saw the familiar lighted sign and interior, it was as if he saw Tyrone walking towards him and Lin Xiao with a bright smile on his face before he and Lin Xiao simultaneously hammered each other's chests in greeting. Lu Ning came to the bar with a calm expression and knocked on the countertop. "I want to see your boss." The bartender at the bar looked up at Lu Ning, then hurriedly said, "You're Mr. Lu, huh? Alright, please wait a moment. I'll have the boss come over." The bartender went into the back room and came out in no time with an individual. The new One Tree Bar owner was young. Lu Ning looked a bit familiar at first, then thought of something and raised his eyebrows. Zhu Yunxiao? Zhu Yunxiao was neatly and cleanly dressed, a complete contrast to his previous slovenliness. Zhu Yunxiao smiled. "Boss Tyrone said that if he passes away, he'll let us keep the bar going, sort of giving the free awakened a place to rest." "You guys?" Zhu Yunxiao smiled and nodded. "Well, the 2 of us, Wang Yan and I, are operating together here." Lu Ning nodded slightly, remembering that Tyrone's body was taken away by Wang Yan and Xiao Yulin together. He fell silent and inquired, "What happened to Uncle Tyrone's body?" Zhu Yunxiao said heavily, "Boss Tyrone was celibate before when he was in the action team. Then something happened. It seems to say that he might turn ill at any time and he didn't want to harm others, so he has been celibate. Me, Wang Yan and some free awakened people who have received his favor together to see him off. His ashes are buried in the underground black market." Lu Ning was silent, then spoke, "Take me to see." "Yes." Zhu Yunxiao led Lu Ning into the back door and followed the same path Lin Xiao had taken him down earlier, descending the stairs to the underground black market of the One Tree Bar. Lu Ning had come here to recruit members of the action team, deliberately choosing the evening time, and there were quite a few people in the black market now. People are setting up stalls and trading. As soon as Lu Ning and Zhu Yunxiao entered, everyone in the neighborhood looked over. Upon seeing Lu Ning, many people's faces changed slightly, ranging from awe to excitement. "It's Officer Lu Ning? Officer Lu, how are you? I also participated in the operation at the Misty Bureau's headquarters last time. Do you still remember me?" Many of the higher-ranked Free Awakenings took the initiative to greet Lu Ning. There were also some Free Awakenings who looked at Lu Ning, filled with curiosity. "He's Lu Ning? It's rumored that he's very strong and immortal." "More than strong? It's simply ridiculously strong." The reason why our base city still exists this time is thanks to him. He's the one who cut down that Joy Heavenly Kingdom's divine benefactor. Hiss. Just that horrible woman who said fallen on the big screen and a lot of diseased people appeared? Surprisingly, this officer killed her? Base City 116 wasn't too big. The Circle of Awakened was that big. The well-informed Free Awakened had long since learned about the battle at the previous headquarters through their own news channels. Zhu Yunxiao laughed. Officer Lu Ning, you are now very famous in the Circle of Free Awakened in our base city. Lu Ning's expression was calm. Oh. Chapter 107, Thoroughly Absorbing the White Mist. Zhu Yunxiao. He smiled a little awkwardly. A normal person must be a little happy to hear that he's so famous. Not to say excited, right? How can there be no reaction at all? Zhu Yunxiao then led Lu Ning through the black market to the depths. Here was an additional small shrine with a picture of none other than Tyrone. A lot of fruits, flowers, and incense were placed in front of the memorial table. Zhu Yunxiao smiled. Many of the Free Awakened in the 7th district have been taken care of by Boss Tyrone. So when they come here, they all spontaneously pay their respects. Just in the past 2 days, there have been many people offering incense, and these sacrifices were also put up by them, and we have to clean up some of them at regular intervals. Lu Ning nodded slightly, then paid his respects to Tyrone. Although Lu Ning and Tyrone hadn't met many times, he had a good feeling about Tyrone. Only after paying his respects did Lu Ning say to Zhu Yunxiao, "You're the bar owner now. Can I entrust you with a mission?" Zhu Yunxiao laughed. "Of course you can. This is one of the significance of our bar's existence. It's good to help the Misty Bureau." Lu Ning nodded and spoke. "Last time, 2 members of our action team sacrificed their lives, and we need to replenish our personnel. So help me send out a mission to join the 7th Division and become a member of the action team." Zhu Yunxiao was stunned, then nodded slightly and said, "It is possible to be. However, you also know that there are still requirements for members of the Mist Bureau's action team, and some of the less practical abilities you all don't want, while the awakened with good abilities, as long as they are registered, you all have already been invited, and since they have chosen to become Free Awakened, then the possibility of joining now is not high. I know, you just need to release the mission, and there's some shortage of people in the Mist Bureau right now. It's okay to have a weak ability, as long as it's useful in some way." Hearing this, Zhu Yunxiao laughed. "That's something you can try. Don't worry, I'll send it out for you later." "Okay, thanks. You're welcome. If it wasn't for you, I would have died a long time ago. This little thing is just a lift for me." Zhu Yunxiao waved his hand, then smiled. "Do you want to stroll around here?" Lu Ning shook his head. "No, I'm going back." "Okay then." Lu Ning left the One Tree Bar and returned to his residence. It wasn't his night duty today. After returning to his residence, Lu Ning began to quench the white mist within his body. After absorbing the white mist that contained the divine power of the fallen angels earlier, he had only absorbed a little bit by now. In the end, it was the white mist that contained the power of the evil god. It was so much more powerful than the white mist that he had absorbed from Limu before that it was hard to wear out. Lu Ning didn't know how long it would take to completely absorb and digest this white mist. The side effect of this white mist was not small, making Lu Ning unconsciously exude a special charm. And walking on the road always made people pay attention. And the sight of these people didn't sit well with Lu Ning. Additionally, during the process of quenching this white mist, the white mist emitted sharp whistles from time to time, causing Lu Ning's internal organs to shatter, and he still needed to repair them. But there was an advantage for Lu Ning. This process, Lu Ning was also tempering his body, while exercising his immortality, and when the mental power was almost depleted, Lu Ning began to use soul crystals to restore his mental power. As for the spiritual pollution on the soul crystal, it was naturally negligible to Lu Ning. When his mental energy was almost recovered, Lu Ning continued to quench the pollution source. Week after week, Lu Ning's cultivation process had been like this for the past few days. After a few more days, the chapter had finally recruited 4 new members. Thanks to Cullen's efforts and the bar's commission tasks, a young brown-haired man, named Dimitri, was very fit and 2 meters tall. The man's ability is air cannon, and his roar sends out air cannons of considerable power. Originally, Dimitri was a 3rd-order Free Awakened who went with Tyrone to support HQ during the last Great War and survived the battle. This time, after seeing the commission at the One Tree Pub, it was the first option to join. A slightly chubby middle-aged woman named Shershan. She was a change ability that could turn into a crow, and her rank was 2nd order. Shershan's husband died in this joyful heaven unrest, and her daughter was eaten by a diseased mutant, leaving her alone in the house. Originally, Shershan didn't think she could join the Misty Bureau. After all, her abilities were nothing to fight with. However, she had heard that the Misty Bureau had relaxed its conditions for recruiting people, so she chose to give it a try, not expecting to succeed. The remaining 2, both of them are newly awakened abilities. One of them was a young boy who was only 14 years old, named Aisha. The young boy was very lively and his ability was mental manipulation. As an elemental ability, there was a lot of potential. Another one was a beautiful-looking young woman named Zhong Kaixian, whose awakened ability was bullet time, which could greatly enhance her dynamic vision and reaction ability in a short period of time. Again, this ability is kind of nice. It's good for the ops team to have 4 new members. Colin carried on the tradition that Lin Sha had left behind, and made a point of treating the newcomers to another good meal. In the following time, the 4 newcomers were thrown to Qin Feng for training as usual. It was a good thing that during this period of time, there weren't too many incidents of sickness because Saint Qinglan had just left. Overall, it's kind of spare. Lu Ning was trying to quench his spirit whether he was at the branch or at home. Gradually, Lu Ning's long black hair became shorter and shorter. You know, he had cut his hair short before, and it had grown back again after a good night's sleep. Now the hair shrinks back on its own. On top of that, the situation where Lu Ning would turn into a wax statue from time to time has been greatly alleviated. As for the lines of the face that had become softer, they also recovered a little. However, as Lu Ning's facial lines recovered, Lu Ning always felt that Colin and the others were looking at Lu Ning with a hint of regret in their eyes. Time passes. 2 months flew by. That night, Lu Ning thoroughly quenched and absorbed the white mist. As the last wisp of white mist was absorbed, a shrill whistling sound with anger rang out. It was as if Lu Ning's body was being watched from by an invisible gaze, a gaze that spanned time and space, a gaze that carried with it extreme anger. Almost in a short moment, Lu Ning's body transformed into a wax statue, which then exploded and flew everywhere. And then, as if burned by an invisible flame, the wax block gradually dissolved and turned into a puddle of wax oil, until after a few hours, the wax oil slowly solidified and wriggled as if it had a consciousness. All the wax blocks located in various parts of the room wormed their way to the bed, where they transformed into the same figure leaning against the bed as earlier, none other than Lu Ning. At this moment, Lu Ning had already regained his original appearance. As the wax figure gradually became vivid, Lu Ning slowly opened his eyes. His god-colored eyes flickered with a pink, sinister gleam. Chapter 108, The Fourth Order. This pink evil glow flickered away, and Lu Ning's eyes became even deeper and darker than before. Even if Lu Ning's emotions had always been calm, he was feeling a bit surprised and elated at the moment. After absorbing that white mist, Lu Ning gained some power in terms of depravity. These include the negative, fallen, and charm abilities commonly used by members of the joyful kingdom of heaven. In addition to this, there is the shapeshifting ability to transform oneself into a wax figure and reshape one's appearance. This shapeshifting ability is different from shapeshifters, and has advantages and disadvantages in comparison. A shapeshifter's shapeshifting can change not only the outside, but even the inside. Take Sher Shan for example. Her shapeshifting ability could directly transform her from a human into a crow, and even her weight and body structure would change accordingly. But this ability he had acquired was different. Although the outside would change, the essence would not. He can turn into other humans, men and women, but the internal structure of his body remains the same as it always was, and his weight and such does not change. On top of that, Lu Ning's body had become sharper, with some enhancement in all aspects such as flexibility and dynamic vision. This item is also one that those in the joyful kingdom of heaven's congregation often possess. These abilities that Lu Ning had obtained were no different from his own awakening, and also required the consumption of mental power, with the effects depending on the strength of his own mental power. It was as if Lu Ning had suddenly awakened quite a few abilities related to fallen angels. With these abilities, Lu Ning's overall strength was bound to increase. Not only was there an increase in combat power, but after his abilities became more comprehensive, Lu Ning could also have more ways to respond when faced with various scenarios. These abilities were all gained from Lu Ning's thorough absorption of the white mist that contained the power of the fallen angels. This caused Lu Ning to be a bit puzzled. Previously, he had absorbed Li Mu's pollution source and Colin's pollution source, and neither of them had gained their corresponding abilities. Previously, perhaps it was because Lu Ning hadn't completely absorbed those 2 masses of white mist, but these 2 masses of white mist had already been absorbed by the fallen white mist, and as Lu Ning had absorbed the fallen white mist, theoretically, he should have also absorbed the eye white mist and the numinous white mist, but Lu Ning still hadn't gained the appropriate abilities. This made Lu Ning a little puzzled. However, for Lu Ning, what he couldn't think of, he would still choose to give up thinking about. And after absorbing the white mist, in addition to gaining fallen-related abilities, Lu Ning's mental power was also drastically increased. Lu Ning had an intuition that he was close to the 4th rank. Although the white mist had been absorbed in the spiritual energy and it had been depleted, Lu Ning still had 10,000 soul crystals unused, so he thought that breaking through to the 4th rank shouldn't be a big problem, maybe even get to the 5th rank with some effort. He got up and went to take a shower. followed by a nice nap. After another month or so, Lu Ning managed to feel the bottleneck. And just like the previous bottleneck, Lu Ning broke through in just half a day. His realm coming to the 4th rank. After breaking through to the 4th stage, Lu Ning's mental power had directly increased from originally being like a small pool to the level of a fish pond. Vast spiritual power was surging. Not only had the quantity become greater, but even the quality had taken a leap. The spiritual energy at this moment was incredibly dense, and it was like mercury in Lu Ning's mind. Although he hadn't tried it, Lu Ning could still perceive that both his immortality ability and the fallen ability he had just acquired had increased tremendously. Not only that, Lu Ning had likewise not let go of his hardening of his body during this time. Moreover, while he was absorbing the fallen white mist, his internal organs were in a state of breaking and healing almost every moment. In such a state, Lu Ning's fleshly body was naturally tempered at a speed of 1,000 miles a day. His body strength was already much stronger than it was during that great battle, and now after the breakthrough, it had increased exponentially. He used Lin Xiao as a comparison. With his current physical strength, even if it was not as good as Lin Xiao, it was not too far off. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was of the 5th rank and was already close to the 6th rank. One could imagine how strong Lu Ning's fleshly body strength was now. Perhaps it had reached the level of a 5th-order flesh strengthening system awakened. It was even higher than his mental strength. Furthermore, the resonance of Lu Ning's soul vibrating power had likewise increased during this time. Combined with this powerful physical body, Lu Ning was far too powerful compared to before. If he added the Scarlet Sword, then he himself didn't know how strong he would be. Perhaps he could hope to deal with an awakened of the 6th or even 7th order. Of course, Lu Ning himself had already defeated a high-ranked awakened, namely Lillian. However, the main reason why he was able to defeat Lillian was because Lillian's abilities were completely restrained by Lu Ning. And with her abilities being useless and her physical strength and fighting ability not being a strong point, that's why she was killed by Lu Ning. If he were to be replaced by a high-ranked awakened whose abilities were not restrained by Lu Ning, with Lu Ning's previous combat prowess, he would definitely not be an opponent even with the addition of the Scarlet Sword. But now maybe it's different. Lu Ning calmed the spiritual power surging within him and opened his eyes, feeling a bit of pity. There weren't any strong people in Base City 116, or else he might be able to cut a deal to see how good he was now, and wonder if he could join the Misty Explorers. Another week passed. In the morning, Lu Ning came to the activity room and saw both Aiha and Dimitri playing a game. Dimitri's seemingly bear-like figure was oppressive even when he sat down. On the side, Ahab stood there, not much taller than him. The two were playing a fighting game and were at the crux of it, both yelling and screaming. Lu Ning retracted his gaze after glancing at the two. Like Wang Qiwen, both are gaming fans. On the sofa, Li Mu and Shirshan were drinking tea. Shirshan had a good hand at making tea, and Lu Ning had drunk it and found it quite good. On the other side, Zhong Kaixian sat there reading a book. Zhong Kaixian was a graduate student before her awakening, and her studies seemed to be in the field of computers. Her favorite thing to do when she's not on assignment is to read, but Lu Ning had seen it once, and it wasn't professional books she was reading, but romance novels, and not on a small scale. Because of that time she saw the contents of the book. Zhong Kaixian avoided Lu Ning for several days. The truth was that Lu Ning didn't care. Only after confirming that Lu Ning didn't care did Zhong Kaixian stop avoiding Lu Ning. Seeing Lu Ning walk in, Shirshan smiled and said, "Lieutenant, would you like some tea?" Lu Ning nodded. Where's Colin?" Li Mu pointed to the door and spoke. There was a call just now and he went out to answer it. Lu Ning nodded and didn't say anything else. In no time, Shirshan handed Lu Ning the brewed tea. Lu Ning took it and was about to savor it when Colin walked in. His expression was somewhat serious as he looked at Lu Ning and said, "Lu Ning, come over here for a moment. There is something to find you." Chapter 109, Signal of Distress. Lu Ning put down his teacup and got up to walk toward the door. Li Mu and a few others took a somewhat curious look before withdrawing their gaze. Out the door, Lu Ning followed Colin to the captain's office. The arrangement here was exactly the same as when Lin Xiao was there, and except for some more of Colin's things in his personal belongings, all the other things remained untouched. Colin closed the office door and motioned for Lu Ning to sit down. Lu Ning was a bit puzzled and asked, "Captain, what's the matter?" Colin spoke up. "I just got a call from Bureau Li looking for you." "What does Bureau Li want with me?" "Bureau Li said it was a mission from the Federation and asked you by name to participate." "Naming me for it? What mission?" Colin said, "It's the 121st base city not far from us that has a problem. Some time ago, 121 base city sent out several distress signals, and the federal headquarters sent a few squads to investigate. But as a result, these squads were lost not long after entering 121 base city. This time around, The federal headquarters intends to form an elite team to investigate the situation, led by a high-ranking awakened person, with the members being elite members from the nearby base city. I'm one of the members? Colin nodded, his expression a little worried. Not only are you one of the members, you're also the co-captain. Lu Ning was a bit surprised. I'm the vice-captain? I'm only at the 4th rank. Hearing this, Colin was stunned and looked at Lu Ning with wide eyes. What the hell? You're at the 4th rank? Lu Ning nodded, his expression calm. Well, I just broke through a few days ago. Colin's person was numb. He said breathlessly, when you entered our bureau, I was at the 4th rank and you were only at the 1st rank. I just broke through to the 5th rank 2 days ago, and you're even at the 4th rank? Is there any justice in this? Lu Ning calmly said, maybe my talent is better? Colin was speechless. Is that a better question? You've only been in the bureau for less than a year and you're already at the 4th rank. If others knew about it, I wonder how many awakened might be directly stimulated to lesions. Lu Ning was a little less convinced. It's not that exaggerated, is it? People may only have 2 or 3 orders in their entire lives, and when they hear that you have 4 orders in a year, do you think they will break down? Lu Ning thought about it and nodded slightly. Alright then. Lu Ning then asked, I'm only at the 4th rank. Why did you make me a vice-captain? Colin took a few deep breaths and managed to calm down. He then thought for a moment and spoke. Maybe it's because you have the Scarlet Sword in your hand, a soul weapon that matches you well and allows you to utilize strength beyond your own rank, right? It could also be because you are more special. For the specific reason, I asked Bureau Li, and he said he didn't know either. Lu Ning nodded and asked no more questions. When do we leave? Li said that in just the next 2 days, someone will come here to pick you up, so get ready. Good. The two returned to the activity room. Li Mu asked with some curiosity, Colin, what's the matter that only called on Lu Ning? So secretive? Colin glanced at Lu Ning, then thought that he couldn't hide this matter. After all, Lu Ning would be going on a mission soon. He spoke up. Here's the deal. After listening to Colin's explanation, Li Mu and the others had the same first reaction as Lu Ning. Wang Qiwen, who had just come to the activity room, was a bit confused and said, no, an elite squad led by a 7th order awakened person. Why let Lu Ning, a 3rd order one, be the vice-captain? Colin rested his glasses and a smile appeared on his face. Lu Ning is already at the 4th rank. Then Colin had the satisfaction of seeing everyone freeze. He can't be left alone with this kind of excitement. Seeing the expressions on the others' faces inexplicably soothed Colin. The elite team came faster than Lu Ning had imagined. At noon the next day, Colin told Lu Ning that Li's line had asked him to go to headquarters. It says that members of the elite team have arrived. Lu Ning left the branch with Colin and the others bugging him. He drove the SUV Colin had lent him, grabbed his suitcase, and headed for headquarters. Previously, Lin Xiao had applied for a car for Lu Ning, but it was a low-chassis sedan. Colin considered that to get out of the base city, he would be passing through the wilderness, and it would obviously be easier to have an off-road vehicle. So Colin lent his buggy to Lu Ning. The SUV stopped in the parking lot outside the headquarters, and Lu Ning got out of the car, looking at the brand new headquarters in a bit of silence. The last big battle here is still fresh in my mind. Lu Ning stepped into the hall, and Yin Feng, who was playing with fire in the hall, came over. He had his hands in his pockets and seemed to be in good shape to recover. After arriving in front of Lu Ning, he laughed somewhat danglingly. That old kid Li Ro asked me to come pick you up. Let's go. I'll take you to his office. Those guys are already here. Lu Ning nodded. Aha. The two of them entered the special elevator, and there were only 2 people inside the elevator, Lu Ning and Yin Feng. The atmosphere was silent, and Yin Feng spoke. Of those guys I seem to have, someone seems to be a little less than convinced of you, so pay attention to yourself later. Lu Ning glanced at Yin Feng a bit suspiciously. Why are you unconvinced of me? Yin Feng rolled his eyes. You didn't listen to Colin? This team can be all elites, and the lowest is of the 5th rank. How can others be convinced if you're a 3rd rank as a vice-captain? I wouldn't be convinced if it were me. Lu Ning corrected. I'm at the 4th rank. Inferno, underscore? He grinned, his face twitching. No, you kid is really perverted. How long has it been since the 4th rank? He then added. You've gotten it all twisted. What's the difference between 3rd and 4th order? People are at least 5th order. Ha, there are both 6th and 7th orders. Lu Ning, oh. Yin Feng rolled his eyes breathlessly. Anyway, wait and see for yourself. Lu Ning didn't care and nodded slightly. Soon the elevator stopped at the top floor, and Yin Feng led Lu Ning to the director's office in Li's row. The office is large with a dedicated meeting area. There were several people sitting on the sofa in the parlor area at the moment, with Li's line of work as a companion. Yin Feng came in, swept a glance at a few people, and spoke. Old Li, the people have been brought. Li Ro got up to welcome him and smiled. Lu Ning, you're here, come over quickly. I'll introduce you. The several people sitting on the sofa, on the other hand, looked at Lu Ning with different expressions, some with curiosity, some with hostility, and some with disdainful smiles. Lu Ning calmly sat down, and Li Ro pointed at one of the middle-aged black-haired men and said, "This is Nan Yu, from the Federation headquarters." Nan Yu nodded slightly at Lu Ning and smiled. "Hello, I'm the leader of this investigation squad, 7th Order." The 7th rank was already a high-ranking awakened, and it was very powerful. Lu Ning nodded. "Hello." Li Ro continued to introduce. "This is Su Hui, this is Dennis, and this lady is Aaron." Besides Nan Yu, there were 8 other people present. After the introduction, Nan Yu spoke. "Lu Ning, you should already know the specifics, right?" Lu Ning nodded slightly. "Aha. In that case, if you're ready, let's get going. You're the last one to join the team. We'll go straight to base 121 next." Li Ro on the side was stunned and spoke. "Leaving now? In such a hurry? Don't you want to rest a little overnight here?" Nan Yu shook his head slightly. "No, the mission is important." He looked to Lu Ning, who nodded. "I'm ready." "All right, let's go then." Chapter 110 Beyond the Base. Seeing that Nan Yu insisted, Li Ro got up helplessly. "I'll see you guys off then." Together with Yin Feng, he sent Lu Ning and the others down the stairs. Nan Yu then led several people to the parking lot. Nan Yu and his group likewise drove over. There were 4 SUVs in total, and several people entered one of them respectively. Together with Lu Ning's SUV, there were 5 in total. The convoy started up and headed for the base city gates. Base city walls. At the gate, there were 2 teams of soldiers in silver-white protective suits on duty. There were a number of vehicles and adventurers entering and exiting through the gate. Lu Ning had heard before that some of the free awakened would go outside the base city to try their luck. The staff stood on the side of the gate, using instruments to check every person entering and exiting, and only releasing them if their mental contamination level was fine. Although Lu Ning and his group were members of the Misty Bureau, they were not exempt. When it came time to check Lu Ning, the staff looked at the instrument and revealed a look of surprise. Something's wrong with the instrument?" The staff member on the sidelines looked puzzled. "What's going on?" The staff member checking said, "Mental pollution level is 0. The instrument seems to be out of order." The staff member on the side frowned. "How is that possible?" Just then, Lu Ning spoke. "Nothing went wrong. My spiritual pollution level is just 0. This caused the sidewalk staff and nearby pedestrians to look over in surprise. Lu Ning saw the 2 staff members' expressions of "you're teasing me" and calmly said, "You can go check with the Misty Mist Bureau. Here are my credentials." Lu Ning handed out his Misty Bureau Action Team member ID. "So it's Officer Lu. Wait a moment. I need to verify this." One of the staff members glanced at the credentials and took out his cell phone to make a call. After the call was answered, the staff member directly asked about Lu Ning's situation. When it was confirmed, the staff member's eyes became shocked as he looked at Lu Ning. After hanging up the phone, he smiled and spoke. "Officer Lu, sorry for the delay." Lu Ning shook his head. "It's fine. Can I go now?" "Sure." Lu Ning drove the SUV and followed several other SUVs that had already driven out of the gate. He also vaguely heard the 2 staff members exchanging words. "Is the mental pollution level really 0? Well, isn't that outrageous? I can't even believe it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is too good, isn't it? No mental pollution at all." Yeah. Arriving outside the base city, Lu Ning's first feeling was that the spiritual pollution in the air was thicker than inside the base city. Within the base city, Lu Ning could not see the spiritual radiation under normal circumstances. However, outside of the base city, Lu Ning could see with his naked eyes that there were quite a few areas where white mist was floating around. Though these white mists were so thin that if you didn't look closely, you couldn't even see them. But the fact that a white mist could form meant that this area was rich in spiritual radiation. The second feeling is one of desolation. After leaving the base city, Lu Ning felt as if he had arrived on an uninhabited planet where the roads were made of compacted dirt, completely different from the city. Both sides of the road are full of wasteland, overgrown bushes, yellow fields, and thick forests. Everything is deserted, yet there is a strange beauty to it. Lu Ning drove the car, following the SUV in front of him, all the way down the road. In some areas, if there are no roads, they just run over wasteland and grass. And so they moved slowly until the sun was fading into the west and the clouds in the sky turned orange and red. Just then, the SUV in front of them changed direction, rushing through the grassy area on the side of the road and heading for a flat area not far away. As the first SUV changed direction, the SUVs behind it followed, as did Lu Ning's. When the vehicle came to level ground, it stopped. Nan Yu got out of the car and said to the vehicles behind him, "Let's spend the night here today." Put the cars in a circle and we'll camp inside. Yes, Captain. A voice came from a car behind them. And then several cars came to a stop by the first SUV. And several cars formed a circle, leaving an empty space in the center. After that everyone got off one by one. Nanyu began to assign tasks. Aileen, Song Snyan, you guys go gather some wood. Dennis, Chang Yu, you two investigate the surrounding area to determine the danger. Lin Menglan, get some fortifications out on the side. Everyone else rest. The few who got the assignment nodded and then left. The remaining few sat down casually on the floor. Sitting next to Lu Ning was Shirley, a very beautiful-looking young woman with strange long white hair. She looked at Lu Ning with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Was it true when you checked at the gate before? Your spiritual pollution level is 0? Hearing this, other than Nanyu, everyone else was looking at Lu Ning curiously. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Well, it's 0. A handsome-looking, slender black-haired young man on the side was a bit unable to hold back. How is it possible? How could a human have a spiritual pollution level of 0? This black-haired youth was Su Wei. Another brown-skinned woman with a robust figure that seemed to be male also looked at Lu Ning with some disbelief. I've never heard of anyone without mental pollution either. The woman's name was Afaf. Before Lu Ning could explain, Nan Yu, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. It's true. The other three looked at Nan Yu, and Su Hui was surprised. Really? Captain? You're kidding, right? Nan Yu shook his head. What's there to joke about? I got information about all of you when I came, and I know more about Lu Ning than you do. Forget it. When the others come back, we just happen to familiarize ourselves with each other and account for each other's abilities, and it will be easier to cooperate in the future. Hearing Nanyu say this, the three of them became even more curious in their hearts. It didn't take long for Aaron and Sung Zinim to return. Aaron was empty-handed. Song Snyan was carrying 2 large bundles of lumber in his hands and a bunch on his back. Aaron came back and sat down next to Shirley and Alfalfa, whispering. Song Snyan, on the other hand, threw the wood into the open space in the center and smiled at Nanyu. Captain, how's it going? Is this much enough? Nanyu nodded. That's enough. After another moment, Dennis and Chang Yu also returned. Dennis was a black man with a colorful dyed haircut, sunglasses, a flowered shirt and big pants. He smiled and said, Captain, we've checked within 3 kilometers of the vicinity, and there are no diseased changelings or plague beasts. Chang Yu on the side, a middle-aged man who looked a bit more composed, added, but I saw an abandoned town 5 kilometers away, and I'm not sure if there's a calamity beast present. Hearing this, Nanyu raised an eyebrow. He thought for a moment and spoke. 5 kilometers away. Even if there are calamity beasts, they shouldn't be able to run here. We'll just pay attention when the time comes. When Chang Yu heard this, he nodded and said no more. After another moment, Lin Menglan also returned. Captain, the fortifications are done. Lu Ningsi had just noticed that Lin Menglan was an earth-controlling ability. Since a moment ago, the soil on the wasteland had been rising, enveloping both them and the SUV, and by the looks of the earthen wall, it should be pretty sturdy. Nan Yu nodded. Then he looked at Su Hui and said, light a fire. Su Hui snapped his fingers and a small flame appeared at the tip of his finger. He flexed his fingers and the fire landed on one of the smaller piles of wood and flared up. Nan Yu made a gesture and spoke, alright, let's all sit down, have something to eat first and familiarize ourselves with each other's abilities in the meantime. I'll talk about this mission in detail. Under the firelight, Nan Yu's expression was serious. After all, our mission this time should be somewhat dangerous. Chapter 111, You're My Big Brother. Nanyu took out a few canned goods from his backpack on one side and threw them to Lu Ning and the others. Lu Ning took one and realized it was canned beef. He opened it and took a bite. It tasted fine. A few of the other guys had some of them open up and eat as well, and a few of them had set their cans aside. Su Hui couldn't wait to ask, Captain, you just said that Lu Ning's mental pollution level is 0. Tell us about it? Hearing Su Hui's words, the few people who weren't there just now also looked at Nanyu with a curious expression at the moment. Nanyu took out a cigarette and lit it, then said, alright, I'll introduce them one by one. Of course you guys can introduce yourselves if you want to. I'll start with Lu Ning. He looked deeply at Lu Ning, then spoke. The information given by the headquarters is that Lu Ning came out of the mists. What? Everyone's eyes widened as they retreated, moving away from Lu Ning. The guy who came out of the mists and joined the Misty Bureau? What's the headquarters doing? Dennis stared at Lu Ning with some disbelief. Looking at Lu Ning's calm demeanor, the others were also alarmed. Anyone who knows what the mists are can say that this is a source of disaster for the entire world. The monsters that came out of that place could be imagined how dangerous they were. Nanyu calmly said, alright, since the headquarters knows where Lu Ning came from, it means that Lu Ning is definitely not in danger. Some time ago, Base City 116 encountered the joyful Heavenly Kingdom's divine benefactor sacrifice ceremony, and if it wasn't for Lu Ning, I'm afraid that Base City would already be gone. Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other with disbelief written all over their faces. Aaron looked at Lu Ning and then at Nanyu, somewhat skeptical. Captain, we don't look stupid, do we? You and Lu Ning are teaming up to cheat us? That's right. From the information I got, Lu Ning is only at the 3rd rank, the lowest rank among us. How could he possibly deal with the divine benefactor, and still be able to organize a sacrifice ceremony? I don't believe it either. Captain, that's a bit of a stretch. Just as they were talking, Lu Ning also spoke up. I'm already at the 4th rank. Nanyu was originally planning to explain, but when he heard this, he looked at Lu Ning in surprise. You're at the 4th rank? Aha! Nanyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. You've only joined the Mist Bureau for about a year, right? Pretty much. The others heard something. Shirley looked at Lu Ning, then at Nanyu, and said with some uncertainty, Captain, Lu Ning was First Order when he first entered the Misty Bureau? Nanu nodded slightly. That's what the information says. Others, degree. From the First Order to the 4th Order in a year? That's too fake, isn't it? Dennis scratched his head, messing up his already messy hair even more. Lu Ning calmly released his mental fluctuations. There was a moment of silence from everyone. Lu Ning's mental fluctuation strength was indeed of the 4th rank, and it was strong even among the 4th rank. Nanyu took a deep breath to calm his inner shock, then spoke. According to the information I received from the headquarters, Lu Ning killed the divine benefactor of the joyous celestial kingdom when he was at the 3rd rank, and although there were certain special reasons for this, the information indicated that Lu Ning's battle power at the 3rd rank should be enough to be compared to the 5th rank, and now since Lu Ning has reached the 4th rank, his battle power should be enough to rival the 6th rank. The crowd's expressions kept changing as they listened to Nanyu's words. The air was quiet. The only sound was the crackling of wood burning in the flames. After a moment of silence, Song Snyan spoke. To be honest, if you hadn't said it was a message from headquarters, Captain, I would have even thought you were joking. The others nodded. Then Erin raised her eyebrows and clasped her hands over her chest. That's not right. Before Lu Ning was a 3rd Order. Even if he had a 5th Order combat power, then what makes him a vice captain? Nanyu smiled. That's what I'm saying. Lu Ning is a bit special. The others listened sideways. They had more or less already learned what made Lu Ning so special. After all, it was a human who had come out of the mists and had risen from the 1st rank to the 4th rank in a single year. And his combat power was exaggeratedly outrageous. No one would believe such a person if he wasn't special. Lu Ning's spiritual pollution degree is 0. You all know this as well. What this means, as awakened ones, you shouldn't be unclear about. In many cases, even if our spirits were contaminated, Lu Ning would still be able to remain intact and face unknown dangers, which represents an extremely high tolerance rate. I'm sure you guys won't deny it, right? The crowd glanced at each other, and Lin Menglan inquired, has Lu Ning's spiritual pollution level always been 0? Nanyu spoke. As far as the information goes, it's stabilized at 0 in all but one special case. Hearing this, the crowd was envious and curious. What special circumstances? Nanyu's eyes were looking at Lu Ning with a bit of blazing heat as he spoke. When Lu Ning absorbs someone else's pollution source, the mental pollution level will increase a bit, but in this case, he will slowly recover. At these words, the air fell into a deathly silence. Chang Yu's eyes flickered as he looked straight at Lu Ning. What do you mean by that, Captain? Absorbing other people's pollutants? Literally, when your spiritual contamination reaches a critical point and is about to become diseased. If Lu Ning's on the side, then congratulations, he can absorb your contaminant out of you, and you should all be aware of what that means. Hearing these words, the crowd's breath caught, and each of them looked at Lu Ning with reddened eyes. Erin gulped, her voice trembling, Captain, this is no joke. Ask Lu Ning if you don't believe me. Everyone was staring at Lu Ning in death. Lu Ning's expression remained calm as he nodded his head. Indeed, it's possible, but I can't absorb many mental pollution sources at once. However, Lu Ning's strength had also increased now, and his spiritual power had grown considerably, so he could definitely absorb more sources of pollution than before. Hearing Lu Ning's affirmation, Dennis directly jumped up and came behind Lu Ning, giving him a shoulder squeeze as he smiled a very flattering smile. Captain Lu, my attitude just now wasn't too good. Look, from now on, you'll be my big brother. Whatever you say, I'll do it. You off. This is my godfather. Suhui rushed over and squeezed Dennis out of the way, taking over. The eyes of the others looking at Lu Ning were also incomparably hot. Nanyu wasn't the least bit surprised by the reactions of several people. After all, being able to absorb spiritual pollutants was too important to the awakened. This means that they may not have to worry about the risk of lesions. which can save their lives in a pinch. Even for Nanyu himself, after seeing the information about Lu Ning from the headquarters, he was somewhat incredulous. He continued, in addition to the two above, Lu Ning has another special feature. And, the crowd was even more shocked. Those two special features before had already made Lu Ning's importance in their hearts infinitely higher. And there was even more? Nanyu nodded. The last one is Lu Ning's ability. His awakened ability is immortality. Immortality in the true sense of the word. The crowd once again looked at Lu Ning. Shirley smiled bitterly and spoke. To be honest, I'm a little jealous. This world is so dangerous. You could die at any time. Not die? This is too outrageous. The others nodded. Nanyu smiled. It is because of this ability of Lu Ning that there are some dangerous situations where Lu Ning can take the lead, which is beneficial to our entire team. The crowd also reacted, looking at Lu Ning with even more fervor. Erin clasped her hands to her chest and muttered, strong in combat, and able to fend off danger, but also able to help us absorb spiritual pollutants. I'd say let's not let Lu Ning be the captain. Nanyu? Chapter 112 Unknown Source of Signal. Of course, that was just Erin's joke. As a 7th order powerhouse, Nanyu's strength was undoubtedly the strongest here, and he was still assigned by the headquarters to take full charge of this investigation mission, so it was naturally impossible to change it. However, after Nanyu introduced Lu Ning, the other team members' attitudes towards Lu Ning had a 180-degree turnaround, and everyone was smiling and kind to Lu Ning. Let me introduce the others next. After introducing Lu Ning, Nanyu began to introduce the others. He himself was an awakened person of the 7th rank, and had stayed at the 7th rank for a long time, reaching the bottleneck of the 7th rank, and as long as he broke the bottleneck, he would be able to ascend to the 8th rank, and with his awakened ability being the very rare gravity manipulation, one can only imagine how strong the strength is. Su Hui was a 6th ranked fire control ability. Dennis was also of the 6th rank, but his ability wasn't of the frontal combat type. His ability was super perception, which allowed him to sense abnormalities in various aspects such as killing aura and mental pollution. Erin, a 6th ranked awakened with the ability of lightning mastery, also an extremely powerful combat-oriented ability. Lin Menglan, a 5th order awakened. Her ability was earth elemental control, and her practicality was very strong, as could be seen from her construction of the fortifications this time. Sun Nin, a 5th order awakened with the ability of extreme speed. Afaf, a 5th order awakened with the ability of physical enhancement. Shirley, a 5th order awakened person. Her ability is shapeshifting. But a little different from normal shapeshifting ability users is that she has multiple shapeshifting abilities, and her shapeshifting state is a cat, a snow eagle, and a white tiger, respectively. The cat form and snow eagle form could scout, while the white tiger form possessed extremely powerful physical strength and was equally powerful in battle. The last one, Chang Yu, was likewise an awakened person of the 5th rank, and his awakened ability was sound waves, which could be utilized to attack, as well as to do some probing. The entire squad was fully equipped with frontal combatants, as well as scouts with great speed and scouting abilities. Moreover, as Lu Ning had heard before, even the lowest strength team members had already reached the 5th rank, with the exception of Lu Ning. Not only that, but each one is pretty good at what they do. It was enough to see how elite the squad was. After understanding each other's abilities and strengths, Su Hui inquired, Captain, what exactly is the situation of this mission? Yeah, I don't know much about it. I heard it's a mission assigned by the federal headquarters. Dennis also inquired curiously. Under the firelight, Nanyu said with a serious expression, a year ago, Base City 121 sent out a distress signal to the outside world for the first time, saying that there was a strange disease phenomenon in the base city that needed support. The first rescue team sent back a message not long after being dispatched. The message was that everything was normal in the base city. However, after that rescue team lost track of the message, as if it had sunk into the sea. The rescue team was a powerful team led by 3 5th order awakened ones. As you all know, after the 100th base city, are not any large base city, normally, such a rescue squad is almost enough. After all, other base cities' awakened manpower is also tight. Can't not care about their own base city, forcibly go to support. After the first rescue team had problems, the headquarters realized that something was wrong with the situation and arranged for 2 6th order awakened beings to lead the team and go to investigate the situation. As a result, that rescue squad remains stone cold, and we're the 3rd squad. The crowd quietly listened to Nanyu's words, their expressions all somewhat serious. Chang Yu spoke, in that case, Captain, you don't know what's going on in that 121st base city either? It's just that the 2 previous rescue teams, including the one led by the 6th order, were in trouble? Didn't even send out a signal? That's right, Then why don't we send stronger awakened ones? What if we can't handle the situation in that base city? Lin Menglan couldn't help but say. Nanyu shook his head and said, been there. Lord Sage Qinglan just visited that base city some time ago. The news he got from the Mist Bureau of the 121st base city was that those 2 rescue squads didn't even go to the Mist Bureau of the base city. And everyone in the Mist Bureau didn't even know that a rescue squad had gone to the 121st base city. What? Hearing this, the crowd was a bit stunned. How is that possible? Wasn't the distress signal sent by the Misty Bureau? How could they not know about it? Chang Yu's brows were furrowed. Somewhat incomprehensible. Nanyu laughed bitterly. At that time, Lord Qinglan Sage also thought the same thing. However, the director of the Misty Bureau repeatedly said that although they had a sickness incident in their base city, it was still generally controllable, and there was no need to send out a distress signal at all. So they never sent out any distress signal at all. The crowd was silent. Afath was a bit stunned. And what's with this distress signal? Nanyu shook his head. I don't know, but at that time, Lord Sage Qinglan stayed there for a month, investigating the entire base city, and found that everything was normal in base city 121. Lord Saint was very busy. It was naturally impossible for him to stay in a small base city all the time, and he ended up leaving. Speaking here, Nanyu paused and looked at Lu Ning. After coming out of the base city, Saint Qinglan also went to base city 116 because he received a distress signal, which I'm sure Lu Ning is aware of. Lu Ning nodded. Well, I know. The crowd, on the other hand, frowned. Song Snyan was a bit puzzled. Since Lord Sage Qinglan confirmed that base city 121 is not in danger, why do we still need to go? Then he thought of something and looked at Nanyu with wide eyes. Is there another distress signal? Nanyu's expression was stoic as he nodded slightly. Well, just half a month ago, the 3rd distress signal was picked up. The source of the signal is still the 121st base city. The faces of the crowd sank. As a precaution, Lord Qinglan Saint went to base city 121 again in his busy schedule, and as a result, the base city remained calm. And the director of the Misty Bureau continued to say that they hadn't sent out a distress signal at all. However, the distress signal did not stop. Lord Sage Qinglan guessed that it might be because he was too powerful to reach the anomalies in it, and that's why he arranged for an exploration team to check it out again. Lin Menglan couldn't help but say with a bitter face, then isn't this mission extremely dangerous? Even Lord Saint didn't manage to discover the anomaly. The others also nodded their heads repeatedly with bitter expressions. Seeing that the crowd was a bit depressed, Nanyu spoke up. Our team this time is made up of elite members, and we've also purposely arranged for several scrying department ability users, so there's no need for everyone to be too pessimistic. Don't you guys see that Lu Ning isn't pessimistic at all? The crowd sniffed and looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning's expression was very calm, and when he saw the crowd looking over, he slowly spoke. It's not like I'm going to die. Nanyu et al., confused face? The atmosphere was a bit awkward for a while. Nanyu joked. Everyone doesn't have to worry too much. If anything really happens to us this time, the entire 121st base city will also be treated as a source of contamination, and a saint will be sent directly to destroy it. It's always considered revenge for us. The joke didn't ease the crowd. It made them more grave. Historically, every base city that has been used as a source of contamination has been so unimaginably horrific that even the usual books rarely record specific information, because just the information alone can drive people crazy. 113. Legions of Machinery. After listening to Nanyu speak about the mission, Lu Ning's few people finished eating their canned food in silence, and then Nanyu arranged to rest in groups. Lu Ning, you and I will watch the front of the night for 2 hours. Before Nanyu could finish his words, Dennis on the side hurriedly said, Captain, I'm energetic. I'll help Captain Lu keep watch. With that, he hemmed and hawed at Lu Ning. Captain Lu, take a good rest. I'll keep watch at night. Su Hui on the side had a miscalculated look on his face. Why didn't he think of this? Nanyu's head was full of black lines. Sneaking a glance at the others and dryly coughing, he said, Is there anyone who wants to help me with the night watch? The air was quiet and everyone was either leaning against the wheel or had pulled out their sleeping bags, while others had gotten into their cars and started to rest. Nanyu? Lu Ning glanced at Dennis and then at Nanyu. I'll go rest then. Go go go. Nanyu waved his hand lifelessly. Lu Ning drilled into the backseat of Colin's SUV, lay down and was about to go to sleep when Aaron knocked on the window and laughed. Lu Ning, do you mind if I lean in the front? Shirley came along and smiled. I'd like to rest in the front row, too. Lu Ning nodded. Yes. The two men thanked him and took a seat in the front seat of the SUV and leaned back to rest. Late at night, a voice rang out, Everyone, get up. There's something going on. Lu Ning's eyes snapped open, as did Shirley and Aaron in the front row. The three jumped out of the buggy and found the others up and about. Suhui was currently lying on the earth wall, while Dennis had a somewhat serious expression. It was him who made the noise just now. Nanu frowned and inquired, "Dennis, what's wrong?" Dennis spoke up, "Captain, I sense a number of energy bodies approaching. These energy bodies have a high level of mental contamination. They should be mutants." Cheng Yu's face changed slightly as he leapt to the earthen wall. He then opened his mouth and let out a sound wave that ordinary people couldn't hear. The sound wave spread out and began to detect. Not a moment later, Cheng Yu frowned as he spoke, "Captain, there are dozens of objects rapidly approaching, but they don't seem to be living bodies. They don't quite have the same body structure as normal living creatures and diseased people. Kind of like diseased machinery." "Diseased machinery?" Nanu frowned. "Which direction did it come from?" "This direction." Cheng Yu pointed ahead. Then, as if he thought of something, his face changed slightly. "Captain, this is the direction of that town." Nanu recalled that Cheng Yu had reported to him earlier that there was a small town 5 kilometers away in this direction. Diseased machinery explores its surroundings through radar, which is much more perceptive than normal diseased and calamitous beasts, and it's not a surprise that it could detect us from so far away. Diseased machinery hasn't been around for a long time. If this town has one, then we'll have to report it up. Lin Menglan spoke up. After all, it is easy to take advantage of the peculiarities of diseased machinery to start mass-producing the same kind of thing once it becomes mechanically intelligent. Once it develops, it can easily lead to disaster. So every time there is a diseased machinery, it is removed at the first opportunity. Nanu opened the map and glanced at it. Speaking, this area was cleared before. It should be diseased machinery that appeared to migrate from somewhere else. Before Nanu could say more, Cheng Yu reminded, "Captain, we're almost there. It's only less than 500 meters. In the next moment, a blue beam of light quickly crossed the sky, illuminating the dark night sky. Boom boom boom. The wall of earth kept shaking and a chunk of earth fell. But even with the flurry of fire, the earth wall remained solid. One could imagine how strong the earth wall created by Lin Menglan was. Dennis, who was on the side, spoke up. "The energy response is not high. The highest leader is only of the 5th order. There are 3 in total, and the rest are all of the 4th order." Just then, a ball of fire shot quickly from the distance. This made Dennis and the others blush. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Missiles? Even the physical body of a 5th order awakened could not resist the missile. Just as everyone was planning to dodge, Nanu probed his hand toward the missile and held it. As if pulled directly by some force, the missile plummeted straight down to the ground on a hook, landing on the ground some distance away from the earthen wall and exploding with a loud bang. Counterattack. With a cold expression, Nanu ignored gravity and rose up into the air, flying quickly in the direction from which the attack had been shot. Thunder flashed around Aaron and appeared on top of the earthen wall. She reached out and grabbed it, and a purple lightning spear appeared in her hand. She reached out and threw the spear, a flash of purple lightning that landed instantly on the ground in the distance with a roar. At the same time, Suhui also condensed a huge fireball in his hand. The fireball carried a blazing heat as if it were a small sun. He hurled the fireball with the same roar. Lu Ning and the others jumped onto the fence. Just after jumping onto the fence, Lu Ning saw that in the forest in the distance, there were flashes of thunder and lightning, and the flames were even more raging. A single twisted mechanical figure looked hideous and eerie in the light of the fire. These diseased machines suffered considerable casualties under the attacks of Suhui and Aaron. The 2 6th order awakened. However, that didn't stop them from attacking. They passed through the thunder net and fire and continued to charge, all the while shooting out a steady stream of energy beams and metal storms. Just then, a figure appeared in the sky above their heads. It's none other than Nanu. Nanu pressed his hands downward, and the gravity of the area where these diseased machines were located skyrocketed. This made the originally swiftly moving diseased machinery seem as if it was directly pressed to the ground by an invisible force. The berserk pull of the force directly bent their mechanical structure, and a string of sparks continued to erupt. Even the ground had a crater tens of meters in circumference. With just this strike, all the diseased machinery still remaining was basically destroyed. Hiss. Captain is so strong? Song Snyan sucked in a breath of cool air with some surprise. Even Lu Ning was a bit surprised. It was the first time he had seen a 7th order awakened who had mastered a destructive awakening ability, and it was indeed a strong ability. Just then, Nanu suddenly flew off into the distance as he left behind the words, "I'm going to the town to take a look and take care of the source of these diseased machines." His speed was extremely fast, and he disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Not a moment later, there was a violent roar in the distance. The roar continued for a few moments and then stopped. After another moment, there was a breaking sound, and Nanu broke through the air. He was also clutching a broken mechanical head in his hand. The torn circuits in the mechanical head were still sparking. Nanu threw the mechanical head towards the ground, and the head rolled a few times. oozing out some motor oil. He opened his mouth and said, "A sixth-order diseased machine and still wants to run. What kind of joke is that?" Dennis quickly smiled and said, "Worthy of a captain. Captain is mighty." Su Hui also nodded repeatedly. Kidding aside, a sixth-order lesion machine is not low in destructive power. It might be stronger than all of them. And because lesion mechanics can gain multiple abilities by adding parts, they are more versatile than they could ever be. As a result, he was screwed off his head by Nanyu in such a short while, so one could imagine how strong Nanyu was. Nanyu nodded, satisfied. Just now, I saw that these players were praising Lu Ning, and if he, as the captain, didn't show his hand, it would be hard to lead this team. Well, take another break and let's keep going. Chapter 114, Has the Holy One of Qinglan come? The sky is cloudy. The crowd, no longer sleepy, got into their cars, and Lin Menglan wiped away the wall of dirt as the SUV set off again. It wasn't until noon that a stretch of city walls appeared in Lu Ning's several people's line of sight. Base City 121 is close at hand. However, as he approached the base city, Lu Ning's brows furrowed slightly. In his vision, the entire base city was shrouded in a white fog. The concentration of white fog was not very high, but it was definitely not low either. Almost on the verge of matching the concentration of white fog caused by that fallen incense burner in Base City 116 before. This concentration of mental pollution is certainly not normal for a base city. But before, when the Qinglan sage came to this base city, he didn't notice any abnormalities in the base city. This is enough to show that what causes mental pollution is hidden deep. The caravan followed the deserted streets and soon came to the gate of the city wall. At the gates, free awakenings enter and exit as they do in Base City 116. In Lu Ning's line of sight, there was a faint white mist flowing through the bodies of these free awakenings. These white mists are not enough to cause lesions, but all the same they already indicate that the level of mental contamination is not low. After all, for a normal awakened, Lu Ning was unable to see the white mist within his body. Being able to see the white mist meant that this awakened person's level of spiritual pollution wasn't quite normal. Lu Ning's expression was calm as he looked at every awakened that passed by, and without exception, white mist could be seen in the bodies of all the awakened. Yet there was no alarm when the two staffers in protective suits tested them with their instruments. Of course, the two staff members in protective suits, as well as the defense team behind them, likewise had white mist inside them. And most of these defense soldiers are ordinary people. Being in the same environment, the level of spiritual pollution of an ordinary person should be different from that of an awakened person. But it was surprising that these ordinary people and awakened people had the same level of spiritual pollution. Soon, it was Lu Ning and his group's turn to inspect. When it came time to check Lu Ning, the staff looked at the instrument and revealed a look of surprise. How can your spiritual pollution level be 0? Hearing these words, whether it was the members of the defense team or the free awakenings walking along the roadside, they all looked at Lu Ning in unison at the moment. Lu Ning calmly said, "This is my credentials. My spiritual pollution level is 0. You can check." In the SUV in front of him, Nanyu also took out his credentials. "We are an investigation squad arranged by the headquarters. This is my credentials. If you have any questions, please contact the headquarters." The staff member took the document with some skepticism and glanced at it, and when the authenticity of the document was confirmed, he hurriedly smiled and said, "This officer, much offense. This is the normal process. I hope the officer won't be offended." Nanyu waved his hand and smiled. "Understandable." He then inquired, "By the way, did any other investigation teams come by before?" The staff member fell silent, seeming to recall, before speaking a moment later, "No member of the investigation team has come here." Nanyu raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Really? Thanks a lot. Can we go now?" "Certainly. Sir, go ahead." The group drove through the gates. Through the rearview mirror, Lu Ning noticed that the defense members and inspectors were still watching their convoy at the moment. Even the free awakening people on the side of the road. There were quite a few of them looking at them. The expressions on the faces of these gazers were calm and unreadable. Just then, Nanyu's voice came from the car intercom. "It's still early. Let's go to the Misty Bureau first to understand the situation. Then find a place to settle down and slowly investigate afterward." Su Hui's voice came out. "No problem, Captain, you have the final say." Dennis also smiled and spoke. "You're our leader. At your service." Lu Ning also calmly said, "I don't have a problem with that." Then it's settled. The vehicle headed toward the Misty Bureau headquarters. On the way, Lu Ning surveyed the pedestrians on the street and everything around him. Within the base city, the same light white mist can be seen in the air, and all the pedestrians. There was likewise a white mist flowing in their bodies. Also, all pedestrians have similar white fog concentrations. Other than that, Lu Ning didn't find anything unusual. None of the pedestrians seemed to notice their mental pollution problems or that anything was wrong with their environment. They work and live like the people in Base City 116. There are families out to dinner together, couples holding hands and shopping, lone wanderers, and of course, street fights. An hour later, the convoy pulled into the parking lot outside the headquarters. Manhwa and his group got out of the car and walked towards the headquarters. The headquarters was bustling with people coming and going. Under Lu Ning's observation, all of them similarly had white mist flowing within their bodies. Manhwa came to the front desk and took out his credentials. "We are the investigation team sent by the headquarters. Take me to see your director." The receptionist at the front desk was baffled, and a few members of the headquarters and other receptionists on the side looked over. The female receptionist took Manhwa's documents and flipped through them, then called to confirm, then hurriedly got up and said, "Hello, several officers, I'll take you to see the director." Manhwa retrieved his credentials and nodded, "Good." The female receptionist led the group into a special elevator to the top floor. In the elevator, Manhwa looked at the female receptionist and inquired, "Have any other investigation teams been here?" The female receptionist was stunned, then looked at Manhwa with some confusion. "Other investigators? Didn't come. A few officers. You are the first investigation team. Is something wrong?" Manhwa shook his head. "It's fine." Just then, Lu Ning inquired, "You said the first investigation team? Then has anyone else come to investigate before? Like which federation's top brass?" The female receptionist was stunned. "I wonder what the officer means by that." While the female receptionist didn't understand, a few of the Manhwa people reacted. Their expressions fluctuated, and a few of them even messed up the rhythm of their breathing, but they quickly calmed down. Lu Ning calmly asked, "Has Saint Changlan ever come here?" The female receptionist hurriedly said in surprise, "Sage Changlan? Isn't that one of the top people in the Federation? Why would he come to a small base city like ours? I don't know, right? Maybe he's been here before, but I don't know, right?" The others glanced at each other, and Lu Ning nodded calmly. "Aha." The female receptionist glanced at a few people a little apprehensively, then didn't say much. Soon the elevator came to the top floor. The female receptionist guided a few people to the door of the director's office and she knocked. Soon the office door opened and it was opened by a clean-cut woman. The female receptionist bowed and said, "Secretary Wang, these officers are members of the investigation squad from the Misty Bureau and want to see the director." Wang Bingxing glanced at the several people and smiled. "Several people, please come in. The director has just the time now." A few people entered the office and saw a middle-aged man sitting behind a desk reading a book. The man was elegant and quite good-looking. When the crowd came in, he put down his book and got up to greet them. "Welcome everyone. I didn't realize that the headquarters still remembered this place. I don't know if you all have your documents with you. Routine process check. I hope you can understand." Manhwa nodded and handed over his credentials. The director looked at him and smiled. "Ah, Officer Nan. How are you? How are you? I'm Li Fu. You can just call me Old Li. Please sit down, please sit down." Li Fu pulled a few people to sit down and asked his secretary to make tea again. Manhwa sat down, looked at Li Fu, and smiled. "Old Li, I'll get straight to the point. Previously, we had an investigation squad that came here and got lost. Have you guys seen it?" Li Fu unsurprisingly shook his head. "Never seen it." Manhwa raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Then has there been any sightings of Sage Changlan?" Li Fu was stunned and surprised. "Changlan Saint? Isn't that the top big shot of the Federation? Why would he come to a small base city like ours?" "I don't know." It might have come, but I don't know, right? Chapter 115, The Man Without the White Mist. Manhwa slightly raised an eyebrow, then laughed. "Have you really never seen Saint Changlan before?" Li Fu frowned and pondered for a long time, then still shook his head. "Never seen it." Manhwa nodded and smiled. "In that case, forget it." Li Fu glanced at Manhwa with some doubt. Then he didn't dwell on the issue and simply inquired, "Captain Nan, what is the purpose of your investigation squad coming here to investigate?" Manhwa spoke. "We received a distress message from Base City 121. That's why we came over to investigate. Before us, there were already 2 investigation squads that came here, but they were both lost." "What?" Hearing this, Li Fu and Wang Bingxing both revealed a look of surprise. Li Fu frowned. "But this isn't right. Our base city is normal. There's no need to send out a distress signal at all. And I haven't heard of an investigation squad coming to our base city until now." The people in the investigation squad all looked at Li Fu with flickering eyes. Noticing the eyes of the crowd, Li Fu hurriedly said, "Don't you all believe me? I really haven't seen the investigation squad. If you guys don't believe me, feel free to walk around the headquarters to investigate. If you guys have any questions, you can also ask anyone at the headquarters." Manhwa raised an eyebrow slightly, then smiled. "We will." Li Fu nodded, seemingly afraid of being misunderstood, and emphasized again, "We at the Misty Bureau haven't heard of this for a while. Could it be that they didn't come to the Misty Bureau at all? Maybe that's possible too. But everything needs to be investigated, doesn't it? Li Fu nodded his head repeatedly. That's right, Captain Nan, since you guys are an investigation squad, you must be professionals. If there's anything we need to cooperate with, just say so. We'll absolutely cooperate unconditionally. A few of Nan Yu's people glanced at Li Fu with some surprise. Although Li Fu's words did not match the facts as perceived by the Nan Yu few, he acted too sincerely as if he really did not know the whereabouts of those investigation squads. That's a little strange. Nan Yu laughed. It will definitely trouble you. Old Li, what's the trouble? Everyone is a colleague. Work with each other. Li Fu laughed. He then glanced outside at the sky. The sun had begun to set. He spoke. It's getting late today. Why don't I have someone arrange a residence for you first, and you can investigate tomorrow? Nan Yu shook his head. Since we're all here, let's take a look first. Li Fu didn't refuse and nodded. This is your freedom. He then added. Then I'll have my secretary accompany you? No, we'll just wander around casually on our own. Seeing this, Li Fu didn't say any more. No problem. I'll greet the various departments. Nan Yu nodded. By the way, I need your director's authority spare card. Should that be okay? Li Fu was stunned. Then spoke. No problem. Seeing Li Fu agreeing so painfully, a trace of surprise was present in the eyes of several people in Nan Yu. The director's authority card, which was the pass card with the highest authority in the entire Misty Bureau, could normally travel to any area of the headquarters. Since Li Fu gave it so easily, it meant that he really didn't think there was anything wrong in the headquarters. Li Fu took out a wallet from his pocket, which he opened very frankly. Lu Ning glanced at the wallet. There were quite a few cards on one side of the wallet, and on the other side there was a photo of Li Fu with a middle-aged beautiful woman, and a cute little girl. That would be his family. Li Fu took out a silver and black card from his card bag and handed it to Nan Yu. This is the backup card. Nan Yu took it and nodded slightly. Good. He then got up and smiled. It's getting pretty late, so we'll just go ahead and take a casual stroll and try to finish early. No problem. If there are any problems, Captain Nan, you guys just contact me, Li Fu said very nicely. Nan Yu nodded and led the others out the office door with him. Get in the elevator again. Inside the elevator, Nan Yu looked at the camera on one side and spoke. Let's start from the second floor first, and on the way, find the staff at the headquarters to inquire about the situation as well. So let's split up. Good. After the group arrived on the second floor, the people split up. Lu Ning loitered in the corridors of the second floor, observing the movements of the pale white mist in the air. These white mists are very evenly distributed. This was different from the headquarters where the fallen incense burner was located back in Base City 116. At that time, the area where the fallen incense burner was located, the concentration of white mist could be much higher than other areas. The concentration of white mist here is pretty even, suggesting that there aren't any people or objects with high levels of psychic radiation in the vicinity. Just then, a young man in a white lab coat walked up to him. Lu Ning walked up and took out his credentials and started asking questions. After questioning a few people in a row, Lu Ning received exactly the same answer. Everyone hadn't seen the previous investigation squad, not even the Qing Lan Saint. Not having seen the other investigation teams, Lu Ning might have thought that perhaps those investigation teams had really disappeared without coming to the headquarters. But not having seen the Sage of Qinglan would be too unreasonable. Saint Changlan had already left Base City 121, and he had personally said that he had come over to the Misty Bureau headquarters. It would be understandable if only some of the people had never seen it, but how is it possible that all of them, even the director of the headquarters, have never seen it? However, no matter whether it was Li Fu from before or the person Lu Ning was questioning now, they were all very sincere and said that they had never seen it. Lu Ning came to another corridor. A woman in a white lab coat walked out of a room in the hallway. Lu Ning calmly stepped forward and called out to the woman. Hello, please wait. The woman was stunned and turned her head to look at Lu Ning with a slightly confused expression. Is there something wrong? Just as her eyes met Lu Ning's, she saw the pink stream of light that flashed through Lu Ning's eyes. Charmed. Lu Ning's voice was calm and gentle. Who are you? The woman's expression went into a trance. Then she said, my name is Wang Fongfong. I'm a healing assistant at the Misty Bureau's headquarters. Lu Ning calmly asked, have you found anything wrong with the Misty Bureau? The woman was silent, seemingly thinking, then she shook her head. There is no sign of anything wrong. And have you seen any investigative teams come here before? The woman was silent, as if recalling, haven't seen it. Then have you ever seen the Sage of Qinglan? The woman shook her head. Haven't seen it. Lu Ning calmly looked at the woman whose expression was in a trance and had obviously been charmed. After a few moments, he nodded. You can go now. Go do what you were going to do before. Good. The woman turned away. Lu Ning turned his head and left the corridor. Just then, a few people in the corridor in front of them made Lu Ning stop in his tracks. A group of people wearing black trench coats came towards Lu Ning head-on. There was no white mist inside one of the tall, fair-skinned, clean-looking short-haired women. Chapter 116, Kegom. The few people on the side of this short-haired woman had a light white mist in their bodies just like the others. Several people, presumably members of an ops team, joked and laughed with each other as they walked down the corridor. Lu Ning thought for a moment and walked over toward a few people. Yet just as he took a step, his footsteps stopped, because inside that short-haired woman's body, a white mist gradually surfaced. The white mist inside her became exactly like the others. Lu Ning looked deeply at the short-haired woman. Perhaps it was Lu Ning's gaze that had attracted attention, and the few people who were joking looked at Lu Ning. One of them, a slightly chubby brown-haired middle-aged woman, sized up Lu Ning and said, "Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before." Lu Ning calmly said, "I am investigative squad member Lu Ning, and I just arrived in Base City 121 today. This is my identification." The middle-aged woman took the ID and glanced at it to ascertain Lu Ning's identity. Then she asked with some surprise, "An investigation squad? What's wrong with our base city? Why did the federal headquarters send an investigation squad over?" Lu Ning spoke. "The federal headquarters received a distress signal from your base city. Do you know about it?" The crowd was a little surprised. The middle-aged woman frowned. "There's a distress signal sent out from base city? How is that possible? Although we have a disease incident in the base city, the situation is still quite stable. So it's not as if we're sending out a distress signal, right?" Lu Ning swept his gaze over the others, especially the short-haired woman. The short-haired woman reacted with a bit of surprise, as did the others. Lu Ning nodded and said, "Your chief said the same thing, but the distress signal we received was not fake. That's why the investigation team was sent here." The middle-aged woman nodded and spoke. "Understandable. I'm Karen, the captain of the first operation team. If there's anything I can help you with, you can contact me." Lu Ning nodded and calmly said, "Okay, in that case, let's add a contact method." "Okay." After the two exchanged contact information, Lu Ning looked at the others. "Let's exchange them as well." The other members of the action team didn't feel there was anything wrong, and they all exchanged with Lu Ning, including that short-haired woman. Lu Ning also knew that short-haired woman's name, Clearable. After adding his contact information, Lu Ning said goodbye to Karen and the others, and turned around to continue on with the investigation. As the sky darkened, Lu Ning and Nan Yu and the others met at the elevator entrance on the second floor. Nan Yu didn't directly ask the crowd about the harvest, but instead, he gave a wink to a few people and spoke, "Let's go find a place to stay first." The crowd nodded. They could all see that there was something wrong with this base city, and it wasn't small. Even the headquarters was no exception. After all, even Li Fu, the director of the Mist Bureau, said that he didn't know that the Qinglan Saint had come. Whether it was deliberately hidden or forgotten, it wasn't right. It was fine if it was the former, but if it was the latter, it was rather worse, and it could make everyone forget the memory of a saint's visit. So one could imagine how dangerous it was. Nan Yu spoke. "Let's talk to Li Fu first before we leave." A few more people went to the director's office. It was still Wang Bingxin who opened the door. Seeing several people coming over, Li Fu smiled and got up to greet them. "Captain Nan, how is it? Everything should be normal in our bureau, right?" Nan Yu smiled and nodded. "We really haven't found anything going on at the moment, so we're going to go ahead and rest, and then slowly start an investigation in the base city afterward." Li Fu sniffed and busily said, "Then I will prepare rooms for you." Nan Yu waved his hand and refused. "I won't trouble you, we'll just find a place to stay on our own." Li Fu enthusiastically stated that they, as the local Misty Bureau, should do their part as hosts, but Nan Yu still decisively refused. Seeing that Nan Yu's refusal was resolute, Li Fu also smiled wisely. "I can also understand Captain Nan's caution. After all, the investigation process, it's right not to trust us." "Then I won't arrange it." Nan Yu nodded. "Then we'll take our leave." After saying goodbye to Li Fu, the group left the headquarters. They ended up finding a hotel in an area not too far from the Misty Bureau's headquarters. After registering his stay, Nan Yu spoke. "Come to my room first and we'll chat about the situation." The crowd nodded and followed Nan Yu to his room. After entering Nan Yu's room, some of the people found chairs to sit down, some leaned against the wall, and some simply sat down beside the bed. Nan Yu winked at Dennis and Chang Yu. The two each used their abilities and began to probe their surroundings. Not a moment later, Dennis spoke up. "All clear." Cheng Yu also said, "There is no one eavesdropping on the side." Nan Yu nodded. Then he opened his mouth and asked, "Well, did you guys find anything?" A few people glanced at each other, and Shirley shook her head. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that those people at the headquarters just didn't even know about the Qinglan sage coming over, I'd even think that this base city would still be normal. Sherry's words were echoed by them, and one nodded. I've just asked quite a few people, and none of them turned out to have any valid clues. They all just don't know what they're talking about. Nanyu was a bit disappointed and looked at Chengyu and Dennis. You two are better at probing. Have you gained anything? Chengyu shook his head and said, I just briefly probed with sound waves at the headquarters and didn't find anything unusual. It still seems to be quite normal in the headquarters. Dennis, however, frowned and said, I don't know why. Ever since I entered the base city, I have felt that something is not quite right. How should I say it? Is a little distracted. It's like going into a fog. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. Nanyu frowned at Dennis. Into the mist like? How is that possible? This is a base city? Dennis scratched his head. Yeah, that's why I don't quite understand it either. But it's not like the distraction is that strong compared to going into the mists. It's like. Dennis scratched his ear, trying to describe it, but couldn't. At this time, Lu Ning's calm voice rang out. It's as if the entire base city is shrouded in a high concentration of spiritual pollution? Right. That's pretty much what it feels like. Dennis clapped his hands together and nodded repeatedly. Dennis then looked at Lu Ning with some confusion. Lu Ning, how did you know? Nanyu also inquired. Lu Ning, did you find something? The others looked at Lu Ning with curious expressions. Yeah, Lu Ning, you're so special. Did you discover something we didn't notice? Lu Ning nodded. I have another ability that the captain might not know about. My eyes can see spiritual pollution around me. Once the level of spiritual pollution is relatively high, it is easier to detect. Hearing this, Nanyu was a bit surprised. There's still this kind of ability? Su Hui's eyes widened. Isn't this the same as the spiritual pollution detector? But just now, Lin Menglan used the spiritual pollution detector to measure it? No spiritual pollution abnormalities were found. Lu Ning calmly said, this is also what I feel strange about. Nanyu interrupted what Su Hui wanted to say next as he looked seriously at Lu Ning and said, Lu Ning, just tell me, what exactly did you see? Lu Ning glanced at the several people and calmly said, the entire base city is shrouded in a very faint white fog, and all the creatures in the base city have white fog inside their bodies. Lu Ning's words were as if a bomb had been dropped into the water, blowing out violent ripples. Everyone's faces changed drastically in disbelief. Chapter 117, Escape. Get out of here. Nanyu looked at Lu Ning with wide eyes. You're kidding, right? Yes, Captain Lu. This joke isn't funny at all. The corner of Song Snyan's mouth twitched. The others were also looking at Lu Ning, as if waiting for Lu Ning to say that he was joking. Lu Ning glanced at the crowd and calmly said, I won't joke. The crowd lapsed into silence. But if that's really the case, then something extremely terrifying definitely exists in this base city, right? Why didn't even Saint Ching Lan discover it before? Afaf said with some disbelief. Yes, Captain Lu, although I feel that the situation here is a bit off. It's not that off, right? Dennis also couldn't help but open his mouth. Alright, you guys stop arguing for now. Nanyu seriously interrupted the crowd that was still about to speak. He looked at Lu Ning and inquired. Lu Ning, is there any evidence for what you're saying? You said that your eyes can see, but we can't see it after all. If you can show us any evidence, we'll need backup. I'm afraid it's hard to handle a disaster of this magnitude with our strength. Lu Ning shook his head. It's just what my eyes see. I have no proof. This made Nanyu frown. He was silent for a moment, then said, Lu Ning, it's not that I'm not willing to believe you. This time the matter is too significant. If you don't have any evidence, even if I believe it, we won't be able to account for it with the federal headquarters. Lu Ning nodded. Well, I can understand that. The others fell silent. Then Aaron inquired, Captain Lu, since you can see the spiritual pollution, you should be able to see where it's more serious, right? Maybe we can find the source? Hearing this, the eyes of the crowd lit up. Sherry nodded slightly and said, Aaron is right. Once we can find the source, we can get the appropriate evidence, and then it will be easier to deal with. Lu Ning shook his head. The concentration of spiritual pollution in the entire base city is about the same, and even the concentration of spiritual pollution in the bodies of ordinary people and awakened people is about the same. It's very unreasonable, but I don't know why. The crowd sniffed and looked at each other. Su Hui gave a dry cough and looked at Lu Ning. Is there such a possibility? Captain Lu, are you blind? Lu Ning gave him a look. No, now I can see it too. Dennis spoke up. Could it be a mental problem? After all, when there is a mental problem, perhaps there are hallucinations? Nanyu gave the two of them a breathless look. Lu Ning's spiritual pollution level has always been 0. Even if your spirits go out of order, he won't go out of order. Dennis couldn't help but hem and haw and scratch his head when he thought about it. I'll just take a wild guess. Nanyu sighed and said, since we don't know the source of the spiritual pollution, there's not much point. Perhaps next Lu Ning you can try to observe it. And if you can find the source, that would be best. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Manhwa opened his mouth and asked, anything else? Lu Ning spoke. I found someone special. The crowd's eyes lit up. How about special? Manhwa inquired. Lu Ning spoke about Kuching's situation earlier. As the crowd pondered, Aaron spoke. The level of spiritual pollution in her body didn't go over the limit before, but it went over the limit later? Is it possible that she was in such an environment and just managed to hold out until Lu Ning saw her? And when Lu Ning saw her, that's when it suddenly went over the limit? Not without that possibility. Manhwa nodded. Su Hui spoke up. I think it's also possible that she was already affected herself. After all, didn't Captain Lu say so? She didn't seem to have any changes before or after her mental pollution level exceeded the limit. That's just as likely. Manhwa nodded. Manhwa then thought for a moment and spoke. I think that this Kuching might be a clue. And through her, we might be able to find an anomaly in this base city. This was agreed by all. Lu Ning did the right thing just now by not directly inquiring about Kuching's situation. Or else it wouldn't be good in case it provoked a stress reaction from the other members with excessive levels of mental pollution. Since we got Kuching's contact information, perhaps we can ask her out for a chat alone. Manhwa nodded slightly thoughtfully. Everyone else turned their gazes toward Lu Ning. Lu Ning, who was thinking, noticed the sight. He pointed to himself. Do I go? Since you're the one who left the contact information, Captain Lu, of course you're the one to go. Dennis hemmed and hawed. I said that Captain Lu is also very good looking, so maybe it will pay off if you use the beauty trick a little? Song Snyan's smile was a little lewd. Erin rolled her eyes. Can you guys stop being so lewd? Captain Lu is just trying to fulfill his mission. Song Snyan's smile froze and he quickly said, Erin is right. You guys are too obscene. Su Hui several people? Manhwa looked at Lu Ning and smiled. Lu Ning, I'll leave this task to you. Lu Ning nodded slightly. I'll do my best. Is there anything else out of the ordinary? Manhwa continued to ask. Lu Ning shook his head. There's nothing else to discover. With some regret, Manhwa spoke. The situation this time is indeed quite troublesome, and it might take a while to complete the mission. Everyone acting here must be a bit more careful to avoid accidents. If we have to split up next, we should at least work in groups of 2. Previously, Manhwa wasn't worried. After all, the strength of the team members were all at the 5th rank at the lowest, and in a small base city like 121, they were definitely top strong. Even if you are in danger, running should be no problem. But what Lu Ning had just said cast a shadow over Manhwa's heart. Perhaps the situation in this base city was worse than he had expected. The others nodded with serious expressions. Although there was no evidence for Lu Ning's words, they all recognized Lu Ning's specialness, and they all chose to believe Lu Ning's words. After all, Lu Ning had no need to deceive them. Alright, everyone should be tired after running around in the wilderness for so long these past few days. Go rest first. We need to get moving starting tomorrow. Yes. The group left Manhwa's room and headed for their own rooms. Considering the convenience and seclusion, Manhwa threw down a lot of money and booked an entire floor of rooms. Of course, this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for a 7th-order powerhouse. Several of Lu Ning's people could choose their own rooms at will. Considering the abnormality of the 121st base city, Lu Ning's few people had chosen rooms that were close by. Lu Ning entered a random room and was just about to wash up when suddenly a cry of alarm came from the room next to Lu Ning's. Lu Ning's face changed slightly as he ran toward the door. When Lu Ning came to the corridor, the others similarly ran out of their room doors, and the fast ones had already arrived at the door of the room next to Lu Ning's. Sherry, what's wrong? Sung Zinim looked inside a little nervously. Shirley walked out, her face hard, a note in her hand. She looked at Manhwa and spoke. Captain, I just entered the room and found this note on the nightstand. Manhwa took the note and glanced at it, then suddenly frowned. He unfolded the note so that everyone could see the words on it. Lu Ning glanced at it and it read, Escape! Get out of here, or you will all die. Chapter 118 Down. Looking at the words on the note, Lu Ning and the others fell into an eerie silence. Manhwa blushed a bit and said, Go to the room and take a look. The group entered Shirley's room and found the door open to what appeared to be a pathway below, which was in darkness and silence. Dennis, Chang Yu, you guys carefully sense if there are any suspicious characters. Dennis and Chang Yu's faces didn't look good either. After all, the two of them belonged to the scouting department, and as a result, they didn't expect to have the note put into the room without them noticing. The two of them immediately used their abilities to the maximum extent. However, a moment later, they all shook their heads with ugly faces. There are some ordinary people in the neighborhood, and no awakened have been spotted, Dennis said slowly. Chang Yu also spoke up. There aren't even any signs of humans walking along the trail. Hearing this, Nanyu's face sank. Then he slowly said, This note should have been put in during our previous exchange. It's obvious that it's coming for us. The other party can act when we just moved in. They should have known our whereabouts before. And the other party either has a special means to avoid Dennis and Chang Yu's probing, or it is using the two people's probing openings to send the note in. No matter which method is used, the other party itself has a certain means. I didn't expect that we had only just come, and we were being watched. Chang Yu said sullenly. It was a dereliction of duty on the part of Dennis and me. Manhwa shook his head without blaming the two too much. It's not like the abilities of the Scrying Awaken can't be circumvented, and you guys can't keep your abilities up all the time, so naturally someone can catch the loopholes. Seeing Manhwa say that, Chang Yu and Dennis' faces looked better. Shirley looked at the note and said with a sullen face, "And what do you think of the words on this note?" Su Hui spoke directly. "I see the meaning of this word. It should be reminding us. The other party perhaps knows that there is danger here, so they want us to leave?" Erin clasped her hands to her chest and said thoughtfully, "Doesn't this go against what Captain Lu said just now? If it's really like what Captain Lu said, that the entire base city has a high concentration of spiritual pollution, then even our squad may not be able to retreat in one piece, and it's not impossible for all of us to die." Song Snyan on the side happened to see the expressionless Lu Ning, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Captain Lu can live. The crowd was stunned, then felt their hearts pierce through. Afaf said quietly, "Not dying is cool." The others nodded silently. Manhwa spoke. "Well, what we need to do now is to first understand our current situation. Aaron and Su Hui have a point. What do the others think?" Shirley spoke up. "I think this could also be a form of intimidation. Precisely because we're from the scouting squad. The other party might just be afraid that we'll delve deeper into the investigation and discover the secrets of the base city, so they want to use intimidation to scare us away." The others sniffed in thought. Lin Manglan nodded slightly and said, "I think what Shirley said seems to make a bit of sense." Manhwa thought for a moment and spoke. "No matter what the reason is, we are bound to not be able to leave so easily. And this note is likewise a clue for us. If we can find the person behind the note, it will obviously be helpful to our investigation of Base City." The crowd was in agreement. Manhwa then continued, "It looks like we still have to be on night duty. There are 10 of us. 3 of us will be on night duty every night. Dennis and Chang Yu. The 2 of you must take turns." Dennis and Chang Yu's expressions were both serious as they nodded. They are also holding their breath and clearly don't want this problem to come up again afterward. "That's it. I'll be on night duty with Shirley and Dennis today. The rest of you go ahead and get some rest." Several of Lu Ning's people nodded and returned to their respective rooms. Early the next morning, Lu Ning got up and washed himself before leaving the room. The room Shirley was in before was used as a meeting point, and Shirley chose to change rooms. Lu Ning just went in and saw a few people from Manhwa playing solitaire. Su Hui's luck was good, and with a lot of chips piled up in front of him, the smile on his face was so wide that it was almost blossoming. In comparison, Manhwa, Dennis and Shirley had only a pitiful few chips in front of them. There were also Aaron and Sun Zinim on the side watching the battle. Seeing Lu Ning come in, Su Hui greeted him with a smile. "Captain Lu, would you like to play a few games with us?" Lu Ning had a wooden face and shook his head. "Forget it, I don't like it. When he was in Division 7 before, he basically never won. Every time it was won by the captain and Wang Chiwen." Thinking of this, Lu Ning's eyes dimmed, and then he walked over to watch the battle. Manhwa laughed. "I've ordered takeout, so let's split up when we're done eating. Lu Ning, you go find a way to get close to Kuchang and see if you can find anything. Dennis and I will go investigate yesterday's note, and the others will split up into teams and go around the base city to take a look." Hearing this, Song Snyan immediately looked toward Aaron and said with a smile, "Aaron, we're together?" Aaron clasped her hands to her chest and glanced at Song Snyan, then looked at Shirley. "Shirley, let's get together." Song Snyan's smile froze, and Su Hui, who had just swept the chips on the table into his arms, patted his waist and spoke. "Little Song, hang out with me later, I'll take you flying." Sung's Nin nodded. Good. It wasn't long before the takeout for breakfast arrived. Lu Ning ate his bun, took out his cell phone, tapped on Kuching's chat interface, and fell into deep thought. Seeing Lu Ning staring at the cell phone screen in a daze, Aaron curiously came over to take a look. Then she asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" Lu Ning calmly said, "I'm trying to figure out how to communicate with her in order to call her out." Su Hui on the side glanced at Lu Ning somewhat strangely. "Captain Lu, haven't you ever dated a girl?" Lu Ning calmly shook his head. "Ha? No, Captain Lu, a young and handsome man like you, it's not like you've even been on a date, right?" Song Snyan's expression was a bit excited for some reason. Lu Ning shook his head. "There hasn't been one." For their part, the 3 females, Aaron, Shirley, and Afaf, looked at Lu Ning unexpectedly, their eyes all tinged with astonishment. Shirley's eyes sparkled as she opened her mouth and asked, "So Captain Lu, you haven't been in love yet, have you?" Lu Ning said with a wooden face, "What's wrong with not being in love?" "No, of course not." Shirley smiled brightly and waved her hands. Su Hui asked with some curiosity, "Captain Lu, how old are you? With your condition, the girls should all be mesmerized by you?" "Over 2,000 years old." Alfalfa, who was drinking soy milk on one side, sprayed a mouthful of soy milk straight out of her nose. She looked at Lu Ning with a shocked expression as she smoothed her chest. The others were also confused. "How old is?" Even Nan Yu was a bit confused. Lu Ning looked at Nan Yu with some confusion. "Didn't you say that in your message? I'm from before the Misty Age." Crowd, confused face. Chapter 119 Rigor. What the hell? From before the Misty Age? Are you kidding us, Captain Lu? Dennis shouted with glaring eyes. "I can believe you in everything else, but I definitely can't believe a bit about you. Our Federation's most powerful Lord Li Yang was also awakened after the Misty Age. If you were a human before the Misty Age, then you shall not become a god now?" Eileen opened her mouth. Nan Yu nodded slightly, then said, "This must be a tease. It wasn't in my messages." "I don't believe it either. Captain Lu, you even said you don't know how to joke." Su Hui rolled his eyes. "Not to mention, your jokes are quite funny." Lu Ning calmly said, "What I said is true." The crowd rolled their eyes in disbelief. Lu Ning saw that the crowd didn't believe it, so he didn't say anything more. He continued to stare at the screen in disbelief. Eileen smiled and gave Lu Ning advice. "I don't know what kind of character that Kuching is. I'm afraid that if you rashly and directly ask her to meet alone, it will make her wary. I think you can do it a little bit at a time. You can utilize our identity. Aren't we going to investigate the anomalies in the base city? You can utilize this and go to their operation team, saying that you want to learn about the cases their operation team has handled in the recent year, while expressing the need to go on a field trip. That would require someone to accompany you, wouldn't it? You figure out a way to get Kagome to accompany you so you guys can't go it alone? And it just so happens that you can learn about the recent cases in Base City, killing two birds with one stone." Aaron's words caused Dennis, Su Hui and Song Snyan to stare in shock with a learned expression. Su Hui muttered, "Could it be that you're a genius?" Denise said incredulously, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. You're my own sister. Please teach me how to chase girls." Aaron rolled her eyes and kicked Dennis out of the way. "I'm your mother. Mother, teach my child how to chase girls." Dennis slid to his knees and came to Aaron's feet. "Aaron?" She looked at Dennis with a look of disgust and silently took a few steps away. Nan Yu nodded slightly. "Lu Ning, you can do as Aaron suggested. Honestly, Aaron's idea is pretty good." Aaron tilted her head slightly and laughed. "Nonsense. I'm a woman. Of course I know how to approach a woman without being offended." Lu Ning nodded. "Thank you." Aaron smiled slightly. "If you want to thank me, buy me dinner when you get back." "Good." Song Snyan on the side was shocked and his eyes widened. Lu Ning exited Kuching's chat page, clicked on Karen's page, and sent a message. "Hello, Captain Karen. This is Lu Ning. I'd like to visit your operations team. I wonder if it's convenient." It didn't take long for Karen to reply to the message. "Of course it's convenient. We're at the branch now. We'll send you the location." Karen then sent over a coordinate. Aaron watched from the sidelines and nodded. It went pretty well. Nan Yu spoke. Lu Ning then set off. Lu Ning nodded and left the room. Lu Ning drove Colin's SUV towards the coordinates on his cell phone. Base City 121, like Base City 116, is a small base city with a similar layout. Since the hotel they were staying in was in the central area of the base city, it wasn't too far to travel to either area. Lu Ning drove the SUV, and in just under half an hour, he arrived at the entrance of the First Division. After parking the car, Lu Ning entered the hall. At the front desk in the lobby was a middle-aged beauty with curly hair. She heard footsteps and looked up. Upon seeing Lu Ning, she smiled and inquired, "Hello, may I ask if you are Officer Lu Ning Lu?" Lu Ning nodded slightly. "I am Lu Ning. I'm Maggie, the receptionist for Division 1, and Captain Karen has instructed me to show you to the activity room if it's you." "Officer Lu, who's here?" "That would be a pleasure." "Officer Lu is too polite. Please go this way." Maggie raised her hand to lead the way, and Lu Ning followed. Base City 121's Division 1 had exactly the same layout as their Division 7. Lu Ning guessed whether all the Mist Bureau branch grids in small base cities looked like this. However, Lu Ning hadn't been to the other branches, so he wasn't quite sure. The two took the elevator and soon arrived on the third floor. Lu Ning looked at the layout of the corridors and rooms, and for a moment, he even thought that he had returned to Base City 116, to Division 7. But the unfamiliar voice coming from the activity room brought Lu Ning back to reality. This is not Division 7. He followed Maggie to the door of the activity room. Lu Ning saw that there were 5 members of the action team inside. Karen and Kasumi are both here. Karen was eating dessert while Kagome was off to the side playing a fighting game with a male ops member. Maggie knocked on the door, getting Karen's attention. Upon seeing Lu Ning, Karen brought the cake in her hand into her mouth, wiped her hands with a wet paper towel on the side, and rose to greet her. Hello, Captain Lu. The members of the action team on the side also looked over, sizing up Lu Ning and even being a bit wary. The investigation team sent by the federal headquarters to investigate their branch now was clearly distrustful of them, but they couldn't say much. Lu Ning nodded and spoke. Captain Karen. Excuse me. Karen smiled. Not really an intrusion. There have been so few lesions in Sector 1 this time of year that we've all been kinda free. Sometimes we even get to work part-time. Part-time job? Lu Ning was a bit puzzled. What's a part-time job? Now it was Karen's turn for a few people to wonder. Karen spoke up. Naturally, I'm there to take on some other commissions and sometimes make a little extra money. Didn't the ops team you guys met before have this habit? Lu Ning calmly shook his head. I joined the Misty Mist Bureau less than a year ago, and I'm not really sure about all of this. Karen looked at Lu Ning with a bit of surprise. Only 1 year and you're able to join the scouting squad? It seems Captain Lu was very strong. Karen didn't chat much on the topic. She got right to the point and asked, what is Captain Lu planning to do when he comes to investigate our branch? Lu Ning calmly said, I need to know specific intelligence on the lesion incidents you've handled in the last year to see if there are any unusual clues. Karen revealed a look of dawning realization, and the others looked at Lu Ning much better. Not against their ops team, but for the lesion incident. Karen laughed. That's no problem. As a rule, there is a dossier on every lesion incident. I'll show you. Lu Ning spoke up. In addition to checking the dossier, I also need to check out the field. I wonder if you can arrange for someone to show me around. Karen nodded thoughtfully. Captain Lu was very strict. It's just that if the point in time of the case is too long ago, I'm afraid that all the traces left behind at that time have already disappeared. However, since Captain Lu has requested this, then let's do it this way. She swept her gaze across the back and then landed on Kuching. Kuching, take Captain Lu to take a look. Kuching got up and gave Lu Ning a very energetic and bright smile. No problem, Captain Lu. I'll take you there. Lu Ning looked at Kuching's smile and always felt that it seemed somewhat familiar. But with his current mental power and clear memory, he couldn't think of where he had seen Kagome even after thinking for a moment. His face remained calm as he said, then I'll trouble you. He was thinking of some way to designate Kagome, but he didn't realize that Karen had picked her outright. This saved Lu Ning the effort of thinking. Chapter 120, Flesh and Blood. The two left the activity room and went to the archives first. This is where all Division 1 case files are stored, and the files are stored in both computerized storage and physical document storage. Kagome quickly identified the most recent year's worth of files from the computer in the file room. There were a total of 22 of these lesion incidents. This amount is slightly more than Division 7, but still within reason. Lu Ning opened the file one by one and began to view the contents. These files include the capture of free awakened criminals, the extermination of calamities that have appeared in the base city, and the extermination of ordinary people and awakened diseased mutants. All in all, it's a few routine cases. Within this recent year, Lu Ning had experienced a number of similar ones in all the cases he had experienced in Division 7. Soon, however, Lu Ning discovered a problem. He inquired, in the course of this year, there have been 4 cases of flesh and blood aberrations in your first district? Kagome looked at it and nodded. Yeah, what's the problem? Is it a little high to have 4 cases of the same lesion pattern out of 22? Kagome thought for a moment, then said, it's a bit on the high side, but it's within reason, right? After all, that's what happens sometimes. Lu Ning nodded slightly as he thought for a moment, then spoke, can you take me to the locations of these 4 flesh and blood aberrations? No problem. Kagome spoke up with a smile. Thanks. You're welcome, ha ha ha, looking at you I thought you were cold, but I didn't realize you were quite polite. Kuching looked at Lu Ning one more time. Lu Ning calmly said, this is a basic quality of a human being. I am an ordinary human being, so of course I have such a quality. Kagome was stunned and said with a somewhat strange expression, awakened person shouldn't be considered an ordinary human, right? All normal human beings as far as I'm concerned. Alright then. Kuching felt that Lu Ning's definition of an ordinary human seemed a bit problematic, but seeing Lu Ning's determined eyes, she didn't argue with him. The two left the branch and Kagome spoke. Did you drive over? Aha. Then you drive. I'll show you the way. And let's go. Good. Upon seeing the buggy, Kagome called out in a bit of awe. It's a nice car. It just looks a little dirty. She seems to enjoy the fuss. Lu Ning calmly said, because of passing through the wilderness. Kagome was a bit curious. What's it like in the wild? Lu Ning glanced at Kuching. You haven't been out? Kuching shook her head and spoke. No, I grew up in the base city. Then my dad passed away and I was dependent on my mom. Then I awakened my abilities and joined the Mist Bureau straight away because of the thieving wages. My mom had brought me through a lot of hard times before. I was thinking that she could have a better life. So I didn't become a free awakened person. Actually, according to my personal thoughts, I still quite want to be a free awakened. Going on adventures outside of the base city and then exploring various ruins. Or even exploring the mists in search of the unknown. How romantic is that? Kagome continued to speak. Unfortunately, my mom didn't live a good life for long and passed away last year. But I can't stay away from my mates in the team now. So it's too lazy to think about the outside world. Lu Ning listened quietly. Then spoke. It's not fun out there. It's desolate. And you may encounter disease things. Kagome let out an oh so quiet sound. And Lu Ning inquired. From what you've said, your memory is very good. And you remember all of your previous lives very clearly. Kuching said breathlessly. Look at what you're saying. No matter what ability we awakened, our mental power is much stronger than the average person, right? Isn't it easy to memorize these things? Lu Ning glanced at her and inquired. Then have you had any recent cases where you couldn't remember? Can't remember the situation? Recently? Kagome shook her head without even thinking. Definitely not. Lu Ning nodded slightly, then opened his mouth and asked. Then do you feel that there is something wrong with your headquarters? Or anything wrong with your teammates? Hearing this, Kuching instantly gave Lu Ning a wary look. Why are you asking this? Lu Ning calmly said. I'm a member of the probing squad, making routine inquiries. Of course there is also a need to investigate if there is anything wrong with the members of the Misty Bureau. After all, legions don't discriminate between people. Kagome thought for a moment and nodded. You have a point, but I don't see anything wrong. Lu Ning nodded slightly and said no more. Kuching looked at Lu Ning, then spoke. The way I see you, and the way you acted yesterday, do you think there's something wrong with our headquarters? Lu Ning calmly said. Just a guess. Alright then, turn right. With Kagome pointing the way, the vehicle soon arrived at the first bloody aberration of the crime. It's an ordinary residential building. There is a store downstairs and a residence upstairs. At the moment the store below is still a little run down and has become deserted. This is in stark contrast to the stores on the side. This street has a lot of pedestrians and is considered a busy store. As a result, it is now vacant. Kagome spoke up. Before that was when the owner of this store freaking changed. When he killed all of his family members. And then because it was called in by the neighbors. We received the news and rushed over to deal with it the first time. Lu Ning nodded. This store is owned by their family? Well, it seems that their family should have no relatives. And no one has taken over such a good position? But it's also possible that the relatives wouldn't dare to take it over. Right? After all, where there are legions, ordinary people will generally hide far away. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Can we go in and take a look? Go inside. The door to this store was not even closed, and the two of them, Lu Ning and Kuching, easily walked in. The walls on the first floor were left with burn marks and a few claw marks. Kagome pointed to a few of the deep craters and burn marks and laughed. This would have been left behind by our people, but I didn't take over this mission at the time, so I wasn't there. Lu Ning nodded slightly, then looked up at the back door. There were stairs leading upstairs from the back door, but the room was dim because the windows seemed to be closed. Kagome asked, go in and take a look? Lu Ning nodded. Aha. The two went up the stairs one step at a time, because no one had lived there for so long. The ground was all dusty and there was dust floating in the sky. Upon arriving at the second floor, it is a normal residential home layout. The doors to two of the rooms were torn off, and dark brown blood was all over the floor and walls. This would have been left over from that time. Lu Ning entered a few rooms and looked around. The furniture was all destroyed. He didn't find any clues, though. Kagome laughed. Well, did you find anything? Lu Ning shook his head. No. Then go to the next one? Kagome laughed. Aha. Just then, Lu Ning's cell phone rang. He glanced at it. It was Nanyu calling. He picked up the phone, and Nanyu on the other end of the line spoke. Lu Ning? How's it going over there? Not much of a clue. So you'll come back first? Lu Ning was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? It's like this. Just now Bureau Wang told me that there have been several cases of blood and flesh aberrations in the base city right now, and it's making him a bit anxious, and he's thinking of asking us to help out to see if someone's behind it. I was thinking that it might have something to do with the missing investigation squad, so maybe we can go check it out. Lu Ning looked at the broken room door and fell into deep thought. Lu Ning? Yeah, I'll come over now. Chapter 121, can't remember. Going back? Although Kagome didn't hear Nanyu on the other end of the phone, she heard Lu Ning's reply. Lu Ning nodded. Well, next time, I'll trouble you to take me to continue investigating the other 3 blood and flesh aberration crime sites. Kagome patted her chest and said with a vibrant smile, "Of course there's no problem. It's a shame you have to go back now. One of the blood and flesh aberrations isn't too far from my house. Maybe I can even get you to have lunch at my house. My mom's cooking is delicious." Lu Ning's footsteps toward the stairs lurched. He turned his head to look at Kagome and noticed the white mist inside her fluctuating slightly. She had a smile on her face and looked normal. Lu Ning calmly asked, "Is your mom a good cook?" Just then, the white mist inside Kagome's body went from subtle fluctuations to violent surges. Kuching was silent, then spoke, "My mom? My mom does know how to cook. It's a shame she's passed away." "Ha? How do you know my mom can cook?" Lu Ning looked at Kuching's expression. "You just said that." Kagome was stunned, then laughed. "Don't be ridiculous. Where did I just say that?" Lu Ning looked deeply at Kuching and realized that the white mist inside her had calmed down. Lu Ning spoke, "Let's continue on to the other blood and flesh aberration locations." Kagome was stunned and a bit puzzled. "Weren't you just about to leave?" Lu Ning shook his head. "It's not anything important. I'm not the captain of the action team. It's fine without me." After saying that, he thought about it and took out his cell phone to call Nanyu. The call was quickly answered in Nanyu's somewhat puzzled voice. "What's wrong?" Lu Ning calmly said, "I may have to go back later, and I still need to continue to go investigate." Nanyu was stunned, and then quickly heard what Lu Ning was saying. He spoke up, "No problem. You go ahead and do your thing and the rest of us can go investigate this mission." "Aha." Lu Ning nodded and hung up his cell phone. He then looked to Kagome. "Let's go." Kagome didn't say much. "Let's go downstairs then." The two went downstairs and back to the SUV. Kuching looked at Lu Ning and inquired, "Which crime site to go to next?" Lu Ning inquired, "Which of these 3 crime sites do you know best?" Kagome instantly said, "That would be the one on Hound Street, of course. It's closer to my house." Lu Ning nodded. "Then let's go to that crime scene first." "Okay, turn around and then turn right." Lu Ning did as he was told, then inquired, "Do you know much about that case on Hound Street?" Kuching nodded. "I handled that case. I wrote all the files. How can I say this about that case? It was daytime and there were quite a lot of witnesses. An ordinary person was deformed in the street, causing 8 deaths and 20 injuries. However, the investigation afterward found that that ordinary person was a teacher, and usually every routine checkup for mental contamination was normal. So I didn't expect a sudden lesion." Lu Ning raised an eyebrow. "The routine checkups for mental contamination are normal every time? How long has it been since his last checkup?" 12 days. All the mental contamination tests are normal. And 12 days later the blood and flesh are aberrant? This shouldn't be a normal lesion, right? Kagome nodded slightly and said, "I thought the same thing at the time. Then I investigated the condition of the diseased person and didn't find anything out of the ordinary." "Have the witnesses been interviewed?" "Of course," I asked. "You think I'm a newbie?" Kuching looked at Lu Ning breathlessly. "All the witnesses said that there was no warning of that guy's lesions. He was just walking along the road and suddenly stopped, and then the blood and flesh started to deform." Lu Ning nodded slightly and said no more. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Ning arrived at the location of the lesion under Kuching's directions. This street was similar to the one before, and was equally busy with people coming and going. Lu Ning parked the car on the side of the road, and after the two of them got out of the car, Kuching pointed to the vicinity of a sewer manhole cover not too far away and said, "According to the eyewitnesses, it was in this area that that person became diseased at that time. More than half a year has passed since that case. The streets that were damaged at that time have also been repaired, and nothing can be seen anymore." Lu Ning glanced around and nodded slightly. "There really isn't anything left, right? Let's go to the next area?" Kuching looked toward Lu Ning and inquired. Lu Ning spoke up, "By the way, you said that this place is not far from your home? Can we go to your house to take a look?" Kuching was stunned and looked at Lu Ning with some caution. "What do you want to go to my house for?" Lu Ning calmly looked at Kuching and said, "As a duty of an investigative team member? It's just a routine inspection. Nothing special. You can take it as me wanting to come to the door for a drink of water." Kagome thought for a moment, then nodded. "Alright then. My house is in a nearby neighborhood, so I'll just walk there." Kuching led Lu Ning, crossed the road, and walked for a short while before arriving at a neighborhood. Subsequently, under Kuching's leadership, Lu Ning entered a unit building and arrived on the 4th floor. He followed behind Kagome and watched as Kagome took the key to the door and inquired, "Are your mom and dad not here?" Kagome didn't turn around. "Yeah, I just said that." She opened the door. "Come in." Lu Ning calmly followed and entered Kagome's room. Kagome's house wasn't big. The living room was right after the entrance door. The furniture was a bit old, but it was cleaned up nicely. To one side of the living room is a modest kitchen. Lu Ning walked over. He glanced around and noticed that the kitchen was clean and of the type that was used regularly. You usually cook? Kucheng followed Lu Ning's side and nodded. Well, I'll cook whenever I'm back and free. Lu Ning swept his gaze over every corner of the kitchen and spoke. Did you learn your cooking skills from your mother? Yeah, I learned it from my mom before she died. Lu Ning asked. By the way, how did your parents die? Kagome spoke without hesitation. My parents are. As a result, halfway through the sentence, it was as if she had gotten stuck. She stayed where she was, silent and thoughtful for a long time, and muttered. How did my parents die? Strange, why can't I remember? Lu Ning calmly looked at Kagome. He realized that the white mist that had originally calmed down within Kagome's body was once again surging, and this time the surging was even more violent than before. As the white mist surged, Lu Ning realized that the concentration of the white mist was still rising a little bit, and Kucheng, who was thinking hard, had a faint layer of red on her snow-white skin, which seemed to have traces of subtle writhing. Lu Ning raised an eyebrow and spoke. What are you thinking? Kagome's mumbling was interrupted, and as if startled, her entire body looked up at Lu Ning. Ha? I wasn't thinking about anything. By the way, what were you asking? I asked if you usually cook for yourself. Well, I cook whenever I'm back and free. Lu Ning nodded. Can you show me the other rooms? It's okay to. Kucheng looked at Lu Ning warily, but I have personal items in my room. You don't want to peek at them, do you? Lu Ning was a bit puzzled. What personal items? Kucheng was stunned. Her face flushed red, breathing heavily in anger, and gritting her teeth. What did you say? Lu Ning shook his head. I don't know, Kagome. She took a few deep breaths and spoke slowly. Underwear these. Oh, I'm just checking. I won't look much. Don't worry, Kagome. Chapter 122 Abandoned Industrial Parks. In the end, Kucheng said nothing and was unwilling to let Lu Ning inspect the personal items. So Lu Ning could only give up. Otherwise, Kaguri's trail would be broken if she didn't want to contact him again. After inspecting Kucheng's room, Lu Ning didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Kagome, still blushing slightly, scowled and said, Have you checked? Lu Ning nodded. Aha. Let's go then. Go to the other two crime sites. Lu Ning followed Kucheng away and went to the other two locations of the blood and flesh aberration. More than a month has passed since the most recent of these two cases of flesh and blood aberrations, and according to the normal process, after the case was handled by the Misty Bureau, the crime site would definitely still need to be repaired. So Lu Ning didn't find anything. By the time the 4 locations had been checked, the time had come to afternoon. Lu Ning thanked Kucheng. Thanks for your help today. Kucheng's face looked a lot better than it had earlier, especially since Lu Ning had treated her to a big meal at noon. Eating people's mouths was not good enough for Kaguru to say anything more. She nodded and smiled. You're welcome, since the captain arranged for me to come here. This is my responsibility. Need to go anywhere else? That's enough for today. I'll head back. Good. I'll send you a message ahead of time tomorrow if I come to see you. Kagome's expression froze and her always energetic smile became a bit awkward. Okay. Lu Ning then drove Kucheng back to the first division and returned to the hotel himself. After returning to the hotel, Lu Ning entered the assembly room and found no one inside. Lu Ning guessed that they should have gone to deal with the matter of the blood and flesh aberration that Li Fu had mentioned earlier. During this 1-year period, 4 cases of flesh and blood aberrations were reported in the 1st district under the jurisdiction of the 1st division. Now headquarters is also saying it's encountering cases of troublesome flesh and blood aberrations. Apparently it's been a bit of a year for flesh and blood aberration cases in the base city. It was only when Lu Ning was eating dinner that a few of Nan Yu returned to the assembly room. Seeing that Lu Ning was eating braised meat beautifully, Su Hui's eyes turned green. Ah, Captain Lu, why are you so cool? Surprisingly, you're already eating? Yeah, we've been running all day and we're exhausted. Dennis spat while leaning his whole body against the couch. Lu Ning glanced at the several people and calmly said, I didn't know when you guys would be back, so I ordered a takeout for myself. Nan Yu laughed. It's fine. It's the same if we order now. Su Hui, you order it. Su Hui nodded and took out his cell phone. Nan Yu, on the other hand, sat down next to Lu Ning and asked with a serious expression, Did you discover something just now? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Lu Ning nodded and calmly said, Well, Kucheng's memories seem to be somewhat confused. Memory confusion? The people who were resting were stunned and looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning told a few people about what had happened before. This caused the crowd to cringe. Aaron said thoughtfully, I can't believe I've even forgotten how my parents died? Sometimes even think their mom isn't dead? There really is something strange about this Kagome. Sun's Nin spoke up. Aaron is right. Lin Menglan, on the other hand, spoke. This Kucheng's memory confusion seems to be somewhat similar to the memory anomalies of the others in the base city. They all seem to have forgotten about the Qinglan Saint's visit. Nanu nodded slightly before speaking. That's right. Perhaps their pollution is the same, but Kagom's own pollution isn't as severe? Or perhaps she has some sense of resistance to the pollution herself? It's like what Captain Lu saw earlier. She's the only one that got contaminated later. Yeah, perhaps she has a sense of resistance to contamination herself. If that's the case, I also wonder if she can recover her original form? If it can be restored, perhaps we can get information about this anomaly from her mouth. The crowd murmured. Then their eyes grew bright. If that's really possible, then this investigation is making a lot of progress. Just then, Shirley suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Ning. By the way, Captain Lu, aren't you able to absorb the pollution source? Is there any way to absorb Kuching's pollution source? The others' eyes also lit up as they simultaneously looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning shook his head slightly. What's inside them isn't a normal source of contamination. The white mist in their bodies and the white mist in the outside world should be connected. I can't absorb it. This silenced the crowd. Lu Ning then looked at a few people and inquired, "How are you guys doing?" Dennis rolled his eyes and spoke. "Don't mention it. That old kid Li Fu said that blood and flesh aberrations have been appearing a lot lately. Their people have been searching for a long time, but they haven't been able to find the source. And from time to time there are still people who will have blood and flesh aberrations. He thought that we are from the scouting squad. Our level is a bit stronger, so he thought of letting us help. When I went to see Kagome today, I found out that there have been 22 cases in the first district over the course of this year, including 4 cases of blood and flesh aberrations." Nanyu raised an eyebrow. That's quite a high percentage. No wonder Li Fu asked for our help. So it seems that the situation in other districts shouldn't be much worse. Su Hui spat. Originally, we hadn't even investigated the anomalies in the base city yet, and time was so tight. Now there's one more thing. Is this treating us like cattle and horses? Afaf spoke up. Don't say that. After all, this involves the safety of the base city. And if there are frequent blood and flesh aberrations, then the number of people killed will definitely increase. We're from the Mist Bureau, the guardians of humanity, and we certainly help with this kind of thing. Song Snyan on the side couldn't help but mutter. If we follow Captain Lu's meaning, it's not possible to say whether or not this base city is saved. Nanyu frowned and spoke. This matter is not conclusive. Since there is still a need to save this base city now, we should do our part. Seeing that Nanyu was a bit angry, Song Snyan laughed. I was just joking. Lu Ning asked, and have you investigated anything? I went to a crime scene today where a blood aberration had just occurred, and I did find a few clues, so I'm going to check it out tomorrow. Lu Ning nodded slightly, then spoke. I'll go tomorrow as well. Hearing this, Dennis' eyes lit up and he laughed. That would certainly be best. Since you can see spiritual pollution, Captain Lu, you might be better at probing than both old Chang and I. Shan Yu also nodded slightly. Nanyu laughed. Then it's a deal. Go rest. Early the next morning, once Lu Ning and his group had finished preparing, they planned to investigate the source of the blood and flesh aberration that Li Fu had described. Nanyu spoke. Lu Ning, you'll lead the team to the southern city area. Over there is the previously abandoned industrial park. Aileen, Shirley, and Song Snyan, the 3 of you follow Lu Ning. The 3 nodded and agreed. Chapter 123. Both Lu Ning and Song Xinian drove SUVs. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Sun Nin smiled at Aaron. Aaron, are we together? Aaron clasped her hands to her chest and laughed. I'm going to join Sherry. Shirley smiled and said, then let's take Captain Lu's car. Captain Lu, is that okay? Lu Ning calmly nodded. Yes. Sun Nim? The corner of his mouth twitched and he returned to the car with a lost look on his face. Shirley and Aaron sat in the back while Lu Ning drove. The 2 cars headed for the abandoned industrial park in the South City. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. As we approach the abandoned industrial park, the buildings are becoming more and more dilapidated. The streets are becoming more and more deserted, and pedestrians are rarely seen anymore. Only a handful of ragged vagabonds wandered the area. Continuing to drive, they came upon the dilapidated factories of the industrial park, and they stopped the car and got out to enter the industrial park. The factories were vacant and the useful equipment inside had been emptied, leaving some abandoned equipment covered in dust and cobwebs. The group searched several plants and found nothing. Song Snyan frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, is there really a clue in this hellhole? It looks as if no one has come here for many years. Shirley glanced at him and spoke. It may seem like no one has been here for years, but in the shadows no one is sure of the situation. So be careful. Song Snyan sniffed and spoke. Why don't we split up? This will also allow us to investigate a bit faster. After all, this industrial park is so big. If we investigate together, we may not even finish investigating in a day. Both Aaron and Sherry looked at Lu Ning. After all, Lu Ning was the vice captain of the scouting team, and he was the leader here. Lu Ning calmly said, 2 people in a team is fine, so if you run into danger, notify us in time. Sun Zinim instantly beamed with joy and said, Aaron, so we're on the same team? Aaron clasped her hands to her chest and looked over at Shirley. I want to be on a team with Shirley. Song Snyan. That's fine, Lu Ning calmly said. Then split up. The 4 then split up and started investigating in the left and right directions. Lu Ning walked in front, and Song Snyan walked a few steps behind. Song Snyan looked around, investigating the situation, then suddenly spoke up and asked, Captain Lu, what do you think of Irene? Lu Ning looked at Song Snyan with some doubt and thought for a moment. It's a good man. Sun Zinim? He didn't expect Lu Ning's answer at all, and after being confused for a moment, he spoke. Captain Lu, don't you think Irene is beautiful? Lu Ning thought for a moment and spoke. It's quite pretty. Why? Song Snyan said with a look of frustration. I see that Aaron seems to like being close to you. It seems like Shirley is the same way. It's so nice. I really envy you. Lu Ning immediately shook his head and said, I don't fall in love. Song Snyan was stunned and a bit confused. Why? Lu Ning calmly said, I want to go home. Song Snyan wondered. Then go back. What does being in love have to do with going home? Lu Ning glanced at him. I'm going back more than 2,000 years. Songs, underscore? His mind seemed to be racing, trying to understand the meaning of what Lu Ning had said. Just then, Lu Ning suddenly stopped and looked in the direction of one of the plants. Found it. Song Snyan was stunned. Find what? Lu Ning stepped toward a plant with a barred room door and calmly said, Signs of lesions. When Song Snyan heard this, he immediately became serious and silently followed Lu Ning. As he walked, he bent down and drew the 2 short knives strapped to the side of his thighs. These 2 short swords emitted spiritual radiation, and they were clearly both soul weapons. Lu Ning walked to the closed iron door and lifted his foot with force. Boom! The iron door dented and flew backwards directly toward the plant. Everything inside the plant was reflected in the eyes of the 2 men. However, soon Song Snyan was stunned. There were only some very worn-looking machines in the entire plant, and there were no lesions as he had expected. Just as Song Snyan was puzzled, Lu Ning walked straight to one of the huge, worn-out machines. The machine was almost 6 or 7 meters tall, and although some of its parts were broken and rusted, it was still very huge, probably weighing several tons. Lu Ning kicked out, and the machine was kicked away as if it were a soccer ball, revealing a live board door underneath. Looking at the metal door frame, Song Snyan sucked in a cool breath. There's a secret room? Captain Lu, how did you find this? Sun Zinim expressed his inability to understand. Lu Ning calmly said, I saw it. In his line of sight, the pale white mist surged in a particularly high concentration in this area. Apparently there should be quite a few lesions in there. Lu Ning then arrived in front of the libboard door and lifted his foot and stomped hard. Boom! The entire ground seemed to tremble. However, to Lu Ning's surprise, a small crack appeared in the ground around the living plate door, but the living plate door remained solid. Song Snyan on the side saw the red metal after the dust dissipated and said seriously, Captain Lu, this is not an ordinary alloy. I'm afraid it's very sturdy. Lu Ning nodded slightly, raising his foot once more and stepping down heavily once more. This time, Lu Ning's feet were covered in more intense white light. The white light shone as if it were the sun, causing Song Snyan to squint his eyes slightly. Boom! The metal trapdoor shattered on the spot, and even the ground around where Lu Ning was directly transformed into a pit of more than 10 meters. This terrifying destructive force caused Song Snyan to suck in a breath of cold air. His pupils quaking, he said with some horror, This is the power of soul vibration? Captain Lu, you're only at the 4th rank. How can this fleshly body be so terrifying? Usually quenching the flesh, it slowly improves. Song Snyan was a little bit not going to be able to buy Lu Ning's calm words. Isn't Captain Lu an immortal ability? Can quenching the physical body be quenched to such an extent? According to this destructive power, I'm afraid that Captain Lu's physical body is almost as good as that of an average 5th-ranked flesh-strengthening awakened. Isn't it? Song Snyan's own awakening was the extreme speed ability, and although it wasn't strength-based, it belonged to the physical body enhancement. He felt that his physical strength was definitely inferior to Lu Ning's. If you use the soul vibrating fist, it's even far worse. This made Sung Zinim a little self-doubtful. It's too much. How can one man be so strong? Immortality, strong physical body, eyes that can see spiritual pollution, a spiritual pollution level of 0, and the ability to absorb spiritual pollution from others. This is a human? As Sung Nin was shocked, as the metal trapdoor ripped apart, revealing a black hollow beneath the door. Before Lu Ning could jump down into the hollow, he heard a series of low roars from below. Then the rich smell of blood poured out of the black hollow. Along with the smell of blood rushing out, there were several bloody figures. The speed of these blood-colored figures was extremely fast, and each of them possessed a dense fury aura. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen blood-colored figures rushed out of the cave, surrounding Lu Ning and Song Snyan. Chapter 124, The Corpses in the Incubator. Lu Ning swept his gaze across and realized that these guys had different looks. Some had blood-red skin and huge, sharp hands, some had two heads with hideous teeth and crooked legs, some had no skin, were muscular and immensely tall. In a nutshell, these legions are odd-looking. Sung Snyan swept his gaze across the surroundings and spoke. Captain, what should we do with so many diseased mutants? Lu Ning glanced at Song Snyan with some confusion. What to do? Kill them. The strength of these diseased mutants was only at the 4th rank, and they weren't too much of a threat to Lu Ning and Song Snyan. After saying that, Lu Ning took out the Red Rose and White Rose twin guns. With Lu Ning's movements, the group of diseased mutants reacted instantly as they pounced towards Lu Ning and Song Snyan with great speed. Song Snyan tapped the ground with his toes, and as if a wisp of green smoke, he silently disappeared from the spot. There was a cold flash in the air, and the next moment, a crack appeared on one of the legions. While the mutant was still moving, his body disintegrated along the rift and collapsed on the spot. Sung Snyan appeared behind the legionist and smiled. Doesn't seem very strong? After saying that, he disappeared into thin air once again. And on the other side, Lu Ning shot 2 bullets. The bullet, glowing with fire and frost, landed on the head of one of the legions almost simultaneously. There was a roar. The mutant's head cracked open on the spot in an explosion of cold and heat. As Lu Ning's strength increased, he only needed to inject a small amount of spiritual power, which was enough to make the Red Rose and White Rose bullets not weak. However, by the time Lu Ning had shot one of the mutants, the other 5 mutants had already rushed to Lu Ning. Lu Ning raised his eyebrows slightly. In the next moment, he sidestepped the huge claw attack of one of the mutants and kicked the mutant in the chest with the power of soul revitalization. Boom! It was as if this legionist had been hit by a train and flew directly backwards. During the flight, his flesh and blood collapsed and turned into a rain of blood on the ground. Lu Ning looked away, silently put away the twin guns in his hands, and rushed towards a few other legions. Boom boom boom! The roar was unrelenting. With each roar, a legion flew backwards and was torn apart in the air. In just a few moments, all of the legions that had surrounded Lu Ning were dead. When Lu Ning looked over at Song Snyan, he realized that Song Snyan had also ended the fight. He saw Lu Ning looking over and revealed a smile. Captain Lu, it's done. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Aha! He came to the hole in the ground again and looked down. It was very dim down there, but you could more or less see what was going on. It was a damp corridor. Lu Ning calmly said, I'll go down first. Song Snyan didn't object at all and nodded repeatedly. Okay. Lu Ning was immortal, and even if there was any danger in going down there, he didn't have to worry about safety. Sung Zi-Nim himself was a different story. Lu Ning jumped in through the hole and quickly landed on the ground. After landing, Lu Ning checked up on his surroundings and realized that he was located at the head of a corridor. There was another straight metal ladder behind Lu Ning, but the straight ladder was now twisted. Because this straight ladder was linked to the live board door, Lu Ning destroyed the live board door and directly destroyed the straight ladder along with it. He took a step deeper into the corridor. Footsteps sounded on the damp floor and echoed through the corridor. Seeing that Lu Ning didn't signal the police, Song Snyan also jumped down and followed Lu Ning forward. Sung Snyan glanced at the walls of the corridor and realized that there were quite a lot of bloodstains on the walls here. Some white bones could still be seen on the ground from time to time. As a fifth order awakened, Song Snyan had seen quite a few big scenes and didn't feel any discomfort. He simply spoke. This place seems to have been around for a while. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Well, how long has this industrial park been abandoned? For what reason was it abandoned? Song Snyan shook his head. I don't know. I can ask when I get back. Aha. Soon. The two had traveled over a kilometer, which should have been well away from the plant that they had entered earlier. Finally, the space in front of them became empty. When they arrived at this empty space and saw the scene in front of them, Song Snyan's eyes widened, revealing a look of surprise. Even Lu Ning frowned slightly. The space was almost several hundred meters square, and inside were a number of incubation bins, and inside the incubation bins were all sorts of flesh and blood corpses. These flesh and blood corpses were soaked in an unknown green liquid, and the flesh and blood were writhing slightly. There are rows and rows of such incubation silos, adding up to hundreds of them. I'm afraid. And it's not just human corpses, but even various animal corpses. Song Snyan followed Lu Ning towards the interior of this empty space. He looked around carefully before speaking. How does this place feel like someone is experimenting? Well, it's kind of like that. I just don't know what they're experimenting with. Maybe there's some clues in there. Right at this moment, in one of the cultivation barns by Lu Ning's side, a huge black coyote suddenly opened its eyes with a hideous scarlet color in its eyes. It's mutated. Sharp claws instantly probed out, clawing through the glass of the incubation bin and grabbing towards Lu Ning's neck. However, just as its claws were about to approach Lu Ning disappeared in place. In the next moment, the black wild wolf's head was exploded by a kick. Lu Ning landed on the ground and continued to walk forward. As the coyote moved, the corpses that were originally floating in some of these incubation bins suddenly twisted and wriggled, and gradually, one by one, their eyes opened. These corpses rushed out of the incubation bin and charged towards Lu Ning and Song Snyan. Song Snyan's face turned green. This is too much, isn't it? That adds up to over 100 legions. I'm afraid, even if they were all just 4th-ranked mutants, 100 of them surrounding them would be enough to pose a great threat to a 5th-ranked awakened. And even if the mutants didn't fear death, then they would be able to completely tear a 5th-ranked awakened to shreds. Seeing this scene, Song Snyan's feet took 2 steps back. Just then, Lu Ning pressed a button on the blood-colored box on his back. At once, the box opened and a huge sword popped out. It was the Scarlet Sword. As the Scarlet Sword appeared, the rich smell of blood and the powerful spiritual radiation caused Song Snyan to retreat back and forth. He looked at the Scarlet Sword that Lu Ning was holding with some shock. Captain Lu, this is a medium critical level soul weapon? You're only at the 4th rank and you're using a medium critical grade soul weapon. Beware of the disease. Then he stopped. Oh, Captain Lu won't be sick. That's alright. Oh, not only will it not be diseased, even if there are side effects, it's fine. Captain Lu is immortal anyway. Thinking this way, Song Snyan's eyes turned a little green when he looked at Lu Ning. Isn't that invincible? Chapter 125, I've been dead for a long time. Roar! Ow! With a roar, these flesh and blood deformed mutants rushed towards Lu Ning and Song Snyan as if they were a tidal wave of flesh and blood. Lu Ning looked at the approaching legions with a calm expression. He held the Scarlet Sword in both hands, and the flesh and blood on his hands misted and was absorbed by the Scarlet Sword, and the bones of his arms were revealed. In the next breath, however, his hands had returned to their original state, and the Scarlet Sword that had absorbed the flesh and blood emitted a dense blood mist, which caused Lu Ning's power to increase drastically compared to before. He twisted his back and swung his sword, and white light shone on the Scarlet Sword. A red and white intertwined glow then cut out from the sword in a half arc, sweeping towards the mutants. Everywhere it passed, both the incubation bins and the legions were stopped in their tracks. When the arcs of light disappeared, all the incubation bins in front of them had shattered, and of the hundreds of 4th-order diseased mutants, only a dozen or so were left still alive. All the rest were chopped in two. The remaining dozen or so diseased mutants had reddened eyes and still didn't stop themselves from charging towards Lu Ning. Lu Ning's expression was calm as he chopped out another sword. This sword killed the remaining dozen or so legions. The underground space went quiet, and behind Lu Ning, Song Snyan stared, his throat rolling, his pupils seismic. Captain Lu, you're too strong here, aren't you? With so many legions, if it were me, I'd probably be reduced to pieces. Lu Ning didn't answer Song Snyan's words, but instead looked up into the depths. In the center of the cavern was a particularly large incubation bin. Floating in the middle of the incubation bin was a human legion almost 3 meters tall. The skin all over this human mutant's body was blood-red armor that was covered in sharp spikes. At this moment, the legion had opened its eyes, its scarlet eyes cold and unfeeling, staring right at Lu Ning and Song Snyan. Song Snyan also sensed that something was wrong. He looked in the direction of the mutant. His grip on his 2 short swords tightened warily. Just then, the incubation bin blew apart and the armored legion fell to the ground. As soon as he landed, the ground under his feet cracked open, and with an air explosion-like roar, the diseased changeling transformed into a blood-colored residual shadow and rushed towards Lu Ning. The distance between the two sides was close to 100 meters, and in just one breath's time, the diseased mutant appeared in front of Lu Ning, claws with sharp blades grasping towards Lu Ning's chest. Lu Ning shifted his feet and flashed his body, narrowly dodging the claws. However, the claws swept over Lu Ning's clothes, tearing them away from him silently. Lu Ning twisted his waist and sidestepped, and the scarlet sword chopped at the diseased mutant with a white glow. This mutant was different from the previous one in that he was extremely fast and could dodge. Seeing the scarlet sword chopping at him, he stamped his paws on the ground, dodging Lu Ning's chopping attack, and his entire body appeared behind Lu Ning. Sharp claws swept toward the back of Lu Ning's neck. Lu Ning crouched down, dodged the claw strike, and reversed to kick the legion's chest. This kick carries the same white flash. The diseased legionist dodged the kick with a violent retreat, but it still grazed the side of his body a bit. With a mere graze on the edge, the legion showed signs of denting on top of his blood-colored armor. The diseased mutant glanced at the armor and let out a low growl, his body half crouching as the flesh and blood around him wriggled. In the next moment, the legionist's 3-meter-tall body unexpectedly began to shrink, becoming only about 2 meters tall. and his blood-colored armor became brighter red, and the spikes on it grew quite a bit. As soon as his change was complete, Lu Ning had already arrived in front of the legionist, and the scarlet sword chopped heavily and straight down. The sharp sword light instantly approached the legion. The diseased mutant was yet much faster than before, dodging the attack in the nick of time, and the sword light landed on the ground, cutting out a trail of tens of meters. After dodging the sword light, the diseased mutant once again approached Lu Ning and launched a fierce attack at him with its sharp claws. Lu Ning's expression was calm as he blocked and dodged, the two of them flickering, and wherever they passed, all of the cultivation bins were torn apart. Just then, the blood and flesh of Lu Ning's hands atomized and were absorbed by the scarlet sword. In the next moment, Lu Ning's speed skyrocketed by a large margin compared to before. A heavy kick toward the legion's spike-covered chest. The spikes in his chest were directly shattered by the raging force, and his armor was directly dented. The legionist was propelled backwards by a huge force and flew out, crashing into more than a dozen incubation bins before landing on the ground. The legionist coughed up blood and struggled to get up. However, Lu Ning appeared in front of the mutant and stomped on this mutant's chest, stomping him to the ground. The scarlet sword then went straight through the legion's chest, pinning him to the ground. The pinned legion struggled violently to get rid of the scarlet sword, but was unable to do so. Lu Ning calmly looked at the legion. In Lu Ning's line of sight, the white mist in this fellow's body gradually decreased as his blood and flesh were absorbed. He showed a hint of confusion. When the mutant's flesh and blood was absorbed by the scarlet sword to a certain extent, the armor on the surface of his body wriggled and tried to escape, but it was unable to escape the scarlet sword's suction. The armor turned into flesh and blood was directly absorbed. As the armor turned into flesh and blood was absorbed, in Lu Ning's line of sight, the white mist inside the diseased mutant had almost disappeared, and the eyes of this diseased man went from their original scarlet color to confusion, and from confusion to clarity. He looked at Lu Ning and uttered his first words. Still alive? Lu Ning calmly pulled out the scarlet sword. Blood spurted along the scarlet sword, and the blood on the sword disappeared as if it had been absorbed by a sponge. He looked at the legion. You're going to die soon. This diseased mutant was stunned, then glanced at the scarlet sword again, and with great difficulty raised his hand, which had already been sucked to the point of thinness and boniness, and touched his face. But it seems like I've died before. Ha? Lu Ning raised an eyebrow, a little confused. Died before? What do you mean? The diseased mutant muttered. I remember very well. I was dead a long time ago. How did I come back to life? Lu Ning frowned. You said you were dead? And now you've been resurrected? The diseased legion's eyes had begun to be lifeless as he nodded with difficulty. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked toward Lu Ning. Can I ask you something? Lu Ning looked at the legionist. Go ahead. Go to 404 Ningchuan Road, and help me see how my wife and daughter are doing. Tell them I love them. My name is Defoe. After saying this, the eyes of the legion were completely lifeless and lost their vitality. Lu Ning fell into silence as he looked at the corpse of the diseased man. Just then, footsteps came from the back, and it was Song Snyan. Song Snyan's expression was very shocked at the moment. On the one hand, he was shocked by the terrifying strength that Lu Ning had shown. This diseased mutant was so powerful that if he were in his place, with his extreme speed ability, he might have had hope to run away, but trying to counterattack was simply impossible. On the other hand, it was shocking that the dead mutant had regained his sanity. This simply overturned Song Snyan's perception. Captain Lu, what's going on here? The mutant's spirit is contaminated. It should be impossible for him to regain his sanity even if he's dying. Lu Ning calmly returned, because his spirit is not tainted. Chapter 126 The Scarlet Sect. The spirit is not tainted? How is that possible? Song Snyan looked at Lu Ning with some confusion. Lu Ning said thoughtfully, my scarlet sword can absorb flesh and blood, and in my sight, the contamination in his body was absorbed along with the flesh and blood. So it seems that the source of the contamination is not in his spirit, but in his flesh. Song Snyan's expression kept changing, becoming even more incomprehensible. But how is this possible? Lesions in the physical body of a legionist are usually caused by lesions in the spiritual power. Since the spiritual power is not diseased, why would the physical body be diseased? This is unreasonable. I don't know why. Lu Ning glanced around and spoke. Look for any clues left behind. Sung Nin recovered from his confusion and nodded. Good. The two searched the hollow. Because of the previous battle, the entire incubation silo within the hollow had been completely destroyed. The green slime spilled all over the ground. Lu Ning and Song Snyan both got a little bit and put it away, intending to bring it back to test the ingredients inside. On top of that, Song Snyan and Lu Ning had also taken a few pieces of blood and flesh that had become diseased, and likewise intended to bring them back for testing. As for other clues, Lu Ning had wandered around a great deal, turning over all the areas, and had not found anything useful. By all rights, this should be the area where experiments are done. There must be signs of experiment member activity to be right, but he found no signs of activity. Lu Ning also asked Song Shinian about the progress, and Song Shinian shook his head, equally confused. No signs of activity have been found. Could it be because this experimental area has been left unused? It could also be that they evacuated through whatever means just now. When Lu Ning heard this, he suddenly gave a start and said thoughtfully, "It's also possible that he was killed by us just now." "What? When did we?" Song Shinian suddenly widened his eyes, a little stunned. "Just now, before we came in. Those lesions?" Lu Ning nodded slightly, then shook his head. "That's just my guess. Captain Lu, are you thinking that those experimenters have also gotten sick? That's why this lab hasn't had any traces of experiments for so long." "Aha." Song Shinian thought for a moment, then spoke. "There is this possibility. Let's go. Take the picture and get out of here." Sung Snin nodded. The two took good pictures of the entire experimental area, took the slime and blood samples with them, and left the underground hollow. Song Shinian then looked at Lu Ning and inquired, "Captain Lu, should we notify the Misty Bureau's logistical personnel so that they can come here to take care of it?" Normally, when such a diseased site is found, it is handed over to the Misty Bureau's logistics department for disposal. But there seemed to be a problem with even the Misty Bureau in Base City 121, where they were now. As a result, Song Shinian was a bit unsure. Lu Ning thought for a moment and spoke. "Make a call and let the captain decide." Sun Xian nodded and called with Namwu. Nanyu was pleasantly surprised to hear that they had actually found a clue. When it came to whether or not to notify the Misty Bureau's logistics department, they discussed it for a moment and finally decided to do so. But someone needs to keep an eye on the logistics guys and watch them handle it before they do. Afterward, Song Shinian called the Misty Bureau. The Misty Bureau immediately said that they would send someone over at the first opportunity. After an hour or so, the Misty Bureau's logistics department arrived. And during that time, Lu Ning contacted Irene and Shirley, who had searched the other areas for half a day and hadn't found anything out of the ordinary. At this moment, he had also arrived at the underground entrance location. When the logistics arrived, Aaron and Shirley were assigned to stay and supervise, while Lu Ning and Song Shinian continued to search the park. The time went on into the evening, with the sun nearing sunset, and Aaron called to inform the two that the logistics had been taken care of, and Lu Ning's two men had pretty much examined the entire park and found no other signs of lesions. Afterward, the crowd followed the people from the logistics department back to the Misty Bureau headquarters and sent the collected samples for testing. But testing takes a long time and is not something that can be done the same day. Lu Ning's few people discussed with Nanyu, and then decided to send 2 people here every day to keep an eye on the place to prevent any accidents. Today it's the 2 of them, Shirley and Aaron, who are staying here. Aaron was a 6th order lightning control ability, extremely powerful, and unrivaled in the entire 121st base city. Plus Yukari's transformation into her white tiger form also possesses strong fighting power. The 2 of them keep an eye on it together, so that they can respond even if there is an anomaly within the headquarters. Lu Ning and Song Shinian, on the other hand, returned to the hotel. Nan Yu and the others had returned to the hotel earlier. They didn't have much to gain. While Song Shinian talked about what he and Lu Ning both found and fought, it was said with a raised eyebrow. After listening, Dennis spoke. "Sure enough, Captain Lu's probing ability is better than both old Chang and I." Chang Yu sighed. "Indeed, Captain Lu's eyes are too powerful." Just then, Nan Yu frowned and spoke. "The spirit is not diseased. The flesh is diseased." This I seem to know some similar situations. The crowd was stunned and looked at Nan Yu with some surprise. "Captain, is this really happening?" Nan Yu nodded with a serious expression. "Well, this ability comes from a cult. This cult should have been wiped out before. I didn't expect it to appear again. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that I have rank 6 authority, I wouldn't even know about this cult." When the crowd saw how serious Nan Yu was, they were even more surprised. "Captain, what kind of cult is it? Is it very powerful?" Nan Yu nodded. "It's the Scarlet Sect." Seeing the bewildered faces of the crowd, Nan Yu smiled bitterly. "It's the cult that caused the Scarlet Tide in history, leading to the destruction of 3 medium-sized base cities and 12 small base cities." Hearing this, the crowd's eyes widened, revealing shocked expressions. What the hell? The Scarlet Tide was made by this sect? Lu Ning was also a bit surprised. He had also heard of this disaster in history class, and looking at the whole of history, this kind of disaster was not the biggest, but it was relatively rare. I didn't think they'd come across it now. So it seems that the underground test area was made by the Scarlet Sect's cultists? Not only that, but if that's the case, then the cases of flesh and blood aberrations during this time are probably related to them as well. The crowd was talking. Su Hui's gaze flickered as he laughed. This scarlet cult is still hiding in the shadows and experimenting, so it doesn't seem very strong? If we can deal with this cult, there should be no small amount of credit, right? The other's eyes also lit up, revealing a hint of excitement. For all Misty Bureau awakenings, credit equals resources. They've certainly built up a lot of credits to reach the strength they have now, but to deal with a cult that wasn't fully developed yet, that would be a rare and great feat for them. Even Nanyu was a bit moved. However, he quickly calmed down and spoke. But right now our main objective is the anomaly of the base city. He then frowned and slowly said, "You guys, do you think that the anomaly in the base city this time could have something to do with the Scarlet Sect?" The room grew quiet at those words. Chapter 127, the second note. Afaf frowned. If that's the case, the Scarlet Cult is enough to affect the entire base city. And that's scary enough. Su Hui, on the other hand, spoke. I don't think so, right? Wasn't it Li Fu who requested our help this time? If the anomaly in base city is really because of the Scarlet Sect, then why would Li Fu do this? Isn't this lifting a stone to smash his own feet? Song Snyan also nodded slightly and spoke. Just now, we followed the logistics department all the way back. They didn't do anything small, and they didn't show any hesitation when we offered to send someone over there to watch. It looked as if it didn't have anything to do with them. Nanyu sniffed and looked at Lu Ning. Their medical department is like this? Lu Ning nodded. Aha. Hearing this, Nanyu was more or less relieved. He then spoke. Even if it isn't, the Scarlet Sect itself is still very dangerous. We have to be careful. Not to mention that we're still in a base city full of abnormalities. Caution won't go amiss. The others nodded. After that, Nanyu spoke again. Lu Ning, do you plan to go to the address that the Legionist mentioned to take a look? Lu Ning nodded. Well, go check it out tomorrow. Nanyu thought for a moment, then said, "You're faster than us in investigating the clues of the lesions. In that case, the other few locations will be left for you to find when the time comes, and we'll continue to keep an eye on the anomalies in the base city." Lu Ning thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, after I go to 404 Ningchuan Road, perhaps there are clues there. Nanyu didn't object. After that, the people exchanged more information and went back to their own rooms. However, Lu Ning had just returned to his room when he immediately heard Afaf's screams. Captain! Captain Lu! Another note! Lu Ning narrowed his eyes and ran out of the room. In the corridor, Nanyu and the others had also rushed out of the room. None of them looked too good. Afaf stood in the doorway, a note in her hand, similar to the one Sherry had earlier. The crowd walked over and Afaf spread the note out, revealing the writing on it. Escape! Run away! Don't continue the investigation. Seeing the text, Nanyu frowned. It's that kind of talk again, Su Hui said with some anger. Who the hell is behind this note? Isn't there any other news to pass on to us? I don't know what this person's purpose is. Song Shinian clasped his hands on his chest and frowned. I think it's a trick. If he really wants to help us, how come that guy didn't send us any news at all? Dennis nodded back. I thought so too. He just passed out the message for us to run away. Instead, I think it's to tell us not to continue investigating the base city. If he really wanted to help us, he should have told us specific information. If it was the first note, they might not have thought so, but two consecutive notes, both with the same content, which instead gave them a not-so-good guess about the intentions of the person behind it. Nanu frowned and took the note from Afaf and put it away. It's a pity that the owner of this note has no clue until now. Dennis then looked at Nanyu and said, Captain, this note should have been put in during the day when we went to investigate. Just now, Chang Yu and I took turns using our abilities, and no one came close to our room. Nanyu nodded. That's what I'm guessing. Chang Yu frowned. Captain, why don't we leave someone here afterward? Nanyu was a bit hesitant. Our manpower is just that much, and it's already insufficient to investigate the anomalies in the entire base city. Now we also have to have someone watch the lesion substance testing at the headquarters, and now we have to keep someone here. This way, I'm afraid that there are only 5 or 6 of us who can move freely within the base city. The others frowned at that. Afaf nodded. Captain's right, and who knows if that guy's going to keep coming back to drop notes. Nanyu looked at the others. What do you think? Lu Ning calmly said. I think it might be possible to keep 2. That person dropped 2 notes in a short period of time. It looks like they should be quite urgent. Perhaps it's possible that they will drop them again in the next few days. I agree with Captain Lu's idea. Shang Yu spoke up. Nanyu thought for a moment, then spoke. How about this? Leave 2 people here and wait for a week. If there isn't a third time in a week, then the mission will be the main focus. No one else had a problem with it. Afterwards, the crowd once again returned to their respective rooms to rest. The next morning, after breakfast, the crowd went their separate ways. Considering the need to keep watch, Dennis and Chang Yu, the 2 awakened of the scrying department, were bound to leave one behind. Dennis was a bit stronger, and his perception ability was also a bit stronger than Chang Yu's sonic perception. So Nan Yu let the two of them, Dennis and Afaf, stay behind. The others went their own way. Lu Ning and Song Shinian traveled to 404 Ningchuan Road. This is a residential living area. 404 is a row house along the street in a nice setting. Lu Ning went up and pressed the doorbell, and before long, a middle-aged woman in a white dress opened the door. Upon seeing Lu Ning and the two of them, she opened her mouth somewhat warily and asked, "Who are you two looking for?" Lu Ning calmly said, "May I ask if you are the mistress of this house?" "I'm looking for the mistress of this house for something." The woman became even more wary. "Please, sir, you can start by telling us who you are." Lu Ning calmly said, "Do you know someone named Discardisford?" Hearing this, the woman was stunned and her eyes widened. You know the master?" "Yes," the woman hurriedly said. "Please wait." She then rushed into the room, and before long, footsteps sounded and the three of them came to the door. In addition to the middle-aged woman from before, there was a large and two small females, the older one almost in her 30s, and the younger one maybe around 10 years old. Both of them looked at Lu Ning with anticipation in their eyes. The little girl in the black dress was the first to inquire. "This uncle, do you know my father? Where did my father go? Why hasn't he come home for so long?" And the young woman smiled somewhat apologetically at Lu Ning. "Sorry, my daughter hasn't seen his father for a long time, so she misses him. Both of you, please come in and chat." Lu Ning shook his head. "No need. We'll give Discardisford a message, ask you a few questions, and then leave." The young woman was stunned, and her eyes flickered as if she had vaguely guessed something. Her lips quivered slightly as she inquired, "What words are you taking? Where are the Defoe others?" Lu Ning spoke up. "He said he loves you all very much." Before Lu Ning could finish speaking, Song Snyan spoke. "He went to another base city, and he probably won't be able to return in a short period of time. We ran into him on the road, and when he heard that we were coming to base city 121, he asked us to come and tell you guys not to worry." The little girl pouted. "Bad daddy, doesn't even talk to us about it." The young woman's eyes flashed as she rubbed the little girl's hair and smiled. "When he comes back, punish him for giving baby a big horse ride, okay?" Yeah. The young woman looked up at Lu Ning and Song Shinian and smiled. "Thank you for passing on this news. What do you guys have to ask?" Lu Ning inquired. "When did you guys fail to contact him?" Hearing this, the young woman's eyes reddened. She took a deep breath, forcing a tremor in her voice, and spoke. "He hasn't contacted us in 3 years, and we don't even know where he's gone." Lu Ning nodded calmly and inquired, "Then before leaving, did he have any abnormalities?" The young woman thought for a moment, then spoke. "I think he mentioned some kind of organization." Chapter 128 Sample Test Results. Song Snyan's eyes lit up as he inquired, "What organization?" The woman shook her head. "I never asked him about that. I don't know." A hint of disappointment flashed through Song Snyan's eyes. Lu Ning, on the other hand, looked at the house behind the woman to make sure that the mental pollution inside was normal. He then spoke. "The word has been brought to us, so we will leave first." The woman bowed slightly and spoke. "Thank you both." Lu Ning nodded slightly and turned to leave. Song Snyan smiled at the woman and hurriedly followed her. After leaving a distance, Song Snyan looked at Lu Ning and spoke. "Captain Lu, that lady seems to have guessed." Lu Ning nodded slightly. "Aha." Song Snyan sighed a bit. "How sad. That little girl is still at a naive age." Lu Ning fell silent and calmly said, "There are many pitiful people. The previous joyful kingdom of heaven unrest in base city 116 caused too much misery." Song Snyan nodded. "You're right. Death is really too common in this doggone world. Alas, if only the mist disappeared." Lu Ning didn't answer. Then Song Snyan thought of something else. His eyes lit up, and he spoke. "By the way, Captain Lu, you said that you came from before the Misty Age? Was life back then really as safe as the history books say?" Lu Ning's gaze was distant, as if he was caught up in memories. He shook his head. Although it wasn't as dangerous as the current era, there were various wars back then as well. But, Lu Ning paused and calmly said, "The country I lived in was the safest country in the world at the time, and while wars were burning in other countries, people in our country would even argue over whether tofu brain should be eaten sweet or salty." Speaking of this, Lu Ning's gaze gradually grew to include more than a touch of exclamation, and the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. Hearing this, Song Snyan was a bit confused. What's there to argue about? Lu Ning looked at Song Snyan with a serious expression. "Of course we have to fight. Tofu brain is just salty and delicious." Song Snyan couldn't understand, then envied. "That's so nice. If only we could have this kind of security." Lu Ning nodded slightly. "Perhaps in the future." The two exchanged words and drove out of the neighborhood. Lu Ning then followed the location pointed out by Nan Yu and went to other places to investigate the clues of the blood and flesh aberration. However, several consecutive locations were investigated and no signs of lesions were found. It seems that only the abandoned industrial park from before had abandoned experimental bases, and the results of the sample tests at the headquarters are still pending. Lu Ning and others take turns to keep an eye on it, and just like that, a week went by in a flash. It had been a week, and the person who had delivered the note earlier had not shown up. This disappointed the crowd a bit, and Nanyu eventually decided to give up squatting. After all, they're so understaffed. The entire 121st base city was not small in scope, and with such a large scope, it would be too difficult for them to investigate the anomalies of the base city just with so few people. The matter of the blood and flesh aberration seemed to come to an end, and Lu Ning and the others resumed investigating the base city above the anomalies. Every day they woke up, they were going to various parts of the base city to investigate the situation. Lu Ning invited Ku Qing to investigate again, during which the two communicated, and Lu Ning never again encountered a situation where Ku Qing had a confused memory. The white mist inside her was very stable. Everything seems to be going nowhere. Of course, there is good news. That was because the spiritual radiation in the base city was relatively high. Lu Ning didn't have to worry about spiritual pollution, and the speed of quenching spiritual power was quite a bit faster than it was in base 116, coupled with the fact that there were also soul crystals to aid him. Lu Ning's mental power was improving very quickly. Just a little over a month had passed, and Lu Ning felt that his spiritual power was about to reach its bottleneck again. On this day, Nan Yu, who was staring at the headquarters to test the samples, brought back good news. The test results are in. That slime was a special kind of nutrient fluid that contained spiritual pollution, and there is a chelate in this nutrient solution that only 2 companies can produce in the entire Bay City. As for that flesh and blood sample test, it showed that there was some abnormality in the spiritual activity within this flesh and blood sample. As interpreted by the testers, this anomaly means that the flesh and blood samples are essentially a living creature as well. The news came as a bit of a shock to everyone. At night in the assembly room, Su Hui was somewhat unable to comprehend. If this fragment of flesh and blood is alive, then what is the situation of the original owner of the fragment of flesh and blood? Nan Yu spoke. This means that those diseased mutants that Lu Ning and the others killed before, their spirit and flesh have become separated, just like a schizophrenic, one controlling the spirit and the other controlling the flesh. And these samples of flesh and blood are the part that controls the flesh, and this living part can even be contaminated by the spirit. Erin clasped her hands to her chest and muttered. So this is what Captain Lu said before. Those diseased people before, their spirits were not diseased but their physical bodies were? Because their physical body and spirit belonged to separate individual entities? Nanu nodded. You could say that. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. A human, spirit and physical body separated into 2 separate individuals. Can this really be done? Shirley was still a bit incredulous. After all, it is impossible to do this with even a normal lesion that completely separates the mental from the physical. Nanyu was a bit helpless, but that's the truth. This scarlet cult is truly evil. Lu Ning didn't have much of a reaction as he spoke. Evil gods are all quite evil. That fallen angel from before was also quite evil. There's also the moon the sun Lu Ning paused as he spoke. The others were filled with question marks and looked at Lu Ning in confusion. Captain Lu, what do you mean? What happened to the moon and sun? The corner of Lin Munlan's mouth twitched. Lu Ning shook his head. It's nothing. There are some things that understanding will not benefit you. The others looked at each other when they heard this, and then decided not to ask any more questions anyway. In this world, those who are too curious basically don't live long. Well, the good news is that we may have a new lead. Check out those 2 companies that make chelating compounds and maybe we can find out who actually buys that stuff. Nan Yu wisely changed the subject. Aha! Early the next morning, the entire squad members split into 2, led by Nan Yu and Lu Ning respectively, and traveled to 2 different chelate production companies. The members led by Lu Ning were Shirley, Eileen, Song Snyan and Chengyu. They drove to the company called Blue Letter Chemicals. The address of the company is located in the 1st district, near the city walls. The company was a good size, a single commercial building, which perhaps included a factory area. Lu Ning's 5 men passed through the gatekeeper's inspection and with their credentials, they easily entered the company. There was even someone to take them to the owner of the company. Chapter 129, The Fleeing Suspect. The company owner's office is located on the top floor. Lu Ning and the others had just exited the elevator when they saw a middle-aged man in casual clothes standing at the door waiting. Seeing Lu Ning and the others coming over, he hurriedly stepped forward and extended his hand on the way. Hello officers, my name is Barak. I don't know what kind of business you officers are here for. Lu Ning reached out to shake Barak's hand and spoke. I wish to know all your shipment records for the past few years. Barak was stunned and a bit startled. Shipping records? He then revealed a hint of nervousness. I wonder why the officer wants shipping records. Is it to investigate tax issues? But all of my accounts are normal. No tax evasion? And this is something that shouldn't be investigated by the officers of the Misty Bureau, right? What kind of crap are you talking? Take it out when I tell you to. Song Snyan frowned. Barak dared not say much when Song Snyan droned on. Yes, okay. I'll have someone send me the records. Please follow me in first. The group entered the office and Barak had the group sit on the couch while he himself made a phone call to have all the shipment records for the past few years compiled and sent over. After making the call, Barak smiled somewhat apologetically. Since there are more records, it may take a while, and I'd appreciate it if a few of the officers could wait a little while. Lu Ning nodded. It's fine. Barak hurriedly took out his collection of good tea again and asked his secretary to make tea for the crowd. It took a full 2 hours before the record was posted. Barak took the tablet to several people and handed the record to Lu Ning. Officer Lu, this is our record. Take a look. Lu Ning took it and looked at it, realizing that there was more data in it, and he had a bit of a headache looking at it. Still not quite used to thinking about these things, Lu Ning looked up at the others. Can you guys read these? Erin took the tablet. I'll watch. She flipped through her tablet and within a few moments spoke. There was a 3-ton shipment out to an individual user named Salem 5 years ago? Who was this person? Do you have a record of it? Barak glanced at it, then spoke. I'll ask. There should be customer information. Barak then made another call to inquire about the situation. It didn't take long for Barak to speak up. All we have here is the man's phone number and identifying information. His exact location. We don't know. Hearing this, Lu Ning raised an eyebrow. Give us all his information. Lu Ning then paused and spoke. How about this? You give us a copy of the shipment records and all customer information. Hearing this, Barak hesitated a bit and smiled bitterly. But Lu sir, this is not compliant. You also know that this is a violation of people's privacy. Shirley calmly said. This involves a lesion event, and all civil rights need to make concessions in the face of a lesion event. You do realize that, don't you? As soon as he heard that the lesion incident was involved, Barak's face changed, and he quickly said, no problem, no problem. Barak then hurriedly had someone organize a copy of all the information and sent it to Lu Ning. After getting it done, it was afternoon. Barak folded his hands and asked with a smile, Officer Lu, I wonder if there's anything else we can do for you. Lu Ning shook his head. Then he thought of something, calmly looked at Barak, and spoke. Can you show us around your company? Barak was stunned. Why would the officers want to go shopping for my company? Lu Ning calmly said. Just curious, how about it? Can't you? Barak quickly smiled and said. Sure, I'll show you guys around. Where do you guys want to go shopping? Take a stroll through it all. No problem. Barak took a few people out of the office to wander around. The group wandered through various areas such as the sales area, the production area and the warehouse. Lu Ning carefully checked in each area to make sure that there was no abnormal spiritual pollution. Only then did he take a few people back. When Lu Ning and his group returned to the hotel, the time was already evening. Namwoo and the others similarly returned from another company. Like Lu Ning and his party, they likewise took the shipping records and customer information over. In the evening, everyone except Lu Ning worked overtime to line up information based on shipping records and customer information. When the next day dawned, they found 4 of the most suspicious clients. This includes Salem, who was mentioned by Erin yesterday. Because there were 4 clients, Manhwa divided the entire investigation squad into 4 groups and went to each of those 4 clients. Lu Ning was assigned to a group with Lin Menglan. The 2 were aiming for none other than Salem. The 2 men quickly found the place where Salem lived based on his information. The location where Salim lives is a very unusual residential neighborhood. When looking at the residential area in front of him, Lu Ning frowned. Lin Menglan was also a bit confused. Strange. Someone who can purchase so many goods shouldn't be short of money, right? How could they live in such an ordinary place? Lu Ning nodded slightly. Just go in and take a look. Aha. Salim's home is in room 302 of the 5th building in the neighborhood. The 2 entered the neighborhood, asked passers-by, and soon found the room. Lu Ning stepped forward and rang the doorbell. The doorbell rang for a moment before Lu Ning heard footsteps approaching the door of the room. The footsteps stopped at the door, but there was no movement to open it. Lu Ning's expression was calm as he continued to press the doorbell. Just then, a coarse male voice came from inside the door. Who are you? Lu Ning glanced at the cat's eye, took out his ID and aimed it at the cat's eye, and calmly said, Lu Ning, a member of the Misty Mist Bureau's investigation team. We're looking for Salim. Upon hearing this, a voice rang out from the door. Sarin? Who is he? I don't recognize him. Lu Ning calmly said. Open the door first. Who knows if your papers are real or fake? I'm not obligated to open the door for you. Hearing this, Lin Menglan immediately frowned. she said coldly. The Misty Bureau's investigation into the lesions takes precedence over anything else, and if you refuse to open the door, we can forcefully break it down. However, the next moment, Lu Ning heard footsteps rapidly moving away. He cringed and punched the door on the spot. Even if he didn't use the soul-vibrating fist, Lu Ning's power at the moment was extremely terrifying, and the metal gate was torn apart as if it were a fragile piece of paper, ruthlessly smashing into the house. Lu Ning then saw a figure break through the window. The windows were guarded. However, these guards were knocked right off. Lin Manglan's eyes lit up. Is that him? Catch it first. In the next moment, Lu Ning stamped his foot on the ground, and the floor cracked as white light flashed. Under the effect of the soul vibrating power, Lu Ning's speed skyrocketed by a large margin, and he could almost only be seen as a vague residual shadow. In the next breath, Lu Ning crossed the entire living room and rushed out the window. A tall man in front of him, dressed in a black shirt and pants, quickly rushed towards the gate. Lu Ning immediately took out his twin spears, and with the infusion of spiritual power, frost condensed on the white rose. Bang! An icy blue stream of light shot out from the chamber. The man in front of him seemed to sense the danger and instantly lunged to the side. However, the icy blue stream of light also cut a direct arc, instantly striking his left calf. The power of frost erupted, and the man's calf was instantly covered in frost. He let out a muffled grunt as the muscles in his left calf squirmed and swelled suddenly, shattering the frost. However, just as he was planning to continue escaping, a residual shadow approached and instantly arrived in front of the man. The fist with a white flash slammed hard into the man's abdomen. Chapter 130 Interrogation. Lu Ning's speed was too fast, and although the man saw it, he was unable to react at all. The fist landed on the man's stomach as he looked on in horror. Boom! The man flew out backwards, opening his mouth and spraying out large streams of blood. Knock! His body collapsed heavily onto the lawn more than 10 meters away. Struggling to get up, Lu Ning arrived in front of him and stomped on his left and right leg bones with 2 consecutive feet. The immense pain caused the man to stifle a grunt and blush slightly. He looked up and saw Lu Ning's indifferent eyes. Lu Ning calmly said, "Don't resist, or I might strike you down as a threat." The man's face changed slightly. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "What exactly are you trying to do? I'm a free awakening. I have an ID. Answer my question first. What is your name?" The man's face changed slightly, and under Lu Ning's gaze, he eventually said calmly, "Sarin. Why are you running?" Lu Ning heard the man's name and did not respond. Asking again, Salim opened his mouth and asked, "Of course I'm going to run when the people from the Mist Bureau are looking for me. Who doesn't know that the Mist Bureau is looking for freely awakened people for all sorts of experiments and whatnot? I suspect you guys want to use me as experimental material." Lu Ning calmly looked at Saline and spoke. "You bought some chelating materials from Launching Chemical before?" Sarin spoke up. "I did not." Lu Ning looked at Sarin without saying anything. Under Lu Ning's calm gaze, Saline's face changed slightly, and immediately said, "I forgot. How long ago was this?" Just then, there were footsteps. It was Lin Manglan rushing over. Upon seeing Saline on the ground, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Manglan's eyes. I didn't expect that after such a short period of time had passed, Lu Ning had already subdued the person. However, she had also heard about Lu Ning's strength from Aileen, Son Snyan and the others before, and wasn't too surprised. She glanced at Sarin and inquired, "Captain Lu, how's it going?" Lu Ning calmly said, "He is Salim." Lin Manglan raised an eyebrow. "Then why run? Go back and interrogate them." Hearing this, Sarin's face changed and he spoke, "Where do you want to take me?" "We're from the Misty Bureau." "Where did you say you'd take you?" "Any more nonsense? Don't blame me for being rude." Lin Manglan coldly glared at Sarin. The next moment, she waved her hand, and Salim's hands were bound by a chain made of clay. Lu Ning directly lifted the back of Saline's neck collar and dragged Saline away. Salim struggled, and was punched in the head by Lu Ning, his eyes glazing over. Eventually he gave up the struggle. On the road, Lu Ning dragging a person was so strange that it caused passers-by to look sideways. Even on the way out the door, the property was questioned about the cause. However, when Lu Ning took out the Misty Bureau's credentials, the property instantly shut up. Dragging Salem into the SUV, Lim Monlam sat down next to Salem and watched him. She then asked, "Captain Lu, are we going to the headquarters now? Find them for interrogation?" Lu Ning thought for a moment and spoke, "Bring it back to the hotel first." When Salim heard this, he opened his mouth and cursed, "Aren't you guys from the Mist Bureau? What's the point of going to the hotel?" Before he could finish his words, he was gagged by Lin Menglan coalescing an earthball. After arriving at the hotel, Lu Ning dragged Saline to the assembly room. Lin Menglan looked at Saline, who was thrown on the chair with some confusion, and asked, "Captain Lu, what's the point of bringing it back? Are we going to interrogate ourselves?" But we don't have any specialized instruments or professionals. Lu Ning calmly said. I have a special interrogation method. Take out the ball of dirt from his mouth. Lin Menglan was a bit uncertain, but she did as she was told. Lu Ning looked at Celine, a pink stream of light emerging in his eyes. Who are you? Saren was about to crack up after his mouth emptied when suddenly he felt as if he was willing to tell all. He didn't know why, but there was just this desire. He struggled to shut himself up, but was unsuccessful. My name is Saren, and I am a blood-clad deacon of the Scarlet Cult. Lin Menglan's pupils contracted slightly, and with some shock, she glanced at Celine and then at Lu Ning. She was shocked not only by Celine's identity, but even more so by how Lu Ning had gotten Celine to open his mouth. She felt a fluctuation of mental power, an awakening ability? But isn't Captain Lu an immortal ability? How did that happen? This kind of ability looks like a spiritual ability like hypnosis or something like that. Dual-powered? Or did you use some kind of soul weapon? Lin Menglan thought about it and felt that it was most likely to be a soul weapon. After all, Lin Menglan also knew that Lu Ning's spiritual pollution had always been zero, and that he was perfectly capable of using multiple low-risk grade soul weapons at the same time. At this moment, Lin Menglan could also see that Lu Ning was in a critical period, and didn't say anything, just quietly watching. Lu Ning raised an eyebrow, then asked again. What was the purpose of the chelates you purchased from Launching Chemical before? Used to make a secret nutrient solution for experimentation. What experiment? How to sicken a soulless corpse and control a sick corpse. Lin Menglan frowned as she almost confirmed that the lab belonged to this guy. Lu Ning's expression remained calm as he inquired. Where is your laboratory? Abandoned industrial park in the south side, where there's not much of a crowd and a lot of homeless people, and experimental materials are all over the place. Lin Menglan's frown tightened. Lu Ning calmly asked, are you the only member of the Scarlet Sect in the Space City? No, there are quite a few of us. Lu Ning raised an eyebrow and inquired again. Where are they? Found on. Before Saren could finish his words, suddenly his face changed drastically, and his entire body snapped out of its charm. He looked at Lu Ning, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. Damn it, what have you done to me? No. Before he could finish, his body's flesh and blood unexpectedly expanded like a balloon. Sensing the threat, Lin Menglan hastily coalesced an earth wall to block in front of her and Lu Ning. Boom! Explosions rang out, blood and flesh accompanied by waves of air splashed in all directions. Everything in the room was destroyed at the first opportunity, and the windows likewise ruptured at the same time. The earthen wall shook violently and a crack appeared, though it was not destroyed. Lin Menglan dispersed the wall of earth. Lu Ning saw the scene outside the earthen wall. A 1-meter deep crater had been blown out from where Salim had been sitting before, and the floor had been blown right through, allowing him to see inside the next level of the room. But luckily the next floor of rooms seemed to be unoccupied and no one was hurt. The walls and floor were littered with blood and bones. Salem has been completely torn apart. Lin Menglan's brows furrowed as she spoke. He blew up just as he was about to reveal information about the other Scarlet Sect members. Is it possible that the Scarlet Sect's powerhouses left some means in his body? Lu Ning nodded slightly. Well, it should be. Before he exploded, the white mist in his body was fluctuating violently. Lin Menglan snorted coldly. I didn't expect the Scarlet Sect to be so cautious. Chapter 131, The Fifth Order. Lu Ning was just about to speak when the door to the room was knocked on, and a somewhat nervous voice came from outside the door. Please, what's going on inside? Lin Menglan walked over and opened the door to find that it was the front desk of the hotel, obviously attracted by the sound of the previous explosion. Lin Menglan directly took out her credentials. The Misty Bureau is on the case. Sorry for blowing up your hotel room. I'll apply for compensation from the Misty Bureau. Don't worry. The hotel receptionist was in awe when she heard that it was someone from the Misty Bureau. He shivered. Yes, sir. He took one look at the huge crater and the readily visible blood and flesh in the room and sucked in a breath of cold air. He then inquired, Can I help you two officers? No, go ahead. The hotel receptionist nodded and left in a hurry. Lin Menglan closed the door to the room, then asked, Captain Lu, what next? Let's wait until the captain and the others get back and see if they've gotten anything. Lin Menglan nodded. Then she thought of something and inquired, By the way, Captain Lu, do you possess a mind control system soul tool? If so, you can have the captain and the others bring the suspects over for interrogation. There are abnormalities at the headquarters after all. Our own people are a bit more at ease. Lu Ning looked at Lin Menglan in confusion. Soul artifact? Seeing Lu Ning's confused look, Lin Menglan was stunned. Didn't you just control Saren? Lu Ning explained. That's ability. Hiss. Captain Lu, you're actually a dual ability person? Lin Menglan's eyes widened in shock. It wasn't that dual ability people hadn't appeared in the history of the Misty Age, but they were extremely rare. Lu Ning spoke. Pretty much. Lin Menglan had a look of admiration. Captain Lu, you're too all-round. Mental faculty abilities are of great use in many ways. Lu Ning nodded. Then I'll notify the captain and the others right now so they can bring the suspect back as well. Lin Menglan then called the Nanyu guys. Hearing that Lu Ning also had mental faculty abilities, they were both surprised and delighted. Now that things are a little less than stellar in Bay City, having this ability is undoubtedly invaluable. So, by the time the afternoon rolled around, a few of Nanyu's men had brought the suspect back as well. Lu Ning used his charm ability to interrogate, but unfortunately, there was no abnormality in the interrogation, and all three suspects were innocent, even they are not even awakened. After Nanyu's few people released them, since they conferred, they finally decided to tell the headquarters about the Scarlet Sect. After all, with so few of them, it was too difficult to search for the Scarlet Sect members that existed within the base city. Although there were some anomalies in the Mist Bureau's headquarters, the Scarlet Sect was after all located within this base city, and no matter what, it was certainly impossible to bypass the headquarters. On top of that, it's not like they don't have the idea of drawing the snake out of the hole. It may be possible to see where the anomalous problem lies by the way the base city treats members of the Scarlet Cult. We have to keep an eye on the headquarters side at all times, and we absolutely can't relax. Surely, this matter can only be left to you. Namwoo looked over at Sherry. Surely, as a triple shapeshifter, is the best tracker. Sherry nodded. I'll keep an eye on it. Well, there are even some members of the Scarlet Sect hidden in the already abnormal base city. This is something I need to report up first to see what the Federal General Administration will arrange. Nanyu frowned and spoke. Hearing this, the expressions of the others were also a bit heavy. Su Hui spoke. The difficulty of this mission is also too high. It's best if the Bureau can send over a high-level awakened. Nanyu, however, was not too optimistic as he spoke. You all are no longer newcomers. You should also be able to sense it. The number of lesions in every base city is becoming more frequent now, and although the number of awakened ones is also increasing, the new awakened ones need time to grow. Our manpower is already somewhat insufficient. Higher-ranked awakened ones have a heavier task and need to guard medium and large base cities. 121 is a small base city after all, and this mission isn't the type that can be solved in an instant. It will take a long time to investigate, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for the higher-ranked awakened ones to arrange for it to come over. Hearing this, the others fell silent. Of course they all understood Nanyu's meaning. After all, there were only so many high-level awakened people within the entire Federation. They simply couldn't arrange it. Even before, the fact that the Qinglan Saint was able to make a trip was already the result of the Federation's attention. The task of the Saints is heavier than that of the higher-ranked awakened ones. Seeing the silence of several people, Nanyu laughed. Anyway, I'll report it up first. In case the Federation arranges for a high-level awakened person to come over for the sake of the Scarlet Sect, the others broke into smiles. After Nanyu reported the situation to the Federal Directorate through a message, he went to the Misty Bureau headquarters with Lu Ning and told Li Fu about the Scarlet Sect. Li Fu was confused when he heard that the Scarlet Sect existed. The power of the Scarlet Sect was something he naturally understood as a director of the Misty Bureau. So he issued an order at the first opportunity that all Misty Bureau divisions were to investigate the Scarlet Sect's clues at the first opportunity. There is even a mobilization of the Free Awakening. Seeing this scene, Lu Ning thought of the previous 116th base city's joyous heavenly kingdom. At that time, they had similarly mobilized members of the Mist Bureau from all over base city to search for the higher-ups of the joyful kingdom of heaven. I didn't expect to be put on the spot. This time, Lu Ning also wondered if the Scarlet Sect had any plans, but looking at the reactions of Li Fu and the rest of the Misty Bureau, it seemed that there was indeed no relationship with the Scarlet Sect. Lu Ning had mastered the fallen ability after all, and could still vaguely feel other emotions. The awakened in the entire base city were a little nervous and worried, and it didn't seem like they were faking it. After returning to the hotel, Nanyu gave the reimbursement from the headquarters for the hotel's compensation fee, and then several people left this hotel and changed to another one. Nanyu, like before, had similarly chartered an entire floor as their base. In the next few moments, the Misty Mist Bureau began investigating the Scarlet Sect, so Lu Ning and the others could focus on investigating the base city anomalies. During that time, Lu Ning met with Kuching a few more times, and he even attempted to use charm to influence Kuching. In the end, it didn't yield any useful clues. However, Lu Ning could still occasionally see some abnormalities in the white mist fluctuations within Kuching's body. Only Lu Ning still couldn't understand what was going on. Other than that, Lu Ning was working hard on his cultivation during his time off. In less than a month's time, Lu Ning had made another breakthrough to reach the 5th rank by virtue of the dense spiritual pollution of the base city and his own soul crystals. After reaching the 5th rank, Lu Ning's spiritual power reached the size of a small lake from the original size of a fish pond. The concentration of spiritual energy also increased once again, as if it was as viscous as mercury. As for Lu Ning's physical body strength, under the effects of the flesh tempering method and the physical body enhancement brought about by the breakthrough, it had likewise increased greatly, and it was feared that it had already reached the level of a sixth-order flesh-strengthening lineage awakened. With such physical strength, combined with the power of the vibrating soul and the fifth stage level of spiritual power, Lu Ning's strength had increased tremendously compared to the fourth stage. Of course, Lu Ning's breakthrough also meant that he had finally caught up with the members of the scouting squad and was no longer dragging his feet in terms of rank. Unfortunately, they still hadn't made much progress regarding the anomalies in the base city. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Fu and the others' memories did appear to be misplaced, Nan Yu and the others even wondered if the base city was in fact normal. Just a few days after Lu Ning's breakthrough, news came from the Misty Mist Bureau. There's been a development regarding the Scarlet Cult. Chapter 132 Joint Operations. Li Fu notified Nan Yu that they had investigated and screened through Salim's social circle and movement track, and found several suspicious elements and suspicious locations. Eventually they sent action teams to investigate, of which several others returned safely, and some brought back suspicious elements. But there was also one action team that lost contact. Base City 121, being a small base city, has about the same strength of the ops team as Base City 116. The captains are all fifth-order powerhouses. As for the squad that had lost contact, the team members had 2 fourth ranks, as well as a third rank and a second rank. The strength of such an action team was considered relatively strong in the entire Misty Bureau's team. Yet it disappeared without even a message being sent back. So you can imagine that there must be something wrong with that location. It was only as a precaution that Li Fu contacted Nan Yu, hoping that the scouting team would help go along to deal with this. Nan Yu spoke about this to Lu Ning and the others in the assembly room. Then spoke. The danger of the Scarlet Sect isn't small. And since the base city is seeking help, we can't just sit back and do nothing. So we still need to go and take a look. What do you guys think? Lu Ning calmly said. I have no opinion. Su Hui's few people also said that they had no problem with it. In the end, Nan Yu decided to let Lu Ning bring the 4 of them, Aaron, Dennis, Lin Menglan, and Song Snyan, to help out. Lu Ning had been upgraded to the 5th rank at the moment, and with the Scarlet Sword, he was extremely powerful. In Nan Yu's opinion, I'm afraid it wouldn't be any weaker than him. Together with the 2 6th order and 2 5th order, it should be manageable. If Lu Ning and the others were also lost after they went, then Nan Yu could just call for help. After the last time Nan Yu informed the Federal General Administration about the Scarlet Sect, the Federal General Administration had already passed on the order. Once things couldn't be handled, then a saint would be sent to descend directly. Lu Ning led the 4 of them to the headquarters of the Misty Mist Bureau very quickly and found Li Fu. Li Fu was stunned to see Lu Ning leading the group and asked with some confusion, "Where's Captain Nan Yu?" Lu Ning calmly said, "The captain has other things to attend to, so we'll assist you in dealing with the Scarlet Sect." This, Li Fu was a bit lustful. Our action team members just didn't even pass out a bit of news. Maybe the situation inside is more dangerous. Although Li Fu didn't say much, the implication was clearly that he was worried that they weren't strong enough. Erin clasped her hands to her chest and said coldly, "Captain Lu's strength isn't much worse than the captain's. I'm a 6th order lightning controller, and even the weakest member of the team has a 5th order. If we can't even handle it, then I'm afraid your base city is hopeless." Erin's words were a bit unforgiving, and Li Fu hurriedly said, "Officer Erin is right. It's me who thought too much. I will also send a team to go with you." After saying that, Li Fu began to notify the members of the action team to come and gather. He directly notified the members of 3 action teams, including Team 1, Team 2 and Team 4. Previously lost were members of the 3rd squad. The 1st squad was none other than Karen and Kagom's team. During this period of time, Lu Ning had met with the 1st squad on a regular basis in order to investigate Kuching, and the 2 sides had familiarized themselves with each other. Karen and the others nodded with Lu Ning and greeted him with a smile. Lu Ning also responded one by one. Li Fu spoke. "I'm sure you all know about what happened to Li Bing and the others. This time you need to cooperate with these officers of the investigation squad to go along to the Anglo-Industrial Park to take a look and save Li Bing and the others." Karen and the others nodded with serious expressions. Li Fu added, "This operation will be led by Vice Captain Lu Ning. You will listen to him." The others likewise nodded without objection. After that, the group left the headquarters and traveled by car to the Anglo-Industrial Park. When Li Fu had informed Nan Yu earlier, he had already mentioned the location of the 3rd squad's lost location this time. Anglo-Industrial Park, a small industrial park located in the outlying areas of the 3rd sector. Upon investigation, Saren had bought a number of industrial goods, including those chelated, and he had delivered a number of them to the small industrial park. Exactly. That's why the 3rd squad went to investigate. The result is that the entire third squad is lost. The Anglo-Industrial Park was a very new park. And while on the road, a few of Lu Ning asked Karen about these locals. From what they told me, the Anglo-Industrial Park was a new park that had just been built the year before. The number of businesses inside of them is still small. So when Lu Ning and his group arrived at the entrance of the park, they found that the place was still a bit cold. And although the staff was there, it wasn't too much. Lu Ning and the others parked their vehicles in the parking lot and then entered the park. The company that Saren had traveled to, they had yet to determine. So Lu Ning and the others did not know where the third squad had disappeared. The good thing is that because the industrial park isn't too big, it wasn't too much trouble to find. The group of people was vastly more than 20, and under Lu Ning's leadership, they headed to one of the tall buildings. The pedestrians coming and going looked at the crowd of people and were curious to see more. Lu Ning was also observing the pedestrians and their surroundings. Pedestrians, like everyone else in Bay City, have white mist inside them. The environment is likewise filled with white mist. Compared to when Lu Ning had just arrived in this Bay City, Lu Ning realized that the white fog in the entire Bay City was a bit denser than before. Not only that, Lu Ning also discovered a strange phenomenon. When Lu Ning first came to this Bay City, there were still quite a few distorted vapors on the Bay City, but during this period of time, the number of void shadows had become less and less, and now there were only a handful of void shadows in the entire Bay City, and each of the distorted shadows was extremely huge. All of them were tens of meters tall, even hundreds of meters tall. Lu Ning wasn't sure why these twisted shadows had left, but he also understood that there was a big problem in this Bay City, and it was getting worse, considering the fact that the entire third squad could be lost without a sound. Lu Ning did not have people separate their investigations. The security guard was the first to approach when their group entered the building. Who are you people? What are you doing here? Lu Ning calmly took out his documents. Mist Bureau investigation. Have you seen a Mist Bureau squad come here yesterday? Upon hearing that it was someone from the Misty Bureau, the security guard stood upright. He spoke quickly. I've seen it. Karen and the others' eyes lit up. One of the middle-aged men asked with some curiosity. Where are they people? Ha? They came here yesterday to investigate and left afterward. Ha? The security guard was a bit confused. Do you know where he went? Lu Ning frowned and inquired. The security guard shook his head. I don't know, but it seems to be going to the left. I think it's heading over to the fourth building? Lu Ning glanced at the entire tall building, then nodded slightly. Got it. He then led several people to the left. There were 4 buildings on the left, and Lu Ning had just walked into one of them when his gaze flickered. There were a number of areas in the halls of this building where the concentration of white fog was a bit deeper than the outer perimeter. Chapter 133, Corridor of Flesh and Blood. This building was different from the previous one in that there was no security guard in the lobby on the first floor, and only a few scattered staff members coming in and out. They merely glanced at Lu Ning's few people before leaving without a second glance. Lu Ning stopped a man and inquired. Hello, did you see any investigators from the Misty Bureau yesterday? Mist Bureau? The man was stunned, then shook his head. I haven't seen it. Did anyone from the Mist Bureau come yesterday? Hearing this, one of the youths in the Misty Bureau's team immediately frowned and snapped. You're lying? The third action team came here yesterday to investigate. How could they not have seen it? Are you hiding something? The man was drunk and his body trembled, and he said with a nervous face, I really don't have it. As the member was still about to speak, Lu Ning interrupted him and inquired. Doesn't this building have a receptionist or security guard? The man was stunned, then shook his head and said, this building is all owned by our company, and the boss said that our storefront is placed on the second floor, and that we don't need a security guard or receptionist on the first floor, so we haven't been recruiting. Lu Ning nodded and spoke. Where is your boss? Boss? He rarely comes to the office. He's not supposed to be in today. Lu Ning calmly said. Go away. Hearing this, the youth who had spoken before and the other and several other people from the Misty Bureau frowned. The youth who spoke earlier immediately said, Officer Lu Ning, just let him go? The third action team has clearly come this way, yet he said he hadn't seen it, so perhaps it's suspicious. Lu Ning didn't say anything, and Eileen on the side gave the youth a cold look. Since Captain Lu is leading the team, you're watching properly. Don't know how you should carry out orders? Do you want me to teach you? As a sixth order awakened, Aaron's spiritual power was extremely powerful, and the pressure from the spiritual power pressed towards the youth who had spoken, and the youth's face instantly paled. He didn't dare to talk tough, and hastily said, I'm worried that the suspect has run away. But he didn't dare say more under Aaron's forced gaze. The other members of the Misty Bureau who had planned to speak up also stopped speaking. Aaron brings so much pressure. Lu Ning didn't care and calmly looked at the man and said, Let's go. The man sighed in relief and nodded his thanks before running toward the door. The Mist Bureau came here, and as a normal person, it must have run. Who doesn't know that most of the places where the Misty Bureau is, are places where lesions and disasters are? After the man left, Lu Ning looked down at the white mist, and after a few seconds of looking at it, he stepped out. Aaron and a few other members of the investigative squad followed directly behind without asking any questions. Lu Ning's previous anomalies and performance made them trust unconditionally. The members of the Misty Bureau, on the other hand, looked at each other in disbelief. Eventually Kuching spoke up. Why don't you go? I've met with Captain Lu a few times. He's quite extraordinary. Karen nodded. Keep up. Before the first ops team followed, several other ops teams followed even though they had quite a bit of misgivings in their hearts. Lu Ning didn't go for the elevator, but instead took a step to the edge of the hall, which was the location of the emergency passage. Looking at the door that the emergency channel was pointing to, Lu Ning walked over and opened it. Inside the door are stairs that go upstairs on one side and downstairs on the other. The downstairs stairs have been blocked off by an iron gate with a note, non-staff. No entry. In Lu Ning's line of sight, there was one white mist after another drifting out from the cracks of this iron door. These white mists made the surroundings a bit higher in white mist concentration compared to the rest of the area. Seeing Lu Ning calmly looking downward at the iron door, Aaron and the others exchanged glances. Dennis spoke up and asked, Captain Lu, is there a problem down here? Lu Ning nodded slightly. Aha. Dennis frowned and sensed carefully, then said in confusion, I don't sense anything unusual. After saying that, Dennis said somewhat helplessly, in this hellhole, my perception is greatly disturbed. Dennis' meaning was understood by several of Lu Ning's people. After all, when he entered the base city, Dennis sensed that something was different about the entire base city, and as the concentration of white fog in the base city grew, Dennis's senses were being suppressed. Song Snyan laughed. Just practice more with the dishes and see how Captain Lu does it. Dennis rolled his eyes. Come on, Captain Lu, this is not something I can learn. As they spoke, Lu Ning had already stepped forward. He landed a punch on the door lock. Bang! A loud noise rang out. The metal door lock was directly broken, and the iron door was directly opened. The iron door opened and a rotten smell wafted out from the interior. It was as if the door had not been opened for many years. It was very dark inside the door. Only the nearest few stairs could be seen, and below that it was pitch black. There was a switch on the wall behind the door. Lu Ning looked at it and realized that the switch was useless. He took out his cell phone and turned on the lights. The light shines through and you can see the staircase below. Lu Ning stepped inside. Behind Lu Ning, Aaron and the others similarly turned on their lights and walked down. When it came to the basement, in Lu Ning's line of sight, the concentration of white mist here was much higher than above. Upon arriving in the basement, Dennis' face changed instantly. He frowned, looking around through the large amount of light, and spoke, Captain Lu, I feel as if there are many sources of spiritual pollution down here. Lu Ning nodded calmly. Aha. He scanned the basement, which was roughly 20 meters in circumference, with an iron door on the left and one on the right. Lu Ning walked to the right side of the iron door first and forced it open. Inside are various mechanical and electrical circuits. Lu Ning walked towards the door on the left again. Just as he approached the door, Lu Ning saw a cloud of dried blood on the floor. There was likewise some blood on the doorknob. The few people who came up behind Lu Ning, Aaron, likewise saw it. Song Snyan spoke. Someone's been hurt? Looks like there's something in here. Lu Ning reached out and landed a punch on the metal door lock. Boom! His fist broke the lock and went through the iron door. However, the next moment, Lu Ning frowned slightly as he felt something strange about the touch of his fist. Not like a metallic touch. At the same time, a glob of blood overflowed from the crack in the iron door. Lu Ning retracted his hand, which was covered in blood. This blood is not Lu Ning's own. Lu Ning reached out and tried to open the door, yet the door still seemed to be locked, and even if the lock was broken, he could not open the door. He lifted his right leg and white light flashed across his leg as it landed heavily on the door. Boom! The entire iron door crumbled into pieces and flew inward, and along with the pieces, there was bright red blood as well as red chunks of flesh. Upon seeing the scene inside the iron gate, the faces of many members of the Misty Bureau behind them changed. Even the few powerful members of the investigation squad, such as Aaron, had their pupils slightly dilated. Inside the iron door, it turned out to be a corridor paved with blood and flesh. The corridor did not know where it led to, but the flesh and blood on the corridor was actually slowly writhing as if it was alive. The iron gate's original location of the gate should have been covered in blood and flesh as well, and after Lu Ning shattered the iron gate, the blood and flesh on the edge of the iron gate's doorframe was torn apart, and blood flowed. The air was quiet for a moment. The next moment, a member of the Misty Bureau said with a somewhat hoarse voice, What the hell is this place? Chapter 134, This hellhole is alive? The expressions of the other Misty Bureau people were also very appalled. They had never seen such a place. Even Aaron and the others were frowning with serious expressions. Dennis even said with an ugly face, "Captain Lou, the situation isn't quite right." "Ha? The spiritual pollution in this place is very serious. I didn't sense it before, so I guess it's isolated by the flesh blanket of the Iron Gate." Lu Ning nodded calmly. "Well, the spiritual pollution inside is indeed very serious. The concentration of this white fog was already close to matching the previous headquarters in Base City 116. One must know that the 116th Base City headquarters had a high-risk level soul weapon, so one could imagine how dangerous this place was." Lu Ning looked at the corridor of flesh and blood, fell silent, and spoke, "You guys wait outside for a while. I'll go in and take a look." The others' faces changed slightly. Especially those members of the Misty Mist Bureau looked at Lu Ning with admiration in their eyes. Ku Qing, who was more familiar with Lu Ning, spoke up, "Officer Lu Ning, it's too dangerous for you to go in alone, isn't it?" Lu Ning glanced at her and calmly said, "I'll be fine." Eileen, on the other hand, stood out at this moment and spoke, "Captain Lu, I'll go in with you. I'm a 6th Order, and I'm also a Thunder Control. My battle power is probably stronger than some 7th Order awakened. This kind of flesh and blood is not much of a threat to my thunder." Lu Ning was silent after hearing this, then nodded. Yes. The two then entered this corridor of flesh and blood, one after the other. Lu Ning's foot felt soft as it stepped on the bloody flesh of the corridor, and the flesh seemed to be writhing slightly. It seemed that because of the weight of Lu Ning's paws, the writhing speed had even accelerated a bit. As the two stepped some distance into it, two forks appeared ahead, left and right. Lu Ning glanced at the two forks, both of which had a dense white mist, obviously in both directions. There should be an anomaly. Lu Ning randomly chose the left direction, and Aaron followed closely behind Lu Ning. Neither of them spoke. Aaron's expression was serious, her breathing heavy, and she could tell there was some tension. Lu Ning, as always, had no change of emotion. Just then, the wall to Lu Ning's left squirmed, and an incredibly sharp spike stabbed out from within the wall, coming at Lu Ning's neck. As the spike approached Lu Ning's neck, a bright white light surfaced. A roar followed. Lu Ning's fist landed on the side of the spike, and in the next moment, the spike crumbled on the spot. Lu Ning punched another hard punch into the wall of flesh and blood. Boom! Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and a scream rang out. Lu Ning's punch had punched a large hole in the wall of flesh and blood, and inside the hole was a small room of about 5 or 6 square meters. There were 3 legions made of flesh and blood through and through huddled together in the small room. One of the mutants had only half of its body left and was being frantically devoured by the other 2. This diseased mutant was the very same sneak attacker who had been killed by Lu Ning's punch. Lu Ning glanced at the white mist inside their bodies. The strength of the diseased mutants was not weak. They had all reached the 4th rank. The other 2 legions ate the severely injured legion in 3 or 2 bites, and the white mist inside their bodies thickened a few more times. After eating the severely injured mutant, the remaining 2 mutants looked up at Lu Ning with scarlet glints in their eyes. The next moment, they pounced. However, in just a single breath, these 2 legions were reduced to a bloody mist by Lu Ning's 2 punches. He glanced at the small room and noticed that it had several veins protruding out of it. These vessels had broken off and looked as if they had originally been connected to the 3 legions. Aaron, who was behind Lu Ning, also saw the sight of the room, and her face was unsightly. These 3 mutants seemed to have grown up in this place? Or were they cultivated? Lu Ning shook his head. "I don't know. Keep looking deeper." Aaron nodded, her face very hard. However, the 2 had only just taken 2 steps, and as if they had touched some kind of organ, a number of areas of the flesh and blood walls on both sides of the corridor suddenly began to squirm. The position of the writhing wall of flesh and blood then parted on its own, and a low growl followed. Aaron's face changed slightly. "Looks like we've triggered the defense mechanism of this hellhole." Lu Ning nodded. "Aha." Just then, Aaron realized that a low growl was coming from behind her as well, and she narrowed her eyes and said, "There's a room like this back there, too. What do we do?" Lu Ning glanced at Aaron, confused. "What about?" Aaron was stunned. "I'm afraid there are quite a few of these mutants, and we're not in a good position. We're surrounded," Lu Ning rightfully said. "Then kill them all." Aaron, even an awakened of the 6th Order, had limited spiritual power. Facing a siege of a large number of legions, it would be equally strained if they were hardened. And they don't even know each other's strength yet in this hellhole. How is this going to kill them all? Aaron's face went black. "Lu Ning, I'm serious. Quickly think of something. Break out or something?" Lu Ning silently took out the scarlet sword. "I meant what I said as well." He turned back to his sword, white and red light flashing as it swept across the room, killing several of the diseased mutants that rushed near him, and Aaron's entire body flashed with lightning, shooting a bolt of thunder through the diseased mutant coming from behind. Aaron's person went numb when she heard Lu Ning's words. I don't feel right coming in here with you. Lu Ning glanced at the room where he had killed the 3 diseased changelings earlier and spoke. You go in. I'll block the doorway. Irene was stunned and shot out more than 10 thunderbolts in a row. Frowning, do you think I'm a dainty little schoolgirl? I have plenty of means. There's no need for you to do it alone. Lu Ning calmly said. You're of the elemental lineage. Wouldn't it be better for me to block in the front while you use your abilities in the back? Erin sniffed, a little embarrassed. She had thought that Lu Ning was planning to let her hide in the room and deal with the lesions herself. She fought back a blush and gave a dry laugh. That's fine. The two entered the room of the diseased man, and the first thing Erin noticed was the change in the room. She looked at the bodies in the room that had been swallowed up a fraction of their size by the carpet of blood and flesh on the floor, and said with some consternation, "This room is swallowing up the bodies from before?" She thought of something. Her face even more ugly said, "This room is not. This ghost place. It will not be alive, right?" Lu Ning glanced behind him and casually killed 2 more diseased mutants that had rushed to him with a single sword strike. "Forget about that. Do it." Erin struck 2 consecutive thunderbolts, scorching the 2 bodies on the ground. She then looked in the direction of the door to the room. However, she quickly frowned as Lu Ning blocked the door to the room, so she had no use for it. With that thought, Erin spread her hands, and a ball of thunder gradually emerged on her palms. The ball of thunder raged and spun, and the arcs of electricity gradually spread in all directions with Erin at the center, emitting a nuisance sound. Even Lu Ning, who was in front of him, felt his skin tingle a bit and turned his head to look. Erin spoke up. "I'll open up." In the next moment, she threw this thunderball to the corner of the wall of the small room near the corridor. Boom! Thunder raged and wild booms erupted as if a thunderstorm had landed. 135. Members of the 3rd operational team. The location of the doorframe on the side of the small room was blown apart on the spot, and the thunder raged, causing even Lu Ning's skin to tingle from the electricity. He silently turned his head to look behind him at Erin. Erin looked innocent. "I'll open a door. Otherwise I can't hit anyone." Lu Ning retracted his gaze to continue killing the diseased mutants, because Erin had blown up a new location, which had caused the corridor of lesions to set their sights on the freshly torn opening. The mutants hissed and rushed towards the opening, only to be greeted by a purple thunderbolt. Lu Ning was still wielding the scarlet sword, killing one diseased mutant after another. With his physical body that was comparable to that of a 6th-ranked flesh-strengthening system awakened, coupled with the power of the soul vibrating fist and the scarlet sword's increase every time, his attacks these lesions were simply powerless to resist. With each strike, Lu Ning was able to kill several diseased mutants. The strength of these lesions was basically 4th order, and Lu Ning had only encountered 2 5th order. But even so, the overall strength of these lesions actually remained strong. It was important to realize that there were quite a few of these lesions, and if they all rushed out, they could even pose a threat to the Misty Bureau. After all, as a small base city, the strongest in Base City 121 was only a 5th order awakened, and the number of 4th order awakened wasn't too many. The numerical difference between the two isn't really that big anymore. Just then, a sharp air-breaking sound rang out, and Lu Ning saw a blood-colored tentacle coming from the left side at an extremely fast speed. He dodged the blow with a slight sideways dodge. The scarlet sword chopped out, instantly severing the tentacles. A low growl sounded, followed by heavy footsteps rapidly approaching. In the direction where the tentacle shot out, a tall flesh and blood monster quickly rushed over. This flesh and blood monster had human legs, but its body was extremely bloated and full of tentacles, as well as these 6 arms. His head was also quite hideous, with an icy, bloody light in his eyes. Lu Ning could see that the white mist inside this flesh and blood monster was quite a bit thicker than the other lesions. This had already exceeded the 5th rank and reached the 6th rank. The flesh and blood monster shot a tentacle at Lu Ning at the first opportunity after getting close to him. In the face of these tentacles that were strong enough to tear through steel, Lu Ning's expression was calm as he held the scarlet sword in both hands and stepped forward. In the next moment, red and white sword light flashed, cutting off all the tentacles in its path and landing on the creature's body. The monster was instantly chopped in half, blood spurting out. Erin, who was originally planning to help, saw the scene and her eyes widened as a look of shock surfaced in her eyes. The spiritual pressure emanating from this lesionist was a bit tricky even for her. I didn't expect Lu Ning to kill it with a single strike. Just how strong was Lu Ning? After this mutant was killed, the only remaining flesh and blood mutants left were 2 or 3 kittens. Lu Ning and Erin killed it casually. At the moment, the corridors were covered with the corpses of the diseased. Blood flowed over the carpet of flesh and blood, which was then absorbed by the carpet of flesh and blood. Seeing this scene, Erin instantly released a raging thunderbolt. Thunder swept across the ground, and all the diseased corpses were electrified into charcoal. Lu Ning's hair stood up at the point as well. He fixed his hair, then spoke, "Go inside." The two men went deeper and deeper, on either side of the corridor. Instead, were small rooms of the kind that had been there before. The veins in the small room withered, and all of the lesions in it had rushed out to attack Lu Ning and Aaron earlier. As they went deeper, it wasn't long before they came to an empty room. This room was hundreds of meters in circumference. A vein dangled down from the overgrown ceiling. There was a portion of flesh and blood that should have been connected to one of the lesions, but the lesions detached themselves from the blood vessels and joined the ranks of those who had previously surrounded Lu Ning and Aaron. There were other parts of the veins dangling from a single mass of flesh and blood. These clusters of flesh and blood were beating slightly as if they were hearts. Lu Ning walked over to one of the blood and flesh clumps and looked at it, realizing that there was a white mist flowing within the blood and flesh clumps. Although the concentration of the white mist wasn't too high, it was increasing a little bit at the moment. Aaron likewise came forward. Looking at the drooping mass of flesh and blood, she frowned, her scalp tingling a little. These things are kind of like a dangling fruit. Lu Ning nodded. These are the unripe fruits. Aaron's face was a bit ugly. So many clumps of flesh and blood. If all of them turn out to be like those diseased mutants from before, I'm afraid that it would be enough to add up to cause an impact on the entire base city. She then looked at Lu Ning and inquired, should we destroy these things? Lu Ning glanced over and spoke, wait a little. After saying that, he took out the scarlet sword and chopped at the connecting veins of the bloody mass in front of him. The veins were severed and this mass of flesh and blood fell to the ground. As the mass of flesh and blood hit the ground, it seemed to have triggered the vitality within the mass of flesh and blood. The clumps of flesh and blood wriggled crazily, and tentacle after tentacle continued to poke out, seemingly wanting to coalesce into form. Lu Ning calmly observed the scene. A moment later, the mass of flesh and blood coalesced into a twisted shape that resembled an octopus, but the thing was small, only as tall as Lu Ning's leg. Moreover, there wasn't much spiritual pollution in this thing's body, and it was pretty much only of the second order. The coalesced octopus wriggled its own tentacles and charged towards Lu Ning. Lu Ning's feet flashed with white light as he kicked him. He then grabbed another blob of flesh and blood. This time, he didn't let the bloody mass hit the ground after chopping off the vein. However, as the blood vessels snapped, the clump of flesh and blood remained forcibly activated, and a tentacle stabbed towards Lu Ning's palm, blood lashing out. Lu Ning watched expressionlessly until the blood and flesh mass turned into a baby-sized humanoid-type mutant in Lu Ning's hands. This type of humanoid diseased mutant roared angrily as it tried to attack Lu Ning, before being thrown to the ground and stomped on by Lu Ning. Destroy it. As Lu Ning spoke, Aaron nodded and opened her hands, a streak of thunder shooting out, striking each of the bloody clumps with precision. They walked around the entire empty space while destroying all the clumps of flesh and blood. Just as they went deeper into the space, Lu Ning and Aaron saw a scene on the wall. Several figures were being set in the walls where blood and flesh had coalesced. The figures wore the black trenchcoat of the Misty Bureau and had a vein inserted into their bodies. At this moment, their flesh and blood had almost been completely emptied out, turning them into a dry corpse. Aaron's brow furrowed as she spoke. These aren't supposed to be members of the Third Ops, are they? Is this being used as energy? Lu Ning glanced at them and spoke. Get them down first, and take them out to ask the other Misty Bureau people. Chapter 136, Another Fork in the Road. Lu Ning used the scarlet sword to slice through the flesh and blood vessels around several of the action team members and rip them out. Aaron checked their physical state and frowned. There's one with a breath. The rest are dead. She pointed to one of the old men with white hair and a white beard. Lu Ning thought about it and planned to inform the others to move these action team members. After all, there were more than a few of them. After he took out his cell phone, he realized that perhaps because the white fog was a little too concentrated, the phone had no signal. This is the same as the previous Misty Bureau headquarters in Base City 116. Seeing Lu Ning frowning with his cell phone, Aaron inquired. No signal? Aha. Aaron thought for a moment. I'll go out and find someone? Good. A ray of lightning surfaced around Aaron, and the next moment she disappeared in place. The thunder ability was equally fast. Just a few minutes later, Aaron walked in with a number of people, including several members of Dennis' investigative team and several members of Karen's first ops team. After seeing the bodies on the ground, Karen's face changed slightly. It's Captain Lee and the others. Lu Ning spoke. This old man is still alive. The others are dead. Take them all out. Karen and Kagome and a few others had expected it when they saw the miserable state of the third operative. Hearing Lu Ning's words, they weren't too surprised. Karen took a deep breath to calm the sadness in her heart and spoke. Thank you, Officer Lu. We will take them back. Karen reached down and picked Li Bing up, moving carefully, and behind her, a nimble ability was holding up the other already dead members of the third squad with their nimble power. Go on, get out, Lu Ning calmly said. Just then, there were screams and growls from down the hallway. Karen and the others blushed. Kagome spoke up. It's the crew that stayed outside. Aaron thought of something and spoke up. Is it a lesion coming out of the other channel? Lu Ning didn't say anything as white light flashed above his legs, and in the next moment, his palms stomped the ground with force. Boom! The carpet of flesh and blood on the ground was directly shattered by more than 10 meters, and Lu Ning's body had already disappeared from the sight of several people. Karen and the others stared wide-eyed at the ground that had been crushed by Lu Ning, and then at the corridor where Lu Ning had left, their faces filled with shock. One of the team members muttered, Officer Lu's strength is so strong? Erin glanced at the shocked members of the first action team and said with a proud look on her face, you guys don't think that anyone is qualified to be the vice captain of our investigation squad, do you? Though she was a little shocked in her mind as well. After Lu Ning had elevated to the 5th rank, this speed was simply terrifying. Even she could barely see the blurry remnants. If Lu Ning intended to make a move against her, she felt afraid that she wouldn't last more than a few rounds before being killed. Without giving it much thought, Erin spoke up. I'll go over and take a look too. You guys follow. After saying that, Erin's body flashed with lightning around her, and she similarly disappeared in place. A few of Dennis' men ran along with them. Lu Ning crossed the corridor in a few breaths and arrived at the location of that fork in the road. He then saw another fork in the road with a steady stream of flesh and blood lesions rushing out. These mutants had clearly not been awakened before, nor had they mobbed Lu Ning and Erin before. Lu Ning guessed that it was probably because they had ripped off the few members of the action team that had supplied the energy that the mutants had come to their senses. When these mutants saw Lu Ning, a number of them hissed and shifted their direction. Rushing towards him, Lu Ning held the scarlet sword, and with a single stroke of his sword, he chopped out the swordlight, cutting several of the diseased mutants who had rushed to the forefront into several pieces. The mutants behind them came forward, and the scarlet sword in Lu Ning's hand slashed out in succession. The speed of his sword was so fast that he even cut a vacuum in the narrow and crowded passage. Taking advantage of the fact that the lesions in the back had not yet rushed out, Lu Ning followed the direction of the exit he had come from and rushed out along the corridor. At this moment, Lu Ning arrived inside the basement. There are already tons of individual flesh and blood lesions in the basement. These flesh and blood lesions are fighting the members of the ops team that stayed here. These ops members are outnumbered by these flesh and blood lesions and are being mobbed. It's a good thing there's the ops leader to back it up. The captains of the action team were all 5th-ranked powerhouses, and there were 2 others who stayed here. Combined with the sole weapons they brought with them, they were barely able to support the attack. But even so, Lu Ning still saw the bodies of 2 members of the action team. The body had been almost torn to pieces. Lu Ning took a step and rushed out, his body flashing within the basement, and wherever he passed, a red and white intertwined swordlight flashed. When Lu Ning stopped in his tracks, all of the lesions that were attacking similarly stopped their movements. In the next moment, a trail of blood appeared on the bodies of these lesions. Blood spurted out, following the trail of blood as the bodies of the mutants broke into pieces. The members of the action team who were originally fighting were all stunned at the moment, as if they hadn't reacted yet. When they reacted, all of them stared at Lu Ning with wide eyes, their eyes filled with shock. The mutants almost nearly broke them down with the rush, and even with the 2nd and 4th operations teams joining forces, the situation was precarious. He didn't expect Lu Ning to kill all of the lesions in just that instant. This strength was unimaginable for them. The leader of the 2nd action team was a tall, thin young man named Crony. The first thing he said when he came back to his senses was, Officer Lu, thanks a lot. Lu Ning shook his head and glanced at the corpse on the ground. You're welcome, take care of it yourselves. A group of action team members ran to the body at the first opportunity. Their expressions were sad and sorrowful, and Lu Ning turned his head without looking at them much. He had encountered this scene many times in Base City 116. Even, he had experienced it himself. The figures of Lin Xiao and Wei Xian appeared in Lu Ning's mind. He then took a step towards the exit of the corridor of flesh and blood once again. There should still be lesions that are not dead. Just then, thunder surged at the exit of the corridor. Rumbling sounds rang out. Purple thunder raged, and in just a few moments the roars from inside the corridor disappeared. Then, Erin, whose entire body was covered in lightning, walked out. Erin glanced at the ops team and paused slightly before walking towards Lu Ning. The lesions inside are done with. Lu Ning nodded. Then he thought of something and spoke. We haven't seen where the other fork leads to, so let's go over there first. Yes, Erin nodded. The 2 walked down the corridor of flesh and blood once more. The 2 were quick on their feet, and in no time they came to the end of another fork in the road. Upon seeing the situation within the fork in the road, both Lu Ning and Erin couldn't help but frown. Chapter 137, The Unnameable Flesh and Blood Figure. At the end of the fork in the road was the same open area as before. Unlike the previous empty area, however, there were no dense clumps of flesh and blood hanging from the veins. There was only one huge blob of flesh and blood hanging in the center, and in the walls of flesh and blood, set with blood and dried awakenings. The dress of these awakened people was not the style of the action team. It should be free awakened people. The number of these awakened people was extremely high, almost covering the entire wall, and a vein lodged in their bodies, connecting them to the central mass of flesh and blood. Perhaps they had sensed Lu Ning and Aaron's arrival. The surface of the bloody mass hanging in the air squirmed violently. In the next moment, the bloody mass tore apart, and a blood-colored figure jumped out of it. It was a humanoid creature whose entire body was constructed of muscle and pale bone. He was hideous looking, with 6 tentacles writhing behind his back and sharp bone blades covering the backs of his hands. Even if Lu Ning didn't look at the white mist inside him, he could feel that the strength of the diseased mutant in front of him was extremely powerful just through his mental fluctuations. Even Aaron couldn't help but frown straight away. I'm afraid this guy is close to reaching the 7th order? Unbelievable. In a small base city like this, there are still such lesions hidden. Lu Ning calmly said, it looks like he's not fully mature. If he's fully mature, he should be able to reach the 7th rank. Eileen also understood this, and at this moment, her face sank into a stony expression. If it really is a 7th order, even if the Misty Bureau uses its soul weapons, it would take a great deal of money to kill this kind of legionist. Not to mention that this is not the only legionist here originally. Aaron was a little shaken as she thought of the army of mutants from earlier. If they hadn't killed all those legions before, when these mutants fully matured, once these mutants rushed out of this basement, I'm afraid that it would be a devastating blow to the entire base city. Did the Scarlet Cult get this too? It's horrible. Just then, the flesh and blood diseased mutant suddenly spoke. Oh, you guys know about the Scarlet Sect? It's a bit interesting. Hearing this, Aaron was stunned and looked warily at the mutant. You actually have intelligence? Lu Ning calmly said. Are you a member of the Scarlet Sect? The flesh and blood diseased mutant reached out and stroked his tentacles, then laughed. Guessed. He admired his body with some intoxication and spoke. What a wonderful body. The power contained within human flesh and blood is endless. As long as one can develop the potential, one can reach this level of perfection. Speaking here, he looked at Lu Ning and Aaron with a somewhat grim look. It's a pity that I was supposed to be able to achieve perfection, but it's a pity that you guys ruined it. Lu Ning calmly said. Do you have any more accomplices? This flesh and blood legionist grinned. Hey, now that's not what you should be concerned about. What you should be concerned about right now is whether or not your death will be painful. After saying that, the flesh and blood diseased mutant's body suddenly disappeared in place. In the next moment, he appeared at Lu Ning's side, and his sharp bone blade chopped towards Lu Ning's neck. Lu Ning raised his hand to block, but he didn't expect a flash of fierceness in the eyes of the diseased mutant, and a white light flashed above the bone blade. Soul vibrating power. Thumbs up. Lu Ning's palm was instantly severed, and even his neck was torn in half as blood sprayed wildly. The flesh and blood mutant brayed and laughed, suddenly disappearing in place and appearing at Aaron's side. Responding to him was a stream of purple light. The destructive power of the thunder caused the flesh and blood lesions to plummet back. He was about to continue his attack when he heard a booming sound. In the next moment, a violent strong wind came from his side. The flesh and blood legionist's face changed slightly, and the tentacles behind his back intertwined and turned into a shield against his side. Boom! The blood and flesh tentacles directly turned into blood and flesh splattered in all directions after touching the fist that was flashing with white light. On the other hand, the flesh and blood legionist used this counterquake to retreat back and forth. He retreated to a position close to the wall of flesh and blood, looking at Lu Ning, who was standing in the same position he had originally been in, with some disbelief. How is that possible? Aren't you already dead? Lu Ning craned his neck and calmly said, Unfortunately, I won't die. The flesh and blood mutant smiled grimly as the tentacles on his back wriggled and began to grow out quickly. He laughed fiercely. Coincidentally, our Scarlet Sect's mastery of the power of flesh and blood is the strongest, and my body can likewise recover at an extremely fast rate. Let's see just who is immortal. In the next moment, he rushed towards Lu Ning once again. Lu Ning held the scarlet sword in his hand and met this flesh and blood legionist. Scarlet and white intertwined and flashed. In just 2 collisions, a hideous bloody scar was torn through the flesh and blood legion's chest. But this flesh and blood legionist might really have a strong grasp of flesh and blood power. As he said, his physical defense was extremely high. Lu Ning didn't burn his flesh and blood to enhance the power of the scarlet sword though, but with his own physical strength now, coupled with the increase of the scarlet sword and soul vibrating power, he had failed to cut him in half. Lu Ning was expressionless as he continued to attack, and the decapitated flesh and blood pathologist's face was extremely ugly at the moment. He was surprisingly inferior to the human in front of him in close combat. It's very unreasonable. As an awakened who excelled in the power of flesh and blood, and now even more so, his flesh and blood had ascended to become a legion. His ability to fight in close quarters is arguably one of his proudest abilities. As a result, He was injured after just 2 moves. The human in front of him was extremely strong in fighting. But the flesh and blood mutant revealed a sardonic smile in the face of Lu Ning's approach, and similarly met him. And at this moment, the injury on his chest had stopped bleeding and was writhing and recovering quickly. 2 figures flickered in this empty land of blood and flesh, white light constantly appearing from the bodies of the 2 figures. Each collision caused a violent roar. The airwaves spread in all directions. The carpet of flesh and blood had been torn apart in the collision, and there were blood and chunks of meat everywhere. However, the frequency of the white light flashing on Lu Ning's body was much higher than that of the flesh and blood pathologists. Lu Ning was able to use his soul vibrating power every single time, but the flesh and blood pathologists were unable to do so. Not only that, Lu Ning's resonance frequency of soul vibrating power was likewise far beyond that of a flesh and blood legionist. In just less than 100 rounds, a sword light flashed, and one of the flesh and blood legionist's arms was severed, blood spurting out. The flesh and blood legionist let out a scream. His eyes grew increasingly shocked as he looked at Lu Ning, and with some disbelief, he lowered his voice and roared, "How is it possible for your soul vibrating power to succeed every single time?" Lu Ning glanced at the scarlet sword in his hand, and the blood had gradually been absorbed by the scarlet sword. Lu Ning calmly said, "Isn't it something as simple as breathing?" The flesh and blood legionist's pupils quaked, and he was speechless for a moment. Before he had a chance to speak, Lu Ning calmly said, "If that's all you've got, then why don't you just tell me the information intelligence of your accomplices?" A pink stream of light flashed through Lu Ning's eyes. The flesh and blood legionist's expression went into a trance for a moment. However, in the next moment, the white mist within his body surged, and a wave of frenzied mental pollution swooped toward Lu Ning. Lu Ning saw an unnameable, twisted figure composed entirely of flesh and blood from the white mist within the flesh and blood legionist's body. Chapter 138, The Hungry Scarlet Sword. As this white mist appeared, there were unintelligible hissing sounds ringing in Lu Ning's ears. The voices overlapped, as if ringing in the soul. Lu Ning's head exploded on the spot, and blood sprayed out of his neck several meters high, landing directly on the bloody ceiling. Irene, Sigma, degree winky face. She watched as Lu Ning kept suppressing the flesh and blood diseased mutant, so she pressed on at the side. I didn't expect Lu Ning to somehow have his head explode. This made Erin's entire body confused and her mind went straight to blank. Not only her, but even the flesh and blood legionists were looking at Lu Ning, whose head had exploded, with a shocked expression. In the next moment, the flesh and blood legionist seemed to feel a sudden surge of power within his body. He revealed a look of ecstasy. "It's the Lord. I am indeed a believer who has been favored by the Lord. Ha 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 ha. The Lord has been watching over me." Even though he had become a legion, he was still ecstatic, as if he were a recognized child. He then had a fervent look in his eyes. "The Lord's will is my direction. I will surely overcome the thorns of the Lord and accomplish." However, before he could finish his words, suddenly the flesh and blood on his body twisted and his entire body swelled up. The flesh and blood mutant was stunned, then realized what was going on, with a fearful and frenzied look on his face. "No, no, no, Lord, I was wrong. Please give me another chance." In the next moment, the originally swollen flesh and blood suddenly stopped expanding and gradually returned to its original state. He then turned his gaze to the still alive Eren, a scowl appearing on his face. "He died a miserable death. Next, you'll die an even worse death." "Really?" Lu Ning's calm voice rang out. It made the flesh and blood legionist's body shake. He turned his head in the direction of Lu Ning's original headless body. Lu Ning's head had recovered at some point and was silently watching him. This flesh and blood legionist couldn't help but freeze for a moment. "You're not dead?" Lu Ning was a bit confused. "Didn't I just say that? I am immortal." The flesh and blood legionist's expression was grim and angry. "He didn't die even though his head was shattered? How is that possible? Dead with a shattered head, is that still undead?" Lu Ning was unable to understand. The flesh and blood legionist's expression stiffened. Then he took a deep breath and the flesh and blood around his body wriggled as if he had fallen into the color of madness. "In that case, I'll break all of your body. Let's see if you will die." Lu Ning replied. "It won't. I tried before." The flesh and blood legionist's body stiffened. Then he sneered. "Really? Then I'll try again." He let out a low roar, and his entire body's flesh and blood wriggled and began to contract rapidly, as if it was being absorbed by some kind of power. As his flesh and blood squirmed, his spiritual pressure was rapidly rising. Just then, a sword light flashed by at an extremely fast speed. The still elevated flesh and blood diseased mutant stared him in the eye, a look of consternation flashing through his eyes. The next moment, his body shortened and his entire body fell to the ground. In front of him was the lower half of his body. The flesh and blood legionist felt the sharp pain in his lower back and lowered his voice in disbelief. "How is that possible? He didn't even react." Lu Ning stood not far away. the flesh and blood on his hands writhing and returning to their original state in the blink of an eye. Previously, Lu Ning had hoped to get some information about the Scarlet Sect from this diseased mutant. As a result, I didn't expect the charm ability to be countered by that unnameable mass of flesh and blood. That bloody mass should be the evil god behind the Scarlet Cult. Since this was the case, even if Lu Ning increased his mental power output and was able to break through this evil god's defenses, he wouldn't be able to ask for anything. I'm afraid that this evil god can make this legionist just explode just like he did when he questioned that cultist earlier. Lu Ning intended to strike directly. After cutting this flesh and blood legionist at the waist, Lu Ning saw that the flesh and blood at his waist was writhing, had stopped bleeding, and had begun to heal the wound. Lu Ning stepped forward with a sword and chopped off the head of this flesh and blood legionist. His head rolled a few times on the carpet of blood and flesh, eventually coming to a stop face up. Lu Ning calmly looked at his head and inquired, "Can it be revived?" A stream of blood spilled from the corner of the flesh and blood legion's head's mouth. His pupils quaked, and he opened his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Before he could finish his words, his pupils lost their gleam. Lu Ning nodded slightly. "It seems that you are not immortal." Aaron had originally seen the flesh and blood legion mutant's strength rise again, and had been prepared to strike. In the next moment, Lu Ning directly killed this flesh and blood diseased mutant. This stunned Aaron for a moment before she came back to her senses. She walked over and looked at the corpse on the ground. Frowning, "This guy's strength is so strong. That ability he used at the end should be an evil technique. I'm afraid that his strength has already reached the 7th rank. Lu Ning nodded slightly. "Aha, but you're still a bit stronger. I didn't expect to kill it in one strike." Eileen looked at Lu Ning with some awe. "You've still just entered the Mist Bureau for over a year. Give it a few more years and you're afraid that you're going to reach the level of a high-ranking awakened? There might be hope for saints in the future as well?" Lu Ning calmly said, "I just hope to find the secret in the mists." That saint is not estimated to be enough. You still need to work harder. Maybe there is hope for demigods." Lu Ning nodded. "Then I'll be a demigod." Aaron, listening to Lu Ning's voice so calmly, she actually had the illusion that a demigod could actually become one quite easily. While Eileen was speechless, Lu Ning glanced at the scarlet sword in his hand, which had already absorbed the blood from before and was currently emitting a powerful spiritual radiation. He thought for a moment, then picked up the scarlet sword and plunged it into the carpet of flesh and blood. In the next moment, the scarlet sword was as if a traveler who had been starving and thirsty for days in the desert saw a bottle of water. It began to rapidly absorb all the flesh and blood in the area. The carpet of flesh and blood that had been slowly writhing seemed to move much more violently, as if it was threatened in some way. However, the carpet of flesh and blood was right here, unable to move, and could only be continuously absorbed by the scarlet sword. As the scarlet sword absorbed more and more flesh and blood, the surrounding flesh and blood began to wither and dry up, and this phenomenon began to spread further and further into the area. And relatively, the red light on the scarlet sword grew more and more intense, and the greatsword began to hum, seemingly extremely excited. In Lu Ning's line of sight, he could see that the spiritual pollution within the scarlet sword was slowly rising, firm and unshakable, and although Irene on the side was not as clear as Lu Ning could directly see, she likewise felt a powerful spiritual pollution. She retreated back and forth, looking at the scarlet sword with a horrified expression. "Captain Lu, what are you doing?" Lu Ning looked at the scarlet sword and spoke. "Base City 121 has problems of its own, and it's harder to deal with all this blood and flesh left behind, so I'd like to let the scarlet sword absorb it in the meantime." I don't know if it was an illusion, but Lu Ning always felt that the scarlet sword seemed to be very happy. Chapter 139, Missing High-Level Officials. As the scarlet sword absorbed more and more blood and flesh, the white mist on the scarlet sword became more and more dense. Lu Ning even felt that the scarlet sword had undergone some sort of strange metamorphosis. However, right at that moment, the scarlet sword's metamorphosis stopped. The entire empty room's flesh and blood had been completely absorbed. Lu Ning glanced at the scarlet sword and revealed a hint of regret. As the flesh and blood were completely absorbed, the humming of the scarlet sword gradually stopped, and the bloody halo that was originally emitted gradually dissipated. As the scarlet sword returned to its original state, Lu Ning noticed that its color had become a few shades darker than before. Putting the scarlet sword away, Lu Ning looked over at Aaron, who he realized had unknowingly stood in the corner of the room. Lu Ning was a bit confused. "Why did you walk so far?" Aaron was a bit speechless. "Don't you feel the mental pollution on that sword of yours?" Lu Ning calmly said. "Such mental pollution has no effect on me, so I don't need to care." Aaron, with Lu Ning putting the scarlet sword away, the mental pollution was much smaller, which allowed her to walk over. Aaron looked at the red box behind Lu Ning's back and spoke. "This sword of yours seems to have gotten stronger?" Lu Ning nodded. "Aha," Aaron said with some envy. "It wouldn't have turned into a high-risk level soul weapon already, would it? If you have a high-risk level soul weapon, your strength is going to increase greatly again. Lu Ning shook his head. Although there have been changes, it feels like there's still a gap between it and a high-risk level soul artifact. Lu Ning had, after all, come into close contact with a high-risk level soul artifact, namely the fallen incense burner. Although the current Scarlet Sword was stronger than before, it was still considerably weaker than that kind of spiritual pollution from the fallen incense burner. Lu Ning stepped out. Let's go. Out. I want to go to the other side and see if there's any flesh and blood that hasn't been absorbed, so that the Scarlet Sword can absorb it. However, to Lu Ning's disappointment, the Scarlet Sword was very greedy, and not only that fork in the road at that time, but the other fork in the road as well as the flesh and blood space had also been absorbed, and even the corpses of those diseased mutants who died in the flesh and blood corridor that had not yet been absorbed by the flesh and blood corridor had also been drained. Lu Ning and Aaron had to leave the flesh and blood room. When they returned to the basement, Lu Ning saw the blood and flesh diseased mutant corpses all over the floor and once again took out the Scarlet Sword. As Lu Ning took out the Scarlet Sword, all the members of the Misty Bureau's action team on the side were backing up with horrified faces. Karen was a little wary. Officer Lu, what are you planning to do? Lu Ning gave them a somewhat puzzled look. Why are you guys so nervous? The corner of the mouth of the other action team leader twitched. Lu sir, this is a medium critical grade soul artifact. Can we not be nervous? This spirit pollution is a bit too high for us. Lu Ning nodded slightly, then explained. I want to absorb these diseased corpses. After saying this, Lu Ning stopped paying attention to these action team members and absorbed the remaining mutant corpses. Unfortunately, the boost from these diseased corpses wasn't great, and didn't help much with the Scarlet Sword's metamorphosis. Only after absorbing it did Lu Ning look at the crowd of the Misty Bureau. Let's go. Get out of here. Yes. The group left the basement and quickly made their way down the hall. Karen said with a serious expression. Officer Lu, there should be something wrong with this company. After all, this weird underground space was made under their company. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Well, keep them under control. All three ops members nodded. Lu Ning's previous display of great strength had caused these members of the action team to obey Lu Ning's orders at the moment. In just a few moments, the entire company had been brought under control with all the staff still present. When these staff members heard that people from the Misty Bureau were investigating, all of them were in shock, and some of them couldn't even stand up. For ordinary people, when it comes to the Misty Bureau, it basically involves lesions, which pretty much means extreme danger, even death. Karen had originally meant to take the staff members to the Misty Bureau for investigation. However, Lu Ning stopped them. I am capable of interrogation. Prepare an empty room for me. Ha! But, one of the Misty Bureau action team leaders hesitated a bit. Dennis frowned at him. What? What's the problem? That's not true, but this behavior is considered a private interrogation, right? It's a bit out of order. We're from the investigation squad, not under the control of your Misty Bureau directorate. Understand? Dennis' words were very faceless, but thinking of the strength of Lu Ning's men, Karen hastily opened her mouth to round off the conversation. The investigation squad itself is here to investigate. An interrogation is also reasonable. The other two action team leaders said no more. Soon they had organized a room. Lu Ning was alone in the room and had the staff rotate in. Lu Ning used his charm ability on the staff. However, unfortunately, none of them were problematic. It's all a matter of asking questions. If it's one that really knows the Scarlet Sect, then not to mention asking for something, the least result would be an explosion. But it wasn't completely unproductive. Through these staff members, Lu Ning learned that they have a high turnover of staff. Quite a few people have lost track of them after leaving the company and they are completely unreachable. And they tried contacting the sheriff's department, but the sheriff's department investigated and said there was nothing wrong. This meant that their company must have had knowledge of the existence of that corridor of flesh and blood down there. After interrogating all the staff, Lu Ning learned that the owner and two backbones of this company were not present. Lu Ning got their information from a staff member before ending the interrogation. Just as Lu Ning walked out, Karen came over and inquired. Officer Lu, how's it going? Any luck? Lu Ning glanced at a few people and nodded slightly. A bit of a harvest. There are 3 company executives who aren't here, and there should be someone from the Scarlet Sect among them, or maybe all of them. Hearing this, the group of Misty Bureau's action team members' eyes lit up with smiles. That's good. Yes, this Scarlet cult is also too abominable. Those diseased mutants underground. If they rush out without our knowledge, it will have too much of an impact on us. Yes, I'm afraid the entire base city is in danger. Thanks to Officer Lu and a few of the investigation team officers, the many members of the action team murmured and smiled frequently at Lu Ning. Lu Ning calmly said, Li Bing is still alive. We will send someone with you to take care of him, and when he wakes up, we will ask for some information. That's for sure. The three operation team leaders of the Misty Bureau nodded their heads in understanding. After that, the two of them, Dennis and Aaron, went back with the people from the Mist Bureau to resume their orders and to take care of Li Bing in the meantime. Lu Ning and a few others left the area. They were going to go to the three company executives based on the information they had gotten. Not only them, but Karen's first squad was with them. And Karen had already notified the headquarters to prevent the three corporate executives from leaving the Bay City, and had made preparations to blockade them. Chapter 140, Two Roads. However, when Lu Ning's group arrived at the first high-leveler's room and realized that the guy was no longer there, they understood that they were afraid that they had gotten the message and fled. When Lu Ning's few people went to look at the rooms of the two remaining high-level executives, they found that their rooms were similarly empty. All three were lost. Karen frowned and grimaced. Damn, where would they have gone? Song Snyan frowned. Haven't you already blocked the entrances and exits of the base city? They must still be inside the base city. And finding them is something that your Misty Bureau should do. Karen took a deep breath and nodded. We know. Don't worry. We'll find them as soon as we can. Lu Ning and the others pounced and could only leave for the time being. Finding it in the huge base city was clearly not Lu Ning and the other members of the investigation squad's forte. That job has to go to the Misty Bureau. After all, the matter about the Scarlet Sect was supposed to be their job. Lu Ning and the others returned to the hotel, and Man Yu and the others hadn't returned yet. After thinking about it, Lu Ning and the others also left the hotel once again to continue investigating the situation in the base city. The white fog in the base city was getting thicker and thicker, which pressed a stone in the hearts of everyone in the investigation team. This, coupled with the two Scarlet Sect incidents, caused Lu Ning and the others to speculate whether the anomalies in the base city were related to the Scarlet Sect. If there was no connection, then this meant that there were two terrible things happening at the same time in the entire base city, and that didn't bode well for the members of the investigative squad. And if there was a relationship, it meant that the Scarlet Sect was afraid that it had infiltrated every corner of the entire base city. This is even more unacceptable to the members of the investigative squad. After all, if Lu Ning's observations were anything to go by, he was afraid that everyone within the entire base city might have been affected. This is horrible if it really is the influence of the Scarlet Cult. Therefore, when Man Yu and Lu Ning and the others returned to the hotel again, after exchanging opinions, Man Yu made a decision. Once they sensed that this base city anomaly was caused by the Scarlet Sect, then they needed to promptly notify the Federal General Administration and blockade and destroy the entire base city at the first opportunity. After making the decision, Man Yu told the crowd to go back and rest. Lu Ning returned to the room, and the first thing he saw was that there was a bit more white fog in the room than outside. A streak of white mist flowed, eventually pointing to the bedside table. On the nightstand, a note sat quietly. Lu Ning raised an eyebrow and went forward to pick it up. It's a trap. Don't continue investigating the Scarlet Cult. Leave the base city quickly. This time, the text was even more scribbled than the previous two, but Lu Ning still barely recognized the words on it. Lu Ning looked at the text, thought about it, and left the room, heading to Nan Yu's room. After knocking on the door of Namwa's room, Namwu quickly opened it. He smiled and spoke. Lu Ning, what's the matter? I'm in contact with the General Administration to report on the situation. I'm afraid the situation this time around is worse than we imagined. We need to be ready to evacuate at any time. Lu Ning handed over the note in his hand. This was found in my room. Namwu was stunned the first time he saw the note. He stared with some shock. It appeared again? It's been so long since a new note appeared. I didn't expect it to appear again. He took the note and glanced at the question on it. Then his brow furrowed. After a moment of silence, he thought for a moment and spoke. Come in. Let's talk. Lu Ning nodded and walked into the room. When the two sat down, Nan Yu immediately inquired. What do you think of the writing on this? Lu Ning pondered. Not really sure. It could be a trap or a bluff. It's all possible. Nan Yu laughed bitterly. That's what I thought too. That's why I'm torn right now. He paused and spoke. I'm not going to lie. I've thought about whether or not I should evacuate now, because there's not enough evidence, and if we withdraw now, we'll be held accountable by the Directorate General, and I can take the blame for that. But, speaking here, Nan Yu paused. From what we have investigated so far, the entire base city could be contaminated. Once we evacuate, then the entire base city will be judged as unsalvageable next, and the Directorate will send a saint to come and destroy the entire base city. Lu Ning glanced at Nan Yu. Including everyone in the base city? Nan Yu nodded with a serious expression. Everyone. Because no one knows what the contamination in this base city is. Once it's an extremely contagious contamination, then keeping this base city may even affect the safety of other base cities. Even we will be subject to a full inspection when we return. Lu Ning fell into silence. Nan Yu smiled bitterly. But the problem now is that although there are some abnormalities in the current base city, it's not certain if these abnormalities are temporary, and although the mental contamination of ordinary people is relatively high, they are not diseased. Once I make this choice, it may perhaps save ordinary people who could have otherwise been saved pushed into death. Understood. Lu Ning nodded. Nanyu took a deep breath and smiled. It's best if you can understand. So what I'm thinking about is that it's best to understand what exactly the contamination in this base city is. If there really is no cure, then we can have a clear conscience. Lu Ning nodded slightly. So, we're going to continue? I do. Don't you think? Lu Ning calmly said. Continuing could be very dangerous, but I won't die, so I don't really care. Lu Ning's words caused the corners of Nanyu's mouth to twitch. He thought for a moment and spoke. Tell you what, I'll call the others over and ask for their opinions. Good. Nanyu went forward and called the others over. Seeing Nanyu's serious expression, the others were a bit unsure. Captain, what's wrong? Sung Nin asked with some confusion. Nanyu handed the note to the crowd, and after everyone had digested the information, he spelled out his thoughts. There was a great silence in the room. After a moment of silence, Lin Menglan spoke up. Captain, I personally feel that as of now, the situation is all still under control. We don't need to retreat in a hurry. That's what I thought as well. After all, the strength shown by the Scarlet Sect is not weak, but we can still handle it. What's more, who knows if what's written on this note is just intended for us to escape. It might fall for this person's cunning plan. I think we can wait a little longer. After all, there are so many ordinary people in the base city. If all of them were really destroyed, the number of deaths would be too high. I feel the same way. I took an oath when I joined the Mist Bureau that we are the guardians of humanity. Even if there is danger, we cannot run away out of fear and bring destruction to the ordinary people we are meant to protect. All the members of the investigation team all expressed their willingness to stay and continue the investigation. In response, Nanyu was silent and nodded solemnly. Good then. Since everyone agrees, then we'll remain here. Chapter 141 Underground Pipes in Bay City. 3 days later, Aaron sent a notification that Li Bing had woken up. Lu Ning and Nanyu rushed to the Misty Mist Bureau's headquarters at the first opportunity and came to the healing area. In front of the treatment ward, Aaron and Dennis guarded the doorway, and outside the door, there were Li Fu, Karen, and other strong members of the Misty Bureau. At the moment, the two sides were facing each other, and the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. When Nanyu saw the scene, he immediately frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Seeing Nanyu coming over, Li Fu directly said, "Just in time, Captain Nanyu. Your people won't let us in to visit Li Bing." "Yes, Li Bing is my brother. It was hard for him to come out of danger, but I can't even visit him? What kind of reasoning is this? Are you guys in the investigation squad so overbearing?" A Fifth Order Ops leader grumbled. With an icy expression, Aaron clasped her hands to her chest and said, "The situation in your base city is still uncertain, so of course we have to be more vigilant. Only when the captain and vice captain arrive will we release them." Li Fu said helplessly, "We've been cooperating with you all this time, and you've investigated the headquarters several times. Can't you clear our suspicions?" Several other members of the Misty Bureau were also disgruntled. Nanyu stepped forward and spoke with a smile. "Everyone calm down. This is the duty of our investigation squad. As long as the anomaly in the base city remains undetected for a day, we need to be vigilant. Now that we're here, everyone go inside." Li Fu frowned, but didn't continue to say much. He then arranged for a couple of men to stand guard outside the door, allowing only Karen and 2 other members of the ops team to enter the ward. Upon entering the ward, Lu Ning saw Li Bing lying on the bed. He was still skinny and bony, but his color was much better than before. What made Lu Ning somewhat surprised was that the concentration of white mist in his body had become extremely low. Even the ordinary people in the base city now had a much higher concentration of white fog than him. Li Bing was awake at the moment, and when he heard the commotion, he looked up. Li Fu went forward and immediately inquired, "Old Li, how is it? Is it okay?" Li Bing's expression darkened, and the first thing he said when he saw Li Fu was, "Where are my teammates?" These words caused Li Fu and the others to fall into silence. Seeing Li Fu and the others not speaking, Li Bing's eyes reddened slightly and his lips trembled slightly. "It's all my fault. If only I was stronger, we might have been able to escape then. It's all my fault." Hearing this, Nanyu asked, "Li Bing, what happened then?" Li Bing glanced at Nanyu and looked at Li Fu with some confusion. Li Fu immediately explained, "This is Captain Nanyu Nan. He is the leader of the investigation squad from the General Administration, and this time, he is responsible for investigating the anomalies in our base city." Li Bing immediately nodded to Nanyu, his voice somewhat weak. "Hello, Captain Nanyu. At that time, our squad found a basement, and inside the basement we encountered some flesh and blood diseased mutants. Those mutants were very strong and numerous. Although we resisted for a long time, we were eventually captured alive by them. After being captured, we were sent to that terrible place. Speaking of this, a look of fear flashed in Li Bing's eyes. Nanyu continued, "Did you encounter any humans in the basement at that time?" Li Bing sniffed and nodded his head. "Yes, there were 4 or 5 humans that we encountered, but we didn't communicate with them. Those humans seemed to be able to control the diseased. We were then captured by them ordering the diseased." Hearing this, Nanyu and Li Fu looked at each other in disbelief, and Li Fu opened his mouth and asked, 4 or 5 humans? That many? The only members of the Scarlet Cult they're tracking down right now are the 3 executives of that company. Apparently there were other members of the Scarlet Sect besides those 3 higher-ups. Li Bing asked with some confusion. "More?" Nanyu spoke up. "The number did exceed our expectations, but it's still acceptable." He continued, "Have you found anything else besides these humans? Are there any awakened that have been captured, just like you?" Li Bing thought for a long time and shook his head. "No." He then suddenly thought of something and spoke. "By the way, before I passed out, I heard them communicating, and it seems that they are planning to cultivate a something. That thing seems to be very important." Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. "Cultivate something?" Li Bing shook his head. "I don't know. They didn't say. But at that time, someone said that what they cultivated was located hundreds of meters deep underground, and that they weren't worried about being discovered." Hundreds of meters deep underground? Li Fu frowned. How did they cultivate something so deep? Suddenly Li Fu thought of something and his face changed slightly. Not only Li Fu, but Karen frowned. Could they be in the underground pipes? Hearing this, Lu Ning raised an eyebrow. There are still underground pipes in the base city? Li Fu glanced at Lu Ning with some confusion. Of course there is. An infrastructure that exists in every base city. Once there are no underground pipes, during a heavy rainfall, the ground of the base city will be flooded, making it very inconvenient to move around. How could Officer Lu not know about this? Nanyu spoke. Lu Ning doesn't know much about base city construction. With a serious expression, he spoke. Where is the entrance to the underground pipeline? We should probably go and take a look. Li Fu immediately said. There are 4 underground pipe entrances in our base city. 1 in the southeast, 1 in the northwest and 1 in the north. And the entrances of all 4 regions can be entered into them. Nanyu nodded. Then he thought for a moment and said, if that thing is important to the Scarlet Sect, then I'm afraid that the danger is very high. It would be best for you Misty Bureau to send out more people. Of course, our investigation squad will likewise follow. Li Fu immediately said, no problem. We still understand the threat of the Scarlet Sect. According to you guys, once what the Scarlet Sect cultivates succeeds, it will also be a big blow to our base city. We will naturally spare no effort. Having received such important news, Li Fu and the other Misty Bureau executives consoled Li Bing for a few moments before leaving the hospital room in a hurry with Nanyu and the others. Li Fu directly ordered to notify the members of the Misty Bureau's action team to come over and gather. Several of Nanyu's men also left the area, summoning their team members back to the hotel. In the end, they decided that Nanyu, Lu Ning, Aaron, Afaf, and Lin Menglon would go together. After all, Lu Ning and a few of Nanyu's people had combat-oriented awakened abilities, which made them even more effective for this kind of situation. The rest of the group continued to investigate the anomalies in the base city, as well as securing the back roads. On top of that, Nanyu spoke. There is a lot of space in the underground pipeline. If the Scarlet Sect has been developing in it for a long time, perhaps it has already become a climate. And once it reaches a point where we can't handle it, I'll pass on a message to you, and you'll contact the General Directorate directly. Su Hui nodded with a serious expression. Good. After Lu Ning, Nanyu and Aaron, several 6th-ranked combat system awakened. Left, he was the most powerful combat system awakened in the squad. That's why the outside needs to be sat by Su Hui. After Nanyu ordered some things, he left with Lu Ning and the others. They headed to the Misty Bureau's headquarters to meet up with Li Fu and the others, and together they headed to the underground pipeline area. Chapter 142, Unusual Monsters. The Mist Bureau side brought quite a few more people than the investigation squad. Considering that the Scarlet Sect found in the basement was already not weak, if there really was a large stronghold of the Scarlet Sect in the underground pipes, then it must be much stronger than the one in the basement. Therefore, the Misty Bureau's side intended to go all out, and except for one operation team that stayed behind at the headquarters, almost all the other operation teams were deployed. Li Fu, on the other hand, joined in as the leader. Not only that, many of the members of the Misty Bureau had brought along soul weapons. Hundreds of people, along with members of the investigative team, traveled to the entrance of an underground pipe in the South City. The entrance to the underground pipeline is located in a residential area close to the city walls. Considering the importance of the underground pipeline, the entrance to the pipeline is guarded by the sheriff's department. The magistrates who were on duty were astonished when they saw the large force from the Misty Bureau coming over. A group of magistrates turned pale when they learned of the possible presence of cultists in the underground pipes. They didn't even notice. However, Li Fu didn't hold them responsible. After all, it was just their guess. Even if cultists do exist in the underground pipes, because cultists have different abilities, it's simply unrealistic to try and keep a complete eye on them. After exchanging a few words with the sheriffs, one of the senior sheriffs opened the entrance to the underground pipe. It was a heavy black metal and iron door. Inside the iron gate, there are slopes downward. As the iron door opened, the smell of decay hit him. Li Fu explained, because underground pipes discharge quite a lot of stuff inside, plus rainwater buildup. It's rather dirty, so I'm afraid the smell isn't too good. Nan Yu's expression remained unchanged as he nodded and said, these are minor issues. Let's go in. After saying that, Nan Yu looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning understood. I'll go ahead first. Li Fu and the others were stunned and glanced at Lu Ning with some confusion. Li Fu proposed, why don't my men go ahead first? We're not really sure how the situation inside the underground pipes is right now. It's more dangerous to go ahead. Lu Ning shook his head. It's because of the danger that I'm going ahead. Li Fu and the others looked confused. And Lu Ning and Nan Yu several people did not explain. Lu Ning stepped into the slope. After everyone had gone in, Li Fu said to the sheriff, close the door first, lest any diseased mutants or plague beasts hidden in the underground pipes come out. The sheriff nodded repeatedly. Okay. As the iron door closed, the interior of the underground pipe was plunged into darkness. The inside of the pipe is not energized. Soon, though, a flame-empowered person lit torches on the walls of the pipe, illuminating the interior. Lu Ning walked ahead. The metal pipes under his feet muddy with all sorts of filthy trash and rotting matter. He gazed ahead, and in his line of sight, the white fog was of normal consistency, not more dense as it had been in the basement before. Lu Ning was prepared for this. After all, the underground pipes covered the entire base city, an extremely huge area, and a location near the entrance shouldn't be an ideal placement for those cultists. After stepping deeper, the pipes became more and more humid, and moss began to grow on the metal pipe walls. Just as they came to an intersection, a black shadow lunged at Lu Ning with great speed, the fishy odor pungent to the nose. Before Lu Ning could even make a move, the black shadow fell heavily to the ground as if it had been pulled by the powerful pull of the ground's gravity. It twisted and hissed, but was too crushed to move. It was a black python that was over 10 meters long. 4 eyes grew on the python's head, eyes that were blood red and flashed with an icy, crazy light. A first-order disaster beast. Nan Yu looked at the 4-eyed python in front of him. The interior of the underground pipes have not been cleaned for a long time, so this kind of thing has a place to make its home. Li Fu nodded slightly. Well, normally we only systematically clean the underground pipes once in almost 10 years, and the last time we did it was 8 years ago. I'm afraid that some of the calamity beasts inside are more than first order. Nan Yu reached out and pressed, and the twisted 4-eyed python was directly pressed by the invisible pressure, causing its flesh and blood to crumble and turn into a mass of mush. Go! The group moved on. As they went deeper, they encountered areas of sewage within the underground pipes, and they walked along the sewage river, which was filled with similar 4-eyed pythons and strange fish, even crocodile-type plagues that sneaked up on them from time to time. However, the strength of these calamity beasts was average, and the most powerful was only of the 3rd rank. These plague beasts were originally nothing more than ordinary creatures, only to be sickened in spiritual pollution, and in 8 years' time, it was simply unrealistic to want to grow to the point of being very strong. Not really a threat at all to this team. In addition to the sewage river area, the dry, dirty pipes are inhabited by rodents, lizards, and other odd plagues. It was the first time Lu Ning had seen these calamitous beasts, and it was an eye-opening experience. After walking through the underground pipes for almost an hour, Lu Ning suddenly stopped in his tracks. Nan Yu, who was following behind, was the first to be alert. What's wrong? Lu Ning? Lu Ning looked ahead, and the concentration of white fog in that direction was starting to get higher. He calmly said, head in this direction. Something's up. Nan Yu and the others' expressions became serious. Li Fu spoke. This is no longer the area at the edge of the underground pipeline. It's still gradually going deeper into the core. Did we find those scarlet sect people? Lu Ning didn't reply, just walking in the direction of the white mist. Crossing a fork in the road, Lu Ning suddenly saw a footprint appear on the ground covered in damp dirt in front of him. It wasn't just Lu Ning, but a few of Nan Yu's people had also discovered it. It's human footprints. Karen spoke up. Lu Ning nodded and quickened his pace. However, when Lu Ning was seen following the footprints and came to a dead end. The scene in front of him caused Lu Ning to frown. The members of the Misty Mist Bureau and the few people from Nanyu who were following Lu Ning were even more unsightly. In the middle of the cul-de-sac, a hideous flesh and blood monster was crouching on the ground and gnawing on several human corpses. The creature's body was proliferating with blood and flesh, and it had the hideous head of a rat, though there was no fur, only muscle and bone, and the body was that of a human, again with no skin, only muscle. Not only that, the hideous body had 4 arms and 3 claws, with arms and claws sticking out of every area except the shoulders, waist, and chest. It looked as if it was a monster that blended the characteristics of various creatures. The flesh and blood monster heard footsteps and looked up. His grimy, sharp teeth were hung with bloody strands of flesh, and he was chewing on an arm in his mouth. As he swallowed the arm, the flesh and blood in his abdomen wriggled violently, unexpectedly slowly growing another blood-colored arm. The arm looked exactly like the one he had swallowed. Upon seeing Lu Ning and the others, he slowly rose, his body surprisingly close to 4 meters tall, and his powerful spiritual pressure caused many of the weaker members of the Misty Mist Bureau's action team to blanch slightly. A 6th-order diseased changeling? Or a 6th-rank calamity beast? Li Fu was somewhat stunned as he looked at the monster in front of him. This monster had both the characteristics of a diseased person and a plague beast, and it didn't look at all like a normal monster born from spiritual pollution. Chapter 143, Flesh and Blood Pipeline. The peculiar rat-headed monster growled and stomped the ground with its bent legs. Berserk waves of air surged, and the partially eaten human corpses around them were directly torn apart, splattering blood and flesh in all directions. Instead, the rat-headed monster disappeared into place, charging towards Lu Ning at the very front with great speed. Nanyu was about to attack when Lu Ning raised his right leg, and white light flashed on his leg. Boom! His foot kicked directly at the rat-headed monster's chest, and the violent power poured into the rat-headed monster's body, tearing his chest apart directly. His body flew backward as if it were a cannonball, hitting the metal pipe hard. The metal pipe twisted and dented under the force, and the rat-headed monster's body was deeply embedded in it. The kick caused the rat-headed monster to lose its life on the spot. Li Fu and the others, who had originally tensed their bodies with the intention of counterattacking, froze in place when they saw this scene. Lu Ning's mental fluctuations were only of the 5th rank, and he was actually able to kill a 6th-rank rat-headed monster with a single strike. The exaggerated destructive power of this made it even a little incomprehensible to them. So strong, whispered an action team leader as the corner of his mouth twitched. The other members of the action team looked at Lu Ning with awe. Nanyu and a few other members of the investigation squad already had an understanding of Lu Ning's strength, so they weren't too surprised. Nanyu looked at the corpse of the rat-headed monster and spoke. This monster seems to be augmented with flesh and blood power, and the power may have come from the Scarlet Sect. Lu Ning nodded slightly and was about to speak when he saw the blood and flesh around the rat-headed monster squirm and unexpectedly begin to fuse together once more. The chest position that was originally directly torn apart recovered at an extremely fast speed, and the white mist that had dimmed down in the body also thickened up again. Not dead yet. Lu Ning was a bit surprised. Suffering such an injury, a normal lesion should not be able to survive. Lu Ning thought of the monster in the underground corridor of blood and flesh earlier. His recovery is equally good. Nanyu frowned slightly and said, such a recovery ability must come from flesh and blood power. Lu Ning didn't reply as he took out the Scarlet Sword. As the Scarlet Sword appeared and spiritual pollution escaped, the faces of the surrounding action team members changed, and the weaker ones backed away. Lu Ning arrived in front of the rat-headed monster. The rat-headed monster had regained consciousness, and the hideous claws on his body clawed towards Lu Ning. However, a few sword lights flashed through the air, and the claws were instantly severed. Lu Ning was expressionless as he stabbed his sword into the rat-headed monster. At that moment, the Scarlet Sword vibrated slightly and began to absorb the rat-headed monster's flesh and blood. The rat-headed monster seemed to have noticed the abnormality as well, and his hideous eyes flashed with a touch of madness as his body twisted, trying to get rid of the Scarlet Sword. Perhaps because there was no sense of pain or reason, the rat-headed monster's movements were immense, and it didn't notice even when it was torn apart by the Scarlet Sword's blade. However, Lu Ning stepped heavily on this rat-headed monster's body, suppressing his movements, and the rat-headed monster was unable to get rid of the Scarlet Sword at all. Perhaps sensing the desperate situation, the rat-headed monster's flesh and blood around its body wriggled and seemed to undergo a deeper level of mutation. However, the Scarlet Sword had already absorbed a large amount of flesh and blood, and the rat-headed monster's mutation was incredibly slow. A few breaths later, a human face twisted out of his neck. The face had no face skin, and it was impossible to see what it looked like, but there was despair in his eyes as he looked at Lu Ning and begged, "No, let me go." Lu Ning was expressionless and didn't even answer. In just a moment, The rat-headed monster's corpse was completely absorbed, and the red glow around the scarlet sword gradually dissipated. Lu Ning glanced at the scarlet sword. The white mist in its body was getting thicker and thicker, and it seemed to be brewing a powerful force. Lu Ning put the scarlet sword away and returned to the large group. However, he noticed that Li Fu and the others had silently taken a few steps back. Lu Ning gave them a somewhat confused look. What's wrong? Li Fu was the first to come back to his senses as he laughed dryly. It's nothing. I just didn't expect Officer Lu to possess such a terrifying soul weapon. Lu Ning nodded slightly. This was redeemed from my previous merit. Karen said with some disbelief. This soul weapon should be close to a high-risk level soul weapon, right? How many merits would one need to redeem this kind of soul weapon? Nan Yu on the side laughed. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid you guys don't know Lu Ning yet. He has already thwarted a cult's plot before. Li Fu and the others were stunned, looking at Lu Ning with a little more respect. I didn't realize that Officer Lu had made such a great contribution. Lu Ning shook his head. Let's go. Once again, he was at the front of the line, heading for one of the corridor pipes. For once, he had seen the way. The concentration of white fog in the area where the rat-headed monster was not low, but there was even more dense white fog around. The Nanyu few didn't even inquire and directly followed. And after this incident, Li Fu and the others silently followed, and they had a new perception of Lu Ning's strength. After walking along the pipe for another hour or so, during which time Lu Ning and the others encountered a few more mutated monsters that were similar to the previous rat-headed monster. They were all similarly coalesced from the power of flesh and blood, and their strength varied, with the powerful ones reaching the 6th rank, and the weaker ones being of the 4th rank. All of these mutated monsters eventually became the Scarlet Sword's sustenance. Lu Ning realized that the Scarlet Sword was particularly interested in the flesh and blood of these mutated monsters. Combined with the Scarlet Sword's side effects, Lu Ning guessed that the Scarlet Sword might itself have some relationship with the Scarlet Sect. Even if it wasn't related to the Scarlet Sect, it should be related to the power of flesh and blood. After an hour or so, Lu Ning saw the white mist in front of him getting denser and denser. The concentration of this white fog had reached that of the previous concentration in Base City 116. Lu Ning turned a corner, and on the other side of the underground pipes, he saw the same scene as in the basement before. Flesh and blood covered the entire pipe, stretching down to who knows where. The tubes were thick with flesh and blood, with veins writhing on them, and looked a little more active than the corridor of flesh and blood in the basement. Seeing this bloody pipe, Li Fu and the others' faces were all very ugly. Damn! How did this get here? How long have these damn things been underground with us? Some of the weaker members of the Misty Bureau's action team yelled, and the members of the mighty Misty Bureau still managed to keep their cool. Li Fu immediately drank. Calm down. Finding out now will do us good. Handle it in time and our base city will be safe. As the awakened of the Mist Bureau, have you forgotten your duties? Li Fu's words calmed down the many members of the Misty Mist Bureau. Li Fu then looked towards Nan Yu and Lu Ning and spoke. Captain Nan, I'll trouble you this time. Even the outer perimeter has a 6th-ranked flesh and blood monster. I'm afraid the inner ones are even stronger. And I'm afraid we can't handle it with just us people. Nan Yu nodded slightly. Although we're here to investigate the problem, we certainly won't sit idly by when we come across something like this. Lu Ning didn't say much. Let's go. Go inside. With the Scarlet Sword in hand, he took a step inside the flesh and blood pipeline. Chapter 144, Tide of Flesh and Blood. Just like the blood and flesh corridor in that basement before, Lu Ning could still feel the writhing of the blood and flesh as his feet stepped on this blood and flesh pipe. And the writhing seemed a little stronger than the corridors of flesh and blood that had been there before. After Lu Ning entered, the others followed closely behind. The group cautiously went deeper, encountering several forks in the road, each covered in blood and flesh. They didn't separate because they didn't understand the dangers deep in the pipeline. After discussing the matter, they chose the pipeline that went to the central area of the base city. They had been walking for almost half an hour, and they still hadn't come across any flesh and blood monsters. This caused Aaron on the side to frown in some confusion. What's going on? Why hasn't there been any monsters? We clearly walked for a while last time and alerted the defense mechanism of the corridor of flesh and blood. Lu Ning swept his gaze across the surroundings and calmly said, I don't see any areas with more severe mental pollution, and this area doesn't seem to have any small rooms similar to the kind of blood and flesh corridors from before. Aaron was even more puzzled. And what exactly is this pipe for? Nan Yu spoke. Could it be that this pipeline is all about cultivating that thing they're talking about? Maybe, but there are so many turnoffs in the pipeline, and it's such a huge area. I'm afraid it's going to be a little hard for us to find it. Lu Ning thought for a moment and glanced at the scarlet sword in his hand. Try luring a snake out of its hole? Nan Yu understood what Lu Ning meant, and he glanced at Li Fu and the others. What do you think? Li Fu immediately said. You guys are stronger, so it's up to you. Then try it. Lu Ning nodded and raised the scarlet sword, about to plunge it into the flesh and blood on the ground. Just then, the flesh and blood seemed to sense a dangerous creature and suddenly rioted. In the next moment, blood and flesh proliferated in the originally calm blood and flesh pipeline. A large amount of blood and flesh squirmed and spewed out, and these blood and flesh seemed like a red tidal wave that rolled towards everyone. At the same time, underneath Lu Ning and the others' feet, a blood vessel broke through the flesh and blood and shot toward them. A few of the weaker awakened didn't manage to dodge it, and were instantly stabbed in the flesh and blood by the veins. They merely had time to let out a miserable scream before the vein pierced through their heads, their lifespan cut off on the spot. Seeing this scene, the members of the action team on the side changed their faces dramatically and screamed in grief. However, in the next moment, these few corpses were engulfed by the tidal wave of blood and flesh that came pouring in. Go! Li Fu pulled back a few members of the action team who wanted to go and snatch the body back, yelling orders. And the first thing Aaron did was coalesce a ball of thunder and shoot it at the tidal wave of flesh and blood. A large piece of flesh and blood was torn apart and turned into charcoal with a loud roar. But the defensibility of this flesh and blood seemed to be much stronger than on the previous corridor of flesh and blood, and the damage caused by the thunderballs was far less than before. Nanyu's expression was grave as he pressed his palm, and the tidal wave of flesh and blood that had originally rushed in plummeted in speed and was suppressed by gravity. Nanyu's palm clenched into a fist, and in the next moment, gravity seemed to contract from within, and a large amount of flesh and blood was squeezed and crushed. But even so, there was still an endless stream of blood and flesh from the rear. This caused Nanyu's face to change slightly. Lu Ning, is there any way? The scarlet sword in Lu Ning's hand pierced deeply into one of the pieces of flesh. However, the scarlet sword had just happily absorbed it for no more than a moment when the piece of flesh and blood fell off of its own accord, and the flesh and blood coalesced into spikes that shot toward Lu Ning. Although Lu Ning wouldn't die, there was too much flesh and blood here, and it wouldn't be simple to get out if he was completely engulfed. He could only retreat. Lu Ning glanced around and realized that only the path they had come from was covered by a tidal wave of flesh and blood, while the flesh and blood of the pipeline to the deeper depths had begun to wriggle as well, but it hadn't been completely revitalized, and there was still a way to go. Lu Ning calmly said, "We can only go inside." Then go. They rushed deeper into the pipe. A vein shot out of the flesh around the pipe, trying to run them through or bind them. However, with his previous experience, Lu Ning walked at the front, his scarlet sword swinging repeatedly, cutting off a single blood vessel. Nanyu, Aaron and Li Fu and the others each used their abilities to destroy the blood vessels as well. The bloody proliferation of the pipe ahead was increasing, almost to the point where there was only one person left in the passage. Lu Ning's face was calm as the scarlet sword stabbed directly into one of the flesh and blood walls, which gushed out. A blood vessel shot towards Lu Ning, only to be scorched by Aaron with a single lightning bolt. The scarlet sword, on the other hand, was rapidly absorbing blood and flesh at this time. Seemingly sensing the absorption of the scarlet sword, the originally surging flesh and blood quickly retracted, making the passageway much wider. "You guys go first," Lu Ning calmly said. Li Fu and the others immediately rushed out of the passageway. Instead, Nanyu and Aaron worked together to help Lu Ning fend off the veins that kept shooting at him. When Li Fu and the others had all passed through, Lu Ning's scarlet sword swept across the room, cutting a deep blood trail along the way, and retreated with Nanyu and Aaron. The piping flesh and blood on the other side was almost on the verge of engulfing them, and Lu Ning had to retreat, or else the scarlet sword would have been able to absorb a great deal of flesh and blood. "I'm afraid Lu Ning and the others are all awakened. The strength of the flesh is okay, and the speed is not slow. It is still faster than the blood and flesh augmentation." As they kept running, they kept changing lanes. In just over half an hour, they had left the tide of flesh and blood far behind. It was only then that everyone was able to stop and take a break. Li Fu and one of the action team leaders checked the casualties and their faces were ugly. Each action team had 2 or 3 weaker awakened who were devoured by the tidal wave of flesh and blood. There were quite a few injuries as well. The death toll exceeded 20. Such a huge loss in a short period of time. This was simply too much for Li Fu and the others to bear. "Damn! What the hell are these damn things?" Karen's eyes were slightly red and her body trembled slightly. Their first squad was similarly dead and wounded. Aside from her and Kagome and another middle-aged man who were intact, there were 2 others who were badly injured. The rest are dead. Nanyu's face was also a little less than pretty. He looked at the flesh and blood around him and slowly said, "This tidal wave of flesh and blood is a bit like the previous Scarlet Tide plague. I didn't realize that the Scarlet sect had developed to such an extent." Hearing this, Aaron and the others' faces changed slightly. The Scarlet Tide was the destruction of more than a dozen base cities. Even if it was only the Scarlet Tide located in the underground pipes now, it was a huge danger to the entire 121st base city. Nanyu took a deep breath and slowly said, "In this situation now, the General Directorate must be notified." He took out his cell phone. intending to notify. However, the next moment, his face changed. Damn, the signal is blocked here. It could be interference from the flesh and blood. Chapter 145, Sudden Mutation. Hearing Nan Yu's words, Lu Ning and the others frowned. Lu Ning inquired, "Can we contact Su Hui and the others?" "No, the signal is completely dead." The signal was completely cut off, which meant that not to mention contacting the Directorate General, even with Su Hui and the others on the ground, there was no way to contact them. That's troublesome. Aaron spoke slowly. If we can't contact Su Hui and the others, then we'll have to rely on ourselves here. Li Fu was similarly tinkering with his own cell phone on the side. His brow furrowed as he said, "We can't connect either. This situation is too bad for them." After a moment of silence, Nan Yu spoke. "The tide of flesh and blood could rush over at any time now, so let's move first. The way out has been blocked. We can only look for other exits now." Aaron added, "Maybe also look for what Li Bing said they cultivated earlier. Maybe destroying it will deactivate the flesh and blood." The crowd nodded slightly. That's also a possibility. Lin Menglan, on the other hand, looked at Lu Ning and said, "Captain Lu, in this position now, do you want to try using the Scarlet Sword again?" A few of the Nan Yu people hesitated for a moment. After all, it was because of the Scarlet Sword that the originally calm flesh and blood had turned into a tide of blood and flesh before. Now that they're doing it again, they still have some heartburn. However, after discussing it, the few Nan Yu people finally decided to try again. After all, the Scarlet Sword could absorb flesh and blood, which was undoubtedly a useful ability for this current situation. Once they were able to absorb some of the flesh and blood this time, perhaps they could stabilize their efforts and use the area they were in as a foundation, spreading out a little bit to other places. However, before that, both Li Fu and Nan Yu said that they wanted everyone to prepare themselves first so that they wouldn't encounter a situation where blood and flesh activated and turned into a tide of blood and flesh again. Caught off guard earlier, there were too many deaths and injuries. Lu Ning didn't hesitate, and the Scarlet Sword plunged directly into the ground. Pust. Blood spurted from the flesh and blood as the Scarlet Sword plunged deep into the flesh. However, in the next moment, the blood and flesh suddenly surged, raging toward Lu Ning and the others. The vein was like a steel spike to all. The Scarlet Tide reappeared. This time, with preparation, Nan Yu, Aaron, and other various powerhouses immediately used their abilities to fend off all of their veins and flesh and blood. The flesh and blood around the Scarlet Sword once again detached itself from its body, and this time it still didn't absorb much power. Go! The crowd once again began to flee from the tide of flesh and blood that engulfed them. This time it took over an hour of running before they were free of the tide of flesh and blood. Just as the crowd came to a halt, a cracking sound sounded behind Lin Menglan. Lin Menglan's face changed slightly, and she immediately condensed an earth wall to block behind her while quickly dodging. Pust! The hastily condensed earth wall wasn't considered sturdy, and in an instant it was penetrated by a blood-colored spike, which went unabated and shot towards Lin Menglan's chest. A look of despair appeared on Lin Menglan's face as she was unable to continue dodging. Just then, the twisted gravity bound the blood-colored spikes. The gravity collapsed, and the blood-colored spikes were directly torn apart. Nan Yu's expression was cold as he looked in the direction where the blood-colored spikes were connected. It was a member of the Misty Bureau's action team, and his arms flesh and blood twisted, unexpectedly transforming into a blood-colored tentacle. And at the end of the blood-colored tentacle was the spike. At this moment, this Misty Bureau action team member's expression was blank and shocked, as if he had completely never expected his arm to turn into something like this. The members of the Misty Mist Bureau on the side were also horrified and retreated. "Karen, when are you?" One of the captains of an operation team shouted incredulously, his expression pained beyond belief. Carlin's teammates were similarly unable to believe it, staring at Carlin dead in the face. Karen had a blank expression with a look of despair in her eyes. "No, this isn't me. I don't know what's happening." However, the next moment, the flesh and blood of Karen's other hand likewise squirmed violently. The hand then became equally sharp and shot towards the neck of another Misty Bureau member. This Misty Bureau member wasn't very strong and was completely powerless to dodge, and could only watch as the spikes rapidly approached his neck. However, Nan Yu did not stand idly by as the gravity ability was used again, crushing the spiked arm in the same way. After doing so, Nan Yu didn't stop, and the gravity ability continued to be used, crushing Karen's legs similarly. Karen's body fell to the ground, bleeding out. The blood was absorbed the moment it touched the carpet of flesh and blood, and Karen fell to the ground with a low growl and a pale face. I really don't know. Captain, help me." A look of intolerance appeared on the face of the captain of the action team, and he was about to speak when the flesh and blood on Karen's body suddenly swelled, and on the legs that had originally been crushed, the flesh and blood wriggled, and it was actually connected to the carpet of flesh and blood. The surface of his body was then covered with flesh and blood, transforming into a hideous blood-colored monster. Karen's eyes took on a look of fear. No! However, the next moment, the clarity in his eyes disappeared and became cold and ferocious. The flesh and blood monster that Karen had mutated into was about to attack with a swing of his recovered arm. However, in the next moment, his head was wrapped in a gravitational collapse and was directly crushed. Manhwa coldly glanced at the fallen body, then swept his gaze over the others. All of you stand still and don't move. The many members of the action team who were still looking at the corpse of Karen's changed monster with some disbelief were all stunned at the moment. Li Fu was a bit stunned. Captain Nan, what do you mean? You suspect that there are still lesions among us? Nanyu calmly said, not still, but all of you are lesions. Hearing this, Li Fu and the others were stunned. What? It can't be. Don't we know if we are lesions ourselves? We are all awakened. Yes, Captain Nan. Are you mistaken? Nanyu was cold and didn't say anything, only looking at Lu Ning. Lu Ning calmly said, you all have spiritual pollution in your bodies. When Karen mutated just now, the spiritual pollution in her body suddenly increased several times. Li Fu and the others' faces changed drastically. How could it be? We have spiritual pollution inside us. How could we not know it ourselves? Yeah, if we really do have mental contamination, then how are we still so lucid and sane right now? Even if we haven't gotten sick yet, we shouldn't be in the situation we're in now. Even Karen was having trouble accepting Lu Ning's words. Lu Ning swept his gaze across the crowd and took one more look at Kuching, realizing that the white mist within her body was still thick and there was no difference between her and the others. He withdrew his gaze and spoke. Perhaps, your spirit is not tainted, but your flesh is. At these words, the originally noisy voices were instantly silenced. It was as if the air had fallen into dead silence. Lu Ning's words seemed to have flipped a certain switch. Chapter 146, they were here. The eyes of the people from the Misty Bureau were first confused, and then a look of panic surfaced. Ah, I remember. They were here. They were really here. We killed them. We brought them here. A whispering voice came out of the mouths of the people of the Misty Bureau. These whispers continued to become sharp and shrill, and then seemed to fall into some kind of madness. Pust! The trench coat of one of the members of the Mist Bureau's operations team ripped, and a long tentacle of flesh and blood sprouted from his back. His expression was tinged with fear and despair. Here it comes. It's coming again. As the first tentacle grew, the underside of his trench coat squirmed as if countless tentacles had grown. And this Misty Bureau action team member was just the beginning. As more and more Misty Bureau action team members' flesh began to change. First it was the third order ones, then the fourth order ones, and eventually even those few captains of action teams began to show signs of blood and flesh changes on the surface of their bodies. These captains tried their best to suppress their bodies, their expressions agonizingly painful. Li Fu's expression twisted and he let out a low growl. There was a tentacle growing out of his face, and these tentacles were slowly wriggling as if they were another life. His hands tried to tug at the tentacles, only to have his left hand reach out uncontrollably to his right hand, taking control of the right hand that had intended to pull off the tentacles. He looked towards the Nan Yu, with intense fear in his eyes. Run! Quickly run! Be sure to escape! Destroy this base city! We can't let him succeed in descending. As his words just fell, Li Fu's body swelled with blood and flesh, as if his entire body had accelerated its mutation, his body turning into a flesh and blood monster in a short period of time. His entire body, with only his head remaining intact, had been completely covered in skinless flesh and blood, while his consciousness seemed to remain somewhat lucid. The eyes were constantly shifting between sobriety and madness. Aside from Li Fu, others seemed to have changed in the first place. In almost no time at all the members of the Misty Bureau's action team changed. There was only one exception, and that was Kagome. Although the surface of Kagome's body was similarly writhing with flesh and blood, the first moment the flesh and blood appeared, it would be suppressed. Kagome's expression was twisted and pale, but it was clear that she possessed the ability to keep these flesh and blood mutations under control. Manhwa glanced at the diseased and mutated group of Misty Bureau action team members, his face unsightly. He grinned and spoke. Lu Ning, I didn't expect it to really be like you said. These guys have all mutated. Lin Menglan's face still had aftershocks. It's lucky that you reminded Captain Lu before. Otherwise, I might have died just now. Eileen, Afaf were all staring at this moment with expressions that were incomparable. Afaf couldn't help but say, I should have known we shouldn't have come in. This situation is too much trouble now. Before gathering with Li Fu and the others, Lu Ning had already reminded the crowd that, based on what he had observed, the white mist inside all the humans in the base city could possibly be from the contamination of their physical bodies. This was what Lu Ning had discovered through the previous Scarlet Sect's diseased mutants. Most of the anomalies of the Scarlet Cult come from the physical body. The spirit instead is not as contaminated. This is somewhat similar to the white mist inside the humans in Bay City. Of course, this was Lu Ning's guess. As Nanyu had said before, just because of speculation, they couldn't push all the humans in the entire Bay City towards destruction. On top of that, they need to know what's really underground. It was precisely for this reason that they still chose to come here even though they knew it was very dangerous. Now the speculation is confirmed. And what was underground seemed much more dangerous than they had originally anticipated. Even their situation is worse than expected. This is no longer the time to talk about this. We must rush out. Otherwise, not to mention Base City 121, I'm afraid all the surrounding base cities will be destroyed. Nanyu took a deep breath and the air around him hummed. He's going to start using his gravity control ability at full power. Just then, the flesh and blood around them suddenly twisted, and these flesh and blood wriggled off the pipes, transforming into one monster after another. The aura of these monsters varied in height, with the weakest getting the 3rd rank, and there were even quite a few 6th rank flesh and blood monsters among them. These monsters were so densely packed and crowded with pipes that you couldn't see the edges at a glance. These monsters and the monsters mutated out of the Mist Bureau's action team huddled together and forced their way towards them. This caused the originally ugly faces of Nanyu and the others to sink a few more points. It seems there is no worst situation. Only worse. Aaron couldn't help but curse. Afaf stopped whining and spoke. Captain, which way do we charge out? Nanyu looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning. Say it. The others had also looked at Lu Ning, who had made Nanyu and the others recognize him, whether in terms of strength or various abilities. Nanyu might possibly be a step ahead of Lu Ning in terms of battle power, but he was far inferior to Lu Ning in terms of observing the level of spiritual pollution. Lu Ning swept his gaze across the surroundings and slowly said, continue deeper. Lu Ning took the lead and headed deeper. The scarlet sword in his hand chopping through as all the flesh and blood monsters were chopped into several pieces. The scarlet sword absorbed the blood that stained its body and let out an excited buzzing sound. Seeing that Lu Ning was actually still planning to go deeper, the faces of several people in Nanyu changed slightly. Still, they were the first to follow. Nanyu, at the end, uses his gravity ability to tear apart the mass of diseased people directly behind him. Even the mutated diseased mutants who were members of the Misty Bureau's operations team were no exception. Only a few monsters mutated from 5th Order awakened, including Li Fu, resisted Nanyu's gravity collapse. But even so, with just one strike, they were still bruised and battered. As for Aaron, Afaf and Lim Monlam were on the left and right sides of the group, fending off the attacks that suddenly materialized from the flesh and blood on either side of the pipe. Aaron used lightning to electrocute a few flesh and blood tentacles into charcoal, and her face was serious as hell as she said, Lu Ning, are you sure? There are already so many monsters here. I'm afraid we'll be dragged to our deaths if we continue to go deeper. Lu Ning didn't stop his own attack and calmly said, the direction of the exit is even more dangerous. The concentration of spiritual pollution has already reached the concentration of high-risk level soul weapons. The crowd's faces stiffened, then fell silent. A few of the flesh and blood monsters mutated into by members of the action team seemed to have preserved a certain amount of intelligence. Seeing that Nanyu's attacks were so powerful, they no longer approached, but ordered the monsters that were formed by the polymerization of flesh and blood in the flesh and blood pipeline to come forward and attack. Although these monsters couldn't harm Nanyu, they could consume Nanyu's spiritual energy. Even if Nanyu was a 7th Order awakened with extremely powerful abilities, as long as his mental energy was overly consumed, his battle power would be greatly reduced. Just as they kept moving, a somewhat weak voice rang out, take me with you. I know where he is. I can find the exit. The faces of the crowd changed slightly, and Nanyu, who was located at the back, looked in the direction the voice came from. Kuching was still resisting the mutation of her body, and she looked towards Lu Ning and the others with a complex look in her eyes that was incomprehensible. Chapter 147, Kill him. Kagom's plea for help was something no one expected. Their breakout was slowed down for a few seconds as a result. Nanyu glanced at Kagome, who was writhing in blood under her trench coat, with a somewhat hesitant expression. The entire Misty Bureau had mutated, and no one was sure if Kagome would mutate or not, or even if she had mutated and was merely deceiving them. Nanyu hesitated for a few seconds, and when he saw that there were more and more flesh and blood monsters around him, he clenched his teeth, looked at Lu Ning, and asked, Lu Ning, should we bring her along? Lu Ning looked towards Kuching. The white mist within her body surged violently, as if it might mutate at any moment, but as the white mist inside her reached a certain level, it diluted some more. Not only that, Lu Ning had discovered something different within Kuching's body this time than before. At the location of Kagome's heart, there was a cloud of white mist that was particularly thick. This white mist was twisted, and inside it seemed to be a writhing mass of unnameable flesh and blood. This blood and flesh mass Lu Ning had seen before. It was the same thing he had seen earlier when he had tried to use his charm ability to get a clue. Lu Ning guessed that this might be the evil god behind the Scarlet Sect. He glanced at a few of the other ops members who had mutated, and realized that they likewise had an area of particularly dense white mist within their bodies. Within the white mist was the same hideous, twisted mass of flesh and blood. However, unlike Kagome, whose white mist seemed to reach out with countless tentacles, transforming into a single white thread that enveloped the entire body of the action team members, Kagome had no such lines. Lu Ning narrowed his eyes and spoke. Take her with you. Seeing Lu Ning say so, Nanyu no longer hesitated and probed his hand, and the gravity around Kuching seemed to have changed. She rose into the air and flew directly in the direction where Nanyu was. All the flesh and blood monsters in the flight path were crushed. This ability seemed to stress Nanyu out as he was unable to fend off some of the flesh and blood monsters around him. Luckily, Aaron, Afaf and Lin Menglan all still had their strength left and helped Nanyu fend off the attacks. When Kagome approached Minami didn't let her get too close and changed the gravity force field around her as well. He coldly said, I'll take you to the edge of Lu Ning, and once you make a move, I'll directly kill you. Kagome nodded and didn't say anything. Nanyu took control of Kagome in midair and flew over to Lu Ning's side, allowing her to land. Lu Ning, you said to bring her along, so don't be soft if something goes wrong. Lu Ning glanced at Kuching and nodded slightly. Keep breaking out. They continued to break out into the depths. However, within a few steps, when they came to an intersection of pipes, in the other three directions, there was a dense influx of flesh and blood monsters at the same time. It made their faces change. Aaron couldn't help but curse angrily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How many monsters are there? Kagome's voice hissed. Many, many more, enough to drag you all to your deaths here. Go to the right. Several people from Nanyu were stunned and looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning swept his gaze across and realized that the white mist on the right side was indeed a bit less. He instantly burst toward the pipe on his right. Only after seeing Lu Ning choose the right side did a few of Nanyu's people believe it. Lin Menglan looked coldly at Kuching and spoke. What the hell do you know about something? Tell us now. Kagaru's eyes held a variety of emotions including anger, despair, and fear. She pursed her lips and spoke. Everyone's been parasitized. What? The crowd was a little unresponsive. All have been parasitized. He has sent down divine power to parasitize every human and animal in the entire base city. And we all have the seed of flesh and blood within us. Are you saying that there are no spared in the entire 121st base city? Aaron only felt her whole body cold and her scalp tingling, and she was even almost attacked by the tentacles on the side. The faces of the others were almost as ugly. Kagome nodded. No one was spared. Who is he? Even though several of Nanyu's people were horrified, Lu Ning's expression was as calm as ever. I can't say it yet. Kagome opened her mouth with a low growl. Why? Lin Menglan said coldly. Kagome gave her a look. Do not probe the evil gods. There was a moment of silence. Seeing the crowd's silence, Kagome's expression became more than a little manic as she spoke. I've reminded you many times to leave. Why don't you listen? You're the one who sent us the message? Aaron's eyes widened, and the others were stunned. Nanyu frowned. You and Lu Ning obviously had time alone together. Why didn't you just tell Lu Ning? Because my memories have likewise been affected by the seed of flesh and blood. My subconscious mind has been fighting against the seed of flesh and blood, and only very rarely can I recover my memories. And I can't write too much of the message down, or else I'll directly let him notice. Several of the Nanyu people were a bit speechless. With such little information, who knows what it's really about? What's the point of an elite investigation team backing out because of those few words on a note? But Nanyu didn't say much about it. If what Kagome said was true, then the evil god did possess powers that were difficult for normal people to comprehend. And once they were detected, it would be even more troublesome instead. The scarlet sword in Lu Ning's hand slayed the diseased mutants that kept rushing out in front of him. He didn't dodge, and some of the lesions attacked him, causing wounds to appear on his body. But the wounds healed in an instant. And as the scarlet sword continued to kill the mutants and absorbed a large amount of mutant flesh and blood, the red halo around its body grew denser and denser. And Lu Ning clearly felt that this metamorphosis was proceeding at a rapid pace. He didn't force the scarlet sword to absorb his own flesh and blood, merely relying on the increase of the soul weapon itself, plus the power of the vibrating soul and his own powerful physical body in the battle. This resulted in Lu Ning only needing to spend a small amount of spiritual energy to heal himself. And the consumption wasn't that great. Even though Lu Ning was leading the way, he still maintained a relatively stable movement speed. The pressure at the back was on Nanyu. Nanyu, as a seventh order awakened, had himself mastered the still powerful gravity control ability, which could likewise still be stabilized at the moment. The attacks on both sides were not strong, and were likewise still holding up for the three errands. Moving like this in silence for a while longer, Lu Ning calmly said, "Where are you taking us?" A complex color emerged in Kuching's eyes as she slowly said, "A safe area." The crowd was stunned. Aaron said with some disbelief, "Are you kidding? How can there be a safe zone in an environment like this?" "Yes." Kagome didn't say much, but just left this sentence. Several people in Nanyu frowned. They glanced at Lu Ning. Seeing Lu Ning's expression as calm as ever, they did not ask more questions. If he was truly traveling to a more dangerous region, Lu Ning would definitely be the first to know. Just then, Lu Ning spoke up. "You said you know where he is? Can we go over there?" Hearing this, a look of fear appeared on Kagome's face. "What do you want?" Lu Ning calmly said. "I was wondering if I could kill him." Chapter 148, Safe Areas. Photographs. "It can't. You can't do it." Kagome immediately spoke up. Lu Ning looked at Kagome. "Why? How is his strength now?" "I don't know, but before you guys got here, there was an 8th Order Free Awakened who came to Base City, and he was tricked into coming in as well, and then never got out." There was a moment of silence. A Free Awakening of the 8th Order. This was already at the level of a high-ranked awakened person, and I'm afraid that his strength was much more powerful than even the 7th-ranked Nanyu. If one possessed a powerful soul weapon, then the combat power was extremely terrifying. This kind of existence, and they all died in it? Nanyu quickly realized the message in Kagome's words. "You mean he was tricked into this just like us? Why? Why did Li Fu and the others trick us into coming in?" Kagome's gaze flickered as she shook her head. "It's not that they want to trick you guys into coming in, it's that he does. He is still in the growth stage. He needs enough flesh and blood. The flesh and blood of the strong." Hearing this, the faces of the Nanyu few changed slightly. They understood many things at once. "I see. That's why your base city keeps sending out distress signals? It's to lure the members of the investigation squad in and then absorb the squad members' flesh and blood?" Aaron said with wide eyes. Kagome slowly nodded her head, her expression twisting as she stifled a grunt. "That's right. All those members of the investigation squad from before were also brought in here and died inside." Nanyu and the others' faces turned blue. When the Green Lawn Sage came to investigate before, he let him go because he couldn't take down the Green Lawn Sage with what was underground. Just erase Li Fu's and their memories? Lin Menglan also thought a lot. Kagome nodded. "That's right. It is." Lu Ning spoke. "Why were you able to temporarily escape the influence of the seed of flesh and blood?" "Because my ability is flesh and blood strengthening. The control over my own flesh and blood is much stronger than others. I can temporarily sever the connection between my flesh and the seed of flesh and blood, but the flesh and blood seed is too powerful for me to control for too long." Upon hearing this ability, Lu Ning was stunned, revealing a look of complexity. "The captain is also capable of this. We need to pick up the pace, or I won't last long enough to get you guys out of here." Hearing this, Lu Ning took a deep breath as a cold color emerged in his eyes. The blood and flesh on top of his arm dissipated, and his breath skyrocketed by a large margin. He stepped out, and the scarlet sword light swept through, killing the large swaths of flesh and blood monsters that stood in the way in front of him. The speed of propulsion increased a lot at once. Nanyu's few people quickly followed. After another half hour or so, Lu Ning saw a dark blue shroud of light ahead. The moment she saw the light shield, Kagome's grim expression slowed. "That's the front. You can take a break there." At this moment, Lin Menglan and Afaf, who were weaker, already had sweat appearing on their foreheads. The high intensity and prolonged battles had drained their mental and physical strength. Hearing that they could rest in front of them, a light flashed in their eyes. Lu Ning accelerated his speed, killing the batch of flesh and blood diseased mutants in front of him, and quickly rushed to the light shield. A shroud of light enveloped the pipe in front of it, and through the shroud of light, it was possible to see that there was no flesh and blood within the pipe inside. The floor and sides are metal, and in the center of the light shield, a woman with a few moments of beauty left in her looks was sitting on her knees. Her body emitted a blue halo and she held a dark blue crystal in her hand. When Kagome saw the beautiful woman, a touch of sadness and longing surfaced in her eyes. She pressed her hand on top of the light shield and whispered, "Mom, I'm home." The shroud of light fluctuated and opened a door. Kagome took the first step into it. "Come on in." Several of Lu Ning's people entered in a line, with Nanyu at the end fending off the onslaught of flesh and blood monsters in the rear. However, to Nanyu's surprise, when these flesh and blood monsters approached the light shield, they suddenly stopped. Not far away, the flesh and blood monsters that Li Fu and the others had been following them remotely changed into let out a manic hiss, but they did not come any closer. Without much thought, Nanyu took a step into the light shield. As Nanyu entered the light shield fluctuated and slowly closed. Kagome had come to sit down beside the beautiful woman at this moment, her expression gradually returning from a scowl to calmness. Not only her, but Lu Ning and the others also sensed very pure spiritual power within the light shield. This is Aaron. Several people's faces changed slightly, a little surprised. Kagome glanced at them. "The spiritual energy will quickly replenish your consumption." A few of the Nanyu people frowned and did not absorb it hastily, but instead looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning nodded, it can be absorbed. Hearing this, it was only then that the others began to absorb spiritual energy to replenish their previous consumption. Lu Ning absorbed spiritual energy while staring at the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman closed her eyes tightly, not opening them even when Lu Ning and the others came in. Her expression was very peaceful, out of place with the flesh and blood pipes around her and the densely packed flesh and blood monsters in the distance. However, Lu Ning clearly felt that she seemed to be lifeless. And the blue crystal in her hand contained an extremely dense white mist, only that this white mist did not escape. Seeing that Lu Ning had been staring at the beautiful woman, Kuching, who was in a much better state, spoke, she's my mother. Lu Ning nodded, I've met her. Hearing this, not only Kuching, but even the Nan Yu were a bit surprised. Nan Yu looked at Lu Ning, you've seen it? Where have you seen it? Lu Ning glanced at the restless flesh and blood monsters on the periphery of the light shield and slowly said, in Li Fu's wallet, there's a picture there with this lady on it. The moment these words came out, several of Nan Yu's people froze. Then as if she understood something, several of Aaron's people stared at Kagome with wide eyes. In that case, wouldn't Li Fu? Kagome had a look of grief in her eyes, he is my father, I was able to stabilize my state and not be completely controlled by the flesh seed, in addition to my ability to be flesh strengthened, he helped me weaken a portion of the flesh seed before I was controlled. The crowd lapsed into silence. Kagome slowly said, 4 years ago, we found out about the frequent blood and flesh aberrations in the base city, and we found this place through the members of the Scarlet sect. At that time, he had descended and the members of the Scarlet cult had brought him into this underground tube. Back then he wasn't as strong as he is now, but it still wasn't something we could resist. We escaped the area he was in after a fierce battle, but we were still being chased by a large number of flesh and blood monsters, and my mother used the director's disposable high-risk level hazards to create this light shield in order to allow the others to escape, in conjunction with her abilities. Speaking of this, Kuching's eyes darkened a lot, but after we escaped, we realized that we were still hit by the seed of flesh and blood. I was the first to realize it, after all, I'm a flesh and blood strengthened ability, and I have a stronger sense of my own body. But I couldn't get rid of it, and my father used his own abilities to help me weaken the flesh and blood seed. Hopefully I could find a chance to get the message out, and it was because of this that I have been able to hold out until now. She glanced at the statue of the beautiful woman and slowly said, but, it's almost at its limit, even after the increase of my mother's ability, this light shield won't last much longer. Last time when the saint was there, my memories didn't awaken, and it was only this time that I had to take the risk of delivering a message to you, unfortunately. Speaking here, Kuching did not say much, and Lu Ning and the others understood what Kuching meant. Chapter 149 Exit. The atmosphere was silent for a few moments. Nan Yu slowly said, when we are rested, we will go to the exit in the direction you said, as long as we escape, we can notify the headquarters, and then. Nanu paused slightly as he spoke and looked over at Kagome. Once the headquarters knew about this news, this base city would definitely be destroyed. Kuching's expression was bland as she spoke, I will stay here with my parents. They have guarded this city for their entire lives, and the last part of their life was spent doing something they themselves did not want to do. I will accompany them to atone for their sins. Just then, Lu Ning spoke, I might be able to take out the spiritual pollution from your body. Hearing this, not only the Nan Yu, even Kuching was stunned. Nan Yu thought of something and his eyes lit up, right? Aren't you able to absorb spiritual pollution, Lu Ning? There's also spiritual pollution in this seed of flesh and blood, so you should be able to suck it out, right? The others also looked at Lu Ning expectantly. Lu Ning calmly said, previously, I wasn't able to see the seed of flesh and blood, and I thought that the spiritual pollution of these diseased mutants was connected to this base city. Now it seems that their spiritual pollution is hidden within the seed of flesh and blood, which then affects the body through the seed of flesh and blood. As long as we find the source, we should be able to take out the spiritual pollution. Speaking here, Lu Ning paused slightly, looked solemnly at Kuching, and spoke, however, I'm not sure if this seed of flesh and blood will mutate once I absorb the spiritual pollution, so I can't completely guarantee your safety. When Kuching heard this, she was silent for a moment before smiling, since there is a risk, why don't we just do this for now? I need to take you guys out first. Once I die here, I'm afraid that you guys will be trapped here if you don't know the exit. When Nan Yu's few people heard this, they were also a bit hesitant. Indeed, if Kagome wasn't there, then they wouldn't be able to find the exit. Lu Ning thought for a moment, then let's talk about it afterward. Kagome nodded slightly. The crowd then continued to absorb spiritual energy and restore their physical strength. Time passed, and more than an hour passed. Lu Ning realized that the surrounding shroud of light seemed to be becoming dimmer, and even the spiritual energy within the shroud was becoming thinner. Not only Lu Ning, but several of the Nan Yu people had likewise sensed this. Kuching's face changed slightly. The spiritual energy inside is used to maintain the defense. We've absorbed too much spiritual energy. I'm afraid the defense will collapse sooner than I expected. Nan Yu took a deep breath and slowly got up. I've almost recovered. Aaron, Afaf, and Lim Monlam likewise rose, each stating that they too were almost recovered. Since everyone has recovered, let's prepare to leave. Kagome took a deep breath and her expression became serious. She turned her head to look at the figure of the beautiful woman behind her, and a tinge of sadness appeared in her eyes. Mom, I'm leaving. Just then, a crack appeared on that blue crystal. As cracks appeared in the crystal, the light shield fluctuated more and more intensely. Not only that, that beautiful woman's body had as if enveloped by a blue aura. As the blue light flashed, the body of the beautiful woman gradually turned into ashes, starting from the hands holding the crystal. As the spiritual energy was consumed, the power that sustained the beautiful woman's body dissipated, and her physical body began to crumble. Seeing this scene, Kagom's eyes turned red and tears immediately flowed down her face. She bit her lower lip and forced herself to cry, looking at the beautiful woman in death. With a serious expression, Nanyu gave a slight salute to the beautiful woman and spoke, "Rest in peace, we will spread the news of this place." The beautiful woman's body completely turned into ashes in just a few breaths. The blue crystal fell to the ground and shattered into several pieces, then similarly turned into ashes. As the blue crystals turned into ashes, the already violently fluctuating light shield completely collapsed. The moment the light shield crumbled, the blood and flesh that had been blocked from the outside directly surged in. Along with the tidal wave of flesh and blood approaching were the flesh and blood monsters that had been staying outside. Lu Ning glanced at the flesh and blood monster that Li Fu had turned into and realized that a glint of water seemed to emerge from his brutal eyes. He then let out a low growl and once again ordered the other flesh and blood monsters to charge. This way. Kagome was in a much better state at the moment, forcing herself to hold back the grief in her heart and pointing in the direction. That's the other side of the light shield. This side was similarly covered in blood and flesh, though it had been very calm. As the tidal wave of blood and flesh approached, the blood and flesh pipeline, which was originally quite calm, slowly stirred at this moment. But since there were no flesh and blood monsters on the road, they were extremely fast and soon crossed a long distance. Kagome followed Lu Ning to lead the way as they traveled through the pipes, and at every fork in the road, Kagome was quick to find her way. But only 10 or so minutes had passed before flesh and blood monsters began to appear up ahead. A large number of flesh and blood monsters blocked the way and lunged towards them. Lu Ning held the scarlet sword and chopped at these flesh and blood monsters, the scarlet sword in his hand constantly buzzing and quivering, seemingly very excited. Because of the flesh and blood monsters blocking the road, their speed was significantly slowed down. Moreover, Lu Ning realized that the flesh and blood monsters blocking the road were getting stronger and stronger. Most of the flesh and blood monsters encountered before were of the 3rd and 4th rank, and now, some of the flesh and blood monsters had even reached the 5th rank. This made Lu Ning's breakout even slower. Behind them, Li Fu and the other diseased mutants who had been chasing them also rushed over with the remaining flesh and blood monsters. A few of the Nanyu people were visibly shaken. Keqing sensed all of this and spoke, "He doesn't want you guys to rush out. The monsters he sent are very strong. I've never encountered so many 5th-ranked flesh and blood monsters twice before." Just as Keqing said this, a blood-colored tentacle stabbed towards Lu Ning's head at an extremely fast speed. This speed and power had even surpassed the 5th rank. 6th-order flesh and blood monsters. Facing the tentacles, Lu Ning didn't dodge in the slightest and charged straight up. Pust! The tentacles penetrated Lu Ning's skull, and Lu Ning's left hand crumbled in blood and flesh as his scarlet sword swept across. A sword light swept through, instantly killing a large number of flesh and blood monsters. Even the 6th-ranked flesh and blood monster located at the rear was chopped into two. Lu Ning silently pulled the tentacles out of his head, and his face squirmed and returned to its original state. Kagome's expression stiffened a bit at the sight. Lu Ning casually killed the charging flesh and blood monsters with a few swords and arrived in front of the 6th-ranked flesh and blood monster. This flesh and blood monster still didn't die even though he was cut off at the waist, and the two parts of his body had begun to gradually merge, seemingly beginning to recover. Lu Ning severed his neck with a single stroke of his sword, and then the scarlet sword stabbed into his chest. The scarlet sword emitted an excited buzz and began to absorb the flesh and blood, while Lu Ning, with his bare hands, killed the flesh and blood monsters that rushed towards him one by one. After a few breaths, the 6th-ranked flesh and blood monster was sucked dry, and Lu Ning drew his scarlet sword and continued to start breaking out. More than an hour later, Lu Ning and his group arrived at a four-way intersection under Keqing's guidance. Lu Ning's sight instantly noticed something different. On the right side of the pipe, the concentration of white fog is thinner than in the back. The exit is in this direction. Chapter 150, 7th Order Monster. Right at this moment, several extremely powerful mental fluctuations rapidly approached from the pipes on the other two sides. This spiritual pressure had even exceeded the 6th rank. Flesh and blood lesions of the 7th order, and more than one of them. Not only did Lu Ning detect the presence of these flesh and blood monsters, but Keqing and the others did as well. Keqing said with some disbelief, "Impossible. How can there still be a 7th order flesh and blood monster? I've never encountered one before." As she spoke, a few residual shadows arrived at the open space where the intersection was located at a very high speed. There were 4 7th order flesh and blood monsters in total. The flesh and blood monsters looked different. 2 of them were humanoid monsters, but there were many accretionary pieces of flesh on their bodies. 2 were canine monsters, covered in tentacles. These 4 7th order flesh and blood monsters roared and pounced over just as they saw Lu Ning and the others. Lu Ning stepped forward, and all of the flesh and blood on his hands and legs misted away and was absorbed by the scarlet sword. The Scarlet Sword, which had previously absorbed a large amount of blood and flesh, was already much more powerful than when Lu Ning had first gotten his hands on it. After absorbing Lu Ning's flesh and blood, a blood-colored pattern had even appeared at this moment, and there was even a blood-colored thread slowly escaping from above the hilt of the sword, winding its way toward Lu Ning's arm. As the blood-colored threads wrapped around him, Lu Ning's aura skyrocketed by a large margin compared to before. Boom! The carpet of flesh he stood on directly crumbled and tore apart, and Lu Ning's body suddenly disappeared in place. In the next moment, a white and blood-colored sword light intertwined in the air flashed. One of the canine flesh and blood monsters was split in two, blood spurting out. The two pieces of the canine blood monster's body fell to the ground, but flesh sprouts grew from the wounds, which wriggled and began to heal. The other three flesh and blood monsters also reacted at the first opportunity and surrounded Lu Ning. Boom! One of the humanoid flesh and blood monsters mutated its arms and became extremely thick and hideous. Both arms danced, and his fists carried this strong wind even as if they were razor blades. The other humanoid flesh and blood monster had 4 arms, and all of his arms transformed into long, blood-colored blades. He was thin and extremely agile, and appeared behind Lu Ning in a flash. There was also a spine growing from the tip of the writhing tentacles on the back of a canine blood monster, and these were aimed at Lu Ning. Just as the canine flesh and blood monster intended to shoot its spikes at Lu Ning, there was a pink stream of light flashing in Lu Ning's eyes. Charmed! He let out an evil whisper, and his charm ability was used in full force. Lu Ning's current mental power was only of the 5th order, so it was reasonable to say that using this spirit-type ability would not be able to affect a diseased legionist who had already reached the 7th order. But fortunately, these flesh and blood monsters had strong physical bodies and relatively weak mental powers, and Lu Ning's charm ability itself came from a fallen angel. This ability contained a certain amount of divinity, so even though Lu Ning was only at the 5th rank now, the charm ability still took effect at the first opportunity. The tentacles behind this canine flesh and blood monster reversed their direction and shot toward the 4-armed humanoid monster behind Lu Ning. A bone spur seemed like a cannonball, and almost in an instant, it hit the 4-armed humanoid monster. The powerful kinetic impact caused the monster's figure to take 2 steps back, and the long, blood-colored blade that was originally intended to chop at Lu Ning's neck only chopped at Lu Ning's back. Although Lu Ning's physical strength wasn't weak, when faced with the chopping blows of the fleshly and powerful flesh monster, even due to the effects of the bone spikes, he still left 4 hideous wounds on his back, and even his internal organs were clearly visible. Lu Ning's face was expressionless, and at this moment, the flesh and blood on his hands and legs had already healed, atomizing once again at this point. This time, it wasn't just the flesh and blood, but Lu Ning's upper body, the muscles other than his internal organs were similarly sacrificed. The Scarlet Sword was even more excited to receive such a large amount of flesh and blood, and more power surged out. As those 2 huge fists approached Lu Ning's facade, and Lu Ning's skin was even cut from the strong wind, his body suddenly disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, Lu Ning appeared behind this humanoid flesh and blood monster, raising his sword to slash. However, just at that moment, a breaking sound came from behind Lu Ning. The violent kinetic impact caused Lu Ning's attacks to be greatly affected, and even the soul vibrating force almost didn't collapse. This sword was originally enough to sever the neck of this humanoid flesh and blood monster, but now it only left a hideous wound on his back. Lu Ning's figure flickered and took a few steps back. He looked down and saw the sharp bone spikes running from his back to his chest and turned his head to the canine monster. The previous charm ability had only charmed the canine monster for a mere breath, and the canine monster regained its senses once again. The bone spur was the very thing he had stabbed into. Lu Ning pulled out the bone spikes one by one with an expressionless face, and the wound that seemed to be the size of a fist had healed the instant the bone spikes were pulled out. At this moment, the 3 7th-order flesh and blood monster pathologists had already formed a closed circle, wrapping their arms around Lu Ning. And the canine flesh and blood monster that had originally been chopped in half by Lu Ning was now on the verge of connecting his body. Things aren't looking too good for Lu Ning. The 3 flesh and blood monsters charged toward Lu Ning at the first opportunity. Right at this moment, the gravity around them suddenly changed, and the 3 flesh and blood monsters that were originally extremely fast almost plummeted by more than half in a short period of time. Such speed was no threat to Lu Ning. Lu Ning looked up in Nan Yu's direction. Nan Yu had a short, dark yellow staff in his hand at the moment. A spiritual radiation emanated from the short staff. Horcruxes. And it's still a medium critical level soul weapon. When Nan Yu saw Lu Ning looking over, he droned, "A quick battle. The side effects of a medium critical grade soul artifact are great for me." Lu Ning suddenly disappeared in place, appearing in front of the canine flesh and blood monster that was already on the verge of having its wounds healed. His scarlet sword then plunged directly into the flesh and blood monster. As the scarlet sword was inserted, the flesh and blood of this flesh and blood monster was directly and quickly absorbed. The flesh buds that were originally repairing the wound stopped writhing in an instant. And then, Lu Ning turned his head to look at the 3 7th-rank monsters. These 3 7th-ranked monsters had already approached Lu Ning once again and launched an attack at him. Lu Ning directly grabbed one of the legs of this canine flesh and blood monster and dragged him backward. The scarlet sword absorbed flesh and blood extremely quickly, Even if this canine flesh and blood monster possessed the power of flesh and blood, which could make flesh and blood grow rapidly, in just a few short breaths, this canine flesh and blood monster had turned into a skeleton. After another 2 breaths, even the skeleton was absorbed by the scarlet sword. The power brought by a 7th-ranked flesh and blood monster was obviously extremely high, and a complex rune gradually appeared on the scarlet sword. As these runes appeared, Lu Ning clearly felt that the scarlet sword was about to enter another level. He picked up the scarlet sword and silently looked at the other 3 7th-ranked flesh and blood monsters. Chapter 151, The Missing 8th Order Powerhouse. Those 3 flesh and blood monsters were still being suppressed by the gravity force field. Lu Ning sacrificed his flesh and blood, and his aura once again skyrocketed before he came directly in front of the humanoid flesh and blood monster with 4 long, blood-colored blades among them. The scarlet sword chopped down, and although the flesh and blood monster saw Lu Ning's attack, under the gravity suppression, his speed was greatly reduced, and he was unable to dodge the scarlet sword at all. The humanoid flesh and blood monster watched as his neck was chopped off. But even after having its neck chopped off, the monster still didn't die. His body was still in action, and his 4 arms continued to launch attacks towards Lu Ning. Lu Ning easily dodged the attack and stabbed the scarlet sword into his chest. The scarlet sword began to absorb it once again. After a few breaths, the humanoid flesh and blood monster's body, including its bones, was completely absorbed. Lu Ning then absorbed his head as well. After absorbing another 7th-ranked flesh and blood monster, the scarlet sword's aura became even more powerful, emitting a halo of light with a sinister color. Lu Ning could even sense that there seemed to be a consciousness slowly awakening within the scarlet sword. Lu Ning didn't care, and once again rushed towards another canine flesh and blood monster. This canine flesh and blood monster can shoot out bone spikes and attack from a distance. It wasn't fatal to Lu Ning, but it was a bit of a problem. Just like the previous 2 times, Lu Ning chopped the canine flesh and blood monster in half with a single stroke of his sword before he began absorbing it once more. As the scarlet sword grew stronger, the rate of absorption grew faster. In a short instant, the corpse of a 7th-ranked flesh and blood monster was completely turned into sustenance for the scarlet sword. After that, Lu Ning absorbed the last 7th-stage flesh and blood monster. After absorbing the 4 7th-ranked flesh and blood monsters, the scarlet sword's body was almost covered in runes. Lu Ning could feel that the bonus that the scarlet sword gave him had doubled compared to before. This was the case where Lu Ning hadn't sacrificed his flesh and blood. Once the flesh and blood were sacrificed, the boost would only be greater. Unfortunately, even so, the scarlet sword still didn't become a high-risk level soul weapon. The difference between medium and high-risk levels is just too great. Seeing Lu Ning kill the 4 7th-ranked monsters, Nanyu hurriedly put away the short staff in his hand. With a pinch of his one hand, a large number of flesh and blood monsters at his back were crushed for the most part, leaving a large space behind. He turned his head toward Lu Ning and said, "Hurry up." Lu Ning nodded and ran towards the exit pipe. Kaching, who was originally planning to point out the way, was stunned. She obviously hadn't pointed out the way yet. How could Lu Ning know the direction? But Kagome didn't think much of it and hurriedly followed. Nanyu, Aaron, Lin Manglan, and Afaf also hurriedly followed. At this moment, Nanyu's breath was already a bit disorganized, while the ones who were most depleted were Lin Manglan and Afaf. These 2 were 5th order awakened themselves, and originally, in this kind of small base city, this kind of strength was already at the ceiling level. But the flesh and blood monsters here were too numerous and not weak. As they got closer and closer to the exit, even a large number of 5th order flesh and blood monsters had appeared. Even if these 5th-ranked flesh and blood monsters would be killed by Aaron and Nanyu the first time they appeared again, a quantitative change in 4th-ranked monsters could likewise trigger a qualitative change. As they continued to fight, their mental energy consumption became greater and greater, and at this moment, they were already quite exhausted. If it wasn't for Aaron and Nanyu consciously taking care of the 2 of them, I'm afraid they would have already been devoured by the flesh and blood monster. With Lu Ning having killed 4 7th-ranked flesh and blood monsters, no more flesh and blood monsters appeared in the pipeline ahead. But the blanket of flesh on the pipe would still come out as if it were a tidal wave, trying to swallow them up. Lu Ning utilized the scarlet sword to stab into these carpets of flesh, and the scarlet sword was able to absorb a piece of flesh and blood in the space of a breath, which made their path forward much easier. After another half hour or so of fast running, the pipe appeared ahead of us sloping upward. They could vaguely see the black iron gate in the extreme distance. Seeing this scene, Kaching revealed a hint of a surprised smile. Up ahead is the exit. Right at this moment, a black shadow slowly rose at the iron door, and a terrifying spiritual pressure raged. This terrifying spiritual pressure directly caused Kaching to open her mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Her spiritual power suffered a heavy blow, and the blood and flesh seed that was originally suppressed quite well fired up, and a blood and flesh tentacle appeared on her body. Her expression twisted in pain and she bent over with a low growl, forcibly controlling her body and severing the connection between the seeds of flesh and blood, which prevented her flesh from becoming completely diseased. As for the 4 Nanyu people behind Lu Ning and Kaching, their faces also changed dramatically. After another half an hour of fighting, at this moment, all 4 of them were very tired and sweaty. Sensing this aura, the relatively weak Afaf and Lin Menglan turned as pale as paper, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of their mouths. The flesh and blood on Afaf's body also showed signs of writhing. The mental energy was overdrawn, and coupled with the trauma, there were already signs of lesions. Lin Menglan on the side was a little better, but her expression was also twisted for a few moments. As a 6th-ranked Aaron, although she was in a better state, a look of despair surfaced in her eyes at this moment. She gritted her teeth and growled lowly, 8th order. How could there be such a monster? Nanyu took a deep breath, a look of perseverance surfaced in his eyes, and he shouted lowly, Lu Ning, I'll hold off the monsters in front of me, you lead them to break out. Lu Ning didn't respond. He silently took out a bronze-colored piece of metal armor. This metal armor piece appeared, and the spiritual pollution around it thickened by a few degrees. Sensing this spiritual pollution, the faces of the crowd changed slightly. Hazmat? Highly hazardous? Aaron was a little alarmed. Lu Ning nodded slightly and immediately used this metal armor piece. With the activation of spiritual power, the metal armor piece transformed into a stream of light and embedded itself directly into Lu Ning's chest. Lu Ning then clearly felt a change in his physical body. From the original flesh and blood body that was gradually metallized, fleshly strength that was 10 times or more powerful than before surged out. Even the Scarlet Sword enhancement that he had obtained by sacrificing his flesh and blood before was not this powerful. On top of that, Lu Ning's mental power, which had originally consumed quite a bit, had also recovered, and was even several times higher than it had been during his heyday. In just a split second, Lu Ning's spiritual pressure skyrocketed exponentially compared to before. This powerful aura was felt even by the group of flesh and blood monsters behind Nanyu, letting out a hiss. The 8th order monster in front of him also seemed to sense the threat and suddenly disappeared in place, charging towards Lu Ning. Lu Ning similarly disappeared with him. In the next instant, in the pipe 100 meters away, Lu Ning and the monster appeared at the same time, and the Scarlet Sword and a black battle knife collided together. Boom! Berserk airwaves spread in all directions, and on the ground where the two were, the flesh carpet was completely shattered, and the metal pipes were directly dented, and even a tiny crack appeared. Wherever the airwaves passed, all the walls of flesh and blood were similarly shattered. Kagome was almost blown away by the wave of air, but it was only because Nanyu changed the gravity around them that Kagome was able to stabilize herself. She looked ahead through the waves of air, and the monster that collided with Lu Ning was a tall, blonde man. The man's expression was numb, his face had a hideous vein, and his bare skin was similarly densely connected with veins. Seeing the man, Kagome's eyes widened, revealing a shocked expression. It's him. That 8th order powerhouse who disappeared in the pipeline. Chapter 152, Attempted Absorption. Nanyu's breath caught in his throat as the few people heard this. Aaron's face hardened as she said, that thing down there can even be controlled by an 8th order powerhouse? Keqing was also a bit shocked. I don't know. I only know that 8th order powerhouse had lost track of him after he was introduced into the ground, and I didn't realize that he had been controlled. If it was merely possible to kill an 8th ranked powerhouse, it wouldn't be impossible with the densely packed flesh and blood monsters. But controlling an 8th order powerhouse, that meant something completely different. That monster down there would only be more powerful than they had originally thought. Thinking about this, Nanyu and the others were chilled all over. But it was no longer up to them to think about it. As Lu Ning and the 8th ranked awakened began to engage, the flesh and blood monsters in the rear had already charged forward once again. Nanyu used gravity control again, tearing apart a large swath of flesh and blood monsters in front of him, and shouted lowly, block. Aaron's face changed, then she spoke, Captain. You go help Lu Ning. We'll hold back here. Nanyu was stunned, then looked at the 3 Aaron people. Lin Menglan and Afaf also had firm faces. Lin Menglan said, I think Aaron is right. We are consuming too much. If we continue to consume, we'll probably be dragged to death. We must fight quickly now. Nanyu frowned, but you may not be able to stop so many flesh and blood monsters. Afaf grinned, don't worry about it. As long as you guys can kill that 8th ranked powerhouse as soon as possible, we won't have to resist for long. Captain, go on. Aaron took a deep breath and opened her hands, thunder flowing in her hands. A berserk grid was released from her hands, and a large swath of flesh and blood monsters in front of her were electrocuted into charcoal. As soon as Aaron finished releasing her ability, Lin Menglan created a thick wall of earth to block in front of everyone. Beyond the earth wall, the flesh and blood monsters that came before and after attacked the earth wall, which shook violently and a crack appeared. In just a few breaths, areas were shattered and a flesh and blood monster burst through the cracks in the earthen wall. Just as he burst through the crack, Afaf's punch with a pale white glow landed hard on his head, shattering the flesh and blood monster's head. Nanyu didn't hesitate either. He took out his short staff again. The moment he took the short staff, Nanyu's face twitched violently. Unlike Nanyu and Lu Ning didn't have to worry about spiritual pollution. But Nanyu was only a normal awakened, and the problem of spiritual pollution was extremely serious for him. The spiritual pollution of the medium risk level soul weapon was too strong, and Nanyu didn't even dare to use the power of the soul weapon at full strength, so as not to be able to control his spiritual pollution, leading to lesions. He bellowed, give us a minute. After saying that, he rose up into the air and rushed toward the battlefield between Lu Ning and the 8th ranked powerhouse. Although there was only a difference of 1 rank between the 8th and 7th ranks, this was a high-ranked awakened person, and was far too powerful in terms of strength compared to the 7th rank. Lu Ning had used the disposable hazardous item that he had been rewarded with earlier, and although at the moment he was a lot stronger in every aspect compared to before, Lu Ning still couldn't gain an advantage against the 8th Order awakened in front of him. Moreover, in Lu Ning's line of sight, there were a full 2 soul weapons on this 8th Order awakened person. The long black sword in his hand was a low-risk level soul weapon, while the black necklace around his neck was a medium-risk level soul weapon. Even if this 8th ranked powerhouse seemed to be controlled at the moment and was unable to fully activate the soul tool on his body, the increase brought about by the soul tool itself combined with his own strength still allowed him to possess an extremely powerful battle force. In the short span of a few breaths, Lu Ning had collided with the 8th Order awakened in front of him 100 times. Each collision brought out a great wave of air, and the flesh and blood on the metal pipes had been completely torn apart. Even the pipes had been torn apart, revealing the deep black dirt outside the pipes. And in the midst of the collision, hideous wound after hideous wound continued to appear on Lu Ning's body. Even the metallized body defense was still unable to withstand such a powerful attack. On the contrary, that 8th Order powerhouse did not suffer any damage. This was the huge gap between a middle-ranked awakened and a high-ranked awakened. Lu Ning himself was only at the 5th rank. He tried to use his charm ability, but the result was that this 8th ranked powerhouse's spiritual power was much stronger than the flesh and blood monster, and the charm ability was useless. If he wanted to defeat the 8th ranked powerhouse in front of him, the only thing Lu Ning could think of was to exchange wounds for wounds and keep consuming. Right at this moment, the 8th ranked powerhouse suddenly stopped his attack, the ground under his feet directly sunk, and the bones in his entire body seemed to cackle under the heavy pressure. Nanyu, as a 7th Order awakened, combined with a medium critical level soul weapon, brought about an extremely powerful gravity suppression. Even an 8th Order powerhouse was suppressed in an instant. Sensing an opportunity, Lu Ning did not hesitate in the slightest and directly stepped forward, and in the gap between this 8th ranked powerhouse being bound by gravity, the scarlet sword ruthlessly plunged into his chest. The scarlet sword emitted a humming sound and began to rapidly absorb it. The 8th Order powerhouse sensed the danger and let out a low roar as the flesh and blood covering his entire body violently wriggled, breaking free from the gravity suppression. In the next moment, the long black blade in his hand chopped towards Lu Ning's neck. Lu Ning didn't even dodge. Pust! The long blade severed Lu Ning's neck, and his head rose into the air. Because Lu Ning's body was metallized at the moment, there was no blood flowing out. Just as Lu Ning's head flew out of his neck, he was grabbed by one of his own hands and pressed it towards his neck. The next moment, Lu Ning's neck returned to its original state. When this 8th ranked powerhouse saw this, a scowl surfaced on his expression. His entire body's mental power rioted, and a single vein stabbed toward Lu Ning, running him through. Lu Ning clearly felt the scarlet sword absorbing the flesh and blood as it was absorbed along with the 8th ranked powerhouse all at once. Lu Ning was expressionless, allowing his own flesh and blood to be absorbed. Seeing that Lu Ning still wouldn't let go, the 8th ranked powerhouse reached out and grabbed onto the scarlet sword's blade, letting it cut into his palm as he tried to forcibly pull the scarlet sword out. This 8th ranked powerhouse was obviously also a flesh-enhancing type of ability, and his strength was extremely immense. Even though Lu Ning tried his best to suppress it, the scarlet sword was still being pulled out little by little. Not far away, Nanyu's face changed slightly when he saw this, and in the next moment he shouted in a low voice, "Lu Ning, I'm going to increase my ability. But then I won't be able to control the gravity force field, and you'll be suppressed by gravity as well." Lu Ning calmly said, "It's fine." Hearing this, Nanyu clenched his teeth and heaved his palm downward. Boom! It was as if Lu Ning was being pressed down by a huge mountain, and cracks appeared all over his body as if it were porcelain. His entire body collapsed heavily onto the body of an 8th Order powerhouse. The 8th ranked powerhouse was also directly pressed to the ground and unable to move, and the scarlet sword that had originally been pulled out a little bit was once again heavily inserted into his body. The scarlet sword continued to absorb flesh and blood at an extremely fast speed. After a few breaths, the 8th ranked powerhouse's body thinned out. Noticing this, the veins on the 8th Order powerhouse's body seemed to fall into a frenzy, twisting and writhing as they began to proliferate, wanting to mutate. Just then, Lu Ning slowly reached out and grabbed one of the veins that had stabbed into his body, and a wisp of white mist was absorbed. As the blood vessels went crazy, Lu Ning could see that one of the small clumps of flesh and blood that were hosted within the blood vessels. The seed of flesh and blood. And there's more than one. He wanted to try to absorb the spiritual pollution within these seeds of flesh and blood. Chapter 153. As Lu Ning absorbed it, the white mist entered his body along his arm. When the white mist entered Lu Ning's body, the unnameable mass of flesh and blood seemed to sense the abnormality and squirmed violently. Lu Ning's originally metallized body unexpectedly began to proliferate as if it were flesh and blood, and proliferating flesh and blood could be seen on his hands, neck, head, and everywhere. However, the scarlet sword was in his hand, and Lu Ning took the initiative to sacrifice the augmented flesh and blood to the scarlet sword. Even if his body was mutating, it wouldn't have much effect on him. As more and more of the white mist was absorbed, Lu Ning's body mutation became even more intense, and the rate of blood and flesh proliferation became extremely fast. But even so, the Scarlet Sword was still able to absorb these augmented flesh and blood. After more than 10 breaths, Lu Ning absorbed all of the white mist within his veins. This vein seemed to wither and cease to wriggle as a result. This 8th-ranked powerhouse itself was almost turned into withered bones due to the absorption of the Scarlet Sword. His great vitality kept him from dying on the spot. The originally numb and cold eyes regained their clarity at this moment. He sensed the situation at the first moment, glanced at Lu Ning, and opened his dry mouth. "Thanks a lot, go to the Holy One. He's already close to becoming a saint." Lu Ning's gaze flickered and he nodded slightly. A look of relief flashed across the eyes of this 8th-ranked powerhouse before he slowly closed his eyes. Then within a breath, his body completely collapsed and was absorbed by the Scarlet Sword. Nanyu withdrew his ability at the first moment he saw this 8th-ranked powerhouse die, and at the same time, he put his short staff away. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his face was pale. He exhaled slightly and was about to speak when suddenly a scream came from behind him. Nanyu and Lu Ning's faces both changed slightly. The two turned their heads to look and saw an additional blood-colored tentacle on Afaf's chest. At the end of the tentacles was a 6th-order monster. Lu Ning suddenly disappeared in place, cutting off the blood-colored tentacles at the first opportunity. The scarlet sword in his hand then swung, and the sword light swept across. A red and white intertwined sword light of 100 meters swept out. All the flesh and blood monsters were cut off at the waist, including that 6th-ranked flesh and blood monster as well. The scarlet sword in Lu Ning's hand at the moment had complex runes on top of its body, while the hilt of the sword had flesh and blood patterns emerging, and on the head of the hilt an eye slowly opened, the eye carrying a cold and tyrannical, evil light. Lu Ning clearly felt that the scarlet sword had completed some sort of metamorphosis. At this moment, the scarlet sword was already considered a high-risk level soul weapon. Not only that, a consciousness seemed to have been born within the scarlet sword. Lu Ning gripped the scarlet sword as hoarse, manic voices continued to ring in his ears. Kill! 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 The manic voice attempted to influence Lu Ning's will, yet Lu Ning's spirit fluctuated without fluctuation. That will is too weak. So noisy. Lu Ning muttered, and the manic hissing in his ears ended abruptly. Aaron had hugged Afaf, and at the moment she was also very pale and weak all over. Lin Menglan was likewise no better. Nanyu forced himself to endure his mental agitation and spoke, Lu Ning. I'll continue to block the back, you go make a path. Lu Ning nodded and stepped forward, rushing toward the iron doorway. The iron door was tightly closed, and Lu Ning directly kicked it out, white light flickering on Lu Ning's foot. Boom! The huge iron door instantly tore and splattered as if it were a piece of paper. The expected sunshine did not appear. In Lu Ning's line of sight, white mist shrouded the sky. Kuching, Eileen, and Lin Menglan, who were following behind Lu Ning, were similarly wide-eyed and frozen in place. Is this in the middle of the mist? Lu Ning's gaze flickered. You can see it? Of course I can see it. Aaron's face was hard to see. Damn, the concentration of this white mist is already almost as thick as some freshly born mists. What the hell happened? It wasn't long before Aaron realized what was happening. A single flesh and blood monster stepped out of the mist and lunged at them, dense and numerous, as if they were zombies. Several of Aaron's expressions were completely numb. This is a native of the base city? They've mutated too? Kagome felt as if her voice was coming from the heavens, and she couldn't even feel the pain of the mutation inside her anymore. Lu Ning was expressionless as he stepped forward and used the scarlet sword to slash out repeatedly. A sword light swept through, killing all the flesh and blood monsters. Keep up! Go! Eileen's few people woke up as if in a dream and hurriedly followed. And behind them Nanyu kept following. Nanyu had already heard their discussion inside the pipe, but he was still a bit shocked when he came out and saw the scene outside. He pursed his lips and said, Aaron, see if you can contact headquarters. Aaron glanced at her cell phone and shook her head. No, the white fog is too thick. It's almost as foggy here, there's no way to communicate. Damn it! Nanyu gritted his teeth and once again used his gravity control ability to kill those flesh and blood monsters that rushed out of the pipes. Lu Ning, we need to find a place to rest first. Lu Ning nodded, follow me. The streets were filled with flesh and blood monsters in seemingly endless numbers. Seeing this scene, Lu Ning naturally understood that he was afraid that all of the flesh and blood seeds in the base city had already been detonated by the fellow below. At this moment, I'm afraid that there are no living people left in the base city, all of them are flesh and blood monsters. He held the scarlet sword in his hand, killing flesh and blood monsters along the way, forcing a bloody path. Kuching glanced around and said, this is District 1. Let's go to the Misty Bureau branch. The defenses there are stronger and we can withstand it for a while. Go right at the intersection ahead. Lu Ning nodded and led his group towards the Misty Mist Bureau branch in District 1, following Kuching's directions. Lu Ning and the others were all Fifth Order awakened, and even if their mental power was almost depleted, their physical bodies were strong enough that their speed was not slow. Only Kagome was weaker, and now she was even more in a situation of impending sickness. Lu Ning glanced at Kuching and spoke, come on my back, I'll carry you. Kuching was stunned, then without hesitation, she directly got on Lu Ning's back. This made the group move much faster. After just over 10 minutes, they ran to the Misty Bureau branch. Just as they entered the hall, a flesh and blood monster attacked them. Lu Ning could vaguely discern a shadow of the man's original self from the flesh and blood monster's somewhat hideous face. The middle-aged, beautiful woman receptionist with blonde curly hair that Lu Ning had met when he came here earlier. Lu Ning remembered her name was Maggie. Kagome also recognized Maggie. Her eyes wavered violently and a tentacle grew from her neck. This tentacle danced haphazardly and jerked into Lu Ning's face. Lu Ning's hand raised his sword and Maggie's head fell, and he stepped over Maggie's corpse and walked towards the basement. Behind them, several of Aaron's people followed at a distance. Along the basement stairs, Lu Ning's group quickly arrived at the third basement level. Like the Mist Bureau branch in Base City 116, this place had the tombstones of all the fallen Mist Bureau members of the Mist Bureau in District 1. It's also the strongest fortress in the entire Misty Bureau. Chapter 154, The Name of God. When everyone had entered the third underground level, Lu Ning closed the large iron door with his backhand, and the entire space fell into silence. As the iron door closed, the first thing Aaron did was lay Afaf flat on the ground. At the moment, Afaf's face was like gold paper and her breath was weak. She also had a withered tentacle in her chest which ran right through where her heart was. It was also because Alfalfa herself was a flesh-strengthening ability, and her physical body was extremely powerful. Otherwise, with her heart destroyed, she was afraid she would have to die on the spot. Even so, after the long hours of running around that followed, and the lack of timely assistance, Afaf was still at her limit at the moment. Lin Menglan and Aaron sat on their knees on either side of Afaf, both with hard expressions. Nanyu braced his agonized and exhausted spirit and came to Afaf. His expression sank as he spoke. Afaf, any last words? I'll do my best to help you fulfill them. Afaf smiled hard and spoke, if it is possible, to bring my ashes back, to the rest of the... I don't think the Federation will treat my family badly. Nanyu nodded slightly with a serious expression and spoke, I'll try my best to bring your ashes back with me. Afaf smiled again, her eyes slowly closing. As Afaf's breath dissipated, the atmosphere became very silent. Nanyu opened his mouth to break the silence and said, recover well, we don't have much time. Since the entire base city is already like this, it means that monster underground doesn't want to let us go, I'm afraid. We need to rush out as soon as possible and inform the general administration. Aaron sat paralyzed by Afaf's body and spoke, Dennis and the others stayed outside, maybe they've informed the directorate already? Lin Menglan's eyes lit up with a look of expectation. Nanyu said with a serious expression, don't think too optimistically. Moreover, I am afraid that they are now also under siege by the flesh and blood monsters, and we still need to go and find them. Lin Menglan nodded, right. Find them first and make sure they have not informed the general administration. Lu Ning did not participate in their deliberations, but instead looked at Kuching and spoke, do you need me to help you suck out the spiritual pollution now? Kuching had seen Lu Ning absorbing that 8th Order powerhouse's spiritual pollution before, and understood that Lu Ning did indeed have the ability to do so. However, she glanced at Lu Ning's blood and flesh growths that popped up from time to time, and forced herself to endure the pain of the mutation, saying, are you okay in your current condition? Lu Ning glanced at the blood and flesh augmentation and took the initiative to sacrifice this part of his blood and flesh to the Scarlet Sword, and his body once again returned to its original state. It's not a problem. Okay then. Lu Ning nodded, then reached out and pressed his hand against Kagome's chest. Kagome was stunned, her expression a little embarrassed and rushed, but soon a look of grim pain appeared on her face. A cloud of white mist was grabbed out by Lu Ning and was pressed against Lu Ning's chest. The white mist continued to be absorbed, and Lu Ning could see the mass of flesh and blood twisting and being ripped out. At once, Lu Ning's ears rang with an angry and piercing shrill. As the shrill whistling sound rang out, Lu Ning's body seemed to expand, as piece after piece of flesh and blood tissue rapidly grew larger and proliferated. In just one breath, Lu Ning's body had almost turned into an unnameable mass of twisted flesh. This turn of events caused Kuching and the few Nanyu who were resting to widen their eyes before revealing horrified expressions. Nanyu looked a little nervously at the flesh that Lu Ning had turned into, ********. What the is going on here? Previously, Lu Ning hadn't even encountered such a turn of events when he had absorbed that 8th Order monster's spiritual pollution. I didn't realize it would turn out like this time? The others were also in disbelief. And within Lu Ning's body, an unnameable mass of flesh and blood vaporized as it rampaged through his body. This flesh and blood mass shadow seemed to have a consciousness, wanting to completely destroy Lu Ning's body. Lu Ning clearly felt that there was a stream of power flowing down the white mist and pouring into this blood and flesh mass silhouette in a steady stream. The source of this power Lu Ning was unable to see, but he vaguely guessed that it was probably from that monster underground. Lu Ning instantly understood that since that monster could control all the flesh and blood seeds, it should also be able to control all the flesh and blood contamination. Lu Ning's behavior of absorbing the blood and flesh contamination, I'm afraid, made that monster think that it could trick it into infecting Lu Ning with the disease as well. However, Lu Ning's heart did not fluctuate much. This flesh and blood mass silhouette rushed to Lu Ning's spiritual energy, wanting to devour it. However, in the next moment, Lu Ning's spiritual power began to actively impact the virtual shadow, wrapping it up a little bit. Just as soon as it made contact, the vapors of the flesh and blood clump sensed the abnormality. A sharp growl sounded in Lu Ning's mind. Lu Ning even blanked his brain a bit for a while. He vaguely heard the overlapping and strange voice with chewing and devouring coming from the void. It's you. Lu Ning was a bit puzzled. It's me? Before he had time to think much, he felt the connection between the flesh and blood mass vapors within him and the very far away place being severed. As the connection was severed, this flesh and blood mass shadow no longer strengthened. Even so, to Lu Ning, this piece of mental contamination source was still quite powerful. It was even more powerful than the fallen angel's pollution source that Lu Ning had absorbed earlier. Lu Ning was already very skilled at absorbing sources of pollution. He controlled his spiritual power to quench and digest, while sacrificing his excess flesh and blood augmentation. Perhaps because he had sacrificed a large amount of flesh and blood that contained spiritual pollution, Lu Ning clearly felt the scarlet sword in his hand emit a pleasurable buzz. He even vaguely heard the scarlet sword make a hiccup sound. Lu Ning guessed that this might be his illusion. However, after absorbing these spirit-tainted flesh and blood, the scarlet sword seemed to be even more powerful than before. Perhaps it is because the spiritual pollution contained in these flesh and blood comes from the source of the flesh and blood. Source of flesh and blood, this is the divine name of the unnameable mass of flesh and blood. Lu Ning obtained this information from that unknown connection. I'm afraid that the evil god worshipped by the Scarlet Cult is this source of flesh and blood. And blood and flesh that contained the divine power of the source of flesh and blood should be a great tonic for the Scarlet Sword. However, perhaps because there was so little flesh and blood, it was still inferior to the so many 7th and 8th order flesh and blood monsters that Lu Ning had absorbed before. After sacrificing the excess blood and flesh, Lu Ning once again regained his original appearance. When he saw Nan Yu and the others looking at him with a wary expression, he asked with some confusion, "What's wrong?" The atmosphere was quiet for a split second, and Aaron said with some trepidation, "Are you alright? Just now you seem to have completely sickened?" Lu Ning calmly said, "It's fine, I've had that experience several times before." Crowd, confused face? Nan Yu was a bit confused. Several times what? Several times of complete sickness? Lu Ning nodded, pretty much. The air was quiet for a moment. The corner of Lin Munlan's mouth twitched. "Captain Lu, are you sure you're not some kind of monster?" Chapter 155, He's absorbing. When Lu Ning heard this, he said solemnly, "I'm a human. A normal human." Crowd. While the crowd was confused, Kagome had recovered. She felt her state and revealed a look of surprise. "I've recovered." The next moment she sensed something, bent over and opened her mouth, spitting out a twisted lump of flesh. The flesh was scarlet and had several bizarre tentacles and veins growing from it. After landing, the meat seemed to lose its activity and withered and rotted on the spot. "Is this the seed of flesh and blood?" Nan Yu and the others had scornful expressions when they saw the chunks of meat that Kagome spat out. Kuching nodded, as if relieved. "Previously, this seed of flesh and blood contained extremely powerful spiritual pollution within it, and I was unable to expel it on my own. Now that the spiritual pollution has been absorbed by Captain Lu, I can expel this mass of flesh and blood through my own abilities." After saying that, Kuching looked towards Lu Ning and said with a grateful face, "Captain Lu, thanks a lot, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out for long before I'll be completely diseased." Lu Ning shook his head and calmly said, "You're welcome." Kagome didn't say much. She sat down and began to recover her mental powers. In order to fight against the mutation of the flesh and blood seed, her mental energy consumption was equally huge. After that, the crowd didn't speak, all of them grasping for time to recover. Lu Ning did not need to recover. After all, he mostly fought using soul vibrating power, which consumed very little mental energy. The number of times he had utilized his spiritual power to resurrect himself was not many, so Lu Ning still had a surplus of spiritual power. While the others were recovering their spiritual power, Lu Ning sat against the wall and began quenching the spiritual pollution phantom that had absorbed the source of flesh and blood. Yet such silence lasted only 10 minutes or so. There was a sharp boom from the forbidding iron door. The roar caused Nan Yu and the others who were recovering their spiritual energy to open their eyes. They looked in the direction of the iron gate, which was vibrating slightly. Kagome said with a serious expression, "I'm afraid those flesh and blood monsters are looking for us." Nan Yu closed his eyes once again and said, "The iron gate of the branch is made of special metal. Even when facing 5th and 6th ranked powerhouses, it can withstand them for a while, so take advantage of this and recover a little more." Aaron and Lin Menglan similarly closed their eyes again. When Kagome saw this, she said no more. The iron gates roared incessantly, but remained firm. It wasn't until 10 minutes or so later that a crack appeared in the iron door. After a long time of attacking, the iron gate was finally almost broken. Nan Yu opened his eyes at the first opportunity. He glanced at the others. "How's the recovery going?" Aaron followed and got up. "It's not fully recovered yet, but it's good for a fight." Lin Menglan also nodded with a serious expression. "Me too." Kagome didn't say much. She wasn't strong enough on her own to be used at all in terms of combat. "What about you, Lu Ning?" "I don't have a problem," Lu Ning calmly said. Nanya nodded, then get ready, let's break out and then we'll go find Dennis and the others. Lin Manglan frowned, I hope they're at the hotel. The others nodded slightly. Now the only place they were likely to run into Dennis and the others was the hotel. Otherwise, in a place like this where communications are closed, they wouldn't be able to find anyone at all. Boom! The iron door shattered, and several flesh and blood monsters lunged in ahead. The spiritual pressure of these few flesh and blood monsters had already reached the 6th rank. Before they could take a few steps, they were swept by a sword light. In the next moment, these few flesh and blood monsters and the other monsters behind them were simultaneously girded. Lu Ning stepped out, holding the scarlet sword, and rushed toward the stairs. The others followed close behind, and Kagome, since she didn't need to fight, carried a Faf's body on her back. The enhancement that the scarlet sword brought to Lu Ning after it morphed into a high-risk level soul artifact was too great. Though the spiritual pollution and the consumption of flesh and blood brought about by the scarlet sword also increased greatly. But this wasn't too much of an impact on Lu Ning. He wielded the scarlet sword, and no flesh and blood monster could resist even a single sword. In just a few breaths, he killed through all the monsters on the stairs and rushed out of the underground. Just after rushing out of the branch hall, the crowd saw that the flesh and blood monsters outside the branch were so dense that they couldn't be seen at a glance. This caused a few of Nan Yu's breath to catch. That's a lot. How many exactly? Thousands? Or tens of thousands of flesh and blood monsters? Lin Manglan felt his mouth dry. Lu Ning calmly said, I'll open the way, you guys follow. He killed his way into the flesh and blood monster. Each of his swords was able to cut out a sword light, decapitating a piece of the flesh and blood monsters in front of him, and opening up the path at an extremely fast speed. Blood and corpses almost stained the ground. With a thought, Lu Ning's scarlet sword emitted a streak of blood-colored mist. When these mists touched the blood and corpses on the ground, they instantly assimilated the blood and corpses and subsequently absorbed them back. This was the new ability of the scarlet sword after its metamorphosis. Even if they didn't have to make direct contact, they could still absorb flesh and blood as long as they were within a certain range. Absorbing the flesh and blood, the scarlet sword hummed with abnormal excitement. But soon Aaron on one side realized something was wrong. She saw that the flesh and blood that had been killed by Lu Ning in the distance and hadn't been absorbed by the scarlet sword in exchange for blood water was slowly seeping into the ground. Her face changed as she spoke. These corpses, they seem to be being absorbed. Is it possible that he is absorbing it? Hearing this, the others looked at the bodies in the distance. Everyone's faces changed when they saw these corpses being rapidly absorbed. Nan Yu's expression sank a bit. Damn it. If that monster can really absorb so much blood and flesh, how strong must it be? There were so many flesh and blood monsters in the entire base city right now, and once they were all absorbed, they simply couldn't imagine it being that level of powerful. Even if they didn't know how strong it would be, it still made them feel a chill on their backs. Nan Yu said seriously, we have to accelerate quickly. I don't know when that monster down there will come out. We have to inform the General Directorate at the first opportunity. Otherwise, once we let this monster continue to grow, I'm afraid it will be a disaster for humanity. Lu Ning nodded, and the speed of the open road increased once again. In less than half an hour, Lu Ning and his group arrived at the central area, approaching the hotel they had previously stayed in. Just as he approached the hotel, Lu Ning saw flames erupting from the hotel. The others likewise saw the scene, and Aaron revealed a smile. It's a flame ability. It should be Su Hui. They should be in the hotel. Nan Yu nodded, let's go up. As they approached the hotel, they realized that the flesh and blood monsters had surrounded the entire hotel, and even the outer walls of the hotel were crawling with all kinds of flesh and blood monsters. The entire hotel seemed to have become a mountain of flesh and blood monsters, and the flames emanated in the direction of the top of the hotel. Nan Yu took a deep breath and spoke, I'll use my gravity ability to bring everyone up. Transporting so many people at once using the gravity control ability was not a small exertion for Nan Yu, but now that they didn't have a path into the hotel, this was the only way. He took a deep breath and controlled the gravity force field, changing the direction of everyone's gravity in the direction of the top of the hotel. In midair, one of the flesh and blood monsters even bounced up and attacked Lu Ning and the others. However, all of the flesh and blood monsters that rushed towards them were killed one by Lu Ning. In just a few short breaths, Lu Ning and the others arrived at the top of the hotel. When they saw the situation at the top of the hotel, Lu Ning and the others' hearts sank. Chapter 156, Two Solutions. On the top platform, a large number of flesh and blood monsters were surrounding the three figures. One of the hands had flames burning in it, and it was none other than Su Hui. The other was a huge white tiger, a white tiger form that Yukari had turned into. The last figure opened his mouth to release sound waves, and it was none other than Changyu. At this moment, all three of them were covered in blood, leaning their backs against each other to fend off this wave after wave of flesh and blood monster attacks. Their mental fluctuations were already very weak, the flames on Su Hui's hands were dim, the white tiger had hideous wounds on his body, and Chang Yu's voice even felt hoarse. And the ones who originally stayed outside besides them were Dennis and Sung Zinim. These two are nowhere to be seen. As Nan Yu and the others landed, Lu Ning's sword light flashed, instantly killing all of the flesh and blood monsters on the empty platform. The three who were fending off the flesh and blood monster returned to their senses and looked up. Upon seeing Lu Ning and the others, there was an extra flash of light in their originally numb eyes. Su Hui's voice was hoarse. "Captain, you guys are finally back." Sherry and Shang Yu were also relieved. Nanyu nodded and was about to step over. Just then, Lu Ning stopped Nanyu in his tracks. His body disappeared into place and instantly appeared in front of Changyu, reaching out to press Changyu's chest. Changyu's face changed slightly and his voice was hoarse. "Captain Lu, what are you doing?" The others didn't react for a moment. The next moment, however, they realized something was wrong. The expression on Changyu's face suddenly became hideous, and the flesh and blood on his body twisted and proliferated, unexpectedly starting to become like those flesh and blood monsters. Su Hui and Shirley's faces changed drastically, and they immediately backed up, wanting to retreat towards the Nanyu few. Nanyu's expression was serious as he shouted lowly, "Don't come any closer, you guys." Hearing this, Su Hui and Shirley were stunned, then understood something. Su Hui hurriedly said, "Captain, we're all normal." Still, he didn't come any closer either, but took a few steps back in the other direction. The same goes for Shirley. Roar! After Changyu had changed into a flesh and blood monster, his physical strength had increased drastically, but facing Lu Ning's power, he was still as if he were an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to resist. His hands transformed into sharp claws and grabbed at Lu Ning's neck, scratching out a hideous bloodstain on his neck. Lu Ning's face was expressionless as he exerted a slight force, and in the next moment, a white mist was grabbed out. Noticing this change, the source of flesh and blood void in the depths of the white mist suddenly rioted. Changyu's flesh and blood then skyrocketed as spiritual pollution surged. Lu Ning's face changed slightly, and he immediately took a few steps back. He then saw Changyu's body almost turn into a meatball. After that it exploded with a bang. Blood and flesh splattered in all directions and violent airwaves erupted in all directions, but fortunately, Nanyu changed the gravity force field around Changyu at the first time and blocked those blood, flesh and airwaves. Otherwise, I'm afraid this blow would be enough to injure someone. Su Hui and Shirley fell into silence as they looked at the puddle of blood and flesh on the ground. How could old Chang? Su Hui muttered with some disbelief. Sherry was also unable to comprehend. He didn't just make a move on us, did he? When did he get contaminated? Nanyu ignored the mumblings of the two and looked toward Lu Ning with a serious expression. "Lu Ning, are the two of them alright?" These words caused Su Hui and Shirley's entire bodies to tense up immediately. They were afraid of hearing Lu Ning say that they had likewise been contaminated. Lu Ning's calm eyes swept over the two men before he shook his head. They don't have the seed of flesh and blood in their bodies. Everyone was relieved to hear that. Nanyu reached out and pressed his hand, crushing some of the flesh and blood monsters that had just climbed up, and asked, "Su Hui, Shirley, I hope you guys can understand." Su Hui nodded and said, "Captain, it's nothing, we can all understand. Who would have thought that old Chang would be contaminated as well?" Shirley nodded back. "Well, you two take a break and we'll block for a while." Erin likewise opened her mouth and shot out a bolt of lightning, killing the flesh and blood monsters that crawled up. Su Hui immediately sat down to rest. And Shirley didn't recover and likewise just laid down to rest. Yukari's tiger pupils shook when she saw the body of Afaf on Kagom's back. She was a little shocked when she said, "This is." Kagome put the body down and said somberly, "Miss Afaf sacrificed herself." Su Hui and Shirley fell silent. Lu Ning stood at the edge of the platform and chopped at the underside of the tall building with a sword, 100 meters of swordlight instantly clearing an area. He asked calmly, "Where are the others?" Su Hui said stoically, "Dennis sacrificed himself earlier. The body we couldn't snatch back. It's probably gone." Old Song. Su Hui gritted his teeth and fell silent. He clenched his hands into fists, trembling slightly, his eyes red. Shirley slowly said, "Old Song wanted to help us draw away a group of monsters with his extreme speed, and I'm afraid it's gone now." The crowd was a little subdued. The 10 members of the survey team developed deep friendships during this time. I didn't realize that in a short period of time, 4 had died, but they also realized that now was not the time to be sad. Nanyu asked, "Have you sent any news back to the general administration?" Su Hui shook his head, "We were too late. This white fog enveloped the entire base city in just a few breaths. By the time we realized that the others had started to mutate, the communication had already been disconnected and we couldn't even reach you guys." Speaking of this, Su Hui said with some incredulity, "Captain, what exactly happened? Why is the entire base city diseased?" With a stoic expression, Nanyu told him all about what happened in the pipeline. This caused Su Hui and Shirley's faces to constantly change. They were even more desperate when they heard that there might even be the power of some evil god down there. After the atmosphere fell silent, Su Hui spoke up, "Captain, so what do we do now?" Lu Ning and the others also looked at Nanyu. Nanyu is the leader of the investigation team, and it's now at the top of the heap. Nanyu thought for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, "There are 2 ways now. The first one is for me to find a way to fly high up in the sky, through the mists, and perhaps get the message out. But there are difficulties with this approach. I'm only at the 7th rank, the higher I fly, the stronger the power I need, and I may not be able to fly out of the mists. If this doesn't work, then we have no choice but to break out of this base city, and only by breaking out of the base city can we survive." Lu Ning calmly said, since that's the case, give it a try, Captain. The others nodded. Nanyu took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. Good. He took out his short staff once more, and just as soon as he did, Nanyu let out a low roar of pain. A crack appeared on the surface of his body, as if it might collapse. For a 7th-ranked powerhouse, using a medium critical grade soul weapon for an extended period of time was also an extremely dangerous thing. Lu Ning stepped forward and pressed on Nanyu's chest. In the next moment, a white mist was pulled out of Nanyu's body. It was the spiritual pollution within Nanyu's body. Because of the prolonged use of the medium critical grade soul weapon, coupled with the excessive consumption of abilities. At this moment, the spiritual pollution in Nanyu's body was already high. When Lu Ning absorbed Nanyu's spiritual pollution, Nanyu's expression obviously looked better. He nodded at Lu Ning, then rushed up into the sky and flew toward the mists beyond. Chapter 157 Riot, Scarlet Sect Member. As Nanyu took off into the air, it didn't take long for a cracking sound to ring out. Lu Ning looked and realized that it was a bone spur. This should have been shot by the canine flesh and blood monster or a similar flesh and blood monster that Lu Ning had encountered in the pipeline earlier. These bone spikes were extremely fast, but Nanyu easily dodged them with his speed. As Nanyu flew higher and higher, he gradually disappeared into the white mist. Lu Ning and the others could no longer see him. Just then, a sudden blue light lit up from afar. Everyone looked over, and then they saw a pillar of blue light shoot out from somewhere in the base city and shoot towards the sky. The energy fluctuations emanating from this pillar of light were extremely powerful, clearly emanating from a type of flesh and blood monster that Lu Ning and the others had not encountered before. Aaron and the others' breath froze. Everyone stared at the sky in death. However, the sky was shrouded in white mist, and they were unable to see if the energy light pillar had struck Nanyu. After this pillar of energy light, the entire base city seemed to fall into silence. It was only the platform of the tall building they were on that still had flesh and blood monsters climbing up and attacking them. Lu Ning was defending 2 directions alone, while Eileen and Lin Menglan were defending 1 direction each. The 2 of them, Su Hui and Shirley, had consumed so much that they were recovering at the moment. They were simultaneously concerned with the middle of the white mist. Just then, the entire white fog suddenly rioted. An incomparably angry roar seemed to have traveled through space and came out from underground. The roar created a wave of sound that caused all the windows around them to simply crumble. The people on the hotel platform were all spitting blood from their mouths and their faces were pale. As the roar ended, the entire earth seemed to shake. A hoarse sound that seemed to carry a chewing sound rang in everyone's ears. Damn you all! The flesh and blood on the bodies of Shweli and Su Hui, who were currently at the bottom of their mental energy consumption, squirmed and began to mutate. The others also felt as if their bodies had a new consciousness, as if their bodies were going out of their control. The flesh and blood monsters all over the ground, on the other hand, fell to the ground in unison as if they had lost their vitality. After they fell to the ground, their flesh and blood melted into gore and seeped into the earth. As the blood and water seeped into the earth, an extremely terrifying and powerful spiritual pressure was rapidly awakening underground. Lu Ning didn't care about the underground spiritual pressure as he arrived in front of Su Hui and Shweli, absorbing the spiritual pollution from their bodies. It was a good thing that this spiritual pollution wasn't attached to the seed of flesh and blood, otherwise Lu Ning wouldn't have been able to stop this lesion from occurring unless Su Hui and Eileen possessed Kuching's ability to suppress the seed of flesh and blood for a short period of time. After absorbing the spiritual pollution from their bodies, Su Hui and Shirley were filled with fear. Captain Lu, thanks a lot. Lu Ning waved his hand and looked at the ground with a serious expression. The earth had begun to tremble slightly. As you can imagine, the monster below seems to be showing signs of awakening. The others naturally noticed the commotion. Aaron was a little nervous. Did the captain make it? As they spoke, a figure fell from the sky extremely quickly. It's none other than Nanyu. Nanyu controlled himself and smashed down heavily on the hotel platform, which was cracked. At this moment, Nanyu's left hand was almost turned into charcoal, obviously caused by the light pillar just now. He landed and put his short staff away at the first opportunity, staggering and nearly collapsing. Lu Ning stepped forward and held him up. Nanyu took a deep breath and quickly said, I informed the General Directorate. Saint Chenglan is already on his way. It will arrive in a few minutes. So fast? Lin Menglan on the side was a bit surprised. Nanyu explained, the Qinglan Saint himself is not far from this area, and since the power that the Qinglan Saint has mastered is the ability to control the wind, speed is naturally his strong point. The others also showed a hint of joy. Just then, Lu Ning's voice rang out, the next few minutes, I guess it's not going to be that good. Hearing this, they remembered where they were now. Aaron blushed hard and said, he's going to awaken? What to do? Su Hui let out a bitter smile, listening to what you guys are saying, he might already be a saint now? Then what's the difference between killing us and killing a chicken? The crowd was also silent. Just then, Kagome spoke up, maybe we don't need to be so pessimistic. The crowd's eyes lit up as they looked to Kagome. You have an idea? Nanyu spoke up. Kagome shook her head. She then spoke amidst the disappointment of the crowd, look at the ground, he seems to be trying to absorb the power of all the flesh and blood monsters now. Wasn't it his desire to absorb the blood and flesh of strong people that attracted you all here before? As the saint is coming over, he is afraid that he wants to absorb the flesh and blood first to make himself stronger. In a short period of time, he may not make a move against us. Hearing Kagom's analysis, the other's eyes lit up. That's a possibility. Yes, all these flesh and blood monsters on the ground have turned into blood water and entered the ground. It should be because he knows that the Holy One is coming, so he wants to absorb as much of this blood water as possible. That's right. All the flesh and blood seeds in this base city can be his fruits. Harvesting these fruits is more important than killing us, isn't it? The more the crowd thought about it, the more they felt that what Kagome said was right. Their eyes lit up. Nanya then said seriously, "Don't take this lightly. While we're at it, let's rest a bit more and regain a bit of strength if we can." The others nodded back. Just then, Lu Ning suddenly sensed something and looked toward the roof of a tall building in the distance. "I'm afraid there's not much time to recover." The others looked over as well. On the roof of that building, there were 4 figures standing. One of the figures in the center was the shortest, only 1.7 meters and above. He was a thin man with short dark red hair, wearing blood-colored clerical robes and holding a book in his hands. To the man's left was a tall, dark-haired man who also wore blood-colored clerical robes and held a white-bone sledgehammer in his hand. To the right of the man was a white-haired woman, also wearing the blood-colored teaching robes. She had a smile on her face and looked as if she was a bit arrogant. Next to these 3 men in blood-colored clerical robes was a monster with a twisted body. The creature had several heads growing from various parts of its body. The head in the center of it was Li Fu's, and besides Li Fu's, Lu Ning also saw Karen's, as well as the heads of several other action team leaders. On top of that, there were the heads of several people that Lu Ning did not recognize. They weren't absorbed by the monsters underground like the other flesh and blood monsters. Seeing this blood-colored teaching robe, Nanyu's expression immediately sank. "Scarlet Sect people. I told you, how come I haven't seen you trash all this time?" The thin man in the center had a cold expression, a look of cruelty and hatred in his eyes. "If it weren't for you guys, my lord's bilocation would have become even stronger, and he would have led us to establish a new flesh and blood god kingdom. Why can't you all just be eaten by my lord? It's clearly an honor for you." Chapter 158 Blasphemy against my lord. "Oh, this kind of honor, we don't want it." Nanyu sneered, "How about giving yourselves to your so-called lord to eat?" The thin man's face wore a fervent look. "If my lord really needs it, it would be our supreme honor to fuse with my lord." "Crazy." Aaron frowned. The thin man laughed fiercely. "Before we fuse with my lord, let's give you to my lord first." After speaking, he looked toward Lu Ning with a curious look in his eyes. "Especially you, my lord seems to be very interested in you." Lu Ning's expression was calm, and he said with a sincere face, "I'm not interested in a pile of meat. How dare you desecrate my lord? Seek death." The 3 Scarlet Sect members were instantly furious. The thin man's entire body then wriggled with flesh and blood, turning into a 3-meter-tall flesh and blood giant. 4 tentacles sprouted from the back of this flesh and blood giant, the tips of which were incredibly sharp, and his right hand transformed into a long, blood-colored blade. The flesh and blood giant stepped on that roof platform, and utilizing the force of the recoil, it directly leaped across the sky towards the tall building they were in. The black-haired man holding the white bone war hammer roared, his entire body flashed with a stream of blood-colored light, his muscles suddenly tightened, and he jumped over along with the flesh and blood giant. As for the white-haired woman with a haughty expression, she raised her right hand, which wriggled with blood and flesh, unexpectedly transforming into a deep black hole, and above the hole, a blue light coalesced. Seeing this scene, Lu Ning and the others instantly realized that the one who had previously shot out a blue pillar of light to attack Nanyu was not a flesh and blood monster, but rather the white-haired woman in front of them. Lastly, there was the flesh and blood monster that Li Fu and the others had fused together, every head on his body roaring and snarling in anger, following the flesh and blood giant and the black-haired man, and charging at them as well. Both the flesh and blood giant and the white-haired woman's spiritual pressure were extremely powerful, having reached the 8th rank, while the black-haired man's spiritual pressure had reached the 7th rank. Relatively weak were the fusion monsters, and even then, they already had the spiritual pressure of the 6th rank. The flesh and blood monster and the black-haired man crossed hundreds of meters into the sky and smashed heavily into the high-rise platform as if they were meteors. Lu Ning took a deep breath and gripped the scarlet sword with both hands. The originally closed eyes on the head of the scarlet sword's hilt opened, radiating a wild, bloodthirsty glow. The runes on the sword flashed with an evil light. In the next moment, Lu Ning's blood and flesh around his body were absorbed, and his body was much thinner. However, in less than a mere breath, Lu Ning's body had already returned to its original state. He similarly stomped the ground with his paws, and the entire tall building collapsed in half, and his figure disappeared. In the sky, Lu Ning and the flesh and blood giant collided together. The scarlet sword and the long blade of flesh and blood collided. Boom! A sound as if a missile had exploded rang out, and a spherical wave of air appeared in the sky, spreading in all directions. Under the aftershocks, a crack appeared in the surrounding buildings. Lu Ning and the flesh and blood giants' bodies flew backwards at the same time, each smashing into the ground. Instead, Nanyu took out his short staff once again. He rose into the air and flew towards the white-haired woman who was gathering energy, his left hand scorched and black, unable to be moved, and his right hand holding the short staff swung downward. A powerful gravitational pressure erupted, and the entire tall building shook violently before a crack appeared and began to collapse. A blue energy shield appeared around the white-haired woman before the gravitational pressure. The energy shield resisted the gravitational suppression and shook violently as it crumbled. Nanyu raised his hand again, trying to use gravity control again. Seeing this, the white-haired woman no longer continued to condense her energy, but instead shot out the column of energy light condensed in her hand. The blue pillar of light almost flashed by, instantly arriving in front of Nanyu. With a low gulp, Nanyu twisted the direction of gravity in front of himself, forming a small deflecting stance. The pillar of energy light was deflected and landed along Nanyu's side on a building in the distance. A roaring sound rang out, and that building was directly blown to pieces. At the same time, Aaron was condensing a ray of lightning and shooting it at the black-haired man who was also charging. The black-haired man wielded his white bone war hammer, deflecting a ray of lightning as it fell towards the high-rise platform. Just as the black-haired man was about to land on the platform of the tall building, Lin Menglan let out a low gulp and coalesced an earth wall, blocking the black-haired man's body. The black-haired man's face changed slightly as he crashed heavily into the earthen wall. Boom! The earthen wall crumbled, but the black-haired man's downward trend was also interrupted, and he fell straight to the ground in front of the tall building. Aaron spoke up, "I'll draw him away." After saying that, lightning flashed around her and she jumped off the high-rise platform. In midair, Aaron condensed a meter-long thunder spear and threw it fiercely towards the black-haired man. When the black-haired man who landed on the ground saw thunder spear, a hideous smile appeared on his face. Instead of choosing to dodge, he took 2 steps forward and raised his warhammer to fiercely smash into the thunder spear. Boom! The warhammer and the thunder spear collided, the thunder light raged, and the black-haired man retreated a few steps backward. There was a flash of thunder light around his body, and his skin was scorched black by electricity. But he blocked it head-on. Jia jia jia. Little beauty, this power is not enough for me. He grinned and charged at Aaron. It must be exciting to smash such a nice-looking head. With a cold expression, Aaron took out a small box from her pocket. Upon opening the small box, inside was a purple ring. The ring seemed to be crafted from the scales of some kind of creature, emitting a subtle ray of lightning. After she put the ring on, the thunder around her body instantly became violent, and the original lavender thunder transformed towards a deep purple color, and even began to appear a little black. The smile on the black-haired man's face grew a bit more fierce. Medium critical grade soul weapon? Interesting, a 6th order awakened using a medium critical grade soul weapon. How long can you last? Without a word, Aaron used the power of thunder to stimulate her body's cells, her speed increasing dramatically as she dodged the black-haired man's warhammer attack. The warhammer landed on the ground, smashing a deep pit several meters in circumference in the ground, spiderweb-like cracks spreading in all directions. After dodging, Aaron began to gather thunder in her hands and a purple ball of thunder slammed into the black-haired man. Boom! A deep crater was blown out of the black-haired man's chest, and the writhing of his internal organs were clearly visible. The crazy smile on the dark-haired man's face didn't diminish in the slightest, though. That wound wriggled back to life at an extremely fast rate. The dark-haired man charged at Aaron again. While the dark-haired man and Aaron were tangling, the fusion monster had jumped and rushed towards the high-rise platform. Seeing this, Lin Menglan glanced back at Su Hui and Shueli, who were still very weak, and took a deep breath. "I can block for a while, so you guys recover quickly." After saying that, Lin Menglan took out a stone tablet with peculiar patterns. A thick aura emanated from the stone tablet, causing a path of flying sand to appear around Lin Menglan's body. She coalesced an earth spike and shot it towards the fusion monster. The fusion monster dodged the earth spikes and sprinted up to the high-rise platform. Right at this moment, Lin Menglan let out a low gulp, and flying sand flowed and coalesced into a yellow stone house, shutting the fusion monster in it. With a grip of her hand, the stone house collapsed and pressed against the fusion monster. Chapter 159 Scarlet Sword's New Ability. Dang! The stone house dented and collapsed, yet the next moment it blew apart. A tentacle shot towards Lin Menglan, extremely fast. Lin Menglan retreated back and forth, while controlling the flying sand to coalesce into a shield, fending off the attacks of these tentacles. Throughout the high-rise platform, tentacle stumps and flying sand appeared and disappeared. At this moment, Lu Ning had already rushed back from the distance and rushed toward the flesh and blood giant. The flesh and blood giant opened his mouth to reveal a sardonic smile, holding the cannon in his left hand as he shouted in a low voice, "Flesh and blood corrupts." In the next moment, Lu Ning only felt a sharp pain in his left hand, and his originally normal arm was unexpectedly corroded in a very short period of time. The corroded arm festered with pus and lost its strength. Lu Ning was expressionless as he directly sacrificed his entire left hand. The blood mist merged into the scarlet sword. The scarlet sword's eyes trembled and glowed with excitement. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, 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 kill. Kill them all. Kill all of them. Eat them all. Dense whispers resounded in Lu Ning's mind. Shut up, Lu Ning calmly said. The whispers ended abruptly. At the same time, Lu Ning's sacrificed arm had grown out once more. The whole thing didn't even take a second. The flesh and blood giant couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. This ability, too, is the power of flesh and blood? Without being able to think about it, Lu Ning had already rushed to the front of the flesh and blood giant. The scarlet sword was raised high by Lu Ning, with a rich white light flickering on it, and chopped downward viciously. Truth be told, if it was merely Lu Ning's own physical strength, even if it was augmented by a high-risk level soul weapon, the flesh and blood giant did not feel threatened. But the power of this soul-vibrating force shocked the flesh and blood giant. It was the first time he had seen someone resonate the power of soul vibrations to such an extent. Even if the level gap between the two sides was huge, and even separated by a large stage, the essence was like a chasm. The flesh and blood giant still felt an incomparable threat. The flesh and blood giant did not choose to dodge, the long blade in his hand blocked, and the same power of vibrating soul surged above him. However, the white light of his soul vibrating power was not as dense as Lu Ning's. As the flesh and blood giant fended off the scarlet sword, several tentacles on its back shot toward Lu Ning. Just when this flesh and blood giant thought that Lu Ning was planning to dodge, Lu Ning didn't even tilt his head sideways and charged up against the tentacles. The flesh and blood giant was a bit puzzled, but he still revealed a sardonic smile. Seek death. The tentacles accelerated by a few points, and one stabbed into Lu Ning's head, while the other three stabbed into Lu Ning's body. Just when the flesh and blood giant thought it was over, the powerful sword light from the scarlet sword did not weaken in the slightest. It even slightly changed its direction, sticking to the body of the long blade blocked by the flesh and blood giant and chopping at the flesh and blood giant's arm. What? The flesh and blood giant's eyes widened. It was too late for him to withdraw his hand, so he could only bulge his own muscles and harden his flesh and blood, intending to carry the blow hard. But the power of this strike far exceeded the flesh and blood giant's imagination. The scarlet sword easily chopped off half of the flesh and blood giant's arm, even the long blade that the arm had transformed into. Blood spurted out and his arm hit the ground. The flesh and blood giant let out a low roar with an ugly face and retreated back and forth. As the flesh and blood giant retreated, Lu Ning's body was left with 4 huge bloody holes. But in just one breath, the 4 bloody holes had completely recovered. Lu Ning's scarlet sword was stuck in the arm on the ground, and the chopped-off arm was still active and writhing. The arm struggled violently as the scarlet sword was inserted into it. However, in just one breath's time, the arm turned into blood mist and was completely devoured by the scarlet sword. The flesh and blood giant looked at Lu Ning with some disbelief, incredulously saying, "Damn, why aren't you dead even like this?" Lu Ning's expression was calm as he stamped his foot on the ground once more and rushed toward the flesh and blood giant. It's nothing more than the ability to not die. Impossible. Such a strong recovery ability is only possible for my lord. How could you possibly do it? Could you be my lord's divine favorite? You betrayed my lord? Why? The flesh and blood giant muttered, and then as if he understood the truth, he gradually fell into madness. Lu Ning's expression was numb. I don't have a relationship with the source of flesh and blood. However, as soon as Lu Ning's words fell, the blood and flesh on his back proliferated, and several tentacles broke through the blood and flesh in a frenzy of writhing, binding Lu Ning's neck and trying to strangle him to death. Lu Ning sacrificed these tentacles without changing his face. The flesh and blood giant's expression was unsightly, still saying no? Lu Ning had already rushed to the front of the flesh and blood giant, and the scarlet sword chopped down once again. The flesh and blood giant faced the scarlet sword's blade, the tentacles behind it hardening against it. However, every time it resisted, the tentacle would be cut with a deep bloody scar, and for this reason, the flesh and blood giant had to retreat back and forth. At the same time, the flesh and blood giant's severed arm had begun to gradually recover. As a powerful member of the Scarlet Sect, mastering the evil arts gifted by the source of flesh and blood, the recovery ability was likewise quite powerful. Soon enough, though, the flesh and blood giant realized something was wrong. There was a bloody mist emanating from the scarlet sword in Lu Ning's hand. The blood mist wrapped around towards the flesh giant's body, and as it invaded, the flesh giant felt as if its own flesh and blood were being broken down and plundered. This power has reduced his ability to recover drastically. Even the flesh and blood giant sensed that its own spiritual essence had been plundered along with its flesh and blood. This caused the flesh and blood giant to retreat somewhat horrified, not even daring to fend off Lu Ning's sword blade. What is that sword in your hand? Lu Ning didn't reply, but with his own speed, he caught up with the flesh and blood giant and stalked him to death. This ability of the Scarlet Sword was also something that Lu Ning had now developed. He thought to himself, since the Scarlet Sword could absorb corpses within a certain range, why couldn't he use this ability to absorb the flesh and blood of his enemies? So he tried it and found that it did work. The power of a high critical grade soul weapon was far more than just an increase in one's own power, there were other effects as well. The flesh and blood giants didn't even dare to fight in close combat when faced with the Scarlet Sword. This was still because the flesh giant itself, as a powerful ability of the power of flesh and blood, could restore flesh and blood. If transformed into another ability, facing Lu Ning's Scarlet Sword absorption, he was afraid that he would die even faster after getting close. This ability is literally the nemesis of close combat ability users. Although the flesh and blood giant kept retreating and dodging, Lu Ning's speed wasn't much worse than his thanks to his soul vibrating power plus. Thus Lu Ning was able to easily keep up with the flesh and blood giant. Although the efficiency of absorbing flesh and blood across the air, and that of a powerful ability, wasn't as fast as absorbing corpses, the flesh and blood giant still became extremely dry and thin in just tens of seconds. During this time, the flesh and blood giant had thought about fighting back, and even utilized some flesh and blood corruption and other abilities to attack Lu Ning. Unfortunately, even if Lu Ning were to suffer damage, he would be able to recover in a very short period of time, and it would have no effect on his combat prowess at all. And as the flesh and blood were absorbed, the flesh and blood giant's aura became weaker and weaker, and it was no longer even able to evade Lu Ning's attacks. In the end, as Lu Ning chopped down with his sword, the head of this flesh and blood giant was chopped off to the ground. Even if the head fell to the ground, the flesh and blood giant's body was still active, but the active body didn't think of a good counterattack, but rather wanted to continue to run away. But not even an otherwise intact flesh and blood giant could escape, let alone a headless corpse. Lu Ning nailed the corpse to the ground with his sword, and the scarlet sword quickly absorbed it. In just a few breaths, the scarlet sword absorbed the flesh and blood giant's corpse cleanly, and then Lu Ning absorbed his head cleanly as well. After absorbing the corpse of the flesh and blood giant, the scarlet sword was suddenly strengthened once again. Unfortunately, now that the scarlet sword was already a high-risk level soul weapon, the flesh and blood power contained by an 8th Order Awakened was not much of a boost. After killing the flesh and blood giants, Lu Ning raised his head and looked towards several other areas. Chapter 160, Immortality and Immortality. The battle between Nanyu and that silver-haired woman was extremely intense. Both are highly destructive abilities. Regardless of whether it was Nanyu's gravity control or the silver-haired woman's energy beam, a single strike could destroy a building with extreme ease. During their engagements, the two never fought in close combat, but instead relied on their ability output to fight. But there is a difference between the two levels themselves. As an 8th Order powerhouse, the silver-haired woman's total amount of spiritual energy was much higher than Nanyu's, and similarly higher in quality. Not to mention the fact that Nanyu's previous mental energy consumption was not small, and he was far inferior to the silver-haired woman in this regard. It was a good thing that Nanyu possessed a medium critical grade soul weapon increase, while the silver-haired woman did not have a medium critical grade soul weapon herself. Therefore, Nanyu could resist the silver-haired woman's attack for a short period of time. However, medium critical grade soul weapons were extremely spiritually polluted and also possessed side effects. Although Lu Ning wasn't sure what the side effects of this soul artifact were, just the mental pollution alone was enough to make the mentally deficient Nanyu eat a pot. Thus in just tens of seconds of engagement, Nanyu's face had already become unusually pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. The silver-haired woman, on the other hand, was in much better shape. During Lu Ning's previous process of killing the flesh and blood giant, he had already felt the energy fluctuations from the silver-haired woman. However, because Nanyu was desperately trying to block it, the silver-haired woman didn't have a chance to stop Lu Ning. Seeing Lu Ning's empty hand, the silver-haired woman's expression became very ugly. Damn! She took 2 steps back and looked at Lu Ning warily. I realized just now that your soul weapon belongs to the melee-type soul weapon, right? As long as I don't let you get close, what can you do with me? With a cold smile, she glanced at Nanyu and spoke, now this gravity ability person doesn't have much combat ability anymore. One-on-one, I don't believe you can block my attacks. Lu Ning didn't say anything and came to Nanyu. He probed and absorbed another rapid growth of spiritual pollution within Nanyu's body. Nanyu's somewhat twisted and hideous expression suddenly recovered quite a bit. He exhaled and spoke, thanks a lot Lu Ning. Lu Ning calmly said, if you continue to overdraw your current mental power, you will quickly become sick, so rest first. Nanyu frowned, are you sure? Aha. Seeing that Lu Ning actually didn't care about his words at all, and even said that he was sure he could deal with himself, this caused the silver-haired woman to let out a scream, bastard. Who are you looking down on? In the next moment, the flesh and blood energy cannon tube in her right hand once again had energy gathering. One energy cannonball after another shot toward Lu Ning. Nanyu's face changed slightly as he immediately deflected these energy projectiles. Just after using his ability once, Nanyu coughed out a large mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. Just now, in order to stop the silver-haired woman from going to help Lu Ning's opponent, he could be said to have put his life on the line. The spiritual energy was almost depleted now. Lu Ning said again, you rest. After saying that, Lu Ning disappeared in place and rushed towards the silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman's face changed slightly, and in the next moment, her other hand similarly transformed into an energy cannon tube. The left gun barrel continuously shot out energy projectiles to block Lu Ning's movement. The right barrel, on the other hand, began to gather energy continuously, wanting to strike a fatal blow. White light flashed above Lu Ning's legs, and the power of soul vibrating was used with full force. Every foot he landed on the ground caused the ground to crack, while his figure dodged at an extremely fast speed under the force of the explosive recoil. A single energy projectile was dodged by Lu Ning, and if it was impossible to dodge, Lu Ning used the scarlet sword to cut through it. The decapitated energy projectile exploded, and the raging power scorched Lu Ning's skin and flesh. In less than a second, though, that damage had been completely repaired. To Lu Ning, such an injury wasn't even a flesh wound. When the silver-haired woman saw that Lu Ning was actually approaching at an extremely fast speed, her face changed slightly, and she immediately began to retreat. She had seen just now how terrifying Lu Ning was when engaged at close range. She didn't want to get too close to Lu Ning no matter what. The two figures flashed forward and backward, but in general, Lu Ning was still closing in on the silver-haired woman at an extremely fast speed. After only a few seconds, Lu Ning had arrived in front of the silver-haired woman. The scarlet sword in his hand carried a rich white light as it chopped down towards the silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman's face changed slightly, and she immediately condensed a thick layer of energy light shield around her body. The scarlet sword landed on the energy light shield. Boom! A roar rang out, and a hideous crack appeared in the energy light shield. With just one sword, the energy light shield completely collapsed. Just as Lu Ning was planning to make a second chop, the silver-haired woman suddenly revealed a sardonic smile. The next moment, she raised her right hand. Above his right hand, a dense and incomparable light flowed, and the energy in it was palpitating. Die! The silver-haired woman let out a scream as a column of energy light erupted from her hand. A pillar of light that was more than 2 meters thick engulfed Lu Ning in front of the silver-haired woman almost in an instant. Wherever the pillar of light passed, it was almost unstoppable. The ground was ripped open in a deep trail, while the walls of the building were run right through. When the light dissipated, a charred piece of flesh and blood fell from the sky not far away, and along with the flesh and blood was the scarlet sword. This charred flesh and blood was less than the size of a human head, and had even become charred. This powerful force that the silver-haired woman had condensed consumed a great deal of her spiritual energy. This left the silver-haired woman panting and sweating. But after seeing that small mass of charred flesh and blood, the silver-haired woman was filled with smiles. Ha ha ha. I can't believe you can still survive like this. However, as soon as her words fell, the charred flesh and blood wriggled and proliferated, expanding as if blowing up a balloon. In just one breath, it had already returned to its humanoid size. The silver-haired woman's eyes widened, her eyes filled with shock. Impossible. Upon seeing that the humanoid flesh and blood had begun to show arms and legs, the silver-haired woman screamed in rage as both of her flesh and blood energy tubes simultaneously shot out a single energy blast, flooding the humanoid flesh. The roar was unrelenting. Such an attack lasted for a full 10 seconds or so. It wasn't until the silver-haired woman's mental energy was nearly depleted and she could no longer condense her energy cannon that she had to stop. The silver-haired woman was almost on the verge of becoming unsteady on her feet, her forehead covered in sweat as she stared dead-on in the direction of the energy cannon attack. It had been transformed into a deep pit tens of meters in circumference, with dust billowing from the pit. When the dust dissipated, there were only a few scattered pieces of palm-sized flesh and blood inside. Seeing this scene, the silver-haired woman laughed somewhat hysterically and maniacally. Ha 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 ha. I don't believe you can still survive like this. However, right at that moment, those palm-sized pieces of flesh and blood suddenly swelled up. After expanding, the flesh and blood began to wriggle and fuse together. After the fusion, it gradually took on a humanoid shape. The whole process was only about 2 breaths. Looking at the blood and flesh that appeared as hands, feet, and heads, the silver-haired woman's expression stiffened, and a color of fear emerged in her eyes. Chapter 161. The fear lasted only an instant before the silver-haired woman turned and tried to run away. However, she had not run more than a few steps when her entire leg seemed to lose their support and her flesh and blood turned into blood. The silver-haired woman seemed to understand something and was filled with horror. No. My lord. I was wrong. Spare me this time. I can still fight. However, the process of the silver-haired woman turning into blood did not stop. After the legs came the body, followed by the head that was filled with an expression of fear. In just a split second's time, the silver-haired woman completely turned into a puddle of blood. And as the silver-haired woman turned into blood, Lu Ning had already recovered. He silently got up and picked up the scarlet sword on the ground. He glanced at the blood and water, frowned slightly, and turned his head to look at the other 2 battlefield areas. Just then, he suddenly felt a cold chill all over his body. Lu Ning looked down and realized that because of the energy attack just now, all of his clothes had been shattered, and his entire body was unclothed. Lu Ning fell silent and turned his head to look around, then picked up a few blood-stained tunics and pants on the side. The owner of these clothes should have been turned into blood and absorbed by that monster underground. After putting his clothes back on, Lu Ning looked up in the direction of the others. Manhwa was sitting not far away to rest and recover his spiritual power. Farther away, thunder and blood-colored streams of light flashed continuously, and the roaring sound was unceasing. With each roar, a building was destroyed and collapsed. And from the high-rise platform, Lu Ning could see a blood-colored tentacle and flying sand tangling. He suddenly disappeared from his spot and headed in the direction where the thunder light was. In just a flash, Lu Ning arrived at the area where Aaron and the black-haired man were fighting. At the moment, Aaron's skin was a little scorched, seemingly from the backlash of the raging lightning on her own body. The dark-haired man on the other side was similarly scorched and blackened, his injuries looking even more horrific than Aaron's. However, unlike Aaron, the black-haired man's aura was still powerful, and the injuries on his body were recovering at an extremely fast speed under a flow of bloodlight. In contrast, Aaron has no such recovery ability. The spiritual pressure emanating from Irene herself had become somewhat weaker. She was constantly dodging the black-haired man's attacks at the moment, unable to even counterattack. The black-haired man laughed continuously, "Jia. Hiding ah. How long can you hide? As long as I catch you, I'll let you die a horrible death." However, just at that moment, a roaring sound suddenly rang out. The black-haired man sensed the sudden surge of violent strong wind on his left side and turned his head violently to look over. He then saw Lu Ning appear in front of him, the scarlet sword in his hand chopping down viciously towards his head. The blood and white light emanating from the scarlet sword caused the black-haired man's instinctive cold hairs to stand up and his entire body to go cold. His grim expression stiffened as he roared and raised his white bone war hammer, trying to parry the attack. The scarlet sword landed on the hilt of the white bone war hammer with a roar. In the next moment, the hammer handle of the white bone war hammer shattered as if it was glass. The terrifying power of the scarlet sword directly destroyed this low-risk grade soul tool. And the sword light of the scarlet sword went on, continuing to chop at the black-haired man. The black-haired man used the force of the recoil to back up and sidestep. But even so, the sword light of the scarlet sword still cut across his left shoulder. As if cutting through tofu, the black-haired man's left shoulder was directly chopped off, blood spurting out. The dark-haired man screamed miserably, and his originally fierce expression turned fearful. He looked at Lu Ning with some disbelief. "Why are you here? Where are the bishop and the others?" Lu Ning looked at the black-haired man expressionlessly and said, "You mean that old man and that woman? They're already dead." "No way. I don't believe it." The black-haired man's feet retreated back and forth as he roared furiously. However, in the next moment, Lu Ning suddenly disappeared. The black-haired man saw a residual shadow flash by while red and white intertwined sword lights flashed, but all he could do was watch, powerless to dodge. He watched as his neck was chopped off and blood gushed out. The dark-haired man's vacated head roared angrily as his body tried to catch the head and reattach it. But Lu Ning's scarlet sword had already plunged into his body, and his other hand had grabbed his head. After a few breaths, the black-haired man's corpse was completely absorbed by the scarlet sword. Lu Ning looked over at Aaron. Aaron had already removed the ring from her hand at this moment, but the lightning on her body was still flickering. Her entire body fell to the ground, her face pale and full of pain. Lu Ning walked over and reached out to press his hand on Irene's chest, absorbing the source of spiritual contamination that was surging through Irene's body. Aaron's expression then soothed a lot, and the thunderous light on her body that was originally unable to dissipate gradually dissipated. She slowly exhaled a cloudy breath and looked at Lu Ning. "Has anyone ever told you that you can't just touch a woman's chest? This will be taken as hooliganism." Lu Ning looked up, calmly looking at Aaron with a serious face. "I'm not being a hooligan." Aaron rolled her eyes, powerless to spit. "I'm going to recover, so go help the others." Lu Ning nodded, and with a stamp of his foot on the ground, he rushed toward the high-rise platform. He came underneath the tall building and leapt up, instantly rushing up dozens of meters to the platform. Above the platform, the fusion flesh monster was suppressing Lin Menglan step by step. Behind Lin Menglan were Su Hui, Shueli, and Kucheng. Lin Menglan could only try her best to fend off the attacks of the flesh and blood fusion monsters in order to protect the three of them. Her left hand and left leg showed some signs of festering, as if they had been eroded by the power of flesh and blood. This was somewhat similar to the attack Lu Ning had received from that flesh and blood giant earlier. As for Lin Menglan's body, whiteness surged, and part of her body had sanded away, as if she was on the verge of becoming sick. After Lu Ning landed on the platform, he suddenly appeared in front of the fusion monster. The fusion monster didn't even react, only to see a few sword lights flash by. The fusion monster's body froze in place. The next moment, his body was split into several parts, each with a complete head. This includes Lifford, Karen, and others. The flesh and blood containing the head fell to the ground, and the head hissed and tried to fuse again. Just then, a streak of flying sand coalesced into an earth spike, pinning the flesh and blood in place. Lin Menglan dropped to the ground, her face pale. Lu Ning took a step over and reached out to press his hand on Lin Menglan's chest, absorbing all the spiritual pollution from her body. A part of Lin Menglan's body that had originally turned into flying sand completely stabilized, but the rotting flesh and blood remained still rotting. Lu Ning raised an eyebrow and controlled the scarlet sword, the sword flashing as it sliced off the already rotting flesh and blood. The rotting flesh and blood that was cut off was absorbed by the scarlet sword. Lin Menglan's face paled in pain and she stifled a grunt. She forced herself to endure the pain and smiled at Lu Ning. "Captain Lu, thank you." Lu Ning nodded, then looked toward the blood and flesh that encrusted the heads. Upon seeing Li Fu's head, Lu Ning fell silent and looked at Kucheng again. Kucheng did not notice Lu Ning's gaze, all her attention was on Li Fu's head, her expression pained and sad. Chapter 162 Tentacles from the Ground. In the silence of the atmosphere, Lu Ning spoke. "I can't save him." Kucheng nodded, took a deep breath, and slowly averted her eyes. "I know, Captain Lu, you have done well enough. Captain Lu, use your sword to absorb my father and the captain in them." Lu Ning glanced at Kagome in a bit of surprise. Kagome said, "I think they should wish to die with dignity rather than become sustenance for the growth of evil gods." Lu Ning was silent and nodded. Then he thought of something and stepped forward to press the bloody flesh of Li Fu's head. A cloud of white mist was grabbed out by Lu Ning, its flesh and blood writhing madly as it tried to struggle. However, Lu Ning nonchalantly absorbed this white mist into his body. As the white mist was absorbed, Li Fu's crazy eyes gradually became clear. When his eyes became clear and he saw everything around him, he was stunned and then revealed a relieved smile. Am I dead? Papa. Kagome fell to her knees in front of Li Fu's head, tears streaming down her face. Base City has been destroyed. Li Fu smiled inside. The power of the evil god is difficult for us mortals to resist. You have done your best. Look at your appearance. Seems to be free from the control of the seed of flesh and blood? This is a good thing. Kagome didn't say anything, just cried. Li Fu's eyes gradually darkened as he spoke. In the future, your mother and I won't be by your side, so you have to live well on your own. Kagome nodded vigorously and tried to speak, opening her mouth but nothing came out. Take care of yourself. Li Fu's eyes completely dimmed and lost their vitality. Kagome's agonized cries resounded across the platform. Everyone else lapsed into silence. The scarlet sword in Lu Ning's hand vibrated slightly, and a blood mist flowed, enveloping all the pieces of flesh and blood. The flesh and blood fragments of Li Fu's head didn't put up any resistance and were directly assimilated and absorbed. The other still writhing flesh and blood had sensed the danger and stirred uneasily. But even if they were restless, they couldn't avoid the blood mist and could only be assimilated little by little. After a short moment, all the flesh and blood was absorbed by the scarlet sword. By now, all the members and flesh and blood monsters of the previous Scarlet sect were dead. Lu Ning looked at the others. Lin Minglan's flesh and blood that had been cut off hadn't recovered, but as an awakened of the fifth order, her physical body wasn't weak either. It's not recoverable, but the bleeding has stopped. Moving in a short period of time is not a problem. The hideous wounds on Su Hui and Shueli had likewise stopped bleeding, and some of their originally depleted spiritual energy had been restored. As for Nanyu and Irene, Lu Ning glanced downstairs. Nanyu was still recovering his spiritual power, and Eileen was likewise doing the same. Lu Ning looked up again. The bloody monsters that were originally everywhere on the ground had now disappeared a lot. Some of the remaining flesh and blood monsters were turning into blood and seeping into the ground. The detachment of the source of flesh and blood was still absorbing his fruits. Lu Ning fell silent and jumped off the roof of the building, landing in front of Nanyu. Nanyu opened his eyes and looked at Lu Ning. Are you done with it? Lu Ning nodded. Aha. Nanyu took a deep breath and braced himself to get up. Then let's go and leave the base city. Lu Ning glanced at the very weak Nanyu and spoke. Can you still run in your current state? Nanyu grinned. Don't look down on me, you kid. I'm a 7th order awakened. And I'm still the captain of the investigation squad. Although your kid's strength is strong now, don't underestimate me. Oh. Lu Ning nodded calmly. Nanyu. His face reddened. No, is that your response? Lu Ning was a bit confused. What else do you want me to say? The corner of Nanyu's mouth twitched, then he waved his hand. Forget it, it's nothing, go see how Aaron is doing. Lu Ning nodded and ran to Aaron again. Aaron had opened her eyes as she spoke. I've heard you, just transfer, I can hold out too. Lu Ning nodded. Let's go then. Lu Ning went up to the high-rise platform again, and Kagome had already recovered quite a bit from her previous state. Though still in tears, she was much more stable. Lu Ning said, let's evacuate now, or else I'm afraid that once he's finished absorbing all the blood and flesh, he'll come after us. Now is the best time. The others nodded instantly. Yes. Keqing carried Lin Menglan on her back, while Su Hui and Shueli also got up. Su Hui first used his own flame to cremate Afaf's body, wrapping the ashes in clothes to take with him. Several people then jumped off the roof of the building and onto the ground. Nanyu and Aaron were also slowly walking over. Seeing how pale the two looked, Sherry immediately said, Aaron, come on my back, I'll carry you. Shirley has been recovering for some time and has gained some stamina. It's still no problem to carry one. Without hesitation, Aaron nodded and climbed onto Sherry's back. Su Hui, on the other hand, came to Nanyu's front and said, in that case, Captain, I'll carry you. The corners of Nanyu's mouth twitched. I can still hold out. Su Hui said with some impatience, come on, look at how your legs are shaking. It's just very weak at first glance. I'll hug you if you really can't. Su Hui said as he directly went up and tried to pick up Nanyu in a princess carry. Nanyu instantly turned pale. Don't. You carry me. Wouldn't that have been nice? Lu Ning, on the other hand, silently walked to the front. I'll open the way, follow me, go this way. Their location was in the center of the city, and in their current state, it was obviously not that simple to run out of the base city in a short period of time. But Lu Ning's eyes could see spiritual pollution. As a large amount of flesh and blood was absorbed by the underground source of flesh and blood descending body, Lu Ning could clearly notice that the concentration of spiritual pollution located on the eastern side was far too high compared to the other directions. The concentration of this spiritual pollution was not even comparable to the previous fallen incense. The fallen incense was not like the scarlet sword that had just metamorphosed in Lu Ning's hand, and it was much more powerful than the scarlet sword. But even that doesn't compare to a concentration like this. And this spiritual pollution concentration is still rising. Lu Ning wasn't sure how powerful that monster underground would be when it had absorbed all of the flesh and blood. All he could do now was to take everyone as far away as possible from the area with the highest concentration of spiritual pollution. The group ran for more than a minute, and just then, the ground suddenly shook violently. Under such vibrations, the surrounding buildings shook violently, and the window panes on the buildings were shattered. The ground also had a tiny crack gradually appearing. Just then, not far ahead, the earth tore apart, and a hideous tentacle of flesh and blood rushed out from the ground. The tentacle had scarlet slime on it, with sharp barbs and proliferating, grotesque flesh and blood structures. Just this one tentacle alone was tens of meters long. The crowd looked at the tentacle with somewhat shocked expressions. What is this? Just then, a tentacle similarly rushed out of the ground in other areas. These tentacles were densely packed and covered the entire base city, and as far as the eye could see, there were hundreds of them. Chapter 163, Tornado. Looking at the giant tentacles that covered the base city in a slow dance, even Lu Ning fell into silence. The others had even more pupil earthquakes and a skeptical look on their faces. What kind of monster is this? Just the tentacles are this big, how big must the main body be? Nanyu roared low in horror. Just as Lu Ning and the others fell into silence, a tentacle not far from them pressed down hard towards them. It was so fast that it even drew a sonic boom. The berserk power formed waves of air that pressed down viciously towards Lu Ning and the others. Even Lu Ning felt a little out of breath, and Kuching and the others were even pressed back by the airwaves. Lu Ning gripped the scarlet sword with both hands, red and white rays of light intertwining as the sword light swept across the room, chopping toward the tentacles. The hundreds of meters long sword light collided with the tentacles, but it was as if it was colliding with metal. With a loud boom, the sword light was directly shattered, and the tentacles only paused for an instant before pressing down again. Luckily, this moment of pause gave Lu Ning and the others a chance, and all of them stepped back a distance to avoid the tentacles' range of attack. The tentacles smashed heavily into the ground, and the earth seemed to tremble. The airwaves raised by the tentacles shattered the ground around them, and the buildings on both sides collapsed. This terrifying destructive power caused Aaron and the others to suck in their breath. Lu Ning was the first to react and spoke, "Go in a different direction." The others came back to their senses and changed direction, moving away from the tentacles and continuing to move out of the base city. After moving away for some distance, the group looked back and realized that the tentacles in the rear were not catching up. It was a relief to everyone. Sherry said with some trepidation, "Is this tentacle mindless?" Nanyu spoke up, "It could be, after all, there's still so much blood and flesh on the ground that hasn't been absorbed yet. That monster shouldn't have any energy to focus on us, it should be the unconscious action of that monster underground, right?" These words caused everyone to fall silent. Aaron said with some disbelief, "Just unconscious actions are enough to cause such a huge destructive force, if it's the main body, just how powerful is it?" Nanyu shook his head, then said with a serious expression, "I'm afraid that monster, at the very least, must be at the saint level." Sui also nodded in agreement and spoke, "We've all seen how strong Captain Lu's sword is, not to mention the 8th rank, even a 9th rank powerhouse, unless they're awakened to defensive abilities, they wouldn't be able to take such an attack unharmed, would they? Only a saint can do that." The others nodded. Lin Menglan sighed and said, "Let's hope the saint arrives soon." The others nodded. Lu Ning continued to lead the way ahead, and they were able to dodge the location where the tentacles were. Perhaps the tentacles really were dancing mindlessly, and as long as they didn't get close to the tentacles' attack range, they didn't have to worry about being attacked. After another moment, Lu Ning and the others ran out some distance towards the base city walls. It was still a bit far from the walls though. Just then, a sudden gale blew. As the gusts of wind appeared, all the tentacles suddenly became furious from their original state of mindless dancing. All the tentacles frantically slapped the earth around them. The entire base city shook under the slaps of these hundreds of tentacles, and a building collapsed as if it were a fragile bubble. A crack appeared in the ground, and the crack spread in all directions. Lu Ning and the others located in the base city struggled to stand on such shaky ground. Nan Yu and the others were horrified. This kind of destruction is simply beyond human imagination. Right at this moment, a green-colored stream of light approached from an extreme distance at an extremely fast speed. Wherever the streams of light passed, waves of air erupted and clouds parted. In a short moment's time, this stream of light came to a stop over the base city. The stream of light transformed into a silhouette. It was none other than the Qinglan saint that Lu Ning had met earlier. Saint Qinglan's expression at the moment was not as leisurely as Lu Ning's when he had seen him in base city 116, as he rode the wind in the air and looked down at the base city below with a very grave expression. Soon enough, however, the Qinglan saint sensed something and shifted his gaze in the direction of Lu Ning and the others. Upon seeing Lu Ning and the others, Saint Qinglan's expression slightly slowed down for a few moments, and then he probed and grabbed at Lu Ning and the others from several kilometers away. In the next moment, it was as if the crowd that was originally standing on the ground was grabbed by a gale. They rose up into the air and flew towards the Qinglan sage at an extremely fast speed. After arriving in front of Sage Qinglan, a few of Nan Yu's people greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, Holy One." Saint Qinglan nodded slightly, and after sweeping his gaze over a few people, he spoke, "You're the only ones who survived in the entire base city?" Nanyu nodded with an ugly face. We failed to detect the abnormality in advance and failed to save the ordinary people in the base city. It was our dereliction of duty. Qinglan Saint shook his head, looked down at the one crazy tentacle, and spoke, "This is not your fault. Facing the evil god, it is already remarkable that you can survive." The others were silent. Aaron looked down at the tentacles below. "Are the tentacles below the evil gods?" Sage Qinglan nodded, then shook his head. "The essence of these tentacles possesses divinity, but their power is not as strong as that of the evil god, so they should be a detachment of the source of flesh and blood invading the earth." Sage Qinglan was obviously also aware of the origin of the evil god behind the Scarlet Sect. Without saying much, he spoke, "I'll send you guys out, try to stay as far away as possible. I won't necessarily be able to take care of you when the fight starts later." The crowd had serious expressions and nodded their heads. "Are you kidding? A saint is an existence that can destroy a base city. In a great battle between such levels, they might even be killed by the fallout if they were close. If you want to live, you must be as far away as possible." Saint Chenglan waved his hand, followed by a gale that sent them directly over 10 kilometers away. After flying over the walls of the base city, the power of the gale ran out, and Lu Ning and the others slowly fell out of the air. By this time, they were several kilometers from the base city. This place was a wilderness, and perhaps because they had sensed the awakening of the evil god's doppelganger, all the surrounding creatures had left, and the entire environment was silent. Nanyu and the others sat down on the ground, their minds and bodies exhausted. Sui looked up at the base city with an expression of shock and fear. "It's a good thing the saint came, otherwise we'd probably have a hard time running out, right?" Approaching the walls of the base city, they realized that there were densely packed tentacles everywhere around the walls. With so many tentacles, it was too hard for them to get through. Now we are able to witness the scene of a saint fighting. This kind of opportunity can't be seen once in a lifetime, so we're considered blessed. Hearing Shirley's words, the others' spirits lifted. Lu Ning, on the other hand, silently said, "Shouldn't we stay a bit farther away? The saint's strength is very strong, and this distance is probably not very safe." "It's not that. The battlefield is on the other side of the base city, more than 10 kilometers away from us. It should be safe at such a distance, right?" Aaron had just finished saying this, and in the next moment, there was a green-colored light flowing in the sky. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, a huge tornado appeared in the sky of the entire base city. The tornado landed in the center of the base city as if it were a cutting machine. Under the sweep of the tornado, no matter if it was a city wall or a building or a tentacle, all of them were twisted into pieces. The violent suction force even made Lu Ning and the others feel like they were slowly being pulled over. The crowd's pupils quake. Nanyu yelled lowly, "Run! Stay away!" Chapter 164, The Evil God's Detachment Descends. Several people quickly ran towards the distance while resisting the suction of the tornado. They looked back as they ran. Under the sweep of the tornado, the buildings of the base city were almost completely destroyed, with pieces of the buildings being ripped up into the sky by the tornado, and subsequently churned up by the wind blades. As with the buildings, there are numerous tentacles within the base city. These tentacles were ripped off and torn apart by the violent force, blood spurting and splattering. The scene was like the end of the world. Just then, a low, angry growl rang out from the underground of the base city. The voice seemed to have crossed time and space, and it also resounded in the ears of Lu Ning and the others. Even after such a long distance, just an angry roar still caused Lu Ning and the others to stop in their tracks at the same time. The flesh and blood on someone's body squirmed, and someone bent over and coughed up a fragment of flesh and blood. The spiritual pollution void within Lu Ning's body could be vibrating violently at the moment. Lu Ning's entire body swelled up, transforming into a lump of flesh under the proliferation of blood and flesh. However, the chunks of meat only existed for a second, and the next moment they were absorbed by Lu Ning with the scarlet sword. After he recovered, he looked to the others. The spiritual pollution in everyone's bodies was much thicker than before. Lu Ning immediately absorbed the spiritual pollution from their bodies. The spiritual pollution source absorbed from Nanyu and the others contained the power of their abilities, but all of that power was devoured by the source of flesh and blood void. After devouring these spiritual pollutants, the source of flesh and blood needed to become stronger little by little. The spiritual energy within Lu Ning's body was almost on the verge of wrapping itself around him. This also caused blood and flesh mutations to appear on Lu Ning's body from time to time. Sometimes the arms suddenly turned into tentacles, sometimes the blood and flesh on the back grew and seemed to grow an extra person. These mutated pairs were sacrificed by Lu Ning in the first instance, and he subsequently restored all the post-sacrifice parts through his own recovery abilities. After Lu Ning had absorbed the spiritual pollution from everyone's bodies, the crowd still wore a palpitating look in their eyes. Without Lu Ning, what had just happened would have been enough to put their mental pollution on alert for a long time, if not sicken them. Keep running. They backed up in a row, wanting the base city to be as far away as possible. Just then, the earth suddenly shook. They then saw the soil beneath the base city spurt and splash, and a huge figure rushed out. The figure was several kilometers in size, an unnameable mass of flesh and blood. A tentacle grew above the mass. These tentacles are kilometers long. This unnameable mass of flesh and blood also carried a blood-colored mist, and the mist seemed to be flickering with bizarre patterns. Just by looking at this bloody mass, Nanyu and the others felt dizzy, and their ears rang with dense whispers. These unconscious whispers made it seem as if their brains had lost the ability to think. They hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the bloody mass. It wasn't until they averted their eyes that they were in much better shape. The crowd gasped for air, with palpitations in their eyes. Is this the evil god's doppelganger? Just by looking at it, I feel like I'm about to become diseased. Yeah, it's still Captain Lu who just absorbed the spiritual pollution in our bodies, otherwise, I think I might have to go straight to lesion. It was then that the crowd realized what kind of existence the evil god really was. One must not look directly at the evil god, one must not probe the evil god. It really does make sense. Nanyu couldn't help but open his mouth with a hint of horror in his eyes. The others nodded. Just then, Su Hui saw Lu Ning still staring in the direction of the base city. He was stunned. Captain Lu, why are you still looking? Lu Ning turned his head to look at Su Hui, a little confused. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The crowd saw that Lu Ning seemed unaffected. They were at a loss. Nanyu opened his mouth. Don't you feel that something is wrong? Don't you feel as if it's about to be contaminated, about to be diseased? Lu Ning shook his head. No. Aaron asked, then you didn't feel as if someone was talking in your ears? Although you can't understand what those people are saying, your emotions unconsciously become manic? Oh, I can hear people talking, the same way the Scarlet Sword talked before, but it doesn't really affect me. The crowd was shocked. Why would it have no effect? Nanyu couldn't understand. It was reasonable to say that Nanyu was already at the 7th rank, and both the quality and quantity of his spiritual power far exceeded Lu Ning's. Even if Lu Ning's own spiritual pollution was always 0, it wasn't as if he didn't have any reaction to the evil god's whispers, right? That's an evil god. Lu Ning thought for a moment, then spoke uncertainly, I don't know, I just thought that the sound was a bit loud. Crowd. They were a little unsure of how to answer Lu Ning's words for a moment. Lin Menglan said breathlessly, those who don't know would think that Captain Lu you're a saint or a demigod. The others nodded. I'm just an ordinary 5th order awakened. The others rolled their eyes. Right at this moment, a violent rumbling sound rang out, airwaves surged, and even Nanyu and the others felt a fierce wind coming. Nanyu hastily looked up. In the ruins of the base city, the tentacles of the bloody mass suddenly elongated as if there was no end to it, stretching all the way for more than 10 kilometers. The densely packed tentacles seemed like long whips as they lashed towards the Qinglan Saint in the sky. Saint Qinglan's body seemed as small as a bug in the sky. Even the tentacles were even more gigantic than the Qinglan Saint. The image of hundreds of tentacles simultaneously slapping at a small bug in general gave Nanyu an extremely great shock. The moment he saw the bloody mass, though, the whispers once again rang in his ears. Nanyu hastily lowered his head. His consciousness, however, was still filled with the images he had seen earlier. A green-colored wind shield coalesced around Saint Qinglan's body. The tentacles landed on top of the wind shield with a deafening roar. The previous gas wave was the result of this. Although Nanyu didn't dare to continue watching, it was no problem for Lu Ning. He still stared. Under the violent attack of the tentacles, the shield around Saint Qinglan merely had a slight fluctuation, without the slightest trace of rupture. He then turned his vertical hand into a sword and slashed down viciously towards the mass of flesh and blood below. As the Greenland Sage moved, the wild wind in the sky coalesced and transformed into a green wind blade that was several kilometers in length. The wind blade suddenly disappeared in place and chopped towards the bloody mass below. The flesh and blood mass sensed the danger and all its tentacles rushed towards the wind blade. Tentacles and wind blades collided with an endless roar. Under the sharp wind blade, a tentacle was chopped off and thrown away by the airwave. When the green-colored wind blade was consumed, it was still some distance away from the flesh and blood mass's main body. And many of the tentacles of the bloody mass broke off, but in just a few breaths of time, the broken tentacles had already grown back again and resumed their original shape. This caused Lu Ning to be a bit surprised. The flesh and blood clump's recovery ability was extremely strong, and it even felt like it was on the verge of rivaling him. Chapter 165, Resurrected Flesh and Blood Fragments. The Green Lawn Sage obviously also sensed that the recovery ability of the source of flesh and blood split was very powerful. He frowned slightly, then probed his hand and grabbed it, and the wild winds around him surged, forming a wind pillar. The wind pillar rotated and swelled, reaching tens of meters in length when Saint Qinglan threw it out fiercely. As the wind pillar broke away from the Qinglan Saint's control, it swelled more and more in the air, rising to several kilometers long in just a flash. This pillar of wind zapped viciously towards the origin of flesh and blood split's main body. Wherever it passed, a tentacle tried to block it though. But the strangling power of the wind pillar far exceeded that of the previous wind blade, but all the tentacles that came close were all twisted into bloody foam. Just as the wind pillar was about to thrust into the source of flesh and blood's detachment, the flesh and blood of the source of flesh and blood suddenly wriggled and transformed into a hollow. A pillar of crimson energy light shot out from the hollow. The column of light and the column of wind collided. Boom! Heaven and earth lost their voices, spots of light rose at first, and the wind surged. Pieces of flesh and blood splattered out from the source of flesh and blood detachment in the explosion. The berserk power churned up all the surrounding tentacles. However, such an injury was not even considered a serious injury for the enormous size of the source of flesh and blood split. The flesh and blood at the wounds of the source of flesh and blood detachment wriggled, and in just the blink of an eye, all the injuries were restored. This caused Saint Xinglan to frown slightly, and some of those splattered out blood and flesh had traveled through extremely distant areas, even landing not far from Lu Ning and the others. Although these blood and flesh were only minor injuries to the source of flesh and blood detachment, they were still enormous to Lu Ning and the others. The largest chunk of meat was the size of a house, and the smallest was adult-sized. The scarlet flesh and blood squirmed madly the first time it hit the ground. They instinctively began to gravitate towards the flesh and blood near them, and seemed to have a strong tendency to coalesce. These flesh and blood didn't have much blood mist floating around because they were detached from their bodies, but there were still bizarre patterns flowing above them. Just being close by made Nan Yu and the others a little uncomfortable. The nearest flesh and blood to them was just under 300 meters away. This flesh and blood seemed to have detected the scent of a living being nearby, and at the first opportunity, it squirmed over in the direction where Lu Ning and the others were. The piece of flesh and blood was almost 4 or 5 meters tall, and a tentacle began to grow during the writhing process, with an eye and an arm growing out of the flesh and blood body. Seeing this unnameable mass of flesh and blood approaching, Nan Yu and the others had ugly faces. What kind of monster is this? Just a small piece of flesh and blood can turn into such a thing? Su Hui cried out in shock. The others didn't look too good either. They had just gone through a great battle before and were nearly sickened by the appearance of the source of flesh and blood doppelganger, and they were already close to reaching their limits, both mentally and physically. Now that such a monster had appeared, they felt sick all over just by looking at it, unable to resist it at all. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Lu Ning. With the scarlet sword in hand, he took a step towards the mass of flesh and blood. This flesh and blood sensed Lu Ning's movements and instantly sped up, a newly grown tentacle suddenly lengthening, and dozens of almost thumb-thick tentacles shot toward Lu Ning. The power of the tentacles was extremely strong, and wherever they passed, air-breaking sounds resounded continuously. Lu Ning instantly sacrificed his own flesh and blood, and the eyes on the head of the scarlet sword's hilt instantly opened, blood mist emerging and flowing. In the next moment, Lu Ning suddenly accelerated and disappeared in place as if he were a cannonball. His figure rushed into the tentacles, and his scarlet sword was swung repeatedly, the power of soul vibrations causing the scarlet sword to shine with a white light. Lu Ning did not cut out sword chi, and although sword chi had a huge range, condensing power into the scarlet sword instead had a greater destructive power in comparison. With each swing of the scarlet sword, a tentacle was severed in a flash, blood spraying and tentacles falling to the ground. The blood mist on the scarlet sword enveloped these falling tentacles and spewing blood, and in just a split second, these tentacles and blood turned into blood mist to be assimilated and subsequently absorbed by the scarlet sword. After absorbing this blood and flesh, the scarlet sword immediately buzzed out in excitement. Yummy! More! Eat! Eat eat eat! However, between the tentacles and the scarlet sword Lu Ning's form, there were also tentacles that smacked heavily against Lu Ning's body, and the powerful force caused Lu Ning's bones to instantly break. It was just that the broken bones were restored to their original state in a flash, and even the effect on Lu Ning was minimal. There were tentacles running through Lu Ning's body, and Lu Ning expressionlessly chopped off the tentacles and absorbed them with his backhand. The battle between Tentacle and Lu Ning was incredibly gripping. Lu Ning was sometimes knocked back, sometimes advancing a distance. Overall, Lu Ning was still slowly approaching this flesh and blood essence. With a short distance of 100 meters, it took Lu Ning almost half a minute to get close. And during this process, Lu Ning's body had been destroyed an unknown number of times, and the clothes on his body had even shattered. Only the pants were still intact. As Lu Ning approached the flesh and blood, he didn't hesitate to stab the scarlet sword of excitement into this flesh and blood essence. The moment the scarlet sword pierced in, this flesh and blood buzzed out, and a freshly grown tentacle frantically attacked Lu Ning. Lu Ning grasped the hilt of the scarlet sword with an expressionless death grip as the blood mist flowed and wrapped Lu Ning within. As one tentacle approached the blood mist, it was partially absorbed and its power was weakened. However, even so, such a large number of tentacles falling on Lu Ning's body likewise caused Lu Ning's body to shatter in just a short moment. The head was flattened and recovered within a breath. His chest was penetrated by multiple tentacles, and he tried to pull Lu Ning away, but as a result, Lu Ning grabbed the scarlet sword in a death grip, and large swaths of flesh, blood, internal organs, and bones were ripped out. In a short moment, the flesh, blood, internal organs and bones that had just been ripped out were restored once again. The tentacles' madness lasted for 4 or 5 seconds, and as the madness continued, the force of the tentacles' attacks dropped significantly. The scarlet sword had absorbed too much power from this flesh and blood essence, causing its tentacles to no longer have enough strength. The weakness of the tentacle caused it to have a hard time even continuing to deal effective damage to Lu Ning. Lu Ning's own defense wasn't exactly weak. After all, he had been tempering his own flesh on a daily basis. After a few more seconds, the flesh and blood began to wither. With the weakened power of its flesh and blood essence, it was no longer able to compete with the scarlet sword for the power within it. This kind of counterbalance resulted in the blood and flesh being absorbed at an increasingly faster rate. After only a few breaths, this huge piece of flesh and blood completely turned into blood mist and was absorbed by the Scarlet Sword. After the Scarlet Sword absorbed this gigantic flesh and blood, it emitted a rich, blood-colored halo, and even the runes on it became a bit more similar to the kind of evil that was found on the source of flesh and blood's detachment. Lu Ning clearly felt that the power feed from the Scarlet Sword had risen considerably again. Compared to before the absorption, this power increase had increased by almost 10%. One must know that the Scarlet Sword was now a high-risk level soul weapon. It's already pretty tough to raise even just a little bit. Just by absorbing a small fragment of flesh and blood that flew out of the source of flesh and blood detachment, there was such a huge boost, so one could imagine how strong the power contained in this fragment of flesh and blood was. Lu Ning guessed that, in addition to the powerful strength of the source of flesh and blood split itself, another reason was the divinity contained within the source of flesh and blood split. This fragment of flesh and blood naturally took on divinity as well. I'm afraid that the quality of divinity was the major reason for the Scarlet Sword's drastic increase. Noticing the change in the Scarlet Sword, Lu Ning instantly raised his head to look at the pieces of flesh and blood in the other areas of the wilderness. Chapter 166, Another high-risk grade soul weapon. You guys stay here and wait for me. After speaking to Nan Yu and the others, Lu Ning quickly rushed toward the closest fragment of flesh and blood. Nan Yu and the others who stayed in place looked at each other. Eileen was a little unable to understand. Why does it feel as if Captain Lu is a little excited? I don't know. Sherry was also a little confused. Nan Yu also nodded in agreement. He then said with some trepidation, but the power of the source of flesh and blood detachment is too terrifying. Just a small fragment of flesh and blood has such a powerful force. I'm afraid that this power is stronger than the average 8th order flesh and body awakened person. Yeah, if Captain Lu wasn't here, I'm afraid we'd all be dead in our current state. Su Hui nodded. They looked in the direction Lu Ning had left, and soon saw Lu Ning rushing to the closest fragment of flesh and blood. This fragment of flesh and blood was not as large as the previous fragment, and its strength was naturally inferior. In just a few breaths, Lu Ning absorbed and digested the fragment. After absorbing this fragment of flesh and blood, Lu Ning felt that the Scarlet Sword's power increase had risen by another 0.5% or so. Lu Ning then swept his gaze across and continued to search for his target. He found that the strength of the flesh and blood fragments had a lot to do with the size. The bigger the shard, the stronger it is. And there's quite a bit of debris that's coalescing right now. Lu Ning prioritized fragments that weren't too big or small and could be absorbed in a short period of time. After all, small fragments, even when aggregated together, were still not too threatening. And too big a shard to absorb in a short period of time is too difficult. There are only not too big or small pieces that are absorbed just right. After absorbing it, it could also raise the level of the Scarlet Sword. As the level of the Scarlet Sword increased, Lu Ning's strength would likewise increase, which allowed Lu Ning to go about dealing with even larger pieces of flesh and blood. While Lu Ning was absorbing the pieces of flesh and blood, the battle in the distant base city was getting hotter and hotter. Time and time again, Saint Xinglan used various abilities to attack the source of flesh and blood detachment. Each time, the source of flesh and blood detachment is able to inflict damage, and the extent of the damage inflicted varies. The most serious damage inflicted was a pillar of wind condensed to the extreme, almost penetrating the flesh and blood source doppelganger's main body. And this caused the source of flesh and blood detachment to fall into a frenzy, and the attacks of the tentacles became even more intense and frenzied. Even the Qinglan Saint had to dodge up. After all, merely relying on the shield was no longer enough to withstand such a furious attack. In addition to the attacks of the tentacles, the source of flesh and blood also shoots out a column of energy light. Unfortunately, these pillars of light had traces, and Saint Qinglan, as a saint who had mastered the storm ability, was extremely fast and could easily dodge the energy pillars and energy cannons over and over again. The only trouble was the flesh and blood curse cast by the source of flesh and blood doppelganger. This kind of curse, even for the Qinglan Saint, the first time, he still got hit, and a small piece of rotting marks were added to his left hand. However, just as the decay began, Saint Qinglan used his strong spiritual power to suppress the curse and force it away from his body. The continuous engagement caused more and more pieces of flesh and blood to be sent flying and shooting out from the main body, landing on top of the wilderness where Lu Ning was. This was like pie in the sky for Lu Ning. In a short period of time, the Scarlet Sword had absorbed a large amount of flesh and blood fragments, and the Scarlet Sword's spiritual pollution had more than doubled compared to before. This acted on Lu Ning's physical body increase, similarly more than doubling Lu Ning's increase. And the wasteland still possessed quite a few pieces of flesh and blood, all of which were nutrients for Lu Ning to enhance the Scarlet Sword. However, the medium-sized pieces of flesh and blood had all been completely absorbed by Lu Ning. What remains are merely large fragments. The largest of these fragments had reached the size of a tall building. At such a size, the spiritual pressure emanating from it was already extremely powerful, and even the flesh and blood giant that Lu Ning had encountered before was far inferior. I'm afraid it's close to the 9th order. Considering that he continued to let this fragment of flesh and blood grow, Lu Ning might be difficult to deal with. He immediately rushed towards the largest fragment of flesh and blood with the Scarlet Sword in hand. There were hundreds of tentacles growing around this fragment of flesh and blood, and each tentacle was a meter thick, extremely appalling. And as Lu Ning approached, this fragment of flesh and blood also detected Lu Ning's movements. The flesh and blood on its body squirmed and grew cavity after cavity. Energy surged within these cavities and began to coalesce into energy projectiles. Obviously, this level of flesh fragment already possessed the other abilities of the flesh source split in addition to its own tentacle attacks, such as energy attacks. Just as Lu Ning was planning to dodge the energy attack, he suddenly experienced severe pain all over his body, and a trail of ulcers began to appear on his legs. Flesh and blood corruption curse. Flesh and blood shards have mastered even the ability to curse. This decay was extremely fast, and in almost a short moment, Lu Ning's legs were almost completely festering. Lu Ning sacrificed the blood and flesh of his legs at the first opportunity. Also sacrificed were the curses therein. The scarlet sword emitted a blood mist that enveloped Lu Ning's surroundings, forming a defensive shield. This was another use that Lu Ning had developed after the scarlet sword had grown stronger. He thought to himself, since the blood mist released by the scarlet sword itself belonged to a type of energy, could it be used as an energy shield to defend against attacks? This same ability has proven to be achievable. As the blood-colored shield coalesced, Lu Ning felt the flesh and blood decay curse again, and the power of the curse became much lighter. It had become almost impossible to have an impact on Lu Ning. He dodged the energy blasts and rushed towards the flesh and blood debris. As before, the scarlet sword swung and cut off tentacle after tentacle, closing in on the main body. And the blood mist on the scarlet sword kept spreading, reaching a range of tens of meters around. This fused almost the entire fragment of flesh and blood within. As the scarlet sword continued to grow stronger, the expansion range of the blood mist likewise continued to grow larger. Noticing the assimilation ability of the blood mist, this flesh and blood fragment's tentacles squirmed and tried to dodge, but unfortunately, his body was too big and his speed wasn't that fast, so he couldn't dodge the range of the scarlet sword's blood mist at all. After noticing that it was impossible to evade, the flesh and blood fragments fell into a frenzy, their tentacles furiously attacking Lu Ning. Lu Ning dodged and chopped off a tentacle at the same time, while the energy shells were pouring out, and because the distance was too close, Lu Ning was already having trouble fending them all off. Each energy blast caused Lu Ning's body to be scorched and torn apart. However, Lu Ning was able to recover in a very short period of time every time. Even if the head was hit by an energy shell and shattered, a new head could be grown in the first place. As the blood mist wriggled and absorbed the flesh and blood, in less than a minute, the fragments of flesh and blood had weakened to the point where Lu Ning did not need to dodge. Lu Ning rushed into the defensive range of the tentacles, and the scarlet sword pierced into the main body, absorbing the fragments of flesh and blood cleanly in a short period of time. Just as Lu Ning had absorbed this fragment of flesh and blood cleanly, suddenly a deafening roar came from within the base city, and at the same time, a mournful and angry hissing sound rang out. The voice spread, and even from such a long distance away, it seemed to ring in the ears of Lu Ning and the others. Lu Ning turned his head in the direction of the base city. The Qinglan Saint in the sky had a green-colored long-handled scythe in his hand at an unknown time, and the source of flesh and blood detachment in front of him was unexpectedly chopped in half. When Lu Ning saw the dense white mist on the long-handled scythe, he instantly realized that the scythe was likewise a high-risk grade soul artifact. Moreover, it was not even worse than the scarlet sword that had now absorbed so many fragments of the source of flesh and blood. It was an extremely powerful sort of high-risk level soul weapon. It could be imagined that at this moment, the Qinglan Saint had gotten serious. Chapter 167, Earth's Cry for Help. The inside of the body of this chopped-in-half source of flesh and blood doppelganger wriggled and grew one energy cavity after another. These energy cavities shot out hundreds of energy beams in a split second. These energy beams intertwined a web of energy in the sky, enveloping the entire sky. Saint Qinglan's body flashed, weaving in and out of the energy nets with great speed, and sometimes when the energy nets were too close to dodge, he used a windshield to fend them off. Taking advantage of the gap between the energy webs, the scythe in the hands of the Green Lawn Sage swung. Each time he swung, a wind blade condensed to the extreme chopped out. The wind blade continued to grow in size in the air, reaching several kilometers long. Several consecutive wind blades sliced through the huge source of flesh and blood detachment. Almost in an instant, the source of flesh and blood detachment was chopped into several pieces. The heavy weight of each piece of flesh and blood that landed in the base city made the earth shake. Each piece of flesh and blood was writhing and growing new tentacles after it hit the ground, seemingly turning into one separate individual after another. These clumps of flesh and blood weren't as huge as they were in the beginning, but each one was still over a kilometer in size. The tentacles of these clumps of flesh and blood wriggled and tried to spread out. At the same time their growing energy cavities shot out a ray once more. These rays were not as powerful as the large clumps of flesh and blood, but they were still powerful, and the number of rays is far greater than before. After Saint Qinglan blocked dozens of rays with his wind shield, the wind shield shook violently and a crack appeared. He frowned slightly, then waved the scythe in his hand as one gale after another flowed, condensing several layers of wind shields. He then probed his hand toward the ground below. The violent tornado reappeared. With the boost from the high critical grade soul artifact, the tornado at this moment was much more powerful than the first time, no matter the range or the power. As the tornado appeared, the closest mass of flesh and blood was the first to be ripped away from the ground, even as its tentacles dug deep into the earth, for even the earth was pulled up into the sky. This bloody mass was instantly sliced into pieces after being caught up in the tornado, and blood mist filled the air in it. With a wave of his palm, Sage Qinglan controlled the tornado to move and close in on the other clump of flesh and blood. Just then, an energy ray shot above the tornado. A roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and the entire land shook violently. The blood-red energy glow flashed, and the tornado tore apart in a violent explosion. The fragments of it splashed in all directions. More than a dozen pieces of debris happened to splash onto the wasteland not far from Lu Ning. Lu Ning's eyes lit up, and he rushed forward with his scarlet sword. These fragments of flesh and blood weren't that big, not even as big as the large fragments he had absorbed earlier. Maybe it's because the tornado is so sharp and slices so finely. To Lu Ning, such small fragments didn't even look like resistance. He still had the strength to continue observing the battle between the Qinglan Saint and the source of flesh and blood split. After tasting the sweetness of the tornado, Saint Changlan repeated the same trick and once again summoned a new tornado in front of one of the doppelgangers. Just like before, this tornado instantly engulfed and churned the doppelganger to pieces. The other doppelgangers once again attacked the tornado using pillars of energy light. This time, because there was another flesh and blood source detachment missing, the power of the energy light pillar was slightly weaker. The tornado even held up for a while before being broken. However, after being smashed, the Changlan Saint sneered and once again condensed a tornado. Thus, another source of flesh and blood detachment was churned to pieces. This time, the number of remaining source of flesh and blood detachments was even smaller. These doppelgangers once again attacked with energy, but failed to stir up the tornado. Instead, the tornado got bigger and bigger as time went on. The huge tornado moved to catch up with the source of flesh and blood detachment. Bilocation after bilocation pulled into the tornado and was twisted to pieces. When only the last flesh and blood source detachment remained, this flesh and blood source detachment suddenly exploded. The split transformed into a mist of blood. Wherever the blood mist passed, the earth and pieces of buildings were corroded. Even the wind shield around Saint Qinglan was corroded. Noticing the powerful corrosive ability of this blood mist, Qinglan Saint's face changed slightly. In the next moment, he fiercely rose up in the air and moved away from the blood mist. At the same time, he controlled the tornado to absorb this blood mist. After the blood mist was sucked into the tornado, it continued to corrode the storm. Even the original pieces of flesh and blood within the storm were corroded. In just a few breaths of time, the tornado grew smaller and smaller, gradually letting out a roar and exploding apart. A large amount of blood mist spread along the gale. The entire base city was enveloped in a blood mist, while this blood mist was still spreading. It spread until it was close to 5 kilometers or so outside the base city before it stopped spreading. As the blood mist dissipated, the earth was completely corroded, almost turning into a swamp. A faint mist of blood still drifted above the swamp. Located in the very center of the base city, at the moment it was even more almost completely decayed. The Qinglan Saint in the air looked at this scene and couldn't help but frown slightly. He probed his hand and grabbed it. The wild winds flowed and these absorbed and eventually formed a wind ball. Inside the wind ball, the blood mist condensed and became a red glowing mass of blood. The blood surged and gave off a demonic glow. Saint Changlan looked at the blood in front of him and thought about it, intending to take it away. And he looked to the ground again. In the ground, after this blood mist was absorbed, within a short period of time, another strand of blood mist escaped from the decaying earth. Although the concentration of this blood mist was very faint, as it continued to float out from the earth, I'm afraid that in the end, the concentration would not be worse than before. The whole earth is polluted. Meanwhile, Lu Ning was absorbing the last fragment of flesh and blood. The scarlet sword's somewhat agonizing voice kept ringing in Lu Ning's ears. Eat. Can't eat anymore. Eat enough. The efficiency of the scarlet sword's absorption became very low, and it took tens of seconds to finish absorbing just a small fragment of flesh and blood. Lu Ning was expressionless, not caring at all about the scarlet sword's whispers, and just kept urging the scarlet sword. The scarlet sword's blade was trembling slightly. Lu Ning was still watching the battle between the Green Lan Sage and the source of flesh and blood detachment. When the last flesh and blood source detachment exploded and turned into a mist of blood, an agonizing scream suddenly rang in Lu Ning's ears. It hurts. The scream was coming from underground. Lu Ning listened to this voice almost every day. It's a voice from the earth. Lu Ning looked down at the ground, as if he could see through it to the interior of the planet. As the blood mist corroded the earth, screams continued to ring out. The whole planet seemed to groan. Lu Ning's ears rang with the earth's cry for help. Who will save me? Lu Ning's face was expressionless as he moved away. Chapter 168. Saint Changlan tried again to dispel the blood mist that had just coalesced, and even tried to dispose of the swamp on the ground. As a result, several methods were used, which ultimately did not work. This caused Saint Changlan to frown and eventually had to give up. He flew through the air toward Lu Ning and the others with the source of flesh and blood wrapped up in the gusty winds. After landing, Qinglan Saint was just in time to see the scarlet sword struggling to absorb the last bit of flesh and blood fragments. Saint Qinglan was stunned, then looked at the scarlet sword in Lu Ning's hand with some surprise. "This soul artifact in your hand is the medium critical grade soul artifact that you were rewarded with last time?" Lu Ning nodded. "Aha. I didn't realize it had grown to this level." Then he understood something and marveled a bit. The compatibility between this soul weapon and the source of flesh and blood is very high. This time, it is a rare chance for this soul weapon. It seems that it absorbed quite a lot. Lu Ning nodded. "Aha." Saint Qinglan was already not surprised by Lu Ning's always calm attitude. After all, he had met him once before. With a wave of his hand, he brought Lu Ning up into the air and arrived in front of several people from Nanyu. Several people from Nanyu did not dare to watch the battle between Sage Qinglan and the source of flesh and blood detachment during the battle just now though. But after the final explosion, they couldn't help but look away. When they saw the source of flesh and blood split completely dissipate, they were all relieved in their hearts. Seeing Sage Qinglan coming over, several people from Nanyu rose and saluted. "Greetings, Holy One. Saints are so powerful that even the evil god's detachment can be easily defeated." Saint Qinglan shook his head and glanced in the direction of that swamp with a somewhat serious expression. "It may not really be defeated. This evil god's detachment's final self-detonation is not quite unusual. It's a bit like breaking off the tail to survive." "What? You mean that the evil god's detachment is still alive?" Everyone's faces changed when they heard Sage Qinglan's words. Even Lu Ning was somewhat surprised, as he had thought that the evil god split had died. Saint Qinglan looked in the direction of the swamp and narrowed his eyes. "As a projection of the evil god's power, I'm afraid it's unlikely that it would be killed so easily. But you guys don't have to worry, his flesh and blood itself represents power. Most of his flesh and blood was destroyed earlier, and even if it's still lingering, it doesn't have the strength it had before." The crowd was relieved to hear this. Sage Qinglan then turned his words around. "But evil god is an evil god after all, and he cannot be given the chance to grow back up again. Previously I tried to turn this swamp over to see if I could find any extra flesh and blood, and I failed. Later I will go in several other directions to gather up the scattered pieces of flesh and blood. As for you." Saint Qinglan glanced at Lu Ning and spoke. "Lu Ning, please, pay more attention to the surroundings, and notify me if any pieces of flesh and blood come out from within the swamp." Lu Ning nodded. "Good. Well, I'll contact the general administration and send people over to block off this swamp. Anyway, currently this swamp is covered in blood poison, and it's no longer suitable for building a city." After saying that, Saint Qinglan rose up into the air and flew in the other direction. When Sage Qinglan left, several people from Nanyu looked at Lu Ning with some curiosity. "Lu Ning, you just absorbed a lot of flesh and blood fragments with this sword, huh? Did it make this sword even more powerful?" Nanyu inquired. They hadn't been able to watch the battle between the Qinglan Saint and the source of flesh and blood detachment, and had mostly been observing Lu Ning absorbing the fragments of flesh and blood. As Senior awakened, Nanyu and the others more or less had some understanding of soul weapons. They naturally understood that it would be easier to raise a soul tool once it had absorbed a large amount of items containing spiritual pollution. Lu Ning nodded. "Aha." Su Hui asked with some curiosity, "Aren't you afraid of losing control of this soul weapon?" After all, in a short period of time, the Horcruxes absorbed too much spiritual pollution, and it was easy for them to become difficult to control. Lu Ning glanced at Su Hui with some doubt. "Why? It's still quite obedient." A few people. It was the first time they had heard someone describe a soul artifact in terms of obedience. "And it's still a high-risk level soul weapon." "Forget I asked." The corner of Su Hui's mouth twitched and he said no more. Nanyu spoke. "Alright, go ahead and rest." The source of flesh and blood detachment had been destroyed, and the Sage of Qinglan was nearby. This gave Nanyu and the others a great sense of security. How could the consumption from the previous great battle be recovered so easily? Now they still need to rest. Lu Ning had nothing to do at the moment, so he landed on the ground and began quenching the spirit pollution void of the source of flesh and blood split. Time passed, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. A fierce wind descended from the sky. It was Sage Qinglan who had returned. Saint Qinglan laughed. "The people dealing with the swamp have already arrived. I've already eliminated all the blood and flesh scattered on the sides, and there are special people to check if there are any leaks. We can go now." Hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up. Aaron laughed. "The Holy One is sending us back?" Saint Qinglan smiled. "Normally, when you have seen the evil god's detachment, it is necessary to first shelter you for a period of time for observation, so that your spirit will not be contaminated by the evil god. But, with Lu Ning here, he can see your spiritual pollution problems. I think you guys should be fine. So there's no need to carry out this step, I can just send you guys back." Hearing this, several of Nanyu's people revealed smiles. Then Lin Menglan thought of something. She looked to Kagome and spoke. "Sage, this is the only survivor of Base City 121, what is to be done with her?" Kagome's expression was very frank, without the slightest hint of nervousness. In Kagome's mind, her mom and dad were dead and Base City was destroyed. But the culprit had been eliminated, and she had no more obsessions. Even if Sage Qinglan were to strike her down, she would not be upset. Sage Changlan looked at Kagome and thought for a moment, then spoke, do you still have family in other base cities? Kuching was stunned, not expecting Sage Changlan to ask her this question. She thought for a moment and shook her head, no. Sage Changlan nodded slightly, then spoke, since you followed them out, and you've made friends on the way, you can follow one of them to their base city. Or I'll take you to base city number 1 and rearrange a job for you in the Mist Bureau. Hearing this, Kagome's eyes widened, you're not going to dispose of me? Sage Changlan couldn't help but smile, since you walked out alive, why should you be dealt with? According to Nan Yu's report earlier, you are a great credit for leading them out of the underground pipes. You have a lot of credit for this mission. Kuching was silent, then took a deep breath and looked at Lu Ning, Captain Lu, can I follow you to your 116th base city? I mean base city 116 isn't far from here, so if I get homesick in the future, I might be able to come back and visit, and that would be easier. It wasn't a problem for Lu Ning, and he nodded, good. Now that it's all taken care of, let's go. Sage Qinglun then took the crowd into the air and sent them back to their respective base cities. Since base city 116 was the closest, they went to base city 116 first. After only a few minutes, they arrived outside the base city. After Sage Changlan put down Lu Ning and Kuching, the others bid farewell to the two. Everyone, as members of a squad, had added contact information to each other, and naturally, they could contact each other often in the future. And Irene and the others even said that they would come to base city 116 to find Lu Ning to play together when they had a vacation. Lu Ning naturally did not refuse. After bidding farewell, Saint Xinglan brought the others back up into the air and disappeared into the sky. Only Lu Ning and Kuching were left behind. Lu Ning turned his head, looking at the base city not far behind him, and surprisingly, there was an inexplicable sigh in his heart. He's back. Chapter 169, The Battle Flag of Civilization Never Falls. Lu Ning turned his head to Kuching and said, let's go. Kagome nodded and followed Lu Ning with the same steps. The two of them didn't take a moment to walk to the gates of the base city. The staff responsible for the inspection remained the same few people who inspected last time. Perhaps it was because Lu Ning's spiritual pollution level was 0, which was so impressive that even after a few months, those few staff members still remembered Lu Ning. Officer Lu, you're back? The staff member in the lead was a bit surprised. Lu Ning nodded, well, this is Kuching, a survivor from base city 121. Upon hearing Lu Ning's words, the entire city gate was plunged into silence. Everyone looked at Lu Ning and Kuching with stunned faces. They heard one word from Lu Ning's mouth, survivor. The staff member at the head of the team was stunned. Lu sir, what do you mean by that? Survivors? What survivors? Lu Ning calmly explained, base city 121 has been destroyed, and for the specific news, the Federation should release a news release. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked and appalled. Base city 121 is not far from base city 116. I didn't realize it was destroying? One of the Liberty Awakened who was about to go out asked in a hurry, Officer Lu, what was 121st base city destroyed because of? The others also looked at Lu Ning curiously, waiting with bated breath for him to answer. Yes, Officer Lu, is there something we should be aware of? Lu Ning glanced at them and spoke, it was destroyed by an evil god's detachment, there's nothing for you to pay attention to at the moment. Upon hearing the word evil god split, the crowd instead calmed down. The Free Awakened who had inquired earlier couldn't help but smile, it's the evil god's detachment, then there really isn't much to notice. Yes, if an evil god's detachment appears in our base city, it's better to wait for death. What's the use of paying attention? Tough luck for base city 121. They couldn't help but murmur. At the same time, there was a look of sympathy in their eyes as they looked at Kagome. It wasn't as if there were no base cities that had been destroyed by the evil god's detachment in history, and even medium-sized base cities had been destroyed because of the evil god's power. Let's just say that times are tough for base city 121. When you think about it like that, the cult chaos that occurred in their base city some time ago was child's play. Earlier they had felt that the loss was significant, but now when they compared it to base city 121, it was about the same as no loss at all. The staff came back to his senses and spoke, Officer Lu, the normal mental contamination level check still needs to be done, I hope you can understand. Lu Ning nodded, understood. The staff checked Lu Ning with an instrument and found that Lu Ning's spiritual pollution was unstable, reaching 55% at high times and 0 at low times. This constantly fluctuating level of mental pollution still had the staff in stitches. Lu Ning glanced at the instrument and spoke, this is a small problem, you can ask the headquarters, I've had this happen before. I absorbed a bit of the evil god's pollution source. All, sigma, degree winky face. Lu Ning's calm words seemed to explode like thunder at the city gates. Everyone stepped back, the farther away from Lu Ning the better. A couple of the staff members' legs were shaking a bit. They all looked at Lu Ning with a look of fear in their eyes. What have you absorbed? Evil god pollutant? The staff member's face turned pale. Lu Ning calmly said, there's no problem with this, when the divine benefactor appeared in the base city before, it was also because I had absorbed her source of spiritual contamination, which likewise contained the power of the evil god within. Crowd. The corners of the staff's mouth twitched as they gulped and said, you wait a moment, I'll inquire. The staff member shuddered and took out his cell phone to make a call. After the call was answered, the staff member reported the situation and his face kept changing when he heard the words on the other side. When the call ended, the staff looked at Lu Ning with a look of fervent admiration. "Officer Lu, you can go in." "No problem." The others heard this and understood what the staff meant. Lu Ning had absorbed the evil god's spiritual pollution and was still alive? How can you live with that? Everyone's minds were filled with question marks. This simply turned their perceptions upside down. The crowd looked at Lu Ning as if they were looking at some kind of monster. Noticing the eyes of the crowd, Lu Ning calmly explained, "You don't have to be afraid, I'm just an ordinary person." Crowd. They couldn't say this back, they just wore an awkward, yet unassuming smile. The staff strategically turned their aim to Kagome and smiled politely, "This officer, please check for mental contamination." Kagome nodded and stepped forward to check. Kagaru's mental pollution is low. After all, Lu Ning had just absorbed the spiritual pollution from all of them earlier. There was basically not much spiritual pollution present in their bodies now. The staff member glanced at Kagome with a bit of surprise. As a matter of fact, it was already considered good that even the survivors of the base city that was destroyed by the evil god's detachment didn't go crazy. It's amazing how low the spiritual pollution level can be. This is unbelievable. But the instrument is not malfunctioning, so the check is naturally correct. This officer has no problem with that either. "Officer Lu, you may enter the city." The staff and the soldiers in charge of the guards then gave Lu Ning a military salute. The staff member said with a serious expression, "Welcome back to the city, Officer Lu. The second hand of human survival is driven by guardians like you. May the battle flag of human civilization never fall." The others also saluted Lu Ning. Lu Ning calmly waved his hand, "You guys go about your business." He took Kagome into the base city. Having just entered the base city, Lu Ning suddenly thought of something, and his expression became serious. Kagome looked at Lu Ning with some confusion. "What's wrong?" Lu Ning said with a serious face, "The car is gone." Kagome was stunned and somewhat confused. "What do you mean?" Lu Ning explained, "The captain lent me his buggy to drive to base city 121 before, but the base city was destroyed and the buggy didn't come back." The corner of Kuching's mouth twitched, and she said somewhat helplessly, "It's enough that people are alive, the base city is gone, and you're still thinking about that buggy?" Lu Ning spoke up, "The captain said his car is quite expensive." Kagome rolled her eyes and said, "I'll get you another one exactly like it." Kagaru, as a veteran Misty Bureau Action Team member, had quite a few deposits. "Good." Lu Ning immediately nodded in agreement. Kagome spoke up and asked, "Where are we going next?" Lu Ning thought for a moment and spoke, "Go back to my house first, I need to change my clothes and take a shower." The clothes on Lu Ning's body were basically torn almost to pieces, like rags covering the most crucial few spots, and they were covered in blood. Kagome was similarly covered in blood and wanted to go clean up as well. The two of them took a car back to Lu Ning's residence, and on the way, Kuching also bought a few sets of clothes. After all, she hadn't brought a change of clothes either. After returning to Lu Ning's residence, the two of them took a shower one after another. After washing up and changing into clean clothes, Lu Ning led Kuching to the 7th Division. Chapter 170, The Misty Motion of No. 233. Just as he entered the lobby, Lu Ning saw Yuran sitting at the front desk playing a game with her head down. He walked over and knocked on the tabletop. Yuran put her cell phone in the corner with her hands and feet, looking up as she said, "Hello, this is." When she saw Lu Ning, she was stunned, then revealed a surprised smile. "Lu Ning, you're back? When did you come back?" Lu Ning smiled, "Just got back." Yuran jumped up, walked over to Lu Ning, and touched his body. "Mission accomplished? How is it? Any injuries?" Lu Ning calmly said, "I am immortal and will not be injured." Yuran then remembered, she laughed dryly and withdrew her hand, rubbing her hands together as she spoke, "Just don't get hurt. Where are the captain and the others?" "It's all upstairs, nothing more but eventful in the last 2 days." "I'm going up then. Shall I go with you?" Yuran smiled and opened her mouth. She then saw Kucheng behind Lu Ning and asked with some confusion, "Lu Ning, who is she?" "Survivor of Base City 121, Kagaru, join our branch in the future." Hearing this, Yuran was stunned and stared somewhat in dismay. "Survivors? Does the 121st Base City?" Lu Ning nodded, "Well, destroyed." Yuran was a bit incredulous. However, she didn't ask any more questions and just looked at Kagome with some sympathy. "Hello, Ms. Kagome, my name is Yuran. I'm sorry for your loss." Kagome nodded and smiled kindly, "Thank you." The three of them went upstairs, and just as they arrived at the activity room, they saw that there were quite a few people in the room. Colin, the current captain, and Li Mu, the senior player. There was also Wang Qiwen and Xiu Yulin, who had joined the Misty Bureau with Lu Ning, as well as the four who joined later, Dimitri, Shirshan, Aichi and Zhong Kaixian. Everyone is inside the event room. Hearing the commotion, everyone looked over. Colin was on the phone, and when he saw Lu Ning, his eyes lit up and he said into the phone, "He's already back, I'll hang up first." Colin hung up the phone and stood up to walk towards Lu Ning. He hugged Lu Ning hard and laughed. "The director was calling me to say you were back, and I was wondering why you hadn't arrived yet." "Welcome back." Li Mu and the others also smiled and walked over. Lu Ning, welcome back. Brother Lu Ning, I haven't seen you for months, I've missed you to death. Facing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Lu Ning nodded and responded one by one. He then introduced Kagome to Colin and the others. Colin nodded slightly with a serious expression and said, the director has also informed me that Base City 121 was destroyed because of the evil god's detachment, right? I heard from Sage Qingluan that Miss Kuching is planning to join our base city next? Kagome nodded slightly and spoke, I wish to join your branch, I am a 4th rank awakened with the ability of flesh and blood enhancement. Hearing Kuching's words, Colin, Li Mu, Wang Chuan, and Xiao Yulin were all stunned. Colin's eyes flickered and he muttered, flesh and blood enhancement? I didn't think it would be such a coincidence, huh? Li Mu's 3 people also had somewhat complicated expressions. This ability was exactly the same as Lin Zhao's. Colin smiled and said, no problem, there are more and more legions in Base City now, just relying on us, we are sometimes too busy, we are in desperate need of senior ops team members, you are willing to join, our squad is very welcome. Kagome flashed a smile, thank you. After that, Colin asked Lu Ning about the course of this mission. Since the mission didn't say that it was confidential, Lu Ning gave a general overview of the entirety of this mission. This was heard by Colin and others. When they heard that Lu Ning had actually been able to cooperate with a 7th Order awakened to kill an 8th Order diseased mutant, several of Colin's expressions were strange. Wang Chuan was convinced, I'm kind of convinced, we joined the Mist Bureau together, it hasn't even been 2 years now, and you're able to kill an 8th Order awakened? Should it be so outrageous? Autumn Moon Lin nodded her head in agreement. And when he heard that Lu Ning was already a 5th Order awakened, even Colin was a bit tense. He's only at the 5th rank, too. And it took him far too long compared to Lu Ning. Colin didn't even dare to think about it much, for fear that if he did, he would become mentally unstable. And when they heard about the enormous size of the source of flesh and blood split, as well as the battle with the Qinglan sage, the crowd was both horrified and yearning. A battle at the saint level was not something that could be seen by ordinary people. When Lu Ning had finished speaking about his experiences during this time, Colin and the others also spoke about the situation in the base city. Since Lu Ning had left, nothing major had happened in the base city. It's the legion events that seem to be increasing. There are now 4 or 5 legion incidents every month, sometimes more. Colin sighed, with a bit of a headache. Li Mu also sighed and said, and headquarters there sent a message saying that the spiritual pollution level of the entire base city is now being raised, and the rate of increase outside the base city is even faster. In just a few months, it's even been raised by 0.5%. Kuching was a bit shocked, the entire outside environment has been elevated by 0.5%? How could it be boosted so much? Keep in mind that this is not due to a legion event, but an entire environmental enhancement. The mental contamination of the outside environment is increased by 0.5%, which is enough to create a large number of new plagues that will trigger more legions outside of the base city. Even if there were means to weaken the spiritual pollution within the base city, a rise in spiritual pollution in the outside world meant a small rise in spiritual pollution within. It's no wonder that there are more and more incidents of legions throughout the base city. It's still uncertain. Colin shook his head, then said with a serious expression, but according to the news coming from the Misty Border Fortress, it's possible that Misty 233 is expanding, and the Border Fortress is probing the spiritual pollution level a bit faster. Is the mist expanding? That's a strong possibility. Kagome nodded. After all, there's quite a bit of mist on Earth right now, and historically mist expansion did lead to elevated concentrations of mental pollution around the area. As of now, the situation is fairly stable. But the Director General has already reported the situation to the General Directorate. Perhaps after a while, the Directorate General will arrange for someone to investigate. Colin spoke up. When Lu Ning heard this, he looked at Colin and said, Captain, do you mean that there will be a Misty exploration team coming? It's possible, after all we need to confirm what the expansion of the mists is due to. Colin nodded. Colin then thought of something and looked at Lu Ning. You want to tag along? Lu Ning nodded. Well, I came out of Mist 233, and I want to go see what the interior of this mist is like, and if it's the same as I remembered before. I can understand that, with the strength you've shown now, joining the Misty Exploration Team is definitely no problem. If the Misty Exploration Team is really coming, I can help you apply. Okay, thanks Captain. What are you polite for? That guy Lin Xiao said that we're family and it's only right to help each other. Colin patted his shoulder, then laughed. Come on, there's a newcomer joining us today, let's go celebrate, my treat. Yuran and Xiao Yulin jumped up at the first opportunity and cheered, long live the captain. Chapter 171, Generous Reward of Merit. When he left the branch, Lu Ning told Colin about the fact that the SUV didn't make it back. Colin, however, waved his hand unconcernedly, just as long as you're fine, it's just a car. And you can apply for reimbursement, after all, it's damaged during a mission. Lu Ning was stunned and a bit surprised, this can still be reimbursed? Of course you can, personal property damage caused during a mission is reimbursable. Lu Ning nodded, oh. Kagome slapped her forehead and spoke, it seems like there is such a rule, I forgot about it so that I don't have to pay for it. Colin and a few others glanced at Kagome in a bit of surprise. probably didn't understand why Kagome would be the one to pay for it. Afterwards the group went out for a nice dinner to celebrate Lu Ning's return and the fact that there were new members of the UPS team. For the rest of the time, Lu Ning lived a quiet life. While there have been lesions in Base City 116, these lesions have been simple problems. The most powerful disease changers, calamity beasts, or awakened that they encountered were no more than 4th ranked, and to Lu Ning they could be killed with their hands. And Lu Ning was now a senior awakened, who still needed to bring the 4 newcomers from Dimitri every time he went on a mission. Since he first joined, AIHA has been raised to the 2nd rank, and his ability is metal manipulation, which has no shortage of potential. The other 3 were all still of the 1st rank and relatively weak. However, for Lu Ning 4 people were about the same, taking them on missions. Lu Ning didn't need to do everything himself, he just needed to step in when it mattered. It's also gaining experience for all 4. As for when he wasn't working, Lu Ning continued to quench the source of blood and flesh pollution source within his body. The source of flesh and blood's pollutant source was quite a bit more powerful than the fallen angel's pollutant source that he had obtained before, and it was much more difficult to quench it, so the progress was a bit slower, but overall it went quite well. Time passed, and more than a week passed. That morning, Colin found Lu Ning just as he arrived in the activity room. Lu Ning, your reward approval for this mission has come down. After saying that he looked over to Kagome, who had arrived in the activity room. Oh yeah, and Kagome yours. When Li Mu and the others heard this, they looked over. Autumn Moonlight said expectantly, this time, Brother Lu Ning's quest has the evil god's doppelganger in it, eh? I wonder how generous the rewards are. Wang Chuan was no longer comparing himself to Lu Ning now, so he wasn't envious or jealous anymore. He nodded and said the same thing. Last time there were all medium-risk soul weapons and disposable high-risk hazardous items, so there will only be more this time, right? The other 4 newcomers were not aware of the rewards that Lu Ning had received last time because they had joined late, and this time, they were similarly curious. Colin laughed. After Sage Qinglan reported this time, the directorate side passed on the reward package to the director. Lu Ning, you can get 30,000 soul crystals. On top of that you can also get 2 medium-risk level soul artifacts and 2 disposable high-risk level dangerous items. Of course you can choose other equivalent items, or save the merit rewards for this time and exchange them for higher level items next time. When they heard the reward Colin was talking about, the crowd sucked in their breath. These levels, medium and high critical, are basically out of reach for everyone else. Even Wang Chuan and Xiu Yulin, who had joined even longer, hadn't even saved up enough credits for a low critical grade soul artifact by now. He hadn't expected Lu Ning's one-time rewards to include 2 medium critical grade soul artifacts and 2 disposable high critical grade dangerous goods. On top of that, there were surprisingly a full 30,000 soul crystals. It was too much for them to dream of such a reward. Lu Ning thought for a moment and spoke, I don't want soul crystals or any other rewards. Can I exchange it for a high-risk level soul artifact? Colin shook his head. I've asked for you, the credits aren't enough. The difference between a high-risk level soul artifact and a medium-risk level soul artifact is too big, so it requires a bit more credits. For a mission like this one, you'll have to come back for 2 or 3 more before you might be able to exchange it for a high critical grade soul artifact. Lu Ning nodded silently. He knew best in his heart about the difference between medium and high-risk level soul weapons. After all, the Scarlet Sword was the one that had morphed from a medium-risk grade soul artifact into a high-risk grade soul artifact. The difference between them doubles several times. When the Scarlet Sword was still a medium-risk level soul artifact, he still needed Nanyu's help even to deal with that controlled 8th Order Awakened, and he even used a disposable high-risk level dangerous item. And when the Scarlet Sword was a high-risk level soul artifact, it wasn't even particularly difficult for him to even kill a fragment of the source of flesh and blood that was close to the 9th rank on its own. Lu Ning thought for a moment, then spoke, then let's follow this reward. He also didn't have much soul crystals right now, which would be useful for quenching his spiritual power next. The 2 medium critical grade soul artifacts were still a considerable boost to the current Lu Ning. Lu Ning didn't need to worry about spiritual pollution anyway. As for side effects, as soon as you die, the side effects go away. The last 2 disposable high-risk level hazards can be used as undercards. Colin nodded, alright, I'll report it then, just for a little while, the reward should be delivered. Lu Ning nodded, good. Colin then looked at Kuching and said, Kuching, your reward is also quite a lot. There are 10,000 soul crystals and a medium critical grade soul artifact. Of course you can also exchange it for other items of equal value. Li Mu and the others were wide-eyed and a bit shocked. Li Mu spoke up, Kagome's rewards are also this generous? After all, Kuching was only at the 4th rank. And in an environment like what Lu Ning had said earlier, what could a 4th rank awakened person do? It's simply not an exaggeration to say that it's the weakest. The reward left them a little puzzled. Not to mention that Li Mu and the others didn't understand, even Kuching herself didn't understand. She was a little confused. Is there a mistake? I don't think I did anything, huh? Why are my rewards so generous? Colin laughed. No mistake, according to the General Directorate, you pointed out the escape route while you were in the underground pipe, otherwise, I'm afraid that the loss this time would not only be so little, maybe apart from Lu Ning, only the strongest Nanyu and Eileen would survive, and everyone else would die. Hearing this, Kagome was somewhat dazed. She fell silent and spoke. I don't need to change either, just these rewards. Okay, then I'll just report it. After Colin left the event room, Li Mu and the others exploded straight away. Wang Chuan pounced to Lu Ning's side with a pleasing smile. Brother Lu, look, can you lend my little brother a bit of soul crystal? Little brother doesn't have enough soul crystals. Li Mu said with a look of disgust. Wang Chuan, you weren't like this before? I still like how you used to be untamed. Wang Chuan rolled his eyes. Isn't this being bent over by reality? How many soul crystals is untamed worth? Now that the pressure is so high, I also want to raise my strength quickly. Xiao Yulin smiled and said, Brother Lu Ning, the rewards are so generous this time, shouldn't we treat them? Sister Kucheng too. Kagome smiled and said, okay, I'll treat everyone to a big meal. Long live Kagome-san. The activity room was filled with fun. Chapter 172, The Sun God Sect and the Moon God Sect. After another week or so, the 116th Base City Director Li and his party and the current first team leader Yin Feng personally came to the 7th Division. After a few pleasantries were exchanged between the several people, the Wang line explained the purpose of their visit. They had brought the rewards for Lu Ning and Kuching's merits this time. Among them, the soul crystals were stored in the Misty Bureau's headquarters, just like before, and they could be picked up at any time if they wanted to use them. Lu Ning's main focus right now was on quenching the spiritual pollutants of the source of flesh and blood, so he couldn't use the soul crystals for the time being. On the other hand, Lu Ning's 2 medium critical grade soul artifacts and 2 disposable high critical grade dangerous goods that he had rewarded this time were delivered to Lu Ning. 2 of the medium critical grade soul artifacts were a deep black ring and a pale pocket watch. These 2 soul artifacts were chosen based on your own requirements, Lu Ning. The ring is called the Ring of Killing, and when this ring is activated, it can form a set of black battle armor on the surface of your body, enhancing the strength of your physical body in all directions, and it can also make you clearer. But the longer you use it, this battle armor will gradually possess its own independent consciousness, and will eventually devour your consciousness and become your master, making you a killing machine. This bone pocket watch, on the other hand, is a soul artifact that involves space and time, and after activating it with spiritual power, it can lock onto a target, causing the target's movement speed to be drastically reduced, and may even imprison the target altogether. But the cost of using this Horcrux is the random loss of a part of your body, which could be a hair if you're lucky, or just your brain if you're not. Li Ro's introduction caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air and look at the bone pocket watch with a horrified expression. This thing is too dangerous, isn't it? Doesn't that mean that if you use it once, you'll die outright? Such a side effect is even on top of a medium dangerous grade soul weapon? Li Mu said with some disbelief. Yin Feng shrugged. This is a medium critical grade soul weapon sent by the General Directorate, and the side effects are just so great anyway. According to the materials provided by the Directorate, none of the previous owners of this thing are still alive. The one with the worst luck directly lost his heart. Crowd. As the crowd fell silent, Lu Ning calmly said, It's not a problem for me, I can grow a new one out if I lose my brain. The crowd silently turned their heads to look at Lu Ning with somewhat strange expressions. Li Ro nodded gravely. I think the General Directorate should have thought of this situation as well, that's why they rewarded you, Lu Ning, with this bone pocket watch. Perhaps you're the most suitable person to use this soul artifact. The others nodded with envious faces. Indeed, only the undead could use this soul weapon. If Lu Ning were to use it, the upper limit of this soul tool might be even higher. Maybe it could reach the level of a high-risk soul tool? Colin couldn't help but smile. The others nodded silently. Maybe. Li's line didn't refute it. Lu Ning directly put the deep black ring on. After bringing the ring with him, because he hadn't activated it with his spiritual power, Lu Ning didn't feel the ring trying to replace his movements. However, it was also because it had not been activated that this ring was currently doing very little to enhance Lu Ning's physical body. As for the bone pocket watch, it was connected by a pale bone chain, and Lu Ning hung it directly around his neck so that he wouldn't have to worry about losing it. As of right now, Lu Ning already had 6 soul weapons in his hands. Includes the Inferno Blade, Red Rose and White Rose, Scarlet Sword, Killing Ring and Bone Pocket Watch. But unfortunately, the Inferno Blade, the Red Rose and the White Rose were all low critical grade soul weapons. As far as Lu Ning's current battle was concerned, it was no longer particularly useful. The Inferno Blade, in particular, and the Scarlet Sword had clashed completely. As for the Red Rose and White Rose, they can currently be used to attack from a distance for a bit, which is only the icing on the cake. The other 3 soul artifacts would be very useful to Lu Ning, allowing him to increase his battle power significantly. After that, Li's line took out 2 more disposable high-risk hazardous items. One of the 2 dangerous items was a crystal that contained a golden glow inside. The crystal was gentle in the hand, and the golden light inside continued to distort. In Lu Ning's line of sight, it was almost impossible to see the spiritual pollution that had escaped, while the white mist in the golden glow was incredibly dense. This is a piece of debris seized from the sun god cult that contains an extremely powerful sun power within it, and using spiritual power it can be released directly on the target with extreme power. However, when unleashing this, one will be under the attention of the evil gods behind the sun god cult themselves, and may be burned to ashes by the sunlight landing in the sky. Li Ro explained the purpose and origin of the golden crystal in Lun Ning's hand. This explanation caused the others to silently withdraw their eyes. It will receive the attention of the evil god. This thing is placed in the hands of ordinary awakened people, and it is completely something that will die with others. Even in Lu Ning's hands, Colin and the others were a bit worried. Xiao Yulin inquired, Brother Lu Ning, if you are burned to ashes, can you still be resurrected? Lu Ning thought for a moment, then spoke, I haven't tried it, but I think I should be able to. Hearing Lu Ning say this, Colin's few people felt a few points of peace in their hearts for no reason. That's fine then, if you feel it's fine yourself, then it should be fine. Li Mu nodded and said. Kaguru, Yen Feng, and the people who had just arrived, such as Aisha, were in a daze. Yen Feng was a bit puzzled, not. Why Lu Ning thinks he's fine just because he's fine. It's not like he's tried being burned to ashes. Colin shook his head, you don't understand, anyway, when Lu Ning usually feels fine on his own, it just turns out to be really fine. Sometimes I wonder if Lu Ning has the ability to follow his words or something. Said Colin, who couldn't help but laugh himself, just kidding, I think Lu Ning should subconsciously know something about his own abilities, that's why he feels fine in his heart, right? Hearing Colin's words, the crowd looked at each other a little. Li's line didn't say much on the topic either. He took out another pale eyeball covered in blood and handed it to Lu Ning. This is a ritual item obtained from the moon god cult. Although I'm not sure why it's an eyeball, according to the general directorate, this thing contains the divine power of the evil god behind the moon god cult, and after activating it with spiritual power, something unexpected might happen, and the power is definitely capable of reaching a high critical level. Seeing this Li Mu frowned and said with some scorn, I don't know why, seeing this I always feel some palpitations. Colin and the others glanced at Li Mu with some confusion. Colin thought for a moment, is it because you have similar abilities? Li Mu shook his head, not sure. Lu Ning didn't care about the conversation between Colin and the others as he surveyed the eye, only to see a moon in the depths of the eye. This moon was located in a white mist-swarmed void, emitting a cool light and covered with eyeball after eyeball. This one eyeball was silently gazing at Lu Ning at the moment. Chapter 173, Thoroughly Absorbing the Source of Flesh and Blood Pollution Source. One man and one moon gazed at each other for a moment across the pale, bloodshot eyes. Lu Ning suddenly spoke, what are you looking at? As Lu Ning's words fell, crack after crack appeared on his body, and these cracks opened up and grew an eyeball. These eyes swiveled aimlessly with confusion and madness. Just as these eyeballs began to coalesce a path of energy, the flesh and blood on Lu Ning's body proliferated, covering all of these eyeballs. Lu Ning's entire body seemed to have swelled up a great deal. Afterward, Lu Ning's body's flesh and blood wriggled, his skin returned to its original state, and the eyes on his entire body disappeared. He rubbed his eyes expressionlessly and swept his gaze over the others. The others were looking at Lu Ning with wary faces, especially Li Mu and Colin, whose eyes were tinged with palpitations. The two of them still remembered that the first time they met, Lu Ning's sentence of, what are you looking at, had nearly caused Li Mu to become directly sick. This belonged to the absolute psychological shadow in Li Mu's heart. I didn't expect to hear it again now. When she saw that Lu Ning seemed to have recovered, the corner of her mouth twitched and she spoke. Lu Ning, are you alright? Lu Ning calmly said, nothing, why are you guys so far away from me? Colin said with his head full of black lines, it's not because you look so scary, suddenly growing so many eyes, thought it was the same as before again. Lu Ning shook his head, it's fine, I just saw the divine power in this eyeball looking at me. Crowd, oh. Li's line almost threw the eyeballs out of his hand. With a scornful look on his face, he withdrew his eyes back into the black box they were contained in and said warily, you said the divine power was looking at you? What's going on here? The others also had their scalps tingling as they looked toward Lu Ning. Lu Ning calmly said, I can see it, you can't, don't worry. Hearing this, the crowd's expressions looked somewhat better. Li Ro hurriedly handed the black box to Lu Ning, this is your reward. After Lu Ning took it, he nodded and said, good. Li's line then presented Kaguru with her reward as well. Kagom's medium critical level soul weapon was a pair of dark red gloves that could boost blood and flesh activity. However, the glove itself devours flesh and blood, and once used for too long, will devour the host as well. Overall though, this soul artifact was definitely a big boost for a flesh and blood enhanced ability like Kagome. With such a soul weapon, Keqing would even be able to fight with an awakened of the 5th rank. After giving the rewards to Lu Ning and Keqing, Li Xingyi and Yen Feng exchanged a few more pleasantries with a few more people before saying goodbye and leaving. Although Wang Qiwen and the others were curious about the two soul weapons, they didn't look at them much considering that the spiritual pollution of soul weapons wasn't low. In the next few hours, Lu Ning's daily life became very regular. On weekdays, they work during the day, go home at night to quench their spiritual pollutants, and if they need to be on night duty, they stay on night duty in the branch activity room. And when there was a lesion incident, Lu Ning led 1 or 2 newcomers like Ahab along to deal with the problem. Time passed, and 2 months passed in a flash. One day 2 months later, Lu Ning's home. He absorbed the last wisp of spiritual contamination from the source of flesh and blood. As he absorbed the last strand of the spiritual pollution source, Lu Ning clearly felt the gaze from beyond endless space and time. This gaze crosses space with anger and bloodlust. Damn thieves! A violent divine force traveled through space and landed on Lu Ning's body. Lu Ning's flesh and blood tore apart and instantly exploded. The largest of these fragments of flesh and blood was only the size of a fingernail. A large amount of blood directly stained the room red. After a few hours of this, the blood and fragments of flesh and blood seemed to appear conscious. They squirmed a little and merged with the closest shard. As it continued to fuse, the pieces of flesh and blood grew larger and larger, from the size of a fingernail cap to the size of a fist and then to the size of a human head. Eventually all the flesh and blood coalesced. There also didn't seem to be a trace of blood left in the stained room. When all of the flesh and blood had coalesced, the flesh and blood wriggled and transformed from the original mass of flesh and blood into Lu Ning's appearance. Lu Ning slowly opened his eyes, which carried a deep, dark red glow. Several tentacles sprouted from his back, which wriggled and supported him from the ground. While Lu Ning stood up straight, the tentacles on his body retracted. Lu Ning glanced at the room, and the entire room was littered with traces of the destruction caused by the explosion earlier. The bed had completely crumbled, the desk, closet, and other items were similarly dented from previous bloody blows, and even the slate floor showed a number of marks. It's a good thing the blood flowed back or it wouldn't have been easy to clean up. Lu Ning was thoughtful. The last time I absorbed a fallen angel's ability, I had done that too. The same goes for this one. It seemed like the evil god shouldn't be too happy after he absorbed the evil god's divine power. Next time if you have to absorb something like this, you can't do it in your room. Lu Ning didn't think about this anymore, and instead began to focus on the changes he had brought about after completely absorbing the source of contamination. He realized that his control over his flesh and blood was much higher and finer than before. He could try to strengthen and change the flesh and blood construction, make his hands into bone blades, make flesh and blood armor appear on his body, and so on. Whether it was strength, speed or defense, he had seen a huge increase, and through strengthening, he could continue to improve. On top of that, Lu Ning realized that his healing speed seemed to be much faster than before. Although Lu Ning was originally immortal, recovery took time, and after obtaining some of the abilities of the source of flesh and blood, that recovery time was greatly shortened. In addition to this, Lu Ning could also use his flesh and blood to grow other organs such as tentacles, such as growing energy cavities for emitting energy. Of course, firing energy requires the consumption of mental energy. In the end, Lu Ning realized that he could also release the seed of flesh and blood. Once a creature was parasitized by the seed of flesh and blood, Lu Ning could control it via remote control. This control allowed Lu Ning to remotely see the site of the parasitized creature, and even have a corresponding sense of touch. Of course, the deeper the level of sharing, the more mental energy is consumed. Overall, this absorption brings a lot of ability. The most important ability was naturally the power of flesh and blood enhancement. For the current Lu Ning, he himself belonged to the close combat lineage, and with the flesh body hardening method, his fleshly body strength was extremely high, and had even surpassed that of fleshly body strengthening lineage awakened individuals of the same level. Now that he himself had a flesh strengthening ability, it made Lu Ning's strengths even longer. Combined with his powerful resonance power, this could boost his combat power drastically. On top of that, the energy cavities and growing new body organs would allow Lu Ning to keep adapting in all kinds of environments. He can even grow gills to breathe in water and fire-resistant scales to swim in lava. Chapter 174, 6th Order, Misty Riot. After checking his own changes thoroughly, Lu Ning began to continue cultivating. Although it was difficult to quench the source of contamination of the source of flesh and blood, the increase in mental power brought about by the completion of the quenching wasn't small, and Lu Ning could clearly feel that he was one step closer to reaching the upper limit of the 5th Order. He still needed to work hard on quenching his spiritual power next before he could do so. Perhaps the Mist Exploration Team may go exploring Misty 233 any day now. That's where he came back to Earth, and it might contain some clues. And of course it may contain danger. He needed to become stronger, only then would he be able to investigate these clues and face these dangers. Only then would he be able to find his way back. Although it had been more than a year since he had re-entered Earth, Lu Ning still missed his parents and sister, and the safer and more prosperous world and country. 5 months later, Lu Ning had consumed a large amount of soul crystals and had finally managed to raise his spiritual power to the upper limit of the 5th rank. He sensed a bottleneck, but this time, the bottleneck still didn't stop Lu Ning for too long, and was broken through in just under a day. Lu Ning had successfully broken through to the 6th rank. After breaking through to the 6th Order, Lu Ning's mental power had skyrocketed from the size of a small lake to the size of a giant lake, and its quality had likewise risen once again. At the same time, the mental power boost also promoted Lu Ning's physical body to evolve once more. Coupled with the fact that Lu Ning had been using his spiritual power to quench his physical body before, at this moment, Lu Ning's physical body strength was even more powerful than his spiritual power strength, and his battle power had increased substantially. More than half a month later, Lu Ning was waiting for the 233rd Misty Exploration Team to be formed when a piercing alarm suddenly sounded over the base city. This stunned everyone in the event room. 6 long and 1 short honking sound. This is a disaster beast tide appeared? Colin's face changed instantly. As senior awakened ones, Ko-chang and Limu similarly had ugly faces. Surprisingly, there's a calamity beast tide? Such bad luck? Limu couldn't help but frown. And Wang Chuan and Xiao Yulin as well as the other 4 newcomers had somewhat confused expressions. Zhong Kaishan frowned. Captain, we seem to have had a disaster beast wave in the base city before, right? Why are you guys so nervous? Kagome glanced at the somewhat puzzled crowd as she spoke. I don't think any of you were awakened before, were you? Ahab and the others nodded. Kagome explained, during a calamity beast wave, ordinary people only need to stay within the base city and do not need to face endless calamity beasts and diseased changers, but this is not the case for the awakened. The awakened need to go guard the border fortresses and guard the base city walls, which is extremely dangerous. Every calamity beast tide, many members of the Mist Bureau have sacrificed their lives. Hearing this, Zhong Kaishan and the others' faces also changed slightly. They then remembered that they were no longer the protected one. They are now guardians who protect others. They were about to stand in the way of the endless plagues of beasts. Although they had been dealing with the Legion incident before, the Calamity Beast wave and the Legion incident were obviously two different things. Colin's expression was so serious that he pushed up his glasses and said, "Don't think so much, Limu. Take Kaishan and the others to the underground to get the Horcruxes. I'll contact the director and find out what's going on." Limu nodded. "Let's go." Kuching, Lu Ning did not leave. After all, both of them possessed soul weapons. Lu Ning himself possessed multiple medium-risk level soul weapons, and low-risk level soul weapons were no longer of much use to him. Colin took out his cell phone and called Li's line. Then his expression got serious. After hanging up the phone, Colin spoke. "It's an abnormality that appeared in Mist 233, the mist over there suddenly rioted, causing a storm of spiritual pollution to be born, which caused the plague beasts and diseased mutants within the mist to rush out and drive the plague beasts and diseased mutants of the wilderness to join the hordes, reaching the level of a beast tide." Kuching frowned and spoke. "The increase in Misty 233's spiritual pollution level has slowed down during this period of time, so how did this turn of events occur again?" "I don't know, something should have gone wrong within the mists." Colin shook his head. "Don't worry about that now. Now we have a special mission in addition to the base city to hold down." "What special mission?" Kagome was a little confused. Colin pushed up his glasses and spoke. "Mist 233 is starting to expand rapidly. It won't be long before it engulfs several border forts. We need to find a way to get the defenders of the border forts and the Mist Bureau back." "What? The mists are expanding rapidly?" Kagome's face changed instantly. Colin's expression was equally sullen. "Will blanket the base city?" Kagome frowned. There have been examples of misty expansions throughout history. Once the mists expanded and enveloped the base city, then this base city was basically ruined. And now, in this general environment, it's an absolute catastrophe for so many people in a base city to want to migrate. After all, losing the shelter of the base city would expose all ordinary people directly to the spiritual pollution of the wilderness. Add to that the psychological stress and physical strain of long-distance migration, and there will definitely be a significant portion of the human population that will sicken. And the commotion brought on by the legions will definitely cause secondary damage again. There is no shortage of examples of small base city relocations throughout history, and there have been more than a few. In fact, there were migratory teams that were completely wiped out, and even the awakened of the Mist Bureau didn't escape. Such are usually encountered in the wilderness with powerful plagues and diseased mutants. Being lucky enough not to encounter these powerful monsters can eventually lead to more than half the death rate. From the moment the migration began, whether it was an ordinary person or an awakened, one could only pray for the favor of the goddess of fate. Colin shook his head and blushed. "It's uncertain. No one can say just how far the mists will expand at this point." Kagome lapsed into silence. Colin spoke up. "Forget about that for now. Let's go to the assembly first. The director needs to gather all the people from the Mist Bureau and mobilize the free awakened, so we can all work together to get through this." Kagome nodded. Lu Ning didn't participate in their conversation and just listened quietly. The three then left the activity room and went to the first floor. Yuran was sitting at the front desk with a worried look on her face, and when she saw Colin and the others coming down, she looked over. Lu Ning noticed that Yuran's face was very pale. She pulled out a smile with difficulty, then spoke. "Captain, the Calamity Beast wave is coming? You guys have to be careful." Colin rested his glasses and laughed. "Ren doesn't need to worry. The Calamity Beast wave is no more or less dangerous than the situation last time." Yuran nodded silently and was about to say something when, just then, Limu walked over with Aiha and the others. They all brought their own soul weapons with very serious expressions. "Captain, we're ready." Colin nodded. "Go to the north wall first." The chief ordered everyone to gather there. He nodded at Yuran and stepped out of the branch. Lu Ning also nodded to Yuran and followed. Yuran watched the crowd leave, her hands stirred together, her expression worried beyond measure. Chapter 175 Outline of a City in the Mists. When Lu Ning and his group arrived at the northern city wall, it had already become very lively. A large number of garrisons were assembled, and all sorts of guns, ammunition, and other articles of supply were being rapidly delivered. On top of the city walls, there originally existed some kinetic energy guns and soul crystal cannons and other weapons, but the number wasn't much. Machine gun batteries and soul crystal batteries were now placed almost every few meters. In addition to the guardsmen, Lu Ning also saw quite a few members of the Misty Bureau's action teams, as well as the Free Awakenings. There were a few acquaintances among them, such as Lu Chang, Yin Shang, Yin Feng, and Yun Ro. They gathered together, and Li's line was among them. When they saw Lu Ning's people coming over, the crowd nodded at them. Lu Chang smiled. Colin, Lu Ning, you're here. Yin Shang nodded at Lu Ning, a faint smile appearing on her cool face. Previously, when the fallen incense furnace swept through the headquarters, Yin Shang had fought side by side with Lu Ning and Colin, and was considered to have a comradeship. Lu Ning also nodded slightly in greeting to a few people. Colin swept his gaze across the room and spoke, anyone else not here? Well, the 8 or 9 team's side is far away, it may take a while to come over. Li Ro nodded. Beside Li's line, there was a middle-aged man in military uniform. He had a high rank, the rank of Major General. It should be the chief of the guards of this base city. Because the base city guard and the Misty Bureau were not the same system, and usually did not cross paths much, Lu Ning had not seen this middle-aged man before. Noticing Lu Ning's gaze, the middle-aged man looked at Lu Ning, a smile emerging on his cold, hard face, saying, Comrade Lu Ning, right? Although we haven't met, your name is as well known as Thunder. I'm afraid that we still need to rely on you for those top calamity beasts and disease changers this time. After all, the power of thermal weapons is limited, and the stability of soul crystal cannons is not high. Lu Ning nodded calmly, I'll try my best. Seeing the two of them chatting, Li Ro introduced them. This is Major General Fong Lan Fong, the commander of the 116th Base City's guarding army. The command and defense of the Calamity Beast Tide is under the charge of Major General Fong. Colin and the other members of the senior action team were obviously acquainted with Fong Lan, and simply greeted him familiarly. And Kuching, Lu Ning these do not know, formally introduced himself. After brief introductions to each other, a few other squads that were far away came over. All of them went up to the walls together. Through the city walls, Lu Ning saw that the concentration of white fog in the wilderness in the distance was quite a bit thicker than the last time he had left the city. There were even layers of waves spreading through the white mist. Lu Ning guessed that this might be the effect of the so-called spiritual pollution storm. Outside the city walls, there were already scattered calamity beasts and disease changers storming the base city at the moment. But these plagues and mutants were machine-gunned to death as they approached. These calamity beasts and diseased mutants weren't very strong, and under Lu Ning's observation, they probably didn't exceed the 4th rank. Such plagues and mutants are still irresistible against heavy heat weapons. The mental pollution storm has spread over, and the nearby calamity beasts and disease changers have been affected. The attack on the city has begun now, but the large army hasn't arrived yet. Li Ro frowned and said. Fong Lan on the side thought for a moment and spoke, according to our investigation, the large-scale calamity beast wave has just rushed out of the mists not long ago, and there is still a distance from the base city, so we still have roughly half a day's worth of time. Speaking here, Fong Lan paused and said, the problem now is the Misty Border Fortress. Currently, the Calamity Beast Tide has already approached the border fortress. According to the observed scale of the Calamity Beast Tide, I'm afraid that the border fortress is located within the frontal impact range of the Calamity Beast Tide are hopeless. The defenders of those fortresses have already talked to me before. They will use their lives to block a wave of Calamity Beast Tide, weakening the strength of the Beast Tide. But there is still hope for the border forts located on the flanks and avoiding frontal impacts. If the Calamity Beast wave lasts for a long time, they will lose their supplies and run out of ammunition in the face of wave after wave of attacks. We need to go ahead and find a way to save those border forts before the Calamity Beast wave completely erupts. Fong Lan looked at Li Ro and spoke, this requires a team of sharp soldiers. Director Li, your people are the most suitable. Li Ro nodded and looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning, you lead the team, along with the 6 5th-ranked powerhouses to rescue the people, is that okay? Lu Ning nodded, good. Li and his party immediately counted the candidates, and 3 old acquaintances, Colin, Lu Chang, and Yin Feng, joined the team. In addition to that, there were also the captains and vice-captains of the other 3 action teams, namely Yaris, who had mastered the storm control ability, Yang Shui, who had the energy absorption and control ability, and Yi Yinfeng, who had the freezing ability. Considering the time constraints, the squad just formed and drove off in 2 SUVs straight away. Instead of going out through the north gate, where the disaster beast tide had hit head-on, they circled around and set off from the east gate. Because of the Calamity Beast wave, all of the city gates had been closed, but Lu Ning and the others were leaving with a mission, so naturally they could have the gates opened and let them out. After storming out of the base city, the group headed straight for the nearest nearby border fortress. There were a total of 8 border forts throughout Misty 233 near the direction of base city 116. According to the information provided by Fong Lan, the vicinity of the 3rd and 4th fortresses was the frontal impact area of the Calamity Beast wave. Several other border forts were located at the edge of the Calamity Beast wave, and the closer they were to the area of the Calamity Beast wave's frontal impact, the more dangerous they naturally were. Without support, I'm afraid it won't last long at all. Lu Ning and the rest of the group aimed to go to the 5th border fortress first. The vehicle winds through the wilderness at breakneck speeds. On the way, they also encountered attacks from calamity beasts and disease mutants, but Lu Ning sat in the passenger compartment and used red rose and white rose to shoot point blank, killing these calamity beasts and disease mutants one by one. In the direction Lu Ning couldn't take care of, there was also Yang Xuan, the other SUV, who complimented him with energy rays. There were slight ups and downs, but their march did not stop. In just an hour or so, they approached the 5th border fortress. Just as he approached the border fortress area, Lu Ning saw an incomparably dense white mist flowing in the distance. Misty 233 is just off in the distance. And in the other direction, the same white mist surged. The white fog in that direction was not a mist, but a source of mental pollution formed by a large number of calamity beasts and disease changers gathered together. When the SUV came to a high ground, Lu Ning could clearly see a wave of moving calamity beasts in the blackness about 10 kilometers away. In the center of this disaster beast tide, there was also a border fortress made of black iron. The roar came faintly from the border fortress, and Lu Ning could see sporadic flashes of fire. A large number of plague beasts and diseased mutants are coming forward to attack this border fortress. Colin, who was driving, was also looking at the border fortress that was surrounded. He said heavily, "That's the 4th border fortress." Yan Feng, who was sitting in the back seat, had a very ugly face. "Damn it. We can't save them. There are too many plagues in that direction." With the strength of a few of them, it was impossible for them to pass through so many disaster beasts and head to the border fortress. Maybe Lu Ning can do it. But Lu Ning was also unable to enter the fortress and bring out the people inside alive. It's simply not realistic. The atmosphere fell silent and Colin slowly said, "Let's go to the 5th border fortress and move the people as quickly as possible." A voice from inside the other SUV came over the intercom, "Roger." They turned their vehicles around and charged toward the 5th border fortress. And as he got closer to the border fortress, and likewise closer to the mists, Lu Ning's brows gradually furrowed. His eyes looked straight in the direction of the mists. Colin noticed the change in Lu Ning's expression. He frowned and inquired, "Lu Ning, what's wrong?" Lu Ning looked straight at the mist and calmly said, "There seems to be a city in that mist." In Lu Ning's line of sight, he could vaguely see the outline of a city in the mist. Upon hearing Lu Ning's words, the two SUVs became incredibly quiet at the same time. Chapter 176, Terrifying as Hell. The city? How is that possible? How can there be a city in the mists? Lu Ning, you're looking at it wrong, aren't you? Asterix's voice came over the car intercom. The others were also a bit incredulous. They were also considered senior awakened, and their knowledge of the mists was much stronger than the average person. There will be a city in the mist? How is that possible? Then Lu Chang thought of something and spoke. Could it be any of the base cities that were swallowed by the mists? Impossible. The area where Misty 233 is located originally didn't have a base city. Yan Feng immediately retorted. The others were silent as well. Lu Ning turned his head to look at Colin and the others. "You can't see it?" Colin, Yan Feng, and Lu Chang inside the car all shook their heads. Lu Ning thought for a moment, maybe it's the same as me being able to see spiritual pollution, seeing what you can't see? Hearing this, Colin and Yan Feng, who knew Lu Ning better, nodded slightly. They were quite receptive to this explanation. "Since you're the only one who can see it and it's still in the mist, we shouldn't have to care about that right now, should we? Let's go to the border fortress to save the people first." Yan Feng opened his mouth. Colin nodded. Two SUVs rushed towards the 5th border fort. The closer they got to this border fortress, the greater the number of plague beasts and diseased mutants they encountered. Although this was not part of the frontal area of the beast tide's onslaught, some of the plague beasts and diseased mutants in the fringe area would likewise break away from the main force to attack other border forts. Obviously, the 5th border fortress falls within the range of the attack. When they saw the 5th border fortress, they realized that almost 2 or 3 kilometers of the border fortress were filled with plague beasts and diseased mutants. These plague beasts and diseased mutants frantically stormed the gates of the border fortress, or intended to go straight over the border fortress's walls. However, the walls of the fortress were high and covered with machine guns and soul crystal cannons, and even some powerful missiles. These weapons crafted by human intelligence might not be of much use when facing high-ranking diseased mutants and plague beasts, but they had quite a good killing effect when facing low and mid-ranking plague beasts and diseased mutants. Booms, gunshots, and roars resounded across the battlefield. A large number of calamities and diseases fell beyond the walls, with perhaps a smattering of powerful calamities and diseases charging up the walls. But these calamity beasts and disease changers were also suppressed by firepower and were injured, and were soon killed by the awakened on the walls. The two sides are in a kind of stalemate. But it's only temporary. Because all human weapons, they need to be resupplied. Machine guns needed bullets and their barrels needed to be cooled, and soul crystal cannons needed a lot of soul crystals, and likewise, their barrels needed to be cooled. Even the missiles are not infinite. In the face of the overwhelming, forward-facing plague beasts and diseased mutants, the border fortress's supplies might not be able to keep up. Once the supplies couldn't keep up, just by relying on the small number of awakened within the border fortress, it would be impossible to withstand the vast sea of calamity beasts. even if the wave of calamity beasts here was only a small diversion. The vehicle couldn't get close enough, so Colin made a snap decision: get out of the car, break in, and then find a way to bring someone out. Lu Ning and his group got out of the car and looked at the densely packed calamitous beasts. Even the Misty Mist Bureau powerhouses who had already reached the 5th rank were frowning slightly. Lu Ning's expression was calm beyond compare. The number of these plague beasts and diseased mutants was nothing compared to the wave of flesh and blood monsters that he had previously encountered in Base City 121. At that time, almost all the creatures in the entire base city had been bloodied and fleshed out, so how could they possibly be compared to these plagues and mutants? Lu Ning spoke: I'll open the way in front, you guys follow. Colin, Yanfeng, and Lu Cheng immediately followed Lu Ning. Yaris and the others who were still stuck at the previous stage of the fallen incense furnace in regards to Lu Ning's strength were stunned. Just rush over there? Would it be too reckless? Should we think of a strategy? Yanfeng frowned. Stop whining. Trust Lu Ning, he's much stronger than you guys think. What we need to do now is to break out and save the others. Time waits for no one. Yanfeng, as the captain of the first team, had some prestige himself. Plus, Lu Ning's performance during the fallen incense furnace period in the first place was also convincing. Although Yaris, Yang Shui, and Yi Infeng were a bit worried, they still chose to follow. Asterisk 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 asterisk, dead is dead. Yaris cursed. Just as the crowd followed, Lu Ning took out the scarlet sword from the black box he was carrying. As soon as the scarlet sword appeared, the dense spiritual pollution made Colin and the others in the back's breath catch. Everyone looked at the dark red greatsword in Lu Ning's hand with some horror. This is the scarlet sword? How did it become like this? Colin's eyes widened in some disbelief. The scarlet sword was originally a medium critical soul weapon from the 7th division. Lin Xiao had been the one using it before, and it wasn't like Colin had never seen the sword before. But in Colin's memory, the scarlet sword wasn't like that at all. There shouldn't be so many evil runes on the sword, and these runes made Colin feel a little dizzy just by looking at them. And the blood-colored eye on the hilt of the sword hilt was even more chilling. What those eyes revealed was extreme killing intent and greed, as if they wanted to kill and eat everything. Lu Ning calmly explained as he charged toward the wave of diseased mutants and calamity beasts. I used the scarlet sword to absorb a portion of the blood and flesh of that evil god's detachment in Base City 121 earlier, and the current scarlet sword has already metamorphosed into a high-risk level soul artifact. The crowd at the back only felt their scalps tingle as they listened to Lu Ning's calm words, and there were shocking waves surfacing in their hearts. They looked at each other with some disbelief. Yi Infeng swallowed his saliva, his eyes flickered, and he asked in a low voice. He just said that he absorbed the blood and flesh of the evil god's bilocation? How did this happen? The corners of Asterix's mouth twitched. Who knew? Yang Shui also silently shook her head as she spoke. Hurry up and keep up. They had a bit of a rough idea of Lu Ning's current strength at the moment. This was completely different from their previous perception of Lu Ning's strength. The group suppressed the shock in their hearts and quickly followed Lu Ning. As they approached the tide of calamity beasts, the calamity beasts and the diseased changers also discovered Lu Ning and the others. They growled and snarled lowly as they charged towards Lu Ning and his group. Most of the lesions are in human form, except that the direction of the lesions varies because of the type of mental contamination they have been subjected to. Some are full of eyes, some have many more tentacles on their bodies, and there are lesions that rot all over their bodies. The direction of the calamity beast's mutation was more diverse. Some calamity beasts' bodies merely grew larger, while others mutated in an indescribable direction. Regardless of whether it was a calamity beast or a diseased mutant, the strength was not considered strong by Lu Ning. Facing the onslaught of a large number of calamity beasts and diseased mutants, Lu Ning's mental power surged, activating the blood mist on the scarlet sword. The blood mist spread and enveloped an area of 100 meters. Within this area, all calamity beasts and diseased mutants were instantly sucked dry and turned into flesh and blood to be assimilated after merely just entering. Lu Ning didn't even need to make a move of his own, he only needed to take a step forward. Colin and the others following Lu Ning were deliberately avoided by the blood mist. They looked at the blood mist around them that was constantly devouring the calamity beasts and the diseased mutants, and at this moment, there was even a chill rising from the soles of their feet. There was only one thought in their minds at the moment. A high-risk level soul weapon, terrifying as it was. Chapter 177 Hundreds of meters wide sword light. With Lu Ning in front of them to open the way, the group's speed was extremely fast, and in no time at all, they were close to the walls of the border fortress. The guardsmen on the city walls also noticed the abnormality in the area. A blood mist capable of devouring all lesions and plagues. The commander of the border fortress immediately ordered the nearby machine guns and soul crystal cannons to turn and aim at where this blood mist was. Yan Feng immediately shouted, "Hold your fire. We're a rescue team from the Misty Bureau." Lu Ning cooperated by dispersing the blood mist above him, and the crowd on the city walls could see Lu Ning and the others within the blood mist. However, because the blood mist above them dispersed, a large number of diseased mutants and calamity beasts leapt up, trying to rush inside the blood mist from above it to attack Lu Ning and the others. Responding to them were Lu Ning's gunshots, as well as Yang Shui's energy rays and Yanfeng's flames. Seeing Lu Ning and the others in the blood mist, the crowd of guardsmen were all energized. The commander at the head of the group flashed a smile. It's all of you from the Misty Bureau? You head in the direction of the city gates and we'll meet you. The crowd immediately moved towards the city gates under the guidance of the commander, and a large number of diseased mutants and plague beasts were killed wherever they passed. Within a few minutes, they arrived in the direction of the gates of the border fortress. Lu Ning controlled the blood mist to block the outside of the city gates, and then the commander ordered the gates to be opened, and after the crowd quickly entered the city, the gates were closed again. The commander was already waiting inside the gates. When he saw Lu Ning and the others come in, he quickly stepped forward and gave a military salute to a few people, then smiled and said, "You all have worked hard. I am the commander of the 5th border fortress, Fallon." Yan Feng and the others returned the salute, then Yan Feng said, "Time is running out. There isn't much time for greetings, pack up and prepare to retreat." Fallon sniffed, hesitated, and spoke, "There are a large number of diseased changelings and plague beasts outside the border fortress. Once we are out of the bunker that is the fortress, the vast majority of our guardsmen are mortals, and even if they are armed, they won't be able to survive the wave of plague beasts. Do you have any countermeasures for that?" Speaking of which, Fallon explained, "It's not that I'm unwilling to leave, it's just that if you don't have a countermeasure to keep the retreating hordes, why don't you take the scientists doing research in the border fortress and the information they have in their hands, and we'll stay inside the fortress to provide you with cover fire." Hearing Fallon's words, Yan Feng and Colin's few people frowned slightly. Yang Shua's expression sullenly said, "Staying at the border fortress, you guys almost have no chance of survival. The calamity beast tide has just begun now. The number of calamity beasts that have noticed the 5th border base is not large now. After that, there will only be more and more diseased changelings and calamity beasts that will follow the pure spiritual fluctuations of humans to find them. Once you have no supplies, it's a dead end." Fallon grinned and said with a sprightly smile, "We are all soldiers, and dying in battle is not a bad place for us to belong. But these scientists doing research are different. They study the mists and parse the mental pollution. They have more value in living than we do. If not everyone can survive, at the very least let the most valuable people survive first. They are the ones who will be the fuel that will allow human civilization to continue." Colin and the others fell silent. Colin then looked at Lu Ning, who was on the side with a calm expression. "Lu Ning, what do you think? Can you take everyone away?" Yan Feng and the others on the side also looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning's high-risk level soul tool had given them a great shock. Yan Feng was no longer the hangdog he had been before, and spoke, "Lu Ning, can that blood mist of yours spread a bit? What's the maximum range it can spread to? Can it wrap everyone in it?" Lu Ning was a bit confused. "Why must we think about breaking out? There aren't that many monsters here, we can totally kill them all, and as long as we do, we'll be able to retreat safely." Hearing Lu Ning's words, everyone was stunned. A series of question marks floated through several of Colin's minds. Fallon, who didn't know much about Lu Ning, was even more confused for a moment at this moment. He then glanced somewhat warily at Lu Ning, and then at Yan Feng and the others. He weighed his words and then spoke, "Is this, brother from the Misty Bureau, a bit high in spiritual pollution? It seems that some of the consciousness is not quite right." Fallon vaguely wanted to indicate if the guy in front of him was a lunatic. After all, how could a normal person think of killing all of the so many calamities and disease changers? They're just normal guardsmen, it's not like they're an army of awakened ones. Lu Ning said with a serious face, "My spiritual pollution is 0. My spirit is normal." Fallon, _ Yan Feng, who was on the side, said somewhat helplessly, "We can't finish killing so many diseased changelings and calamity beasts, can we?" Lu Ning calmly said, "I think I can finish killing." Hearing this, Colin and Yan Feng were both energized. They looked at each other and Colin said, "You can do it? Why don't you try it then?" Hearing this, Yaris and the others looked at Colin and Yan Feng with their heads full of questions. These two went crazy with Lu Ning? However, Lu Ning had already nodded, "Open the gates." Seeing that Fallon was a bit hesitant, Yan Feng immediately said, "Don't worry, Commander Fallon, if something does go wrong, I'm willing to take full responsibility." Colin also nodded and said, "No matter what goes wrong, we will definitely send those scientists and their data back safely. If Commander Fallon is not confident, he can have them prepared first. Once the situation becomes uncontrollable, then we will take them and evacuate at any time." Yang Shui also spoke, "No matter what, there's no harm in trying it out for you guys, isn't there?" Once Fallon heard that, he thought it made sense. After all, even if they stayed inside the border fortress as a rear guard, the end result would only be a death. In that case, might as well accompany them in their madness. What if, in case of success, they can still keep their useful bodies and continue to serve the Federation and humanity? Okay. Fallon nodded with a serious expression. The gates opened again. The blood mist left behind by Lu Ning earlier outside the city gates had long since dissipated due to the loss of the Scarlet Sword's control. At the moment, there were a large number of diseased mutants and plague beasts present outside the city gates. As the city gates opened, these diseased mutants and plague beasts rushed in immediately. The guardsmen on the side had horrified expressions, and immediately took up the weapons in their hands with the intention of counterattacking. Just then, a blazing fireball landed outside the city gates. Boom! Waves of fire raged, and the surrounding mutants and plague beasts were blown up in blood and flesh. And in the heat, Lu Ning had rushed out of the city gates. At this moment, the killing ring in Lu Ning's hand seemed to split across Lu Ning's body as if it were a black tide, transforming into a set of black full-body battle armor that wrapped around Lu Ning. The battle armor had hideous barbs growing at the joints, and even the head was encased, revealing only the eyes. Lu Ning wore black killing battle armor and held the scarlet sword as one person blocked the entrance to the city. In the next moment, he took a deep breath, and the flesh and blood inside the killing battle armor wriggled as if tentacles were growing and disappearing with it. A large amount of blood mist traveled down Lu Ning's arm and was absorbed by the scarlet sword. The hideous eye on the hilt of the scarlet sword's hilt flashed with an icy light. Lu Ning crouched down slightly, gripped the scarlet sword with both hands, and let out a low gulp. The scarlet sword swept out, and white light as thick as sunlight exploded, intertwining with the blood light on the scarlet sword. A sword light that was hundreds of meters wide swept out. Wherever the sword light passed, whether it was a calamity beast or a diseased mutant, they were all twisted into a bloody mist. The sword light traveled through several kilometers, directly piercing through the encirclement, and the ground turned into a blood-stained path of blood. Under one sword, a thoroughfare appeared from the city gates to the periphery. Colin and the others at the back and the guardsmen watched the scene in front of them, each with wide eyes. Everyone fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 178, Breaking Out of the Encirclement. In the midst of the silence, Lu Ning put away the scarlet sword and said, "We should be able to leave." He turned his head but found everyone looking dumbfounded. Lu Ning asked with some confusion, "What's wrong?" As everyone returned to their senses, Yin Feng looked at the wide, blood-colored avenue outside, then at Lu Ning, and opened his mouth. "This attack power of yours, what level is it?" "I'm at the 6th degree. You're all 6 ranks? How long have you only joined the Misty Bureau?" "No, how can a 6th rank have such attack power?" Yin Feng felt like he was on the verge of being incoherent. "I have a high-risk level soul weapon, and I also have the power of soul vibration. Isn't it normal to have such destructive power?" Lu Ning said with some puzzlement. The crowd lapsed into silence. Is this a normal situation? Which 6th ranked awakened could use a high-risk level soul weapon like this? Just holding it normally, I guess it's about to get sick? Moreover, this level of soul vibrating power, not to mention the 6th order, a saint might not even have it. The strength Lu Ning had shown made them somewhat skeptical of life. But now the situation was urgent, and they couldn't afford to think too much. Colin looked over to a shocked Fallon and said, "Can we gather people now?" Fallon returned to his senses and nodded repeatedly, "Yes. I'll arrange it now." Fallon immediately left with his men and began to take everything that should be taken from the border fortress. As soldiers, they move fast. It didn't take long for the research team doing research at the border fortress to be brought over. These members of the research squad were of varying ages, and the leader was an old man with gray hair. He was also holding a small black bag in his hand. Beside the old man, the several members of the research team that followed were basically manually carrying backpacks of various sizes. Lu Ning guessed that this should contain experimental data. The guardsmen who brought the members of the research squad over spoke, "Elder Yang, they are members of the rescue squad, so follow them and they will protect your safety." Yang Qing nodded slightly and took a few steps forward, arriving in front of Colin's several people. Colin's few people greeted Yang Qing and the others. Whether it's the spirit hardening method or the spirit pollution study, these were all researched by scientists leading the way. Even if these scientists were just ordinary people and not awakened, they could still stand up to a large number of awakened. Among them, the top talents regarding the field of spiritual pollution could even be compared to saints and even demigods. Even though Colin and the others were all 5th order awakened, they still showed great respect for these researchers. These scientists are the light of humanity. Yang Qing and the others were a bit mute, and in the face of Colin and the others' greetings, they nodded in response before observing their surroundings. Upon seeing the blood-colored avenue outside the city gates, Yang Qing was stunned, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He muttered, "This is man-made destruction? This kind of destructive power has surpassed that of a 9th order awakened who doesn't specialize in high-energy combat. There's still a 9th rank hidden in your team?" Colin and the others were stunned, not expecting Yang Qing to come to such a conclusion just by taking a look. Colin shook his head. "No, Elder Yang, this destruction was caused by Lu Ning. He is of the 6th rank. 6th order? Impossible. Even in a theoretical situation, it's impossible for the 6th rank to cause such destructive power." Yang Qing shook his head repeatedly and followed Colin's guidance to look at Lu Ning again. Upon seeing the scarlet sword in Lu Ning's hand, Yang Qing frowned and spoke, "A high-risk level soul weapon? That's not right. 6th rank can catalyze a high-risk level soul weapon? Even if it could catalyze it, it wouldn't be able to achieve such destructive power. Using the power of soul vibrations? Even a perfect state of soul vibrations couldn't have increased by this much? Unbelievable." Yang Qing looked at Lu Ning with a curious look in his eyes, as if he was looking at some creature he had never seen before. "This little brother, your name is Lu Ning, right? Can you cooperate with us in a study sometime? Don't worry, it won't have any effect on your body. And I can help you apply for research merit achievements. The merit rewards are very high. Lu Ning nodded. If you're free, no problem. Yang Qing immediately revealed an excited smile. Then thank you so much. Yang Qing wanted to go forward and reach out to shake Lu Ning, but seeing the scarlet sword in Lu Ning's hand, he still didn't dare to get too close. The mental radiation brought about by a high-risk level soul weapon was something that ordinary people couldn't withstand. Even if Yang Qing as a scientist had some means of protection against mental pollution, it was impossible to resist this level of mental pollution. Behind Yang Qing, some middle-aged and even young men and women were also looking at Lu Ning curiously. They were all very curious about Lu Ning's ability to achieve such terrifying destructive power at the 6th rank. As several people exchanged words, a military vehicle quickly drove out from inside the border fortress. Many of these military vehicles are loaded with various weapons, ammunition, and other supplies. There are also mounted guardsmen. At the forefront of the military vehicles, Fallon jumped down. He spoke. It's almost packed. Speaking here, he paused and looked towards the group of guards on the city wall who were using machine guns and soul crystal cannons, and spoke. They're the only ones who haven't evacuated down yet. Yin Feng immediately said, let's go up to the city wall and have Lu Ning stand guard down there. Commander Fallon ordered them to come down, and hurry up. Fallon nodded his head quickly. No problem. Fallon immediately used his walkie-talkie to notify the guardsmen on the walls, while Colin, Yin Feng, and the others jumped onto the walls. On the city walls, the soul crystal cannons and machine guns stopped attacking in an orderly manner, and the guards began to withdraw. And as the soul crystal cannons and machine guns stopped attacking, the calamity beasts and diseased mutants outside the walls in the other directions finally had a chance to leap up to the top of the walls. They had just arrived at the city walls when they were confronted with a strong blow from Colin and Yin Feng and the others. These diseased changers and calamity beasts that hadn't even reached the 5th rank yet were unable to resist the attacks of Colin and the others. A large number of legions and plagues were killed. Colin and the others cover the withdrawal of the guards. The border fort was small, covering an area of just under a kilometer square. In no time at all the guards arrived outside the city gates. After assembling, these guardsmen got into the troop carriers. And at this moment, the diseased mutants and plague beasts had already entered the city walls in large numbers and began to rush towards the open space outside the city gates. Colin and the others did their best to kill them, but there were so many diseased mutants and plague beasts that after killing one, two came. Seeing that the guardsmen had all returned to the troop carriers, Colin and the others returned. Lu Ning, who had been guarding the entrance to the city, appeared in several directions around the troop carriers with great speed, and swung out several sword chi in quick succession, killing all of the encircling diseased changelings and plague beasts. The sword light was incomparably sharp, and even the buildings inside the border fortress were chopped into several pieces. The deaths of the plagues and mutants inside the fortress gave the crowd time to adjust. Fallon ordered the crowd to get in the car on the spur of the moment. The convoy then kicked off and headed for the gates. The blood-colored avenue that Lu Ning had chopped out earlier already had monsters appearing again at this moment. When these monsters saw the caravan rushing out from the city, they immediately roared and tried to attack. And Lu Ning and Colin and the others were all standing on the roof of the car at the moment, attacking and killing all of these monsters that were rushing towards them. Soon, the caravan broke out of the encirclement and rode away from all the calamity beasts and disease changers in the rear. Chapter 179, Comparison of Strength with a Saint. The convoy's speed slowed only when all the mutants and plagues in the rear had been shaken off. Fallon thanked Lu Ning and his group through his communicator. Thank you all. If it wasn't for you, my brethren and I would have definitely died inside the fortress. We're just playing a hand. The real main force still has to be Lu Ning. Lu Chang smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. The others couldn't help but grin. The strength Lu Ning had displayed was simply too powerful. Originally, they had thought that this rescue mission would be very difficult, but they hadn't expected it to be much easier than they had imagined because of Lu Ning's presence. Haha, I do indeed have to thank you, brother Lu Ning, and on behalf of all of our 5th Border Fortress's guardsmen brethren, I solemnly express my gratitude to you. Lu Ning calmly said, You're welcome, let's go to the other border forts. The others also suppressed the excitement in their hearts. Indeed, now they had merely saved a border fortress garrison. It's not clear what's going on at the other border forts. The group immediately turned the car around and headed for the 6th border fortress. The 6th border fortress and the 5th border fortress weren't far away, and in less than half an hour, the 6th border fortress was within reach. Standing on the roof of the vehicle, Lu Ning and the others could see some calamity beasts and disease changers outside the border fortress. But the numbers weren't even as high as outside the 5th border fortress. This was a relief to everyone. It seems that the branch of the beast tide didn't come this way. Since there weren't many mutants and plague beasts, the caravan headed straight for the border fortress. All of the diseased mutants and plague beasts encountered on the road were killed by Lu Ning and the others. It didn't take long for them to arrive below the border fortress. The commanders inside the border fortress had obviously gotten the message, and the gates were quickly opened and the inner convoy was ready. It wasn't more than 2 minutes before a convoy from the 6th border fortress joined them. They then went to the 7th and 8th border forts. The number of diseased mutants and plagues outside these two border fortresses is even lower. In a few minutes, the convoy was all assembled for departure. It was worth noting that when they saw the commander of the 8th border fortress, the commander had a very serious expression on his face. Upon meeting Lu Ning, he voiced his observations. From the time the beast tide began to erupt until now, less than half a day, the border of the mists has already moved hundreds of meters in range, which is extremely abnormal. Because the 8th border fortress was located in a corner of the mist, they could observe not only the misty border opposite to an border fortress, but even the misty border on the other side. This mist range spreads, it spreads in both directions at the same time, and it spreads extremely fast. How far can you expand hundreds of meters in a few hours, and how far can you expand in a day? At this rate of spreading, not to mention the border fortress, even base city 116 will be engulfed by the mists in less than 2 months at most. The person who said this was the head of the research team stationed at the 8th border fortress. This was likewise an old man with white hair. This old man's expression was even more worried and grave than the commander's. I've been observing the mists for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen such a rapid rate of spreading. I really don't know what's going on inside the 116th mist. This phenomenon is so rare, I really want to know what's going on inside. The one who said this was the head of the research team at the 7th border fortress. The scientific team stationed at several border forts, one more curious than the other. For scientists, though, this is normal. Alas, it's a pity that we're too old and not powerful awakened to enter the mists and see for ourselves. That white-haired old man from the 5th border fortress was in pain. This left Colin and the others speechless. With regards to the mists, even high-level awakened people avoided them. It's only these scientists who hate to get in there. Let's go, we'll send you back to the base city, and then we'll have to go in the other direction to check out the situation of the 1st border fortress and the 2nd border fortress. Yin Feng arranged. This was fine with all the guards of the border fortress. The large convoy of dozens of vehicles turned back quickly and headed for the base city. This is because the situation at the 1st border fort and the 2nd border fort is perhaps a bit dangerous, considering they were faster than before. After sending everyone to the base city, Lu Ning and the others didn't even have time to take a break. Once again they drove 2 new vehicles towards the 2nd border fortress. The previous SUV was parked outside the 5th border fortress when they were in dire need of evacuation, so they didn't bother to get the vehicle. I'm afraid that Buggy has been destroyed by Calamity and Diseased Mutant by now. This time, halfway through their vehicle drive, they encountered hordes of diseased mutants and plague beasts. The sheer number of these was comparable to a small wave of beasts, and the scale even exceeded 1 kilometer. Fortunately, Lu Ning was there, and Lu Ning opened the ring of killing and used the scarlet sword to crush the small wave of beasts with just a few swords. It made Colin and the others' heads spin. Honestly, Lu Ning, this strength of yours, I feel like it's close to being similar to a saint, right? Yin Feng couldn't help but speak. His eyes were filled with envy as he looked at Lu Ning. Yeah, if only we all had that kind of strength. Colin couldn't help but sigh as well. Then Colin thought of something else, his expression darkened for a few moments, and he said softly, if we had this kind of strength last time, the captain and Wei Xian wouldn't have died, and so many of the Mist Bureau's brothers wouldn't have died either. Yin Feng also pursed his lips and said in a somewhat low voice, in that case, the old king wouldn't have died. Those words sent everyone into silence. Lu Ning glanced at Yin Feng, whose personality had changed a lot since the last incident. That previous hangdog look is rarely seen anymore. Lu Ning calmly said, there's still a big gap between my strength and that of a saint. He recalled the previous battle between the Qinglan Saint and the source of flesh and blood split. Even if Saint Qinglan didn't use his high-risk grade soul weapon, the power of that tornado was not something he could do right now. And if after using a soul weapon, it easily cut out wind blades that were several kilometers or even farther away. Moreover, the sharpness of that wind blade was such that even a physical body like the source of flesh and blood detachment could easily be chopped in two. This strength, Lu Ning compared in his heart, the gap was still huge. He felt that he estimated that he would have to reach the 7th rank before he could hope to do something like that. The rest of the way was even worse, with large swarms of monsters appearing every now and then. Although Lu Ning was able to kill it, it took a lot of time. And gradually the hearts of the people grew a little heavy. With such a large swarm of monsters, one could only imagine what the 2nd border fortress was facing. It's unknown if they'll last. Close to an hour later, they arrived at a high mountain not far from the 2nd border fortress. When they saw the scene below, everyone's faces changed slightly. The entire border fortress has been reduced to rubble. Some of the plagues and mutants are patrolling back and forth within the ruins. What made it a little hard to understand was that the strength of the diseased and plague beasts shouldn't be able to break the walls. As a result, now that city wall, including the buildings inside, seemed to have been crushed by some extremely terrifying and powerful force. This kind of power, even the 6th Order, or even the 7th Order couldn't do it before. Yang Shui frowned. What happened here? Chapter 180, we saw the Yellow Springs. Not sure. Yin Feng shook his head. Colin spoke up, go down and see if there are any survivors. The crowd drove to the ruins. Because the fortress had been reduced to rubble, although there were still quite a few calamity beasts and diseased changers left here, the overall number was definitely not as large as the ones they had encountered in the 5th border fortress before. As the vehicle approached, the movement of the engine attracted the calamity and diseased on the side. These calamities and diseased changers were coming at them in droves. The result was naturally killed by Lu Ning and the others. Arriving on top of the ruins, Lu Ning realized that the place was even more thoroughly destroyed than he had imagined. Hardly a single intact house still stands in ruins. There was blood everywhere, as well as gore left over from the corpses of the defenders of the border fortress. The gruesome sight made everyone frown slightly. They searched the neighborhood for a long time and found no sign of survivors. Just as they were planning to withdraw, Yi Infeng suddenly shouted from a spot, "Come over here and look." When the crowd heard this, they rushed in the direction where Yi Infeng was. Soon, they arrived at Yi Infeng's side. Yi Infeng was looking down at the ground, and Lu Ning and the others looked with him. On the black metal floor, there was a line in blood. "We saw the yellow springs." "Yellow spring?" Yin Feng was a bit confused. "What is the yellow spring?" Yaris glanced breathlessly at Yin Feng and spoke. "Yin Feng, you must not have read before. The yellow spring is a river that the dead had to cross in the myths and legends before the Misty Age." Colin was a bit stunned. How could they possibly see the yellow springs since they are something from mythology? The others were also somewhat incomprehensible. After the Age of Mists, all of that peace and stability was gone. Not to mention the myths and legends of that era. How is it possible to see such vapors? The people looked at each other, none of them able to determine the meaning of the bloody words. Since they couldn't be sure, there was no point in their remaining here. Eventually they decided to leave first. They got into the SUV and headed for the first border fort. The situation at the first border fortress was acceptable. It was under siege, but the siege was not very strong. Lu Ning and the others easily killed the besieging monsters, and then left with the caravan that had already assembled at the border fortress. When they returned to the base city, the beast tide was already very close to the base city. The guardsmen who had returned from the border forts had long since joined the battle. The scientists who had been doing experimental research at the border fortress were arranged to go and rest. Li Ro and Fong Lan had originally planned to let Lu Ning and the others go and rest as well. After all, they don't have an easy rescue job. But Colin and the others were shaking their heads no. Lu Ning basically did all the work this time, so we'll just play around and not get tired. Colin's words were unanimously recognized by Yin Feng and the others. Li Ro and Fong Lan sniffed and looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning shook his head. "I'm not tired either." Seeing them say that, Li Ro and Fong Lan no longer forced their way. Fong Lan laughed at himself and opened his mouth. "I'm not afraid of your jokes when I say this. Our base city is indeed lacking in top strongmen. If you guys are in repair, I'm afraid we may not be able to deal with the powerful monsters in the beast tide. Major General Fong, we'll do our best to deal with those monsters." Just then, Colin thought of something and told Li Xing and Fong Lan and the others about the blood words he had seen earlier. A few people were a bit stunned to hear it. Yellow Springs. This is the mythical river that ferries the dead, isn't it? How can there be such a thing in reality? And it was seen? Lu Chang spoke up. "We asked the guards and researchers of the first border fortress earlier, and they all said that they didn't see any yellow springs. Could it be that the bloody writing is not finished?" Li Ro suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. Colin and the others thought back to the previous word in blood. Yi Infeng spoke, "Not quite sure, maybe it's just that time is running out and he didn't finish writing it?" The crowd didn't ponder the question any further. Everyone went up to the walls and waited for the wave of beasts to descend. After an hour or so, wave after wave of mental pollution came at them. In Lu Ning's line of sight, the dense white fog ahead was rapidly approaching. Below the white fog, densely packed monsters rapidly approached. A glance at the plagues of beasts and mutants. "It's coming." Fong Lan held the binoculars with a stoic expression. He immediately ordered his second-in-command to pass the word and get ready. Yes. When the plague beasts and diseased mutants approached to a point where they were only less than 10 kilometers or so away, Fong Lan immediately ordered, "Artillery wash." In the next moment, the missiles in the base city shot up into the sky, rapidly blasting towards the beast tide. The missiles were extremely fast, and in just a few moments they landed in the tide of beasts. A roar accompanied the fire. All of the monsters in front of them were covered in artillery fire, and when the flames of light from the artillery fire dissipated, they left behind a field full of corpses. Blood stained the ground. But the damage caused by this piece of missile was not much for the whole beast tide. There were even a number of lesions and plagues among them that survived the fallout from the missiles. Fong Lan frowned and ordered again, "Fire the missiles continuously. Give me a hard hit." Orders were passed down and a large number of missiles were fired. Batch after batch was shot at the plagues and the diseased. The roar was unrelenting. This saturation artillery attack lasted for several minutes. In those few minutes, the mutants and plagues hadn't even gotten one step closer to the base city. Standing on the city wall, Li Ro and Yin Feng and the others felt the roar coming from the artillery fire and couldn't help but sigh a little. Hot weapons are still very lethal. Yeah, it's deadly for low to medium level monsters. Unfortunately, for high level, and even saint and demigod level monsters, the killing power of these hot weapons is greatly reduced. Lee Ro couldn't help but sigh as well. It's not like they're afraid of the mist if a hot weapon can do damage to a demigod-level monster. As long as the artillery washes the ground and the area covered by the mists doesn't have an inch of grass, even if there are more plagues and diseased mutants, so what? Just then, a message came from the deputy, Legionnaire, the missile inventory is exhausted. Hearing this, Fong Lan frowned and cursed in a low voice, damn, there's too little firepower. Because there are so many places where these heat weapons are needed and the missiles are not produced in high numbers, each base city has a limited stockpile. I didn't realize it was going to hit so soon. As the flames of light from the artillery fire dissipated, the densely packed monsters in the rear stepped over the bloody corpses in the area covered by the artillery fire in front of them and continued forward. This caused the expressions of Lee Ro and the others to become serious. It's the next moment that will test them. Chapter 181, No Need for Trouble. The roar was deafening and resonated through the sky outside the base city. The heavy footsteps of the giant plague beast were like muffled thunder, stepping on the hearts of every guardsman. Some of the young guards who hadn't experienced the calamity beast tide were pale at the moment. The palms of their hands holding their firearms were already covered in sweat, and their breathing became more ragged as the calamity beast tide approached. And the veterans' expressions were even more simply indifferent. The guardsmen were different from the members of the Misty Bureau's operations team. Some of the veterans walk the wilderness, clearing it of plague beasts, or are stationed at border forts. They've seen a lot of life and death. Some were free awakenings who had met on one side, some were their comrades in arms. Their hearts have long since seen themselves as dead. The day of death, in their hearts, could come at any time. And maybe that day is today. The calamity wave approached about a kilometer from the walls of the base city, and the captains of each of the guards teams received orders. They gripped the communicators in their hands and yelled at the machine gunners and soul crystal cannon controllers, attack! Machine guns spewed tongues of fire and a storm of metal poured out. The soul crystal cannon began to conduct energy, and the powerful spiritual energy inside the soul crystal was exported, then condensed into a huge ball of energy light. The ball of light roared out, accompanied by a storm of metal, and landed together in the center of the calamity beast wave. The roar sounded again. Hordes of plagues and mutants were torn to shreds as the metal storm and energy ball of light descended. Yet this massive amount of blood and death still couldn't stop the plagues and the mutants. With frantic steps and no regard for death or injury, these monsters quickly approached the city walls. As the monsters approached, soldiers armed with guns and single artillery shells killed them one by one. Even if a large number of monsters died, there were still monsters frantically pouncing on the city walls. Some monsters directly rose up in the air with their strong bouncing ability, leaping tens of meters in a single bound, wanting to jump directly onto the city wall. There were monsters that possessed the ability to glide briefly, rising up in the air from a distance and gliding towards the city walls. The various calamities and diseases have different abilities, and hopefully equally different ways to ascend the walls. However, during the countless calamity beast tide attacks in the past history, mankind has long since summarized the corresponding scheme. Unless there were too many calamities and diseased beasts, so many that the hot weapons could no longer care for them. Otherwise it would be unrealistic for the calamity beasts and diseased changers to charge the walls before the shells and energy ran out. The roar rang through the sky and the earth. The entire outside of the base city had been turned into a meat grinder. The awakened ones on the city walls and below were looking at the guards and plague beasts and diseased mutants fighting on the battlefield, and at the moment, they were also a bit alarmed. The awakened wield great personal power, but it still feels mind-blowing to be confronted with a weapon of war built by human ingenuity. Unless one reached a high level, or even the saint or even demigod level, one could ignore a weapon of war of this level. Without any hesitation, as long as one entered such a meat-grinding field, even a middle-ranked awakened would not be able to survive. In the face of such a battle, all they needed to do was to nurse their strength. Waiting for humanity's war machine to stop and the weapons of war that guarded civilization to fail, they, the awakened, were the last of those walls. This intense firefight lasted a full 2 hours. Just then, the machine guns and soul crystal cannons on the city walls had already cooled down multiple times in turn. As the first machine gun blew up, a succession of various guns malfunctioned. As the guns malfunctioned, the suppression of fire on the walls began to fall short. Originally, only scattered calamity beasts and disease mutants were able to break through the fire network. However, now, the number of calamity beasts and disease mutants breaking through the fire network was increasing. These calamities and lesions that broke through the fire grid would be killed at point blank though. But as the numbers gradually increased, the efficiency of the kills began to look more and more inadequate. Gradually, plague beasts and diseased mutants began to rush the walls. The first one to charge up the wall was a giant blood wolf covered in blood. This blood wolf had 3 monstrous, hideous heads and stood over 3 meters tall at the shoulder. It leapt onto the city wall, and just by standing there, its ferocious aura made the minds of the surrounding guardsmen go white. As a calamity beast, the spiritual pollution it emitted was enough to put ordinary people under immense mental pressure even if they did nothing. 3 hideous heads roared as it charged the nearest guardsman. Just then, a cold sword light flashed by. A figure landed on the ground, and the blood wolf's body had been chopped in half. The one who landed was Yen Chang. Yen Chang shook off the blood in his hands and said to the guardsmen who were still a bit brain damaged, "You guys back off, it won't be your fight next." The many guardsmen returned to their senses. They then backed up in a row. As ordinary people, the guards clearly recognized the gap between themselves and the calamity beasts. Staying here at this time serves no purpose other than to add to the chaos. They didn't move away, though, but backed up some distance before stopping. All the guardsmen took out their guns and stood at attention. Fighting head-on, they couldn't compete with the powerful calamities and the diseased. But the weapons in their hands can likewise provide a certain boost to the awakened. Li's line, who had been following the situation, saw signs of the defense collapsing and immediately said, "It's our turn to take the field." Beside Li Ro, Yen Feng grinned and laughed lightly. "I've long since been unable to hold back and am ready for a big kill." Colin pushed up his glasses and a sharp steel needle appeared around him. Lu Chang, Yaris and the other strongest of the awakened, were likewise ready to fight. Li Xinglan looked at Lu Ning and spoke, "Lu Ning, if there are 5th or even 6th order calamity beasts and diseased mutants, it will be a problem for you, and the weaker ones don't need you to make a move for the time being. Every awakened spiritual power is limited. Once the spiritual power was depleted, the spiritual pollution would increase drastically, and the battle power would be drastically weakened." For Lu Ning, although he didn't have to worry about spiritual contamination, the weakening of his battle power was equally effective against him. If Lu Ning expended his mental energy on the weak calamity beasts and disease mutants, then once the powerful calamity beasts and disease mutants appeared behind them, it would be a nightmare for them. Thus, it was best for Lu Ning to preserve his strength and wait until he encountered powerful calamity beasts and disease changers afterward before making his move. Lu Ning looked beyond the city walls when he heard Li Xing's words. In Lu Ning's line of sight, the concentration of white mist was extremely high before, but with that fierce engagement earlier, the white fog concentration decreased a lot. A large number of plagues and mutants died, and the wave of beasts was now limited in number. This number, in Lu Ning's opinion, it wasn't even as dangerous as the previous 121st base city. He calmly said, "Don't bother, I'll just go out and finish killing them." Li Ro and the others were stunned, and a question mark slowly surfaced in their minds. Chapter 182, A Man Defending a City. Without waiting for the crowd to wonder, Lu Ning had already jumped off the city wall. Seeing this scene, Li Xing and the others stared wide-eyed, somewhat dumbfounded. Lu Ning? Where is he going? However, Yen Feng and the others who had previously seen Lu Ning slash out the terrifying sword more or less understood Lu Ning's thoughts. They glanced at each other and both saw a look of disbelief in the other's eyes. Previously, Lu Ning had killed so many calamity beasts and disease changers with a single sword strike, though it was very strong. But the scale of the beast tied outside could be quite a bit more than that 5th border fortress from before. If Lu Ning could cut out one sword, could he still cut out hundreds of swords in a row? "What are you guys doing here frozen? Colin, why don't you go persuade Lu Ning? Don't be impulsive at this time. Lu Ning can be our ballast. If Lu Ning is now lacking in battle power, what if a high-level monster appears afterward?" The always seriously Ro was a bit anxious at the moment. Not to mention Li's line, Fanglan, the top brass of the guards were also having a hard time. This completely disrupted their original defense plan. Originally, they had planned to sacrifice as few guardsmen and awakened ones as possible to ensure the most stable defense against this beast-tide hazard. Lu Ning was the most crucial part of the plan, and now that they were being messed with by Lu Ning, they were a bit at a loss as to what to do. Colin pushed up his glasses when he heard Li Ro's words and spoke, "Director, I trust Lu Ning." Behind Colin, Li Mu and Kucheng and the others also nodded with serious faces. Especially Kucheng, she seriously said, "I also believe in Lu Ning. In Base City 121, even in the face of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Lu Ning led us to survive." Seeing Colin and the others say that, Li Ro and Fong Lan and the others were angry and helpless. Once something goes wrong with Lu Ning, Base City's losses will far exceed our previous expectations. Fong Lan reminded. He didn't have a problem with Lu Ning, he just wanted the Base City to survive better for its own sake. Colin spoke up, since Lu Ning did this, he must have his reasons. If the director and Major General Fong feel that this is unsafe, they can consider the backup plan. Just then, Yen Feng also spoke up, boldly, "I think Lu Ning is different from the others, maybe he can really do it?" Seeing Yen Feng say the same, Li's line gradually calmed down. He thought about from the first time he met Lu Ning until now. After hesitating, Li Ro looked at Fong Lan and said, "Major General Fong, or let's think of a backup plan." Hearing this, Fong Lan also sighed helplessly, "Alright then." Just as Fong Lan and Li Xingyi were planning to exchange their next plans, not far away, a red and white intertwined sword light spurted out. Wherever the sword light passed, everything seemed to be destroyed. The shining light attracted the attention of everyone on the walls. Even Fong Lan and Li Ro, who were preparing to discuss the preparatory plan, looked over furiously. They then saw the terrifying sword light sweep through, and the beast tide was directly sliced through a huge mouth. The sword light flowed, and in a short period of time the mouth couldn't even be closed. All of the guardsmen and awakened ones who hadn't yet seen Lu Ning's sword, such as Fong Lan and Li Ro, had their jaws dropped one by one and were dumbfounded. Just as they were shocked, Lu Ning had already disappeared in place, crossing hundreds of meters in just a few breaths to another area. In the next moment, another furious sword light flashed by. Under the sword light, no matter what kind of calamity beasts and diseased mutants were, they all seemed like ants, and were directly crushed into blood mist. The scarlet sword hummed, absorbing this blood mist, and a manic, evil voice kept ringing in Lu Ning's ears, "Not delicious. Not delicious. It's still delicious from last time." Lu Ning was expressionless as he drove the scarlet sword to continue absorbing. Even though the scarlet sword itself was somewhat resistant, it was still unable to resist Lu Ning's will. After Lu Ning cut out this sword, he didn't stop, and with a single stamp of his foot on the ground exploded into a small crater, spiderweb-like cracks spreading out in all directions. Lu Ning's figure exceeded the visual capture range of ordinary people. A few breaths later, he reappeared hundreds of meters away and chopped out a sword once again. The killing battle armor on Lu Ning's body squirmed, as if a black tentacle had grown out of his body and danced wildly. The dancing tentacles only lasted for a split second before they seemed to be absorbed, and the black battle armor flattened out once more. The scarlet sword constantly had a blood-colored halo flashing, and it was as if flesh and blood had grown above the hilt, with a tiny tentacle wriggling and climbing up into Lu Ning's palm that held the sword. His movements didn't stop, and every time he chopped out a sword, he once again rushed to another area and chopped out another sword. In just a moment's time, he had crossed several kilometers of range, and the sword light he cut out swept across the tide of beasts, and the entire tide of beasts seemed to have broken off for a moment. And then Lu Ning turned back and retraced his steps, and the opening that had just been torn open had already been filled with vacancies by the tide of beasts. As a result, the wave of beasts that had just had their vacancies filled was once again swept by the sword light. Going back and forth several times, lasting for more than half an hour, the sword light enveloped the entire range of the beast tide. The number of plague beasts and diseased mutants in the wave of beasts is getting smaller and smaller. Eventually it was almost completely wiped out, leaving only small scattered pockets of plagues and diseased mutants in existence. These calamity beasts and diseased changers, even with their confused spirits under the death of a large number of their companions, sensed the presence of danger. They ran backwards without looking back, eventually disappearing. Lu Ning glanced at the direction these calamity beasts and diseased changers had fled in, and did not go after them. He gasped slightly, feeling slightly exhausted. Even with his current physical body, his body had collapsed many times after continuously fighting at such a high intensity for half an hour. Broken bones, torn muscles, all sorts of things. But to Lu Ning, these were just flesh wounds that he could recover from in an instant. As long as his stamina kept up, he didn't need to worry about whether his body could handle it. With his current physical strength, coupled with the fact that he had gained a part of the source of flesh and blood's ability, his physical strength ceiling was still extremely high, and his recovery ability was also very strong. It was physically exhausting, but he could take it. As for the consumption of mental energy, it is likewise acceptable. After all, most of Lu Ning's sword light did so by virtue of the power of his vibrating soul, which did not consume much mental energy. He silently pulled away the tentacles of the scarlet sword that were wrapped around his palm and wrist one by one and put the scarlet sword away. He then tried to take back the killing battle armor. As a result, he discovered that the killing battle armor seemed to want to control his spirit and wanted to control him to kill. Lu Ning silently took out his scarlet sword and slashed it at his chest. The faint will contained in the killing battle armor suddenly shook, and in the next moment it was as if the battle armor faded away as if it were a tidal wave and returned to the ring. Lu Ning silently turned around and walked toward the base city behind him. Chapter 183, Mist Exploration Team. Returning to the walls of the base city, Lu Ning realized that Li Xing and the others were somewhat silent. He asked with some confusion, "What's wrong? You guys don't seem very happy that the beast tide is over?" As the crowd returned to their senses, Colin's mouth twitched and he spoke, "Happy of course. But it just feels a little strange." Fan Lan's face was suffocatingly red as he spoke. "That's right, I had originally thought of a variety of ways to correspond to the next beast tide, but I didn't expect that I would end the beast tide before I could do anything." Others felt the same way. It was expected to be a big battle. After all, there were a large number of plague beasts and diseased mutants in the beast tide, and all of the awakened present already had the determination to sacrifice. Who would have thought that Lu Ning would have wiped out the wave of beasts with his own strength? The feeling left them with an indescribable drop. But soon the crowd recovered. For them, the end of the beast wave, without sacrifices, was of course the best thing that could have happened. It was Lu Ning's formidable strength that really shocked people for a while. After that, Fong Lan began to count the losses, this time with the guards. There were no losses on the side of the awakened, not even injuries. On the guards' side, there were dozens of casualties due to machine guns and soul crystal cannons blowing up, and the calamity beasts and diseased mutants rushing up the walls didn't even result in deaths. Beyond that, there are only losses in weapons. This low loss even seemed a little unreal to Fong Lan. Too little. The credit for this was most importantly attributed to Lu Ning's personal strength. Fong Lan immediately said that he would report Lu Ning's credit. And although the other awakened understood that Lu Ning's credit was immense, they did not feel the slightest bit of jealousy. After all, such strength, they simply did not have. Moreover, if Lu Ning hadn't cleared the beast tide away, the number of casualties would have been unknown, and they didn't know if they themselves would still be able to survive. After that it was the guards cleaning up the battlefield while the awakened ones left on their own. The awakened who come to help will eventually be rewarded. When Lu Ning and Colin and the others returned to the 7th Division, they met Yuran and Qin Feng and the others in the lobby. Yuran had a worried face at the moment, and when she saw Colin and the others return, Yuran was first stunned, then she hurriedly got up and ran over. "Are you guys okay?" Yuran surveyed the crowd, checking to see if they were injured. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was a bit confused. How did it end so quickly? I heard just now that the thermal weapons had only just stopped, and the number of beasts in this wave was relatively small? It was solved just by relying on thermal weapons alone? As an old man of the action team, Qin Feng had also experienced the beast tide, and he naturally knew what it was like. Normally, it's the bloodbath that comes next. I didn't expect Colin and the others to be back so soon. And Qin Feng glanced at a few people and realized that they didn't even have many traces of battle on them. Colin and Li Mu and the others looked at each other. Wang Chuan said with a numb face, "It's over. The remaining calamity beasts and diseased changers were killed by Lu Ning alone." Ha! Yuran and Qin Feng were dumbfounded and didn't seem to understand Wang Chuan's meaning too well. When Colin and Li Mu and the others explained, Yuran and Qin Feng looked at Lu Ning as if they had seen a ghost. Yuran even looked Lu Ning up and down, exclaiming, "Lu Ning, you're actually this powerful?" Lu Ning calmly said, "It's okay, it's not too powerful, it's not as good as a saint." The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. "You're an awakened of the 6th order and you already want to compare yourself to a saint?" Yuran was pleasantly surprised and patted Lu Ning on the shoulder. "I didn't realize that our branch had a big brother. In the future, I'll be able to brag for a long time. I still remember when you first came here, the captain took you with him, and you still didn't know anything." Speaking here, the smile on Yuran's face faded and his eyes darkened as he said, "Unfortunately, Captain, he can't see it." Li Mu smiled. If the captain knew that Lu Ning was so powerful now, he would definitely be happy as well. Colin, Wang Chuan and Autumn Moonlin also nodded slightly. Wang Chuan grinned. With his Ama-like personality, he must be happy. The crowd couldn't help but laugh. The storm of the beast was soon over. Mainly because the damage was minor. It didn't cause many ripples in the base city. However, the change in Misty 233 did not go away. After the beast tide ended, Fanglan sent out scouts to investigate the situation of the mists on the same day. The resultant survey showed that the spread of the mists did not stop, and even the speed of the spread did not slow down with the disappearance of the beast tide. At this rate, it wouldn't even take more than 2 months for the mists to engulf the entire 116th base city. Even a few other base cities in the other directions of the mists were at risk of being engulfed. The next day, an urgent notice came from the General Directorate that there would be a saint leading a mist exploration team next to enter Mist 233 to investigate the root cause of this mist anomaly. The Li line had also passed on Lu Ning's request, and the Directorate had understood Lu Ning's strength during the previous incident in Base City 121, and had agreed to Lu Ning joining the Misty exploration team. Lu Ning was naturally relieved in his heart when he received this news. At the same time, he was somewhat looking forward to it, wondering if he could get some clues from Misty 233 about the long years he had traveled through. 2 days later, Li's line once again approached Lu Ning, stating that the merit rewards for this time had already come out. Lu Ning's merit reward was not as good as the one in Base City 121 though. After all, that time had involved the Evil God Split reward, and once Lu Ning had not brought Nanyu and the others to rush out of the underground pipes and spread the news of the Evil God Split's descent, then the source of flesh and blood split would descend completely. At that time, the Evil God's detachment would only need to slightly absorb the flesh and blood of a few base cities, and its strength would surely increase drastically, posing a huge threat to the entire Federation. This time, the situation only involved a single 116th base city, and even without Lu Ning, with the strength of the base city, it would be able to withstand it, only the losses would be greater. Thus this time, Lu Ning would be able to obtain a medium critical grade soul artifact and some soul crystal rewards. Lu Ning ultimately chose to keep these merit rewards and accumulate them to exchange for high-risk level soul tools. After all, with Lu Ning's current strength, adding another medium critical grade soul artifact wouldn't result in a metamorphic boost. On the 4th day of the end of the beast tide, the Misty exploration team arrived at Base City 116. Among the squad members who came this time, there were also acquaintances of Lu Ning. The one leading the way was the Qinglan Saint, and there was also the presence of Nanyu among the squad members. Besides the 3 of them, there were 5 other squad members. These members are men and women, old and young. Lu Ning could feel the spiritual pressure on them, and each of them was a high-level awakened. Even Nanyu was the same. Apparently, after saying goodbye in Base City 121, Nanyu's strength had increased again, from the 7th rank to the 8th rank, officially stepping into the ranks of high-ranked awakened ones. Chapter 184, Spiritual Pollution Level Skyrocketed by Misty 233. Ha ha, Lu Ning, long time no see. When Nanyu saw Lu Ning, he was instantly happy and came over to give Lu Ning a hug. The two men had a passing acquaintance from their actions in Base City 121. Not only the two of them, but also Aaron and the others, usually contacted each other, and Aaron and Shirley even came to Base City 116 to hang out during their vacations. Lu Ning nodded. It's been a long time. Nanyu smiled helplessly. You're still so cold, huh? Saint Changlan also nodded at Lu Ning and spoke. The state of affairs in the Misty expansion is rather urgent, Lu Ning. If you're ready, let's set off now? Lu Ning nodded. I can leave any time. Sage Changlan glanced at Colin and the others at the side and nodded. Let's go then. Lu Ning had already said goodbye to Colin and the others earlier, and he nodded slightly at a few of them. Colin rested his glasses and laughed softly. Though it's a little inappropriate to say this when you're immortal yourself, I hope you're still safe. Lu Ning nodded. I will. He turned around and followed Sage Changlan and the others out. This time out, it was no longer in a buggy, as before. Saint Changlan directly summoned a gale, sweeping Lu Ning and the others up and toward Misty 233. In the air, Sage Changlan introduced the crowd. In addition to Nanyu, the 5 members there are 3 men and 2 women. Among the 3 men there are 2 middle-aged and 1 old man. The white-haired old man is named Enlon. His awakened ability is superintelligence, and he is an 8th order awakened person. Unlike the others, this Anlon was an extremely important mist research scientist for the Federation. The expansion of the 233rd mist was very unusual, and it was Elder Anlon who was the key figure in investigating this expansion of the mist. In the entire Misty Quest squad, he was of the highest importance. In addition to Enlon, a slightly chubby middle-aged man named Steve was a 9th order awakened with the ability of metallization. A handsome middle-aged man named Jerry, also a 9th order awakened, with the ability of psychic enhancement. This ability was the same as Yunro's mental suggestion, both belonging to the mental faculty, but there was a difference. Both women were quite young in appearance, but the lifespan of a high-level awakened was very long, and Lu Ning didn't know exactly how old they were. Of course, he had little interest in the question. One of the short-haired, round-faced women was named Jiang Yin, and her ability was the power of killing. When the stronger the killing intent contained in oneself, the stronger one's own power would be, and it could even make the other party's spirit be filled with the killing intent, and the enemy would not be able to distinguish between S and S in a rampage. There was also a slender, tall blonde woman named Gina with the ability of flame power. One of them, Yang Yin, was a 9th order, while Gina was an 8th order ability. The one with the lowest explicit strength here was naturally Lu Ning, only at the 6th rank. But on the way here, Sage Chinglan and Nanyu had apparently spoken to Enlon and the others about what happened in Base City 121 before. Enlon and the others had a good attitude towards Lu Ning and didn't consider him to be a drag. After communicating with each other and getting to know each other, the group flew just beyond Misty 233. Saint Changlan waved his hand and the crowd landed on the ground. Sage Chinglan calmly said, the situation in the mists is unclear, one needs to be careful and not fly at will. From here, let's slowly enter the mists and explore. Enlon nodded, then he touched the silver bracelet on his left hand with his right hand. The bracelet flashed with silver light, and in the next moment, a black instrument appeared in his hand. Enlon spoke, this is the highest level of spiritual pollution degree detector, with high precision. Even in the mist, it can detect changes in spiritual pollution within a 1-kilometer radius. Jerry was a little surprised. Old man, why don't more of this good stuff get made? It would be of great use if it were popularized, wouldn't it? Enlon glanced at Jerry and laughed. Young man, how can it be that simple? The conditions for the production of this thing are extremely harsh, and it cannot be mass-produced. Jerry was a little disappointed. Okay then. Enlon operated the instrument, and then a few dots appeared on the display. The central area of the instrument was the dark blue light spot of Lu Ning's several people. There are a couple of red light spots in the corners of the screen. Enlon spoke, this dark blue light spot indicates mental stability, while the red light spot indicates mental chaos. There are plague beasts or diseased mutants in those places. And Blue pointed in several directions where the red dots on the screen were. Lu Ning took a look and realized that if he looked closely, he could indeed see that there was a difference in the concentration of white fog in these directions. The others nodded. Sage Chinglan laughed, Enlon, with this instrument, our mission this time will be a lot easier. And Blue nodded, well, let's go around or just kill them. Seeing how Anlon was jumping around a bit, it seemed less like a scientist and more like a warrior. Sage Chinglan thought for a moment, let's take a detour, it's better to play it safe since the situation in the mists is uncertain. That's fine, I'll show the way. And Blue began to point the way as the group entered the mists and headed inside. Having just entered the mists, the concentration of the mists is not particularly high. Lu Ning observed his surroundings. The environment within the mists doesn't seem to be too different from the outside world. As far as the eye can see, it is all barren. Occasionally, though, you can see trees. The trees here look different, and Lu Ning saw a red tree with branches that looked like tentacles writhing on it. Upon getting closer, Lu Ning realized that the tree even had eyes growing out of its branches that were looking at Lu Ning's people without blinking. And after walking some distance into the mists, they became more and more concentrated. Originally, Lu Ning could see an area of several hundred meters in a circle, but later he could only even see an area of about 100 meters in a circle. In the air, it's all pollution. Of course, all this pollution didn't have any effect on Lu Ning. On the other hand, the 8th-ranked Nan Yu and Gina frowned slightly. This level of pollution has made them feel a certain way. As he continued to go a few kilometers deeper, and Lan, who had been watching the screen, suddenly frowned slightly and spoke, "There's something not quite right about this mist." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Sage Chenglan looked at Fong Lan and asked, "What's wrong?" And Lan opened his mouth and said, "As I recall, Mist 233 is a small mist, and the peak value of spiritual pollution should not exceed 260%, but now, before we reach the core area of the mist, the spiritual pollution has already exceeded 170%. According to this trend, when we enter the core area, the peak of spiritual pollution should exceed 300%, which is already the range of spiritual pollution for medium-sized mists. And, speaking here, and Lan looked in the direction of the front and spoke, "This is still just my most preliminary estimate. Maybe the real situation will be even worse." This caused Sage Qinglan and the others to frown. Steve inquired, "What could be the reason for the sudden and drastic increase in the mental pollution of a mist, ancient?" And Lan smiled with a strange expression when he heard this. That's for quite a few reasons. That can make Misty's mental pollution increase dramatically in a short period of time. Either a soul weapon that is close to or has already reached the extraordinary dangerous level appears, or there is a diseased changeling or plague beast of almost the same level that appears, whichever one it is. Anyway, it's definitely not what you guys love to hear. The crowd fell into silence as they listened to Lan's words. And Blue's words were right, and none of the reasons for this were what they wanted to hear. Chapter 185, White Shadow in the Mist. Even the Qinglan Saint couldn't help but frown straight away when he heard Lan's words. The corresponding power of an extra dangerous grade soul artifact felt extremely tricky even for a saint. Moreover, extra critical grade soul artifacts possessed a strong sense of self-awareness and were living artifacts in their own right. The danger is high. Of course, it's only possible. As in Blue said, the possibilities are many and varied. Sage Chenglan fell silent and spoke, "All cheer up and continue to go deeper." The others nodded, their expressions a few degrees more serious than before. In which Anlin once again stroked the silver bracelet in his hand and a metal cube appeared in his hand. He reached over and pressed at a button on the metal box. The next moment, the area flashed with a deep blue light. With this area as the core, the pattern of dark blue light spread in all directions, eventually spreading to the entire metal cube. The metal then disintegrated and turned into a piece of metal parts that adsorbed onto Anlan's body. A black metallic battle armor was eventually synthesized on Anlan's body. The metal battle armor had dark blue circuits running through it, making it look very sci-fi. This made Lu Ning froze. Technological battle armor? The battle armor helmet had a crystal mirror within Blue's face in it. He grinned, "This was designed by me and a few old guys together. The materials are all built with high-grade Calamity Beast essence mixed with high-strength alloy. The hardness is extremely high. The power of the drive belongs to a mixture of electrical energy and spiritual power, and it can also utilize soul crystals to replenish the energy, and in terms of combat power, it is comparable to that of the 9th rank." Listening to Lan's words, Nan Yu's eyes turned green. He and Gina both glanced at each other, and Gina's mouth twitched as she spoke, "Elder, so you have the combat power of the 9th rank when you wear this battle armor?" "Heh, pretty much. This thing has a system module that aids in combat, and considering that the AI will be contaminated, it can only be analyzed artificially, making big data analysis a bit difficult for normal awakened people. But for me it's not a problem. My powers are super intelligence. My brain is comparable to a high-performance computer. The combat assist module with me at its core can be used to great effect, and after wearing this battle armor, my combat power is considered to be one of the stronger kinds in the 9th order." Gina had a face of frustration. "Originally, I thought that Elder and Old Man Yu were the weakest, so it seems that the weakest are me and Nanyu? Hey, two little guys, all the old man can say is that you still have to practice." Lu Ning, on the other hand, looked at Lan with a look of anticipation, and Lao, "Is this battle armor good? Can I exchange it for a set?" And Lan froze, looked at Lu Ning, and said with a strange expression, "Your fighting style is not suitable for this kind of battle armor, and the cost of this battle armor is extremely high. To be honest, it's enough to cultivate a real 9th order awakened person. That is, it's for us scientific researchers who don't have much fighting ability in our instincts," said Lan, rolling his eyes. "What kind of battle armor are you young people wearing? You should just go up there with your fists." Lu Ning looked disappointed. "Forget it if it doesn't work well." Lu Ning himself was still quite interested in this kind of sci-fi battle armor. Upon hearing that it was very expensive, Lu Ning felt not so interested again. Nan Yu and Gina themselves were somewhat eager to purchase a set of battle armor. But once they heard that the cost of this battle armor would be enough to train a 9th order awakened, thinking about it, it probably wasn't very suitable for them. After Lan put on his battle armor, the crowd advanced once again. Sage Qinglan walked at the front, Lu Ning padded behind, Steve, Jerry and Yang Yin were situated on the sides, and Gina and Nan Yu protected Lan who wore battle armor. To be honest, Lan might not need Gina and Nan Yu's protection right now, but he was a core member after all, and the look was still there. They walked for an unknown distance again, the concentration of the mists grew higher and higher, and Lu Ning's visible range was already less than 100 meters. Just then, Lu Ning suddenly saw a white shadow flash by in a direction to his left. The white shadow flashed by so quickly that Lu Ning wouldn't have even been able to spot it if it weren't for his high physical strength and strong dynamic vision. Also discovering this were the sage of Qinglan and Enlan, who utilized his battle armor to aid his radar. Both stopped at the same time. The others didn't notice much, but they were also alert at the first opportunity. The silent Yang Yin looked at Sage Qinglan. What's wrong? Lord Qinglan. Saint Qinglan frowned as he looked in the direction where the white shadow had flashed by. He asked, Anlan, how are the fluctuations in mental pollution levels? Enlan frowned with some confusion. There's something strange about the mental body fluctuations. Just now that thing doesn't look like a completely chaotic mental body, nor is it a completely stable mental body like ours. It's more like something in between. Let's say it's an awakened person with a higher degree of mental pollution. What? There's an awakened with a higher level of spiritual contamination here? Jerry frowned. Is it someone from another exploration team? Sage Qinglan shook his head. No, other than our exploration team, no other exploration team has come to Misty 233. And Lan spoke, according to the spiritual fluctuations, the other party should be of the Ninth Order. Among the Ninth Order awakened, among the official awakened, colleagues with this level of spiritual pollution would not be sent on a mission in the mists, so it can be ruled out. And the free awakened people are all famous people. According to my memory, there are 33 free awakened people of the Ninth Order with a relatively high level of spiritual contamination, and the location of these awakened people is clear, and there are none that are in the 233rd mist. There are two possibilities that are more likely. One is the previously missing awakened who didn't die but came to the 233rd mist for some reason. The other reason is that free awakened people under the Ninth Order advanced in the mist due to chance. Listening to Enlan's analysis, Saint Qinglan asked, should we go over and take a look? Enlan thought for a moment and spoke, based on the strength of the other party, the threat to us is not high, we can go over and take a look. This kind of spiritual pollution existence can communicate, perhaps we can learn about the situation in the mists. Then let's go over there. Saint Qinglan did not hesitate and led the squad members towards the direction where the white shadows had drifted by. Jerry and the others had been quietly listening to the exchange between the sage of Qinglan and Enlan, and they had not expressed their own opinions. After all, with Fonglan around, his decisions were usually correct. All they have to do is follow. The group walked for about a kilometer in the direction the white shadows had drifted. Saint Qinglan frowned and spoke, I didn't find it. And Blue nodded, the other side either hasn't noticed us or doesn't wish to communicate with us. I wonder which is the case. Sage Qinglan thought for a moment and shook his head. Let's continue on from here to the area with a higher level of spiritual pollution. I agree. And Blue nodded. The group then moved on. Just then, Lu Ning sensed something and turned his head to look behind him. In the mist behind Lu Ning, the white fog fluctuated slightly, and the moment it dissipated, a figure in a tattered white dress stood above the wilderness. The white figure was cloaked, with somewhat dark eyes between his black hair staring silently at their group. Chapter 186, Heralds Lost to History. Lu Ning frowned slightly and was about to speak when the white mist fluctuated and the figure in the tattered white dress disappeared. The crowd in front of them had already walked out more than 10 meters. Noticing that Lu Ning was not following behind him, at that moment, Nanyu spoke, Lu Ning, what are you doing? The others turned their heads. Seeing Lu Ning looking at the white mist behind him, Sage Qinglan frowned, Lu Ning, what have you discovered? Lu Ning calmly said, I saw someone watching us from behind. As soon as these words came out, Jerry and the others had a chill rise up from the soles of their feet and go straight to the top of their heads. Sage Qinglan and Enlan also frowned slightly. Saint Qinglan's expression was slightly sullen as he said, I didn't notice it, what about you, Enlan? Enlan's pale face also added a trace of gravity, radar power is at the highest level, no response, strange. Enlan looked at Lu Ning and said, how did you find out? Lu Ning thought for a moment and spoke, I felt that someone was looking at us from behind, so I turned my head and looked over, and then I saw it. Enlan's expression froze for a moment. Qinglan Sage and the others were also filled with confusion, and Blue was a little less sure. You felt someone watching us? That's how you found out? Lu Ning nodded, aha. Enlan sized up Lu Ning and spoke. Lu Ning, your profile may be problematic, you may also have the awakened ability of super precognition. Lu Ning was a bit confused, aren't I immortal? Perhaps you have dual abilities, or else your precognition can't be explained. Enlan spoke up. Lu Ning nodded, oh. At Lu Ning's somewhat calm reaction, several of the Nanyu people were numb. Such an awesome ability then. That's the reaction? Saint Qinglan didn't say much on this either. He spoke, did you see the figure? Aha. What image? Ever seen one? Lu Ning thought for a moment, black hair is very long, blocking the face, can't see the face, wearing a white dress, the dress is quite worn, it looks like it should have been worn for a long time, and it hasn't been washed, probably doesn't love cleanliness too much, the eyes are a bit cloudy, but it should be self-conscious. Hearing Lu Ning's words, several of the Qinglan saints recalled them. Sage Qinglan thought for a moment, then spoke, a female awakened with long black hair? That's too many. But the point of not being clean may have something to do with her situation, not counting the characteristics, and the cloudy eyes are also. And Lan also didn't think of anyone obvious based on the characteristics Lu Ning presented. He frowned and inquired, any other features? Lu Ning pondered, then thought of something and spoke, she seems to have a blue bracelet on her left hand. Hearing these words, the Qinglan saint hadn't reacted yet, but in Lan's eyes widened violently, his expression somewhat shocked. What style is that blue bracelet? Lu Ning frowned and pondered, then spoke, the white fog was too thick, and I only saw it for a split second. And Lan's face kept changing as he muttered, could it be her? It shouldn't be her. Maybe it's some other soul weapon. Seeing the strange expression on Lan's face, Saint Changlan didn't think of who it was even after half a day's thought. Curious, he inquired, Anlin, do you know who it is? And Blue's brow furrowed for a moment, then loosened. He spoke, a female awakened with long black hair wearing blue bracelets and a ninth order powerhouse is a relatively rare trait, and a very famous character comes to mind. Who is it? The crowd was looking at Lan with some curiosity. And Lan sighed and spoke, back then, the town guard military commander of the third base city, Yanbing. Sage Changlan and Nan Yu and the others were all wide-eyed and stunned. Even Lu Ning frowned. Regarding Yanbing, Lu Ning had also learned about this character when he had just entered the Mist Bureau earlier to learn about the history of the Misty Age. Back when the Age of Mists had only just descended, the city system of the olden days was no longer able to cope with the hazards posed by the increasing number of plague beasts and diseased mutants. The Federation hadn't been in existence for long, and the base city was in its infancy. The third of these base cities was one of the largest at the time. The most powerful awakened person is the town guard commander, Yanbing. You have to realize that era was an era where the mists had not long descended, and the number of high-level awakened people was extremely scarce. Speaking of Bing, he had already reached the 9th rank in that era and was only one step away from being a saint. She is equally as much a pioneer of humanity as Li Yang. Once Yanbing was given the time to grow, then in this current era, the Human Federation would likely have one more demigod-level powerhouse. But unfortunately, there was a large patch of mist descending on the third base city just at that time. The entire third base city was lost in an instant, and no one came out of it, including Speech Ice. And that mist is still located on Earth right now, is mist number 3. After long years of evolution, mist number 3 was already an extremely rare megamist on Earth. Over such a long period of time, there were also mist exploration teams that went to explore mist number 3, but as long as they entered the core area of the mist, none of them came out alive. And on the outskirts of Misty No. 3, there was no sign of Base City No. 3. As a result, over time, the history of Base City 3 disappeared with Misty 3. Now Lan actually said that he saw Yanbing in Misty 233? The pioneer who was supposed to die out in history with Base City 3? Even if he could really see Yanbing, he should be in Mist number 3. How could it be in Misty 233? Because of this, even Lan himself was a bit incredulous. Sage Qinglan frowned, it shouldn't be possible for it to be Yanbing. This isn't Mist number 3. And Lan also nodded, yes, it can't be Yanbing. Just by virtue of an unreadable blue bracelet, it's impossible to confirm the identity. It's just that Yanbing's high-risk level soul weapon at the time, the Ice Demon Bracelet, was the first high-risk level soul weapon of the era at the time, and it gave too much of an impression, so that's why I had such a guess. But that guess is so unlikely. Sage Qinglan nodded in understanding, then he asked, are there any other long black-haired female awakened who have blue bracelets? And Lan thought about it and shook his head, not sure, that bracelet may not be a soul weapon, it may just be a decoration, and if it's just a decoration, then there's no way to determine the identity through that. Saint Changlan glanced at the direction Lu Ning had been in before, then looked at Lu Ning and said, Lu Ning, do you think she's conscious? Lu Ning nodded, I feel like it. Sage Qinglan said, in that case, I'm afraid she doesn't want to meet up with us, I don't know for what reason. And Lan grinned, hee, I'm afraid that the other party is actually from some cult, and that this cultist has already summoned the doppelganger of their so-called lord in the mist of 233. That would be the scariest thing. Hearing this, Nanyu only felt a slight tickle in his throat and laughed dryly, an elder really knows how to joke. As a survivor who had experienced the 121st Base City incident, Nanyu still had a lot to say about things like the descent of the evil god's bilocation. Even Saint Qinglan's face stiffened for a moment as he coughed lightly and spoke, and Lan, don't scare them. Since that lady isn't willing to communicate with us, let's continue deeper. Sage Changlan turned around and led the squad to continue deeper. Chapter 187, Base City 116 in the Mists. The group continued deeper. With the presence of an Blue's mist pollution detection instrument, the group avoided clashing with the calamity beasts and diseased changers in the mist as much as possible. When you really encounter a large number of them and cannot avoid them, you make quick work of them. As they got deeper and deeper, the calamity beasts and diseased changers became more numerous and stronger. Currently, the calamity beasts and diseased changers that Lu Ning and the others had encountered were all already in the middle-ranked category, and had even reached the high-ranked calamity beasts and diseased changers. Again, this made the crowd sink a little. Normally, high-level calamities and lesions are rare in the small mists. Even if there were, it would only be in the core area. But now, before even reaching the core area, they had already encountered high-level calamity beasts and diseased mutants. This is also a side reaction to the fact that there is indeed something very unusual about Misty 233. After Sage Qinglan killed 2 calamity beasts that had reached the 7th rank extremely quickly with a lightning-fast momentum, the group passed through a mountain forest. Having just stepped out of the mountain forest, the sight in front of them caused everyone to be slightly stunned. A few dozen meters beyond the mountains and forests was an ancient walled city. There were mottled marks on the city walls, revealing the vicissitudes of the passage of time. Inside the city walls, some sounds could still be vaguely heard, as if people were living and living. This made Lan's eyes widen with a look of shock in his eyes. He whispered, "Unbelievable, there should be no base city or any other man-made city in Misty 233. How could a city wall appear here? There even seems to be people communicating inside?" And Lan looked to his spiritual pollution level detector and suddenly frowned. "Strange. What's wrong?" Sage Qinglan and the others looked at Lan. And Lan's expression was a bit grave as he looked at the instrument and said, "The spiritual pollution fluctuations inside the city walls have been interfered with, and the source of the pollution inside cannot be detected." "What?" Sage Qinglan instantly frowned. "What happens when the fluctuations are disturbed?" And Lan thought for a moment and spoke, "There are spiritual fluctuations that reach or exceed the level of a sink covering the city walls, or there are abnormal spiritual pollution fluctuations brought about by a special geographic location, or there is also the possibility that this city itself belongs to the anomalies. In short, there are too many possibilities, and we know very little about the mists. It might even be a situation that we are not even aware of." Hearing Lan's explanation, everyone frowned. Steve inquired, "Lord Saint, Elder, so what do we do now?" The others were also looking at the two. For this exploration squad, Saint Chenglan was the captain, and Lan, as a superintelligence awakened, was considered the squad's think tank. It was the opinions of the two that were the direction of the squad's actions. Saint Chenglan frowned, surveying the city walls in front of him. The walls were almost tens of meters high, and seemed to be made of similar materials as the walls of the base city, though perhaps it was due to the corrosion of the mists, or perhaps it was due to the passage of time. The walls always felt more dilapidated at this location. Just looking at it like this, we're not sure what's inside the walls. For now it looks like it should be a base city wall. Let's look along the walls and see where the gates are. We might be able to find some clues. And Lan also nodded slightly. As of now, the information we have is indeed not enough. We need to explore more clues before we can do so. Saint Xinglan hummed as his gaze swept over and began to move along the left side of the city wall. The sudden appearance of the walls within the mists of 233 made Jerry and the others a little wary. Everyone followed behind Sage Qinglan and looked at everything around them. Right in the middle of walking, and Lan, who had been observing the city walls, suddenly spoke up, "There doesn't seem to be any guards on the walls?" The others responded. Normally, guards existed on the walls of the base city. They were only tens of meters away from the city wall, although they couldn't see the situation on the wall from their current position. But if there really were guards, the watch would have been near the edge area of the wall. That way they can more or less see it. But so far, none of them had seen any guards appear in the area around the edge of the wall. Not only that, they hadn't even seen the machine gun barrels or the soul crystal gun barrels. This should be an indispensable guard force in Base City. For example, in the previous Beast Tide in Base City 116, if those thermal weapons hadn't killed most of the plague beasts and diseased mutants, Lu Ning wouldn't have been able to kill all of the remaining plague beasts with his own strength. It's so strange that there's not even any of that on the walls of this base city right now. They didn't know the answer, and there was no way they could recklessly jump right up onto the walls to check it out, so they could only move on with confused minds. They walked along the walls for several kilometers, during which time they didn't encounter plague beasts or diseased mutants. The side of the spiritual pollution level detector near the city walls was in disarray, but the side near the mountains was still intact. According to Lan's probing, the number of calamity beasts and diseased changers in the mountains and forests were equally small. According to Anlin's speculation, perhaps because the city itself represented by this wall was extremely unusual, the calamity beasts and diseased changers chose to avoid it. There was walking for a while, when suddenly the Qinglan sage in front of him stopped in his tracks. The others have also stopped. They looked ahead and saw the gates. Because they were located on the slanting side, they could not see the gates in detail. Therefore, Sage Qinglan led all of them into the mountains once again, and cautiously came to the front direction of the city gates. The gates were wide open with the number of the base city. 116 Base City. Everyone's faces changed slightly when they saw this base city number. Even the always calm Lu Ning was like this. Base City 116? How is that possible? Base City 116 is clearly just outside the mists. Steve's eyes widened in some shock and a low gasp escaped his lips. Jerry looked at the gates of the base city and then at Lu Ning on the side. Lu Ning, do you know what's going on? Lu Ning shook his head. I don't know. The face of Lan at the forefront kept changing, then he shook his head. This is not Base City 116. The others looked too and blew. And Lan pointed to the base city number on the city gate, then said, "We went to base city 116 earlier, and I observed that the 6 on the base city number showed signs of fracture, so I guess it should be left over from whichever previous catastrophe." The crowd took a look and realized that, as in blue had said, there was no sign of a break in the 6 on this number. Just as they stared, the base city numbers suddenly squirmed. Under the white fog surge, the base city changes from the original 116 to 121. Before the crowd could react, it went from 121 to 224 again. The base city numbers crept and changed faster and faster, eventually stopping at base city number 65. Chapter 188, He saw Wei Xian. It was only when the base city numbers on the gates were not changing that Lan spoke. The few numbers that changed before, some of which still exist and some of which have been destroyed, have a few commonalities among them. Most of the base cities that existed among them were near Misty 233, such as base city 116 and base city 119. And the destroyed base cities are needless to say. Changlan Saint nodded slightly and spoke, "Base city 65. I remember it was a base city that had been swallowed up by the mist several hundred years ago?" And Lan nodded and spoke, "Well, it was swallowed by Mist 101 430 years ago. The last exploration mission for Mist 101 was 200 years ago, and the exploration team at that time failed to enter the core area of the mist and did not find base city 65. Sage Changlan nodded thoughtfully. "According to the intelligence, there is no base city present at the location where Misty 233 was born. And Lan, where do you think this base city came from?" Hearing this, the crowd had a few strange expressions. That's what they're curious about. And Lan thought for a moment and spoke, "As far as we can tell from what we've observed from here so far, this should be a base city, and based on the numbering changes, so we can't yet confirm which base city this is itself. There's a possibility that this base city came from other mists, but if that's really the case, then that means that there might be some spatial connectivity between the mists, and that the spaces within different mists can be transformed into each other. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Mist 233, a mist that originally did not have a base city, would suddenly have such a base city appear. The second possibility is that this base city, although it has the same walls and gates as the outside base city, may not have been built by humans, that is, by us." Hearing this speculation from Lan, the faces of the others changed slightly. Jerry couldn't help but speak, "What you mean, Elder, is that this base city was built by Calamity or something like that?" Lan smiled, "That's a lot of possibilities. Perhaps it's a base city built by a cult for some kind of ritual. It could also be a base city that was born out of an abnormal change in the mist itself. It could even be a base city born from the projection of an evil god's power through the mists. We don't know much about the mists, so there are all sorts of possibilities." Listening to the various possibilities that Lan said, Steve's several people's hearts turned a little bit cold. After a moment of silence, Yang Yin silently spoke, "I'd rather it be the first possibility." Gina also couldn't help but nod her head straight. "Yeah, if it's really the second possibility, no matter what kind of cult or evil god power it is, it's not something to be messed with." As high-ranked awakened, they could know all too well how strong these things were. They are merely a small team. If they were in the outside world, where they could seek support at any time, then they wouldn't have to worry. But in the mist, there's no communication. They were only a small team, and they were afraid that it would be very dangerous to face these strong enemies. And Lan didn't have similar concerns as Gina and the others. Instead he spoke with some excitement, "This time it's the right time to come. No matter which possibility it is, I'm going to have to testify about it. This will help us a lot in understanding the mists." Sage Changlan thought for a moment and looked at Lan. "What next? Investigate on the outskirts of the base city? Or enter the base city?" The others all looked at Anlin a little nervously. There was an uneasy feeling in their hearts. As expected, upon hearing the words of Sage Changlan, Lan didn't even think about it and directly spoke, "Go inside the base city. The outer perimeter is interfered with by mental fluctuations. The instruments cannot investigate anything. Only by entering the base city can we investigate the results." As the crowd fell silent, Steve said with some concern, "Isn't it too risky to go in like this? After all, it doesn't look like it's very safe in here anyhow. Should we investigate a bit more on the periphery?" And Blue glanced at Steve and spoke, "You guys a little worried?" Nanyu didn't retort, but just nodded, "It is a bit." And Lan laughed, "Of course I know that there is likely to be great danger inside. But since the peripheral investigation is ineffective, we can only enter it, unless we don't want to understand how this base city was formed." And Lan paused and spoke, "Hey, isn't the original purpose of the Mist Investigation Squad to investigate the various anomalies in the mists and collect intelligence on the mists? Only by understanding the mists better will we humans have a better chance of expelling the mists. There have been many Misty investigation squads from ancient times to the present day that have been completely wiped out. Don't they know the dangers? Of course they are aware of it. But in order to understand the mist intelligence, these are all worthwhile and necessary sacrifices." Sage Chinglan calmly said, "Some of you are on your first mist exploration, so perhaps you don't know much about mist exploration teams. The danger of the mist exploration team is far greater than being outside the mists. If you all withdraw now, I won't pursue the matter. After all, I don't dare to guarantee that you'll come out alive if you enter the base city. Much less can I guarantee that you guys will come out alive. And if you guys leave the mists, you will still be high-level awakened beings, and you will be of great use to humanity. But, as in Blue said, there are some dangers that are necessary for humans to experience. If it is not you, it will be someone else. I, as a human saint, am duty-bound. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Lu Ning, who hadn't said anything, calmly said, I'm going in, and I won't die anyway. A couple of Steve's mouths twitched when they heard that. They looked at Lu Ning with a look of envy. Jerry then sighed and said, we're just a little worried, and we're certainly aware of the dangers of Misty Quest. I'm certainly not going to be a deserter. Hearing Jerry say that, the others said they would stay, and none of them said they would leave. And Lon grinned, hey, that's more like it. People, as long as their deaths are worthwhile, it's really the same when they die. Gina sputtered, old man, let's be auspicious, I don't actually want to die too much. And Lon laughed, just kidding. Now that you're sure, go in? Saint Chang Lon nodded slightly as he took a deep breath and spoke, I'll go in front, stay alert at all times. The others nodded with serious expressions. The crowd then descended from the mountains and headed for the gates of the base city. Before, they were still tens of meters away from the walls. Now, as they got closer to the walls, they felt the mental pollution getting stronger and stronger. As they stood under the city gates, Lu Ning felt that the spiritual pollution here was even higher than in that research room with the one where the fallen incense burner had been before. In such a spiritually polluted environment, low-ranked awakened people were afraid that they would be directly diseased within a few breaths. Even a middle-ranked awakened person wouldn't last long. Fortunately, those present were all high-level awakened, their strength was not weak, and in the face of such a spiritually polluted environment, although they were a little uncomfortable, their combat power would not be affected too much. At the gates, unlike the base city outside, there were no guards or staff checking for mental pollution levels. Empty, to be precise. Through the gates, they saw that the interior of the city was characterized by somewhat dilapidated streets and sparse comings and goings of pedestrians. When Lu Ning saw one of the somewhat familiar figures, his eyes widened slightly. He saw Wei Xian. Chapter 189, What am I then? Although all of them had heard the movements within the base city through the city walls, they were all still a bit incredulous when they actually saw pedestrian activity within through the city gates. Deep in the mists, there was a base city. It's amazing that there really are humans in base city. And looking at the number, it's not a small number. Is it possible for a human to survive in the mists? If it could really be done, then the humans wouldn't have less and less room to survive due to the constant appearance of the mists. And Lan's eyes flashed with madness as he muttered, can humans survive in the mists? If it really can, perhaps our future is saved. Even the Qinglan saint was somewhat excited and clenched his fists. Just then, Nanyu noticed something unusual about Lu Ning. He asked with some confusion, Lu Ning, what's wrong with you? Lu Ning returned to his senses and turned his head to look at Nanyu. What? Nanyu was even more puzzled. I asked what's wrong with you. It's the first time I've seen you have such drastic mental fluctuations. Nanyu's words made the others look over. Lu Ning had regained peace in his heart at the moment. He spoke, I saw an acquaintance in there. Those words stunned everyone. Saint Changlan was a bit surprised. Someone you know? Who is it? Lu Ning pointed to Wei Xian, who was sorting out debris on the dilapidated street while joking with the people on the side, him, the colleague who joined the Misty Mist Bureau with me. Hearing this, the others were a bit stunned. Your co-worker? But I don't think we saw him when we picked you up earlier? Gina asked, a little confused. Lu Ning gave her a look, because he died, a year ago. The air was quiet for a moment. Everyone just felt a chill rise from the soles of their feet and go straight to the top of their heads. Even Saint Qinglan's pupils contracted somewhat, and the foot that had already stepped into the city gates was silently withdrawn. He looked at Lu Ning and spoke, he's dead? How come he's here? And Lan also hurriedly inquired, after the death of a member of the Mist Bureau, the body must be cremated. Even if this is not the person himself, why does the body still exist? Everyone else was looking straight at Lu Ning. Lu Ning calmly said, his body has been cremated, and as for why it's here, I don't know. The air was very quiet as people looked at each other. It was in this quiet environment that Saint Qinglan silently looked toward Anlan, are you still going in? The corners of Anlan's mouth twitched as well. He really hadn't expected this. But, a glint of sternness flashed in Anlan's eyes as he spoke, go in. It's just the dead coming back to life. What's so great about that? Maybe we can even study why these dead people can be resurrected through this Wei Xian. Speaking of this, Anlan seemed to have a new angle of thinking. If we can really bring the dead back to life, we can bring all those sacrificed awakened, especially those strong ones, back to life, and by that time, the strength of our human federation will be increased unprecedentedly. That way we will also have a higher chance of winning when we face the mist and when we face spiritual pollution. Not to mention, when we face the evil god, if we can keep resurrecting, even if it's an evil god, it's not like we don't have a fighting chance. The more Anlan spoke, the brighter her eyes became, looking at Wei Xian in the distance who didn't seem to notice them, her eyes carrying light. Listening to Anlan's words, the eyes of the Qinglan sage's few people grew brighter and brighter. If they could really die and then come back to life, what would they have to fear? Lu Ning's expression was calm. After all, he would have been able to revive. But he could understand where Anlin and the others were coming from. If this could really be done, it would be naturally good for humanity. Only, looking at Anlan's eyes, Lu Ning always felt that it was not too friendly to Wei Xian. Saint Changlan took a deep breath and spoke, Go in. He immediately took a step and was the first to enter the city gates. The others followed close behind. When Lu Ning walked through the city gates, he always felt as if he had passed through some kind of membrane, with an indescribable feeling. He glanced around. He seemed to vaguely see a huge palm enveloping the entire base city in the white fog. White mist surged, and the shadow of this palm disappeared. Lu Ning didn't see it clearly either. Just then, Lu Ning suddenly saw a white shadow above the city wall. This white shadow, cloaked in hair, was silently looking at their group. It was the same white shadow that Lu Ning had seen outside of the base city earlier. He hadn't seen this white shadow since the last time he had seen one, but he didn't expect to see it again here. And this time, Lu Ning realized that the white shadow's sight seemed to be looking straight at him. Lu Ning was a bit confused. Why was he looking at him? Just then, the white shadow disappeared as the white mist churned. Lu Ning silently withdrew his gaze. Perhaps because they had walked through the city gates, the people in the city who had not paid any attention to them at all before had now noticed Lu Ning and the others' arrival and looked up. Wei Xian, who was holding a few boulders in his hands, similarly raised his head. Upon seeing Lu Ning, Wei Xian was first stunned, then his eyes widened as a stunned look emerged in his eyes. He dropped the boulder in his hands and ran quickly towards Lu Ning. Wei Xian's movements caused Qinglan Saint and the others to tense their bodies as if they would attack at any moment. Just then, Lu Ning stepped forward, blocking in front of everyone and walking towards Wei Xian. Wei Xian came in front of Lu Ning, and he somewhat nervously looked Lu Ning up and down, his eyes seeming to carry a look of disbelief. He rubbed his hands, opened his mouth, and said with some uncertainty, Lu Ning? Lu Ning nodded, aha. In Lu Ning's line of sight, white mist flowed within Wei Xian's body, and it looked as if he possessed an incomparably dense amount of spiritual pollution. But his mental fluctuations were unusually stable. This was a situation Lu Ning had never seen before. Normally, this level of mental contamination would be a calamity or a lesion. Wei Xian, however, has stable emotions and self-awareness. Wei Xian's eyes widened when he heard Lu Ning's admission, and in surprise and sadness, he reached out and hugged Lu Ning. ********. Lu Ning is really you? You're dead too? You've come to this after-death world as well? I didn't think we'd run into each other. Seeing Lu Ning being held by Wei Xian, several of the Qinglan Saints almost made a move. Seeing that Lu Ning didn't react, they resisted their urges. Lu Ning didn't break free and let Wei Xian hold her. Wei Xian's body seemed to be like that of a normal person. But at that time, Wei Xian's body and the captain's body were burned on his watch. Lu Ning's expression was calm, I'm still alive. When these words came out, Wei Xian's body stiffened. He violently let go of Lu Ning, looked at Lu Ning with some astonishment, and asked, What did you say? You're still alive? Then how did you get here? Lu Ning calmly said, This is Misty 233. Wei Xian's expression was stunned and he exclaimed with some disbelief, Impossible. How can this place be in the mists? Then what's the situation with me? I'm clearly dead. He looked at his hands somewhat incomprehensibly. I don't know, I watched your body being cremated. When these words came out, Wei Xian's expression all froze for a moment. He looked up at Lu Ning, the corner of his mouth twitched. Then what am I? Chapter 190 The Presence Behind. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Qinglan Sage and the others were watching Wei Xian dead on, preventing Wei Xian from suddenly becoming ill and rioting. However, Wei Xian merely had a face of self-doubt, but there were no signs of sickness and madness. Just then, a voice came from behind Wei Xian. Wei Xian? Who are they? You guys know each other? Lu Ning looked behind Wei Xian, the companions who had previously worked with Wei Xian to clear the surrounding dilapidated streets and buildings. These people Lu Ning did not recognize. Wei Xian said with a somewhat complicated expression, Let me introduce, this is Lu Ning, my colleague before I was born. Hearing this, these companions all glanced at Lu Ning with a bit of surprise. One of the middle-aged men laughed. It's a bit of a bad idea to say welcome, but it's all dead anyway, so welcome to this place. Wei Xian said with a strange expression. He didn't die, none of them died. The crowd was stunned, looking at Lu Ning with some consternation, and then at Sage Qinglan and the others behind Lu Ning. Why is here if it's not dead? Wei Xian told the crowd what Lu Ning had said earlier. This caused the air to go silent again, and everyone looked skeptical. They looked at their bodies and then at Lu Ning's few people. Confusion and some distrust were in the eyes of several people. Just then, Anlan inquired, How did you guys get here? Any impressions? Wei Xian's companion looked at Anlan somewhat warily and did not answer. The words of Wei Xian and Lu Ning earlier had impacted them greatly, and they weren't even sure if what Lu Ning had said was true. And naturally, Wei Xian trusted Lu Ning. Facing Anlan's inquiry, he spoke, I don't know how I got here. I only remember that I was in this base city that looked like it should be abandoned when I first woke up. There were other people present on the side. Some of them just woke up, and some of them are still sleeping. Anlin nodded slightly thoughtfully, then asked, have you met any other new people since then? How did they appear? Wei Xian's expression was slightly strange as he spoke. To be honest, I've seen other newcomers as well, but they appeared out of nowhere, with absolutely no warning beforehand. These words caused Lu Ning and the others to be stunned. A large living person is not a person who appears out of nowhere? With no warning at all? How did that happen? Jerry asked rhetorically, somewhat stunned. Could it be that you guys aren't paying attention? Steve frowned. No way. Seeing Wei Xian exchanging words with Lu Ning and the others, the middle-aged man also joined in. He looked to a somewhat tall and thin youth on one side and said, I watched Yuni appear, in the same room as me. I hadn't long woken up at the time. Before he appeared, there were only piles of rubble in that corner. I didn't even blink my eyes before Yuni appeared there. Seeing that the middle-aged man had joined the conversation, Wei Xian immediately introduced, this is Old Carrie, who was a free awakening during his lifetime. Lu Ning and the others nodded slightly at Old Carrie. And Lan then continued to inquire, so how long have you guys been here? Is there a concept of time here? Old Cree and Wei Xian looked at each other. Then Old Carrie spoke, we can feel time passing. But you see it too. Old Cree said, pointing to the white mist in the sky. He grinned, this place is all white fog, there's no distinction between day and night, and we don't know how long we've been here, maybe a day or two, or maybe a week or two? Not too long, in my perception anyway. Anlin sniffed and nodded slightly thoughtfully, then he inquired, are you the only batch of dead in this world after death? Other than those of you here, are there any others that exist? Wei Xian was stunned, then said, yes, there are quite a few peoples besides us, but we are in charge of cleaning this area, while the others are in charge of other tasks. And Blue's eyes lit up and she asked, what else is there? Have you compared the time of your deaths? Did the others come here before you? Or did you all awaken here at about the same time? Hearing in Lan's series of questions, Wei Xian and Old Carrie and the others were a bit confused. Old Carrie hastened to say, wait. Let's take it one question at a time. And Blue laughed, hey, yes, first question, have you guys ever compared time of death? Wei Xian said, having asked, it is said that the earliest deceased died in 1921 of the Misty calendar. Hearing this, and Lan raised his eyebrows slightly, it's 2016 of the Misty calendar, which means less than 100 years ago? Well, that's right. Old Carrie nodded. What about your awakening times? Does the group that died earlier awaken sooner? There's a little bit of this too. But compared to the time of death, the time of awakening seems to be much shorter. We're not sure about the exact time, for the reasons we just stated. Old Cree pointed to the white fog again, indicating that there was little timekeeping ability here. Then Old Carrie spoke, but we are all awakened, our perception of time should still be relatively strong. The earliest awakening, it will be around this year or two, right? It shouldn't be more than 5 years. Anlin frowned slightly, the same people who died 100 years ago also appeared in this abandoned base city within 5 years? That should be right. Old Carrie nodded. And Blue frowned and thought, this old gentleman, what's so strange about this? A youth behind Wei Xian asked in confusion. And Lan glanced at him and spoke, this means that the probability is that this after-death world has just appeared not long ago, and I'm afraid that the earliest time it appeared will not exceed 10 years. Less than 10 years of after-death world but attracts the souls of those who have died close to 100 years. The existence behind this, the means is very scary. Perhaps it involves the evil god Ah. The moment these words came out, Wei Xian and the others' faces froze. With their power, something involving evil gods? The corners of Old Carrie's mouth twitched as he spoke. Do we have anything that the evil god could look at? And Blue grinned, ha. I'm not an evil god, so how would I know? Maybe it's a soul though? Wei Xian and the others' expressions became even more ugly. The atmosphere was silent. Wei Xian coughed dryly and opened his mouth. What other questions do you have to ask the old man? And Lan swept his gaze across the crowd, looking at you all. You all seem to be awakened? Yes, that's something we've noticed as well. All those who come to this after-death world are all awakened. Old Carrie nodded. He then paused, his eyes brightening and darkening as he slowly said, perhaps it's because we awakened ones have strong spiritual power and stronger souls? Speaking of souls, not only Old Carrie, but the others also thought of what In Blue had said earlier. Perhaps it was because of their powerful souls that they were absorbed into the world after death? So what exactly is the purpose of absorbing them over here? Chapter 191, Captain, long time no see. And Lan continued to inquire, have you investigated this base city? What is this base city? Wei Xian spoke, when we first came over, this base city was ruins, and it seemed like it had experienced a great battle before. However, we saw from some of the building debris that this base city seems to be base city 65. Hearing these words, Sage Qing Lan and the others were all pondering. They were outside the city looking at the base city numbers on the walls, and finally stopped right at base city 65. So this is indeed base city 65? Jerry spoke up. And Blue nodded, most likely. Sage Qinglan frowned, his expression somewhat grave as he said, the base city that was originally located in Miss No. 101 has now unexpectedly appeared in Miss No. 233. I wonder what kind of change there is in this. Anlan shook her head and spoke, one needs to investigate first to find out. Wei Xian and the others listened to the conversation between the several people, and their expressions kept changing. Although not everyone knows what's going on in Bay City 65. But the ruins of the base city that were originally in another mist suddenly appeared in this current mist, and the abnormality of this was obvious to anyone. And those of them who had originally died, now appeared in such a base city. Think about it and know that I'm afraid the situation is not too good. Wei Xian rubbed his face, the corners of his mouth twitched, originally thought that this is the after-death world, although the place is relatively small and broken, but at least there is still a feeling of being alive, now it seems. Carrie and the others couldn't help but laugh bitterly. And Blue spoke up, we'd like to meet the other dead, can you guide us? Wei Xian and the others glanced at each other, and Old Cree spoke, tell you what, you guys continue to be busy with yourselves, and Wei Xian and I will take them to take a look at other places. The others nodded slightly, not retorting. Just someone laughed, Old Carrie, if you learn the specifics of this base city, don't forget to let us know. Yeah, it's been a while since I died, I didn't expect to come to my senses, and I'd like to know why. Carrie smiled, wouldn't it be nice to come to us when you're done here? Cree and Wei Xian bid farewell to the others and led Lu Ning and his group toward the base city. The others went back to continue clearing the rubble. Steve glanced behind him at the crowd that was cleaning up the rubble and said with some confusion, why are you guys cleaning up the rubble here? You're all obviously dead. Carrie gave him a look and smiled, we've tried to leave before and failed. If nothing else, we need to survive in this base city. Since we need to live, we can't keep sleeping in these ruins, right? Wei Xian nodded and continued, it's not just us, the others are cleaning up as well, everyone has died once and come back to life, and they all want to get on with their lives. Lu Ning calmly asked, what if this place was established by some being in the mists? Wei Xian and Kree's expressions froze. After they were silent for a moment, Wei Xian laughed, so what's the solution? We're all dead anyway, so the big deal is to die again. Sage Qing Lan and the others were somewhat silent. Anlin then said, let's get a better understanding of the situation, and when I've done some research, maybe the situation isn't as bad as we're guessing right now. Carrie laughed, then I'll trouble you, old man. The group traveled deeper into the base city along the main road. Every now and then you can see people on the side of the road dealing with the debris. Lu Ning realized that none of these people were using their abilities. He inquired, and Wei Xian explained that all of their abilities seemed to have disappeared, but the original physical strength was still there. Otherwise some of the boulders in the ruins of this base city are not really easy to deal with. After walking for some distance, Wei Xian thought of something and spoke, right, Lu Ning, the captain is also here. Hearing this, Lu Ning's eyes flickered. He looked at Wei Xian and asked, where is the captain now? Where we're going now, the captain was stronger before, so he's in charge of cleaning up the more central areas of the base city, or it's a bit more cluttered. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Nanyu asked with some curiosity, Lu Ning, who is the captain? Lu Ning calmly said, the captain of the Mist Bureau that I just joined, he was the one who brought me into the Mist Bureau and took good care of me before sacrificing his life. Nanyu nodded slightly in understanding. He patted Lu Ning's shoulder, my condolences. Wei Xian grinned, this officer, there's no need to comfort Lu Ning, we're alive for now at the very least. Nanyu laughed, that's true. As the few people spoke, they soon arrived at the area of the base city near the center. The buildings here are taller, but they have all collapsed, and the streets in the original built-up area are littered with huge stumps of broken walls. There was a single resurrected dead man carrying these huge pieces of building debris. Lu Ning saw a few of these acquaintances at a glance. There was Lin Xiao, Wang Yanming, and even a few people from Base City 121, Li Fu and Karen. I didn't realize they were there. Perhaps sensing someone approaching, the crowd at work looked over. Upon seeing Lu Ning, Lin Xiao's few people were stunned and revealed a look of shock. Lin Xiao dropped the boulder in his hands and arrived in front of Lu Ning's several people with a few jumps. He looked at Wei Xian and then at Lu Ning, and said with some incredulity, Lu Ning? Lu Ning's gaze flickered and he nodded, Captain, long time no see. Lin Xiao scratched his head with a somewhat sad expression. Aren't you immortal? How did you come to this world after death? Lu Ning calmly said, I'm not dead, this is in the mist. Hearing these words, both Lin Xiao, Wang Yanming, and Li Fu who had just approached over, and the others were all wide-eyed. What? In the mist? But we're all dead? How come we're in the mists? Is there a hell in the mists? The crowd gasped in surprise. Wei Xian spoke about the previous conversation with Lan's few people. This caused Lin Xiao's several people to all change their faces with very ugly expressions. Compared to Wei Xian and the others, Lin Xiao and the others were stronger, had broader horizons, and were likewise a bit more receptive. Instead, they were more receptive to Lan's ideas than the likes of Wei Xian and Carrie were at first. After the atmosphere went silent, Lin Xiao thought of something and asked with a smile, Lu Ning, how are Colin and the others? All still alive, right? Lu Ning nodded, all of them are fine, only you and Wei Xian died, they all lived well. That's good, then. I can also feel more at ease if I have you around. Lin Xiao smiled. He then thought of something else and looked at Lu Ning with a serious expression, right, there's a thing, you guys honestly, did you do it? Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao with some confusion, what is it? Didn't I tell you guys to burn my sports car for me before I died? Why isn't it here? The others looked at Lin Xiao somewhat speechlessly. Lu Ning calmly said, Colin and I burned it. As for why we didn't, it's probably because this place only attracts souls and such. Sports cars don't have souls. TSK. Lin Xiao sked and spoke, well, I believe your claims even more. And Li Fu also inquired, is Lu Ning Picheng doing well? Lu Ning nodded, well, she's in Base City 116 now, and she's doing well. Li Fu also revealed a smile, really? Then I'm relieved. Just as a few people were exchanging words, someone suddenly spoke up, it's elderly coming. The crowd turned their heads at once. When they saw the old man who walked over, both Sage Qinglan and Inlan's faces changed slightly. Especially the Qinglan sage, who had a few more complex and excited looks in his eyes, Li Xiao. Chapter 192, The Sound of the River. Li Xiao was also stunned when he saw Sage Qinglan and Inlan. His expression was then agitated and he walked over quickly. Green Lan. Anlan. Why are you guys here? Li Xiao patted Qinglan Sage's shoulder hard, and then patted the steel shoulder on the in blue battle armor with a thumping sound. Li Xiao looked at the battle armor on Lan with a somewhat surprised expression. Lan, what the hell is this? How come I didn't see you have this before? Lan laughed softly, this is my favorite work, it can enhance my strength. I'm different from you guys, my awakened ability is not combat oriented, so I can only enhance my strength through tools. Li Xiao laughed, looks like this thing of yours is good, huh? Otherwise, according to your character, you wouldn't easily admit that this thing is your masterpiece. Hey, that's really good. Saint Changlan watched the two exchange words, then he spoke, Li Xiao, are you also a reanimator? Li Xiao's smile faltered, then he slowly put it away. He nodded, well, I'm a resurrection too. He looked at Saint Changlan and smiled, it should have been many years since we've seen each other, right? How has it been during this time? Have you broken through that barrier and reached the saint level? Saint Changlan smiled faintly, I am now Saint Changlan. Li Xiao laughed loudly, congratulations. The hurdle I couldn't walk through in the first place, you walked through it for me. Li Xiao's expression had a mixture of relief and lamentation. Saint Changlan fell silent and nodded slightly, if there hadn't been you in the first place, there wouldn't have been me. Listening to the exchange between the three, Lu Ning and the Nanyu Fu did not speak. They could all see that it was obvious that the three had a deep friendship. And Lan's smile withdrew as he spoke seriously, Li Xiao, you're the one who died the earliest in time here, right? When I heard about the 1921 deceased in the mists before, I thought of you and a few other old fellows. I didn't expect that it was really you. Li Xiao nodded, that's right, it's me. Sage Qinglan sniffed and asked with a bit of anticipation, where are the others? Is Xiaoying around? Noticing the Qinglan saint's anticipation, Li Xiao fell silent and shook his head slightly, it's just me. And Lan was silent and spoke, perhaps it's because you were the only one who was at the 9th rank in the first place, Li Xiao? There is a huge gap between the spiritual strength of the 8th and 9th ranks, and there is an equally large gap between the strength of their souls. After long years have passed, their souls should have already dissipated, and only your soul remains. Li Xiao pursed his lips, glanced at Lan, and spoke, you old boy still thinks so much. I've also thought about this possibility. I've asked a few of the earlier deceased, they were all relatively strong, and most of them were high-level awakened during their lifetime. Did you ask the place of death? Li Xiao lightly laughed, asked, they're all in the southeast district. He sized up a few people, his eyes flickered, his expression somewhat complicated. You guys, you're still alive? Sage Qinglan and Lan nodded slightly. Li Xiao's expression became complicated all of a sudden. He sighed softly, I've had this speculation before, and when I think about it, it would be too much happiness to live and die with this feeling of being alive. It's a little bit not quite in line with our doggone world. In that case, the place where we were resurrected shouldn't be the after-death world, right? He was silent for a moment, this is a maze located in the southeast sector? And Lan laughed softly, you old boy are as sensible as ever, it would have been nice if you had handled it so sensibly in the first place. Li Xiao grinned, if I was sensible in the first place, and the few of you had to die, and I was the only one who could survive, then what's the point? Seeing that Saint Changlan was about to speak, Li Xiao waved his hand, so, my guess was right? And Blue nodded, well, this is Misty 233. Li Xiao sighed, it's true. And Lan inquired, have you investigated the surroundings since you came back to life? Did you find anything unusual? Li Xiao shook his head, we don't have a large range of activities, only the area from the South City Gate to the Central District. We can't go to the other base city areas. This area is full of ruins, it should have experienced a big battle before. Opponents. Li Xiao was silent and spoke, judging from the destructive power, it's at least saint level, possibly stronger. What about the others? Not much else has been found. Perhaps a few other areas of the base city will hold some clues? Speaking here Li Xiao paused. He spoke with some uncertainty, in the northern district, we can vaguely hear what seems to be the sound of a river running over there. Hearing this, and Lan's few people were stunned. A river running? There is still a river in this base city? No, even if there was a river, this base city should not have been in this location originally. How could the river still be there after the transfer? Gina frowned in some confusion and said, we're not sure, we can't go over there, we can only hear the sound of a rushing river, we don't know the specifics. Li Xiao shook his head. The Qinglan sage and Enlan several people were all a bit confused. Suddenly Lu Ning seemed to think of something as he spoke. Before we entered the mists, there was a beast tide in base city 116 that was caused by Misty 233's abnormality. And Lan's few people were stunned and looked at Lu Ning. And Lan asked, are you saying that this beast tide has something to do with this river? The others were a little confused. They couldn't figure out what a river and a wave of beasts would have to do with each other. Lu Ning calmly said, outside of Misty 233, in a destroyed border fortress, I saw someone leave behind words in blood. Seeing the crowd looking straight at him, Lu Ning calmly said, the blood words say, we saw the yellow spring. When these words came out, everyone's eyes widened and their expressions were somewhat stunned. And Lan's brow furrowed. Lu Ning, do you mean that the sound of the river that Li Xiao and the others heard was the sound of yellow spring water? Lu Ning spoke, I'm just guessing. Sage Qinglan and Li Xiao and the others all looked at each other in disbelief. Lin Xiao was somewhat speechless. Lu Ning, isn't this yellow spring from mythology? How could there be this thing? And Lan, however, spoke up, not necessarily, since all of you dead people can come back to life, the yellow springs may not be unable to exist. Hearing this, Li Xiao frowned, but before this myth was born, the mists hadn't even appeared yet. And we were resurrected in the mists. And Lan laughed, who knows if this yellow springs could have been born in the mists just like you guys. And Anlin was silent, perhaps it's possible that the mists influenced Earth's history and the human spirit even before they appeared? This is a possibility of the origin of the mists that some of our researchers have recently speculated about. And Lan's words made the expressions of Li Xiao's several people even weirder. After a moment of silence, Sage Chenglan smiled, no matter what it is, we always have to go and take a look. And Lan, what do you think? Chapter 193, New Speculations on the Mist. And Lan nodded slightly and smiled, of course we have to go and take a look. If it really is the yellow spring, then I'm afraid our perception of the mists will have to be adjusted again. Instead of being scared and worried, and Lan was filled with curiosity. Jerry and the others were a bit worried, but they had already put their own lives and deaths at risk when they entered the base city. Really? Li Xiao reconfirmed. Saint Changlan laughed, Li Xiao, when did you become so motherly? Li Xiaoxia smiled sprightly, that's fine, anyway, if you guys really die, then stay with us, maybe we can build this base city into a paradise after death? Ha ha ha, if we do die and our souls stay here, then let's build this ruin together. Saint Changlan smiled and swept around. The ruins of the base city, which had been destroyed in ancient times, were in his sights. A complex light flashed in his eyes. Just then, Lu Ning calmly said, I'm not going to die, so I guess I won't be able to stay. The air quieted down and Lin Xiao said with a black line all over his head, are you a kid who can't stand salt and oil? Lu Ning glanced at Lin Xiao with some confusion. Why do you say that? I didn't say anything wrong. The corner of Saint Xinglan's mouth twitched as he spoke. Alright, let's not talk about these useless things. Li Xiao, take us there to take a look. Okay. Li Xiao nodded, then swept his gaze over the others. He paused and said, if you want to come along, come along. Lin Xiao and the others immediately revealed smiles. Elderly, then let's go and take a look together. Yeah, we'd like to know what the hell is beyond the borders, too. Li Xiao smiled and took a step to walk at the front, while Changlan Saint and the others followed. They walked along the dilapidated center of the base city towards the northern district. As he got closer to the northern district, Lu Ning realized that the white fog around him was getting denser and denser. Inside the base city, the white fog concentration was in fact lighter than in the mists outside the base city. But closer to the north end, the concentration surprisingly rises again. Soon they arrived at their destination. It was located on top of a ruin, with a dim yellow curtain of light blocking the way ahead. The curtain of light spread, dividing the entire base city it seemed. Sage Qinglan and the others stood in front of the light curtain, unable to see the scene on the other side of the light curtain. However, everyone seemed to vaguely hear the sound of the river. Wow! 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 And Lan's face changed slightly as he looked at the light screen, pondering. He then took out several instruments, and after placing them on the ground, he turned them on and activated them one by one. Soon, the glow of indicator lights flickered from one complex instrument to another. There were scanning rays coming out of the instrument and landing on top of the light screen. The dim curtain of light was calm and unruffled. In no time at all, there was a dripping sound coming from one instrument after another, and the red indicator light flashed frequently. And Lan glanced at the screens on one together. All kinds of irregular lines kept surfacing without any cracks to speak of. The location where the data should have been output is now showing a garbled code. And Lan frowned. No, there's no way for the detectors to penetrate this light screen. It's somewhat similar to the situation outside of Base City. The Qinglan sage several people all had calm expressions and were not surprised. Sage Changlan looked at Li Xiao and spoke. Have you tried to pass through the light curtain? Li Xiao nodded slightly. Tried, but we couldn't get close to the light screen. It was like we couldn't leave the Base City gates. Saying that, Li Xiao swept his gaze over Qinglan Sage and the others and spoke. Perhaps it's because we ourselves belong to the soul, and unlike you guys, you might be able to pass through. Saint Qinglan nodded slightly. He then looked toward Lu Ning and spoke. Lu Ning, try using your hands? For this situation of unknown danger, it was undoubtedly most appropriate for Lu Ning to explore the path. After all, Lu Ning himself was immortal, so even if he was in danger, he didn't have to worry. Lu Ning also nodded calmly, good. He then stepped forward and reached out and pressed his hand on top of the dim yellow light screen as everyone watched. The light curtain that had been calm spread around as Lu Ning's hand fell, as if water waves were spreading out. Lu Ning's hand seemed to probe into the water, delving deeper into the curtain of light. Everyone's breath caught in their throat. Lin Xiao asked with some concern, Lu Ning, does it feel like anything is wrong? Will this light curtain do any harm? The others also looked at Lu Ning. And Lan, in particular, had been staring at the instrument dead on, wanting to check the difference between the instrument's survey data. Unfortunately, the instrument remains in a garbled state and cannot be probed. Lu Ning's expression was calm as he said, there was no discomfort, it was like passing through a layer of water. Lu Ning pondered, then spoke, it's the same situation as when he entered the city gates before and passed through a layer of water, but it's a bit clearer. Hearing these words, the Qinglan sage several people revealed a dazed expression. They likewise felt what seemed to pass through the gates as they entered. And Lan reasoned, perhaps. This is a spatial barrier, the 65th base city seems to be located within the 233rd mist, perhaps the essence is in a different space. It's only because of some special reason that we can see the base city within the space of Misty 233 and can enter it. Sage Qinglan frowned and spoke, that is to say, we may not be in the 233rd mist right now? And Blue nodded, it's a possibility. And Lan then frowned and spoke, if this is really a possibility, then the space within the mists might not be quite the same as what we thought. We originally agreed that each piece of mist was a space that existed independently. It now seems that perhaps the mists themselves are a whole, and the patches of mists on the surface of the earth are but a small portion escaping from this whole. It is as if a great river had dispersed a great number of direct streams, and the water within these streams belonged to the great river itself. Hearing this, everyone frowned slightly. Li Xiao was a bit worried, if that's really the case, then a lot of our speculations about the mists may be overturned, which is not a good thing. And Lan smiled, hey, that's not necessarily true, now that our research on the mists has hit a bottleneck, if there is a new path, perhaps we can understand it through a new perspective. There are times when you can't stand without breaking. For mist research, and Lan was the expert, and Li Xiao no longer said anything more. Sage Chenglan then looked toward Lu Ning and said, Lu Ning, can you stick your head over to see what's going on? It's not necessary for the entire person to go over, just enough to be able to see the situation on the opposite side of the light screen. Lu Ning calmly nodded, yes. He stepped forward and brought his face to the light screen. His face seemed to pass through a curtain of water, and half his body entered a curtain of dusky-colored light. In no time, Lu Ning pulled his body back. Saint Chenglan hurriedly asked, Lu Ning, how is it? What did you see? Lu Ning shook his head, there's only white mist, I don't see anything. What? How is that possible? The crowd was a little confused. They clearly all heard the river. Only Lan was thoughtful as he spoke, perhaps because of the abnormal condition of the spatial superposition, a part of Lu Ning's body stayed on our side, which caused his own spatial coordinates to be in our space, and even if half of his body passed through the light curtain, he would not be able to see through the light curtain to the other space. Perhaps Lu Ning will have to pass through the light curtain as a whole in order to see what's on the other side of the light curtain. Hearing this, Saint Qinglan frowned slightly. Lin Xiao immediately retorted, isn't this too dangerous? Even if Lu Ning really doesn't die, who knows what's on the other side of the light curtain? Wei Xian also frowned and said, that's right, why let Lu Ning go? And Lan didn't answer, but instead looked at Lu Ning and spoke, Lu Ning, what do you think? If you don't want to, I'll do it myself. As a scientist, even though he knew that the other side of the light curtain might be extremely dangerous, he still wanted to see it, even if it means dying on the way to seek the path. Chapter 194, To the Death. Hearing Lan say this, Wei Xian and Lin Xiao, who were originally a bit dissatisfied, were both stunned, somewhat unsure of how to retort. And Blue was even willing to go in by herself, so what could they say? Saint Chenglan looked toward Lu Ning and said, Lu Ning, what do you think of yourself? Lu Ning calmly said, I want to go in and take a look. Hearing this, Lin Xiao and Wei Xian both frowned. Lin Xiao sighed and said, Lu Ning, if it's really according to what Lao said, it might be another space inside, and after going in, you might not be able to come back. Lu Ning nodded and calmly said, I know, but I want to see what's inside. I entered the mists to find my way home, and perhaps the way is inside. Seeing Lu Ning say this, Lin Xiao and Wei Xian glanced at each other and said no more. Lu Ning didn't continue to say much, and under the gaze of the crowd, he took a step toward the light curtain. As his entire body was affixed to the light screen fluctuated, and Lu Ning passed through it and disappeared. Everyone looked straight at the light screen and held their breath. After a few breaths, the light curtain was calm and unmoving. After 10 seconds or so, Saint Chenglan frowned slightly. Why isn't Lu Ning out yet? Lin Xiao and Wei Xian both had somewhat ugly faces. Lin Xiao clenched his fists and muttered, is it true that he can't come back? It can't be? The other people's faces changed uncertainly as well, all of them looking at the light screen. And Blue did not speak, watching the light screen in silence, glancing at the instruments now and then. As always, the instrument has a messy code. After another 10 seconds or so, Saint Changlan calmly said, I'll go in and take a look. Hearing this, Li Xiao fell silent and looked at the Changlan saint. Are you sure? That little guy just now, from what you guys said, it seems like he won't die? He didn't even come out. Changlan, you still want to go in? Saint Changlan calmly said, Lu Ning isn't dead, and the risk is lowest if he goes in first. Since he didn't come out, then I, as the strongest, should of course be the second to go in. He looked at Li Xiao and grinned. Weren't you just like me back then? Li Xiao sighed, then calmly said, if you really die, maybe your soul will come in. Go on. The Sage of Green Arc nodded slightly, and then nodded slightly to Enlon and Steve and the others. And Blue smiled, a gleam in her eyes. Go check it out. Steve's few people were about to say something, then one by one, they all locked eyes with Sage Qinglong, and their eyes gradually became determined. Lord Saint, if you don't come out, I'll be next. My awakened ability is metallization and my defense is higher, so maybe I can walk out? Steve grinned. Saint Changlan smiled and turned around to enter the light screen. The curtain of light fluctuated, as if it was an invisible giant mouth that engulfed the Qinglan saint. After close to a minute, Saint Qinglan didn't come out either. Outside, Li Xiao and the others fell into silence. Steve stepped forward silently as he grinned. I'll be the one going in next. Jerry calmly said, then I'm next. Wait. And Blue stopped Steve, who was trying to walk inside. As Steve and the others looked on in some confusion. And Lon calmly collected the instruments on the ground, then said, it's too troublesome to go in one by one, let's go in together, it's safer if there are more people. At that, the others nodded slightly. Nanyu smiled, to be honest I'm still a bit weak in my heart, after all I'm relatively weak. If it's together, I don't think it's a problem. And Lon looked at Nanyu and spoke, Nanyu you stay outside. Hearing this, the smile on Nanyu's face froze. His eyes widened in some anger and he shouted, on what grounds? Elder and I, Nanyu, am not someone who is greedy and afraid of death. If you all can go in, why can't I? I am at least in 8th rank. Moreover, my awakened ability is gravity control, which is of no small use in different environments. And Lon calmly said, you're too weak, only at the 8th rank. The corners of Nanyu's mouth twitched as he called out, Gina is also at the 8th rank. Why did she get in? Gina was filled with question marks and immediately clasped her hands on her chest in dissatisfaction. What do you mean, Nanyu? Don't you understand the principle of ladies first? Ladies first used here? Men should go first in dangerous things. You're being sexist. It's all about gender equality now. So according to you, it's not ing equal if you can get in and I can't. While Gina and Nanyu were arguing, and Lon had already put her things away and spoke, stop arguing. He looked at Nanyu and said, it's precisely because you're gravity controlled that you're allowed to stay outside. Nanyu was stunned and a little confused. What do you mean? And Lon spoke up, we need someone to go out and report the situation. The entire exploration squad can't all die here, right? Once all of us don't make it out. Then you'll leave the base city, then leave Misty 233 and send the information we've gathered back to the General Directorate, which knows what to do. Seeing that Nanyu was about to say something else, and Lon waved his hand, interrupting Nanyu and explaining, your ability is better at rushing and escaping than Gina's. Hearing this, Nanyu fell into silence. Indeed, gravity control even allows him to fly, and the control is quite powerful, and is indeed better at escaping than the sheer destructive power of flame control. Nanyu had no more reasons to refuse. And Lon handed Nanyu the instrument that had previously probed the level of spiritual pollution. Take this and decide for yourself when you want to leave. Nanyu took the probing instrument in silence and nodded heavily. Good. Come on, let's go in. And Lon patted Nanyu's shoulder and turned toward the light curtain. Jerry also patted Nanyu's shoulder and grinned. Look on the bright side, brother. When you go out and report our discovery, a few of us will be able to make a name for ourselves. Steve smiled back. Yang Yin looked at Nanyu, and after a moment of silence, she took out a ring and handed it to Nanyu. After you go out, give this to Chen Shang of the General Administration. He is my fiancé. The wedding is cancelled. Yang Yin seldom spoke, and for the first time she said so many words. What she said, however, caused Nanyu to be stunned. Seeing that Nanyu didn't take the ring, Yang Yin frowned and shoved the ring into his hand, turning to leave. Gina, on the other hand, made a face at Nanyu and laughed. Don't worry, maybe we'll come out alive. Nanyu nodded and said seriously, you guys will definitely make it out alive. He then watched as the several and Lon people entered the light screen one by one. Not only him, Li Xiao and the few others were likewise silently watching this scene. As Gina, who was walking at the end, entered the light screen, the water waves on the light screen faded away and the light screen once again regained its calmness. Nanyu looked at the light screen in silence, his expression sullen. Li Xiao walked to the side of Nanyu, glanced at him, and laughed lightly. Young man, your abilities are good, and you may be able to have a good development in the future. Nanyu calmly said, actually, I'd rather go in. Li Xiao patted Nanyu's shoulder and spoke, sometimes, it takes more courage to watch your teammates go to their deaths than to go to your own deaths, and there are some things, some spirits, that always need to be passed on. Back then, I was like this, Qinglan and Enlon were like this. Now, it's your turn. Chapter 195 Aliens, Demons and Angels. And Lan's group passed through the dim light curtain, only to feel the space around them distort and change. The space sky is spinning. When they recovered, they found that they appeared above a wilderness. The wilderness was endless, the ground cracked and dim. There was a white mist churning in the sky and it was gloomy. A figure can be seen walking on the ground from time to time. Some of these figures were humanoid, some were beasts, and some had strange bodies, as if they were polymerized from multiple creatures. The figures seemed to be unconscious, their movements stiff and aimless between walks. The alert crowd looked at this vast wilderness as well as the many figures walking on the wilderness. Their expressions were all grave. What is this place? Didn't we come out of the base city's light curtain? How did we come to a place like this? Gina wondered in shock. Yeah, and it's not like this place is in the mists? There's less mist around, instead there's more in the sky? Jerry looked at the sky and spoke. And Blue frowned as she looked around. When he saw the same wilderness behind them, he said thoughtfully, no wonder that Lu Ning and Cheng Lan couldn't go back before. The crowd looked back behind them. When they realized that there was no curtain of light behind them from whence they came, everyone's heart sank. Yang Yin said stoically, and Lao, how should we go back? And Lan shook his head, we don't know yet, we need to explore here. Since we can come, there's always a way out. Just then, Steve looked not far away and exclaimed, look there. It looks like Lu Ning and Lord Saint? The crowd looked up and looked over. They then saw two familiar figures on top of the wilderness not far away. It was none other than Lu Ning and Sage Qing Lan. The two men were observing the wilderness, as were several of the Yanlan people. And Blue spoke up, go over there. The group nodded and headed in the direction of the two Lu Ning men. Lu Ning and Sage Qing Lan had obviously seen a few people and were waiting in place. When the several people converged, Saint Qing Lan smiled faintly, I knew you guys would definitely come down next. And Lan hemmed and hawed, so you guys are just waiting for us here? Saint Cheng Lan looked toward Lu Ning and said, it was Lu Ning who first stayed here and waited. The crowd looked toward Lu Ning. Lu Ning calmly said, I think that if I can't make it back, Sage Qing Lan should come over as well. Anlan grinned, ha ha ha, looks like you still trust us? Lu Ning didn't say anything as he swept his gaze over a few people, then he inquired with some confusion, where's Nanyu? Lu Ning didn't believe that Nanyu would run away from the battle, the two had fought side by side. Lu Ning naturally knew that Nanyu was not such a person. I told him to stay out there so he could pass on the information from the mists once none of us could get back. Hearing this, Lu Ning nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. And Blue swept past the two men and asked, did you guys get here before us, and did you find anything? Sage Qing Lan said, I didn't come in a while before you guys, so where did I find anything? After he finished speaking, he paused and looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning said there's something up ahead. Hearing this, everyone looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning nodded and looked ahead. Although there didn't appear to be any white fog above the wilderness, in Lu Ning's line of sight, the white fog was very dense throughout the wilderness. One of the densest areas was right in front of them. The exact location, Lu Ning wasn't sure, but Lu Ning suspected that the white mist on the entire wilderness should be emanating from that direction. Anlin stroked down the silver bracelet and removed an instrument from it, probing it. However, soon Anlin frowned. Negative, the instruments are severely disturbed, a garbled code. Maybe it's because of the spatial problems in this area. Saint Cheng Lan glanced at the garbled code on the instrument and said breathlessly, these technological instruments still can't be relied upon, they're useless if you're not careful. It's better to have an ability like Lu Ning's. And Lan was a bit embarrassed, then retorted, you can't say that either. Lu Ning's ability to see spiritual pollution is so rare, but the instruments are not in such a condition that they can be used by more people. As for reliability, Qing Lan, you don't think that the situation we are encountering now is common, right? Hearing this, the Qing Lan saint was also slightly silent. Indeed, their current situation was rare in the entire Misty Age. Let's go, Lu Ning, you show the way. Let's go see that thing you were talking about. Sage Cheng Lan changed the subject. Lu Ning nodded and led the crowd in striding toward what he could see, the area where the mists were thick. The location of the moor where they had appeared earlier did not have much in the way of figures strolling on the moor. But as they traveled to the location Lu Ning had spoken of, they gradually drew closer to the strolling figures. It was only after getting closer that Lu Ning and the others were able to get a good look at the figures. All of them, whether humanoid or animal, were lifeless corpses. Some of the corpses had not yet decomposed, while others had already done so, and their bodies even reeked of a foul odor. These corpses, which were clearly lifeless, were walking as if they were living things at the moment. Perhaps it was because Lu Ning and the others had gotten close, and these corpses had detected the scent of the living. After a short distance, they looked up in the direction of Lu Ning's men. In the next moment, these corpses that were originally just walking mechanically, and even looked as if they might fall to the ground at any time, suddenly erupted with extremely terrifying speed and strength. Their figures transformed into residual shadows, instantly pouncing towards Lu Ning and the others. Their eyes flashed red with a hideous, icy color, and low roars of unknown significance escaped their mouths. And as they ran, dusky yellow mist and light gradually emerged from their bodies. As these dim yellow mists and glows appeared, Lu Ning's group seemed to sense a strange power coming toward them. The force made their bodies seem to show signs of weakness. Saint Chenglan frowned slightly as he reached out and waved his hand. A densely packed wind blade appeared out of thin air, chopping all the bodies that pounced into pieces. These fragments, unlike the flesh and blood monsters before them, are inactive and no longer come back to life. It was as if these fragments had passed through a long period of time in a very short period of time, transforming from flesh and blood to rotting flesh and then right back to white bone. Eventually even the white bones rotted and withered, turning into a handful of yellow soil that blended into the wilderness. These corpses, it was as if they were hallucinations that never existed. Seeing this scene, Anlan frowned. He spoke, "That was, just now, the power of death? It seems to contain the power of time as well. Strange. What ability did these corpses come back to life through? Moreover, it's impossible to feel the spiritual fluctuations within them, and they don't seem to be any awakened people themselves, but the physical strength that erupted is very powerful." Lu Ning calmly said, "When they were activated, there seemed to be a force from the wilderness that entered their bodies, causing their spiritual pollution to rise much higher for a short period of time, and then their strength as well." These were all seen in Lu Ning's sight. Hearing this, the faces of the crowd changed slightly, and they immediately looked at the wilderness beneath their feet. Seemingly sensing the vigilance of the crowd, Lu Ning spoke up, "In my line of sight, there doesn't seem to be any danger in this wilderness." Even though Lu Ning had said so, they were still somewhat afraid to let their guard down. After a moment of silence, Saint Chenglan said, "Keep moving forward." They then continued in the direction that Lu Ning had guided them. As they got deeper and deeper into the wilderness, they encountered more and more walking corpses. Moreover, the corpses are becoming more and more diverse. Several of Lu Ning's people even saw some humanoid-type creatures that were different from humans. There were strange humanoid creatures with purplish-red skin, horny heads, and 2 pairs of arms. There are also humanoid creatures with white hair on their bodies and faces that look more like monkeys. There were also beautiful-looking female corpses with white feathers on their backs. The bodies were a bit incomprehensible to everyone. Even Anlan was a bit stunned. These corpses look as if they are all intelligent creatures, but this is very different from our humans on Earth. Where did they come from? Jerry couldn't help but say, "Some of these guys look like aliens?" Steve then spoke up. "Also feel a little like mythical beings, like demons and angels or something?" Both Jerry's and Steve's guesses were a bit absurd, but they couldn't find a more plausible explanation. Whether it's aliens or mythological demons and angels, these are corpses, and they're still showing up in haunted places like this. So what the hell is this place? And how did these corpses come here? Saint Chenglan's brows were furrowed, somewhat unable to comprehend. Even as a saint, Saint Chenglan still felt that what he had seen and heard in this wilderness exceeded his knowledge. Just then, Lu Ning thought for a moment and spoke, "Lord Saint, is it possible to capture a humanoid-type corpse alive?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Saint Chenglan glanced at Lu Ning and nodded. He then probed and grabbed, directly spanning dozens of kilometers, and grabbed the corpse of a giant humanoid creature with a one-horned, one-eyed head and more than 3 meters tall from the wilderness in the extreme distance. The corpse was extremely powerful, and there was a dim yellow mist flowing around him. Although the power of the corpse itself could not shake the wind chains condensed by the Chenglan saint, but after this dusky yellow mist touched the wind chain even showed a little sign of shaking. Saint Chenglan frowned slightly and increased his strength. He then looked at Lu Ning and said, "What do you want to do?" Lu Ning didn't answer. A pink glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at the unconscious body, his voice carrying an evil charm. "Look at me and answer my question. Fallen angel ability, charm." Everyone else, even Saint Chenglan, noticed the evil in Lu Ning's tone, and their faces changed slightly. They looked at Lu Ning with some trepidation. A sound like that doesn't seem to come from a human being. It's more like one of those unknown presences in the mists. How did Lu Ning make such an evil sound? Chapter 196, The Resistance of the Evil God's Power. Perhaps it was because Lu Ning had used the evil god's ability. The dim yellow mist that surged around this one-horned, one-eyed giant unexpectedly fluctuated strangely. Amidst the violent fluctuations, the turbidity in the eyes of the one-horned cyclops also fluctuated violently, and a hint of clarity seemed to flash through his eyes. However, in the next moment, the dim yellow mist skyrocketed by a fraction, and the corpse of the one-horned cyclops roared and growled angrily, berserk power emanating from his body. Saint Chenglan's face changed slightly, and he hastily threw this one-horned cyclops out. This one-horned cyclops flew in mid-air, and with a loud boom, it suddenly exploded. Berserk power erupted, and dim yellow circles of light splashed in all directions. Saint Chenglan frowned and immediately condensed a layer of wind shields to ward off the dim yellow light waves. The light wave landed on top of the wind shield, which unexpectedly dissipated layer by layer at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, Anlan immediately said, "Help together." Anlan stepped forward, and blue light flowed above his battle armor, condensing a blue light shield to block in front of all of them. Gina then coalesced a flame shield to fend it off as well. As for Steve, Jerry and Yang Yin, none of them were energy or elemental awakened themselves and had similar abilities. The light wave twisted and shattered a large portion of the light shield, eventually disappearing. This was a bit of a shock to everyone. As a saint, Sage Qinglan was unable to easily resist this kind of light wave when faced with it. Gina was a bit shocked. That wave of light just now, it was as if it killed my energy directly. It was terrifying. And Lan calmly said, this should be the power of death. This wilderness is afraid that it involves death. Saint Cheng Lan didn't say anything, then he looked at Lu Ning and asked with a frown, Lu Ning, what was the power you used just now? Everyone heard this and looked at Lu Ning with amazement and curiosity in their eyes. And Lan also inquired, that just now seems to be some kind of divine language? With a faraway look in his eyes, he slowly said, a friend of mine was studying the spirits in the mists. He heard this kind of sound, and then he became diseased. Hearing this, Jerry's faces changed instantly. Lu Ning calmly said, your friend should have heard the whispers of the evil god. All, sigma, degree winky face. The air was quiet for a split second, and the corners of Anlin's mouth twitched. Evil god whispers? Lu Ning nodded and spoke. What I just used was the seductive power of a fallen angel. This time, even Saint Cheng Lan was a bit unsettled as the long-handled scythe that he had used the last time he faced the source of flesh and blood doppelganger appeared in his hand. His aura suddenly skyrocketed, elevated several times, and he looked at Lu Ning with some caution, frowning as he asked, the fallen angel seems to be the evil god behind Joy Heaven, right? And Lan's face changed, and he said in astonishment, I remember. 116 that base city seemed to have been attacked by one of the divine benefactors from the joyous heavenly kingdom more than a year ago? As I recall, you were the one who saved the day and took care of this, right? The others looked at Lu Ning with some caution. The divine benefactor of the joyous celestial kingdom attacked base city, and after Lu Ning saved the day, he actually used the power of the evil god behind the joyous celestial kingdom? Who wouldn't be alarmed by this, honestly? Lu Ning didn't react much in the face of the crowd's vigilance. He calmly said, that's right, I was absorbing that divine benefactor's spiritual pollution, and then I was able to use a bit of the fallen angel's power. Jerry was filled with questions, huh? You can use the power of an evil god after absorbing the spiritual pollution of a divine benefactor? Are you kidding me? The power of the evil god is so easy to use? And spirit pollution is so easy to absorb? The others were also in disbelief. However, Lan and Chang Lan Sage glanced at each other, but they saw a look of astonishment in each other's eyes. After all, they were aware of Lu Ning's profile. Lu Ning did possess the ability to absorb spiritual pollution. Whether it was absorbing Li Mu's spiritual pollution at No. 116 or subsequently absorbing the spiritual pollution of Nan Yu and Irene and the others at No. 121. Lu Ning is indeed right about this ability. But what they don't know is that Lu Ning could even absorb the spiritual pollution of the evil god, and could even gain the power of the evil god by absorbing it. This is horrible if it's true, isn't it? Sage Qinglan listened to the questionable words of Jerry's few people and spoke. Lu Ning does have the ability to absorb spiritual pollution. At these words, the air was quiet for a moment. Jerry and the others looked at Lu Ning with wide eyes. If it's really possible, then Lu Ning can absorb our spiritual pollution once it gets too high? Steve muttered in shock. And Lan nodded. Theoretically, it does work, and in fact Nanyu has been suckered by Lu Ning a few times. Hiss. Jerry's four men sucked in a breath of cold air. Gina said with a big smile on her face, Lu Ning I'll be relying on you afterward if my mental pollution gets too high. Brother Lu. Receive a bow from my little brother. Jerry was even more bent over, his head almost reaching the ground. Seeing the several people's appearance, Qinglan Saint's head was filled with black lines as he said, what are you guys doing? Be serious. Steve, who was about to follow Jerry's example, froze in his expression and silently retracted his movement. Sage Qinglan and Lan then looked at Lu Ning. And Lan frowned and asked, Lu Ning, according to our investigation, the spiritual pollution in the divine benefactor's body should contain some sort of spiritual imprint from the evil god. If you can really absorb the spiritual pollution bestowed by the evil god, then how could the evil god remain unmoved? How do you explain this point? Lu Ning nodded with deep approval. Evil gods are still quite fierce. Whether it's the fallen angels or the source of flesh and blood, after I absorbed their power, they all beat me down through time and space. Luckily I won't die, or else I would really be dead. A few people from Qinglan Sage, confused face? Wait, what do you mean by that? Anlin felt that the mental stimulation he received today was a bit too strong. He even felt the mental pollution he had solidified for so long fluctuate violently. He rubbed his forehead and said with some uncertainty, you mean the evil god went along with the spiritual imprint and moved against you, and then you're still alive? Lu Ning nodded. Well, after I absorbed the spiritual pollution, I gained a bit of the evil god's power, and he did make a move against me. Lu Ning recalled those two encounters, one in which his entire body melted into a ball of wax and then exploded, and one in which he was even more on the verge of becoming a bloody mist. He couldn't help but smack his lips. That kinda hurt. Anlin was speechless for a moment. The Qinglan Saint, on the other hand, was a bit shocked and uncertain. Wait. Listening to you, it seems like you've absorbed more than just the power of the fallen angels. There's also the source of flesh and blood. Source of flesh and blood? Saint Changlan looked at Lu Ning with some disbelief. That diversion in Base City 121? Lu Ning nodded. Well, when I was in Base City 121, I absorbed the power of the source of flesh and blood split in the flesh and blood pipes underground. Having received Lu Ning's acknowledgement, the air was a bit quiet for a while. Even Saint Ching Lan was a bit skeptical. The corner of Yang Yin's mouth twitched as he silently said, "In that case, you absorbed the power of 2 evil gods? And also resisted the wrath of the 2 evil gods and is still alive and well to this day?" Lu Ning glanced at Yang Yin in confusion and calmly said, "Didn't I say so? My ability is to not die. I won't die." The crowd was silent again. Jerry felt like he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He scratched his head and muttered, "I knew you were immortal, but I didn't expect you to be truly immortal. The evil god's wrath can withstand it, so what else can kill you? This Tama is also too immortal, right?" Lu Ning listened to Jerry's words, somewhat not quite understanding Jerry's thinking. Doesn't immortality mean immortality? It seemed to him that Jerry's mind was now somewhat confused. He didn't say much. When he saw the white mist surging within Jerry's body, Lu Ning calmly said, "Jerry, the level of spiritual pollution in your body has increased." Jerry looked at Lu Ning and said in an unusually disheveled manner, "It doesn't matter, I feel that people are too different from each other anyway. Just die, I'm a loser anyway." Lu Ning silently walked up and sucked the mental pollution out of Jerry's body. As the spiritual pollution was absorbed, Jerry's entire body was jolted, and he said with some afterthought, "Fortunately. Thanks to you, Lu Ning." He said with some toothache, "My ability is psychic enhancement, so I'm more sensitive to mental contamination, and once I have problems with my own mind, I'm prone to encountering this." The others, seeing that Jerry was nearly struck sick, took a few deep breaths to calm down. Saint Qinglan spoke, "So you were just planning to see if you could get some information from that corpse through the power of the fallen angels?" Lu Ning nodded calmly, "Aha." And Lan sniffed and said with some disappointment, "Too bad it didn't work out." The others also understood what Lu Ning was trying to do just now, and they were all a bit disappointed at the moment. Saint Qinglan thoughtfully said, "So it seems that the dim yellow mist inside that corpse just now, I'm afraid that it was a stress reaction from running into the evil god's power." Lu Ning nodded, "It should be." Lu Ning thought for a moment and calmly said, "However, I can try one more time." Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. And Lan was a bit confused. "You didn't use your full strength just now?" Lu Ning shook his head, "I can use the power of the source of flesh and blood as well, and there might be a gain." Hearing this, the eyes of the Qing Lan sage and in Lan several people all lit up. Saint Cheng Lan took a deep breath and calmly said, "Then try." He probed and grabbed, once again grabbing a body from a great distance. This time the body was a woman with 2 wings on her back. The woman was incredibly beautiful looking, but because she was a corpse and had been captured, her expression was a bit grim. Lu Ning looked at the corpse, which seemed like an angel, and spread out his palms. The flesh and blood on his palm wriggled, forming a seed of flesh and blood. Lu Ning flexed his fingers and the seed of flesh and blood shot onto the woman's chest, and the seed of flesh and blood immediately squirmed and disappeared into the woman's body. As the seed of flesh and blood penetrated deeper into the woman's body, Lu Ning clearly felt the power of death brought about by the dim yellow mist through the seed of flesh and blood. This death force wants to kill the flesh and blood seed. If this seed of flesh and blood was condensed by the source of flesh and blood detachment, it might actually be possible to be killed. However, this seed of flesh and blood was condensed by Lu Ning, who was immortal. The seed of flesh and blood is incorporated into the angelic female in the alternation between life and death. Lu Ning clearly felt a connection between himself and this woman's body through the seed of flesh and blood. Subsequently, there were pink streams of light flickering in Lu Ning's eyes, and the words of depravity once again emanated from Lu Ning's mouth. "Charmed." In the next moment, the struggling angelic woman suddenly stopped, the turbidity in her eyes gradually dissipated, and the color of clarity gradually emerged in her eyes. Chapter 197, Tide of Corpses. The angelic woman's gradually clearing eyes swept over the crowd, her expression gradually fluctuating. Before Lu Ning could even begin to ask, her expression twisted and her voice hissed. "All living beings will die, and everything in the universe will be assimilated." Lu Ning and the others frowned slightly when they heard this. In the next moment, the crowd realized that the angelic woman's body had actually begun to decay at an extremely fast speed. The original pale skin gradually festered, the flesh and blood turned green, and a foul odor came over the place. Lu Ning calmly asked, "Where is this place? Who are you?" The angelic woman didn't seem to notice the decay of her body as her eyes rolled and she glanced at Lu Ning. "Beware of him, beware of the yellow springs." Lu Ning frowned and was about to ask again when the angelic woman completely turned into corpse water, even as her bones rotted and crumbled. A dim yellow aura gushed out from the corpse water, and the Qinglan saint's face changed slightly as he immediately led the crowd to retreat. When the group had just backed up 100 meters, the dim yellow breath landed on top of the wasteland. The wasteland merely squirmed and was unresponsive. Saint Qinglan frowned and spoke, "It seems that this wasteland has been baptized with this death force for a long time and is no longer afraid of it." The crowd also nodded slightly. The dusky yellow wave of light before made the crowd feel troubled, but they didn't expect this wasteland to face this aura without any fluctuation. Anlin looked at the vanishing corpse water in silence and whispered, "What does this angelic woman mean by her words? That all living things die? Is it the same as her? And everything in the universe will be assimilated?" And Lan's expression suddenly sank for a few moments. Noticing the change in Lan's expression, Gina inquired with some curiosity, "Elder, what did you think of?" And Blue spoke slowly, "I wondered if what this angelic woman was saying could be Misty." Misty? The faces of the crowd changed slightly. Yes, isn't it a process of assimilating our planet a little bit since the mists have appeared until now, when there are more and more areas of mists on Earth? Perhaps there are places in the universe where this mist is also present, assimilating everything. And Blue's somewhat low voice made the crowd blush. Sage Changlan slowly said, "It's not possible. After all, in the universe." Speaking here, Sage Changlan paused. A few of Gina's people inquired with some curiosity, "What's going on in the universe?" Anlin shook his head. "Ever since the Age of Mists, the universe has been off limits, even observation is forbidden, and you should know why." Jerry and the others' faces changed slightly. They instantly understood what Anlin meant. With their status and position as high-ranking awakened, they naturally knew some secrets. No other planets in the universe can now be seen in the night sky, and the probability of lesions is extremely high for those who observe the universe. As a result, the Federation had legislated against observing the universe long before. So that angel just said that because there are many areas of the universe that have been swallowed up by the mists? Maybe? Just as several people exchanged words, Luning calmly said, "I think that in the entire universe, there might not be any place similar to the solar system." The air quieted at those words. Everyone looked at Luning. And Lan was a bit startled and asked, "Luning, do you know anything about it?" Luning calmly said, "You guys know where I came from, right?" The others looked at each other and nodded slightly. They all knew that Luning had come out of the mist. Luning calmly said, "When I came out of the mist, I saw a large portion of the universe around the solar system." Perhaps maybe the entire universe? Other than the solar system, the rest of the world was shrouded in white mist. Luning's words made the air very quiet. Several people in Anlan looked at each other in disbelief. After a long period of silence, Anlan slowly said, "I think Luning, whether you are looking at it wrong? After all, I'm afraid it's impossible for even a deity to see the entire universe, right? Or is it that your cognition was faulty at that point in time? While traveling through the mists, did you connect the mists on Earth with the universe?" A few people from the Qinglan sage also wore a disbelieving expression. After all, it is impossible for anyone to believe that one person can see the entire universe. Moreover, everyone's subconscious mind, I'm afraid, will not believe that the solar system is the only one in the entire universe that has not been engulfed by the mists, just as he had communicated with Wang Anming and others earlier. Seeing the crowd's appearance, Luning fell silent and slowly spoke, "Perhaps I was wrong?" Saint Changlan laughed and didn't continue the topic. He spoke, "Earlier that angelic woman also told us to beware of him and beware of the yellow springs. So it seems that behind this hellish place, it really possesses an evil god or something like that. Moreover, the yellow spring might be right here." Hearing this, Anlan and the others nodded slightly. Jerry said, "We could hear the river outside the light screen, but now we can't hear it instead, maybe because we're not there yet?" Anlan looked toward Lu Ning and spoke, "Could it be the source of the anomaly that Lu Ning detected earlier?" The crowd's eyes lit up as they looked toward Lu Ning. Lu Ning shook his head, "I'm not sure, I can only know if I go over there." Sage Changlan fell silent and spoke, "Lu Ning, what's next? Should we continue to use the method we used just now to ask for information?" Although the angelic woman was awake for only a few short breaths just now, the information obtained was quite a lot. Lu Ning thought for a moment and spoke, "Try again." Saint Changlan grinned, "Okay." He grabbed a humanoid creature once again. This time the humanoid creature was relatively short, with a cat face and the same cloudy, numb eyes and grim expression. Lu Ning repeated the same technique as before, first crafting a seed of flesh and blood and tossing the seed of flesh and blood to this cat-faced man. Just as Lu Ning was planning to continue controlling the seed of flesh and blood to enter the cat-faced man's body, a strong dim yellow light suddenly erupted from the cat-faced man's body. Sage Qinglan's face changed drastically, and he threw this cat-faced man out at the first opportunity. The light swept over one of the corners of Saint Qinglan's clothes, and his corners immediately rotted and turned into ashes. And while the cat-faced man was in the air, he exploded with a loud bang, and wild waves of dim yellow light flowed once again. This time, Sage Qinglan directly led the crowd to retreat back and forth, dodging the waves of light. When the wave of light dissipated, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Just when the crowd thought it was all over, suddenly they sensed something was wrong. As his eyes swept over, the corpses that were originally walking aimlessly in the surrounding wilderness seemed to be activated at the moment. A large number of corpses rushed towards Lu Ning and the others. Originally, there had been corpses that had attacked them, but they had all been stress reactions after they had gotten close. But now, even the farthest corpses they could see seemed to be activated, racing toward them even dozens of kilometers apart. The vast corpses coalesced into a river, and a dim yellow light flowed, almost illuminating the sky. The faces of Sage Qinglan and the others changed. "Damn! What's going on here? How did so many bodies all come over here?" Jerry exclaimed. And Lan frowned, "Perhaps it's because Lu Ning's actions earlier caught the attention of that being behind this wilderness." Hearing this, everyone's faces changed slightly. Sage Qinglan immediately asked, then what do we do? And Lan thought for a moment and spoke, break out and head in the direction Lu Ning mentioned earlier. We don't have any other direction right now, only that location has an anomaly. If we want to get out, I'm afraid we still have to go that way. Good. Just do as you say. Saint Cheng Lan did not hesitate for a second. For the situation now waited no longer for him to continue hesitating, the nearest corpse had already rushed to them. A sharp wind blade chopped these corpses into pieces as Saint Cheng Lan's palm waved, but the bodies in the rear continued to flow. Lu Ning immediately stepped forward, and the scarlet sword appeared in his hand. Berserk power escaped from the scarlet sword. He calmly said, I'll drive ahead. Saint Cheng Lan didn't retort as he spoke, I'll pad the back. The others defend the flanks. And Lan is in the center area of the group. The formation was lined up within seconds, and all of them, as if they were a sharp needle, rushed in the direction where the tide of corpses was, breaking out towards the area where Lu Ning's eyes could see the white mist churning. More than 10 seconds later, Lu Ning collided with the tide of corpses. A harsh, blood-colored stream of light flashed in his eyes, and the scarlet sword hummed as blood mist erupted out, a tentacle reaching out from the hilt and grabbing Lu Ning's palm and wrist. Lu Ning took a deep breath, and in the next moment, the scarlet sword swept across the room. White and blood light flowed as hundreds of meters of sword chi erupted and soon touched the corpse at the very front. These corpses roared lowly, and the dim yellow light emanating from their bodies flowed as they directly extended their hands, trying to ward off the sword light. However, the sword light was sharp, and just at first contact, this large number of corpses were chopped into a bloody mist. However, the dim yellow light made contact with the sword light between the flow. The power of death seemed like a rule, even the sword light fell into death when touched. With a little bit of touching, the sword light gradually dimmed. Normally, although the flesh of these corpses was powerful, the strongest was no more than the sixth order, and facing such corpses, Lu Ning's sword light was like cutting tofu, cutting out hundreds of meters or even a few kilometers was not a problem. However, the sword light only cut out 100 meters before completely dissipating. Lu Ning was expressionless as he took a step and rushed out, and after rushing out dozens of meters, he once again swung his sword and chopped out. Each of his swords could cut out a space in front of him. This space was where Lu Ning and the crowd behind him had landed. Under the continuous sword swings, the team advanced at an extremely fast speed. In just a few moments it had advanced more than 10 kilometers forward. At the same time that Lu Ning was advancing, to the side and rear, an equally large wave of corpses approached. However, as the corpses approached, they were likewise destroyed by Yang Yin and the others. Even if they were incapable of resisting, the Qinglan saints at the back would step in to help them resist. In the tide of corpses, the team is like a small boat moving forward. Not knowing how many corpses he had decimated, Lu Ning saw that the place where the white mist was churning was getting closer and closer. Just then, the tide of corpses at the back suddenly gave a lurch, and all the corpses seemed to have sensed the danger, not daring to come forward. And Lu Ning's front was also empty. There was no longer a wave of corpses in front of him, and it had once again turned into a wilderness. And in front of the wilderness, Lu Ning saw a large river. Above the great river, the dim yellow water rushed and made a clattering sound. And before the large river, several figures stood calmly, looking straight at Lu Ning and his party who had intruded. Chapter 198 Death Cannot Kill. There were 4 figures in total. One of them was an angelic male with 2 wings on his back. This male had a numb expression and long gray hair draped over his handsome face, looking dead. One was a 2-headed, 4-armed, tall male, and the 2 heads of this male, one young, one old, held 2 large corroded swords in each of his forearms, and there were areas of his body that were so decayed that they were even dripping with corpse water. One was a white ape walking upright with an equally numb and calm expression, holding a sharp black spear in his hand and some grayish-yellow stains between his snow-white fur. The last one was a human with purple skin and a slender figure. Above these 4 figures, all of them exuded a dense fog of dim yellow-colored light, and the aura of death emanated from their bodies. In Lu Ning's line of sight, the white mist within their bodies was extremely dense. Even the Qinglan sage several people sensed that these 4 figures were not simple. The most powerful among them was the 2-headed, 4-armed male, whose spiritual pressure had even reached the saint level. Death to the saint class. You can imagine how powerful that is. And behind these 4 figures, the raging and flowing great river was feared to be the source of the sound of the river they heard beyond the curtain of light. Yellow Springs. Lu Ning saw that a body could be vaguely seen sinking and floating in this dimly lit river. Some of the bodies were intact, others were rotting, and still others were nothing but white bones. All the bodies went down the river. And the river leads deep into the wilderness both the way it comes and the way it goes, making it impossible to see the end. As for the opposite side of the river, Lu Ning looked up, and suddenly his pupils fluctuated. He saw something that seemed familiar to him. Golden aperture. This is Lu Ning a spot of light when he first entered the mist? Lu Ning's eyes widened slightly, and his breathing increased by a few moments as he did so. Saint Qinglan and the others who were vigilantly watching the 4 figures noticed that something didn't seem quite right about Lu Ning's state. And Lan immediately looked at Lu Ning and inquired in a low voice, Lu Ning? What's wrong with you? Lu Ning returned to his senses, his expression regaining its calmness as he spoke. I seem to see the path I walked out on. These words caused the others to stare with wide eyes, revealing stunned expressions. Qing Lan Saint was stunned. You mean the path you took to get out of the mists at that time? Lu Ning nodded, aha. And Lan looked across the river and also saw the golden circle of light and said in shock, you mean that circle of light? Aha. Jerry was a little confused, but that circle of light looks so small, doesn't it? It's just a place the size of your fist. How did you get out? Lu Ning explained, at that time, I tore an exit out of that aperture and walked out. The words silenced the crowd. Even Saint Chang Lan could not comprehend what a circle of light located in the air should do to tear out an opening. Sometimes what Lu Ning said always made them feel that Lu Ning seemed a bit crazy. But on the contrary, Lu Ning's spiritual pollution level was 0, which was again not quite what they thought. In the silence, Qing Lan Saint took a deep breath and spoke, this aperture will be discussed later. First, think of a way to deal with these guys. As they exchanged words, those 4 figures originally just stood numbly as if they were statues, watching them. At the moment they seemed to be gradually awakening, their figures moving slowly, from stiff to fluid, and then slowly approaching towards them. Several people in Lan frowned. And Lan glanced behind them, and behind them, there seemed to be an invisible barrier in general. The tide of corpses was located behind them, but they didn't dare come half as close. These 4 ghosts aren't very nice to mess with. Saint Ching Lan nodded slightly, and a long-handled scythe appeared in his hand. He slowly said, I'll deal with the 2-headed, 4-armed one first, and you guys block the rest. Jerry nodded with several stony expressions. Sage Chang Lan paused, protect Lan. The others nodded again. And Lan smiled, there's no need to protect me specifically, my battle armor has a strong defense, and I'm not the weakest when I wear it. Saint Chang Lan just smiled and didn't say anything more. In the next moment, Sage Ching Lan took the lead. He opened his hand and the wild wind flowed rampantly, and the 2-headed, 4-armed monster was wrapped in the wild wind. The 2-headed, 4-armed monster roared in the gusty winds, its violent power surging, wanting to tear apart the storm. However, in the next moment, with a fling of his hand, Saint Ching Lan immediately threw out this 2-headed, 4-armed monster, directly flinging it tens of kilometers along the dim yellow river. Saint Ching Lan's rose up into the air and followed closely behind. Considering that he wasn't sure about the condition of this river, Sage Ching Lan didn't dare to hastily fling this monster into the river or across the river. Even the Green Lan Sage didn't dare to fly through the river in the air. The good thing is that the riverbanks are likewise quite spacious on both sides. It gave him a decent amount of room to fight without affecting Lan and the others. The destructive power of a saint's battle was too great, and even the aftermath was not good for the high-ranking awakened of the 8th and 9th ranks. You might even get hit hard if you're not careful. After the Qing Lan Saint made his move, the other 3 figures seemed to be completely activated. On the 3 figures, dim yellow light mist flowed, and they rushed up towards Lu Ning and his group. Lu Ning's expression was cold, and the killing ring in his hand transformed into a flow of black water that instantly included him. In just one breath, the killing ring transformed into battle armor form. After opening the killing battle armor, Lu Ning's aura once again skyrocketed by a hair. With an icy look in his eyes, he directly rushed towards those 3 figures. Beside Lu Ning, thumping footsteps sounded. Lu Ning looked over and it was Steve. The taller Steve's entire body was now transformed into a silver-gray color, fully metallized. After metallization, Steve's body became extremely heavy. Even if it was the sturdy ground of this wilderness, he was able to stomp out a large crater with every foot that went down. On the other side of Lu Ning, there was a whiff of blood coming from the other side of the room. Lu Ning looked over, and it was Yang Yin. At this moment, Yang Yin's entire body carried a wisp of blood-colored light mist. She originally had short hair and a round face, with a cold, bloodthirsty smile on her mild-looking face that looked chilling. Yang Yin released the hidden killing intent within himself. And behind the 3 of them, on Lan's battle armor, he began to utilize his spiritual energy to charge up and start condensing the power of the soul crystal cannonballs. Jerry, on the other hand, utilized the power of mind reinforcement to strengthen the minds of Lu Ning's group. Lu Ning's ears rang with Jerry's gentle yet quick voice, "You're strong. Brother, you are strong. You're invincible." Nothing changed for Lu Ning, except that Jerry's voice was a little loud. He murmured, "Stop it, I have a headache." Jerry's voice ended abruptly, and there seemed to be a moment of silence. Finally, Jerry's somewhat confused voice rang in Lu Ning's ears. "Lu Ning, you are not affected? Didn't feel the hot blood rising? Feel more powerful?" Lu Ning calmly said, "This ability of yours, there's a similar one in Base City 116, I've tried it before, it's useless." Jerry's voice faded into nothingness. But Janine and Steve were obviously a little upstaged by Jerry's compliments. The 2 men's auras were much elevated from before. As for Gina, at this moment, her hands were folded together and flames began to coalesce in her hands. The power of flame, this was an ability that possessed extreme destructive power. The 2 sides soon collided. The scarlet sword in Lu Ning's hand carried red and white intertwined sword light as it chopped toward the white ape in front of him. The white ape's pupils were cloudy, his expression numb, but the black lance in his hand danced like a tiger. Sensing the sharp sword light from the scarlet sword, the white ape's body deftly pranced and dodged the blade, while the lance in his hand danced, its head transforming into a dense residual shadow as it stabbed towards Lu Ning's entire body. Lu Ning's face was expressionless as he directly rushed toward the gunshot shadow. Clanking! The shadow of the gun landed on the killing battle armor, making a sound of gold and iron clashing. The berserk power traveled into Lu Ning's body, and Lu Ning's muscles, bones, and internal organs continued to crumble, while recovering once again in the next instant of crumbling. Lu Ning's own immortality ability coupled with the restorative power of the source of flesh and blood, at this moment, Lu Ning's wounds could be fully recovered in almost a short moment, almost as if he hadn't been injured at all. Coupled with the fact that the killing battle armor weakened the damage, Lu Ning had no need to dodge at all. He hardened himself against the attack of the black lance and approached the white ape. The scarlet sword carried a stern sword light. The power on it was hidden and moved like thunder, chopping at the white ape's head. The white apes themselves were mere corpses, seemingly fighting by instinct. When he saw that Lu Ning didn't dodge and continued to attack, he was already prepared to dodge. However, just as the white ape withdrew his gun with the intention of dodging, a pink stream of light flashed across Lu Ning's eyes. Charm. The white ape's cloudy eyes flashed with a stream of light and seemed to clear for a moment. This also caused the white ape to hesitate in his movements for a moment. For someone of Lu Ning's strength, just this instant was enough to be fatal. The scarlet sword's hidden power suddenly exploded, and the great sword chopped down from the white ape's head, cutting it in half. The sword chi streaked across, and it also chopped into the wilderness at the back, cutting a deep gully. However, when this sword chi got close to the river, it suddenly dissipated without a trace as if it had been killed. The two halves of the white ape's body fell to the ground to either side, and a dim yellow light suddenly surged. Lu Ning's figure flickered as he retreated back and forth. However, the light still touched the killing battle armor. The moment the killing armor touched the dim yellow light, Lu Ning could clearly feel the pain coming from above the killing armor. It was as if even the sole weapon, the killing battle armor, would be killed. Lu Ning glanced at the battle armor on his body, and to his surprise, a patch of dim yellow light appeared. He fell silent and silently put away the battle armor on his hand, cut open his palm, and his blood merged into the dusky yellow light spot on the battle armor, which wriggled and gradually dissipated. Lu Ning was thoughtful. He was immortal and the death contained in this dusky yellow spot of light was clearly not enough to kill him. After the killing battle armor recovered, Lu Ning turned his head and looked in the other two directions. Chapter 199, The Rotten Hand in the White Mist. Yang Yin was fighting with the angelic male. Yang Yin was holding two short swords, and with the power of killing to enhance her battle power, she was extremely fast and strong in attack. But angelic males, as corpses, don't have their wills interfered with by the power of killing, which is a little tricky for Yang Yin. And while the angelic male was aided by the dusky yellow aura of death, it was likewise very troublesome for Yang Yin to deal with. The two sides engaged in battle, and under this circumstance, Yang Yin was at a bit of a disadvantage against the angelic male. Same goes for Steve. Steve's strength as a metallized ability person was naturally extremely powerful, especially the strength of his physical body, which was terrifyingly incomparable. But faced with a dim yellow aura of death, Steve needed to be equally cautious in his response. Just touching it would have been hurtful to Steve. And his opponent, the human with purple skin, was extremely fast, and with the aura of death, he could keep weakening Steve's power. This led to Steve being at a similar disadvantage when facing his opponents. But the good thing is that the two aren't fighting alone. The two long-distance abilities, and Blue and Gina, were extremely effective in supporting the two. Whether it was in Blue's energy blasts or Gina's flame attacks, they could hurt angelic males and purple-skinned humans. These two were corpses, but their own flesh wasn't very strong. Even, because it was a corpse itself, the ability to recover was weak. This is completely different from Lu Ning. Facing the bombardment of attacks from a long distance, once they were injured, it would be difficult for them to recover and their strength would be weakened accordingly. So what Steve and Yang Yin both had to do wasn't kill or injure their opponents. What they needed to do was simply stop their opponents from attacking Anlin and Gina, and the rest just had to do some secondary damage. The cooperation of the several people was extremely skillful, and under the joint efforts, both the angelic male and the purple-skinned man were beaten back and forth. Even without Lu Ning's hand, these two corpses were no match for them. In just a moment, as Anlan gathered a large amount of spiritual energy to blast the angelic male with a single shot, a roar ensued, and the angelic male was directly blasted backwards, and his chest even exploded, with grayish-brown flesh and blood gushing out. His body collapsed heavily on top of the wasteland, and before he could get up, he was once again under fire from An Blue. After several consecutive salvos came down, the angelic male's body completely disintegrated, and a furious mist of dusky yellow-colored light surged and spread in all directions. And after experiencing the previous danger, Yang Yin and Steve, who were close by, had already been prepared and withdrew far in advance. This tells us that the spread of the death force from the death of the corpse didn't affect Yang Yin or Steve at all. And then a few of them repeated the same trick, and did the same to the purple-skinned human. Eventually the purple-skinned human turned to ash in Gina's flames. After destroying the two bodies, Steve exited his metallized state. He took a look at the dim yellow patches on his body and couldn't help but exhale a cloudy breath, complaining, "These things are disgusting, they hurt." Yang Ying didn't have the death chi fall on her because she was faster. She glanced at the patches on Steve's body that had begun to fester and couldn't help but frown. As a woman, no one wants their skin to break out. And Blue looked at Steve and frowned as well, but he wasn't thinking the same thing as Yang Ying. He said with some concern, "This power of death seems to have stayed in your body. If you don't get rid of it, I'm afraid it will be dangerous." Steve likewise sensed the anomaly. He could feel his flesh decaying, and the signs were still intensifying. Just then, Steve's face suddenly changed. He bent over and coughed repeatedly, coughing up 2 chunks of rotting flesh and blood, which turned to blood just as it hit the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Steve's face was so ugly that he hastily metallized again. It was only after metallization that his flesh stopped decaying. Apparently, his ability affected the spread of the power of death. Steve's face didn't look any better, though. After all, metallization required the consumption of spiritual energy to maintain, and even if Steve had reached the 9th rank, it was impossible to remain metallized all the time. He frowned. "What about this situation?" And Lan spoke, "Perhaps we need to go out before we can figure out how to ask a stronger demigod-level powerhouse to deal with it." Just as Lan spoke, Lu Ning silently stepped forward. Seeing Lu Ning walk up to him, Steve was a bit confused. "Lu Ning, what's wrong?" Lu Ning looked at the dim yellow patches on Steve's metallized body and said thoughtfully, "I'll see if I can absorb it." In Lu Ning's line of sight, these spots contained an extremely dense white mist. The nature of these death forces seems to be some sort of spiritual pollution. Hearing this, and Lan's few people were stunned. They looked at Lu Ning with some concern. "Absorbing these spots? That won't be dangerous, will it?" Lu Ning glanced at them and spoke, "I won't die, so it's fine." Lu Ning's words caused several people to fall silent. That being said, the guy in front of him had dared to take even the power of an evil god. And the most important thing was that it was really taken down by him, and the evil god couldn't even take him. "Do you have to worry about whether he'll be in danger?" And Lan spoke up, "In that case, let's give it a try. It can't get any worse anyway." The corner of Steve's mouth twitched, but and Blue was right. Once he demetallized, it was only a matter of time before he was completely corrupted by the power of death. "Come on. I can carry it." Steve's eyes closed and he gritted his teeth. Lu Ning silently glanced at Steve and reached out to press his hand to the location of Steve's arm that had been eroded by the power of death. In the next moment, a white mist was grabbed out by Lu Ning's hand. This white mist seemed to contain dim yellow rays of light with a putrid flavor, and these rays twisted and seemed to vaguely transform into a hideous, rotting arm. Lu Ning looked at the arm and fell into deep thought. He seemed to have seen the arm somewhere. After thinking about it, Lu Ning came up with the location. When he first entered this 65th base city in the mists, he saw the white mist transformed into a giant hand, which seemed to have a slight resemblance to this arm. The arm silhouette in the white mist twisted and wriggled, and Lu Ning withdrew his thoughts and pressed this white mist in towards his chest. The white mist was about to riot when it entered Lu Ning's body. However, at this moment, Lu Ning was no longer the same as he was before when he was weak. The current Lu Ning was already at the 6th rank, and his spiritual power was no longer weak. His spiritual power wrapped this white mist in the first moment. The white mist wriggled and transformed into a rotting arm, wanting to rot Lu Ning's spiritual energy, wanting to kill Lu Ning's spiritual energy. But Lu Ning's spiritual power came from Lu Ning, who himself was immortal. This white mist naturally couldn't kill Lu Ning's spiritual power. Despite being wrapped in Lu Ning's spiritual power, this white mist was still struggling, trying to break through the blockade. This caused Lu Ning to frown slightly. The white mist he had absorbed wasn't much, just a hint of it, and the power in it seemed to have surpassed the power of the fallen angels that Lu Ning had previously absorbed through the divine benefactor. As you can imagine, the white mist itself in front of you was of high quality. But if the white mist itself wasn't of high quality, it wouldn't have been possible for Steve, who was a 9th ranked awakened, to be unable to do anything about it. Seeing Lu Ning's silence, the few Lan people who had been paying attention to Lu Ning revealed a look of worry. Gina couldn't help but speak. "Lu Ning? Are you alright? It's not possible that you had a bit of indigestion after absorbing it, is it?" Lu Ning returned to his senses and shook his head. "It's fine, go on." Steve glanced at his arm, which had been absorbed into the white mist, and the dim yellow patches on it had disappeared. He revealed a hint of surprise. "It really works? It's worthy of Lu Ning. Great." However, the next moment, Steve thought of something and looked at Lu Ning with some concern. "Can you really still absorb it?" Lu Ning nodded, then reached out and pressed his hand onto another of Steve's dusky yellow patches and began absorbing it once more. There were a total of 5 patches on Steve's body, and Lu Ning absorbed them continuously. By the time he had absorbed the white mist from the 3 patches, the arm within Lu Ning's body had gradually become clearer, and was no longer the same as before, as if it had been a cloudy shadow. The power contained in the arm phantoms also grew explosively, and could even begin to resist Lu Ning's spiritual power. Lu Ning was expressionless as he continued to absorb. When Lu Ning absorbed the white mist from the last 2 patches, the giant hand within Lu Ning's body didn't even look like a phantom, as if it was clearly visible as a solid entity. The giant hand was dimly colored, with some areas on it rotting and carrying corpse water, which flowed and dripped down, landing on Lu Ning's spiritual energy. As the dim yellow corpse water fell, Lu Ning's spiritual energy immediately began to wither, as if he had fallen into a state of death. However, in a short moment's time, the withered spiritual energy recovered once again. The giant hand that was wrapped in Lu Ning's spiritual power waved frantically, trying to tear away the spiritual power. Pieces of dim yellow mist overflowed from the gaps in the mental power cage and landed on Lu Ning's body. At this moment, Steve's markings had already been absorbed by the white mist, and the markings on his body gradually dissipated, his metallized body returning to its original silver-gray color. He showed a look of surprise. "It's okay. It's really better. Lu Ning, thanks a lot." Before he could finish his words, he saw Lu Ning's eyes fall from their sockets. The smile on Steve's face froze in place and his voice caught in his throat. The others also saw the scene and their expressions stiffened. Gina was even more horrified. After Lu Ning's first eye slipped out of its socket, the second eye similarly slipped out with it. Steve and the others stiffened a bit and looked at Lu Ning's face. They then saw that Lu Ning's face had rotted, and the flesh and blood around his eyes had turned into corpse water. It was this that caused Lu Ning's eyes to fall out of their sockets. As Lu Ning's face began to rot, gradually, Lu Ning's body seemed to show signs of decay as well. His skin faded to a lime green color, with dusky yellow patches appearing in some areas. Steve's face was shocked, then a look of grief appeared. "Lu Ning?" Lu Ning's calm voice rang out, "Calling me for what?" Steve's wails of grief came to an abrupt end as he saw Lu Ning bend down and pick up the two eyeballs on the ground, wiping them on his body and then stuffing them into his own sockets. Steve, a few people, confused face. Chapter 200, Yellow Spring Water. Everyone watched as Lu Ning's face, which had originally rotted almost to the point of being nothing more than bone, grew flesh and skin once again, returning to its original state once more. Everyone went silent and Steve shook his head silently. "No, I just wanted to call you." Lu Ning gave him a somewhat confused look and didn't say anything. The corner of Steve's mouth twitched, always feeling that Lu Ning's eyes seemed a bit impolite. Just then, an ear-piercing wind-whistling sound came from the distance. Everyone turned their heads to look, and they saw that in the sky in the extreme distance, Saint Xinglan was holding a long-handled scythe, and as he waved it, a violent storm surged and swept around the two-headed, four-armed man below. Both of the man's heads roared up to the sky at the same time, one of them spewing out flames, the other spewing out frost, and a dim yellow blade energy chopped out from the rusty greatsword. All the attacks landed on top of the storm, which shook violently but grew thicker. A few moments later, the storm completely surrounded the man, the gale making it impossible to see inside. In just a few short breaths, however, a dull roar rang out from the gale. Lu Ning and the others saw a dim yellow halo gradually overflowing within the gale. As the halo floats out of the gale collapses. Several of Lu Ning's people could see a shattered body falling from the sky in the collapsing gusts of wind, smashing heavily into the ground. It was the body of the two-headed, four-armed man. As a gust of wind swept by, Lu Ning and the others saw the Qinglan sage flying from afar, descending from the sky and landing in front of several people. Qinglan Saint's gaze swept over the surroundings and saw the three corpses, including the angelic male, on the ground and revealed a smile. "Looks like you guys are done with it? How about it? There's nothing wrong with it, right?" Snap. The Qinglan Saint had just finished saying this when Lu Ning's left hand rotted and the severed limb fell to the ground, the bones and flesh remaining at the arm still dripping with corpse water. Lu Ning silently picked up the broken hand on the ground and reinstalled it on his arm, calmly saying, "There's nothing wrong with it." Saint Xinglan fell into deep thought as he looked at Lu Ning's short hand that was writhing with blood and flesh and connecting together. And Lan on the side took a look at Lu Ning's somewhat spicy takeover process, and with a dry cough, he talked about what had happened before. Saint Xinglan's expression became serious. He nodded his head slightly thoughtfully and spoke, "So it seems, I'm afraid it's very dangerous to face these dead corpses and fight at close range. Next, Steve and Yang Yin, your job is to block the corpses and try not to touch those corpses and the aura of death as much as possible, and for the rest of the work, let Lan and the others do it." Steve and Janine both nodded slightly, their expressions serious. Yang Yin hadn't experienced what had happened to Steve before, but just thinking about it gave her some goosebumps. With the deaths of several corpses, there was nothing standing between them and the large, dusky yellow river. Sage Changlan looked toward the river with a serious expression. "Go over and take a look." Several others nodded slightly. The crowd stepped towards the river, and as they neared the edge of the river, Saint Changlan stopped in his tracks. Because he saw that at the edge of the river, the splash landed on the wasteland, and even the wasteland was corroded with a puddle. Saint Changlan frowned and tried to condense a wind shield. With a wave of his hand, the wind shield floated out to the river. The river water landed on top of the wind shield with a snorting sound, and in just an instant, the river water penetrated the wind shield and fell to the ground once again. Saint Chinglan's expression was incredibly grave. "This river water contains an extremely dense power of death. It's terrifying. Even my wind shield can't withstand it." The expressions on everyone's faces were very ugly, and Lan was a bit incredulous. "You're a saint. I didn't expect that even you wouldn't be able to resist it. The power of death contained in this river is too terrifying." The others nodded slightly. Seeing the worried expression on Lan's face, Gina couldn't help but inquire, "Elder, What are you thinking? And Lan sighed lightly and spoke, although this river is terrifying, but after all, as long as we don't get close to it, we won't be in danger. What I'm worried about is the existence that created this space in the river, and I'm afraid that if that existence is able to make a move against us, it would be very difficult for us to have a chance of surviving. Hearing these words, the faces of the crowd changed drastically, and even Sage Qinglan's brows were furrowed. He even had trouble resisting the river, so if someone had really created this river in this space, what would he rely on to resist? I'm afraid everyone is going to die here. So what do we do now? Yang Yin asked with a frown. And Lan thought for a moment, then looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning, your eyes are special, can you see anything? Lu Ning calmly said, the white fog around us is very thick, and the thickest is on the other side of the river, where that circle of light is located. Hearing this, the crowd was first stunned, then in Lan's eyes lit up and she spoke, if it's true, as Lu Ning said, that he had torn through that aperture before he stepped out of the mists, then this aperture, perhaps, might be the node of a certain space, and perhaps we can pass through this aperture and leave this space. Hearing this, the eyes of the others gradually brightened. Saint Changlan hesitated and spoke, and Lan, don't forget our purpose, we entered the mists this time to prevent them from spreading. And Lan rolled his eyes and opened his mouth, the reason for the proliferation of the mist, there is a high possibility that it is because of this space, the appearance of this space has led to the proliferation of the space where the mist is located. Want to stop the proliferation? I'm afraid that in the end, we still have to start from this space, but, do you think that with us we can do this? Saint Qinglan's expression stiffened, then he sighed and spoke, indeed, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for us to do this, and we will need those few lords to make a move to do so. As of now, I'm afraid that only a demigod-level powerhouse would have the means to destroy this space. Only then will it be possible to stop the spread of Misty 233. What we need to consider now is how to leave this hellhole before we can pass on the situation here. And Lan swept her gaze across the surroundings and spoke. Saint Changlan nodded slightly in agreement. In that case, the trouble now is how to cross the river. The crowd surveyed the river in front of them. The river is close to 1 kilometer wide and the water is incredibly fast. Sage Qinglan thought for a moment and tried to roll up a piece of rubble with his gale, carrying it towards the opposite bank. However, as the gale came over the river, it was corrupted by an invisible force. After flying just 200 to 300 meters, the rubble landed powerlessly in the river and disappeared. Saint Changlan frowned and said, there is a death aura over the river, if it was just me alone, there might be some hope in trying to pass over it, but with so many people brought along and their strength spread out, I'm afraid it would be difficult to reach the other bank. The others sniffed and frowned. And Blue spoke up, what about flying higher? Saint Chinglan tried, and found that it was impossible to fly too high in the sky, the highest was only hundreds of meters high, and at such a height, it would still be corrupted by the aura of death. How are they going to get across when there's death in the river and over the river? As long as they were touched by this river, I'm afraid that in a short period of time, their corpses and bones would be turned into blood and water. The crowd lapsed into silence. And Lan swept his gaze around, looking at a dead tree at the riverbank, and fell into deep thought. There were no leaves on this dead tree, only jagged branches. However, the river water that even the wind shield of the Qinglan Saint could not withstand splashed down on this withered tree from time to time, but the withered tree did not show the slightest sign of rotting. And Lan spoke, Qinglan, see if you can cut down this tree and bring it here. Sage Qinglan was first stunned when he heard this, then quickly reacted to Lan's thoughts. His eyes lit up and he immediately condensed his wind blades. The wind blades were sharp and quickly cut through the branches. After the branches were scratched off, Saint Changlan used the breeze to bind the withered tree again, bringing it to them. The dead tree was washed by the river, but it was very dry on top and showed no signs of having been washed away at all. Not only that, the dead tree even emitted a strange and exotic fragrance. The foreign fragrance was very nice and cleared one's mind a lot just by smelling it. And Lan looked at the dead tree in front of him, almost half a meter thick at the trunk position. He thought for a moment and spoke, one isn't enough, a couple more. The sage of Qinglan swept his gaze across the riverbank and saw a few more in the distance. He nodded and flew over to cut down all the dead trees and brought them back. And Lan then laughed, it shouldn't be too hard to make a ship by processing these dead trees. Anlin flexed his super intellect and took out a few sheets of paper and pens from his bracelet and started scribbling. A short hour or so later, Anlin had drawn out the machining diagram for the wooden boat. As an ability with super intelligence, his hand-drawn drawings were as good as machines, with all sorts of data already labeled. Alright, just process it according to this. Qinglan, you simply cut the tree trunk, I'll process it meticulously. Anlin pounded away from his bracelet and quickly pulled out a variety of tools, even the supplies for woodworking. Jerry was a bit speechless. Elder, I wanted to ask before, Elder, what is this bracelet of yours? Why do I feel like a treasure chest? How come there's everything inside? And Lan smiled and said, this is my favorite work, a spatial storage bracelet created using rare spatial type materials. This thing is quite precious, there aren't many of them in the entire Federation. In regards to the spatial storage bracelet claim, Lu Ning's few people were not too surprised. After all, they watched as Lan took out various instruments from the space bracelet. And Lan's next words, however, made them look envious. The space inside this bracelet of mine is almost as big as more than 10 soccer fields, and it's just as well that the space inside is empty, so I'm just going to go ahead and fill it with all the various instruments I can find. Anyway, with my super intelligence, it won't take long to master these instruments, so I might use them at some point. Isn't it being used now? Lu Ning asked with some curiosity. Can this space bracelet be exchanged for merits? And Lan glanced at Lu Ning and asked curiously, you want to change? Well, I have quite a few soul weapons on me, and some of the ones I can't use can be put in my bracelet, so I don't have to carry them around. Seemingly understanding Lu Ning's meaning, the scarlet sword in Lu Ning's hand emitted a humming sound, and a hoarse voice rang in Lu Ning's ears, I don't want it. Don't go to such a small place. Lu Ning turned a deaf ear. And Lan smiled and said, although this can't be exchanged for credits, consider it my personal funding for you. I'll make you a smaller one when the time comes. Lu Ning's eyes lit up and he revealed a smile, thank you, elder. And Lan waved his hand and said, what's the point of being polite? If it wasn't for you, it would have been mostly difficult for us this time. Although the others were a bit envious of the promise that Lan had given Lu Ning, they weren't surprised. After all, without Lu Ning, they wouldn't even be able to find their way. After that, Lan and Sage Qing Lan teamed up and began to build a wooden boat. Lu Ning, on the other hand, continued to use his spiritual power to quench the rotting giant hand within his body during this time, lest he suddenly rot away at a critical time. A few hours later, the wooden boat was finally built. And Lan smiled and said, we can try to see if we can cross this great river of death. Chapter 201, Crossing the Yellow Springs. The wooden boat in front of him was more than 20 meters long, and its body was pitch black, the color of deadwood. The bottom of the boat is thick and the sides are raised to prevent yellow spring water from spilling into the cabin. Although the yellow spring water shouldn't have any effect on this wooden boat made of deadwood, the people on board couldn't withstand the corrosion of the yellow spring water. By the way, I made a few sets of deadwood armor with the remaining materials, and although everyone is on the boat, theoretically, the rising death aura in the river will be insulated by the wooden boat, but it's better to wear the armor just in case. Also, even if the yellow spring water splashes on your body, it will be able to withstand it. Lan pointed to several courses of armor that were placed on the side of the wooden boat. The armor looked very rough, but it was good enough to cover the whole body, even the head was wrapped tightly, only the eyes were left with 2 holes. Jerry's eyes lit up as several people took a look. Elder is awesome. It's ugly, but this thing protects your life. Gina joyfully picked up the armor and started putting it on her body. The same is true for others. Everyone turned into a few black stakes after putting on their armor. The sage of Qinglan then controlled the gale and lifted the wooden boat, floating it onto the waters of the Yellow Springs River. Considering that the river was swift and corrosive to storms, Anlin had even built a few giant ropes made of dead wood branches to prevent the wooden boats from being washed away. After the wooden boat landed on the river, it floated with the turbulent water and was as steady as a mountain in the dimly lit water. Seeing this scene, everyone was smiling. Old age is awesome. Jerry gave Lang a thumbs up. Being able to create such a strong and stable wooden boat in such a short period of time was not something they could do. And Lan laughed, and then had the sage of Qinglan try to lift the wooden boat in the river water with the gusty wind again. Saint Qinglan tried several times before succeeding. After all, the storm was corroded when it touched the river, and with the river splashing around the wooden boat, trying to grab this wooden boat with a gale would require seizing the moment and a bit of luck. When the wooden boat came back to shore, Anlin was the first to check up on the water-soaked area. Only after determining that the deadwood boat could indeed withstand the yellow spring water did Lan breathe a sigh of relief. He spoke, you can cross the river. Sage Changlan nodded and told everyone to get on the wooden boat. After the crowd boarded the wooden boat, Sage Qinglan used the storm to control the wooden boat to glide along the bank, gently rowing towards the river. Looking at the yellow spring that was getting closer and closer, Jerry and the others' hearts lifted and they didn't dare to breathe a word. The next moment, the wooden boat sailed into the water of the Yellow Springs, first swaying violently, then floating with the river. There was silence on the wooden boat for a moment, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. And Blue laughed, okay, everyone grab a wooden oar and row. On each side of the wooden boat, there are wooden oar handles attached to the outside of the boat. In such a turbulent river, it is impossible to get to the other side of the river without a wooden paddle, going with the current. The crowd grabbed wooden oars and started paddling. The Yellow Spring water was quite heavy, and even with Lu Ning's strength, he felt that paddling required some effort. And Lu Ning's physical strength was considered top-notch among the crowd. Similar to an 8th order fire ability like Gina, who wasn't good at physical strength and had low strength herself, she felt her hands start to get sore after a few paddles. She gasped and said with some disbelief, what the hell is this river? If I were to row a boat outside, I could row it to the sky. And Lan spoke up, this water is definitely not like the water outside. Gina was about to speak when suddenly she was struck with a strange look. Why do I feel something is wrong? The crowd looked to Gina, a little confused. And Blue inquired, what's wrong? Gina frowned, it always seems like someone is pulling my oar? The crowd was stunned, and just then they saw Gina's oar actually paddling toward the side of the cabin. Gina's face changed slightly as she tried to grab the oar with all her might, only to hit the side of the cabin hard with it. This powerful collision of forces caused the wooden boat to fluctuate violently, almost tipping over on its side. This sudden change caused everyone to be wide-eyed and somewhat stunned. Sage Qinglan immediately utilized the power of the storm to press against the other side of the wooden boat, which prevented the overturning from happening. And Steve, who was by Gina's side, instantly metallized and grabbed Gina's body as she nearly fell into the yellow spring with one hand and tried to pull the wooden paddle back with one hand. As the wooden oar was torn out a little, they saw a pair of pale, swollen hands grasped on the other side of the oar. The owner of the arm was ripped out and it was a swollen male body all over. The male corpse, unlike the walkers in the wilderness, was a normal human being, which would be an ordinary person on Earth. He was dressed in soaking wet clothes and was so soaked and swollen that he could no longer see his face. The male corpse was yanking hard on the wooden oar, and after he was ripped out of the water, he used both hands to lunge at the wooden boat with the help of the oar. Gina screamed as she coalesced a fireball that slammed heavily into the airborne male corpse. Boom! The male corpse was blown away by the fireball and landed in the distant yellow spring water, sinking to the bottom. The crowd looked at each other, all seeing a hint of palpitations in each other's eyes. What's in this water? Yeah, why isn't this body corrupted? Even Lan frowned, a little puzzled. Saint Lan suddenly saw that Lu Ning was standing on the edge of the wooden boat, looking down at the yellow spring water. Seeing Lu Ning's appearance, Saint Lan frowned in some confusion. Lu Ning, what's wrong? There are bodies down there. Lu Ning stood at the edge of the wooden boat, and could vaguely see the shadows of some of the swollen corpses below through the dimly colored river water. Densely packed and extremely numerous. The crowd was stunned, then their faces instantly turned ironic. They hadn't had time to speak. Suddenly, the wooden boat shook violently, and a pale arm climbed up onto its edge. The arm had green rotting marks on it, and there was even a corpse worm writhing on it. As the first arm climbed up, the thuds and thuds went on and on. A succession of pale arms climbed up the edge of the wooden boat in great numbers. These arms climbed onto the wooden boat, and it shook violently, as if it might overturn at any moment. It was because the dead wood was extremely sturdy, otherwise I'm afraid it would have been torn apart by these corpses. But even so, once the wooden boat capsized on its side and all of them tumbled into the waters of the Yellow Springs, it would still leave them dead. At the first opportunity, the Green Lawn Sage condensed the storm and used the gusts of wind to press on the bilge of the wooden ship as ballast. This is what stabilized the violently swaying wooden boat. However, after the wooden boat had been stabilized, the Yellow Spring suddenly exploded with a splash. Amidst the dim yellow splashes, a swollen corpse jumped out of the yellow spring water and lunged towards Lu Ning and his group. Lu Ning's face was icy cold as the scarlet sword appeared in his hand, his sword light sweeping across the room. A large number of corpses were churned up by the sword light, and the broken flesh and river water fell to the ground at the same time. Some of the mincemeat and river water landed inside the wooden boat and some outside, and others likewise did their own tricks. And Lan used his energy cannon to knock down the corpses, while Saint Qinglan coalesced a large blade of wind to churn the corpses to pieces. Fighting in close quarters, Yang Yin and Steve hastily dodged the crushed meat and yellow springs that fell from the sky. Jerry, as a secondary, was likewise holding his head in the cabin. In a short moment, all the corpses were strangled. The wooden boat was covered with more large pieces of broken meat. As for the yellow spring water, it was absorbed after touching the wooden boat, and the withered wooden boat always remained dry. There was also some yellow spring water that landed on Lu Ning and the others. Fortunately, Lan had already made preparations earlier. The withered wood armor covered his entire body. As long as he protected his eye position, he didn't need to worry about being touched by the yellow spring water on his body, and he wouldn't be corroded. After killing these corpses, the crowd didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. The next moment, a swollen and festering corpse poked out half of its body in the churning river water. The twisted and swollen faces of all the corpses had cloudy eyes looking straight at the wooden boat and at the crowd on board. Close to a kilometer-wide river, the bodies were densely packed and countless in the unknown length of the river. Everyone's faces instantly turned blue. Row! And Lan reacted at the first opportunity and roared out, Steve, Yang Yin, Jerry, you three don't have the ability to fight at a distance, so focus on rowing. Lu Ning, you open the way. Qinglan, you try to see if you can push the boat with the wind at the back. Hurry up and move. Hearing this and Lan's roar, the others also reacted. Steve and the others immediately returned to their positions and began paddling, and Lu Ning came to the bow. Underneath the withered wood armor, the killing battle armor once again covered Lu Ning's body. Lu Ning took a deep breath, and the scarlet sword in his hand cut out a red and white intertwined sword light. However, the sword light began to shrink rapidly when it touched the deathly aura that was steaming over the river, and its power was quite a bit less powerful than it had been in the wilderness. But even so, a piece of corpse floating on the surface of the yellow spring in front of them was still stirred up by the sword light. Under the sword light, the yellow spring water exploded and splashed in all directions, accompanied by rotting broken flesh. At the rear, the Qinglan Saint used the gale to press down on the bilge to prevent the wooden boat from being overturned by the bodies in the water, while on the other hand, he was holding a high-risk level soul weapon and using the power of the storm with all his might to blow into the water at the rear in an attempt to propel the wooden boat forward. The force of the storm died extremely quickly when it touched the river. The push was much smaller than expected. However, Sage Qinglan at least went all out, still causing a strong thrust, and with the others paddling, the speed of the wooden boat soared. It flew tens of meters in just one breath. In the wake of the wooden boat, a rotting carcass hissed in pursuit, creating a pale wave of water on the dim yellow river. Seeing that this method was effective, Sage Qinglan was overjoyed and immediately condensed the gale once again to start pushing the wooden boat forward. Each time the Green Lan Sage's full force was used, it was able to push the wooden boat out some distance. This distance was almost negligible to the strength of the Qinglan Saint, but above the yellow spring, this distance was a huge step towards life. After just a few moments, the wooden boat was just over 300 meters from the opposite shore. Everyone showed joy. As long as they got to the bank, they would no longer be without the power to fight back, and they wouldn't have to worry about the corpses in the river. Just then, the river waves churned violently. A low, unmistakable growl came from beneath the surface of the water. The roar seemed to shock the mind, and even the Green Lan Sage's face sank beyond recognition. Then, everyone saw the body on that river being flung away, the dim yellow river water churning, and a huge body coalesced from pale bones emerging. Chapter 202 300 Meters of Heavenly Moat. In everyone's horrified eyes, the white bone monster revealed the yellow spring water a little bit. The huge hideous white bone snake head was over 10 meters long, and the half of the white bone body under the snake head was tens of meters. The rest of it remains below the surface of the water. The black eyes of this white bone giant snake stared dead at the wooden boat and the people on it. Compared to that white bone giant snake, even a wooden boat was a toy. The white bone giant snake opened its mouth, and although it did not make a sound, that low growl seemed to resound in everyone's heart. A dim yellow halo surged through the giant snake's mouth, and the violent power spread in all directions. Saint Qinglan's pupils contracted violently, and in the next moment, his hand holding the long-handled scythe waved, coalescing layer after layer of wind shields in front of the wooden ship. However, on the waters of the Yellow Spring, the power of death eroded, and these wind shields were continuously consumed by the power of death just as they coalesced. Before the giant snake's attack arrived, the wind shield was already shaking. This caused Saint Qinglan's face to look exceptionally ugly. Boom! The dim yellow halo from the white bone giant snake's mouth coalesced, forming a dim yellow light pillar that shot towards the wooden ship. The incomparably dense aura of death came over the surface, and everyone except Lu Ning felt their breath stutter a bit. The pillar of light touched the wind shield, and the air of death flowed around, causing the foremost wind shield to dissipate and crumble in almost an instant. As one of the wind shields crumbled, Sage Qinglan's face changed as he shouted lowly, "Can't hold it back, take a gamble." In the next moment, Lu Ning sensed that his body was entangled in a fierce wind, and then rose up into the air. Lu Ning looked around, not only him, but everyone including Sage Qinglan, and Lan, and the others were entangled in the fierce winds, and all of them left the wooden ship and flew up into the sky. Seeing this scene, Jerry and the others' faces changed dramatically. The Qinglan Saint had already attempted to fly over the Yellow Spring before, but the influence of the Qi of Death was so great that the Qinglan Saint's storms would be eroded by the Qi of Death, and he would not be able to make the leap at all. As a result, now, Saint Qinglan actually took off with them? They didn't have time to speak, and that violent pillar of deathlight had already penetrated through all the wind shields and landed on top of the wooden ship. Boom! The wooden boat was torn apart on the spot by this violent force. The Yellow Spring water also erupted with a gush, and the water column rose hundreds of meters into the air. It was also because Sage Qinglan had taken them to fly away from the wooden boat, otherwise they were afraid that they would have to fall into the waters of the Yellow Springs. The crowd couldn't help but gulp, their eyes filled with shock. At this moment, Saint Qinglan's face was stoic as he flew towards the shore with the crowd at an extremely fast speed. They were located only about 300 meters from the opposite shore, and if they were in the outside world, that distance would be nothing. But above the Yellow Springs, the distance was like a moat between life and death. After flying over 100 meters, the gale on Jerry suddenly dissipated for a split second, and his body plummeted over 10 meters. Good thing the gusts of wind continued to appear, pulling him back. Even so, Jerry's face was still as pale as paper as he exclaimed, "Lord Saint, you have to hold on." Saint Qinglan did not say anything, and a scowl appeared on his face. If it was just him alone, leaping 300 meters would still be doable. But he had so many men with him that he did everything he could to fly over the distance, so to speak. Just then, a low growl came from behind him. Everyone's faces changed slightly as they turned their heads to look. Seeing that his attack was dodged, that white bone giant snake immediately chased after them. The white bone giant snake's body was too big. It merely wriggled its body, and its huge white bone tail sprang out of the Yellow Spring and lashed towards everyone. The Green Lan Sage's face changed drastically, and he immediately changed direction. The white bone tail that turned into a stump crossed from a position more than 10 meters away from them, and the violent energy caused the crowd's figures in the air to shake. Sage Qinglan was silent as he continued to fly towards the riverbank at breakneck speed. When they flew over 200 meters out, all of them clearly felt that the gusts of wind that were wrapped around them seemed to be gradually dissipating. And Lan spoke calmly, "Qinglan, throw me down." The others were also silent for a split second, and Jerry, who had been shouting just a moment ago, also spoke up. Yes, Lord Saint, it's us who have dragged you down. If it was you alone, you should be able to fly through this distance with ease. Sage Qinglan shouted lowly, shut up, all of you. His handsome face wore a scowl. I brought you in alive, and I'll bring you out alive. Unless I die, I won't throw anyone down. Hearing Sage Qinglan's angry roar, and Lan's originally intended words of persuasion got stuck in his throat and did not come out. Roar! A low roar once again came from behind them, and at the same time, the crowd also felt an incomparably thick aura of death. Everyone turned their heads to look, and they saw that the white bone giant snake opened its mouth once again, and the power of death condensed out of its mouth. Everyone's heart sank. The Qinglan Saint had already done everything he could in order to fly towards the riverbank, and it was simply too difficult to dodge attacks in such an environment. Just then, the silent Lan suddenly roared, Qinglan, fly us to the highest place. Although the Qinglan Saint was puzzled, he still instinctively did what Lan said. After they flew more than 100 meters above the yellow spring, all of them felt an invisible barrier blocking their heads. Couldn't keep going up. And then what? Saint Qinglan shouted as he fended off the death chi erosion storm over and over again. Throw us out. And Blue bellowed, throw us toward the riverbank. Hearing these words, Saint Qinglan was first stunned, then he understood something and his eyes lit up. Although the power of death can erode storms and erode many types of power, the gravity here hasn't changed and the potential energy should still be there, even if the potential energy is partially weakened. As long as you throw us out with all your might, there's a good chance that we'll land on the riverbank. With our physical bodies, we won't die. And Blue explained as quickly as she could. The Qinglan Saint felt that the wild and incomparable death aura getting thicker and thicker, and he no longer hesitated. He growled lowly, good. Bet on it. Afterwards, Sage Qinglan gathered the most powerful force against the weakening of the power of death and threw everyone towards the riverbank. All of them seemed to fly towards the other side of the yellow springs as if they were arrows leaving the strings. Right at this moment, the violent power of death surged, and dim yellow pillars of light shot toward Lu Ning and the others. The faces of the people in the air changed drastically, and Saint Qinglan immediately tried to condense a wind shield. However, in order to lead the crowd to leap over the yellow springs, Saint Qinglan's exertion was extremely great, and he needed to recover. His speed of condensing wind shields became extremely slow, and he had only condensed 3 wind shields when the pillar of deathlight had already descended. Under the weakening of the chi of death, even though Saint Qinglan maintained the wind shield with all his might, he still only supported it for a breath of time. During this time, Gina and Enlan similarly condensed energy shields, trying to resist this pillar of deathlight. But the strength of this white bone giant snake was extremely terrifying, and I'm afraid that it had already reached the saint level. In such an environment filled with the power of death, even Saint Qinglan, who was also a saint, would have trouble resisting, let alone Enlan and Gina. Their shields shattered at the touch of a button. Just then, the withered wood armor on Lu Ning's body suddenly crumbled. A thick, blood-colored tentacle grew out of his back. These tentacles grabbed Qinglan Sage and the others in the air and viciously threw them towards the shore once again, while changing their direction to avoid the attack of the deathlight pillar. As for Lu Ning himself, he was unable to use himself to lend strength, unable to change his direction, and still located under the attack of the pillar of deathlight. Sage Qinglan and the others were all staring at Lu Ning with wide eyes, somewhat stunned. Lu Ning? What are you doing? Saint Qinglan's expression was ugly. I didn't realize that he, a saint, would need to rely on an awakened of the Sixth Order to save him? And it's still a player on his team. It's amazing that he, as the captain, needs to be saved by his teammates. If Li Xiao and the rest of their old buddies saw it, he'd have to die of shame. And Lan and the others also looked at Lu Ning in front of the light pillar with a hard look on their faces, somewhat incredulous. Facing the pillar of deathly light that was coming at him, Lu Ning's expression was as calm as ever. He gripped the scarlet sword with both hands, and the blood-colored tentacles behind his back that had thrown out the Qinglan Sage and the others immediately turned into blood mist and merged within the scarlet sword. At the same time, Lu Ning's body, having lost the protection of the withered wood armor, had gradually begun to show signs of death by withering and rotting under the aura of death. These withered and rotting flesh and blood likewise disappeared straight away, turning into blood mist that was absorbed by the scarlet sword. The scarlet sword let out an excited buzz. Lu Ning's body was almost nothing but white bones, with only his head intact. Under such circumstances, Lu Ning's body flickered with white light, and under the roar of his vibrating soul power, with a scarlet halo erupting, he condensed sword light as if it were substance, colliding with the pillar of deathlight. Boom! Swordlight and light pillars roared as the aftermath raged, and the yellow spring river water beneath Lu Ning's feet exploded into a pillar of water, splashing. However, even though Lu Ning used his full power of chopping, he was still unable to resist the pillar of deathlight. The power of a saint was too strong, and Lu Ning was only a mere 6th rank. The pillar of deathlight merely became weaker before it heavily bombarded Lu Ning's body. Lu Ning's entire body was engulfed by the pillar of light and lost. This caused Enlan and the others to look incredibly ugly, their eyes red. Lu Ning! As he watched the pillar of deathlight engulf Lu Ning, the white bone giant serpent hissed in excitement and once again pounced towards the Qinglan Sage and the others who were flying towards the riverbank. Right at this moment, the space around this white bone giant snake that had rushed to Qing Lan Saint and the others almost in a flash, intending to wield its tail, seemed to freeze for an instant. This frozen space caused the movements of the white bone giant snake to lag for a split second as if a frame jam had occurred. After an instant, the white bone giant snake's movements resumed once again. Just as it recovered, however, its movements once again lagged. The frame-by-frame jams were like playing an animated movie in slow motion. This caused the Qing Lan sage and the others, who had already despaired in their hearts, to stare with somewhat stunned eyes. In the next moment, they saw that in the air where the pillar of death light had dissipated, Lu Ning, who was left with only half of his upper torso and his left hand and half of his head, was holding a bone pocket watch in his hand. Every time the pocket watch flashed a silver-white light, one thing would be missing from Lu Ning's body. Sometimes it's freshly grown hair, sometimes it's freshly grown ribs, sometimes it's freshly corrupted eyes from the power of death. But these disappeared to grow again in the next moment. Even the speed of disappearance was not as fast as Lu Ning's growth. In less than a short time than a breath, Lu Ning, who had originally only had a small half of his body left, had regained his complete skeleton, and his flesh and blood had grown most of the way back. At the same time, Lu Ning's body accelerated under the power of the pillar of deathlight, and he landed on the other side of the river even faster than the Qinglan sage and the others. The immense force caused Lu Ning's body to feel like a cannonball, smashing heavily into the opposite bank and creating a deep pit. In the middle of the deep pit, the blood-soaked Lu Ning jumped out as if nothing had happened, and the bone pocket watch in his hand once again flickered with a silver-white light. In contrast, the white bone giant snake once again lagged for a frame, while Lu Ning's head disappeared into thin air. Chapter 203, The Core and Gaps in Space. As the white bone giant serpent stuck the frame again, Qinglan sage and the others finally landed on the shore. They weren't like Lu Ning, who had been forcibly pushed by the pillar of deathlight, so they landed with much less force. Even so, the withered wood armor on their bodies still had a hideous crack that seemed like it would crack at any moment. The first thing in blue called out was, "Get away from the riverbank." After all, there was a splash of yellow spring water on the riverbank, and once they were not defended by the deadwood armor, they could not resist at all. The group immediately headed in the direction of the detached riverbank. When they had barely run a few meters, the deadwood armor on Steve started to fall off. Others then began to have pieces of armor fall off as well. It was good that at the moment, the group was already far away from the riverbank, so they didn't have to worry about the corrosion of the yellow spring water. It was only now that they were completely relieved and turned to look in the direction of the riverbank. Lu Ning's lost head had regrown at the moment. His whole body had been completely restored to its original state, with only a portion of his clothes corroded by the yellow spring water and somewhat exposed. Lu Ning glanced at it and immediately activated the killing battle armor, wrapping it around his entire body. Lu Ning's body then flickered as he retreated back and forth, no longer using the bone pocket watch. This was the first time Lu Ning had used the bone pocket watch, and found that the soul tool's abilities were even more powerful than he had imagined. Even a saint-level white bone giant serpent would be affected. It was important to realize that this white bone giant serpent was located in the Yellow Springs, with the aura of death rising around it, and was even more powerful than Lu Ning. Even so, it will still be affected. Even if the impact is relatively short, it's still very scary. If Lu Ning himself had been a bit stronger, the impact would only have lasted longer. Most importantly, this influence was not a one-time thing. As long as Lu Ning continuously urged the pocket watch, he could do so continuously, and the effect did not even diminish. Of course, there is a downside, which is that it is more organ-intensive. Just a moment ago, Lu Ning had more than a dozen organs that had disappeared due to urging the pocket watch, and as for skin, flesh and hair, there were even more of those. It's a good thing Lu Ning won't die. When Lu Ning put the pocket watch away, the white bone giant snake no longer stood in the way. It roared madly and approached the banks of the Yellow Springs. It swung its snake tail furiously, setting off waves in the river, and some of the corpses in the river were directly slapped to pieces by the giant snake, while some were lifted out by the huge waves. But even though the white bone giant snake was furious, it didn't rush out of the Yellow Spring. After a few moments of fury, this white bone giant snake let out a low hiss at Lu Ning, and eventually slowly sank into the Yellow Spring and disappeared. After the white bone giant snake disappeared, those corpses floating on the surface of the water likewise glanced numbly at Lu Ning and his group, then slowly sank into the water. Watching the water waves that had calmed down after the disappearance of the white bone giant snake and the corpse gradually dissipate, Lu Ning calmly turned around and looked toward Sage Qinglan and the others, inquiring, "Are you guys alright?" Sage Qinglan and the others returned to their senses. Anlin shook his head, "It's fine." He then looked at Lu Ning with a complicated expression and said, "Lu Ning, thanks to you this time." Jerry and the others nodded with gratitude. "Yes, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid we would all be dead here except for Lord Saint." "Thank you, Lu Ning," Gina said seriously. Saint Changlan patted Lu Ning's shoulder, a touch of gratitude and some complexity on his handsome face. "Next time, you don't need to think about sacrificing yourself to save me. I'm the captain of the team, and in times of danger, it should be me who stands in front of you. Even if I have to die, it will be me who dies first." Lu Ning glanced at Saint Changlan in confusion and calmly said, "It's fine, I won't die." Changlan Saint's expression froze and he was stunned, then he couldn't help but laugh. What you said is also somewhat reasonable. The two didn't say much on the subject. A few people gathered together, and Saint Changlan swept his gaze across the surroundings. The other side of the river was still a wilderness, but they didn't see any walkers on the wilderness. Gradually, though, a white mist seemed to emerge from the moors. And on the far side of the wilderness, that golden circle of light floated in the air, and the white mist around the circle was already somewhat thick. Even so, the white mist was still unable to block the golden light emanating from the aperture. Saint Xinglan frowned and said, I can feel that the spiritual pollution in this area seems to be rising rapidly. Lu Ning nodded slightly, it is indeed rising rapidly. In Lu Ning's line of sight, the concentration of white fog was rapidly increasing throughout the wilderness, and the level of mental pollution in it could be imagined. And Lan fell silent and looked at Saint Changlan. Changlan, what do you say? Saint Changlan calmly said, we need to recuperate first. The consumption just now was not small. There was no rebuttal from the crowd. Changlan Saint was the strongest combatant of their squad, and I'm afraid that he had consumed an extremely huge amount of energy just now in order to cross the 300 meters of Yellow Spring. After the corpse-tide wilderness and the corpses and white-bone giant snakes in the Yellow Spring water before, who didn't know how dangerous this place was? In such a dangerous environment, the battle prowess of the Changlan Saint was indispensable. All of them sat casually on the wilderness, and one by one, they took out their soul crystals and began to restore their own spiritual power. As for Lu Ning, he continued to quench the corrosive giant hand within his body. As he watched the corroded giant hand struggle, Lu Ning's mind would from time to time conjure up the shadowy image of the giant hand from when he had just entered the base city. He looked up into the white mist surrounding the golden circle of light, trying to make something out, but to no avail. And Lan, on the other hand, kept taking out a piece of equipment from his bracelet, and seemed to be carrying out equipment debugging and investigating the surroundings. Time passed, and after a few hours, Saint Changlan slowly got up. I've completely recovered, how are you guys doing? Are you ready? Upon hearing the words of Sage Changlan, Jerry and the others also opened their eyes. I'm ready. Me too, recovering pretty much. Me too, but I feel as if the level of spiritual pollution here is a bit higher than the mists outside, and if I stay here for a while longer, I feel as if I won't be able to hold out any longer. Gina spoke up. At the moment, the wilderness was almost shrouded in mist, and the range of vision was less than 100 meters. But even in such a mist-shrouded wilderness, that golden circle of light was still faintly visible. Saint Changlan nodded and said, then let's take action. And Lan put away a variety of instruments, then smiled, I hope the next operation goes well and we can leave from this space. The others nodded with serious expressions. All of them set up their formation. As always, Lu Ning stood at the front to open the way, Chinglan Sage at the back of the temple, and on both sides were the three of them, Jerry, Steve and Yang Yin, with Lan being protected in the center. Everyone tensed their minds and looked at the white mist around them warily. They all feared that monsters would appear in the white mist, just as they had in that wilderness and the Yellow Springs before. However, as they walked out for a long distance, getting closer and closer to the golden circle of light, they still hadn't encountered any monsters that attacked them. This left the line a little stunned. Jerry couldn't help but say, how come it feels a little safer here than up ahead? The others nodded in disbelief. Sage Changlan shouted in a low voice, don't let your guard down. The others were a little alarmed but remained equally serious. They didn't say much when they heard Saint Changlan's rebuke. Just then, Lu Ning, who was in front of him, suddenly stopped in his tracks. When the people in the back saw Lu Ning stop, they immediately raised their hearts and their spiritual energy began to flow. Everyone looked in front of Lu Ning, but didn't find any monsters. And Lan was a bit puzzled and asked, Lu Ning, what's wrong? Lu Ning reached out and pressed his hand into the air, but it was as if he had pressed against a wall. He calmly said, there's no road ahead. Upon hearing this, the crowd was stunned and somewhat stunned. No way out? And Blue stepped forward and touched it, as if touching an invisible wall in the air. His face changed slightly. Is this also a spatial barrier? The same as the one in the sky? The others frowned at once. What then? Steve inquired. He could even see the golden circle of light in front of him. Not only Steve, but Lu Ning could likewise see the circle of light in front of him. The golden aperture floated in the air, surrounded by a dense white mist, while the inside of the aperture, which seemed to be similarly covered in white mist, seemed to be a mist as well. Look for any entrances or exits nearby? Gina spoke up. No one else had much to say about it. The group poked around the neighborhood along the invisible walls. However, after they had groped back and forth for several kilometers, and even the sky had been groped, they still hadn't found the gap in the invisible wall. Just as the crowd stopped to rest in some distress, and Lan stared dead at the golden circle of light and suddenly spoke, have you guys found a problem? The crowd looked at Anlin in confusion. What's the problem, Elder? And Lan slowly said, we have obviously walked so far along the invisible wall, but this golden circle of light seems to have always been not far in front of us, and its relative position from us doesn't seem to have changed much. The crowd was stunned, then realized that it did seem to be the case. What is this for? Saint Changlan frowned slightly, looking at the golden circle of light with some confusion. and Lan touched the golden circle of light through the invisible wall, revealing a thoughtful look. I'm not too sure, but the formation of this space we're in may have a lot to do with that golden aperture. No matter how we walk, the relative position to the golden aperture remains the same. It's like, that golden aperture is the core of this space, and we've been walking around the core. Jerry's eyes lit up and he immediately said, then if we can touch that core area, can we leave? Anlin didn't give a definite answer either, but just spoke, it's possible. Just then, Lu Ning, who had been observing the surroundings, suddenly spoke, go this way. He headed away from the golden ball of light. The others were stunned when they saw the direction Lu Ning was walking. Lu Ning, are you going the wrong way? This seems to be in the direction of the Yellow Springs? Yang Yin asked with a frown. The others were also a little confused. And Lan, however, seemed to understand something and spoke, you see that the spiritual pollution here is not right? Lu Ning nodded slightly and said, the spiritual pollution level over here is a bit unstable, sometimes high and sometimes low. Hearing this, and Lan's eyes lit up, maybe it's a gap in this space, or maybe it's just that the space is different, causing the spiritual pollution level to be unstable as well. The crowd's eyes lit up when they heard this. They had followed Lu Ning onward. This time, Lu Ning didn't go far, and after just a few hundred meters, Lu Ning suddenly used the scarlet sword to swing towards the empty air. The next moment, something seemed to break in the air and the air fluctuated. Gradually, a crack emerged from the air and spread out in the surrounding area. Chapter 204, They're Gazing at Death Itself. Click, click, click. The sound of shattering continued to resound, spreading in all directions along that invisible barrier, further and further away, further and further away. It was as if the entire invisible barrier would shatter with it. This change was not expected by anyone. The crowd looked at the spreading cracks with surprise and alarm. As the cracks spread, the wilderness space where Lu Ning and the others stood followed suit and reacted, surprisingly beginning to fluctuate continuously. It was a shock to everyone. What's going on? Jerry watched as an earth-colored rock not far away suddenly disappeared and reappeared, cycling several times in a row before finally disappearing completely. It was as if the rock had been erased from space. The others also saw quite a few other things, similar to dead trees in the wilderness, or other rocks that appeared like the rocks Jerry saw. Quite a few things began to disappear in space. And Lan's expression was serious as he slowly said, it might be because Lu Ning's blow just now caused the spatial node to go awry, and this space seems to be showing signs of collapsing. Hearing these words, Saint Cheng Lan immediately asked, then what do we do? Will we be in danger if we are located in this space? And Lan shook his head, I'm not sure, there seems to be no precedent for this situation at the moment. And Lan had just finished speaking when a sudden violent shattering sound rang out. This startled the crowd, who turned their heads to look. They saw the crack spread over several kilometers, and at this moment it had stopped, and the invisible barrier began to crumble. Pieces of what looked like glass fell from the sky, and the space ahead no longer looked like a wilderness, but a ruin. Not only the front, but the spatial barrier overhead likewise began to crumble and dissipate, revealing a surging white mist. The wilderness space that Lu Ning and the others were standing in was becoming increasingly unstable. The dead tree, which was still several kilometers away, appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. And then, the lines of the dead tree began to appear distorted again, as if it were an abstract painting. The distance between Jerry and Steve, who were originally very close, suddenly lengthened to hundreds of meters apart. This change was not anticipated by anyone. Just then, Lu Ning, who had been standing on the ground, suddenly appeared in the air with his head facing down. His entire body dropped downward from the air just in time to see a somewhat familiar image in the distance through the crumbling crack. Base City 65, the shattered ruins of the base, and the collapsing yellow light curtain. Lu Ning flipped over and landed easily as he calmly said, I saw the light screen we came in. Hearing this, everyone was delighted. And Lan immediately said, so it seems that our previous guess was correct. We passed through that light curtain to another space, which is here now, and as the space here collapsed, the light curtain that served as a portal also collapsed. We can go out now. Great! Gina cheered instantly. Yang Yi likewise revealed a smile. Just then, Steve suddenly let out a scream. The crowd snapped to attention. They then saw a fractured dislocation of space at Steve's left arm. And Steve's left hand, located in the misaligned space, was misaligned with it. A hideous crack appeared, directly slicing Steve's arm in half, blood pouring out. It sent chills down everyone's spine as they watched. And Lan immediately called out, Cheng Lan, let's go out through the rift. Staying here, I'm afraid will collapse along with the collapse of this space. Hearing this, Saint Cheng Lan did not hesitate. He nodded and instantly used the gale to roll everyone, including Jerry who had scattered out, along with him. Everyone rose into the air and rushed towards the crack that had collapsed. Beneath their feet, the wilderness seemed to start twisting and misaligning as well, and the entire space became more and more unstable. This was not above the Yellow Springs, and there was no dense force of death to weaken the interference. Even with so many people in tow, Saint Cheng Lan's speed was still extremely fast. In just a breath or so, they crossed 100 meters to the rift in the sky. Saint Cheng Lan led the crowd through the rift, and all of them seemed to have passed through a layer of water waves, and their surroundings changed. they were on top of a ruin. The ruins were even more shattered than the ones they had entered the 65th base city, and there were traces left by the battle everywhere. At their feet, there was an irregular hole in space that was collapsing. This spatial rupture kept twisting, sometimes getting bigger, sometimes shrinking. And to their left was the dim curtain of light that cut across the base city. The curtain of light was likewise collapsing, and through the collapsing curtain of light they saw the familiar other side, exactly the direction of the base city they came in. After the light curtain collapsed, they saw some of the dead beyond it. The number of dead was quite a bit less than when they first came in, and Lu Ning guessed that the other dead should have gone to work. Lu Ning saw two acquaintances among them, Li Xiao and Wei Xian, and didn't see the captain or Li Fu and the others. On top of that, Lu Ning also saw Nanyu. Earlier, Lan said that Nanyu stayed outside, intending for him to leave the mists to pass the information back. Lu Ning and his group were afraid that they would only stay within the Yellow Springs space for about a day. Apparently Nanyu wasn't willing to think they were dead, but was here waiting for them. As Lu Ning and his party saw Li Xiao and the other dead, Li Xiao and the other dead apparently also noticed the abnormality. They saw the dim yellow-colored light curtain that was blocking their way collapse, and looked up to see the other side of the base city through the collapsing light curtain, and likewise saw Lu Ning and the others in the sky. Li Xiao and the others immediately revealed surprised smiles. They want to take a step and run in that direction. Just then, a terrifying and incomparable mental fluctuation came from the depths of the dilapidated base city ruins. This spiritual fluctuation contained a strong aura of death, and even carried some kind of unnameable and powerful force. Lu Ning was somewhat familiar with this kind of power. Its divinity. Previously, when Lu Ning had finished absorbing the contamination source projections of the fallen angel and the source of flesh and blood, these two evil gods had displayed such an unnamably powerful aura of power when they had attacked him across space and time. And currently, deep within the ruins of this base city, it even possessed such an aura of power. One can only imagine what lies deep within the ruins. Evil god. An evil god who reeks of death. As Lu Ning pondered, his flesh began to show signs of necrosis and decay. In the face of such an onslaught of divine power, Lu Ning's fleshly body had some difficulty resisting it. Not only Lu Ning, but others were also experiencing different symptoms of change. Steve's body appeared to have a red rust like rusty metal, Yang Yin's eyes became bloodshot with a hideous expression, and Jerry covered his head with an agonized expression, with tears of blood slowly flowing out of his eyes. Cheng Lan, Sage and Lan were in a better situation. Saint Cheng Lan might be powerful because he himself was a saint, while Lan might be powerful because his battle armor provided a certain amount of mental pollution and other aspects of defense. The worst was Gina. The fire on Gina's body suddenly skyrocketed, wrapping her entire body in it, and then the flames suddenly dimmed, seeming like they could go out at any moment. As the flames dimmed, Gina's eyes likewise dimmed, and her entire being breathed death. Under such a divine impact, Gina, who was an Eighth Order awakened, actually began to move towards death. Sensing the danger, Sage Qinglan landed from the air at the first opportunity and landed on top of a ruined square. He coalesced the storm, forming a wall of wind that blocked the light, dim yellow mist that spewed forth. At the same time he looked over to the agonized Steve Fu and then to the dying Gina. Gina, hold on. And Lu Ning, who was on the side, immediately came to Gina's side, reached out and pressed Gina's chest, pulling it outward. In the next moment, a cloud of white mist containing a dim yellow mist was pulled out by Lu Ning. The dim yellow mist in this white fog twisted and formed a clear, rotting arm, which struggled and seemed to want to break free of Lu Ning's hand. Lu Ning was expressionless as he pressed this white mist into his chest. In the next moment, this white mist combined with the giant hand of death within Lu Ning's body, and the illusory source of spiritual contamination instantly became more solid. And then, a divine voice with an evil tone resounded in Lu Ning's mind, "Die." Lu Ning's heart stopped beating for the first time. And then his brain stopped thinking. The original strong body of Lu Ning seemed to have fallen into dead silence. His whole body swayed and he fell heavily to the ground. After Lu Ning's death, his body began to deteriorate at an extremely fast rate. In just one breath's time, Lu Ning's skin flushed a greenish-green color. And then, it seemed that corpse water began to seep out of Lu Ning's body. At the same time, the deathly aura on Gina's body disappeared, and she was no longer as dead as before. When Gina's eyes regained their aura and she was about to thank Lu Ning, she saw Lu Ning's fallen body on the ground. Her eyes widened and she blamed herself a little. "Lu Ning, are you alright?" Sage Qinglan and the others didn't have time to be happy for Gina either. Seeing the corpse on Lu Ning's body begin to decay, a look of worry immediately surfaced in their hearts. However, in the next moment, the corpse water on Lu Ning's body disappeared, and his greenish skin gradually regained its redness as he slowly sat up and rubbed his somewhat stiff face. The others' worries dissipated for a moment, and the emotional ups and downs in their hearts made them a little uncomfortable for a while. Without stopping, Lu Ning came back to the Qinglan sages several people and absorbed the spiritual pollution in their bodies as well. At once, Jerry and Janine were no longer in pain, and the bloody rust on Steve's body disappeared. The expressions of Sage Qinglan and Lan were also much calmer. Lu Ning, on the other hand, once again fell to the ground and turned into a corpse. This time, Sage Qinglan and the others had nothing to worry about. Jerry couldn't even help but spit out, "Damn, even though I've seen Lu Ning die and come back to life several times before, I still kind of can't help but worry when I see him die." The others nodded in deep approval. They then saw Lu Ning silently sit up and reinstall the fingers that had fallen to the ground due to decay on his own hand. At this moment, all of them resolved in their hearts that the next time they saw Lu Ning die again, they would definitely not react in any way. When Lu Ning recovered, the crowd looked with serious expressions in the direction from which that divine impact had come from before. Floating in the air in that direction was the golden circle of light that could be seen before even in the wilderness space. Unlike what they had seen on the other side of the base city and in the wilderness space, there was a dim yellow mist wafting out of the golden circle of light they saw this time. This mist connected to the aperture and formed an illusory shadow beyond it. The shadow was a huge arm, including a palm and a small arm. Even if it was only a shadow, Lu Ning and the others could still see the corpse water and rotting skin flowing from this arm. Looking at the arm shadow, Lu Ning and the others had an illusion in their hearts. They were gazing at death itself.